Upon being slain by my father's nemesis as a sacrifice to the heavens, I unexpectedly acquired a system and traversed into the world of pirates. At the outset, I unlocked the ability of immortality. If immortality is combined with the explosive powers of a devil fruit, would that not render me a human nuclear bomb? Chapter 1 begins with the acquisition of immortality. I am Zhang Fei, and I'm not the same as that I am too from the Three Kingdoms. My father, known as the lawless renegade Zhang San, made numerous enemies during his lifetime. Fortunately, he had a friend named Luo Xiang, who was a lawyer. My father relied on him to navigate through countless crises. In the year I turned 16, I witnessed firsthand in the courtroom, as a juror, the proceedings unfold. Luo Xiang successfully sent the opposing lawyer to prison, and even the onlookers were ensnared, receiving 3-year prison sentences. Alas, my father had offended too many adversaries, and I was ultimately dispatched to the pirate world by the Driver Emperor. This explains the reason for my transposition. As for my current location, I find myself at a naval base, the very island where Zoro was apprehended. It is precisely the moment when the plot is just commencing on the 9th day since Zoro's capture. Soon, I shall encounter the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. Zhang Fei sat at the port, gazing out at the boundless ocean, eagerly anticipating Luffy's arrival. I inquire of the system, when shall that lad Luffy arrive? Why the urgency? Those who are meant to come will indeed come. Look, isn't he here already? The system expressed its impatience towards Zhang Fei's insistence. Luffy exuberantly leapt from his small boat. Having just set sail, he looked forward to new adventures and shouted, "At last, we have reached the naval base." KB swiftly secured the small boat to prevent it from drifting away, his face aglow with joy as he arrived at the naval base, where he could enlist. Becoming a valiant member of the Navy was KB's dream, and he sighed, "Indeed, we have finally arrived. It wasn't easy. KB, you are truly impressive. We have indeed reached our destination. That is to be expected. It is a necessary skill for those who venture out to sea." KB regarded this with indifference, believing it to be a skill everyone should possess. Yet he underestimated Luffy. If left to sail alone, reaching the naval base would be no trivial endeavor. Zhang Fei observed their animated conversation with amusement, and upon encountering Luffy, the system finally bestowed upon him a novice gift pack. "Host, your novice gift pack has been credited." For this gift pack, he had waited 2 long days at the port. The previously empty space in his backpack now manifested a substantial gift pack, which was indeed the novice gift pack. Curiously, he inquired of the system, "System, what treasures does this novice gift pack hold?" The system provided Zhang Fei with an affirmative response. "Rest assured, the contents are undoubtedly valuable. I even sacrificed the system girl from the neighboring world for this, so you must exert yourself, host." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei was nearly moved to tears, astonished by the system's prowess in sacrificing its own potential lifelong happiness. Naturally, he was aware of the system from the neighboring world. He had engaged in conversation with the system over the past 2 days, thus understanding the situation regarding the system girl from the adjacent world. The system harbors a secret infatuation with the goddess, and now, astonishingly, it has relinquished its pursuit of her for my sake. Truly, this system is exceedingly benevolent towards me. However, the system's aspirations are not as grand as those within the heart of Zhang Fei. In reality, the items within the novice gift pack were acquired through a game of mahjong against the primordial world system. The reason for this statement lies in the desire for Zhang Fei to better fulfill his tasks. "System, your kindness overwhelms me. Stay humble, stay humble. No need for such courtesy." At present, Zhang Fei is impatient to unveil the novice gift pack, for he currently possesses little capacity for resistance, being akin to an ordinary individual, easily dispatched by a mere pirate. "Congratulations, you have acquired an indestructible body." Upon witnessing the items erupting from the novice gift pack, Zhang Fei was nearly overcome with excitement. What was this? It was immortality. This implies that he could live as a lawless renegade like his father, without the fear of losing his life. This turn of events is nothing short of astounding. "System, you are truly remarkable." Zhang Fei found himself at a loss for words and could only attribute his fortune to the system. "Look how generous your father is. Now your life in the pirate world is secure. Indeed, it is no wonder you are my system father. This is the true paternal figure, a lawless renegade, yet not one to send his enemies to their demise." "Very well, father has a task for you. Join the Straw Hat Pirates, and the rewards are as you can imagine." "No problem, father." Zhang Fei, disregarding any sense of modesty, readily agreed. Although he felt somewhat lowly at present, it mattered not, for with the system, becoming an emperor would be an effortless endeavor. Zhang San, my son possesses the aura of an emperor. Now that the system has gone offline, Zhang Fei examined the description of immortality. In simple terms, even if his soul were extinguished and his body rendered to nothingness, he could resurrect anew. This is undeniably a power of explosive magnitude. Currently, the task is to join the Straw Hat Pirates, which should prove to be a straightforward endeavor as long as he showcases his abilities. Luffy would undoubtedly take an interest in him and extend an invitation to join the Straw Hat Pirates. While Zhang Fei reveled in his joy, he soon realized that Luffy and Kobe had already departed. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Zhang Fei positioned himself at the entrance of the Navy base to await their return. The former him would never have dared approach, fearing the wrath of Colonel Morgan. Now armed with the power of immortality, he had no reason to fear. Charging forth would be a display of sheer audacity. Upon arriving at the Navy base entrance, he spotted two individuals peering curiously over the wall at the bound Zoro. Zhang Fei joined them in their clandestine observation of Zoro. His curiosity was piqued, as he had never seen him in person before. So this is what Zoro looks like. He certainly possesses a formidable presence. Hey, who are you? Luffy, intrigued by Zhang Fei's sudden appearance, inquired. I am Zhang Fei. Hee, I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy introduced himself with a cheerful demeanor, asserting his future ambition to become the Pirate King. Others might have dismissed this as a fanciful notion. However, Zhang Fei was aware of the original story. Luffy is indeed the destined child of the Pirate King, and his destiny to become the Pirate King is beyond question. I believe in you. Haha, you have keen insight. Luffy was genuinely pleased by Zhang Fei's affirmation. At that moment, Li Xiang appeared, carrying a ladder to reach Kobe's side and subtly signaling for them to remain silent. She then leaped into the fray, offering the rice balls she had prepared to Zoro. Hey, this is quite dangerous. Hurry back, Luffy, you must save her. Kobe, witnessing Li Xiang's reckless plunge into the Navy base, recognized the peril involved, knowing that encountering Colonel Morgan could be fatal, and urged Luffy to rescue her. Yet, Luffy's response left Kobe in a state of shock. If you want to save her, go do it yourself. Li Xiang presented the meticulously crafted rice balls to Zoro. The bountiful rice ball I have prepared for you, dear older brother, must surely tempt your hunger, as you have been bound here for quite some time. Upon seeing Rika leap over the wall, Zoro, in a fierce tone, sought to provoke her, urging her to depart from this place swiftly. You little brat, are you courting death? Be gone at once. Chapter 2. Joining the Straw Hat crew amidst the flow of events. Yet, Rika remained impervious to Zoro's words, persistently promoting her rice balls. Although it was her first attempt at making them, she truly exerted herself. Zoro continued with his harsh words, asserting that once Morgan arrived, Rika would be in mortal peril, and she must be driven away. I'm not hungry at all. Just take your things and get lost, he insisted. However, Rika bowed her head in distress, fully aware that Zoro's demeanor was solely for her protection. I told you to hurry back, or I'll kill you, brat, he threatened, raising his voice to dissuade her from her stubbornness. Observing this scene were Zhang Fei and others, who understood that while Luffy might not grasp Zoro's intentions, Zhang Fei recognized that Zoro's actions were, in fact, to safeguard her. At that moment, the iron door swung open, revealing an exceedingly arrogant blonde mushroom-headed boy, flanked by two naval soldiers. Clearly, he was Helmeppo, the son of Captain Morgan, who, emboldened by his father's naval rank, acted as a tyrant. Bullying others is wrong. I'm going to tell my dad, he proclaimed. Another oddball, Luffy muttered, gazing at Helmeppo. He must be a bigwig in the Navy. It's fortunate that kid wasn't killed. Kobe sighed with relief, glad that Helmeppo hadn't troubled Rika. How audacious. More so than me. I don't even misuse my status as Zhang San's son. You're brave to do so. If Luo Xiang were here, you'd already be in prison. Picking up soap, Zhang Fei mused, admiring Helmeppo's audacity. Despite his own misfortune of being sent to the pirate world by his father's enemies. If it weren't for the system that accompanied my transmigration, I would have starved to death long ago. Zhang Fei's murmurs caught Luffy's attention, who turned curiously, asking, What are you saying, Zhang Fei? Nothing, don't mind it. Zhang Fei replied, and Luffy shrugged it off, uninterested. Humph, just a fool relying on his father, Zoro scoffed, holding Helmeppo in contempt, seeing him as merely a waste of space living off his father's reputation. Helmeppo appeared to overhear Zoro's derisive remarks. You bastard. I'm Captain Morgan's son, he retorted, then snatched the large rice ball from Rika's hands. Hey, little girl, is this rice ball a consolation prize? No, stop. Lika cried out as her hard work was taken from her. Yet, Helmeppo disregarded her pleas, devouring it only to spit it out in disgust, his face contorted with disdain. Yuck, it's horrible. It's sweet. Rice balls should have salt. But I believe sweet would taste better, Lika defended, convinced that her creation was not flawed. Fool. Who could possibly eat something like this? Helmeppo seized the last rice ball from Lika, tossing it to the ground alongside the one he had just ingested, crushing them beneath his foot, believing that only salty rice balls were the true standard, and all others were mere aberrations. Ah, don't stomp on them. No, they can't be eaten now. Lika's heart ached as she watched her efforts being trampled. At that moment, Kobe could no longer stand idly by. Although he wished to intervene, he lacked the strength and could only voice his disapproval. This is too much. That child put in so much effort to make them. Don't worry, ants will eat those rice balls. Helmeppo laughed heartily, reveling in his cruelty. This is outrageous. I worked so hard. Lika finally broke down, tears streaming down her face. Hey, don't cry. That's why I hate kids, Helmeppo said disdainfully, gesturing toward a nearby warning sign. You're in the wrong. It clearly states here that anyone who assists a criminal is an accomplice to Captain Morgan. You should know how terrifying my dad is, right? If you were an adult, you'd be sentenced to death. Hey, throw this kid out. Helmeppo commanded the naval soldiers behind him. What? The soldiers hesitated, bewildered at the thought of laying hands on a child. I said throw her outside. Didn't you hear? If you don't obey my orders, I'll tell my dad. Helmeppo snarled, gripping one soldier by the collar, his expression darkening as he realized they were defying him. The soldiers, recalling the fearsome Captain Morgan, began to tremble, panic washing over them as they complied with Helmeppo's orders. Understood, I'll do it right away. Under the oppressive weight of Helmeppo's tyranny, the soldiers hurled Lika out. No, she cried out in alarm, only to be caught by Luffy, who acted as a cushion, leaving Lika unharmed. At that moment, a hint of annoyance crossed Luffy's face. He held no favorable impression of Helmeppo. Zhang Fei recognized that even if he did not intervene, Luffy would surely take action. Are you alright? That guy is really over the top. Kobe rushed over, examining Lika for injuries. As Helmeppo departed, Luffy seized the opportunity to step in. Zhang Fei understood that Luffy had begun to entertain the idea of recruiting Zoro. You're still here? If he finds out, he'll tell his dad. Is that so? Luffy feigned indifference. I'm looking for companions to become pirates. Huh, you're willingly descending into villainy? Zoro was taken aback. He had initially thought Luffy to be a decent person, only to discover this side of him. This is my choice. What is wrong with being a pirate? Just then, Zhang Fei jumped in, seizing the moment to join the Straw Hat Pirates, believing the time was ripe. Oh, pirates? Let me join as well. After all, you're going to be the future pirate king. It wouldn't do to lack capable crewmates. Besides, being a pirate isn't inherently bad, as long as you don't engage in heinous acts. Zoro cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Fei, seeing him as just another person willingly falling into depravity. Another fool wanting to be a pirate. Ha ha ha, splendid. Welcome aboard, Zhang Fei. Luffy, who initially wouldn't have invited Zhang Fei due to his ignorance of his character, believing that villains were unworthy of being his crewmates, now saw Zhang Fei as a person with a sense of justice and shared ideals, making him a commendable companion. Chapter 3, The Arrogance of Helmeppo. A system notification echoed in Zhang Fei's mind, eliciting a smile of delight. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 body refinement pills. Body refinement pills? Aren't those from the world of cultivation? How do you possess such things, system? Zhang Fei furrowed his brow, familiar with the concept of body refinement pills, having read enough novels. You didn't acquire them from another system, did you? Whoa. How did you know? The system was taken aback, astonished that the host had deduced that the body refinement pills were won from playing mahjong with a cultivation system and repurposed as mission rewards. It seems my guess was indeed accurate. So it was just a guess. The system sighed in relief, internally whispering to itself, thank goodness, thank goodness. I initially feared that the troublesome system was deliberately plotting against me, but it turns out it was merely a guess. My illustrious reputation remains intact. You guessed correctly. This is the body-tempering elixir I procured from the cultivation system. Naturally, the system refrained from mentioning that it had won it. In order to solidify its own exceptional reputation, it had to claim it was acquired from another system to elevate its standing. Impressive indeed. I never anticipated you would dare to pilfer from the cultivation system, Zhang Fei remarked, completely taken in, oblivious to the realities of the system world. And he gave the system a thumbs up. Of course, the immortal body you possess was also swiped from the primordial system. Otherwise, how could I be among the elite in the system realm? The system boasted with arrogance, revealing its pride, had it been a horse. Its nose would have soared to the heavens. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This is akin to a cow performing a handstand, utterly astonishing. Zhang Fei could hardly fathom that the system he had bound himself to was so formidable. The primordial realm, of which he was well aware, housed beings with the power to obliterate worlds. To have stolen from such a system indicated abilities far beyond the ordinary, even exceeding Zhang Fei's imagination. Maintain a low profile. A low profile, the system replied frivolously, relishing Zhang Fei's flattery. Now that I possess such a powerful system, I find myself without tasks. With a potent system, becoming stronger is an effortless endeavor. The system hesitated, realizing it seemed to lack any rewards. It would not do. It needed to seek out other commendable systems, to exchange insights on Mahjong, and see if it could swindle some valuable items from them. It began to deceive Zhang Fei. It's not the right time yet. If there are tasks, I shall issue them. With that, the system promptly logged off to seek out some easily deceived, or rather, understanding systems. Zhang Fei was taken aback, never having expected the system to depart so swiftly, instilling in him a sense of reliability regarding this new system. Hey, Zhang Fei, what's wrong? Why are you daydreaming? Luffy waved his hands in front of Zhang Fei's eyes. At that moment, Zhang Fei's mind returned to the present, noticing Luffy was inquiring after him. He conjured a casual excuse to brush it off. It's nothing. I was just lost in thought. Oh, is that so? The naturally naive Luffy accepted Zhang Fei's words. We should leave quickly. If Morgan spots you, you won't be able to call yourselves pirates. Zoro began urging Luffy and Zhang Fei. I want to take you aboard my ship. Luffy adjusted the straw hat atop his head, smiling as he spoke to Zoro, aware that Zoro was not a villain and was preparing to recruit him, as his ship lacked a swordsman. You plan to let me go and then invite me to join your pirate crew? Let me be clear, I won't agree to that, as I have matters to attend to. Even without you untying me, as long as I can survive for a month, that bastard will release me. The most important thing was to find a way to stay alive and complete his objectives. Knowing the original story, Zhang Fei couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Zoro's words. What are you laughing at? Zoro's face bore a hint of anger, feeling insulted by Zhang Fei's laughter. I'm laughing at how simplistically you think. Morgan is a petty man, and he won't let you go. Zoro pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing the validity of Zhang Fei's words, struggling to find a suitable rebuttal. Perhaps you are right, but I still cannot leave. Zoro decided to take the gamble, wondering if Morgan would honor his promise. Should he leave, Luffy would be in danger. Is that so? Well, I'm leaving now, but you will join us, Zhang Fei asserted confidently, affirming that Zoro had a place in the Straw Hat Pirates. Before vaulting over the wall, without a backward glance. Interesting, could you help me pick up the rice balls on the ground? Zoro encountered someone so intriguing for the first time, and as Luffy prepared to leave, he asked for Luffy's assistance. Luffy picked up the scattered rice balls, now mixed with dirt, rendering them inedible. Do you plan to eat this? This rice ball has turned to mud. You can't be that desperate. Shut up. Hurry and bring them over. I want them all. With Luffy's help, Zoro forcibly consumed the rice balls, the crunching sound evident as he bit down on the stones. Though they were horrid, they were a token of Luffy's goodwill, and he could not let it go to waste, swallowing it down. Observing Zoro's expression of near tears from the taste, it was clear that the food was unpalatable. I told you, do you wish to commit suicide? However, Zoro ignored Luffy's words and instead requested Luffy to convey a message. Please tell that little brat for me. The rice balls were delightful. Thank you for the hospitality, Luffy smiled, becoming even more determined to recruit Zoro onto his ship. Zhang Fei, leaning against the wall, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but chuckle, musing to himself. No wonder Zoro has so many fans. Luffy relayed Zoro's message to Luffy. Upon hearing Zoro's gratitude, Luffy finally burst into laughter. Kobe found it unbelievable. Was this truly the notorious villain he had heard so much about? He began to doubt the rumors. Is that person really the infamous villain? Of course not, Luffy assured, his tone unwavering. Zhang Fei also forgot the reason why Zoro had been tied up, but he knew it was likely related to Luffy. Finally, Luffy revealed the truth. Zoro had been captured for protecting himself by slaying a wolf raised by Morgan's son. As the group learned the reason for Zoro's capture, a loud and arrogant voice echoed nearby. Hee, kneel down, or I will tell my father. Chapter 4, Stubborn Zoro. Do you wish to meet the same fate as Roronoa Zoro? In 3 days, I shall publicly execute him. This was a display intended to intimidate, and the villagers, fearful of Morgan's wrath, began to kneel. The announcement of a public execution only heightened their fear. 3 days? Luffy exclaimed upon hearing the words of Helmeppo, stepping forward to confront him. Did you not have a 1-month agreement? Helmeppo, unable to suppress a laugh, mocked Zoro. What? Who do you think you are? Where did you hear that? How rude. Clearly, that was just a joke, but believing it? You're as foolish as a beast, Luffy despised those who lacked integrity, finding it a grave insult, especially since Zoro was to be his crewmate. This incited Luffy's anger, and he seized Helmeppo by the collar. His fist clenched tightly as he struck Helmeppo squarely in the face. Helmeppo's face caved in, blood gushing from his nose as he was sent flying. Kobe, witnessing Luffy's assault, rushed to intervene, knowing the man before him was Morgan's son. Provoking him would mean opposing the Navy, and given Morgan's notorious reputation, it would undoubtedly cost Luffy his life. Luffy, stop. Please, calm down. He's scum. I've made my decision. Zoro will be my companion. Luffy resolutely determined to recruit Zoro into his Straw Hat pirate crew, unperturbed by any interference from the Marines. What? Kobe gasped, incredulous as he gazed at Luffy. Captain, I support your decision. Let us create chaos at this Marine base and bring Zoro aboard. Zhang Fei, emboldened by his newfound immortality, fully endorsed Luffy's choice. So it's settled, Zhang Fei. We shall bring Zoro into our pirate crew. No problem, Captain. I'm ready whenever you are. Zhang Fei eagerly anticipated showcasing his prowess. Meanwhile, the villagers, taken aback by Luffy's sudden attack, were left in shock. After all, Helmeppo was the son of Captain Morgan, and assaulting him could prove fatal. Zhang Fei, how can you be so reckless? You're not stopping Luffy, and instead, you're adding fuel to the fire. Kobe lamented, feeling despondent. Had he not intervened, Luffy would have already pummeled Helmeppo. I'm the son of Captain Morgan. How dare you strike me? I'll tell my father. Helmeppo cried, blood streaming from his nose, his eyes glistening with tears. This was the first time he had ever been beaten, and the humiliation was unbearable. He vowed to inform his father and seek revenge. Huh. Look at you boasting. I'm the son of the infamous outlaw Zhang San, and I've never acted like you. If you're so brave, come and hit me. Zhang Fei scorned, thrusting his head forward and pointing, exuding arrogance. You'll regret this. You'll all be sentenced to death, Helmeppo retorted weakly, unable to match Zhang Fei's vigor, and could only make empty threats. My father will surely kill you, he exclaimed, before being escorted away by 2 Marines. Retreating in disgrace. Zhang Fei, you're being too impulsive. You could die. Kobe expressed concern for Zhang Fei's safety, knowing that should Captain Morgan take action, Zhang Fei would be doomed. Yet, Zhang Fei remained unfazed. I'm immortal now. What do I have to fear? Let him try to eliminate me first. Big brother. You're amazing. You stood up for me. Rika stepped forward, grateful for Luffy's intervention. Oh really? I should have hit him a few more times, Luffy said, arms crossed, having taken an immediate dislike to Helmeppo. He hadn't anticipated helping Rika. Had he known, he would have struck more blows, but alas, Helmeppo managed to escape. Rika, come back. Rika's mother urgently called her, fearing that if Captain Morgan discovered Rika's association with Luffy, her life would be in jeopardy. She swiftly pulled her daughter back into their home for safety. Don't talk to them. If you're mistaken for an accomplice, you'll be in grave danger. But Mom, they're good people. Zoro is a good person. Rika protested. Enough. Do you want to end up at the execution ground? Startled, Rika realized her mother had discovered her secret venture to the execution site and panicked, stammering, I didn't. Reluctantly, Rika returned home, casting one last wave to Luffy, who smiled back. Zhang Fei, taken aback by Morgan's cruelty, saw the villagers' fear and understood the stark contrast between anime and reality. Here, the villagers wore expressions of dread, distancing themselves from him, anxious to avoid any association. We should leave. There's nothing for us here. Let us rescue Zoro before anything else happens. Zhang Fei decided it was best to hasten to Zoro's aid. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Host, you have a mission. Rescue Zoro, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. A mysterious package awaits as your reward. Zhang Fei halted, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of a new task and the mysterious package. The simplicity of the mission felt almost like a gift, prompting him to hum a cheerful tune. What is up with Zhang Fei? Why the sudden change in mood? Kobe inquired, puzzled, but Luffy paid no mind, instead praising Zhang Fei's singing. Zhang Fei, you sing beautifully, just like me, Luffy declared with pride, wiping his nose. You think so? Please. I'm not fooled by your flattery, Zhang Fei scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Luffy. I've heard your singing in the anime. It's a chaotic mess. And you dare to say it's good? The trio soon arrived at the execution site, where Zoro was visibly irritated to see Luffy and Zhang Fei again. What are you doing back here? If you're trying to convince me to become a pirate, forget it. Luffy, however, was undeterred and eager to recruit Zoro, while Zhang Fei watched with interest. I'm Luffy, and this is my companion Zhang Fei. I'll free you from your bonds, so join us. Did you even hear what I said? Zoro replied, exasperated. You clearly disregarded my words. I have matters to attend to. I have no intention of becoming a pirate. What does it matter? You're already labeled a villain by the Marines, Luffy countered. I don't care what others think. I've never acted against my beliefs. And that won't change. Zoro remained steadfast in his refusal to join the crew. Chapter 5. What kind of monster are you? Luffy, however, was unperturbed by Zoro's convictions. He was determined to recruit him. I'm not concerned. I've already decided to make you my partner. This was quintessentially Luffy. But witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. Don't presume to make decisions for me, Zoro shouted, his expression darkening. He had never encountered someone as audacious as Luffy, who disregarded others' wishes outright. Zoro, give it up. You can't escape this. Moreover, Morgan has already decreed your execution in 3 days. How will you achieve your dreams then? Zhang Fei seized the opportunity to incite doubt. Zoro fell silent, realizing that Morgan was indeed the untrustworthy person Zhang Fei described. Noticing Zoro's silence, Zhang Fei continued, so now, you have no choice but to join us. I'll join you, but if you ever force me to act against my conscience, I will leave your crew, Zoro ultimately conceded. But he made it clear he would never partake in senseless violence. Wonderful. You've got guts, Zhang Fei. Luffy laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up to Zhang Fei for his support. All right, Luffy, you go to the Marine base and find Zoro's swords. A swordsman without swords is no swordsman at all. Given Luffy's strength, retrieving Zoro's swords would be a relatively simple task, especially since he was the chosen one. I'm not a swordsman. I'm a swordsman. Zoro quickly interjected, correcting Luffy. Shut up. I call you a swordsman, so you're a swordsman. What nonsense about being a swordsman? You're just illiterate. Zhang Fei bellowed, berating Zoro. How dare someone who wields a sword claim to be a swordsman? Suddenly, Zhang Fei erupted in fury, startling Zoro into silence. His reason advised him that remaining mute would be the wisest course of action. Zhang Fei, you are quite fearsome, yet I must concede that your words hold merit. I shall go and retrieve the sword. Zoro, you are in capable hands. With that, Luffy dashed out, intent on infiltrating the naval base to seek Zoro's blade. Gum Gum Rocket. In an instant, his arms elongated, grasping the summit of the naval base. However, Colonel Morgan was commanding his men to pull down his statue. What is that? Something has fallen from the heavens. It was evident that Luffy's abrupt emergence captured the attention of all present, causing the naval soldiers to loosen their grip on the ropes. With a resounding crash, Morgan's statue plummeted to the ground, shattering upon impact. The upper half succumbed to gravity and fractured into two. Boom. The upper portion fell from the heights, disintegrating into a pile of rubble. Hearing the thunderous noise, Zhang Fei glanced over curiously, recognizing that, as in the original tale, Luffy had indeed smashed Morgan's statue. Alas, the misfortune would soon befall Kobe. What transpired? Did something fall? Kobe gazed in bewilderment. Nothing of consequence, Kobe. Stand aside. I shall assist Zoro in freeing him from his bonds. The naval officers atop the base, along with Shiryu, were rendered speechless upon witnessing the decapitated statue. Meanwhile, Morgan, upon beholding his once majestic statue reduced to fragments, felt tears welling in his eyes, leaving him in a state of numbness. Luffy, admiring his handiwork, extended a hand, offering an insincere apology. My bad. Seize him at once. I shall have his head. Morgan's fury ignited, veins bulging upon his forehead as he bellowed commands to his subordinates, longing to dismember Luffy in retribution. Yes, right away. The naval soldiers promptly saluted, fully aware that Luffy's fate was sealed. Shiryu recognized the one who had shattered his father's statue. It was none other than Luffy, the one who had previously beaten him, and he shouted, Father, it's this guy? He was the one who assaulted me. I told you, he is no good. However, while they were momentarily stunned, Luffy seized Shiryu. I've searched high and low for you. I found you at last. Luffy's intent was clear. He needed Shiryu's assistance in locating Zoro's sword. Shiryu, caught in Luffy's grasp, cried out for Morgan's help. Let me go? Father, save me. Subsequently, Luffy dragged Shiryu into the naval base. He has breached the headquarters. Quick, pursue him. The naval soldiers, witnessing Luffy's incursion, took off after him. Colonel, we have an intruder in the execution grounds. One soldier reported upon spotting Zhang Fei. However, Morgan, consumed by wrath, was not to be trifled with. He issued orders for these ignorant souls to witness just how terrifying he could become when angered. What? Traitors appearing one after another. I shall slay you all. It seemed that the foolhardy one had indeed invaded the naval base. Zoro, addressing Zhang Fei as he was being unbound, asked, Aren't you the least bit concerned? Relax, that guy Luffy is destined to become the Pirate King. He won't easily meet his demise. You truly believe him? Of course, just look at him. Damn my nuts. Before Zhang Fei could finish his thought, A naval soldier atop the base ruthlessly fired at him, the bullet piercing through his shoulder. Blood splattered across Zoro's face, and he watched as Zhang Fei collapsed. Uncertain of his fate, Zoro turned his gaze toward the naval base, his expression darkening, eyes filled with lethal intent. Though Zhang Fei was insufferable, he had risked his life for Zoro, thus any animosity would be directed towards the Navy, further solidifying Zoro's resolve to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Damn it, that hurts. Zhang Fei slowly rose from the ground, rubbing his injured shoulder as if nothing had happened. What the hell? Are you all right? Zoro stared at Zhang Fei in disbelief. How could someone shot down suddenly appear unscathed? It's nothing, just a sudden sting. When Zhang Fei fell, his immortal ability had activated, healing his wound in an instant. And the pain vanished as quickly as it had come, akin to a mere prick. Zoro examined Zhang Fei's injury closely. He noticed a hole in his clothing, blood staining the surrounding area, yet everything else remained intact. Just as Zhang Fei had claimed, there was truly nothing amiss. What manner of monster are you? Zoro swallowed hard. Having witnessed Zhang Fei being shot, with the bullet now lying on the ground, stained with blood. How could he heal so swiftly? Chapter 6, Zoro's Induction. Observing Zoro's panicked expression, Zhang Fei discerned that he was inexperienced and disdainfully remarked, "What is all the fuss about? I'm immortal. A mere bullet holds no weight in my eyes." Immortal? Zoro found it hard to believe. He could not fathom a truly immortal being existing in this world. Yet Zhang Fei's recent display compelled him to reconsider. This world is indeed peculiar. Ultimately, Zoro chose to believe, exclaiming in astonishment, "All right, I shall continue untying you. But this rope is remarkably tight and difficult to undo." Zhang Fei grumbled, lamenting the absurdity of such a tight binding. Whoever tied this must be a fool. We are not women, after all. Despite his complaints, Zhang Fei hastened to free Zoro, knowing that trouble would ensue if the Navy arrived. Just as anticipated, several naval soldiers burst forth, guns trained on Zhang Fei and Zoro. Damn it, my prowess tongue truly is prophetic. This is the end for you two traitors defying Colonel Morgan. Prepare to die? Zoro's expression shifted as alarm bells rang in his mind. Fortunately, Kobe had been called out by Zhang Fei, or he too would have been held at gunpoint. Zhang Fei nonchalantly flicked his ear with his pinky, exuding disdain as he stepped in front of Zoro, shielding him from the bullets. That trash Morgan dares to label us as traitors? Is he out of his mind? Zoro noted Zhang Fei's courageous act, using his own body as a shield against the bullets, and felt a surge of gratitude. You dare call the great Colonel Morgan a fool? You seek death. Morgan emerged from behind the naval soldiers, his right arm transformed into a massive battle axe. A wooden rod embedded into his elbow, merging with flesh and blood, while a steel jaw adorned his chin. Upon seeing Morgan, Zhang Fei contemplated seizing the opportunity to extract the embedded wooden rod, for Morgan's battle axe was exceedingly unsightly and asymmetrical, unsettling Zhang Fei. Surround the base. Do not let that straw-hatted brat escape. You three think you can stage a coup. Morgan remained oblivious to Zhang Fei's thoughts. Had he known, he would have likely severed Zhang Fei's head and used it as a ball. Roronoa Zoro, your name precedes you, yet you underestimate me gravely. Your strength is but a trifling matter in the face of my immense power. Observing the boastful Morgan, Zhang Fei opted to disregard him entirely. In the presence of the dragon pig, your feeble authority would be utterly inconsequential. Prepare. Suddenly, a Navy soldier shouted, aiming his firearm at Zoro and Zhang Fei. Cold sweat trickled down Zoro's forehead as he thought, I cannot perish in such a place. I have matters to attend to. He reminisced about the cherished moments with Kona and the vow he made before his mentor, resolutely determining that he would not die here. If he were to meet his end, it must be after achieving greatness. Fear not, Zoro, for I am here too, Zhang Fei reassured, patting his chest. Though my combat prowess may be lacking, fending off bullets is a trifling matter for me. Zhang Fei, fully aware of his own capabilities, believed that the fighting could be left to Luffy and Zoro, while he dismissed the Navy's soldiers as mere trifles. At that moment, Zoro recalled Zhang Fei's indomitable spirit. Feeling a slight sense of relief, with Zhang Fei shielding him from bullets, his life was temporarily secured. Yet, he still needed to free himself from the ropes, lest he find himself with no way out. Fire! Morgan commanded the execution of Zhang Fei and Zoro. Just as the gunfire erupted, Luffy burst through the window of the Navy base, landing before Zoro and Zhang Fei, extending his arms to shield them from the bullets. Ouch! That hurts. Damn it. I will definitely snatch that wooden stick from your hands. Despite Luffy's rubbery body absorbing the bullets, a few still managed to slip through the gaps, striking Zhang Fei, who could not suppress a groan of pain and vowed to make Morgan pay. At that moment, Luffy resembled a rubber bow. the bullets embedding themselves into his skin without penetrating, creating depressions instead. Bullets are utterly ineffective against me, Luffy shouted exuberantly, sending the bullets back towards the Navy. The onlookers were left in shock, their eyes bulging in disbelief, unable to utter a word. After all, they had never witnessed the extraordinary manifestations of a devil fruit. Even Zoro, who had never encountered such abilities, shared in their astonishment. The only calm presence in the vicinity was Zhang Fei, along with the observing Kobe. Ha! Luffy laughed heartily. Who are you? Zoro questioned Luffy. I am the man who will become the pirate king, Luffy declared. By the way, Zhang Fei, how are you wounded? Are you alright? Luffy's gaze fell upon Zhang Fei's injury. It's nothing, just a minor wound, Zhang Fei waved dismissively, and as he spoke, the bullet within him was expelled, and the wound healed instantaneously. Zhang Fei, are you also a devil fruit user? Luffy's interest in Zhang Fei's abilities piqued. It was his first encounter with someone possessing powers akin to his own. I am not. I will explain later. For now, let's free Zoro first. The Navy remained in a state of shock, providing the perfect opportunity to untie Zoro. Oh, right. Which of your treasures is this? Luffy asked. I'm not sure. So I brought all 3 swords, Zoro replied. All 3 swords are mine. I am a 3-sword style user. Luffy turned to the gathered Navy soldiers, granting Zoro a choice. Now, if you join me against the Navy, you will become a wanted pirate, or you may perish here. The choice is yours. Zoro smiled slightly. Did he truly have a choice? He had yet to fulfill his promise to Kuna, and he would not die. The only option left was to join Luffy's pirate crew and become a scorned pirate. So you are a descendant of the devil? It matters not. Rather than be beaten to death here, I would prefer to become a pirate alongside you. Excellent. You agree to become my companion, Luffy exclaimed, raising his fists in jubilation. Yes, now hurry and untie me. Zoro, somewhat resigned, urged Luffy to free him. As a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy said to Zoro, though this may not be the best time for such sentiments, I must say, welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 7, The Intimidation of Morgan. Who was that guy? How could he reflect all the bullets? The Navy was utterly astonished. They had never encountered a man with a body like rubber. At this moment, Morgan realized that Luffy had likely consumed a devil fruit. While he had never seen one, he was somewhat aware of the treasures of the sea. He was certainly no ordinary person. That little brat must have eaten the legendary devil fruit. The Navy soldiers were all left in shock. They had heard tales of the devil fruit's renown, but had never had the chance to witness it firsthand. Now, a man who had consumed a devil fruit stood before them. The devil fruit, a treasure of the sea. Could it be that his abilities stem from the devil? Zhang Fei and Luffy paid no mind to the clamor of the Navy, swiftly aiding in Zoro's liberation. Captain, they are untying Zoro. Stop them immediately, Morgan ordered. Realizing the urgency, he could not allow them to free Zoro. He had heard of Zoro's reputation as a bounty hunter, and once untied, Zoro's strength would be more than sufficient to deal with these Navy soldiers. If guns are ineffective, then we shall kill him with knives. The Navy soldiers brandished their blades, charging forward with menacing intent. From his hiding spot, Kobe shouted in concern for Zhang Fei and the others. Luffy, Zhang Fei, Zoro is in danger. Be quiet. This knot won't come undone. Luffy began to complain about the knot. Stop whining and hurry up, Zhang Fei retorted, unwilling to be turned into minced meat by the Navy soldiers. Damn it, hurry up. Don't dawdle, Zoro urged, observing the frenzied Navy soldiers approaching like rabid dogs. All traitors who defy me shall die, Morgan bellowed furiously. No matter Luffy's devil fruit powers, anyone who dared defy him would meet their end, even if it were Garp himself. The Navy soldiers swung their knives towards Zhang Fei and the others. Kobe could hardly bear to witness, imagining the gruesome fate awaiting them. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp metallic clashes rang out. At the critical moment, Zoro's ropes were finally untied. Swiftly and efficiently, he retrieved his 3 swords from the ground, adopting his 3-sword style to fend off the oncoming attacks from the Navy soldiers. Rorinoa Zoro. Morgan's expression faltered as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He did not anticipate Zoro's ability to withstand the onslaught of all the Navy soldiers' strikes in such a short span of time. Wow, so cool. Luffy was awestruck by Zoro's impressive swordsmanship, as were Zhang Fei and Kobe. Impressive. The difference between anime and reality is astonishing, Zhang Fei marveled, deeply impressed by Zoro's displayed skills, wishing he too possessed such abilities. Stand still, or I will kill you, Zoro warned, his mouth clenched around his sword. His expression dark and menacing, exuding an aura of deadly intent towards the Navy soldiers. The naval soldiers stood petrified, paralyzed by the formidable presence of Zoro, whose reputation preceded him. They were now engulfed in despair, caught between the looming threat of Morgan above and Zoro's fierce demeanor below. I agreed to become a pirate, thus. In opposing the Navy, I am labeled a villain. Yet, I harbor my own ambitions. Zoro maintained a defensive stance, facing both Luffy and Zhang Fei, while the naval soldiers behind him trembled in fear. To become the world's greatest swordsman, I no longer care for fame or infamy. I demand that the world recognizes my name. He warned Luffy, you drew me into piracy. Should you dare compel me to relinquish my dreams, I shall demand your seppuku before me. Zoro voiced his aspirations and cautioned Luffy. The title of the world's greatest swordsman is admirable. As a companion to the Pirate King, one must be exceptional. Luffy regarded Zoro's dream with utmost respect, believing it a splendid ambition. As a partner to the future Pirate King, must possess remarkable strength. The title of the world's greatest swordsman is indeed a grand aspiration. Yet I cannot abide those who wield a blade, yet insist they are swordsmen. Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Fei, inheriting the illustrious genes of his ancestor, was unyielding and confrontational, refusing to back down even in the face of adversity. What difference does it make? Luffy scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the distinction between a sword and a blade. There is a difference. A sword and a blade bear different names and possess distinct characteristics. A blade has a single edge, while a sword has two. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's explanation, Luffy felt enlightened, his right fist coming down heavily upon his left palm in a gesture of realization. Ah, I see. In that moment, Zoro found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, falling silent as he pondered whether he ought to aspire to become the world's greatest blade master. Just then, Morgan issued a sudden command. What are you all dawdling for? Execute them immediately. Zoro quickly crouched down. In response, Luffy extended his left leg outward, rapidly elongating it. Rubber, whip. Zoro swiftly crouched, while Luffy's extended leg arced like a crescent moon, delivering a powerful kick to the naval soldiers behind Zoro. In an instant, the soldiers were struck as if by a speeding vehicle, their insides racked with unbearable pain, and they were sent hurtling backward from the sheer force of the blow. Who exactly are you? Zoro's curiosity regarding this pirate crew intensified. Zhang Fei was immortal, while Luffy remained an enigma. I am a rubber man, Luffy replied with a grin. Rubber man, Captain. We are no match for them. They are not ordinary foes. Moreover, with Roronoa Zoro involved, victory is beyond our grasp. The confidence of the naval soldiers rapidly crumbled like an avalanche, leaving them bereft of the will to fight. The captain ordered, those who faltered earlier, take your own lives. Morgan, filled with disdain for these cowardly soldiers, wielded his authority as a captain to command their demise. I do not require useless subordinates. Soldiers, trembling, raised their weapons to their own heads, prepared for sacrifice, yet fear of death loomed in their hearts. This navy is troubled, Zoro remarked, and Luffy charged forward, intent on halting their actions, with Zoro quickly following suit. Chapter 8. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. I am the enemy of the navy. If you have the capability, kill me. Luffy leapt high, his fist aimed at Morgan, only for Morgan to block the strike with his battle axe. The naval soldiers halted their advance, their eyes fixated on Luffy. Zhang Fei, unable to tolerate Morgan's arrogance, declared, You, a mere trash. Think you can command your men to commit suicide? Do you know who he is? He is Monkey D. Luffy, grandson of the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. I now command you to seize Morgan, for Vice Admiral Garp will soon arrive. Zhang Fei wielded Garp's name like a weapon against Morgan, pointing at Luffy. What? The naval soldiers were stunned into disbelief by Zhang Fei's words, their minds racing as they absorbed Luffy's formidable lineage, swallowing hard in trepidation of retribution. Even Kobe and Zoro mirrored the soldiers' astonishment. Hey, how do you know about my grandfather? Luffy scratched the back of his head, baffled by Zhang Fei's knowledge of his lineage. What nonsense about a naval hero. Here stands the great Captain Morgan. Morgan scoffed, dismissing Garp entirely, as he ruthlessly swung his axe toward Luffy. Die, traitor! As Morgan's axe descended toward Luffy, Luffy evaded the attack with a nimble leap. The axe's strike cleaved through the nearby wall, splitting it in two. Following this, Luffy performed a mid-air somersault, landing a kick squarely beneath Morgan's chin, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Fei felt a surge of anxiety for Luffy. After all, this was reality, and with Zhang Fei's involvement, one could only wonder about the potential for unforeseen consequences. Contemplating Garp's name, Zhang Fei realized it indeed failed to intimidate the dim-witted Morgan. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers found themselves in a dilemma, uncertain of whom to support. Zhang Fei's words had sown seeds of doubt in their minds. Yet this was advantageous, for it deterred them from acting rashly. On the battlefield that ensued, Morgan found himself thoroughly overpowered by Luffy, unable to launch a counterattack. What a pathetic navy, daring to disrupt Kobe's dreams. Luffy admonished, gripping Morgan's collar and chastising his actions. Stop this at once, or I shall kill him. Suddenly, Shiloh Mabwa appeared, commanding Luffy while aiming a pistol at his own head. Well, have I taken Kobe's place? Luffy mused, wondering how this individual had stealthily approached him. Observing Zhang Fei in peril, Luffy paused, grinning at Shiloh Mabwa. If you so much as move, he is as good as dead. Shiloh Mabwa continued to threaten Luffy. You should have taken Kobe hostage. A gun is of no use against me. Zhang Fei asserted confidently. You should go after Kobe. That would be effective. For me, a mere bullet would only sting. Zoro displayed no inclination to rescue Zhang Fei. Recalling Zhang's previous claim of invincibility, saving him would be futile. Luffy, let me show you what true martial arts are. Speed conquers all. Oh, really? Luffy expressed curiosity about Zhang Fei's forthcoming demonstration. Hey, you fool. Hurry up and shoot. Let me show you my prowess. Zhang Fei urged Shiloh Mabwa to pull the trigger. Don't force my hand. Shiloh Mabwa trembled, unable to quell his fear. Stop stalling. I can even catch a bullet barehanded. For the procrastinating Shiro Mabwa. Impatience began to brew within him as he directly reached for Shiro Mabwa's pistol. Shiro Mabwa gazed at the self-assured Zhang Fei, hesitating, and even started to believe in Zhang Fei's ability to catch bullets with his bare hands. He instinctively took a step back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His expression tense. With Shiro Mabwa's delay, Morgan rose once more, raising his axe, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Luffy, ensuring he would have no place to rest in death. At that moment, Luffy noticed Morgan behind him, yet he had faith that Zoro would handle the situation. As Zhang Fei approached with increasing speed, Shiro Mabwa could no longer contain himself and fired. The bullet mercilessly pierced through his own skull. A gaping wound blossoming on his forehead, blood erupting like a blossoming flower, and Zhang Fei collapsed instantly. In that fleeting moment, as Morgan swung his axe down, aiming to spare Luffy's life, Zoro, renowned for his prowess, swiftly left an X-shaped bloodstain upon Morgan, causing blood to spurt forth as the man succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Fei and Morgan fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Zhang Fei and Luffy's eyes bulged in anger, fury flooding their hearts as Luffy clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a punch towards the gun-wielding Shiro Mabwa. The force of Luffy's wrathful strike caused Shiro Mabwa's face to cave in, his jawbone shattering entirely, sending his body hurtling like a cannonball against the execution ground's wall, leaving his fate uncertain. Luffy, driven by a frenzy, rushed to Zhang Fei's side, his first companion lying lifeless, desperate to see if Zhang Fei could be revived. Kobe hurried over to Zhang Fei, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Zoro remained composed, aware of Zhang Fei's immortal nature. Damn it, how unchivalrous. Resorting to a sneak attack, Zhang Fei muttered, slowly rising, his mind feeling muddled and chaotic, the bullet expelling itself from the wound, which healed almost instantaneously. Wonderful. Zhang Fei, are you all right? Luffy inquired, observing Zhang Fei's restored condition, recalling that Zhang Fei seemed to possess a similar devil fruit ability to his own. Zhang Fei, are you truly unscathed? Kobe asked with concern. Not a scratch on me. I am immortal. Even if I were to leap into magma, I would not perish. Zhang Fei explained his immortality. Upon hearing this, Kobe sighed in relief, the tears in his eyes ceasing. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Zhang Fei, you too are a devil fruit user? Luffy attributed Zhang Fei's immortality to a devil fruit. No, you may interpret it as such. It is merely a natural ability of mine. I see, Luffy said, bewildered, as he noticed the pistol that had fallen beside Zhang Fei. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Fei as he watched Luffy pick up the pistol and aim it at his kidneys, firing several rounds. The bullets pierced through Zhang Fei's kidneys, eliciting a pained cry from him. Damn it! Zhang Fei's wounds healed rapidly, even expelling the bullets. This is incredible, Zhang Fei. You truly are immortal. Luffy exclaimed with the excitement of discovering treasure, his eyes gleaming with wonder. Chapter 9, Self-Destruction, Misunderstanding. Zhang Fei snatched the pistol from Luffy's hands, having noticed Luffy's intent to shoot him again. That hurts, he remarked, delivering a heavy punch to Luffy's head. As a rubber man, Luffy was unharmed by the blow, laughing foolishly and uttering apologies without a hint of sincerity. Sorry. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes at Luffy, well aware of his character, having anticipated such behavior from him. After Colonel Morgan's defeat at the hands of Zoro, the Navy soldiers exchanged glances, each eyeing the other. If you still wish to capture us, come and try, Zoro declared, eyeing the restless Navy soldiers, his sword still drawn, ready to strike should they make a move. However, the Navy soldiers reacted contrary to Zoro's expectations, beginning to cheer and celebrate. This is fantastic. We are liberated. Morgan's tyranny has come to an end. Long live the Navy. Luffy looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend their joy following the colonel's defeat. It turned out that everyone had lived under Morgan's oppressive reign. Kobe regained his spirit, the shattered dreams piecing together once more. He realized that only Morgan was the villain, and the Navy soldiers were merely coerced. Once it was confirmed that the Navy soldiers harbored no ill intentions, the tension that had gripped them finally dissipated, and Zoro collapsed entirely. "Zoro, are you alright?" Luffy asked, looking at Zoro's fallen form. "He's fine. He simply fainted from hunger. A little porridge will revive him," Zhang Fei clarified, reassuring Luffy and Kobe, who then approached Morgan, ready to exact their revenge. Zhang Fei had long harbored ill feelings towards Morgan, especially regarding his axe, which he had longed to dismantle. "So, what are you planning to do, Zhang Fei?" "Nothing much. I simply wish to disassemble Morgan's axe." Zhang Fei waved his hand nonchalantly. "Oh, well, I won't interfere. I'm taking Zoro away first. All right, once I finish, I'll come find you." With that, Luffy hoisted Zoro and departed, leaving Zhang Fei alone with the Navy soldiers. With the Straw Hat Pirates having defeated Morgan, the Navy soldiers treated Zhang Fei with courtesy, even approaching to offer assistance, all of which Zhang Fei declined. Dismantling this contraption was akin to assembling a Gundam. The process was what truly mattered, not the outcome. "This is rather challenging to dismantle. They've even hammered in steel nails," Zhang Fei remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, the system finally spoke up. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a mysterious gift pack. Oh right, I still have the body refinement pills to consume." However, the system had an odd tone, almost as if it had been preordained. Yet Zhang Fei paid it no mind as he recalled having 10 body refinement pills, which he retrieved from the system space. The 10 pills, resembling chocolate beans, appeared in the palm of Zhang Fei's hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed them all at once. Their bitter taste washed over him, but soon a warm sensation spread through him, reaching every limb and cell, which feasted upon the energy as if it were a nourishing bounty. As time passed, Zhang Fei felt his body growing ever stronger, the potency of the body refinement pills intensifying, leaving him feeling as if he were basking in magma, a feverish restlessness enveloping him. Steam rising incessantly, as if he were a steam engine. "Brother, are you all right?" A Navy soldier stepped forward, noticing Zhang Fei's unusual condition. Zhang Fei gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through him. "I'm fine, just enduring it will do." No sooner had Zhang Fei spoken than the effects of the body refinement pills surpassed his limits, overwhelming him. His body swelled like a balloon, skin cracking, emitting a destructive glow from the fissures. Zhang Fei's muscles tensed, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Boom! Like a bomb detonating, Zhang Fei was reduced to a mass of blood and viscera, his remains utterly obliterated. The unfortunate naval soldiers were splattered with his gore. Fortunate that this explosion was directed solely at himself. Otherwise, Morgan beneath him and the surrounding sailors would surely have faced dire consequences. An explosion? Reduced to a slurry of blood and flesh, it seemed to possess a semblance of life, beginning to writhe. Soon, all the blood coalesced into a singular sphere, from which sanguine tendrils swiftly extended, bones began to reform, and flesh regenerated, culminating in the reappearance of a wholly intact Zhang Fei. However, he now existed in a state of complete nudity. A monster indeed. The naval soldier, having never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle, fainted on the spot. How fragile are the hearts of men these days. I truly fear for the future of the Navy. It's a bit chilly. Zhang Fei shook his head, expressing his lament, and proceeded to remove Morgan's garments. "Is everything all right?" I heard the explosion. At that moment, several naval soldiers barged in, only to find the naked Zhang Fei disrobing Morgan, alongside a comatose naval soldier sprawled on the ground. My apologies for the interruption. Please, continue. Rest assured, we shall never speak of this." The soldiers hastily nodded, fearing for their own dignity, and rushed out in a flurry. Zhang Fei, with a furrowed brow, wished to explain, but the soldiers had already fled, leaving him no chance to clarify. Damn it, this misunderstanding has escalated. He cursed Morgan, for if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be in such a predicament, and he vented his frustrations by kicking Morgan a few times. Yet first, he decided to put on some clothing. After all, he felt rather exposed. After leaving Morgan in his undergarments, he began his disassembly project. With a hint of mild obsessive compulsiveness, he resolved to remove the wooden stick embedded in him. Following the self-detonation, the effects of 10 body tempering pills had been entirely absorbed, rendering him immensely powerful. Even facing an unscathed Morgan would be a trivial endeavor. Grasping the axe handle with determination, he forcefully extracted it, blood splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Morgan was unconscious and felt nothing. Otherwise, the pain would have been unbearable. After removing the axe as well, Zhang Fei felt a rush of exhilaration akin to sipping ice-cold cola, and he viciously detached the steel chin piece. Now utterly satisfied, Zhang Fei left the cell with renewed vigor. Without his axe, Morgan would likely be unable to achieve any of his life's glorious moments, least of all delivering a blow to Garp. Chapter 10. Departing for the Grand Line, what could this mysterious gift pack from the system be? Upon leaving the cell, Zhang Fei began to inquire about the enigmatic package. After a prolonged silence, the system offered no response. Has the system once again gone off to flirt with other system ladies? Zhang Fei mused, growing increasingly convinced of his theory that aside from him, there were other traversers, all possessing systems of their own. Ah, what a pity. Zhang Fei's system sneezed, currently engaged in a game of mahjong with other systems, seeking to win items or abilities that would enhance Zhang Fei's strength. Never mind, I shall examine this mysterious gift pack myself to uncover its true nature. Zhang Fei perused the description of the mysterious package. It contained abilities and items from myriad worlds, the specific contents available for extraction depending on one's fortune. So that's how it is. I wonder if my luck will serve me well. Let's take a look. I wish for Luffy to remain single for life. Awakening my royal bloodline. Zhang Fei resolved to open the mysterious gift pack, wagering his captain's future happiness to ensure he would obtain something worthwhile. Come forth, miracle, he exclaimed. Though his heart was laden with trepidation as he gazed at the opening gift, he acquired the Hand of God, which could render him invincible at the mahjong table. Upon seeing this, Zhang Fei's expression darkened. What use is this Hand of God in a world of pirates, where strength reigns supreme? Mahjong. Will this make me the king of the world? This is absurd. Is my luck truly this terrible? Or perhaps my sacrifices were insufficient. Maybe I need to summon Zoro. Oh well, something is better than nothing. I can always aim for another mysterious gift pack and include Zoro next time. Fortunately, Zhang Fei maintained a decent mindset and quickly recovered from the disappointment. However, after the self-explosion, a brilliant idea began to take shape in his mind. With his immortal ability, if he were to combine it with the powers of a paramecia exploding fruit, wouldn't he essentially become a human nuclear bomb? By embracing his opponent and utilizing the explosive fruit's capabilities, he could transform into a bomb, sending his adversary straight to oblivion. Even if he were reduced to ashes, he could resurrect, allowing for infinite self-detonation. No matter how strong the opponent, they would be unable to withstand it. Even admirals and emperors would falter. This plan held promise. Once the system returned, he would discuss the possibility of acquiring the exploding fruit. With this thought in mind, Zhang Fei walked with a newfound bounce in his step. Why are there so many Navy personnel gathered around? Zhang Fei noticed a throng of sailors near Li Xiang's residence, their purpose unclear. Were they perhaps expressing gratitude to Luffy for ridding them of Morgan? Approaching closer, he realized, to his astonishment, that Chang Wei was confronting Luffy, or rather, Luffy was confronting Kobe, and he quickly deduced the situation. I am well aware that you are not allies. Depart from this town immediately, a naval lieutenant boomed, urging Luffy and his companions to leave, as Garp would soon arrive. However, Zhang Fei learned that Luffy was Garp's grandson, yet he had become a pirate, leading the Navy to worry that Garp might prioritize justice over family and imprison Luffy. The townsfolk, witnessing the Navy's ingratitude, began to voice their discontent, berating the sailors for their lack of loyalty and calling them ungrateful scoundrels. Yet the naval soldiers remained unperturbed, enduring the villagers' insults. As they remained oblivious to the truth of the matter, Zhang Fei pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. Luffy noticed Zhang Fei, now clad in Morgan's ill-fitting attire. Hey, Zhang Fei, you're back. Why are you wearing Morgan's clothes? The clothes were damaged, and I had no replacements, so I had to wear his. Zhang Fei explained with a hint of resignation while adjusting the loose fabric. I see. We should leave this place. Understood, Captain. If you wish to capture me, feel free to try. Zoro, before departing, couldn't resist threatening the naval soldiers. As if they dared to, the Straw Hat Pirates were the town's saviors. Upon reaching the harbor, Luffy untied the ship's ropes. What terrible acting. It's no wonder you were seen through. Zoro sighed, commenting on Luffy's poor performance, which aimed to distance Kobe from himself, knowing that a pirate could never join the Navy. The matters ahead will be handled by Kobe. Luffy remained confident in Kobe's ability to manage the Navy. Zhang Fei gleaned the gist of their conversation but refrained from interjecting. Today is truly a splendid day for setting sail. It feels just like being a pirate without any concerns. Zoro gazed at the tranquil sea, voicing his sentiments. Ha. Quite right. Luffy erupted into hearty laughter, wholeheartedly agreeing with Zoro. Zhang Fei leapt onto the ship, uncertain if he would succumb to seasickness, as he gazed towards the street, anticipating that Kobe would soon come to express his gratitude. Sure enough, Kobe emerged, breathless and panting. "Luffy, thank you. I shall never forget this tremendous favor for the rest of my life." He then saluted with perfect military precision, loudly voicing his gratitude. It was the first time the Navy had ever expressed thanks to pirates. Zoro, witnessing this for the first time as well, remarked with a hint of amusement. Luffy chuckled mischievously, waving his arm. "Until we meet again, Kobe." As Kobe saluted back, a group of Navy officers appeared behind him, conveying their thanks to Zhang Fei and the others in their own manner. "Oh." Kobe was startled by the sudden appearance of the Navy. "Your friends are quite impressive." A Navy lieutenant praised the Straw Hat Pirates. "Indeed," came the reply. "However, our recent salute was a breach of military regulations. Thus we shall forfeit our rations for a week." The abrupt change in demeanor from the lieutenant left the other Navy personnel in shock, staring at him in disbelief. Amidst the Navy salutes, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail. "So, Zoro, how does it feel to be a pirate?" Zhang Fei asked with a calm smile. "Not bad," Zoro replied succinctly, his words reflecting his heart. Perhaps being a pirate was indeed a splendid choice, as long as one did not engage in any acts that contradicted their conscience. "Set sail, lads, towards the Grand Line," Luffy exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Arriving at the Navy base, he had found like-minded companions, brimming with anticipation for the Grand Line. "Aye, Captain," Zhang Fei responded, equally exhilarated by the prospect of a new adventure, feeling invigorated and empowered. The next companion they would encounter was Nami, and the mere thought of her made Zhang Fei's heart flutter. Embarking on this journey filled with hope, they overlooked the fact that there were 2 navigational novices among them, himself included, making a total of 3. Chapter 11. The Clown Buggy. "I'm so hungry," Luffy and Zoro lamented, lying on the deck, gazing up at the sky. Zhang Fei, however, was relatively unfazed. Possessing his immortality, he felt no pangs of hunger. "Honestly, you fools, you lack even the most basic nautical knowledge." Zoro couldn't help but complain. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow. "You, of all people, should not be criticizing others when you're directionally challenged. I must find a navigator, otherwise we will never reach the Grand Line," Zoro stated gravely. For a navigator is an indispensable ally for pirates. Without one, they would inevitably become lost at sea. "And we also need a cook and a musician," Luffy exclaimed, excitedly counting the types of companions he sought for the future. "Forget about that for now. We're on the verge of starving." Zoro fumed, exasperated by his captain's foolishness. Zhang Fei patted Zoro's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "In time, you will grow accustomed to it." Sigh. Zoro sighed in resignation. This was his decision, and he could not blame anyone else. "Oh look, a splendid bird in the sky. I'm going to catch it." With his stomach growling, Luffy's eyes sparkled at the sight of a large bird, swallowing hard as he exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than he stretched out his hands to grasp the sails and, utilizing their elasticity, propelled himself forward. Rubber, rubber, rocket. The sound of rushing air filled Zhang Fei's ears, and he wished to intervene, only to realize it was too late. As expected, Luffy began to cry for help. "No. Help. I'm being bitten." Soaring through the air, Luffy found himself captured by the great bird, which intended to take him back to its nest for a feast. "That fool. We must chase after him," Zhang Fei exclaimed, swiftly grabbing an oar and paddling with all his might. "What on earth are you doing, you idiot?" Zoro joined in, and the two began to exert themselves in pursuit of the dim-witted Luffy. "Hey, boat ahead. Please wait." At that moment, 3 individuals were floating in the sea, shouting for help. What is going on? How could someone fall overboard at this time? Zhang Fei pondered, unable to recall who these 3 were. "If you want to board, you need to swim over. We won't stop the ship," Zoro called out to the 3 in the water. With Luffy captured by the bird, they had no time to halt their vessel. "No way." The 3 overboard exclaimed in disbelief, yet in a bid to save their lives. They swam with all their strength and eventually boarded the ship. Gasping for breath, they finally secured their safety. "You actually climbed aboard," Zoro said, astonished. Zhang Fei scrutinized them, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place them. "Are you trying to get us killed?" barked the hat-wearing castaway, chastising Zoro for his lack of compassion. "What a brutish individual," another castaway muttered discontentedly. Once they regained some strength, they revealed their sinister side, brandishing a small knife and threatening Zhang Fei and Zoro. "Hey, stop the ship. We are underlings of Clown Buggy." At that moment, Zhang Fei finally connected the dots. They looked familiar because they were indeed Buggy's crew. Zoro and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, silently debating who would take action first. "You go ahead," Zhang Fei suggested, showing little interest in these lowly goons. However, with their presence, he and Zoro could enjoy a brief respite. utilizing them as free labor. Consequently, the three underlings of Clown Buggy, bruised and battered, each sporting a large bump on their heads, began rowing the boat with forced smiles. Haha, so you are Mr. Pirate Hunter Zoro. My apologies. We were blind to your greatness. Please forgive us. You made me lose track of my friend. Keep rowing until that fool lands. Zhang Fei demanded. How did you end up in the sea? Curious about how they had fallen overboard without any apparent reason, Zhang Fei inquired. Especially since there were no signs of a small boat nearby. Upon hearing this, their anger flared. It was all the fault of a certain wretched woman. That woman caused it. Indeed, that woman is to blame. Moreover, they described her as quite attractive. The reactions of the three varied. Two were furious, while one eyed the situation lecherously, clearly not up to any good. When the subject of women arose, Zhang Fei instinctively thought of Nami and continued to listen intently. After unraveling the tale, it appeared that these unfortunate souls had just returned from a robbery when they encountered Nami. Using her cunning, she deceived them, seizing their treasure-laden small boat amidst the chaos, and accurately predicting the impending storm, leading to their unfortunate situation. That is how it went down. Do you think she is being too unreasonable? The hat-wearing man lamented to Zhang Fei and Zoro, expressing his outrage about having their hard-earned loot swindled by her. She can predict the weather. That woman possesses considerable navigational knowledge, Zhang Fei mused, wondering if he could recruit her into their crew. Zoro, impressed by Nami's navigational prowess, even considered bringing her into his pirate crew. Zhang Fei was able to ascertain that the woman was indeed Nami, and he commanded the three unfortunate souls. Let us proceed to your captain. Aren't you going to seek out Luffy? Zoro asked, momentarily taken aback and filled with disbelief. Recalling the storyline, he was well aware of Luffy's likely location, right where Buggy the Clown was, and Nami would be there as well. It was easy enough to bring Nami along. Yes, Luffy is with Buggy the Clown. How do you know that? Zoro glanced at Zhang Fei, eager for an explanation. Zhang Fei merely smiled nonchalantly, saying nothing further. That's a secret. He certainly couldn't divulge that he had watched One Piece, could he? Seeing Zhang Fei's reticence, Zoro chose not to press the matter. Are you certain you wish to seek our captain? He is the man who consumed the legendary devil fruit, and his strength is quite formidable. The hat-wearing man, recalling his captain, felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, his eyes filled with trepidation. While Buggy's abilities were not particularly daunting, they posed a significant challenge for Zoro. Indeed, Buggy was not much of a threat, but the man possessed the Conqueror's haki and was destined to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, in the face of Luffy, the destined one, that Conqueror's haki seemed trivial, especially since Luffy had managed to defeat the Great Shiki. Is that so? Then I am quite curious to meet him, Zoro stated, now intrigued by Buggy and even contemplating testing his blade against him. Chapter 12, Inviting Nami. Nami, having stolen Buggy's treasure map, was desperately attempting to flee, pursued by pirates wielding weapons intent on capturing her. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the sky. Bang! A figure plummeted from above, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured everyone's vision and captured their attention. Someone has fallen from the sky, exclaimed a pirate, horrified. That person must be a mangled mess. As the dust settled, the one who had fallen was none other than Luffy. Being a rubber man, he was impervious to ordinary blows, and thus stood up unscathed, adjusting his hat and expressing his relief. Ah, I'm saved. The onlookers were astounded. Unable to comprehend how Luffy had emerged from such a fall without a scratch, it was utterly unbelievable. Nami pondered for a moment, and upon recalling Luffy's miraculous survival, devised a plan to shake off her pursuers. Captain, you handle things from here, she called out, before turning to flee, vanishing in a puff of smoke, leaving Luffy momentarily bewildered. Hey, that woman got away. No need to pursue. Her captain is still here. Quite right. This saves us quite a bit of effort. Luffy stood surrounded by 3 burly men who swung a punch at his head, yet the blow failed to harm him and instead knocked his precious straw hat away. This incited Luffy's wrath, and with a powerful counterpunch, he struck the assailant squarely in the face, sending him flying. Don't you dare touch my treasure, Luffy exclaimed, catching his hat with his other hand, a flicker of anger crossing his face. How outrageous. The other 2, witnessing their comrade's defeat, sought revenge. The outcome was predictable. They were no match for Luffy, and in mere moments, he dispatched them all. Nami, having appeared from an unknown location, perched on a balcony with her legs dangling, was impressed by Luffy's strength and sought to collaborate with him. You're remarkable, defeating them with your bare hands. Luffy looked at her quizzically, as he didn't recognize her. Hey, who are you? I'm a thief specializing in stealing from pirates. My name is Nami. How about we team up? A thief specializing in stealing from pirates? Luffy had never heard of such a thief before. Indeed, I specifically pilfer treasures from pirates. Partnering with me will surely lead to great wealth. Nami showed no hesitation in revealing her intentions. She sought Luffy's strength to deal with Buggy, making it easier for her to make her move. Luffy, however, was unimpressed, believing treasures should be seized through one's own efforts, not through theft. No thanks. I'm not interested in teaming up, he declared, turning away. Undeterred, Nami leaped down from the balcony, unwilling to give up. If she could steal Buggy's treasure, she might gather 100 million berries, thus continuing to entice Luffy. Wait, what is that hat? You seemed upset about it earlier. Is it valuable? Oh, it's a treasure. Does it contain jewels? Nami incessantly pressed Luffy for details about the contents of his straw hat. This is annoying. I'm quite busy, Luffy replied, growing impatient with Nami's incessant chatter. Fate had brought Luffy and Nami together, after all. With the aid of the three unfortunate souls, Zhang Fei finally arrived at Orange Island, the very island where Buggy the Clown resided. He leapt from the ship, stretching his limbs as his spine cracked satisfyingly. At last, we arrived. It's much more comfortable on land. Come on, let us hurry and meet your captain. Our captain is there as well. Currently, Luffy had been captured by Buggy. Zoro, next, might need to draw his blade. Oh, is that so? Perfect, I could use some exercise. Zoro placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, eager to engage. As they approached Buggy's pirate ship, a sudden barrage of cannon fire erupted, and they witnessed rows of houses being torn apart by cannonballs. Observing the devastation in the streets, they realized that Luffy was in peril. Zoro, Luffy is in danger. We must hurry. Upon boarding Buggy's ship, they saw Buggy's subordinates battling with wooden sticks, while a cannon aimed directly at Luffy had its fuse still burning. As the fuse neared its end, Luffy was on the verge of being blown to bits, desperately attempting to gnaw through the iron cage, shouting, I refuse to die here. Nami, disregarding the pirates, knew she could not allow Luffy to perish because of her. She dropped her wooden stick and turned to grasp the burning fuse with both hands. Though the fuse had ceased to burn, the heat released scorched her palms. Seizing the opportunity, the pirates surged forward, intent on killing Nami. At that moment, Zoro charged in, using the sheath of his sword to fend them off. Zoro, you've come, Luffy exclaimed, joy flooding his heart at the sight of his ally. Hey, Luffy, are you having fun? Zhang Fei strolled over at a leisurely pace, greeting Luffy warmly. Zhang Fei, you're here too, Luffy replied with a goofy grin, the tension that had gripped him dissipating entirely. Noticing Nami's injury, he hurried to her side, squatting down with a light tone. Hey, beautiful, is your hand all right? Let me see. Without regard for Nami's willingness, Zhang Fei took her hand to examine it, discovering that her palm was indeed burned. Nami gazed at Zhang Fei in confusion, her heart racing with trepidation. She was particularly apprehensive about the potential retaliation from Luffy's comrades, as she perceived all pirates to be utterly wicked individuals. Zhang Fei, noticing the fluctuation of Nami's emotions, adopted a more amiable tone, shedding his earlier frivolity. Rest assured, we harbor no intention of causing you harm. After all, you are exceptionally beautiful, and you are destined to be our navigator. We shall treat you with utmost respect. If there are those you find displeasing, I shall gladly assist you in dealing with them. Zhang Fei patted his chest in assurance. He was no longer the feeble individual he once was. Having consumed the body refinement pill, he now possessed formidable defensive capabilities and strength beyond the ordinary. Nami regarded Zhang Fei with disbelief, but upon meeting his earnest gaze, she sensed his sincerity, devoid of any deceit. Observing her lingering hesitation, Zhang Fei unveiled his trump card. If you join us, all the treasures owned by the clown Buggy will belong to you. Chapter 13, A Blow Too Weak. Greedy for wealth. Nami's pupils rapidly transformed into dollar signs. Anything could be negotiated for a price. With her relationship with Buggy deteriorating, it seemed more prudent to acquiesce to their demands and escape when the opportunity arose. No problem, as long as there's money involved. It's settled then, our navigator, Zhang Fei declared, unperturbed by the prospect of Nami fleeing. He could always recapture her and deal with Arlong later. You truly are impressive, Zhang Fei. Managing to persuade Nami to join us, Luffy chuckled, welcoming Nami into their ranks, thrilled to have gained another member for his pirate crew. What are you all discussing? How dare you covet my treasures? You are courting death. Buggy, having overheard their conversation, was incensed that they would dare to plot against his riches. Infuriated, Buggy had initially intended to win over Zoro, but now he had no intention of allowing a greedy individual to join his crew. Die, you fools. He hurled 6 small knives at Zhang Fei, which flew towards him like arrows. Zoro, standing nearby, refrained from drawing his sword, knowing Zhang Fei was impervious to death and saw no need to intervene. Danger. Nami screamed in terror as the knives approached. Zhang Fei sensed the flying blades and shielded Nami with his body. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 knives failed to inflict any harm on Zhang Fei, leaving no marks, only tearing through his military uniform. What? Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Fei. How could such a being, with a body as resilient as steel, exist in the East Blue? Creatures of such caliber should dwell in the Grand Line, not in the notoriously weak East Blue. It was utterly nonsensical. To Zhang Fei, the attack was inconsequential, a mere scratch, for the body refinement pill he consumed was a product of the cultivation realm, and having ingested 10 of them, his body was nearly overwhelmed by the potency of the medicine, threatening to shatter him into a bloody mist. Are you attempting to give me a massage, Buggy? Zhang Fei mocked. Impressive, Nami thought. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Zhang Fei, a peculiar feeling rising within her. Perhaps he could indeed defeat Arlong. Buggy, humiliated by Zhang Fei's taunt, glared furiously, his forehead veins bulging with rage, wishing to rend apart this insolent man. You lot, attack. Enraged, Buggy abandoned any pretense of dignity, intent on taking Zhang Fei's life. Zoro, hold him off for a moment. I will assist Luffy, Zhang Fei commanded. Understood. Zoro drew his sword, preparing to buy Zhang Fei some time. By the way, Buggy has consumed the chop-chop fruit, making him a split person. Sharp weapons cannot harm him, so be cautious. Zhang Fei recalled Buggy's abilities and felt it prudent to warn Zoro to avoid unnecessary complications. Devil fruit. How troublesome, Zoro grumbled, realizing he was at a disadvantage against Buggy's powers. He would have to rely on blunt objects or his fists to engage. What? I thought devil fruits were mere legends. I never imagined they were real. Nami, witnessing a devil fruit power for the first time, had always believed them to be fictional. Nami, you should just stay back and observe. Let the men handle the fighting, Zhang Fei said, patting her shoulder before striding toward Luffy. Such a gentleman you are, Mr. Zhang Fei, Nami mused, having never encountered a pirate quite like him. His character was several hundred times better than Arlong's. Perhaps joining them would indeed be a wise choice. Zhang Fei, do you have a way to unlock this iron cage? Luffy grinned broadly, his eyes full of innocence, believing Zhang Fei could free him from his confinement. This is simple, Zhang Fei replied mysteriously, gripping the iron bars, intent on prying open the cage. Ha ha ha, you think you can break open this cage with brute force? That's utterly delusional. Buggy scoffed, doubting Zhang Fei's chances of success. Ignoring Buggy's taunts, Zhang Fei exerted his strength, the iron bars bending swiftly under his might, creating an opening. Pleased with his handiwork, Zhang Fei silently praised the efficacy of the body refinement pill. How is this possible? Buggy's eyes bulged like copper bells as he fixated on the bent iron bars, bewildered by this extraordinary strength. All right, Luffy, quickly come out. As captain, you must show the newly appointed navigator the prowess of our captain by defeating Buggy. Rest assured, Zhang Fei, I'll send him flying. Luffy, now liberated, stretched his limbs, ready to demonstrate his abilities. The reason Zhang Fei refrained from battling Buggy himself was merely to provide Luffy with practical experience. He was still too weak, and gaining some combat experience would benefit him greatly. Seeing Luffy freed, Buggy was seething with rage, especially when he spotted Luffy's straw hat, which only fueled his fury and reminded him of that damned Shanks. Damn brat. Kabaji, Moji, we're coming, Captain Buggy. Kabaji rode in on a unicycle, wielding a long knife, while Moji rode on Richie, the lion, as they emerged from the shadows. Zhang Fei, sensing the excitement of the moment, stepped aside, allowing for a clash of titans. I'll handle the one with the long bangs. You take care of the one riding the lion. No problem. You are quite arrogant. Richie, kill this fool. Moji commanded as Richie opened his gory jaws, aiming to crush Zhang Fei's skull. To Zhang Fei, Richie's movements were painfully slow. He effortlessly sidestepped the foul breath attack. As Richie turned sideways, Zhang Fei clenched his fist and launched a downward strike towards Richie's head. Boom. The power encapsulated within the fist proved insurmountable for Richie, as a tremendous impact rendered him instantly dazed, his entire head sinking into the ship's deck. He lay there, motionless, akin to a lifeless fish. Richie? Mauchi exclaimed in disbelief, his body trembling slightly. What kind of monstrous strength was this? A single punch had incapacitated Richie, and worse still, it had been a lethal blow. He swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with fear, losing the courage to continue battling Zhang Fei. Truly, he was a fragile opponent. Zhang Fei clapped his hands, astonished by Richie's fragility. Chapter 14. The frivolous Zhang Fei. At that moment, Mauchi felt a retreating instinct, instinctively stepping back with his right foot. After all, he was acutely aware of Richie's capabilities. Richie's palm strikes could effortlessly shatter stone. Yet before Zhang Fei, he was utterly powerless. The captain was also present, unwilling to flee, for he knew that the clown Buggy would not spare him. I didn't expect you to be so formidable, Zoro remarked, intrigued by Zhang Fei. During their time at the naval base, Zhang Fei's displayed prowess had not been comparable to his current might, which seemed to ascend like a rocket. Was it that Zhang Fei had concealed his true strength at the naval base? This only deepened Zoro's curiosity, leaving him unable to decipher Zhang Fei, much like a blind man attempting to cross a river by feeling for stones. Not too shabby, Zhang Fei chuckled. Now it's my turn. Luffy swung his arm, eagerly charging at the clown Buggy. Rubber pistol. Luffy initiated the assault, his arm extending rapidly towards Buggy's chest. Startled, Buggy utilized his split ability, hastily separating his upper and lower halves to evade Luffy's fist. You little brat, you're also a devil fruit user. Buggy exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Luffy. Reclaiming his arm, Luffy smiled while adjusting his straw hat. I'm a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. What? Nami looked at Luffy in disbelief, pondering how she had encountered so many devil fruit users in one day. The enraged Buggy, incensed by Luffy's grin, felt mocked. Now it's my turn. Are you ready? Zoro, wielding ordinary swords in a two-sword style against Kabaji, clearly was not taking the confrontation seriously. Humph. Acrobatics, the steam murder incident. Kabaji snorted arrogantly, showing no regard for Zoro, as he rapidly spun his right arm, whipping up a cloud of dust to obscure his form. Seizing the moment when Zoro's vision was compromised, he swiftly swung his long knife, the sound of the blade slicing through the air resonating sharply. Such trivial tricks could not harm him. Zoro raised his twin blades to block Kabaji's long knife. Clang! The clash of metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. What a ridiculous circus act, fit only for children. Zoro scoffed at Kabaji's antics, deeming them utterly ineffectual. Kabaji, an opportunist, seized the chance while Zoro was occupied with blocking his long knife and delivered a swift kick. Zoro raised an eyebrow, immediately deflecting Kabaji's long knife and retreating to create distance, narrowly avoiding Kabaji's low blow. You treacherous scoundrel. Zoro's eyes burned with fury, clearly incensed by Kabaji's sneak attack. He drew the Wado Ikemanji, intent on ending Kabaji with a three-sword style. Rorinoa Zoro, is it? Sharp reflexes, however. I am not lacking either. Kabaji produced a spinning top and hurled it towards Zoro, unleashing a barrage of tops that flew at him like darts. Unlike the original narrative, Zoro was in peak condition, having evaded Buggy's ambush. With a few swift movements, he sliced through the incoming tops effortlessly. Boring skill. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Fei could not contain his disdain and turned to Nami. Let's search for Buggy's treasure. We can leave this to them. You won't get away with this. Buggy snarled, infuriated at Zhang Fei's intention to seize his treasure, wishing he could flay him alive for daring to covet what was his. Employing his split ability, he detached his right hand, wielding a dagger aimed at Zhang Fei's throat. Luffy would not stand idly by. He placed his foot firmly on Buggy's severed hand. The sudden pain forced a cry from Buggy. Leave this to us, Zhang Fei. Take our navigator and go for the treasure. Then we shall, Zhang Fei replied confidently. Buggy, unwilling to allow them to abscond with his treasure, hastily separated his lower half, deploying a concealed knife from his foot, launching it at Zhang Fei and his companions like a windmill. Zhang Fei's expression turned serious. Buggy was proving to be quite a nuisance. I merely seek your treasure. Must you obstruct me so? Buggy retorted. Listen, is this the voice of a human? Clenching his fist, he launched a decisive blow at the unsuspecting Buggy. Buggy rolled on the ground in agony, tears streaming like a fountain. Luffy, witnessing Buggy's suffering, gasped, Must you be so ruthless? Now, no one dares to obstruct us. Zhang Fei declared. Let us go, Nami. Seizing Nami's hand, he led her away while she remained momentarily stunned. Oh, she exclaimed, following Zhang Fei in search of treasure. Are you not going to help them? Nami questioned Zhang Fei's intent, aware that Buggy, a devil fruit user, possessed considerable strength. No need. Trust in our comrades. If they cannot handle this minor inconvenience, they need not aspire to become the pirate king, Zhang Fei asserted decisively, brimming with confidence in his allies. He continued, if they require assistance against such a feeble opponent, they would be better off returning home to avoid embarrassment. Indeed, if we cannot overcome this, what right do I have to call myself the pirate king? Luffy concurred with Zhang Fei's sentiments. Looks like I must conclude this swiftly to avoid being looked down upon. Zoro resolved, preparing to dispatch Kabaji in one fell swoop, for how else could he realize his dreams? Observing the determination of the two, Zhang Fei felt assured of their success. He chose to disregard the unfolding chaos, focusing instead on guiding Nami towards their sweet quest for treasure. As for Mauchi, without Richie, He was but a mere waste, not worthy of further consideration. Thus, Zhang Fei and Nami vanished from sight. Curse you! I will slay you all. Buggy seethed with rage, vowing to eliminate the straw-hatted brat before his treasure could be snatched away. Nami, do you know where their treasure is located? Zhang Fei inquired, recognizing the wisdom in consulting Nami, an expert in such matters. I know. Buggy's treasure is stored in the central courtyard of Orange Town, but it is heavily guarded. Should we attempt to steal it? Steal? Why bother? You have me. We can simply take it, Zhang Fei replied confidently, assured in his abilities, wishing only to avoid encounters with anyone of the strength of a naval captain or possessing Logia abilities. By the way, you may release me now. Ah ha ha. I beg your pardon for becoming quite enamored, especially given your endearing charm, which instinctively inspires a desire to protect you. Zhang Fei complimented Nami's beauty, casually concocting an excuse for himself. Chapter 15, Luffy's heart-piercing black tiger. Nami felt her face flush with embarrassment. She had never heard such sweet words before, her eyes brimming with shyness as she turned away, wishing to conceal her bashful demeanor from Zhang Fei. What nonsense are you spouting? Observing Nami's adorable posture, Zhang Fei couldn't help but tease further, recalling her unfortunate background that evoked a powerful urge to shield her. I am not speaking nonsense. What I say is but the truth. Humph. Nami feigned a scoff, attempting to mask her inner delight. As a woman, she naturally relished the compliments regarding her beauty. It appeared her allure indeed held a certain fascination for men. I see you're at a loss for words. Are you perhaps feeling shy? Just so happens I possess a talent that could make you even more bashful. Nami, would you care to experience it? Such shameless banter could only emanate from Zhang Fei, who, endowed with the superior genes of Zhang San, clearly found little concern for social decorum. What on earth are you thinking? Nami's cheeks burned, her mind racing with the implication that Zhang Fei might be suggesting something inappropriate, her indignation boiling over. I merely wish to continue holding your hand. Are you the one misinterpreting things, Nami? Zhang Fei jested, eager to witness Nami's flustered reaction. Upon hearing this, Nami's neck flushed crimson, akin to a steam engine ready to burst, realizing her misinterpretation. To prevent Zhang Fei from detecting her embarrassment, she hurriedly clarified, no way. Zhang Fei's radiant laughter filled the air as he noted the wavering confidence in her voice, affirming his suspicion that she had indeed misunderstood. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Nami asserted with unwavering conviction, refusing to concede that her thoughts had strayed into inappropriate territory. For heaven's sake, if you intend to flaunt your affections, kindly do so elsewhere. Your display is making my skin crawl. Do you believe I won't cleave you in two? The pirate guarding the treasure could no longer tolerate the sight of this infuriating couple. Zhang Fei remained unfazed, while Nami, her face aflame, felt wronged by the misconception of them as a couple. After all, she had only recently met Zhang Fei. How could they possibly be romantically involved? Zhang Fei, this is all your fault for causing such misunderstandings. Nami chastised him. Damn it, if you persist, I swear I'll deal with you myself. Just then, a pirate from Buggy's crew charged forth, brandishing a sharp blade, intent on dispatching the offending couple. Zhang Fei scoffed, you think you can harm me? How preposterous. He clenched his fist, and, at the moment the blade descended, retaliated with a mighty punch. Bang! The sound echoed as his powerful fist struck the pirate's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge and his body to crumple like a cannonball, crashing through a wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. The defeated pirate lay sprawled, dazed. Frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolled back. Witnessing Zhang Fei's sheer brutality, Nami's initial embarrassment evaporated, replaced by astonishment as she swallowed hard, gazing at him in disbelief. What strength! Perhaps Zhang Fei could indeed defeat Arlong. The other two treasure guardians, witnessing Zhang Fei's terrifying prowess, were rendered speechless, their bodies trembling in fear of attracting his ire. If they fled, the treasure would be lost, and they would surely face Buggy's wrath. Thus, they chose to knock themselves unconscious, providing themselves a plausible excuse for their cowardice. Under Zhang Fei and Nami's watchful eyes, the two exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously struck their heads against the ground, both collapsing, feigning unconsciousness. What has happened to them? Nami pointed at the two, utterly perplexed by their behavior, while Zhang Fei, understanding their predicament, wore a faint smile. Well then, the treasure is now yours. Zhang Fei gestured toward the pile of treasure chests within the room. At the mention of treasure, Nami's demeanor transformed, her eyes sparkling with dollar signs as she eagerly dashed inside, dividing the treasures into two portions, one for herself and the other for the townsfolk of Orange Town, who desperately needed funds for repairs. Here, we shall leave this for the town mayor. Nami handed Zhang Fei a bag filled with half the treasure. Truly, you are a remarkable navigator, possessing a heart of gold. Spare me the flattery. I wonder if Luffy will be able to defeat Buggy. A flicker of concern crossed Nami's eyes. If Luffy failed to vanquish them, the townspeople would fall once again into Buggy's clutches, just as her own homeland had. Have faith. You must believe in our captain. Though he is a fool, he is a person worthy of trust. Zhang Fei sought to allay Nami's fears, convinced that, according to the unfolding events, Buggy would ultimately fall to Luffy. Is he truly deserving of such faith? Nami inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding the man who inspired such confidence. In time, you will come to understand, Nami. If you share your past with our captain, he will not hesitate to help you defeat Arlong. Zhang Fei deliberately left a tantalizing hint. How do you know about Arlong? Nami's eyes widened, eager to glean more information from Zhang Fei. There is nothing I do not know, and Arlong is no match for us. Nami, you can trust us. Nami fell into deep contemplation, aware of the risks. Should Zhang Fei prove incapable of defeating Arlong, the villagers of Cocoa West would bear the brunt of the consequences. She could not endanger them. Zhang Fei, perceiving her hesitation, continued to coax her. I know you remain skeptical, Nami, but I shall dispel your doubts. Time is on our side, and eventually, you will witness our true selves. His tone was gentle, unexpectedly touching Nami's heart. Years of pent-up grievances surged forth, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a dam bursting. Zhang Fei set down the treasure and offered Nami a sturdy shoulder, the support she desperately needed. Over the years, she had suppressed her pain, using it as fuel for her growth. Yet now someone was willing to stand beside her, rekindling the warmth she once felt from Belmere. Her heart swelled with warmth. But she remained hesitant to allow Zhang Fei and his companions to confront Arlong, fearing they might not withstand the challenge and ultimately perish. Moreover, they had only recently met. She could not bear to be the cause of their demise. Hey, Zhang Fei, we're back. Did you find the treasure? Luffy approached with a carefree stride, brimming with pride, accompanied by Zoro. Nami, why are you crying? Did Zhang Fei bully you? Allow me, your captain, to deal with him, Zhang Fei. Prepare yourself for the Black Tiger heart-piercing technique. Luffy, seeing Nami's reddened eyes, mistakenly assumed Zhang Fei had mistreated her and prepared to confront him. With Luffy's boisterous presence, the previously somber atmosphere lightened, a smile breaking through Nami's face. Chapter 16. Go and tear him apart. So that is how it is. Zhang Fei. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luffy placed his hand atop his straw hat, chiding Zhang Fei for not revealing the truth sooner. Zhang Fei cast a sidelong glance at Luffy, clearly incensed that it was Luffy who had launched an unprovoked attack. Yet now he dared to blame him for not clarifying the situation. The explanation, of course, came from Nami herself, although she refrained from discussing Arlong's matters. As she was still evaluating the Straw Hat Pirates, what had become of the clown Buggy? Zhang Fei pondered the fate of Buggy, knowing well that Luffy had bested him. But with the storyline altered by his own actions, everything had become uncertain. That big-nosed fool was sent flying by me, Luffy boasted, reveling in his triumph. It seemed that Buggy could not escape the fate of being launched away. By the way, are you holding treasure? Luffy inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the riches in Nami's grasp. This was the first time he had encountered treasure since setting sail. Indeed. But this is all mine, so don't even think about it, Nami declared, clutching the treasure tightly, fearful that Luffy might seize it. Zhang Fei had promised Nami that Buggy's treasure would belong to her, with the condition that she would join his pirate crew. Naturally, Luffy had no intention of contesting this. He would never resort to stealing from his comrades. Rest assured, I won't steal it. But what about that pile of treasure over there? Luffy pointed to another heap of riches on the ground, a grin spreading across his face, as his thoughts turned to taking it for himself if no one was watching. You shouldn't think about that treasure, Luffy, it's Nami's. It was separated from Buggy's treasure to cover the costs of repairing Orange Town, Zhang Fei interjected, cutting short Luffy's daydreams. At the same time, Luffy found himself increasingly impressed by Nami as a companion. Her kindness resonated with him, and since it was meant for Orange Town, he resolved not to touch it. Well then, let it be. Seeing Luffy relinquish his desire for that pile of treasures, Nami understood Zhang Fei's words about Luffy. No wonder someone like him would choose to follow him. In truth, Zhang Fei had joined Luffy's crew for a task from the system, but for someone like him, who had largely been idle, joining the Straw Hat Pirates had proven quite enjoyable, allowing him to witness Luffy's vibrant spirit. Let us set forth to the mayor's house, and then venture out to sea. On the vast ocean, Luffy and Zoro piloted a small boat, while Zhang Fei and Nami navigated a commandeered pirate vessel, journeying toward uncharted waters. Ahead lay a deserted island. Charge forth. There might be food, and we could encounter new comrades. Across the boundless sea, Luffy spotted an island not far ahead and began to row towards it. Wait for me, Nami exclaimed, exasperated by Luffy's reckless enthusiasm, feeling her head spinning, and then turned to Zhang Fei to vent her frustrations. Is this what you call a captain? Zhang Fei shrugged, gazing ahead at the island with a smile. Isn't having such a captain quite amusing? Nami, at a loss for words, chose not to retort. Even if trouble arose on the deserted island, she knew Zhang Fei would protect her, and she felt no need for further concern. We've arrived at the island, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, ready to embark on an adventure. But all there is on this island is forest. How can we find new comrades here? Nami surveyed the desolate island. Devoid of life or resources, Zhang Fei stared at the island, struggling to recall the storyline. Moreover, this was not Usopp's island. And ultimately, he decided to abandon his thoughts and let things unfold naturally. Hey Zoro, come down. Luffy called to Zoro, who had fallen asleep. Don't worry about Zoro. He is already out cold. We can go on without him. Fine, let us leave him be then. Onward, Luffy suggested, convinced that there might be someone deeper in the forest. How could there be anyone on such a deserted island? Nami doubted, asserting that there was nothing here. Just then, as Nami finished speaking, a fox with a comb-like crest emerged, which astonished Zhang Fei, who murmured in awe, his gaze fixed on the peculiar creature. For such an animal did not exist on Earth. Truly, this pirate world is marvelous. There is every kind of creature. Shortly thereafter, Luffy discovered another oddity and seized it, revealing a snake with rabbit ears. Hey, look at this strange rabbit. That's a snake, isn't it? Zhang Fei observed intently at the bizarre snake in Luffy's hand. Realizing that this island was indeed peculiar, Nami too found herself bewildered by the creatures on the island. What on earth is this? Ah, there's even a lion over there. A pig with a lion's mane emerged. Just as Zhang Fei was about to commend the wonders of nature, a voice echoed through the forest. Who are you? I am the guardian of this forest. You are unwelcome here. Please leave. If you take another step forward, you shall face the forest's wrath. Luffy, however, was not one to be intimidated by such ominous warnings and retorted without hesitation. Who do you think you are? I don't believe you. Meanwhile, Nami raised her fists, cautiously bracing for the presence lurking within the forest, retreating to Zhang Fei's side, finding solace only in his proximity. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fei pulled Nami into his embrace, assuring her, "Don't worry, I am here." Nami attempted to resist, but her strength was insufficient to break free, so she resigned herself, trusting Zhang Fei to protect her. You better keep me safe, otherwise, we're going to have a serious problem. Rest assured, I've got everything under control. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Luffy, causing a bulge to form on the impacted area before ricocheting into the sky. Fortunately, Luffy was a rubber man, otherwise, that shot could have seriously injured him. He exhaled a sigh of relief. That startled me. How infuriating. The bullet came from over there, Nami pointed out, her keen eyes noticing the direction of the shot, and then shoving Zhang Fei aside to indicate where it originated. The group turned to see a treasure chest with an explosive hairstyle. Once discovered, the chest suddenly sprouted a pair of legs and began to flee. The chest is moving. Quick, chase after it. The explosive-haired treasure chest had barely gotten far before tripping over a stone. It was then that everyone realized this chest was actually a person trapped inside. Yet, a whisper, almost demonic in nature, echoed in Zhang Fei's ears. Hurry, open him up. Hurry. Chapter 17, The Furious Zoro. Unable to withstand the sinister whisper any longer, Zhang Fei resolved to pry open the treasure chest. His predatory gaze instilled fear in Nami, who stood nearby. Help me up, called the explosive-haired treasure chest man, resembling a turtle flipped onto its back, without assistance. He found it impossible to right himself and could only shout for help. What an arrogant fellow, Nami remarked, stepping forward to observe the immobilized treasure chest man. What a peculiar character. Luffy laughed heartily at the sight of the treasure chest man, finding him quite amusing. Zhang Fei licked his lips, a devilish grin spreading across his face, which only served to heighten the atmosphere of fear. Upon encountering the explosive-haired treasure chest man, Zhang Fei's smile instilled a sense of dread, causing him to tremble in fear, pondering whether he had crossed paths with a pervert. Subsequently, Zhang Fei extended his hand, attempting to extract the treasure chest man from his confining box. However, it appeared that his skin had become fused with the chest, and forcibly pulling him out would likely result in the painful tearing of his flesh. Ah, this is excruciating. You cannot extract me this way. If you do, my body will surely suffer. The explosive-haired treasure chest man vociferously reprimanded Zhang Fei for his violent approach. Luffy approached to assist him, while Zhang Fei contemplated the means by which he could detach the chest from the man's body. If he failed to do so, the poor fellow might remain in torment for the rest of his days. The explosive-haired treasure chest man began to recount his misfortunes, But Zhang Fei's mind drifted towards gruesome thoughts of dismemberment, which he quickly dismissed. The only remaining option, it seemed, was to slice the chest away, either in one fell swoop or gradually. With a newfound resolve, Zhang Fei darted back to the small vessel, seizing a knife from Zoro, who was still asleep. As Zhang Fei approached wielding the blade, the treasure chest man quaked in terror and attempted to flee. Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Don't act rashly. He hasn't harmed me. There's no need for such measures. Luffy exclaimed, hastily intervening, believing Zhang Fei sought revenge for a previous injury. Even Nami could no longer bear the scene and voiced her disapproval of Zhang Fei's intentions. Zhang Fei, what are you thinking? Luffy isn't blaming him. Why do you still wish to harm him? Realizing that Nami and Luffy had misunderstood, Zhang Fei clarified, you have it all wrong. I intend to use the knife to dismantle the treasure chest affixed to him. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's explanation, both Luffy and Nami exhaled with relief, understanding the true nature of his intentions. What? You want to take apart the chest? That's impossible. The treasure chest man flatly rejected the notion. Yet Zhang Fei was not swayed by his words and commanded Luffy, help me restrain him. I must remove that chest. If the chest were forcibly removed, it could spell disaster for the treasure chest man. Luffy recalled the man's earlier warnings and hesitated, uncertain of the potential consequences. Observing Luffy's conflicted expression, Zhang Fei reassured him. Do not worry. He will not perish. At most, he will lose some skin. Is that true? You mustn't deceive me, Zhang Fei. Luffy implored. Why would I lie to you? With Zhang Fei's assurance, Luffy resolved to aid him, finding the chest equally displeasing. The treasure chest man, terrified, fled in a desperate bid for survival. Nami, too exasperated to intervene, allowed the chaos to unfold, trusting Zhang Fei's promise that no lives would be lost. To her surprise, she discovered a different facet of Zhang Fei, which left her astounded. With Luffy's assistance, the treasure chest man was quickly apprehended, deprived of any chance to escape. Do not come near, he cried. But the possessed Zhang Fei disregarded his pleas, methodically slicing away the chest. In a manner reminiscent of a wronged maiden, the treasure chest man struggled against his bindings. Yet as he felt no pain, he soon realized that Zhang Fei and his companions were not employing brute force, but rather were carefully detaching the chest from his body. Ultimately, he relinquished his resistance, allowing Zhang Fei and the others to liberate him from the confinement he had endured for 20 long years. Fortunately, after 2 decades of exposure to the elements, the exterior of the chest had begun to deteriorate, facilitating its removal. After an arduous effort, Zhang Fei finally succeeded in dismantling the treasure chest from the man, a profound sense of relief washing over him. You are now free to move your limbs. Although your skin may still be adhered with some branches or similar objects, you can gradually separate yourself. Soon, you will be able to walk like a normal person again. Overcome with joy, the treasure chest man wept, exclaiming, It has been 20 years, 20 entire years. I can finally reclaim my life. I am eternally grateful to you all. Think nothing of it, Luffy replied, wiping his nose with a finger, clearly relishing the gratitude bestowed upon them. Zhang Fei, however, was indifferent to the thanks. His sole desire had been to liberate the treasure chest man. While the man retained his former appearance, he would require time to readjust, and his skin still bore remnants of wood shavings. If he had sandpaper, he could smooth it away, but for now, he would have to rely on cellular regeneration. Remarkably, you managed to extricate him. Truly impressive, Nami remarked, observing the fruits of their labor. However, the sight of the treasure chest man was somewhat disconcerting. His clothing had long since vanished, leaving him in a state of undress. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Nami, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity for a date on this deserted island? Zhang Fei proposed, buoyed by his good spirits. Nami waved her hand dismissively, stating, There's nothing here worth a date. I think I'll return to the ship instead. Very well, then. I shall accompany you. I still need to return Zoro's knife. Zhang Fei replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He then turned to Luffy. What about you? I'll wait a moment, Luffy responded. Left to his own devices, Zhang Fei began to tease Nami, showering her with cheesy compliments, causing her ears to redden and her cheeks to flush. Embarrassed. This was the side of Nami that Zhang Fei most adored. Goodness, will you two never cease? I now regret coming aboard. Zoro grumbled, awakened by Zhang Fei's incessant banter, utterly disgusted by the sappy dialogue. What business is it of yours? Just go back to sleep, Zhang Fei retorted. Chapter 18, Usopp. When Luffy returned, he was accompanied by the rejuvenated treasure chest man, who brought with him an abundance of fruits and fresh water. Evidently, as a token of gratitude for Zhang Fei's monumental kindness, fruits and fresh water are essential resources for seafaring. Without fruits to replenish vitamins, one risks scurvy. and fresh water is indispensable for sustaining life. For Zhang Fei, possessing the ability of immortality meant that he could survive without food or drink. After exchanging pleasantries with the treasure chest man, the Straw Hat Pirates embarked on their next adventure. Reclining on the ship's deck, Zhang Fei basked in the sunlight, anticipating the arrival of Usopp. However, he pondered the peculiarities of the system. Why had it been inactive for several days, failing to provide any tasks? Without tasks, how was he to grow stronger? Zhang Fei felt as though he had suffered a significant loss, contemplating whether he should flirt with the system's sister from the neighboring world. As it seemed unreliable, Zhang Fei began to express his grievances regarding the system's negligence, and at that moment, the system, engrossed in a game of mahjong, abruptly sneezed. "Oh, someone is speaking of me. Ah, it's merely the host. No need to worry. You won't perish," it shrugged off, returning to its mahjong pursuits, striving to fulfill Zhang Fei's task rewards. As Zhang Fei lamented the system, Nami and Luffy engaged in discussion about the Grand Line and the prospect of acquiring a larger ship. Ultimately, they resolved to journey southward to a village in hopes of finding a suitable vessel. However, what truly occupies Luffy's mind is the prospect of meat. In Syrup Village, Usopp continues to entertain the villagers with his antics, fabricating tales of pirate invasions. Infuriated upon discovering they have been duped yet again, the villagers brandish brooms and pursue Usopp. This is bad. Real pirates have indeed arrived. Onion rushes over to report to Usopp. Carrot and Pepper, standing beside Usopp, dismiss Onion's claim, convinced it is merely another fabrication. It must be a joke, right? No, it's true. That's the mark of the clown Buggy. Onion insists with unwavering certainty. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Usopp repeatedly inquires, only to realize that the supposed pirates are not Buggy, but rather his future companions, Luffy and the others. Oh no, it's time for snacks. Usopp, eager to escape, is halted by the three children, leaving him no choice but to pause. Don't run away. Usopp tries to explain his sudden flight, but the trio is naturally skeptical of his excuses. I have a disease that makes me perish if I don't get my snacks. Liar. Captain, aren't you aspiring to be a true pirate? How can a pirate fear pirates? Exactly. There are only 4 of them. The trio exclaims with youthful fervor. 4? Aren't they on a large ship? Usopp questions Onion, bewildered. No, there are only 2 very small boats, Onion clarifies. Just 4 people? The great Usopp fears nothing. Suddenly brimming with confidence, Usopp declares, all right, the Usopp pirate crew will spring into action to defend the peace of our village. Come on, follow me. Finally, we've reached land. Zhang Fei leaps off the ship, invigorated, eagerly inhaling the island air. Although he isn't prone to seasickness, the swaying vessel has affected his mood. Is there a village ahead? Luffy points, having sailed for days and longing for the taste of meat. Yes, it's a small village, Nami affirms, studying the nautical chart. It's been ages since I've set foot on solid ground. Zoro stretches lazily, prompting Luffy's teasing retort, because you've been sleeping the entire time. Yet, Zoro senses something amiss. Who are those people? He spots Usopp and the children, who are hiding on a small hillock. Usopp is rather recognizable, his nose reminiscent of Pinocchio's. The children, realizing they've been spotted, flee in a panic, leaving Usopp to fend for himself. Left alone, Usopp feels a surge of panic but steels himself to boast, knowing only Luffy, the fool, would believe his bravado. I am the captain of this village's pirate crew, Usopp. People refer to our captain as Captain Usopp. I advise you to abandon your attack on this village. My crew of 8 million will not stand idly by. 8 million? Usopp is truly a braggart. Even Luffy struggles to believe Usopp's tall tales, though his primary concern is how Usopp's nose can be so exaggerated. What a fib. Nami cuts through Usopp's deception. Caught off guard, Usopp clutches his head, astonished that such a flawless lie could be uncovered. Ah, I've been exposed. Will you admit it? Oh dear, I confess, such a clever woman. Nami is left speechless at the absurdity of encountering such a character. Ha ha ha, you are quite amusing. Luffy's laughter feels like a blow to Usopp's pride, igniting his indignation. Hey, how dare you mock me? I am a man of dignity. And they also call me the proud Usopp. All right. Usopp resumes his self-promotion, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he worries Luffy might strike him, but alas, he is overthinking it. Rest assured, we are not villains, Zhang Fei interjects, stepping forward and patting Usopp on the shoulder. Seeing the friendly Zhang Fei in navy attire, Usopp mistakenly believes him to be a naval officer, lowering his guard. He then leads them to a small eatery in the village, where Luffy finally relishes the meat he has longed for. After explaining their circumstances, Usopp begins to understand why Zhang Fei and his companions are navigating Buggy's small vessel. So you're searching for crewmates in a grand ship? Indeed, Without a large ship, it's arduous to traverse the Grand Line, Zhang Fei responds. The only one who can sail without a grand ship is probably Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Nami interjects, but that's a grand adventure. Although it's not a grand sailing ship, the village has the only available boat. Usopp purposely leaves them in suspense. Where? Nami catches onto the key phrase. Her curiosity piqued. As for Zhang Fei, he knows that person is Usopp's childhood friend, though he has forgotten her name. Chapter 19, The Undying Me. The master is a very unfortunate girl, frail and bedridden for years. Usopp recounts with great detail the story of Kaya. Kaya is indeed a pitiful girl. If only the system were more reliable, she might have obtained the cure for all ailments. But alas, the system seems to have vanished. As Zhang Fei reflects on this, Nami speaks up. Why is a girl the mistress of a mansion? Typically, the masters are affluent gentlemen. How could it be a girl? It genuinely intrigues me. However, Luffy is unconcerned with such matters. He desires only another piece of meat. Another plate of meat, please. Upon seeing Luffy place his order, Zoro follows suit. Another bottle of sake. Are you all even listening to my tale? Usopp, incensed, observes how his words are treated as mere background noise, prompting him to reprimand them loudly. After he calms down, he answers Nami's earlier question. About a year ago, her parents passed away due to illness, leaving her a vast inheritance, a mansion, and a dozen servants. Despite her wealth, her background is tragically sorrowful. He then reclines back, hands behind his head, lamenting Kaya's misfortune. After absorbing Usopp's words, Zhang Fei begins to seriously contemplate the narrative. There is a pirate captain lurking near Kaya, presumably named Black Cat, who likely caused her parents' demise. Though Zhang Fei can't recall the specifics, he is certain it is connected to him. After a moment of silence, Nami declares her intent to leave and search elsewhere for a ship. Let us not waste time searching for a ship here. Let us explore other places. Right. We're not in a hurry. Besides, we've had our fill of meat, so let us buy some to take back. Luffy agrees with Nami's sentiments, though he has no intention of asking the unfortunate girl for anything. As Luffy and the others prepare to depart, Usopp speaks up, expressing his desire to set sail and become a great pirate like his father. Just now, didn't you say you were looking for crewmates? Do you have a suitable candidate? Usopp boldly recommended himself. Luffy looked at Usopp with a puzzled expression, expecting him to suggest someone else, only to find that he wanted to be the captain himself. There was no way that was going to happen. Luffy decisively rejected Usopp's proposal. No need for that. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly, Usopp implored, anxious, as he glanced at the people around him, eager to find companions for his sea voyage. He had no desire to remain cooped up in this small village. Zhang Fei sipped his hot tea, refraining from inviting Usopp himself. He planned to allow the plot to unfold naturally, letting Luffy extend the invitation to join the crew. After all, Luffy was acquainted with Usopp's father, a crew member of Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Wait here, I will be back shortly. Zhang Fei stood up, intending to purchase a proper outfit. He was still wearing Morgan's oversized clothes, which were ill-fitting and uncomfortable after several days at sea without a bath. Where are you going, Zhang Fei? Nami inquired, having noticed his departure. Over time, their playful banter had fostered a deep bond between them. To buy some fitting clothes and take a hot shower, Zhang Fei replied, turning on his heel and walking away. Indeed, Zhang Fei's continual donning of navy attire was ill-suited for a pirate. It would be prudent to change as soon as possible. I'll go with you, Zhang Fei. Let's just wander around together. He would certainly not refuse the company of such a beautiful companion. I am honored to have you by my side, Zhang Fei sweet-talked, causing Nami to beam with delight. Being with Zhang Fei brought her an inexplicable sense of security, perhaps stemming from his previous words that had instilled a unique reliance on him. After Zhang Fei and Nami departed, 3 little rascals arrived, specifically seeking their leader, Usopp. Through them, Luffy learned of Usopp's exploits and, resolved, decided to borrow a ship from the mansion, just as in the original story, unaffected by Zhang Fei's presence. Having borrowed hot water from a clothing store, Zhang Fei casually purchased 1 or 2 fitting outfits, with Nami footing the bill. Although he still had some money, he could not compete with her insistence. A hot shower is truly delightful. Unexpectedly, you're quite handsome now, Nami remarked, admiring the clean and neat Zhang Fei. Of course, as the son of an outlaw, I would feel embarrassed to venture out without some charm, Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly, stretching and cracking his joints. By chance, he noticed Luffy and the others being led by the 3 little rascals to the mansion. Without a doubt, Luffy was going to ask for a ship. It's Luffy and the others. Should we go find them? Nami asked Zhang Fei. No need. Even if we went, they'd just shoo us away. It's better not to go, Zhang Fei replied, observing Luffy and his companions. How did you know they would be chased away? Nami looked at Zhang Fei, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Just a guess, Zhang Fei said with a mysterious smile, and then, taking the opportunity, he grasped Nami's hand. Weren't you eager to explore? Let's go now. Nami made no move to refuse, allowing Zhang Fei to lead her around. Truth be told, she hadn't felt such tranquility in a long time, free from worries. However, thoughts of Arlong crept into her mind, causing her to shudder slightly. The powerful and brutal Arlong had left an indelible mark on her heart. Noticing Nami's unease, Zhang Fei recognized the fear in her eyes, immediately recalling that troublesome Arlong. Are you thinking about Arlong? It will be all right. You have us with you. And besides, Arlong is no match for us. Zhang Fei held unwavering confidence in his crew. Seeing Zhang Fei's certainty, Nami refrained from interrupting him but still voiced her true feelings. Can you really defeat Arlong? He is a fishman. Rest assured, no matter how strong Arlong may be, he cannot surpass us. Our crew includes the future Pirate King and the world's greatest swordsman, along with me, who possesses an immortal body. To Arlong, we are merely stepping stones, Zhang Fei proclaimed confidently. Chapter 20. Nami's speculation. Nami understood Zoro and Luffy's dreams, but the notion of an immortal body was perplexing. Immortal body. Yes, I possess an immortal body. No matter what harm I endure, I can regenerate and revive, even if all my cells are destroyed. Zhang Fei explained his immortality, causing Nami to gasp in disbelief. Is there truly someone immortal in this world? Could Zhang Fei, like Luffy, have consumed a devil fruit and gained powers? Are you also a devil fruit user? Not quite. You could consider it a talent, Zhang Fei clarified. Stopping to look at Nami, who wore an expression of incredulity, her pink lips parted in astonishment. He continued casually, unfortunately, I cannot demonstrate it to you at the moment. As my body is like steel, ordinary weapons cannot harm me, unless they are legendary swords. Nami felt Zhang Fei was trying to deceive her, perhaps to instill confidence in her. After all, how could there be an immortal person? Seeing the flicker of doubt in her eyes, Zhang Fei understood her skepticism. The idea of immortality sounded like a fairy tale, difficult to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Absolutely not, Zhang Fei affirmed with unwavering certainty. Nami contemplated for a moment, questioning whether Zhang Fei had any reason to deceive her. What benefit would it serve him? Clearly none. Thus, she began to entertain the possibility that he was indeed telling the truth. All right, I believe you, Nami convinced herself, having once thought the devil fruit was merely a legend. Yet here it was, manifesting before her eyes. Now, to hear of an immortal being was not entirely implausible. Zhang Fei knew that Nami still harbored some doubts. But in time, she would come to accept the truth. He realized that unless he had not consumed the body-enhancing pill, he could have demonstrated his ability to die and revive, which would have made Nami believe him instantly. Zhang Fei, can you truly defeat Arlong? Nami tested her faith in Zhang Fei, her beautiful eyes revealing a blend of worry and hope, a hint of anxiety coloring her cheeks. She earnestly wished and prayed that Zhang Fei's words were true, not mere fabrications. Gently, Zhang Fei stroked her orange hair, his tone warm and inviting, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You can trust us. Once we gather a cook, we will confront Arlong and show him the consequences of upsetting our beloved navigator. Nami murmured in agreement. This time, she chose to believe Zhang Fei's words, confident they could vanquish Arlong. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears of gratitude. Zhang Fei brushed away the tears from the corners of Nami's eyes and teased her in a half-joking manner. If the captain sees this, he might misunderstand our relationship. Nami recalled the time Luffy had mistakenly thought Zhang Fei had upset her and had given him a good scolding without understanding the context. Although Zhang Fei had not been harmed, it had left him feeling quite vexed, akin to a prickly hedgehog. Rest assured, if Luffy misinterprets anything, I shall clarify it for him. Nami, regaining her original vivacity, radiated a brilliant smile that emanated from the depths of her heart. Upon witnessing the joy on Nami's face, a warmth enveloped me, for indeed, a girl who loves to laugh is the most enchanting. The two of them meandered through the entirety of Syrup Village, and upon returning to the road, they encountered Zoro and those three little rascals. Were you all chased out? Nami recalled Zhang Fei's earlier prophecy and inquired Zoro for the truth. How did you know? Zoro squinted under the sun, relishing the warmth of nature, his eyes opening with curiosity as he regarded Nami, wondering how she had discerned that he had been expelled. Is it true? Nami turned to Zhang Fei, who was mimicking Zoro by lying on the grass, sunbathing. It seemed Zhang Fei's prediction had indeed come to pass. Could this be one of his abilities? It appeared her understanding of Zhang Fei was still too superficial. She resolved to uncover his secrets at a later opportunity. Lying on the grass, Basking in the gentle breeze and sunlight, Zhang Fei privately mused that this was quite a pleasant existence. Glancing around, he noted the absence of Luffy and Usopp, and the narrative unfolded as expected. His mind was awash with thoughts, yet the gentle wind lulled him into slumber, reminiscent of the drowsiness one feels during a physics lecture. Zhang Fei, are you asleep? Nami laid down beside him, her voice breaking the tranquility. I didn't expect you to look so good while sleeping. She turned on her side, observing the peaceful visage of the slumbering Zhang Fei, playfully tracing a blade of grass against his ear, amused by her own antics. Unbeknownst to her, as she gazed at Zhang Fei's serene face, she too drifted into sleep. Goodness, the Straw Hat Pirates were on the verge of total annihilation, with all three of them napping under the sun. After an indeterminate period, Usopp rushed over in a frenzy, breathlessly shouting, "This is bad. Everyone listen. Pirates are coming. They will attack the village tomorrow morning. We must flee." However, the villagers disregarded Usopp's alarm, believing he was merely deceiving them once again. "Hey, liar. Don't be so brazen. No, please believe me. This time it's true. You didn't say that last time." It seemed Usopp would need a thorough lesson in humility. For no matter how he explained, the villagers would not take him seriously, even contemplating a reprimand. The three napping individuals were roused by Usopp's urgent cries. Zhang Fei groggily opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. In the distance, he could still hear Usopp explaining to the villagers that pirates indeed intended to assault Syrup Village. He immediately recognized that the plot was unfolding. The Black Cat Pirates were poised to attack, aiming to seize the Kaya family's fortune. What is all this racket? Zoro grumbled, annoyed at being awakened. Exactly, can't a person enjoy a nap in peace? Nami also joined the chorus of complaints, her pleasant dreams rudely interrupted, leaving her in a foul mood. Their annoyance faded as they observed a dejected Usopp, his eyes vacant and spirit broken, being chased by villagers wielding brooms. What is wrong with Usopp? Nami pointed at him, questioning. The villagers, having misinterpreted Usopp's warnings as fabrications, sought to teach him a lesson. Zhang Fei recounted the truth of the situation. How do you know? Zoro turned to Zhang Fei, sensing that he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. Just a hunch, Zhang Fei replied, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor. However, Nami remained skeptical, convinced that Zhang Fei must possess some foresight. Chapter 21, You Are the Villain. Let us go find Luffy, Zhang Fei suggested. As for Usopp, they decided to leave him be for the moment. He was of no immediate concern. After a brief search, they finally discovered Luffy sprawled among the rubble, sound asleep. Hey, wake up, Luffy. Zhang Fei nudged him with his foot, abruptly rousing Luffy, who sleepily mumbled. Is it mealtime already? Truly, Luffy was a glutton. His first thought upon waking was food. Tell us what you and Usopp overheard, quickly. Luffy turned his head, curiosity lighting his eyes, pondering how Zhang Fei knew what he and Usopp had heard regarding a plot against Kaya. However, in his typical fashion, Luffy soon abandoned any deep thought and began recounting what he had learned to everyone present. What? Miss Kaya is to be killed? The village will be attacked? Is this true, Straw Hat? The three little rascals looked at Luffy in shock, their expressions reflecting their growing anxiety. Yes, that's what they said. It cannot be wrong, Luffy affirmed, recalling their conversation with unwavering certainty. Then why were you sleeping here? Zoro struggled to comprehend Luffy's choice of napping location, questioning why he wouldn't prefer the grass. Luffy pondered how he had ended up there, his big head filled with confusion. Strange. I thought I should be on the cliff. The three little rascals immediately recalled the hypnotist, launching into a fervent discussion. That butler is definitely a bad guy. No wonder I found him so detestable. The hypnotist is also an accomplice. Zhang Fei, unfazed by their chatter, turned to elaborate on the butler's background. I believe he is the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, aiming to seize the fortune of that wealthy lady. How do you know? Nami furrowed her brow, a look of uncertainty in her beautiful eyes, furthering her conviction that Zhang Fei possessed some prophetic ability. After all, he had never met the butler. How could he know so much? Zoro had always found Zhang Fei to be mysterious, and now he felt his instincts had been validated. Just a guess, Zhang Fei repeated, earning a frustrated glare from Nami, who wished he would elaborate. Luffy, what are you going to do? That wealthy lady has a large ship. Ignoring Nami's irritation, Zhang Fei continued to speak to Luffy, subtly encouraging him to get involved. Upon hearing about the large ship, Luffy's interest was piqued. He would not stand idly by in such a situation. He stood resolutely, as if having made a decision. I've made up my mind. I will help the villagers drive away the pirates. Zhang Fei and Zoro exchanged knowing smiles, for this was the true essence of their captain, and they wholeheartedly supported Luffy's resolve. Meanwhile, Usopp had rushed to Kaya's luxurious residence, climbing over the wall to warn her to take refuge. Hurriedly, he arrived at Kaya's window, breathlessly explaining the situation. Upon seeing Usopp, Kaya felt a surge of joy, relieved that he had not been deterred by Kuro's intimidation. Usopp, you've come. That is wonderful. I thought you wouldn't return. You must escape. You are in danger. What's wrong? Kaya looked at Usopp, puzzled. You've been deceived. That butler is actually a pirate. Usopp exclaimed loudly. Wait, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Kuro possibly be a pirate? Jaya remained unconvinced that Crocodile was a pirate. Over the past 3 years, he had been unwaveringly devoted to her, harboring no ulterior motives. If he had, he would have acted upon them long ago. That butler, lying in wait as a pirate to seize her fortune, had masqueraded as a steward for 3 years, plotting against her assets. Usopp endeavored to persuade Jaya. What are you saying, Usopp? Jaya still refused to believe that Crocodile could be such a person. And tomorrow morning, his companions will attack you. They intend to kill you. That man is a villain. Run for your life. Usopp grew increasingly agitated, drawing the attention of the guards outside. Please, enough. I misjudged you. Usopp, Jaya declared, having never fully embraced Usopp's words, even beginning to suspect that he was seeking revenge against Crocodile for a previous incident, which led her to feel a twinge of disdain. What? Usopp was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Jaya would admonish him, preferring to trust Crocodile over him. His heart sank as he gazed at her in disbelief. Do not take vengeance upon others. Regarding your father's matter, I too believe he was somewhat excessive, but you need not resort to such deceit for retribution, she lamented. I never expected you to be this kind of person. The stories you told were always filled with dreams and so entertaining. They brought me such joy. I truly cherished your fabrications, so why must you utter such words? It is too much, Usopp. You are truly disappointing. Tears filled Jaya's eyes as she spoke, revealing her profound disappointment in Usopp. No, I am not seeking revenge against that butler. Upon hearing Jaya's words and witnessing her tears, Usopp was taken aback. He never imagined Jaya would trust him so deeply. He yearned to clarify the misunderstanding, but the guards arrived and seized him, attempting to drag him away. Miss, rest assured. I will expel him, one guard declared. Let me finish my words, you scoundrel. Usopp retaliated fiercely, biting the guard's arm with his teeth. The guard, stung by the pain, immediately released his grip, while another guard, perceiving Usopp's intent to attack, drew his pistol to neutralize him. However, Usopp, foreseeing the threat, swiftly employed his slingshot, drawing back the rubber band and launching a stone at the guard. Do not obstruct my path. The stone struck the guard, incapacitating him as he collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Meanwhile, the guard who had been bitten recovered from his shock and also drew his pistol. Stop, Usopp, Jaya urged, attempting to halt his actions. But Usopp was too far gone to heed her plea. He notched another stone, and, with a swift release, it flew forth, striking the guard's wrist and causing the firearm to tumble from his grasp. Once all the guards were subdued, Usopp continued to implore Jaya for her trust. Jaya, please believe me just this once. Before that butler returns, we must flee this village. Observing Usopp now, a flicker of doubt stirred within her. The villagers were closing in. Usopp, realizing time was of the essence, saw Jaya hesitating and prepared to forcibly take her away, grasping her wrist. If it comes to this, I have no choice but to drag you along. He truly did not wish for Jaya to perish in this manner. However, Jaya resisted fiercely, her previous indecision evaporating. No. Let me go? Regardless, you must escape today. By tomorrow, you will understand the truth. Please, just listen to me this once. Yet, no matter how earnestly Usopp pleaded, Jaya remained unmoved and slapped him. You are the real villain. Chapter 22. I love this village. At that moment, Usopp's heart was filled with anguish. Akin to his efforts being dismissed and belittled to worthlessness, the pain felt as if it were slicing through him. Another butler, adorned with ram-like horns, stepped forward. He was the one who had crafted the Going Merry. He brandished a pistol and fired a shot at Usopp, threatening him. Release the lady. Do not. Jaya cried out, attempting to prevent the butler from firing, but the bullet was already in motion. What if you hit him? Jaya protested, unaware that the butler had already struck Usopp in the left hand. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound, and the agony, compounded by the emotional turmoil, left Usopp in a daze, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he gritted his teeth and sought to escape. Damn it! I've been shot in the left hand. Why does no one believe me? Usopp clasped his wound, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding. Yet his heart was riddled with conflict. Seize that boy, he is the assailant. One guard, clutching his injured forehead, declared to the agitated villagers, pointing at Usopp as he fled. Assailant? You have fallen to such depths, Usopp. Faced with the villagers' distrust, Usopp hung his head, tears brimming in his eyes as he fled the scene. If Zhang Fei were here, he would surely mock Usopp, declaring that there were far better solutions instead of causing chaos. If Crocodile truly were a pirate, he could have contacted the Navy to verify Crocodile's status. Zhang Fei and his companions soon encountered the dejected Usopp. "Ah, Captain!" Onion shouted loudly. Usopp hastily wiped away the tears from his eyes, vowing not to let Onion and the others worry, concealing his injured hand behind his back, feigning calmness. "Hello, it is you all." Then he spotted Luffy alive. Hadn't he fallen off a cliff to his demise? How could he be here? Had he risen from the dead? His eyes widened in astonishment. "You are still alive?" "Oh, I just woke up." Luffy had merely been asleep. Green Pepper explained Usopp's situation, and his emotions turned fervent as he recalled the incident of the pirates ravaging the village. "But let us not dwell on that, Captain. We need to inform everyone about the pirates." "Inform everyone," Usopp murmured, recalling Jaya's slap, her words, and the villagers' disbelief. His heart twisted painfully, and he couldn't help but force a bitter smile. He attempted to laugh heartily, trying to disguise his true feelings, planning to confront the pirates alone. As usual, this too was a lie. The butler had enraged him, leading him to label them as pirates. Luffy and Zoro were perplexed by Usopp's words, questioning whether he intended to mislead them and allow the pirates to slaughter the villagers. Although Luffy and Zoro failed to grasp Usopp's reasoning, they understood that he merely wished to bear the burden alone. "Oh, it was a false alarm. I thought something significant was about to happen." "How infuriating. It seems my brother from the Straw Hats has also been manipulated by the captain." Onion expressed his dissatisfaction at being deceived. Zhang Fei, sharp-eyed, noticed the bloodstains on the ground and, seeing Usopp's other hand hidden behind his back, deduced that Usopp's left hand was injured. "Usopp, is your hand hurt? And I know what you're thinking. You want to take it all upon yourself." Zhang Fei spoke plainly, causing everyone to realize why Usopp had behaved in such a manner. "Captain, is what Zhang Fei said true?" Onion, skeptical of Zhang Fei's assertion, turned to Usopp for the truth. Usopp fell into a moment of silence, desperately attempting to conceal his wounded left hand. However, Qingjiao, darting behind him, caught sight of the blood that continued to drip from it. "Captain, what happened to your hand?" he inquired incredulously. "It must have been shot," Zhang Fei speculated, for Usopp was no ordinary individual. He was the master of escape, and it seemed utterly implausible that mere villagers could inflict harm upon him. Thus, it could only be deduced that it was a gunshot wound. "How do you know?" Usopp asked, curiosity piqued by Zhang Fei's deduction. "Captain, is it true about the pirates?" Carrot, witnessing Usopp's injury, connected the dots to the matter of piracy. "What do you intend to do, Usopp? Attempt to flee alone? Or something else?" Zhang Fei posed a piercing question, aiming to give Luffy a clearer understanding of the man Usopp truly was, thus making it easier for him to bring him aboard. Usopp gazed at the three young ones, his voice choked yet resolute. "I enjoy spinning tales, which is why no one believes me. I have been foolishly naive. Let us not dwell on that. The truth remains the same. The pirates will surely come tomorrow, yet everyone thinks it is a lie. They believe tomorrow will be just like any other day. Thus, I must confront the pirates by the seaside, transforming this situation into a mere fiction. This is the only path available to me as a storyteller. Even if my hand is struck by a bullet, or if I am pursued with a broom, this village that raised me is dear to my heart. I love this village, and I wish to protect it. I cannot stand idly by while the innocent are slaughtered." With that, Usopp covered his face and wept, disregarding the pain in his left hand. "Captain!" The three youngsters cried out in unison, finally comprehending why their captain had spoken as he did. Moved to tears. "Captain, I want to help you fight the pirates," Qingjiao declared with determination, eager to protect the village. "Yes, Captain, I will fight the pirates too." Onion raised his fist, adopting a valiant stance. "Captain, you still have us." Carrot sobbed as she embraced Usopp. Usopp was touched by the heartfelt support from the three children. Yet he could not allow them to step onto the battlefield. They were still so young, with futures brimming with hope. "I never expected you to be such a soft-hearted person," Zoro remarked, looking favorably upon Usopp. "Rest assured, I will help you knock them out," Luffy said, shaking his shoulders in readiness for action. "But just so we're clear, all the treasure belongs to me," Nami interjected with an okay gesture, demonstrating that, regardless of the circumstances, her mind was always on the treasure. "Those pirates are no match for us, so you can be at ease. And you three, hurry back home and get some sleep. This is no place for you. Dealing with pirates is a task for adults," Zhang Fei said confidently, ushering the three youngsters away, finding their presence to be a hindrance. "What are you talking about, brother Zhang Fei? We can help," Onion retorted, unconvinced by Zhang Fei's words. "Help? What if you get captured? You'll only complicate matters." Zhang Fei shot back without a hint of courtesy. Chapter 23. The attack of the Black Cat pirates, the three youngsters hung their heads in disappointment. Zhang Fei was right. At this moment, they could only be a hindrance, and their hearts brimmed with frustration. Nonetheless, Usopp greeted them with a smile, soothing their emotions. Onion, carrot, Qingjiao. While Zhang Fei may have spoken harshly, he is correct. But I am Captain Usopp, and these pirates are no match for me. Just wait for the good news of my victory. Although Usopp was known for his tall tales, his fabrications always managed to bring comfort, even to the frail Kaya, who found solace in Usopp's lies. The three youngsters were no exception, their eyes sparkling with renewed vigor, believing that Captain Usopp would surely rescue their village from the clutches of the pirates. Seeing that Usopp had calmed down the children sufficiently, Zhang Fei glanced at Usopp's wound. Let me help you with that injury. Do you have any alcohol or medical supplies? As for Zhang Fei's knowledge of first aid, it was evident that with many enemies, he would need to learn some self-defense skills to survive. Upon arriving at Usopp's home, he extracted the bullet embedded in Usopp's flesh, sterilized the medical needle with an alcohol lamp, and began to stitch the wound. It wouldn't take long for it to heal, for in this world of pirates, the physical resilience of its inhabitants far surpassed that of those on Earth. All done. Just take care of it from here, he said, organizing the remaining supplies into a first aid kit. Thanks, Zhang Fei. Usopp expressed his gratitude. I didn't realize you were knowledgeable in medicine, Nami remarked, her gaze scrutinizing Zhang Fei with an assertive glint, her lips curling into a slightly alluring smile. I still have much to learn. I only know a few first aid measures. Zhang Fei clarified, modestly downplaying his skills. Is that so? It seems we need to find a ship's doctor, Luffy said with a hint of regret. Initially believing Zhang Fei to be a physician, thus negating the need for a ship's doctor. A ship's doctor was essential. Zhang Fei would not allow otherwise. After all, without Chopper, the reindeer that resembled a raccoon, they would be at a disadvantage. I need to go to the pirates' route and set some traps. Come on, Onion, Carrot, Qingjiao. Usopp decided to assign them these simpler tasks. Just being able to assist Usopp was enough for them. They felt indirectly helpful. As night fell, it was indeed the perfect time to set traps. Zhang Fei, however, did not join them but instead claimed Usopp's bed. Since arriving in this world, he had not had the pleasure of sleeping in a bed, and now that he had won, he intended to enjoy it thoroughly. Moreover, he understood that most of the traps Usopp and the others were setting would likely be futile, so he was too lazy to stop them, falling into a deep, undisturbed sleep without a hint of worry that someone might harm him, for his immortality rendered him fearless, unless it was some fool wandering into the garden. While Usopp was busy setting traps, within Kaya's grand mansion, Butler Mary witnessed Cobra return with a pair of glasses, personally chosen by Kaya as a token of gratitude for his care over the past 3 years. However, Cobra crushed the glasses underfoot, realizing that there was no need to continue hiding as they prepared to seize this peaceful little village. He revealed his ruthless pirate nature by injuring Butler Mary, who then realized that Usopp had been telling the truth. Attempting to protect Kaya and reveal the truth, he was struck by a savage wound to his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. In a heartbeat, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his final thoughts filled with concern for Kaya's safety. After a night of toil, Usopp and his companions finally set all the traps, awaiting the arrival of the pirates. The three youngsters found a safe spot to hide from the incoming pirates. A brilliant light rose from the sea as a colossal pirate ship glided towards Syrup Village, its flag emblazoned with the emblem of a black cat skull. They were the Black Cat pirates. Yet, amidst the slumber, a system awakened him. Rejoice, my son. My magnificent system has returned. After several days of effort, the system had profited handsomely from other systems and gathered many fine goods, preparing to bestow them upon Zhang Fei as mission rewards. It had missed a storyline and consequently lost some world essence, a fact that plagued its heart. But now, it was affluent once more, and the world essence had returned. It promptly assigned Zhang Fei a mission, to save Syrup Village and receive a mysterious package as a reward. Is the system back? Upon hearing the voice of the system, Zhang Fei sprang upright from his bed with a sudden burst of energy. Yes, indeed, I have returned. Hurry and fulfill your mission, the system urged him, acutely aware that the pirates had already landed, leaving no time for hesitation. It was imperative to subdue them before they could inflict harm upon the innocent. With a sense of purpose, Zhang Fei surged forth, invigorated as if infused with adrenaline, the remnants of sleep swiftly dissipating. He raced towards the northern outskirts of Syrup Village, thankful for having explored the area with Nami just the day before. Otherwise, he would have struggled to discern north from south. Upon his arrival, the pirates had only recently disembarked, ready to unleash chaos. Let the destruction commence. The newly landed pirates charged forth with a ferocity akin to ravenous infants clamoring for sustenance, their cries piercing the air as they rushed onward. A swarm of pirates surged like a horde of ants, intent on wreaking havoc upon the village, ready to stain its grounds with blood. Just then, Luffy, Usopp, and Nami, panting and weary, finally reached the scene. "You made it, Zhang Fei," Nami exclaimed, her hands resting on her knees as she caught her breath. Upon seeing Zhang Fei's arrival, a slight sense of relief washed over her. "Indeed," Zhang Fei responded softly, his gaze fixated on the advancing pirates. Regrettably, he lamented his lack of weaponry with extensive range, such as machine guns, which would have made the confrontation exhilarating. Usopp, witnessing the multitude of pirates, seized his slingshot and began to rain down projectiles upon them, causing some to tumble down the slope, though none were fatally harmed. "There are people on the slope." The pirates finally noticed Usopp's presence. "I am Captain Usopp. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. I have laid a web of traps. If you wish to live, I suggest you retreat immediately." Usopp attempted to intimidate the fearsome pirates with his fabrications. "It's you." The hypnotist, Kuro, recognized Usopp as the eavesdropper from his conversation with the captain. "What do you intend to do?" Kuro scrutinized Usopp, his heart-shaped sunglasses concealing any hint of emotion. Usopp began to tremble, having also recognized the peculiar figure before him. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Though Kuro had unraveled his lies, he resolved to assert himself first and frighten his opponent. "I warn you, if you do not retreat now, my 100 million subordinates will ensure your utter annihilation." Such a preposterous lie would hardly fool a child, yet Kuro, in his foolishness, believed it, astonished. "What? 100 million? Captain, do you truly believe him? This is clearly a ruse." Another pirate interjected. "Captain, you are far too gullible." Due to Kuro temporarily filling the role of captain, he was addressed as such by his subordinates. "You dare deceive me?" Kuro's expression darkened, his tone menacing. "Captain Kuro, trouble is brewing." At that moment, a pirate rushed forward with urgent news. "Indeed? Is it dire?" Kuro inquired, startled. "It is not dire. I discovered treasure aboard that strange ship, estimated to be worth 5 million berry." "What?" Kuro was taken aback. He immediately commanded that they seize the treasure for themselves and return to the ship. The strange vessel, undoubtedly, was the one pilfered from Nami by Buggy, and they had set their sights on her treasure, infuriating Nami. Pointing at the pirates, she declared with fierce determination, "That treasure belongs to me. If you wish to live, you must relinquish it at once." Kuro scoffed, believing it absurd to return what they had seized. "You are delusional if you think we would return what we have acquired." "You scoundrels, Zhang Fei, assist me in teaching them a lesson." Nami seethed, directly calling upon Zhang Fei for aid. Recognizing her command, he readily obliged, eager to stretch his limbs. "Not a problem. You dare provoke the wrath of a navigator? Your demise is assured," Zhang Fei declared, flicking his wrist before turning to Luffy. "Luffy, you need not intervene." "Understood," Luffy agreed, finding a spot to settle down, brimming with confidence in Zhang Fei's capabilities, eager to witness his prowess. "Is he truly that formidable?" Usopp inquired, observing Zhang Fei's calm approach toward the pirates, questioning whether he could single-handedly confront such a multitude. "Rest assured, Zhang Fei will be just fine," Luffy replied with a cheerful grin, confident in Zhang Fei's invulnerability, having tested it personally, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing Luffy's unwavering faith in Zhang Fei, Usopp could only place his hope in him, wishing for the pirate's expulsion. "You dare approach me seeking death?" A menacing pirate raised his sword, aiming to cleave Zhang Fei's head from his shoulders. Unfazed, Zhang Fei extended his hand, prepared to withstand the lethal blow. The pirate laughed, mocking Zhang Fei's ignorance, believing him foolish for attempting to block a weapon with his bare flesh. As the crowd anticipated Zhang Fei's demise, a resounding clang echoed, astonishingly. The sword was halted by Zhang Fei's body, as impenetrable as steel. "What?" The pirate's eyes widened in disbelief as he gaped at Zhang Fei. In his moment of shock, Zhang Fei launched a powerful punch, his fist crackling with energy, striking the pirate with tremendous force. The sheer impact shattered the pirate's insides, causing him to spew blood as he was propelled backward, colliding with others and sending them tumbling into the sea. This is impossible." Kuro was left in awe of Zhang Fei's strength, swallowing hard as his body trembled uncontrollably. Drawing his circular blade, he attempted to hypnotize Zhang Fei, uncertain of its effectiveness, but resolved to subdue Kuro first. Just as he was about to cast his spell, Zhang Fei moved like a specter, swiftly appearing before Kuro and delivering an upward strike to his chin. The force was so intense that it rendered Kuro unconscious. "How impressive! Is Zhang Fei truly this powerful?" Usopp exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by Zhang Fei's extraordinary capabilities. Now, only a handful of weaklings remained. With swift efficiency, Zhang Fei dispatched them, leaving them groaning in agony upon the ground. Meanwhile, the Cat brothers, stationed on the ship, were so intimidated by Zhang Fei's prowess that they cowered aboard, too fearful to seek vengeance, adhering to their orders to guard the ship. At the entrance of the Crocodile mansion, Kaya grew impatient. Wondering why her subordinates had yet to return, she decided to investigate the matter herself. "Mary, what has happened? Wake up." Upon entering Crocodile's quarters, Kaya was met with the sight of Mary lying in a pool of blood, unconscious and unresponsive. At the sound of Kaya's cries, Mary stirred, coughing painfully as he turned over, relieved to see Kaya unharmed. "Miss, I am relieved to see you are unharmed." "Of course I am fine. What are you talking about?" Kaya still struggled to grasp Mary's meaning. "Crocodile, it was he who wounded me." Mary revealed the truth of the matter. Kaya, her hand clasped over her mouth, widened her eyes in disbelief. She could not fathom that Crocodile was the one responsible. Reflecting on Crocodile's usual demeanor, she sought confirmation. "It cannot be. You jest. Pirate." Mary exhaled slowly, uttering the two words. At that moment, Kaya recalled what Usopp had said yesterday and instantly realized the truth in his words. She had even struck him a slap. Now, looking back, it was indeed as he had said. He had discovered this secret and desperately tried to save them. Yet they had. Mary paused momentarily, her heart heavy with regret. He had yearned so fervently to rescue them, and yet she had doubted him, even going so far as to shoot him. Now, she found herself in this predicament, suffering the consequences of her own actions. None of us were willing to believe him. How ironic it was that we had protected a true villain. Chapter 25, Zhang Fei's Rebuke. Yet we cast aside that valiant young man. Mary choked back tears, her eyes brimming with remorse, engulfed in self-reproach. The youth, who had run about with a resolute determination to save the villagers' lives, was now banished. Upon hearing this, Kaya's face became streaked with tears as she recalled her distrust towards Usopp and that fateful slap, akin to a sharp dagger piercing her heart. Igniting a painful ache within her, guilt flared up, exacerbating her self-reproach. What have I done to him? Cough. Suddenly, Mary began to cough violently, blood accompanying her efforts. All she wished was to reveal the truth to the villagers, to atone for her sins. "Someone help. Mary." Kaya snapped out of her self-recrimination, glancing at the battered Mary, urgently calling for assistance, only to be halted by Mary's plea. "Miss, do not shout. Everyone in the house has been on leave since yesterday. There is not a soul here. How could this be? Then I shall seek help elsewhere." Kaya's expression darkened. It was clear Crocodile had meticulously orchestrated everything in anticipation of this day, driven by his greed for her inheritance, ensuring she would have no chance of escape. "Do not panic. The disaster has yet to occur. Please consider calmly what you should do now. I just saw Crocodile leave. If Usopp's words ring true, then Crocodile is certainly seeking his companions, which means not only are we in danger, but the other villagers as well." Mary struggled to shift, ultimately leaning against the wall. "If Crocodile has his sights set on the village's wealth, let him take it all. Those possessions are not worth risking our lives for." Mary urged Kaya not to place too much value on money. "The harshest truth is that you are the only one who can thwart Crocodile now. Can you do it? Though it is not your responsibility. I understand. There are matters I cannot evade. I will confront Crocodile." Although Kaya was under no obligation to negotiate with Crocodile, in truth, she could have fled, yet she could not abandon Usopp. Now, she would exchange her wealth for the villagers' lives. It was a course she was determined to follow. As dawn broke, it became clear why their plans had faltered. These damned obstacles. Crocodile erupted in fury, finally realizing why his subordinates had failed to arrive. Upon arriving, he found many of his men sprawled on the ground, not a single one standing, save for the little Cat brothers who remained hidden aboard the ship. Zhang Fei and the others were busily removing the Black Cat pirate's treasure when they halted at the sound of a furious roar. It was Crocodile. "You wretched steward." Luffy suddenly lifted his gaze towards Crocodile, the mastermind finally revealed. Zoro, sipping wine pilfered from the Black Cat ship, cast a glance at him but continued to drink, choosing to ignore him, for with Zhang Fei and Luffy present, his intervention was unnecessary. "Crocodile, your pirate crew has been vanquished, your plans thwarted. Surrender at once." Usopp's confidence surged, emboldened by the presence of Zhang Fei, certain he could protect himself. "It is you. I should have killed you yesterday instead of allowing you to seek help." Crocodile adjusted his glasses with a chilling demeanor, veins throbbing on his forehead, his gaze brimming with murderous intent, longing to slay Usopp. With that, he donned a pair of gloves adorned with 5 long blades. "Luffy, shall you go, or shall I?" Zhang Fei glanced at the eager Luffy, clearly restless and itching for a fight, thus tentatively inquiring. Hee, let me handle it. I have a bone to pick with him. Just then, Kaya approached alone, catching Clawatel's attention. How unexpected. Miss, what brings you here? Clawatel was taken aback. Why had Kaya, instead of resting at home, come to this perilous place? Kaya, it is dangerous here. You must leave at once. Usopp, puzzled by Kaya's presence, felt a surge of urgency to rescue her. But time was against him as he navigated the slope. Mary has revealed everything to me. Kaya replied. Oh, that man still lives? I thought I had killed him. Clawatel's expression darkened, his tone laced with ominous intent. The Clawatel before her was no longer the one she had known. Kaya stood frozen, her pupils dilating. Clenching her fists, she steadied herself and turned to Usopp. I am sorry, Usopp. Perhaps you will never forgive me, but at that moment, I truly could not believe Clawatel was a pirate. Do not speak any further. Leave this place at once. Why did you come here? Did I not tell you to flee? Usopp, undeterred, prioritized Kaya's safety above all else. Are you not fighting as well? Kaya rebuked Usopp loudly, determined to fight in her own way. Even though we treated you so poorly, are you not also in battle? I said, I am the brave Usopp of the seas. Before he could finish, Kaya interrupted him. Clawatel, if you desire my wealth, take it all. Just spare this village. Kaya resolved to barter her riches for the villagers' safety. Are you mad? Making a deal with a pirate? You are courting death. If they capture you and force Usopp to take his own life, what then? Zhang Fei bluntly expressed Kaya's ignorance, showing her no mercy. Even 3 small children could have managed better than her, preventing her from becoming a burden. He then whispered to Luffy, be ready to rescue her at any moment. Given his current pace, he could not reach her in time. Only Luffy, with his rubber powers, could potentially save her. Luffy nodded lightly, indicating he was prepared. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Kaya's heart sank, and terror washed over her face. He was right. If she were captured and used to threaten Usopp, then she would be the true sinner. Her already fragile heart shattered completely at that moment. He speaks the truth. Miss, you should not negotiate with pirates. My aim has always been your lives, so please, die. Mississippi Clawatel's delicately adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hand, and in the next instant, a fierce glint emanated from his eyes as he brandished his 5-bladed glove, intent on claiming Gaia's life. Chapter 26, The Deception of Locke. Danger, Gaia! Usopp shouted loudly, his body involuntarily rushing forward, but it was futile. He was too far from Gaia. Without needing Zhang Fei's reminder, Luffy utilized his rubber-like properties, launching his fist with incredible speed, landing a solid blow on Clawatel's cheek. The glasses shattered, and he collapsed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Clawatel sent sprawling, Usopp sighed in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Fortunately, it was a close call. Otherwise, Gaia would have been in grave danger. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Luffy, 3 mischievous little rascals suddenly emerged, wielding brooms, frying pans, and baseball bats, and began to pummel the incapacitated Clawatel. Punishment for you. Punishment for you. You vile pirate who disrupts the peace of our village. Die, scoundrel. Why did you come here? Didn't I tell you? Usopp exclaimed, astonished at the audacity of the 3 children. Hurry and get away. Gaia called out loudly, attempting to halt their reckless actions. Yet, the 3 little rascals, undeterred, continued their relentless assault on Clawatel. These children truly posed a conundrum. Zhang Fei fixed his gaze on them and sprinted over, knowing that if Clawatel unleashed his fury, it would be the little ones who would pay the price. Stop hitting him. You must cease at once, Usopp urged, aware of Clawatel's terrifying nature, trying to prevent their self-destructive behavior. All right, let's spare you this time, Xingjiao panted, having exerted too much energy during the earlier beating of Clawatel. Slowly, Clawatel rose, his shattered glasses revealing his brooding eyes, filled with an uncontrollable rage. His original plan had been thwarted, and now he faced humiliation from the 3 little rascals, shattering the calm he had maintained. He adjusted the remnants of his glasses, shards littering the ground, the long blades at his fingertips glinting ominously in the sunlight, showcasing their sharpness. Wah wah wah. The 3 little rascals screamed in fright, their eyes bulging. Fortunately, Zhang Fei arrived just in time, standing menacingly before them, his presence reminiscent of a tiger poised to pounce. If Clawatel dared to strike, his fist would surely find its mark on Clawatel's cheek, leaving him with an unforgettable memory. Clawatel glanced at Zhang Fei, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, realizing that this man was not to be trifled with. However, his primary concern remained Luffy and that peculiar technique he wielded. Ignoring Zhang Fei and the others, he stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Luffy. The 3 little rascals, now disregarded, felt their anxiety dissipate. It hurts a bit, Your moves are quite strange. It seems you possess the power of a devil fruit. Crocodile acknowledged Luffy's abilities, recognizing their origin. Indeed, I have consumed a devil fruit. I am a rubber man. Luffy declared, his right hand clawed, unabashedly revealing his identity. Is that so? Yet you are a hindrance, disrupting my plans and injuring my subordinates. I shall be the one to sever your head, then deal with you 3 ants, along with my dear Miss Gaia. Crocodile spread his fingers wide, the blades pointing menacingly at Luffy. Eager for action, Luffy noted that the entire Black Cat pirates now consisted solely of Crocodile, or rather, 3 individuals, including the Cat brothers, who remained on the ship, silent and immobilized due to the effects of a powerful hypnosis. All right, the next step is up to Luffy. We shall merely observe the spectacle. Zhang Fei informed the 3 little rascals and Gaia, assuring them of their safety under his protection. Usopp, having witnessed Zhang Fei's strength, naturally trusted his ability to safeguard them and remained back. Hee, now you belong to me. Rubber, pistol. Luffy initiated the attack, retracting his fist, then launching it like a bullet. Having learned from a previous encounter, Crocodile leaned back, evading Luffy's strike. Another punch, Luffy exclaimed, compressing his other hand and sending it forth. Crocodile furrowed his brow, becoming serious as he prepared to dodge Luffy's impending blow. Just as Luffy's fist was about to connect, Crocodile vanished in an instant. Gone, Luffy remarked, bewilderment clouding his face as he scanned the spot where Crocodile had been. Zhang Fei recognized Crocodile's silent step, akin to the Navy's 6 styles, employing rapid movement to create the illusion of disappearance. Suddenly, Crocodile reappeared behind Luffy, his right hand wielding 5 long blades, mercilessly swinging down towards Luffy's back, aiming to end his life with a single stroke. However, he underestimated Luffy, who, having undergone rigorous training under Captain Garp, possessed remarkable reflexes. Luffy sensed Crocodile's presence and swiftly reacted, leaning forward, head down, and supporting himself with his hands, narrowly dodging the 5 glinting blades. Following this, Luffy combined his feet, forming a spear-like shape for a counterattack. Rubber, spear. Crocodile was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he realized Luffy's exceptional reflexes presented a challenge. Luffy's foot spear shot out rapidly, but Crocodile, using his silent step, evaded once more. Damn it, he vanished again, Luffy muttered, frustrated by Crocodile's elusive movements. Zhang Fei, with enhanced eyesight from consuming 10 body-tempering pills, could still see Crocodile's silhouette. He mused that if he were to engage, Crocodile would likely withstand several of his punches. But if it were Captain Garp, he doubted he could endure even one serious blow. Despite his steel-like physique, he still felt inadequate compared to Garp. Before I strike, I wish to inquire, as an outsider, why do you meddle in matters that do not concern you? Crocodile, standing at a distance, curiously questioned Luffy. Because there is someone in this village whom I do not wish to see perish, Luffy responded with a smile, referring to Usopp, whom he had resolved to take aboard his ship, especially since he was the son of Yasopp, thus deserving of his protection. Chapter 27, The Measure of a Man. Crocodile scoffed, arms outstretched, fingers splayed outward, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Then I shall send you to your demise. I refuse, Luffy retorted, raising his fists above his shoulders, palms facing backward in preparation, then suddenly whipping them forward to grasp Crocodile's wrist as he charged, utilizing his elasticity to retract, bending his knee, and aiming to kick him away. Yet, Crocodile would not grant Luffy his wish. He forcefully twisted his arms, causing Luffy, who was rapidly approaching, to lose his balance and tumble heavily to the ground. With an expression of bewilderment, Luffy swiftly regained his composure. Utilizing the force of reaction, he propelled himself from the ground, supporting himself with his left hand while extending his right leg forcefully backward. Rubber, whip, he proclaimed, as his leg arced in a crescent motion toward Crocodile. Crocodile, however, displayed no signs of panic. In response to the sudden onslaught of the whip kick, he pushed off the ground with both feet, leaping into the air to evade Luffy's strike. And a shot. Yet, Luffy's assault was far from straightforward. Seizing the moment as Crocodile descended, he unleashed a punch, his fist shooting forth like a bullet. Just as it was about to connect with Crocodile's face, the latter's toes grazed the ground, allowing him to deftly sidestep Luffy's blow with a silent step. In a flash, Crocodile appeared above Luffy's outstretched arm, his palm framing a pair of non-lens glasses, before placing both hands in front of his abdomen, forming 10 finger blades, their tips aimed downward, taunting Luffy. I've already yawned waiting for you, you scoundrel. Luffy, incensed by Crocodile's derision, swiftly retracted his arm. Crocodile dashed toward Luffy with an impish smile, as if mocking him. Wow. Startled, Luffy was caught off guard as Clawheartle landed a kick squarely on his face, causing it to indent due to his rubbery physique. The force from the kick sent Luffy hurtling backward, rolling down the slope. Damn it, my mouth is bleeding. He spat, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Hey, Luffy, do you need me to step in? Zhang Fei inquired with casual interest, seated cross-legged and exuding an air of ease, completely disregarding Clawheartle. No, I'll personally send him flying, Luffy retorted, asserting that he had not yet sunk to the level of requiring assistance. Besides, it was Clawheartle who needed to be sent packing. Brother Zhang Fei, are you really not going to help Straw Hat? Onion questioned, puzzled by Zhang Fei's lack of intervention. That villainous butler appears quite formidable. Is it truly acceptable to leave Straw Hat to fend for himself? Indeed, Brother Zhang Fei, chimed in another young voice, Carrot. Rest assured, Luffy is not so weak. Zhang Fei assured them with a glance, offering a confident nod. Really? Onion asked, seeking confirmation. Zhang Fei replied softly. Yet, Gaia remained visibly anxious, concealing a handgun on her person. In the event that Luffy failed to defeat Clawheartle, she would resort to threatening him with the firearm, fervently praying for Luffy's victory. You all seem quite optimistic about him. In that case, I shall simply eliminate him. Clawheartle's expression darkened upon overhearing their conversation, feeling like a trivial character, easily disregarded. Charging down the slope, he extended his right hand into a claw, aiming to stab Luffy's heart, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The 5 approaching daggers glinted menacingly in the sunlight. Luffy's pupils contracted as he swiftly thrust 2 blades into the ground, exerting all his might, his veins bulging in his arms. Block it for me. In a critical moment, Luffy uprooted a stone the size of his own body, successfully intercepting the 5 deadly blades, embedding them within the rock. It seems you possess more than just elasticity. Clawheartle could not help but compliment Luffy, realizing he was not as simple-minded as he had presumed. Indeed, I have trained rigorously to become a pirate, Luffy responded, having invested considerable effort in his pursuit of piracy. Come on. He then rotated the stone, the embedded blade snapping under the sudden force, causing Clawheartle to half-kneel on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy brought the stone crashing down upon Clawheartle's head. Bang! The heavy impact sent Clawheartle's head crashing to the ground, sending debris flying as the stone shattered. Now, your peculiar sword is reduced to just 5, Luffy proclaimed triumphantly. Fantastic. Clawheartle must be defeated now. Gaia breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Clawheartle down, believing the village's crisis had been averted. Exactly. After being struck by such a massive stone, he should surely be dead, Onion exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. We won, we won. Carrot and Green Pepper cheered, embracing each other in jubilation. Zhang Fei remained silent, aware that Clawheartle would not fall so easily, observing quietly. However, Gaia's heart plummeted like a roller coaster as she witnessed Clawheartle rise once more, blood streaming from his forehead, his expression increasingly grim. Child, do not think that breaking one of my weapons makes you exceptional. Know this. I feigned my death to shed my identity as a pirate for this plan. The so-called pirate crew is merely a pack of stray dogs abandoned by time. Although you have disrupted my scheme, it matters little. After all, crew members are merely loyal pawns of the captain, their lives at my discretion. Clawheartle glanced disdainfully at his fallen crew, continuing, for my plan, they too must perish. Accompanying the villagers to their graves, they were fortunate enough to fall at your hands. Even if you possess hundreds of subordinates, you pale in comparison to Usopp. Luffy's face burned with anger upon hearing Clawheartle's intent to slaughter his comrades, declaring such a person beneath contempt. What? I am inferior to him? Then tell me, how am I not his equal? Clawheartle burst into laughter, finding it the most amusing jest he had ever heard, dismissing Luffy's comparison as utterly absurd. He then activated his silent step, vanishing from Luffy's sight once more. Such audacity. Chapter 28, Clawheartle's Defeat. Clawheartle, utilizing his silent step, moved behind Luffy. However, Luffy had become attuned to Clawheartle's movements. What? Clawheartle paused momentarily, only to be met with Luffy's rapid right hook, striking the side of his neck with precision. The force of the blow sent the dazed Clawheartle flying. Bang! He crashed into the stone wall at the edge of the slope, stirring up a cloud of dust and scattering debris. Clumsily, Clawheartle rose, smoothing his hair with his palm. It seems I have been insulted. Since you are so ignorant of what it means to be a pirate, allow me to enlighten you on the true terror of a pirate. Clawheartle's expression darkened, as if the very air were laden with malice, his body swaying ominously, his finger blades twitching. The horrors of a pirate who has danced between life and death multiple times. If the crew of the Black Cat Pirates were still conscious, they would surely recognize that Clawheartle was about to unleash a formidable technique. a move that spared neither friend nor foe. Zhang Fei sensed something was awry. In a moment of clarity, he recalled that it was Clawheartle's ultimate move, the so-called spoon or something akin to that. Luffy, be careful. He's about to unleash his ultimate technique. Zhang Fei warned, hoping to prevent any misfortune. What ultimate technique? Luffy found his attention captivated by Zhang Fei, his focus entirely drawn to him. As Luffy's gaze settled upon Zhang Fei, Clawheartle's voice resonated in a low tone, uttering just one word, spoon. In an instant, he vanished from sight. When Luffy turned his head back, he realized that Clawheartle had once again disappeared, this time at a speed that rendered him nearly imperceptible. Zhang Fei's pupils dilated rapidly, reflecting the sight of Clawheartle swiftly approaching him. The narrative diverged from the original tale, as the entire Black Cat Pirates crew had been subdued by Zhang Fei and now lay scattered on the ground. The only target left to confront was Zhang Fei himself. Do you think me an easy opponent? Zhang Fei's gaze burned fiercely as Clawheartle attempted to strike him. In a flash, Zhang Fei extended his right hand, seizing Clawheartle by the throat and pinning him to the ground. With a resounding crash, dust erupted into the air. Before anyone could react, Zhang Fei had already subdued Clawheartle. In disbelief, they stared at Zhang Fei, pondering how he had accomplished such a feat. Zoro slightly lifted his gaze towards Zhang Fei, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Not bad at all." Clawheartle, grasped by the throat, felt an overwhelming force constricting his airway, rendering his breaths labored. A mild concussion from the previous impact caused blood to trickle more freely from his forehead. Deprived of oxygen, Clawheartle's eyes turned red and began to swell as he desperately swung his weapon with his free hand towards Zhang Fei. However, despair soon enveloped him. His blade collided with Zhang Fei's body, producing sparks but leaving not a single mark. How is this possible? He gasped, incredulous, and summoned every ounce of strength to inquire. What manner of monster are you? A monster, indeed, Zhang Fei replied, acknowledging the truth in Clawheartle's words. To ordinary eyes, he was indeed a creature of legend. For who else could boast of immortality? With that, he hoisted Clawheartle as if he were a mere chick. Despite Clawheartle's frantic struggles, they proved futile. Impressive. Usopp swallowed hard. Though he had previously witnessed Zhang Fei single-handedly confront an entire pirate crew, capturing the elusive Clawheartle only deepened his admiration. As Zhang Fei released Clawheartle's throat, the latter thought he had found respite. However, before he could even touch the ground, a steel fist crashed into his abdomen. The impact was so severe that Clawheartle's eyes bulged, blood spewing forth as his insides felt as if they had been struck by cannon fire. Unable to endure the force, Clawheartle was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into his ship and creating a massive hole. He lay there like a lifeless fish. His eyes glazed over. Remarkable. Well done, brother Zhang Fei. You have vanquished the wicked steward. Onion exclaimed, momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. The other two youngsters shared his exuberance, joining in the jubilant celebration. Jiraiya felt an immense weight lift from her heart. The village of Silrub was now entirely safe, free from the threat to its inhabitants. Yet Luffy wore an expression of discontent as he glared at Zhang Fei, pouting in frustration. You promised you'd let me handle him. Why did you intervene? What could I do? He struck first. If I hadn't acted, those behind me might not have survived, Zhang Fei explained with a smile, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. Upon learning the reason, Luffy dismissed his grievances. Oh, well, if that's the case, he replied nonchalantly, resting his hands behind his head. Jiraiya understood that Zhang Fei's actions were to protect them, and stood up to express her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much for saving us and the entire village. There's no need for thanks. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Usopp. He was the one who pleaded for us to rescue this village. He is your true benefactor. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively, attributing the credit to Usopp. However, Usopp arrived late, rushing over, concerned for Jiraiya's well-being. Jiraiya, are you alright? I'm fine, just a bit weak from not moving for too long. Jiraiya reassured him about her condition. That's a relief, Usopp sighed, patting his chest, concerned for Jiraiya's frail constitution. Jiraiya noticed Usopp's injured hand, wounded by the steward's gun, and felt remorseful, her eyes reflecting guilt as she apologized. I'm so sorry, Usopp, it was my fault you got hurt. Usopp raised his injured left hand, waving it in the air to indicate he was unscathed. It's nothing, I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry, Jiraiya. It's not your fault, blame the wicked steward. Indeed, it's the steward's fault, Jiraiya. You were unaware, Onion chimed in to defend her. Jiraiya smiled appreciatively, affectionately ruffling Onion's hair. I understand, Onion. Chapter 29. The Merry Go, Usopp. Thank you all. Without your help, this village would not have been saved. Usopp expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fei. Don't mention it. I hardly contributed. Zoro leaned against a stone wall, observing Usopp. Me too, Luffy added. Having only exchanged a few blows with Claw-Ha-Tao, while Zhang Fei had dealt with the entire Black Cat pirates alone. Let us not dwell on that. Weavy secured the treasure. Nami beamed. Her spirits lifted as she embraced the bounty she had retrieved from the Black Cat ship. Zhang Fei remained silent while Jaya and the three youngsters headed home, waiting for Jaya to return them to the merry-go. As for the Black Cat pirates, they fled in disarray, eager to avoid the wrath of Zhang Fei. After this ordeal, Usopp resolved to set sail, aspiring to become a great warrior of the seas like his father. After this experience, I finally made up my mind to venture out to sea. Zhang Fei did not invite Usopp, but waited for Luffy to speak, knowing he was the captain and that his assistance would be required only when necessary. Usopp bid a heartfelt farewell to the three youngsters, disbanding his Usopp pirates, tears streaming down their faces. However, Usopp turned his back to them, not wishing to reveal his vulnerable side, wanting to leave a strong impression in their hearts. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and the others returned to the inn for a meal. Oh no, I've choked on a fishbone, Luffy exclaimed while eating, having carelessly swallowed a fishbone along with his meal. Fortunately, being made of rubber, he managed to reach into his mouth and extract the bone. You two should know better than to leave fishbones behind. Nami scolded Zoro and Luffy. Huh, got it out. Luffy gasped heavily, having exerted tremendous effort to remove the pesky bone. As for Nami's admonitions, they fell on deaf ears. Nami, it seems we can head to your hometown now. We just need a cook. Zhang Fei rested his elbow on the dining table, supporting his chin with his palm as he watched Nami slowly articulate her thoughts. Nami's pupils constricted, and her eyebrows arched in surprise. She had anticipated Zhang Fei would utter such words at this moment. Are you truly going to do this? Arlong is exceptionally formidable. Haven't you witnessed our strength? She questioned, her concern palpable. Luffy and Zoro, lost in the haze of confusion, were completely unaware of the conversation's context. What are you talking about? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he gazed at Nami and Zhang Fei. It's nothing, really, Nami hastily reassured, anxious that Luffy and Zoro might realize she still harbored doubts about their ability to contend with Arlong. Sensing Nami's flustered demeanor, Zoro recognized that she was concealing something from them. However, he chose not to pry, reassured by Zhang Fei's presence, believing that with him around, there would be no cause for concern. Is that so? I thought you were discussing delicious food, Luffy remarked, his mind always preoccupied with culinary delights. Yes, exactly. Nami sighed in relief, having successfully concealed her worries. Zhang Fei, too, did not press her. Trust is not something easily forged, but rather requires time to cultivate. Nami's true intention was to prevent Luffy and the others from engaging in reckless acts that could jeopardize their lives. Moreover, she was nearing the accumulation of 100 million, a sum that would facilitate the release of the villagers from Kokoyashi. Nami, there's no rush. You can ponder this at your leisure. However, once we find a cook, we shall definitely head to Kokoyashi village, Zhang Fei stated, making it clear he would not rush her decision, yet affirming that confronting Arlong was inevitable if they wished to win Nami's loyalty. All right, I understand. I will give it serious thought, Nami replied with a slight nod, knowing well that Zhang Fei would seek out Arlong regardless. At that moment, Kaya approached, having spotted Zhang Fei and the others, and greeted them. So you're all here. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips, recognizing that Kaya had come to discuss the ship. Hello, miss, Luffy greeted her with his usual exuberance. By the way, don't you need a ship? Kaya directly broached the topic. Are you offering us one? Luffy's interest peaked, his face lighting up with excitement. Under Kaya's guidance, they arrived at the port, where a figure with horn-like hair awaited them, none other than the shipwright, Mary. Behind him loomed the Golden Mary. Upon seeing the ship with his own eyes, Zhang Fei felt a surge of emotions, akin to a tidal wave. The Real Mary was before him, not just a model. For a pirate enthusiast, this was undoubtedly a monumental revelation, overwhelming Zhang Fei with elation. Oh, Luffy's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly bulging out in excitement. A swift sailboat, Nami exclaimed, recognizing the type of ship before her, thrilled that she would no longer have to sleep on a small sailboat. Zoro lifted his gaze to the Mary, a smile gracing his lips at the prospect of a larger vessel. I apologize for the wait. Although it may be somewhat outdated in style, this ship is my design. It features a triangular sail on the rear mast and a central rudder, making it a fast sailboat. I have named it the Golden Mary. Mary explained the ship's structure to the group. You are the ones who repelled the Black Wheat pirates alongside Usopp, correct? I expected you to be more imposing in stature. Mary continued. Are you really giving us this ship? Luffy exclaimed, his arms wide open in joyous disbelief. Yes, please take it, Kaya nodded, clarifying that it was intended as a token of gratitude for saving her life. Subsequently, Mary began explaining the ship's structure to Luffy, who looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. Yet he understood that this was indeed a fine vessel. Let us take good care of the Mary, Zhang Fei remarked, patting the ship with a smile, aware that it was home to a ship's spirit. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from the hilltop. Usopp's voice, who had tumbled down due to the weight of his excessive baggage. Usopp, Kaya exclaimed in surprise, wondering why he had come here. With a swift kick from Luffy and Zoro, Usopp finally halted his descent. You're still planning to set sail, Usopp? Kaya lamented, not wanting him to leave. Yes. Before my resolve wavers, I must embark on my journey. Please, do not try to keep me, Usopp declared, his determination to set sail unwavering. Particularly after the recent events that had catalyzed his growth. I want to stop you. I sensed this would happen. Yet, I can't help but feel lonely, Kaya replied, shaking her head, knowing she could not hinder a man's rightful adventure, though Usopp's departure left her feeling isolated. Next time I return, I will share tales of adventures more incredible than any lie, Usopp promised with a smile. I will wait for you, Kaya replied, her smile reflecting her faith in Usopp's ability to carve out his own path upon the vast seas. You all take care now. Until we meet again. Usopp bid farewell to Zhang Fei and the others. Why? Luffy leaned against the ship's railing, resting his chin on his hands, regarding Usopp with curiosity. Why? You truly have no feeling, do you? I will also be a pirate, and one day, we shall meet again upon the ocean, Usopp shrugged, concerned for Luffy's naivety. Unaware that Luffy had already considered him a comrade. Enough with the chatter, get aboard. We're just waiting for you, Zhang Fei interjected, offering a brief explanation. Zhang Fei speaks true, Zoro added, arms crossed and adopting a cool demeanor, his tone icy. He too regarded Usopp as a companion, deeply moved by his spirit. Huh. Usopp stared at them in disbelief, completely at a loss for their intentions. Haven't we already become comrades? Luffy declared matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Usopp's eyes widened. Excitement bubbling forth, a smile breaking across his face. He then began to leap in joy, momentarily forgetting himself, vying for Luffy's position as captain. The ship's captain is me, right? What nonsense are you spouting? The captain is me, Luffy retorted, incensed by Usopp's words. How could you dare to vie for my position after I graciously invited you aboard? Zhang Fei reminisced. Their banter stirring memories of his childhood when his father's adversaries had come knocking, brandishing knives, just as he was engrossed in One Piece, the scene where Usopp boarded the ship. His father had fought valiantly, wielding a kitchen knife to fend off attackers until his friend Luo Xiong had intervened, sending them to prison, where they were ultimately sentenced to death. This memory lingered vividly in Zhang Fei's mind. Reflecting on it now, he considered it miraculous that he had survived that ordeal. What are you daydreaming about? Come celebrate Usopp's joining us, Nami approached, delivering a playful chop to Zhang Fei's forehead. Oh, a celebration? Zhang Fei observed as Luffy busily prepared barrels of wine to commemorate Usopp's arrival. Hurry up, Zhang Fei. We're just waiting for you, Luffy called out, his face beaming with joy. I'm on my way, Zhang Fei replied, hurrying over with a bright smile, his spirits lifted. This is the Straw Hat Pirates. A crew brimming with passion and joy, and Zhang Fei found himself increasingly enamored with them. The clinking of glasses echoed, cheers. The jubilant cries filled the air. With a new ship and new companions, let us extend a warm welcome to them, proclaimed Luffy, the captain, with palpable excitement. Zhang Fei, choosing not to overshadow Luffy, silently observed the individuals before him. One might find it hard to believe, but I have truly encountered a remarkable group of comrades, and I eagerly anticipate the adventures that lie ahead. Simultaneously, Zhang Fei expressed his gratitude towards his father's adversaries. Were it not for them, he would never have ventured into the world of pirates. Following the feast, Luffy embarked on the grand creation of the Jolly Roger. For establishing a pirate crew without a proper flag was simply unacceptable. Once completed, Luffy proudly hoisted his pirate flag, showcasing his artistic prowess. Is this it? Zhang Fei remarked, gazing at the haphazardly drawn flag, questioning its aesthetic appeal, and feeling a sense of despair over Luffy's artistic skills. This is my labor of love. I have decided to use this emblem, Luffy declared with unbridled enthusiasm, blissfully unaware of Zhang Fei's underlying sentiments. This guy, it's clear he lacks any artistic talent. Usopp, upon seeing the unsightly flag, was taken aback and could not refrain from critiquing Luffy. No, from a certain perspective, it might actually be art, Nami retorted earnestly. Abstract art, perhaps? Zhang Fei mused, speculating that Luffy might indeed possess the potential to be an artist, an abstract artist, to be precise. The pirate flag ought to symbolize death, signifying a terrifying presence, prompting a cold sweat to trickle down Zoro's forehead as he stared in disbelief. What do you think? Luffy remained unabashedly proud, his grin wide enough to reveal all his teeth, evidently confident in his creation. Zhang Fei found it perplexing where Luffy derived such inexplicable confidence, and he realized it was time to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, he had some skills of his own. Let me take over. Your drawing is simply unbearable. Reluctantly, he retrieved a black flag and began to paint upon it, swiftly conjuring an image of a skull adorned with a straw hat before the onlookers. Consistent with the original work, Zhang Fei made no alterations to the straw hat pirate's flag. That looks splendid, Nami exclaimed, unable to resist complimenting Zhang Fei's handiwork. Of course, Usopp could manage this too, Zhang Fei remarked, aiming to bolster Usopp's standing within the crew. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Usopp immediately puffed up with pride. His nose elevated high as he proclaimed, "Naturally, I shall paint the sails." He eagerly took on the next task, conveniently allowing Zhang Fei a moment of respite. "Very well. The sails design is entrusted to you, Usopp," Zhang Fei replied, passing the paint bucket to Usopp before retreating to the rear of the ship to enjoy the refreshing sea breeze. After completing the sail, Usopp collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath, regretting his decision to accept the task. It had proven quite exhausting. It felt as if he had been duped. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire jolted everyone, Zhang Fei included, from his reverie. Rushing to investigate, he discovered Luffy experimenting with the ship's cannon, much to Zoro's chagrin. "Idiot. Watch me." Usopp stepped forward, emboldened. "Do you see that rock formation?" Luffy pointed to a distant outcropping rising from the sea. Considering the previous circumstances, this should suffice. After making adjustments, Usopp successfully fired the cannonball, striking the small rock formation, which shattered into 2 pieces. Chapter 31, Mission Triggered. "Impressive. A direct hit," Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Usopp, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated his success, especially as it was his first time firing a cannon. "See, I told you I aim with precision. If you admire my skills, call me captain." Usopp strutted about, his pride soaring, still fixated on the notion of being captain. However, Luffy paid no mind to Usopp's self-aggrandizing remarks, hands on his hips, declaring, "It's settled. You shall be our sniper." "Hey, did you even hear what I said?" Usopp's irritation surfaced at Luffy's disregard, prompting him to engage Luffy in conversation. Zhang Fei, indifferent to their banter, retreated to the back of the ship, seeking a comfortable spot to lie down. "By the way, I completed the system's task. The reward should be forthcoming," Zhang Fei recalled, remembering the mission given by the system back in Syrup Village. He quickly inquired, "System, have my rewards been issued?" The system, hidden within Zhang Fei, suddenly remembered that it had yet to provide the host with the task rewards. After all, it had returned from the system interface, still somewhat disoriented. Yes, it's in the backpack," the system replied, sounding a bit flustered. Without a doubt, it had likely forgotten, had Zhang Fei not reminded it in time. The system would have certainly overlooked it. Yet, Zhang Fei chose not to expose this lapse, pretending to remain oblivious. Upon opening the system's backpack, a mysterious package appeared before him, identical to the previous one. "System, can this mysterious package yield something valuable?" Zhang Fei questioned, harboring some skepticism. "Rest assured, the contents of the package are entirely random. It depends on your luck," the system assured him, affirming that it had no intention of deceiving Zhang Fei, as the items were indeed random, though the randomness stemmed from rewards won from other systems. Hearing the system's words, Zhang Fei decided to trust its assurance. Rubbing his palms together, he began to set a flag. "I shall exchange Luffy and Zoro's 20 years of solitude for the bloodline of a lucky sovereign. Grant me the treasures of the mysterious package." The system, hearing Zhang Fei's declaration, was left speechless. "Do you really think that will grant you something good? You could have just asked me to manipulate it behind the scenes. This host is truly too naive, making it difficult for me," the system lamented. As the mysterious package opened, a dazzling golden light flashed, temporarily blinding Zhang Fei, who felt an exhilarating surge of joy, convinced he had obtained something extraordinary. After all, what else could account for such brilliant illumination? "Congratulations. You have acquired the Namo Gatling." "What is this? A Gatling? And a Namo one at that?" Zhang Fei pondered, curious about what he had drawn, and upon investigation, he discovered that it was indeed a Gatling gun, but with infinite bullets. This was undoubtedly a significant gain. He could envision himself amidst the Marineford War, wielding the Gatling gun, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, facing thousands of Marines in a relentless barrage, What an imposing sight that would be. Just imagining that scene stirred the rebellious bloodline within Zhang Fei, who yearned to be transported to the Marineford War immediately. Alas, there remained some time before that confrontation, at least a few months, perhaps. However, he was soon to face Krieg, a man who seemed to command 500 subordinates, suggesting that his newly acquired Namu Gatling would soon come into play. Oh, by the way, system, do you possess the explosive fruit? Zhang Fei suddenly recalled the explosive fruit. Previously, when he wished to inquire about it, he found the system evasive, so he missed the opportunity to pose his question. Now that the system was present, he hurriedly seized the moment to ask, lest he forget once more. Why do you ask this? The system was intrigued by Zhang Fei's sudden inquiry. You are aware of my immortality. If I were to acquire the powers of the explosive fruit, I could transform myself into a bomb and embrace an enemy in mutual destruction. Zhang Fei spoke confidently, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. Indeed, only someone of your audacity could consider becoming a bomb. It is a testament to your exceptional mindset. Being the offspring of the infamous outlaw Zhang San. Goodness, wouldn't that make you a human nuclear bomb? The system was taken aback by Zhang Fei's audacious thoughts, struck with astonishment that could last a year. Well, is that the case? System, do you have it? Zhang Fei admitted openly. I do not, however. I possess a method to grant you the powers of the explosive fruit. Hearing this, Zhang Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. But the prospect of acquiring such powers reignited his enthusiasm, prompting him to inquire eagerly. What method? I can provide you with a power replication card. When you encounter that booger-nosed fellow, you may utilize the card to replicate his explosive fruit powers, completely disregarding the adverse effects of the devil fruits. The system explained slowly, clarifying that the power replication card essentially employs the primal forces of the world for a process akin to copy and paste. The abilities replicated through the world's essence would be flawless. Zhang Fei's eyes gleamed with determination. He must obtain this power replication card and promptly press the system for details. How can I acquire this power replication card? I shall assign you a mission. The reward for its completion will be this power replication card. As a system, it is imperative to fulfill the wishes of the host. Otherwise, how could I expect you to willingly undertake my tasks? System, you are exceedingly kind to me. Zhang Fei was profoundly moved by the system's words. That is a given. After all, you are my host. Now, speaking of which, your next encounter will be with Sanji. I shall provide you with several tasks to ensure I do not forget them. The system prepared to take a moment of respite within Zhang Fei. For engaging in mahjong with other systems is rather mentally taxing, and proper rest is crucial for future victories. Task 1. Persuade Sanji to join the crew. Reward, a mysterious gift pack. Task 2. Defeat the Creek Pirates. Reward, a mysterious gift pack. Task 3. Challenge Mihawk. Win or lose. Reward, a mysterious gift pack. Good heavens, all task rewards are uniformly mysterious gift packs, which means luck will play a significant role in obtaining valuable items. However, the first two tasks seem almost effortless, while the third task aligns perfectly with Zhang Fei's desires. He has long harbored disdain for Mihawk, who, despite wielding a sword, claims to be the world's greatest swordsman. Truly, it is a testament to his ignorance. Chapter 32. Seeking a Chef. The sound of a barrel shattering echoed. A deliberate act of vandalism accompanied by a cacophony of anger from an unwelcome visitor. You pirates, come out. I shall slay every one of you. The sudden assault interrupted the conversations of the group, much to Luffy's annoyance. Just as he had officially become a pirate, trouble had already come knocking. And on top of that, it was defacing his newly acquired merry-go. Usopp and Nami peered through the window to see a man wielding a machete, his demeanor menacing as he wreaked havoc upon the merry-go, shouting incessantly. Hey, who are you? Luffy pushed open the door and was met with a man wearing sunglasses and the character Foresee inscribed on his left cheek. However, the man seemed indifferent to Luffy's question, lunging at him with his machete, cleaving through the railing before Luffy could react. What I am is of little significance. Luffy narrowly dodged, landing behind him. I have severed the heads of many pirates. You, an anonymous fake pirate, dare to threaten my comrades. Luffy was baffled, unable to comprehend the latter part of the man's declaration, entirely unaware of his identity. Just as he finished speaking, the man charged forward, swinging his machete toward Luffy's head with a sweeping force, intent on decapitating him. Yet, he underestimated Luffy. With a swift leap, Luffy seized the man's head, vaulting over him and using his momentum to hurl him away, landing a firm retort. I don't know what you mean by comrades, but I want to allow you to vandalize my ship. The man was sent crashing against the wall, the wooden structure sustaining minimal damage, merely producing a resounding thud. Zhang Fei approached and recognized the man on the ground, He was one of Zoro's subordinates, Johnny. Spitting blood, Johnny grimaced in pain and weakly explained. I only lost a little. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Luffy plopped down on the deck, hat in hand, gazing at Johnny with a perplexed expression. Zoro, drawn by the commotion, arrived and exclaimed in astonishment, Johnny, is that you? Johnny, now sitting on the deck, sprang to his feet in disbelief at Zoro's presence. Zoro, why are you here? Where is Yasaku? Zoro inquired, his gaze fixed on Johnny. What happened? Johnny hesitated, struggling to articulate the events that had transpired. It turned out that Yasaku had fallen ill, and Johnny left him resting on Little Stone Mountain. However, a stray cannonball had inexplicably struck them, sending them both flying, leaving Yasaku grievously injured. Thus, Johnny sought revenge. Luffy and Usopp were sternly reprimanded by Zhang Fei, who delivered a sharp blow to the back of their heads. A prominent bump formed on Usopp's forehead, while Luffy remained unscathed, given his rubbery nature. Unlike Nami, he could not inflict genuine damage upon Luffy. You ought to apologize. This is all your fault. Zhang Fei chastised them vehemently. Usopp and Luffy, taken aback, were left dumbfounded, realizing their culpability. I'm sorry, they mumbled, heads bowed in remorse. Johnny, weeping and trembling, mourned the potential loss of Yasaku. He might die. This revelation rendered Zoro speechless, cold sweat trickling down his brow, unsure of how to respond. You are all fools. Nami suddenly erupted in anger at them, causing the others to look on in confusion, except for Zhang Fei, who understood that Yosa was also afflicted with scurvy, and that a mere vitamin boost would suffice for recovery. He responded to Nami, affirming her words. You're absolutely right. You fools. He has scurvy, and all it takes is a vitamin supplement to remedy it. Alas, Yosa is still in peril. Johnny immediately perked up, his tears ceasing at once. Luffy, Usopp, hurry to the kitchen and extract some juice. Nami commanded decisively, relieved that the ship was stocked with ample fruit to prevent scurvy. Yes, ma'am. Upon hearing that Yosa could still be saved, Luffy and Usopp's guilt dissipated instantly as they rushed to the kitchen to prepare juice for Yosa. This is scurvy. If we supply vitamins in a timely manner, it can be cured, Nami explained slowly. Is that true, big sister? Johnny exclaimed, filled with excitement, referring to Nami as his elder sister. However, Nami was quite perturbed by this term of endearment, thinking, how dare you call me big sister when you look more mature than I do? Are you implying that I am older than you? Don't call me big sister, Nami said with visible annoyance, and continued, you are all incredibly ignorant. Having gone to sea, you should at least possess this basic knowledge. At her words, the others hung their heads in shame, unable to meet Nami's gaze, except for Zhang Fei. After being fed the juice, Yosa sprang back to life, exuberantly jumping up and exclaiming, I've absorbed the nutrients. I am reborn. Oh, this is marvelous. Johnny joined in the celebration. Faced with this astonishing development, Nami's emotions surged, and she couldn't help but critique, is the healing so swift? Zhang Fei approached, seizing the opportunity to cozy up to Nami, whispering sweetly while offering her the juice to soothe her irritation. Nami, don't mind them. They are just like that. Soon enough, he will likely collapse again. He just needs a sweet cup of juice to cool down. Nami showed no intention of refusing, taking the juice and gulping it down, exhaling a sigh of relief before addressing Luffy. Luffy, prolonged voyages at sea often lead to such situations, so we must have a chef on board. Luffy's eyes sparkled at the thought of delicious food. Then it settled, we shall seek a chef at sea. For the most important thing is to savor good food aboard the ship. Chapter 33, Rest assured, I am here. As predicted by Zhang Fei, Yosa soon coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Ah, partner. Johnny gasped, his jaw dropping at the sight of Yosa on the ground, eyes bulging in shock. You should focus on recuperating, Zoro said, his tone laced with irritation. You're sick, yet you can't even lie still. Zhang Fei paid no heed to the two, continuing to embrace Nami as he suggested to Luffy that they head to the floating restaurant, where Sanji resided. If we are indeed going to find a chef, then let us go to the floating restaurant. There is an excellent chef there. The mention of the floating restaurant piqued everyone's interest, and they eagerly turned to Zhang Fei. Yes, the floating restaurant. However, I do not know the way. Johnny, you should know, right? The task of leading them fell to Johnny, as it was he who initially proposed the idea and had first-hand experience. No problem, big brother Zhang Fei, Johnny assured, puffing out his chest with a beaming smile, knowing that Yosa just needed to rest peacefully, and that the journey to the floating restaurant would take 2 or 3 days. By the way, Zoro, the target you wish to surpass will also be at the floating restaurant. Zhang Fei recalled the presence of Mihawk, determined to challenge him, regardless of the potential wrath Mihawk might unleash. After all, he possessed immortality and feared no one. If all else failed, He could replicate the powers of the bomb fruit and face him in a life-and-death duel. Zoro froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, quickly replaced by excitement. Finally, he could challenge Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. He was determined to triumph and make his name resonate across the globe, fulfilling the promise made to his master. Observing Zoro's expression, Zhang Fei understood that despite knowing Zoro would likely lose to Mihawk, he would not dampen Zoro's spirits. Had enough hugs? Next time, you'll have to pay to embrace me, Nami teased, freeing herself from Zhang Fei's arm and striking a pose, as if demanding payment. Zhang Fei merely smiled in response. And before long, 2 days had flown by. They arrived at the floating restaurant. Big brother Zoro, big brother Luffy, big brother Usopp, big brother Zhang Fei, big sister Nami. Johnny called out, but upon hearing his words, Nami's expression instantly darkened, her fists clenched, her gaze filled with displeasure. Why am I suddenly the big sister? Zhang Fei could not help but chuckle, attempting to soothe Nami's feelings. Don't take it to heart, Nami. Humph. Nami scoffed, deciding it was best to let it go. Perhaps Johnny had simply misspoken. Nami, once we find a chef, we will head to Kokoyashi village to deal with Arlong, and then you can rest easy, Zhang Fei said to her with a serious tone. However, Nami remained hesitant, her head lowered. After spending these days together, she realized that her companions were indeed reliable, and she had grown fond of them, yet she could not bear the thought of them getting hurt because of her. Seeing Nami's disheartened demeanor, Zhang Fei unabashedly ruffled her hair and pinched her cheeks, comforting her. Rest assured, we will be fine. You must trust us. Nami finally lifted her head. Her eyes slightly reddened. When she met Zhang Fei's sparkling gaze, she ultimately chose to place her trust in him, her beautiful eyes gradually regaining their vitality. Well, after we find the chef, I will fully disclose everything to everyone. Of course, I want to force them to help me deal with Arlong. That is all we need. Nami, just trust us. Even if it means standing against the world, we will always be by your side, Zhang Fei said with a smile, seeing Nami's spirits rise. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Nami could no longer contain her emotions. She embraced Zhang Fei tightly, burying her head in his sturdy chest, soaking in the warmth he provided. Zhang Fei made no move to reject her, gently soothing her. Zhang Fei, Nami, we've arrived, Usopp announced as he stepped through the door, alerting them that they had reached the floating restaurant. However, upon entering, he found them in an embrace and quickly realized he had come at an inopportune moment. Sorry to interrupt. I'll leave now. You all continue. I didn't see anything, he stammered, hastily exiting and closing the door behind him. Nami quickly pushed Zhang Fei away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, Usopp must think we're something else. What should I do? I need to explain to him right away, she thought, casting a reproachful glance at Zhang Fei. What are you looking at? You should go explain to Usopp. Or he'll misunderstand us. Zhang Fei shrugged casually. Let him misunderstand. It's no big deal. Nami was incensed by Zhang Fei's nonchalant attitude, and with a light punch to his chest, her lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile, as if she were secretly pleased. Humph, if you don't explain. I want to be speaking to you. All right, I'll explain to Usopp in a bit. Is that good enough? Upon encountering Nami's demeanor, one could not help but acquiesce to her commands, for her allure was undeniable. This is more like it, Nami remarked, her arms crossed defiantly. Zhang Fei, observing Nami's youthful posture, could not suppress a gentle smile, pleasantly surprised by how endearing she appeared. What are you staring at? Nami noticed Zhang Fei's gaze upon her, wondering if something marred her visage. Oh, I'm merely admiring a beauty, Zhang Fei teased lightly, dismissing her emotional fluctuations as he exited the room. After Zhang Fei departed, Nami's cheeks flushed once again, her heart racing, and she muttered discontentedly, I knew he would tease me. Yet, the thought of Zhang Fei caring for her brought an involuntary smile to her face, her countenance radiating happiness. Upon exiting, they beheld a magnificent vessel with a fish-shaped bow and stern, the floating restaurant Baratai. The air, imbued with the scent of delectable cuisine, was accompanied by a few merchant ships anchored nearby. What a sight to behold! Zhang Fei exclaimed in admiration of the maritime establishment. However, an imposing naval warship approached ominously. Usopp and Johnny, sensing the naval threat, prepared to confront it, only to find themselves outmatched and sent sprawling back to Zhang Fei, their bounty posters fluttering to the ground, including that of Arlong. Nami picked one up, a surge of trepidation washing over her momentarily, but she quickly reassured herself as she glanced at Zhang Fei, for she now had trustworthy companions. Rest assured, I am here, he said. Chapter 34, we seem to be full. Hey, this is bad. He's aiming a cannon at us. Usopp exclaimed in terror, pointing at the naval ship ahead. Johnny and Usopp, who had been sprawled on the ground, jolted upright at the sound of cannon fire. Their hearts racing. What? The naval lieutenant, Hepatee, clenched his iron fist and, with his thumb pointed downward, issued a merciless command. Sink it. Yes, sir. The sailors promptly loaded cannonballs and aimed them at the merry-go. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the cannonball hurtled toward the merry-go. They're firing. Usopp screamed, his eyes wide with fright. Nami, standing beside Zhang Fei, instinctively clutched his arm, a clear sign of her concern. It's all right. Luffy's here, Zhang Fei reassured her softly. Just then, Luffy sprang into action. Watch this. Gum Gum Balloon. Zhang Fei's mouth widened as he inhaled deeply, his body swelling into a balloon-like form, leaping to intercept the incoming cannonball. The impact caused Luffy's body to cave inward. Wow. Johnny, Usopp, and Zoro were left speechless, taken aback by Luffy's audacious maneuver. Not only were they astonished, but so was Lieutenant Hepatee aboard the naval ship. Here's the cannonball back, Luffy declared, attempting to return the projectile to the Navy. But his aim faltered, and it detonated atop the floating restaurant. Where did you fire that cannonball, you fool? Zoro scolded Luffy, his veins bulging with frustration. Luffy, startled, had not anticipated the deviation of his cannonball, and he deflated, tears brimming in his eyes as he lamented, now we'll have to pay for that. Oh, that idiot. Nami groaned, covering her face in exasperation, feeling utterly embarrassed by her captain's folly. And I believed he could defeat Arlong. Zhang Fei, without a second thought, realized the predicament Luffy now faced, as the chefs of the floating restaurant apprehended him. Poor Luffy, he mused, lamenting his fate of having to work off the debt. As Luffy was taken aboard, he encountered Sanji's mentor, Zeph, whose forehead was bleeding, his expression one of fury directed at Luffy. In contrast, Luffy was reduced to tears, fearing he had caused Zeph a grave injury. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Zhang Fei and the others began to speculate about Luffy's impending fate. Luffy's so slow. He'll probably be forced to do menial labor for a month, Zoro remarked lazily, reclining with his hands behind his head. Isn't it just better to blame the Navy? Nami retorted, pointing out that the Navy had instigated the conflict, albeit with some unforeseen complications. Nami has a point. It was the Navy's cannonball, not ours, so what is it to us? Zhang Fei concurred, asserting that the blame lay not with them, but with the Navy. Let us go check it out and grab a bite, shall we? Usopp appeared more interested in the culinary delights of the floating restaurant than Luffy's plight. Zhang Fei recognized Usopp's intentions, but kept silent, sharing his own curiosity about the restaurant's fare, particularly the dishes prepared by Zeph or Sanji. After inspecting his system backpack, which contained several million berries intended for his sustenance, Zhang Fei declared, "Allow me to treat you all to a taste of the culinary creations of our future companions." Rising to his feet, he gazed toward the floating restaurant. "Wonderful. I love you, big brother Zhang Fei," Johnny exclaimed, expressing his affection upon learning of Zhang Fei's generous offer. "I love you too, big brother Zhang Fei," echoed Usopp in imitation. "I love you as well," Zhang Fei joined in the enthusiastic Usopp, jumping excitedly from the ship's deck. "Get lost. I don't need your affection," Zhang Fei replied, his expression darkening with annoyance. "Heh, who would have thought our Zhang Fei to be so popular?" Nami teased, playfully nudging him with her elbow. "What can I say? Good looks are universally appealing," Zhang Fei replied, tossing his hair nonchalantly. Nami couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Zhang Fei's response. Enough of that. They boarded the ship. Zoro suddenly called out to Zhang Fei. Upon turning, Zhang Fei found that the trio had already dashed toward the floating restaurant, arms waving enthusiastically. "Hurry up, Zhang Fei. We've been waiting for you," Usopp shouted. "These guys run so fast when food is involved," Zhang Fei remarked with a sigh. "And here I thought they loved me. Now they've vanished. Indeed, they are all gluttons." He mused. "All right, let us hurry up," Zhang Fei said to Nami. Without waiting for her consent, he swept her into his arms in a princess carry. "What are you doing? Put me down," Nami protested, struggling against his grip, but her strength was no match for his. "Put you down? Not a chance. Hold tight. I'm about to jump," Zhang Fei teased mischievously. "What?" Nami gasped, and before she could process his words, Zhang Fei propelled himself forward, his legs springing off the ground like a coiled spring, gracefully arcing through the air before landing safely on the floating restaurant. "We've arrived safely," Zhang Fei announced, setting Nami down, who appeared momentarily dazed. Just as reality set back in, her petite fist was already aiming for Zhang Fei's chest, releasing her pent-up frustration. "That was dangerous." "It's all right. As long as I'm here, you'll be safe," Zhang Fei reassured her. Confronted by Nami's admonition, Zhang Fei confidently responded, his eyes radiating brilliance, which instantly softened Nami's heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly turned away, haughtily declaring, "Humph, I shall forgive you this time." As she uttered these words, her heart raced tumultuously, akin to a startled fawn, especially upon noticing the affection reflected in Zhang Fei's gaze, which set her senses ablaze. "Thank you, beautiful Nami, for your forgiveness," Zhang Fei expressed with a charming smile, secretly finding her bashful demeanor rather endearing. Meanwhile, Usopp and the others, witnessing this exchange, felt as though they had feasted enough and had no need for further sustenance. Chapter 35, Sanji's Determination. "What are you still staring at? Aren't you coming in?" Zoro urged the group, accustomed to such trivial scenes, regarding them as mere trifles. Upon entering the dining room, they discovered signs of a recent brawl. Zhang Fei surmised that Sanji had left these marks after decisively defeating the Navy lieutenant, Hibodi, evidenced by a gaping hole in the ceiling. The group casually chose a spot to sit, greeted by the busy and disheveled Luffy. "Hey, errand boy," Nami called out, waving at Luffy, who was clad in an apron. Her tone laced with playful reproach. "I hear you've got a year of chores ahead of you." Usopp grinned mischievously. "How about we change the flag on the ship? What do you think?" Zoro jested. "You lot should just work diligently here. We'll set sail for the Grand Line, and once you've completed your year, we'll come back for you," Zhang Fei chimed in, joining the playful banter at Luffy's expense. How can you guys leave me here, indulging in such delectable food? This is outrageous." Luffy roared in frustration, his anger rising as he observed their carefree demeanor and their teasing comments. Sanji, attending to the lovely ladies, was drawn to the commotion, his attention piqued by Luffy's boisterous outburst. "Well, this is our freedom," Zoro proclaimed with a triumphant grin directed at Usopp. However, Luffy, seeking to retaliate against Zoro for abandoning him, prepared to enact his revenge. Seizing an opportunity while Zoro was distracted, he mischievously plunged his finger into his nostril, adding an unwelcome ingredient to Zoro's drink. Zhang Fei and the others stifled their laughter, opting not to expose Luffy's unscrupulous antics. "By the way, this food is truly exquisite, though I feel a bit guilty about it," Zoro remarked as he grasped the tainted beverage, just as he was about to take a sip. Suddenly, Zoro retaliated, shoving the drink into Luffy's mouth, compelling him to swallow it while vocally chastising him. "You better drink this, you wretched thing." Gulp. Luffy struggled against Zoro's grip, but it was too late. The drink was forced down his throat. Laughter erupted among the group, particularly from Usopp, who pounded the table in amusement. "What on earth are you doing?" Luffy gasped, collapsing to the floor, clutching his throat and sticking out his tongue in an attempt to expel the beverage he had just consumed. "That should be my line," Zoro retorted, casting a glance at Luffy on the floor. At that moment, Sanji approached, captivated by Nami's beauty. His eyes widened, hands outstretched, head tilted back as he began to profess his affections for her. The sea. Thank you for allowing our paths to cross today. Love. Please mock me as I languish in torment. If only I could be with her, I would willingly embrace piracy, becoming a devil if need be. But how tragic it is that an immense barrier stands between us." Nami gazed at Sanji in confusion, utterly oblivious to his fervent declarations. Nearby, Luffy and Zoro wore expressions of bewilderment. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Sanji's antics, noting that he was not too dissimilar from his anime counterpart. "That barrier you speak of must be me, Sanji." Zeph suddenly emerged from the shadows, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. You old coot," Sanji stammered, taken aback by Zeph's sudden appearance, realizing that his previous words had been overheard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "It's a golden opportunity for you to become a pirate." Zeph stepped forward, his gaze steady on Sanji. Understanding that Sanji harbored dreams of his own and should not remain stagnant, ultimately achieving nothing. "This establishment no longer requires your presence." Sanji was startled by Zeph's abrupt declaration, staring at him in disbelief. "Hey, old man, I'm the sous chef here. What do you mean this place doesn't need me?" Sanji puffed out a cloud of smoke, baffled by Zeph's assertion. "You often quarrel with customers, become overly animated around girls, and fail to produce good dishes. I say you are simply a burden to this establishment. You know, the other chefs have long viewed you unfavorably. Whether you wish to be a pirate or pursue any other path, you should leave this place behind." Though Zeph's words were harsh, they stemmed from a place of concern for Sanji's future. He was still young and had a bright horizon ahead, not meant to be confined here. Moreover, he was aware of Kuro's character. Sanji had saved a kin, and a kin would undoubtedly bring Kuro to the floating restaurant, putting the entire establishment at risk. He could not allow Sanji to remain, which prompted his harsh remarks. However, Sanji was oblivious to Zeph's good intentions, his anger flaring as he seized Zeph by the collar. His tone threatening. What? If I remain silent, you think you can say whatever you please? You old coot. I can overlook many things, but I will not tolerate insults regarding my cooking. Regardless of what you say, I will remain a chef here, and there shall be no grievances. Why are you grabbing the head chef by the collar? You scoundrel. Zeph, sensing Sanji's stubbornness, felt his anger rise and forcefully threw Sanji onto Zhang Fei's table. Ah! Sanji cried out, the pain radiating through his back, causing him to yelp. The dining room could not withstand the force of the impact, splintering in two. Fortunately, the dishes remained intact, as Zhang Fei and the others swiftly caught them, preventing any disaster. Damn you, you old coot, Sanji grumbled under his breath. Humph. Zeph shot Sanji a disdainful glance, a derisive snort escaping him. Even if you wish to expel me, I will continue to be a chef in this establishment. Sanji shouted defiantly at Zeph, determined to stay, no matter the cost. You'll stay until you die then? I won't die. I could live for another 100 years, Zeph replied, walking away without looking back. Clenching his teeth, Sanji muttered angrily, vowing to repay Zeph's kindness, declaring he would never leave. Oh, wonderful. P.S. agreed. Now you can become a pirate. Luffy exclaimed, rising with his hands on his hips, elated, as his objective was to recruit Sanji as a companion. Get lost. Sanji turned to Luffy, shouting vehemently, urging him to abandon any hope. Chapter 36. The Crisis at the Floating Restaurant. Zhang Fei and the others switched to a new table. As Sanji began to shower Nami with attentions, which irked Zhang Fei greatly, feeling as though his beloved was being flirted with by another. I truly apologize for my earlier rudeness. As a token of my contrition, I present to you a delightful fruit cheese, and for after your meal, a sweet liqueur. Please savor it, Your Highness. Wow, thank you. Nami, upon beholding the delectable feast before her, was filled with sheer delight. How considerate. Sanji, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman, exuded charm. This, however, irked Zhang Fei immensely, his eyes brimming with displeasure. Nami, noticing Zhang Fei's vexed gaze, immediately perceived his jealousy. She could almost sense the potent aroma of vinegar in the air. With a deliberate arch of her brow directed at Zhang Fei, she seemed to convey, see that? This is the allure I possess. Do we owe you any apologies? Be cautious, lest I accuse you of gender discrimination, you culinary lecher. Usopp, too, protested Sanji's preferential treatment. Visibly annoyed. Haven't I already served you the simplest fare? You should be grateful, Sanji retorted with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, glaring fiercely at Usopp. Yet Usopp was no fool. He boldly confronted Sanji, his long nose nearly poking into Sanji's cheek, as he issued a stern warning, pointing at Zoro. Oh, you're looking for a fight? We won't show any mercy. Take him down, Zoro. I'm with you, Zoro affirmed. Zhang Fei, adding fuel to the fire, thought it mattered little, as in the future, Zoro and Sanji would become a pair of adversaries bound by affection. An early encounter would be of no consequence. Hey, if you're going to fight, do it yourself. Don't drag me into this, Zoro protested, aware that Zhang Fei was orchestrating chaos. A male patron interjected. Aren't you even going to clear the plates? Usopp seized the opportunity, pointing at the dishes on the table. Sanji glanced over, noticing remnants of food, and commanded, are there still mushrooms left? Finish them. However, Usopp was resolute. His frustration bubbled over as he thrust his nose forward, making contact with Sanji's forehead, the two locking eyes. Sparks flying. Zhang Fei was taken aback by the resilience of Usopp's nose. I was once poisoned by a toxic mushroom in my youth, hence my aversion to them. Usopp divulged, explaining his distaste for mushrooms. These mushrooms are harmless, so you better eat them all, long-nosed fool, Sanji replied, his tone unfriendly. Oh, why do I have to deal with this? Nami sighed as she observed their squabble, deciding to leverage her charm, smiling brightly at Zhang Fei. Don't be jealous. Zhang Fei, if you make me jealous, I might just have to devour you tonight. Zhang Fei shot back without hesitation, his meaning immediately clear, causing Nami's cheeks to flush crimson, her shyness evident as she stammered, unwilling to believe his words, suspecting he was merely teasing her. I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, then let us see, Zhang Fei said with a mischievous tone. Damn it. Can these two let me enjoy my meal in peace? Zoro grumbled, disgusted by their display of affection. He merely wished to dine quietly, but instead was subjected to their antics. Meanwhile, Luffy was engrossed in his meal, indifferent to the surrounding commotion. Zoro, are you feeling jealous? Do you want me to introduce you to my cousin? She is quite beautiful, Johnny suggested, taking a sip of tea, eager to play matchmaker. Women only slow me down when I draw my sword. I have no need for that, Zoro replied dismissively. Don't listen to him, Zoro. His cousin weighs over 300 pounds. Yasa bluntly exposed Johnny's ulterior motives, determined not to let Zoro fall into a trap. 300 pounds? No thanks, I'm not interested, Zoro exclaimed, horrified at the thought, envisioning the consequences of such weight. Johnny, you ungrateful wretch. I saved you. And this is how you repay me? Johnny chastised Yasa. Upon hearing this, Yasa fell silent, recognizing Johnny's reasoning was sound. Zhang Fei, too, was startled. 300 pounds. How much could Johnny's cousin eat? As the minor squabble continued, Usopp and Sanji remained locked in their dispute. Upon spotting a beautiful female customer approaching, Sanji rushed over, his demeanor shifting as he began to flatter her. You unfaithful carrot. Usopp scolded him. Meanwhile, Luffy leisurely sipped his tea, resembling an elderly gentleman, observing Sanji at work as if to say, this is none of my concern. Suddenly, Sanji returned, delivering a swift kick to Luffy's head, causing tea to splatter everywhere. By the way, what are you doing just sitting there? Guess need towels. Luffy, resembling a lifeless pig, was dragged away by Sanji. As you command, Luffy replied resignedly, realizing he had been relegated to the role of a mere errand boy. Observing Luffy and Sanji's departure, Zhang Fei murmured, Click is about to show up. Nami, catching Zhang Fei's quiet words, was curious due to their faintness. What did you say, Zhang Fei? Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow, reverting to his flirtatious demeanor, leaning closer to Nami's ear, deliberately provoking her, eager to witness her embarrassment. I'll say it again. Tonight I'll visit your room. And you'd best not lock the door, or I might just devour you, understood? Upon hearing this, Nami's face flushed bright red, akin to a steam engine, her head feeling hot. You're teasing me. She playfully punched Zhang Fei, though her feeble attempts at retaliation were akin to tickling him, and he allowed her to continue. Zoro's expression darkened, indicating that if they persisted, he might be compelled to draw his sword against them. I see now. That chef saved your life, allowing you to return. Right, Akin? Why, yes, Akin replied, lowering his head, sweat streaming down his face, his voice quivering in the presence of his captain. Click. But I never expected our main ship to end up like this, Captain. Sitting on the sofa, Click appeared puzzled by Akin's sudden exclamation. What is it? Akin gazed at Click, slowly speaking. I'll take you to the Bartai restaurant. Chapter 37, The Ungrateful Click. Damn it. Didn't Zhang Fei say he would come and devour me tonight? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Nami, cocooned in her bed, wrapped tightly in her blanket, felt her face radiate a sunset-like hue as Zhang Fei's teasing words echoed in her mind, tinged with a hint of grievance. Meanwhile, our protagonist Zhang Fei was stationed outside, keeping watch over the ship, neglecting the earlier teasing remarks. Before him sat a stick figure, indeed a stick figure, engaged in a game of cards with Zhang Fei, drawing the short straw, with the loser facing a swift blow to the head. Zhang Fei's forehead was swollen, dark lines etched between his brows, his expression grim. It was evident he had lost several rounds, explaining his heightened emotional state. The stick figure before Zhang Fei was the embodiment of the system, in his boredom. Zhang Fei had summoned it for a round of amusement. Are you cheating, system? Zhang Fei demanded angrily, lamenting the lack of enjoyment in the game. Winning only 1 out of 10 rounds. I am designed to ensure others cheat. Is there a problem with that? The system spoke with unwavering authority, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Fei. Alas, he was but a stick figure and possessed no eyes. Surprisingly, Zhang Fei found himself at a loss for words, even conceding that the system's reasoning held merit, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal. Forget it. I shan't continue. This is simply too much, he declared, forcefully tossing the playing cards in his hand onto the deck, feeling a chill radiate from his back. Is it too much to handle? The system muttered, and with its disappearance, the cards vanished into oblivion, for they were merely an illusion conjured by the system's power. At that moment, Zhang Fei awaited the arrival of Kuro. Alongside Hawkeye, 2 days later, a colossal pirate ship glided toward them, its size 50 times that of the Going Merry, albeit in a dilapidated state. As though it had weathered a fierce battle, even the figurehead, resembling some unknown beast, had been cleaved in half. This ship belonged to Kuro. Gazing at the massive vessel, Zhang Fei murmured aboard the Merry, Kuro has finally arrived. However, Hawkeye is indeed formidable. With a single strike, he could rend such a ship asunder. His tone conveyed a palpable admiration for Hawkeye. What? This is the doing of Hawkeye? Zoro, having overheard Zhang Fei's quiet musings, displayed a look of incredulity, eager to discern the truth from him. Moreover, Zhang Fei had previously mentioned that Hawkeye would visit the floating restaurant, stirring within Zoro a fervent desire to seize the coveted title of the best swordsman from Hawkeye. Indeed, it was Hawkeye's doing, but he should be arriving soon. Zhang Fei contemplated, stroking his chin, pondering the time of Hawkeye's arrival, yet ultimately deciding to cease his musings, as it was certain Hawkeye would show up today. Is that so? Zoro chuckled, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, awaiting Hawkeye's appearance. Who is Hawkeye? Nami inquired curiously, glancing at Zhang Fei, eager to learn more about this figure who seemed to excite Zoro so profoundly. Hawkeye, whose true name is Dracul Mihawk, is celebrated as the world's foremost swordsman. No, the world's premier swordsman, for he wields a blade, not merely a sword. Zhang Fei expounded, realizing mid-sentence that he had misspoken and promptly corrected himself. Zoro shot an exasperated glance at Zhang Fei, thinking it bewildering that he was still on that topic. Nonetheless, he refrained from countering him, lest Zhang Fei launch into another lecture on the differences between swords and blades. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's account, Nami grasped the sheer strength of Hawkeye and blinked in astonishment. She then turned to Zoro, offering him encouragement, fully aware of his ambition to surpass Hawkeye and become the best in the world. Zoro, you must give it your all. Yes, I will, Zoro replied, surprised by Nami's supportive gesture. Let us board the ship and take a look, Zhang Fei suggested, noting that Kuroha had already embarked, and it was high time they joined the fray. With that, Nami stood beside Zhang Fei, feeling a sense of safety only in his presence. All right, let us proceed. Wait for me, Zhang Fei, Usopp called out, rushing over, eager to ascertain Kuroha's true nature and whether he was as fearsome as the legend suggested. Zhang Fei did not wait for Usopp. Instead, he scooped up Nami and leaped across the sea, landing on the floating restaurant. Even before entering, they could hear a cacophony of voices emanating from within the restaurant. Nami, remember to stay by my side when we enter. That way, I can protect you, Zhang Fei advised gravely before stepping inside, hoping to avoid chaos. I understand, Nami replied, her demeanor akin to a delicate bird, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Reassured by Zhang Fei's concern for her well-being. I'm utterly exhausted. You didn't even wait for me, Zhang Fei. Usopp panted, hands resting on his knees, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Zoro followed closely behind Usopp, his breath steady and composed, unfazed by the exertion. It seems your stamina needs improvement, Usopp. You ought to engage in more training, Zhang Fei remarked earnestly. I know, Zhang Fei, Usopp acknowledged, finally regaining his composure. Soon, they heard a voice filled with fury from within the restaurant. Kuroha, the treacherous ruler of the East Blue, was indeed the one responsible for countless misdeeds. Initially a convict, he had later turned to the Navy, slaughtering an officer aboard a naval ship before escaping and becoming a pirate. He would sometimes display the Navy flag to enter ports, only to raid villages and merchant vessels, and at other times raise a white flag of surrender to ambush his enemies. His unscrupulous methods had paved the way for his rise as a notorious pirate, rendering him a man of notorious reputation who would never simply leave after a meal. Such scoundrels deserved no mercy, and saving the world from them was a noble cause. Karn vehemently reproached Sanji, recounting the atrocities committed by Kuroha. Sanji inhaled deeply, recalling his own past encounters with starvation, resolute in his belief that he could not turn a blind eye to those in need, even if they were villains. Just as the chef had warned, Kuroha seized the opportunity after finishing his meal, catching Sanji off guard with a powerful grip around his throat, sending him flying. Chapter 38. Sanji's resolve. All the patrons in the restaurant were taken aback by Kuroha's ingratitude, particularly Akin, who looked on in disbelief at Kuroha, for Sanji was their savior. Even Zhang Fei, upon entering the restaurant, witnessed this scene and recognized Kuroha for the scoundrel he was. Your words are worthless, Captain Kuroha. You promised me you would not attack this establishment. I brought you here under that condition. Moreover, that person is our benefactor. Akin vociferously denounced Kuroha's breach of trust. This is truly delicious. I feel revitalized. Kuroha disregarded Akin, muttering to himself, yet his powerful grip remained firmly on Akin's shoulder, causing him immense pain as he emitted a bone-chilling scream. Aya, Akin. Luffy gritted his teeth, watching Akin suffer. As expected, Sanji grimaced, his face pale, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he glared at the treacherous Kuroha. What a fine restaurant this is. I shall claim this ship for myself, Kuroha proclaimed, asserting his claim over the floating restaurant with a domineering tone that brooked no refusal, his gaze icy. Everyone flee. The patrons of the floating restaurant cried out in panic, hastily exiting the establishment, fearful of incurring Kuroha's wrath. You see, this is Kuroha. He seeks to seize this ship. Karn seethed, wishing he could dismantle Kuroha piece by piece to alleviate his simmering rage. Captain, what of your promise? Akin, lying on the ground, writhed in agony, his shoulder aflame with pain, yet his voice carried an imploring tone, beseeching Kuroha to honor his word and expressing the torment brought on by his own conscience. Hey, Akin. Are you alright? Luffy shouted, concerned for Akin's safety, knowing him to be a good person. Click approached Patty, patted his belly, exhaled a breath of warmth, and issued commands to the chefs of the floating restaurant. My ship is in a state of utter disrepair, and I am in dire need of a new vessel. Once you have completed your tasks, hasten to disembark me. Presently, there are approximately 100 souls aboard who are still alive, all of whom are gravely injured and ravenously hungry. They require 100 portions of water and food. Make haste to prepare it. Upon hearing Click's words, Zhang Fei felt a twinge of regret. He had imagined that Click commanded 500 pirate subordinates, yet it was merely 100. This would hardly suffice to satiate his thirst for battle. He quickly found a seat, continuing to observe Click's performance. Although he could easily dispatch Click himself, he deemed it more prudent to allow Luffy to handle the matter, serving as a sharpening stone for Luffy's burgeoning strength. Of course, this was contingent upon Click not provoking him. He would not hesitate to eliminate him if necessary. He was not as merciful as Luffy. And Click was hardly a man of virtue. He had taken Calm's words to heart. Such individuals were a blight upon the world. Nami, noticing Zhang Fei's nonchalance, took a seat beside him, while Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword, poised for combat. To prepare food for our assailants, and aid them in acquiring 100 more allies. I refuse, Calm declared with righteous indignation, unwilling to assist such a scoundrel. If Click's 100 men were to be fed, the floating restaurant would stand no chance against the Click pirates. Do not misunderstand. I am not placing an order. This is a command, and no one is permitted to defy me. Click's countenance darkened, his murderous intent palpable, causing the chefs present to break into a cold sweat, filled with trepidation. Nami prodded Zhang Fei, whispering her inquiry. Zhang Fei, do you wish to intervene? This fellow is utterly despicable. Fear not. This type of scum is best left for Luffy to handle. To aspire to be the pirate king, one must endure the crucible of battle, Zhang Fei replied, his gaze fixed on Luffy, though Luffy and the others were oblivious to their exchange. Zoro chuckled, agreeing with Zhang Fei's sentiments. You speak the truth. One who has not weathered the fires of conflict cannot ascend to kingship. Is that so? Nami mused softly, her eyes darting as if contemplating something profound. Usopp, upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, felt a surge of courage. No longer would he cower but would stand tall. For a warrior of the sea must not be cowed by such insignificant foes. Mr. Sanji, I apologize. I did not foresee this turn of events. Akin bowed his head, eyes shut tight, feeling the weight of shame in facing Sanji. Upon learning that 100 souls remained unfed, Sanji rose, resolved to head to the kitchen to prepare sustenance for those in need. The others noticed Sanji's unusual demeanor, with Patty being the first to voice his concern. You scoundrel! How can you commit such an unforgivable act? Where do you think you're going, Sanji? To the kitchen, to prepare food for 100 hungry souls, Sanji replied, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a lighter, and speaking deliberately. He could not bear the thought of anyone starving before him, having experienced such torment himself. What? The astonishment rippled through the crowd, except for Zhang Fei, who regarded Sanji with calm eyes. Is this right? Click chuckled, observing Sanji. The implications of Sanji's declaration were dire. The chefs, drawing their firearms, aimed at Sanji, their expressions grim. His actions were tantamount to betrayal of the floating restaurant. Sanji, you must be a spy sent by Click. We cannot allow you into the kitchen. We will stop your outrageous behavior. Sanji made no attempt to resist, instead spreading his arms wide, defenseless yet unwavering. Even in the face of death, he remained steadfast in his convictions, his gaze pure. If you wish to stop me, then fire away. I know my opponent is a vile scoundrel, but what transpires after I feed them is of no concern to me. It is too troublesome to deliberate endlessly. When one encounters those in need of sustenance, one must provide. This is the duty of a chef. And that is sufficient. Chapter 39, The Spendthrift Hound. Sanji had articulated his beliefs, his resolve unwavering. Barely had he finished speaking than Patty leaped forward, delivering a powerful blow to the back of Sanji's head, causing him to collapse. Patty? The chefs gasped in shock. Hold him down. Patty understood Sanji's motivations. Although he could empathize, he was not yet prepared to allow the enemy to regroup and retaliate. He began directing the other chefs, who complied with his orders and subdued Sanji. Sanji, I know you frequently deliver meals to those I have expelled, and while I cannot claim to be in the right, this time you are undoubtedly at fault. Do not involve yourself further. I must protect this establishment. Thankfully, there is only Click to contend with. We should still be able to hold our ground in this restaurant that daily welcomes pirates. As Patty spoke, he fiddled with something, revealing its true form, a shrimp-shaped rocket launcher. Unbeknownst to Click, Patty was preparing something formidable, continuing to listen to his pronouncements. We have long been ready to accommodate any patrons. Let the next course be an iron dessert. With that, Patty aimed the rocket launcher at Click and pulled the trigger. A food poison projectile was launched. Damn it! Click exclaimed, witnessing Patty's unsportsmanlike action as the projectile magnified in his vision. Escape was no longer an option. Boom! The projectile struck Click, the shockwave reverberating through the vicinity. Though Zhang Fei and Zoro remained unfazed, Nami and Usopp were not so fortunate. Zhang Fei stood atop Nami, shielding her from the explosive aftermath. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, while Usopp was blown over, though he emerged unscathed. That scared me to death, Usopp gasped, clutching his racing heart, his face a mask of terror. Zhang Fei, are you alright? Nami inquired, concerned for his well-being, given that he had shielded her from the blast. I am fine, not a scratch on me. Zhang Fei brushed off the dust, unconcerned. Boss, Akin called out, seeing Click engulfed in flames, his fate uncertain. However, Zhang Fei was aware that Click would not easily perish, for he was clad in the Yukin armor, which should withstand the blast without issue. The door's wrecked. What a headache. The boss will surely give me an earful. Patty thought Click was finished. Not at all. This is but a small sacrifice made to protect the restaurant. Carney responded to Patty's remark, dismissing the damage to the gate as a trifling matter, confident that Zeph would remain silent on the issue. What is your plan to deal with the remnants aboard Krieg's ship? Sanji inquired, eager to voice his concerns. How about pouring some butter on the ship and roasting it? Patty retorted with a derisive laugh, harboring no fondness for those nefarious villains and showing no inclination to rescue them. As they deliberated over the remaining crew on Krieg's vessel, Krieg, unscathed, rose to his feet, his countenance twisted into a ghastly grimace, clearly incensed. Sounds appetizing. Oh, foolish chef, Krieg taunted Patty. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at Krieg, astonished that he remained unblemished after enduring a cannon blast. Ah, how terrifying. What is his deal, Zhang Fei? Usopp gasped in horror, scrutinizing Krieg. Just look at the armor he wears, Zhang Fei pointed out, identifying the protective gear that had shielded Krieg from death. Now it makes sense. No wonder he is unharmed. Usopp murmured, his gaze fixated on the dark armor adorning Krieg. What a dreadful dessert they concocted. Truly a dismal establishment, he added. Golden body, glimmering with radiance, Luffy exclaimed, marveling at the armor Krieg donned. Isn't it merely a suit of steel armor? A trivial matter, everyone, charge, Patty declared, rallying the others forward, unwilling to believe that such a multitude could be bested by one man. Onward, the chefs surged ahead, wielding their hefty knives and forks, seeking a decisive confrontation with Krieg. Infuriatingly, Krieg paid them no mind, brandishing his pistols towards the advancing chefs. Hidden within his armor, weapons emerged, and with a thunderous shout, Krieg unleashed a barrage of gunfire. All, the chefs charging forward were instantly met with a hail of bullets, blood splattering like blossoms in bloom as they fell, their fates uncertain. Bullets firing from his body. Luffy and the others stared wide-eyed, jaws agape in disbelief. Only Akin clutched his head in despair, seemingly having foreseen this grim scenario. Unable to bear the sight of the fallen chefs. Zhang Fei, do you truly believe Luffy can defeat him? Usopp gulped nervously, his confidence wavering as he turned to Zhang Fei. Absolutely, Zhang Fei affirmed, steadfast in his belief, for Luffy was the chosen one. Usopp raised an eyebrow, astonished by Zhang Fei's unwavering faith in Luffy. Wretched scum, daring to defy my orders. I am the strongest, the mightiest with my iron arm, the hardest dark gold body, capable of shattering all with my stone fists, equipped with weapons all over my being. With a fleet of 50 ships and 500 men, I have never known defeat. I am the man most worthy of the title leader. I commanded food to be prepared, and you will obediently comply. No one shall resist. Upon hearing Krieg's self-important proclamations, Zhang Fei found it utterly amusing, even laughing aloud as he mocked Krieg. The prodigal dog of the Grand Line dares to speak so. The crowd was drawn to Zhang Fei's words, their attention now focused on him. Zhang Fei, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, why are you all here? Luffy finally noticed them, his awareness rather sluggish. The prodigal dog of the Grand Line, Krieg's expression darkened at the insult, his gun aimed at Zhang Fei, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As if the reopening of his scar was a slap to his face. You little brat, what are you saying? Chapter 40, The Logbook of the Sea. Nami, stand behind me, Zhang Fei instructed, casting a wary glance at Krieg, wishing to shield Nami from any potential harm. Though he was impervious to bullets, Nami, being merely human, could not withstand such violence. Nami nodded softly, positioning herself behind Zhang Fei. What about me, Zhang Fei? Usopp nervously interjected, fearing a stray bullet might find him as well. He too desired to hide behind Zhang Fei, craving his protection. Yet, Zhang Fei resolutely refused, telling him to fend for himself. What? Zhang Fei, you cannot forget your friends in the face of beauty. Usopp lamented, feeling as though 1,000 frustrations trampled his heart, perceiving Zhang Fei's abandonment. Subsequently, Usopp glanced at Zoro and clung to his arm, pleading loudly for help. Zoro, you must shield me from the bullets. Get off me, don't be disgusting, Zoro retorted, trying to shake off Usopp's grip, limited to one hand, and thus unable to showcase his full strength. No, Zoro. Usopp vowed not to relinquish his hold. Zhang Fei disregarded their antics, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued, is it not true? I genuinely question Hawkeye's swordsmanship, for you failed to eliminate him. Hawkeye? Zoro paused, having heard the name from Zhang Fei, and then turned his gaze back to Krieg, realizing the dilapidated state of that massive pirate ship was due to Hawkeye's handiwork. How do you know this? Krieg stared at Zhang Fei incredulously, perplexed by his knowledge of the matter. What do you think? Zhang Fei smirked, not revealing the source of his information, treating Krieg with utter disdain. You little brat, die. Krieg's shock gradually morphed into fury as he perceived the disdainful glint in Zhang Fei's eyes. Cease this, Krieg, defeated of the Grand Line. Just as Krieg was about to pull the trigger on Zhang Fei, Zeph stepped forward, intervening with a commanding voice, brandishing a large quantity of food and tossing it in front of Krieg. Here are provisions for 100. Quickly, move them back to the ship. Upon recognizing Zeph, Krieg lowered his weapon, his pupils dilating in fear as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, whispering Zeph's name with trepidation. Redleg Zeph? Usopp breathed a sigh of relief as Krieg relinquished his firearm. Boss, what are you doing? What do you mean by this? If the pirates from the ship come over, our establishment is doomed. The chefs were utterly bewildered by Zeph's actions, questioning why he would bolster the enemy's strength. He must possess the will to fight, Zeph replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence in his own abilities, believing that Krieg, upon hearing his name, would withdraw. His gaze then fixed firmly on Krieg. So you still live? You are that red-leg Zeph, the pirate who became captain under the guise of a chef. Krieg maintained a semblance of fear towards Zeph, for he had certainly heard of the infamous red-leg Zeph. I am indeed alive, and what of it? It has nothing to do with you, as you can see. I am merely a chef now. Krieg crossed his arms, previously fearful of Zeph, but upon noticing Zeph's missing leg, his fear dissipated, replaced by mockery. Huh, how eloquent. To me, it seems you are less a chef and more a man forced to cook to survive. You are no longer the red leg. Speaking of your red leg, he is a master of footwork who relies entirely on his legs in battle, showcasing a remarkable prowess that allows him to shatter rocks with his powerful kicks, leaving deep imprints on steel. The moniker red leg derives from the blood of enemies that stains his shoes after a strike. It is said that you encountered a maritime disaster. Although your life was spared, you tragically lost your most vital leg. For you, the loss of a leg signifies a loss of combat capability. As Click recounted Zeph's experiences, his tone was filled with lamentation. Upon hearing Click's words, Sanji fell silent. For the reason behind Zeph's lost leg lay solely with himself. Though I can no longer fight, my hands remain intact, allowing me to continue cooking. Speak your mind freely, Zeph declared, raising his hands. To a chef, hands are of utmost importance, even more so than legs. Click's remarks seemed to harbor ulterior motives, prompting Zeph's response. At this juncture, Click erupted into laughter, truly a testament to his past as a great pirate who returned unscathed from the Grand Line. Supporting his chin with his palm, he revealed his intentions. Red Leg Zep, you have traversed the Grand Line and returned unscathed, documenting your maritime experiences of that year. Therefore, I demand you hand over your logbook. With that logbook, he could once again navigate the Grand Line safely. It was a treasure he must possess. Wow, Uncle, you've been to the Grand Line too? Luffy exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he gazed at Zep. Indeed, Zep replied in affirmation. The logbook is immensely beneficial for our journey into the Grand Line. Upon hearing about the logbook, Nami's interest was piqued. She understood its significance, especially considering the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, which was nothing like the East Blue, where traces could still be found. However, knowing Luffy's character, he certainly wouldn't demand it, Zhang Fei stated confidently, drawing curiosity from the others, prompting Nami to inquire further. Why not? Because that isn't the adventure Luffy seeks. He desires the thrill of exploration, not merely a mapped-out voyage, Zhang Fei explained succinctly. Nami quickly grasped the reasoning, articulating that following a logbook would equate to a sightseeing trip, devoid of true adventure. Indeed, if one relies on another's navigational route for their exploits, are they truly adventuring? Usopp concurred, expressing that his aspiration was to become a courageous warrior of the sea. Thus, embracing the unknown was far more fitting and challenging. Chapter 41. The Howling of the Wild. You are right, Zoro acknowledged, impressed by their insights, as their responses were unexpectedly profound. Zhang Fei smiled nonchalantly, asserting that true adventure lies in the unknown. The logbook may be in my possession, but I shall not relinquish it to you. It is a proud testament of my past collaborations with sailors, a treasure you seem unworthy of, Zep declared resolutely, firmly refusing to hand over the logbook to Click, even if it cost him his life. Seeing that soft tactics had failed, Click resorted to intimidation, but Zep had already lost his former combat prowess, now resembling an ordinary person. If that is the case, I shall resort to theft. Indeed, I may be a defeated soldier of the Grand Line, but even in my decline, I remain the strongest man, Captain Click. Click openly acknowledged his deficiencies, yet his ambition to conquer the Grand Line remained unwavering. Zhang Fei observed quietly as Click rambled, choosing not to interrupt, although his subsequent remarks elicited amusement. I possess the determination and forces to cross the Grand Line. Feared by the timid, the only thing I lack is information. I merely need that one thing. I am simply unfamiliar with it. I shall take the logbook. And this ship as well. You truly are laughable. A loser is a loser. Stop making excuses, Click. Even if you acquire the logbook, you will still be a failure. Forever a discarded remnant of the Grand Line, Zhang Fei mocked, having read the original work. To conquer the Grand Line, strength is paramount. Without it, you merely become cannon fodder, inconsequential. Furthermore, lacking navigational expertise, you will inevitably perish in the unpredictable seas, unless luck favors you extraordinarily. Kid, do not be so arrogant. If I had Zep's logbook, I could reassemble a fleet, discover the great treasure, One Piece, and become a prominent figure in this age of pirates, Click boasted shamelessly, only to receive a cold laugh from Zhang Fei. One must remember that the New World is home to the 4 emperors. How dare he speak so boldly? Ignorance indeed has its limits. If you were Buggy the Clown, one might still believe you, but alas, you are not. At this moment, Luffy could no longer contain himself. Especially upon hearing about One Piece, he believed that he alone was destined to find the great treasure and pointed at Click, declaring, "Wait, I am the future pirate king. What are you talking about, you mere deckhand?" The surrounding chefs were astonished, unable to fathom his audacity. "Hey, step back, you might get killed," Patty warned. Fearing for Luffy's safety given Click's formidable strength, unwilling to let Luffy meet a senseless end. However, Luffy disregarded Patty's caution, speaking with unwavering confidence. "I will never back down from this." Zhang Fei and the others exchanged knowing smiles. This was the true essence of Luffy, for without such courage, how could he ever become the Pirate King? "Kid, what did you just say?" "I can pretend I didn't hear that," Click questioned, doubt creeping into his ears. "No need to pretend. I merely state a fact," Luffy replied calmly, unperturbed by Click's presence. Click's countenance darkened upon hearing Luffy's declaration. How dare this child challenge the Grand Line? It was an affront, he growled. "This is no game." "Of course," Luffy replied nonchalantly, his face aglow with confidence, believing wholeheartedly that he and his friends would conquer the Grand Line together. The crowd began to murmur, discussing Luffy's unrealistic dreams. No one believed him, yet Luffy remained oblivious. "Need my help?" Zoro asked, eager for action. "Are we about to fight, Luffy?" Usopp was no longer timid, now exuding calmness. Nami remained silent, brandishing her wooden staff, ready to strike at Luffy's command. As for Zhang Fei, he watched Luffy silently. "There's no need. You all can stay right there," Luffy asserted, as he required no assistance. Click was alone, and as for Ajin, he posed no threat. "Ha ha ha, are they truly your companions? They are clearly a dismal lot, pitifully few in number." Click's unabashed laughter echoed through the air, revealing his utter disdain for Zhang Fei and his companions, whom he deemed incapable of traversing the Grand Line. "What nonsense. We still have one more person," Luffy retorted, raising a solitary index finger, excluding Sanji from his count. "Hey, are you counting me in?" Sanji interjected, having gathered from Luffy's words that all his crew members were present, clearly including himself in the reckoning. "Enough of your jokes, kid. A fleet of 5,000 was obliterated by that monstrous sea in just 7 days. Click shouted, his emotions flaring as he trembled at the mere thought of the scene. 7 days? Click's pirate fleet was annihilated in just a week? What on earth transpired? The chefs exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to fathom what had befallen Click's fleet that forced him to retreat to the East Sea in such disarray. Fodder is fodder. Numbers mean nothing when faced with absolute power. Do not blame Click for his lack of intelligence, Zhang Fei scoffed, continuing to mock him. "What did you say?" Click furrowed his brows, glaring at Zhang Fei with murderous intent, having been provoked multiple times by this insolent individual. Isn't it true? Were you not pierced by Hawkeye's blade? No. To be precise, you obstructed Hawkeye's path, which prompted his attack on you. Am I correct, Click? Zhang Fei pressed on, his tone dripping with contempt, rendering Click speechless and visibly seething with rage. Let me enlighten you. The Grand Line is teeming with monsters, and creatures like Hawkeye are plentiful. Moreover, the Grand Line is divided into two segments, the Paradise and the New World. The portion you have stepped into is Paradise. It is called Paradise because the latter half, the New World, is a realm of hell. And here you are, a worthless wretch barking in front of me. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Chapter 42, The Chef's Resolve. Zhang Fei's words left everyone present speechless, gazing at him in disbelief. Zhang Fei, how do you possess such knowledge of the Grand Line? Have you been there before? Luffy inquired, astonished, as the others also sought to uncover the truth from Zhang Fei regarding his insights into the Grand Line. Even Click, now somewhat skeptical, regarded Zhang Fei with a flicker of doubt. Chef Zephyr, however, regarded Zhang Fei with admiration, raising an eyebrow, as this was something he was aware of. Despite it being over 20 years since his retirement, Zhang Fei merely smiled mysteriously, offering no explanations to the crowd, instead brushing it off lightly. You will come to know in due time. What do you mean? Zhang Fei, are you teasing us? Nami complained, clearly eager for answers. Exactly, Usopp echoed, his eyes filled with disdain. Noticing the crowd's dissatisfaction, Zhang Fei offered a wry smile. He could not divulge his time-traveling secret nor reveal that he had gathered this knowledge from a manga. Kid, are you speaking the truth or merely deceiving me? Click growled, his eyes glinting with malice, uncertain whether to believe Zhang Fei's claims, which he had articulated with such conviction. Zhang Fei cast a disdainful glance at Click, whose kind he looked down upon, choosing not to afford him any courtesy. Damn brat. Click noticed the contempt in Zhang Fei's gaze, feeling belittled and seething with rage. He longed to tear Zhang Fei apart. Yet, considering Zhang Fei's potential strength, he decided to retreat for the moment, intending to feed his 100 subordinates before employing a strategy of sheer numbers to force Zhang Fei to divulge the secrets of the Grand Line. Grabbing a large sack of food from the ground, he prepared to leave, not forgetting to issue a menacing threat. Brat, I give you time to contemplate. Reveal the secrets of the Grand Line to me, or your demise is imminent. In the face of Click's threats, Zhang Fei remained unfazed, without his armor. Click was nothing but a mere nuisance, and Zhang Fei had no reason to take his threat seriously. Moreover, he knew his own strength was not to be underestimated. Following Click's temporary departure, the group breathed a sigh of relief, yet the thought of his inevitable return weighed heavily on their minds. Sanji, I'm so sorry. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Akin knelt on the ground, one hand on his shoulder, his face pale and his words jumbled, overwhelmed with guilt. Hey, you don't need to apologize, kid. The chefs in the restaurant were simply doing what they wanted to do. It's as simple as that. Zephyr stepped forward, defending Akin. He would not hold Akin accountable, as the blame lay squarely on that treacherous scoundrel. Click. Boss, I never expected you to defend Sanji. What is your reasoning behind this? Patty questioned, puzzled by Zephyr's stance, as the entire team was striving to protect the restaurant. Why would he aid the enemy? This was the inquiry shared by the other chefs present. Indeed, it was that guy who instigated all this. Some chefs shifted the blame entirely onto Sanji. That guy wanted to destroy the boss's restaurant. Sanji, are you using this opportunity to plot how to seize the position of head chef? Or have you lost your mind? The chefs directed their ire towards Sanji. Yet, Sanji, sitting on the ground smoking a cigarette, offered no explanations, enduring their scorn in silence. Zephyr, the one who understood Sanji's feelings best, stepped forward to chastise them. Shut your mouths, you fools. Have you ever experienced the sensation of nearing starvation? In this boundless sea, devoid of water and food, do you comprehend the terror and agony of such a plight? The crowd, having never experienced such desperation, failed to grasp the meaning behind Zephyr's words and began to question. What do you mean, boss? Zephyr did not respond. Instead, he urged them to flee. We don't have time to dwell on the past. Hurry and escape through the back door. He pointed towards the back door, the only safe passage available. However, the chefs were unwilling to abandon the restaurant they cherished, gripping their weapons tightly, resolved to defend the floating restaurant at all costs. It was their lifelong sanctuary, one that they would not allow anyone to destroy. We will stay and fight. I refuse to be beaten down without a fight, Patty declared, raising his enormous fork defiantly, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice. He was not alone. Others echoed his sentiments. Me too. This is where we work. Why are you all doing this? Didn't you just witness the captain's prowess? Hurry and save yourselves. Akin was utterly bewildered by their resolve. Did they truly value their lives less than this ship? Hey, Akin, let me tell you something. Feeding the hungry is my duty as a chef. However, the next opponent is an invader seeking to fill their own belly. So I will eliminate your companions without remorse. If you dare to try and take this restaurant, I will show no mercy, not even to you. Do you understand? The individual who addressed the issue of Akin is none other than Sanji. His decision to tend to their wounds is merely an adherence to his responsibilities as a chef and a manifestation of his beliefs. Now, they are merely individuals whose hunger has been sated, and he vows to protect this place with his life. Akin was taken aback, staring incredulously at Sanji. Regardless. He is someone you have saved. Should you kill him, he would have no words to offer, Sanji. Patty, wielding a massive fork, rushed over to Sanji to voice his complaints. It's so noisy. Sanji retorted impatiently. Hey, that guy's not bad, right? Luffy pointed at Sanji, whose earlier statements had been clearly heard by everyone. While it is admirable to uphold one's beliefs, Zhang Fei felt a tinge of disdain when confronting an enemy. One should be ruthless rather than soft-hearted. This was a lesson instilled in him by his father, Zhang San. Softness could lead to one's demise, potentially endangering those around them. Thus, in the face of an adversary, it is either their death or yours. Nevertheless, on the whole, Sanji is indeed a commendable person and one of the stalwarts of the Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, Sanji's latent genetic powers had yet to manifest. It was only upon reaching Wano country that the hidden strength within him truly erupted. Chapter 43, The Tale of the Four Emperors. Indeed, he is rather impressive. Zhang Fei acknowledged Luffy's words. However, Usopp had little time to contemplate such matters. Kuro's forces, numbering over 100, were soon to assault the floating restaurant. If they did not flee promptly, escape would become impossible. The courage they had shown previously would be swiftly shattered in the face of overwhelming numbers. Forget all that. We need to make a hasty exit, Usopp urged, anxious and restless like an ant on a hot pan, prompting everyone to leave the premises. Calm down. Our opponent is merely an injured individual. It's nothing to fret over, Zoro remarked nonchalantly, displaying an air of confidence, entirely dismissive of their adversaries. This was not arrogance on Zoro's part. Rather, the reality was that he would be facing injured foes, which is why he appeared so at ease. Exactly. And I must duel him. If he truly is formidable, we are bound to cross paths again, Luffy stated matter-of-factly, a smile gracing his lips. You speak truthfully, Luffy. If you wish to duel Kuro, do keep in mind that his armor conceals toxic gas. Zhang Fei recalled the narrative and cautioned Luffy against Kuro's potential gas ambush. Zhang Fei, how do you know there is poison in Kuro's armor? Nami inquired, her brow furrowing, her curious gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fei, sensing that he possessed knowledge beyond the ordinary, akin to a prophet foreseeing the future. Zoro's attention also shifted to Zhang Fei, eager to understand the source of his knowledge. Zhang Fei smiled mysteriously and replied with a familiar refrain, I guessed. This response elicited eye rolls from the group. Zhang Fei had repeated this line more than once, and they were skeptical that he was merely guessing. Nami delivered a punch to Zhang Fei, though it had little effect, and remarked, I don't believe that you simply guessed. Zhang Fei chuckled lightly, taking a sip of fine wine from the table, exhaling a warm breath, and feigning mystery. Choosing to disregard Nami's question. Frustrated by his demeanor, Nami huffed, indicating her desire to ignore him. Zhang Fei offered a resigned smile. Some truths were best left unspoken, and he could always soothe Nami's feelings later. By the way, Zhang Fei, could you enlighten us about the Grand Line? Luffy inquired eagerly, yearning for knowledge. Certainly, Zhang Fei replied, prompting immediate interest from the group. Even Nami, who had been sulking, found herself intrigued. None of them had ventured into the Grand Line, and thus it sparked their curiosity. Moreover, sharing knowledge about the Grand Line with them could serve as motivation, potentially accelerating their growth, especially since in the New World, Luffy and his crew's strength was woefully inadequate. I previously mentioned that the Grand Line is divided into two segments. The first half is known as Paradise, while the latter half is the New World. Everyone listened intently, especially Luffy, who feigned maturity while nodding vigorously, eliciting laughter from Zhang Fei. What are you laughing at? Continue. Nami impatiently urged Zhang Fei. My apologies. I shall proceed, Zhang Fei replied, eager to avoid further aggravating Nami, and continued his narrative. With our current strength, we might manage to venture into Paradise, but the New World is an entirely different matter. Why is that? Luffy tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face as he looked at Zhang Fei. Strength. The individuals in the New World are not to be trifled with. One could say that those who can enter the New World are akin to monsters. Furthermore, The New World is dominated by the four emperors. Any pirate wishing to enter must either align with one of the emperors or face annihilation. Zhang Fei spoke with a grave tone, shedding the earlier levity, causing the gravity of the situation to dawn on everyone. Is there truly no other option? Usopp asked tremulously, fear etched upon his face. Especially upon hearing about the four emperors. Zhang Fei smiled softly, noting the group's expressions. Aside from Luffy, who remained unfazed, the others appeared apprehensive. And he responded to Usopp's inquiry. There is an option. Challenge the four emperors, using them as stepping stones to become the Pirate King. What? It was not just Luffy and his crew who were taken aback. Even the chefs were unable to comprehend the reality of Zhang Fei's assertion. The Pirate King? That will surely be me. Luffy chuckled, brimming with confidence. It seems that to become the Pirate King, one must challenge the four emperors. That sounds quite thrilling. Zoro remarked with an excited grin, feeling a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. Observing their expressions, Zhang Fei doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. The four emperors are not to be underestimated. They are among the pinnacle figures in the world. Even the Marines do not dare to act against them lightly. Additionally, let me add that the Marine headquarters is also located in the New World, with the intent of keeping the four emperors in check. Despite Zhang Fei's calm demeanor, a storm of apprehension erupted within the hearts of the others. Then, Zhang Fei, what would happen if we were to confront the four emperors with our current strength? Nami posed the most critical question. Exactly. Can you tell us if we are capable of handling the four emperors right now? Usopp echoed, eager for an answer. However, Usopp's inquiry bordered on the absurd, and Zhang Fei candidly stated, it is impossible. At our current strength, we would likely never even encounter the four emperors, as we would be swiftly eliminated by their subordinates, instantaneously. Thus, from this point forward, we must strive to grow stronger. Luffy, you aspire to become the Pirate King. Do you have the confidence to confront them? Zhang Fei inquired, directing his gaze at Luffy. While Luffy's expression initially grew serious, upon hearing the words Pirate King, he immediately brightened, thumping his chest with determination. Of course, I am destined to be the Pirate King. If it means defeating them to achieve that, then let us defeat them. Luffy's words may have sounded simplistic, yet there was an inexplicable charm about him that compelled belief in this naive young man. Even Zhang Fei was not immune. The group's worries diminished in the face of Luffy's innocent declarations, and they found themselves aligning with his conviction. Then you must train diligently, Zhang Fei advised, adding, the Shanks you know is also one of the four emperors. What? Shanks is one of the four emperors? That is truly astonishing. Luffy displayed a look of astonishment, one hand resting upon his straw hat. Indeed, Usopp's father was also one of Shanks' crew members, a renowned figure in the New World. Zhang Fei's mention of Yasopp was primarily intended to provoke Usopp, igniting his ambition and bolstering his confidence. Chapter 44, The Onslaught of Hawkeye. What? My father is a subordinate of one of the four emperors? Usopp exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Indeed, your father is quite esteemed in the New World. As his son, you should have the confidence to surpass him, right? Zhang Fei said with a teasing arch of his brow, observing the changes in Usopp's expression. I had no idea my father was such a remarkable individual. This is incredible. I will definitely surpass him and stand before him to declare that I have become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp's inner conviction began to solidify, and he silently vowed to astonish his father. Seeing Usopp's newfound determination, Zhang Fei understood that his words had indeed made an impact. As for Zoro, there was no need for any coaxing. His unwavering belief was to surpass Hawkeye and ensure his name resonated across the world. With this thought, Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his resolve to grow stronger becoming ever more pronounced. Nami, though not a fighter, recognized the necessity of self-defense. Yet, she had never contemplated how to grow stronger, her eyes reflecting a haze of confusion. Noticing Nami's perplexity, Zhang Fei gently placed a hand on her shoulder, speaking softly. Rest assured, I will protect you. At his words, Nami smiled sweetly, her charm undeniable. You must promise to protect me for a lifetime. Absolutely. I will dedicate my life to your protection, Zhang Fei vowed, confident in his abilities. Nami's smile illuminated her features, her heart fluttering with warmth, akin to a gentle glow enveloping her spirit, as though she were being cherished. In that moment, Nami's smile was enchanting, causing Zhang Fei to be irresistibly drawn into a fragrant sea of blossoms, unable to suppress his own laughter. Truly, a smiling beauty easily captures the hearts of young men. Even Sanji, upon witnessing Nami's radiant smile, found his eyes transforming, utterly entranced as he rushed to shower her with attention. Oh, I feel as though I have seen an angel. No, you are my angel. Allow me to devote my life to your protection. Let me be your knight. Regrettably, Nami's subsequent words shattered Sanji's dreams, leaving him feeling as though he had suffered a grievous blow, his spirit crumbling as he knelt and wept. No, someone has already promised to protect me for a lifetime, so I must decline your kind offer, Sanji. Nami's gaze shifted to Zhang Fei, and in an instant, Sanji comprehended the situation, filled with remorse for not having arrived sooner, realizing that Nami's protector was now Zhang Fei. Kneeling on the ground, Sanji pounded the floor in frustration, venting his emotions. Why wasn't it me? I regret not coming sooner. Luffy approached Sanji, playfully patting him on the shoulder with his hand, grinning widely. You are quite amusing. Usopp shook his head in dismay, feeling pity for Sanji, having long recognized the special bond between Nami and Zhang Fei. Poor kid, he murmured. Zhang Fei cast a surprised glance at Nami, astonished that she had rejected Sanji, realizing he possessed a certain charm after all. Nami, sipping a drink from the table, noticed Zhang Fei's gaze and smiled coyly, her eyes sparkling with hidden affection. Zhang Fei reciprocated her smile, reassuring himself that as long as he was present, no one could harm her. Amidst their light-hearted conversation, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock, particularly Usopp, whose jaw nearly grazed the floor upon witnessing the sight of Krieg's colossal pirate ship being cleaved in two and sinking into the sea. What? They're here. Only Hawkeye possesses the strength to slice a massive pirate ship in half with a single strike. Who is it? Nami inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Hawkeye. Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly. Zoro, the most astonished of all, recognized the magnitude of the power wielded by the man renowned as the world's greatest swordsman. This is bad. Johnny and Yasaku are still outside. While Zoro was concerned about Hawkeye, his primary worry was for the safety of Johnny and Yasaku. Luffy was the first to dash outside, with Zoro swiftly following. Damn it, is it too late? Usopp fretted, deeply anxious about the fate of the Going Merry. Zhang Fei remained calm as he stepped outside, and upon seeing his tranquil demeanor, Nami's previously anxious heart settled, following closely behind him. Even the floating restaurant felt the repercussions of the assault. The sinking ship's waves caused it to sway precariously, threatening to plunge into the depths unless addressed promptly. Zephyr, a seasoned veteran of tumultuous storms, immediately took charge, shouting instructions to the chefs. Raise the anchor, or this ship will meet its demise. Yes, the chefs responded in unison, instinctively springing into action to safeguard their vessel, their home, determined to prevent any damage. Johnny, Yasaku? Zoro called out loudly, but found no trace of them, nor of the Going Merry. Could they be dead? Usopp lamented, grief-stricken and unable to accept the reality. Damn it, the Going Merry and Johnny and Yasaku are gone. Luffy furiously struck the railing, the wooden barrier shattering under the force of his blow, splintering into fragments. From the remnants of Krieg's ship came cries for help and chaotic sounds as it continued to sink into the ocean, revealing numerous pirates struggling in the water, desperately swimming toward the floating restaurant. Rest assured, Johnny and the others are unharmed. Not only them, but the Going Merry is safe as well, came Zhang Fei's soothing voice. Is that true? Luffy asked, his excitement palpable as he turned to Zhang Fei. Yes, they are safe, Zhang Fei affirmed with a nod. Then where are they? Zoro inquired, furrowing his brow. I instructed them to take the ship away. I knew Hawkeye would cause chaos, so I warned them to steer clear of the floating restaurant to avoid any harm, Zhang Fei explained with ease. Now that Nami had not taken the Going Merry away, they could only rely on Johnny and Yasaku. Otherwise, the ship would be doomed as well. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them, the weight of their worries lifting entirely. Chapter 45, The Sword Techniques of the Ghost Valley. So that's how it is, you scared me, Luffy said, patting his chest with relief. Indeed, Zhang Fei, you are quite perceptive, Usopp remarked, placing a hand on Zhang Fei's shoulder, feeling thankful and contemplative. Before long, Johnny and Yasaku appeared, gradually steering the Going Merry toward them, waving enthusiastically. Big brother. The Going Merry came to a steady halt near the floating restaurant, while Krieg's massive ship remained in a state of half-sinking, buoyed by its wooden structure. That was a close call, brother Zhang Fei. If it weren't for you, we might have been split in two, Johnny exclaimed, trembling with fear as he distanced himself from the seaside restaurant. Having witnessed Hawkeye's devastating strike firsthand, he could hardly believe that a single slash had cleaved the massive pirate ship in twain. Haha, brother Zhang Fei is truly prescient. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Yasa chimed in, not forgetting to commend Zhang Fei's foresight. However, Zhang Fei paid them no heed, his gaze fixated on a small boat resembling a coffin, slowly navigating across the sea. What are you looking at, brother Zhang Fei? Johnny inquired curiously, following Zhang Fei's line of sight. There. He beheld a figure with short black hair, piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, a short beard, a black top hat adorned with white fur, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black trench coat, white trousers, and black boots. A cross hung from his neck, and a black sword was slung across his back. It was none other than Hawkeye. Is that really Hawkeye? Zoro, who had only heard tales of the legendary swordsman, displayed a look of dread. Indeed, he is Hawkeye, acclaimed as the world's greatest swordsman, Zhang Fei stated, his eyes locked on a Hawkeye, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If only I had drawn a swordsmanship technique from my previous mysterious gift pack. I would love for him to witness the prowess of Chinese swordsmanship. System. Could you possibly advance the mysterious gift pack? I wish to see if I can acquire the techniques of Chinese swordsmanship. Zhang Fei communicated telepathically with the system, eager to test his luck. After a moment's contemplation, the system considered his request and scoured the task rewards for any sword techniques. To Zhang Fei's delight, it found too, the Ghost Valley sword technique from Qin's Moon, also known as the horizontal sword technique, and the Shushan sword technique from Chinese Paladin. The system promptly agreed and discreetly divided the two techniques into 3 parts, with the Ghost Valley technique split into 2 sections, one containing the entirety of Wei Zhuang's martial prowess and sword techniques, and the other encompassing the lifetime skills of Gainya. The system could not bestow an excessive amount of rewards upon Zhang Fei at once, given that the rewards it had obtained from other systems were finite and would eventually be exhausted. All right, no problem, I will send it to your backpack now. The system replied. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhang Fei had merely mentioned it casually, not anticipating such a prompt acceptance. He hurriedly opened his backpack to find a mysterious gift pack waiting for him. System, you are too kind to me, Zhang Fei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Don't get too carried away. After all, it is my duty to fulfill the wishes of my host, the system responded with a sense of righteousness. Leaving Zhang Fei deeply touched, this was what a true system should be like. All right, calm down now, I need to log off. Call me if you require anything further. The system concluded before disconnecting. The others, perplexed by Zhang Fei's sudden exuberance, wondered if he had lost his mind. Are you all right, Zhang Fei? Nami asked, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine, I'm just feeling joyous. After all, I haven't seen Hawkeye for long. Although he wields a blade, he claims to be a swordsman, a rather irritating habit I do not tolerate, Zhang Fei replied. Nami and Zoro exchanged glances, especially Zoro, who never expected Zhang Fei to take such an issue to heart. It appeared that when challenging Hawkeye, he could not refer to himself as a swordsman, lest he incur Zhang Fei's ire. With that, Zhang Fei eagerly opened the mysterious gift pack, fervently wishing for a sword technique. It must be a sword technique. It must be a sword technique. It must be a sword technique, he repeated, emphasizing the importance of his desire. Unbeknownst to him, the system had manipulated the contents of the pack, which contained 3 sword techniques. The outcome depended solely on Zhang Fei's fortune. As the mysterious gift pack was opened, Zhang Fei finally obtained the sword technique he had long yearned for. Congratulations. You have acquired the lifetime martial prowess and sword techniques of Wei Zhuang. In an instant, Wei Zhuang's lifelong energy surged into Zhang Fei like an unending river, and he found himself endowed with the memories of Wei Zhuang's sword techniques. A powerful internal force erupted from his dantian, coursing through his limbs before returning to its origin. When Zhang Fei opened his eyes again, they shimmered with an orange-gold glow. His demeanor transformed, exuding an aura of sharpness. Those around him sensed the sudden shift in his presence, regarding him with astonishment, as if the Zhang Fei they once knew had morphed into a figure reminiscent of a seasoned assassin, brimming with lethal intensity. Zhang Fei, Nami called out, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. Zhang Fei exhaled a deep breath, revitalized and invigorated. Was this the benefit of internal energy? He gazed at himself in disbelief, feeling as if he housed an unimaginable reservoir of internal force within him. After all, it was the culmination of Wei Zhuang's lifetime of skill, which could not be weak. Regaining his composure, he adjusted his breathing to return to his previous state. I'm fine, there's no need to worry, Nami. Sensing that Zhang Fei had reverted to his former self, Nami felt a wave of relief wash over her. This was the Zhang Fei she recognized. The earlier transformation had left her feeling unsettled, and although she was curious about the cause of his change, now was not the time for inquiries. Just then, Hawkeye's gaze shifted towards their direction, brimming with excitement, as if he had spotted his prey. A sense of danger flickered within Nami, heightening her senses. Indeed, Hawkeye had perceived Zhang Fei's transformation, a presence only a grand swordsman would exude. It appeared that her journey in the East Blue would yield unexpected rewards. Yet, she remained uncertain of Zhang Fei's strength. At the same time, Zhang Fei felt Hawkeye's piercing gaze, sharp with battle intent, unreserved in his desire to challenge him. Chapter 46, Zoro and Hawkeye. Why do you pursue us across the world with such fervor? What deep-seated grudge do you harbor against us? A member of the Krieg pirates shouted indignantly at Hawkeye, bewildered as to when they had crossed him. After a moment of silence, Hawkeye replied, to pass the time. Pass the time? The words ignited the pirate's fury, and he raised his dual pistols to unleash a barrage of gunfire at Hawkeye. In response, Hawkeye drew his black sword. Knight, executing a swift and elegant motion. Remarkably, the bullets altered their trajectory as if guided by the sword's edge. An unfathomable feat, did I miss? The pirate exclaimed in disbelief. No matter how many times he shot, he failed to hit his target. Hawkeye had redirected the bullets with his sword. Zoro, recognizing the situation, mistakenly attributed the phenomenon to the black sword in Hawkeye's grip, unaware that it was a powerful long-range slash that had altered the bullets' paths. Who are you? The pirates gasped in astonishment, demanding to know Hawkeye's identity. They had yet to grasp who he was, only recognizing that the man before them was as formidable as a monster. I've never seen such a graceful sword, Zoro marveled at Hawkeye's blade. A sword that lacks sharpness is not powerful, Hawkeye coldly remarked, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. He cleaved this ship in two with that very sword. He is indeed the strongest. Zoro broke into a grin, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, while his eyes radiated an intense fighting spirit. 3 swords? Could it be that this man stands among Zoro's crew? Upon spotting the 3 blades at Zoro's waist, it seemed he recognized him. After all, Zoro had garnered quite a reputation in the East Blue. I set sail just to meet you, Zoro declared to Mihawk, revealing his purpose while removing the headband from his shoulder and tying it around his head. What is your objective? Mihawk inquired with curiosity, though his gaze remained fixated on Zhang Fei. The atmosphere shifted as Zoro, now donned with the headband, emanated a different aura. This man is Roronoa Zoro. The pirates murmured in realization, confirming Zoro's true identity. The pirate hunter, Kuro, furrowed his brow at Zoro, aware of his formidable reputation. So, this is the infamous Zoro, Sanji remarked, lighting a cigarette, having heard tales but never seen him in the flesh. A pathetic weakling. I have no interest in you. Mihawk dismissed Zoro entirely, his sights still set on Zhang Fei. What? Zoro gazed at Mihawk in disbelief, fury boiling within him at the blatant contempt. If you consider yourself a swordsman, there is no need for a clash. The disparity in our strengths is evident, is it not? Do you challenge me out of ambition or ignorance? Mihawk positioned his hands across his chest, his tone calm and haughty as he scrutinized Zoro. This is my dream, a promise made to a dear friend, Zoro replied, adopting the stance of his 3-sword style, resolute in his challenge regardless of Mihawk's response. Mihawk raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Having initially presumed Zoro sought to challenge him out of foolish pride, but now realizing there was a deeper motivation. Honestly, I did not expect our meeting to come so swiftly. This will not bode well for you, Mihawk admitted, showing a hint of regard for Zoro, or else he would not have uttered such words. Zhang Fei observed, recognizing this battle as a pivotal moment for Zoro, a confrontation that would illuminate his own insignificance. He steeled himself, ready to intervene should he witness Zoro fall to Mihawk's blade. As they prepared to fight, Mihawk drew a concealed knife from the cross pendant around his neck, clearly intending to duel Zoro with it. Hey, what do you mean by that? Zoro glared, feeling insulted by Mihawk's demeanor. I am not a fool who would exert all my strength to catch, but a mere rabbit. You are merely a swordsman of modest fame. Mihawk's words dripped with disdain, as he held no admiration for the weak, only for those he deemed worthy. This is the weakest of the 4 seas, the East Blue, separated from the Red Line and the Grand Line, Mihawk asserted. Zhang Fei, however, disagreed, knowing that the East Blue's reputation for weakness stemmed from the likes of Garp, who frequently returned to the East Blue, bringing with him pirates as gifts for Sengoku. Apologies, but this is the smallest blade I possess, Mihawk continued, utterly indifferent, showing no regard for Zoro. There must be a limit to your arrogance. Enraged, Zoro launched the first strike, charging forward with fierce determination, gripping his swords tightly, veins bulging in his arms as he lowered his body, ready for combat. You will regret this, demon. Let me teach you the vastness of this world. You frog in a well. Mihawk remained unfazed, raising his knife with an air of calm. Flash! Zoro cried out, his dual blades forming an X as they surged toward Mihawk. Yet, with the simplest of motions, Mihawk effortlessly blocked Zoro's assault, the tip of his knife meeting the intersection of Zoro's crossed blades, rendering his advance futile. It felt as if a mountain stood before him. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not budge it. Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief as he faced Mihawk's effortless defense, the spectators gasping in astonishment. Zhang Fei, do you think Zoro can defeat Mihawk? Nami asked anxiously, pulling at Zhang Fei's shirt with her fingers. Zoro is bound to lose, Zhang Fei replied coolly, aware that Zoro currently lacked the capacity to contend. Impossible. Brother Zoro still has techniques he hasn't employed, Johnny protested, unwilling to accept that Zoro could fall to Mihawk. Exactly. Brother Zhang Fei, Brother Zoro is not that weak, Yasa chimed in, agitated. Zhang Fei refrained from further comment, knowing that no matter what he said, Johnny and the others would remain unconvinced. It was better for them to witness the truth for themselves. He redirected his attention to the unfolding battle. In the midst of the conflict, Zoro's swordsmanship faltered, his breath heavy, revealing countless openings as Mihawk's previous casual strike had unsettled him, disrupting his rhythm. Though Zoro's three-sword style was as swift as a shadow and filled with power, Mihawk easily parried each strike with his small knife. The air was filled with the clashing of blades and the fleeting sparks of combat. This can't be real. Brother, unleash your true abilities, Johnny shouted with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Brother, Yasa clenched his fists, equally stunned. Such brutal swordplay, Mihawk murmured, effortlessly neutralizing Zoro's attacks. Zoro recalled his vow to Kuina, the belief igniting within him, transforming into strength, his grip on the blades growing more resolute. To Mihawk, Zoro's technique lacked finesse. Yet he could sense the conviction within the blades, prompting him to inquire, what burdens do you carry? Once you become strong, what do you seek, weakling? Upon hearing the term weakling, Zoro's eyes widened slightly, his fury igniting. In response to Mihawk's derision, Johnny and Yasa could no longer contain themselves. They understood the significance of what Zoro bore and could not allow Mihawk's insults to go unchallenged. They moved to assist Zoro, prepared to confront Mihawk. How dare you call my brother weak, you despicable scoundrel? Yasa brandished his large blade, joining Johnny in confronting Mihawk. But before they could act, Luffy restrained them, ensuring they did not interfere in Zoro's duel. Stop. Don't go over there, Yasa, Johnny, Luffy insisted, holding them back, fearful that they would disrupt Zoro's fight. Luffy and Usopp watched with mixed emotions, their expressions complex. Just watch. This battle is one you must not intervene in, Zhang Fei stated. His tone as calm as still water. Nami, uncertain of Zhang Fei's composure, sensed a confidence in his voice as if he already knew the outcome of what was to come. Her previously anxious heart began to ease. Yet she still hoped for Zoro's victory over Mihawk. In a flash, Zoro was sent reeling by Mihawk's strike, rolling across the deck before swiftly regaining his stance. His gaze fierce like a tiger, his dual blades positioned behind his right shoulder, the backs facing him, the edges outward. Tiger. In the depths of his mind, thoughts of Luffy and Zhang Fei surfaced unbidden, their unwavering belief in his dreams and their trust in him igniting a fierce determination within. He could not afford to let them down. As his words hung in the air, Mihawk's eyelids lowered slightly, revealing a serious demeanor as he and Zoro sprang into action. In an instant, Zoro's swords had yet to touch Mihawk when the latter's blade pierced his chest, blood splattering forth in an alarming rush. Johnny and Yasaku, witnessing Zoro's injury, wept uncontrollably, wishing they could bear the brunt of the wound in his stead. Luffy, seeing his comrade harmed, gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with restrained fury, resolutely holding back from intervening. He understood this was Zoro's dream, and he could not interfere. Nami, aghast at Zoro's injury, covered her mouth in disbelief. Rest assured, this minor wound will not claim Zoro's life. Zhang Fei attempted to soothe the crowd's anxieties, though his words had little effect. Despite the grievous wound, Zoro showed no signs of retreat. He stood resolutely upright, enduring the pain without a hint of backing down. This perplexed Mihawk, who inquired, "Do you truly wish to be pierced through the heart? Why not step back?" Zoro, with a sardonic smile, replied, "Who knows? It feels as though taking a single step back would shatter many vital oaths and matters, as if I could never return to this moment." His legs began to tremble, the blood pooling on the deck growing more abundant, consciousness slipping away, yet he articulated his reasoning for not retreating. "Yes, this is failure." Mihawk acknowledged Zoro's sentiment, responding, "Then I shall not step back either." Zoro's grimace deepened, reinforcing his resolve that he would not retreat, even at the cost of his life. "Is that what you're willing to sacrifice?" Mihawk countered. "Better to die swiftly," Zoro firmly declared, embodying his unwavering determination to never concede defeat. Mihawk withdrew his small blade, now fully acknowledging Zoro's spirit, and inquired after his name, recognizing that such a warrior deserved the black blade. "Yuru. State your name, boy." Roronoa Zoro. Once introduced, Zoro positioned his 3 swords across his chest, resembling a windmill, their blades rotating clockwise. I shall remember you. It has been long since I encountered a worthy opponent. Then, with the etiquette of a swordsman, I shall conclude your journey with this, the world's strongest black blade, Mihawk proclaimed as he unsheathed Yoru, preparing for the final confrontation. Enough. Brother, stop. Johnny and Yasaku cried, clutching their heads in despair, foreseeing Zoro's impending fate and pleading for him to cease. But Zoro would not heed their pleas. He preferred death over a life of shame, for all he did was to prove himself. Luffy's veins bulged, his gaze fixed on this pivotal battle, as the wooden plank in his grasp splintered under the pressure of his grip. 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. The ultimate technique descended, yet it failed to harm Mihawk. Instead, Zoro's twin blades shattered, a deep gash appearing on his body, ribs visible beneath the surface, blood blossoming forth like an exquisite flower. Defeated. Utterly defeated. Was this the power of the world's strongest? Sheathing his sword, he faced Mihawk, arms outstretched. What are you doing? Mihawk questioned, puzzled by Zoro's actions. The wound on my back is the disgrace of a swordsman. Zoro spoke not of being a swordsman, but of a swordsman, perhaps in homage to Zhang Fei. Well said. Mihawk acknowledged, sharing a fleeting smile with Zoro. Yet, Zoro was met with a diagonal slash, blood spraying once more, forming an X with his prior wound. Zoro, Luffy shouted. His heart ignited with an inferno of rage and sorrow, struggling to process the grievous sight before him. Aya! Luffy cried out in anguish, mistakenly believing Zoro had perished. Usopp, drenched in cold sweat, watched helplessly as Zoro was dealt a devastating blow by Mihawk. Johnny and Yasaku wept bitterly. Why? Sanji questioned, unable to comprehend Zoro's stubbornness. Risking his life without hesitation. Zhang Fei Zoro. Nami's eyes brimmed with tears, inquiring about Zoro's fate. The bond forged over their time together weighing heavily on her heart, reminiscent of her adoptive mother, Belmere. Fear not. Zoro is tenacious. He will not die. Zhang Fei reassured Nami with a pat on the shoulder. It's that simple. I assenti it. Just abandon your dreams. Sanji struggled to believe that Zoro would sacrifice his life for his aspirations, shouting at Zoro, who had willingly forfeited his chance to pursue his dreams for the sake of his mentor, Zephyr. Yet, Zoro's relentless pursuit of his dreams was indelibly etched in Sanji's heart, stirring his own desire to chase his aspirations. He yelled, confused, but for Zephyr's sake, he could not falter. He could relinquish his dreams for Zephyr. Unable to withstand Mihawk's assault, Zoro fell backward, plummeting into the sea. Luffy raised his fist, poised to strike Mihawk, only to be intercepted by Zhang Fei. What are you doing, Zhang Fei? Luffy questioned, bewildered by Zhang Fei's calm demeanor in the face of Zoro's apparent demise. Rest easy, Zoro is not dead. Mihawk spared him with that last blow. He wouldn't let such an intriguing man perish, Zhang Fei assured. Upon hearing that Zoro was alive, Luffy exhaled a sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing as he grasped Zhang Fei's shoulders for confirmation. Is that true, Zhang Fei? Yes, trust me, Zhang Fei affirmed. While Johnny and Yasaku leaped into the sea to rescue Zoro, Nami, hurry to the ship for the first aid kit. Help Zoro tend to his wounds. And what about you? Nami retorted, questioning why Zhang Fei, who understood first aid, did not take action himself. With a gentle smile, Zhang Fei's gaze shifted to Mihawk, who had also noticed his intent, realizing Zhang Fei was preparing for a confrontation. I shall meet him now. In his current state, Zhang Fei felt no fear of Mihawk. Equipped with Wei Zhuang's swordsmanship and inner strength, defeating Mihawk would not be a simple task. What? He is incredibly strong, Nami exclaimed, incredulous at Zhang Fei's recklessness. Are you courting death? Rest assured, anyone can die, but I shall not, for I possess an immortal body. It is impossible to kill me. Indeed, Nami, Zhang Fei will not perish. Luffy's confidence in Zhang Fei was unwavering, having witnessed him survive being shot in the head, emerging unscathed. What? Zhang Fei? You possess an immortal body? Usopp gasped in shock, completely unaware of Zhang Fei's unique ability, expressing his envy upon learning of it. In this world, no one can kill me, Zhang Fei stated matter-of-factly. Meanwhile, Zoro was pulled from the water, coughing up blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing Zoro's rescue, regardless of whether he was conscious or not, he uttered the words that now echoed in his heart. My name is Dracula Mihawk. You are not yet destined for death. Understand yourself, comprehend the world, and strive to grow stronger, Roronoa Zoro. In the years to come, I shall await you on the throne of the world's strongest. Attempt to surpass me with your newfound strength and indomitable spirit, and endeavor to transcend me, Roronoa Zoro. Thereafter, Mihawk turned to address Luffy, stating, among all present. Only you dared to strike at me. Though your attack was thwarted, I recognize you as Zoro's comrade, and I also acknowledge the straw hat upon your head, a symbol belonging to Shanks. For him to wager a hand on you, you must be extraordinary. What is your ambition, Straw Hat Boy? To become the Pirate King. Luffy replied decisively. This is an exceedingly perilous path, far more arduous than surpassing me, Mihawk remarked with a serene smile, not mocking Luffy, but pondering if this was the future chosen by Shanks. Indeed, it was remarkable. I don't care. I will undoubtedly become the Pirate King. With the knowledge that Zoro still lived, Luffy cast aside any resentment towards Mihawk, recognizing that it was Zoro's choice, and he stuck out his tongue, affirming his resolve to become Pirate King. Meanwhile, Johnny and Yasaku continued to weep like children. Brother, answer us. Brother, stop crying. Zoro is not dead. If necessary, we can cauterize the wound with a burning stick to stem the bleeding, Zhang Fei retorted, unable to tolerate their lamentations. Usopp gazed at Zhang Fei in disbelief, his eyes seemingly asking, are you a demon? Despite being unconscious, Zoro heard Mihawk's call and lifted his sword, Wado Ikamanji, tears and defiance glimmering in his eyes as he responded to Luffy. Can you hear me, Luffy? I can hear you, Luffy reassured him, his earlier worries now dissipating. Sanji watched Zoro thoughtfully. You must be troubled. If you cannot surpass the world's greatest swordsman, it must weigh heavily upon you. With each word, blood spilled anew from Zoro. Brother, please stop talking. Brother, Johnny and Yasaku implored, desperate to halt Zoro from speaking any further, fearing for his life. Luffy, perplexed, looked at Zoro. I will never lose again. Before I defeat him and claim the title of the world's strongest, I will never lose again, Zoro vowed, his voice resonating around them. Will you object to that, Pirate King? Faced with Zoro's ambition, Luffy, Mihawk, and Zhang Fei all smiled. This was the Zoro they knew. Surely, in the days to come, he would continue to grow stronger. Ha ha ha. No objections, Luffy replied with a grin, grateful to have such a companion. Chapter 49, Total War. Hey, Mihawk. At that moment, Kurozumi stepped forward, calling out to Mihawk, his eyes brimming with overwhelming confidence. Even in the face of Mihawk's prowess, Kurozumi believed himself invincible in his black armor. Aren't you here to claim my head? Take down the ruler of the East Blue. Kurozumi's bravado was audacious as he grinned at Mihawk. Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Kurozumi's sheer ignorance. Did he possess an overabundance of misplaced confidence? How dare he speak thus to Mihawk without fear of retribution? Did I ever say such a thing? Mihawk pondered, seemingly having never uttered those words. What use was there in claiming the head of such filth? Humph, do not be so presumptuous. Though you have played long enough, I have yet to make my move. The grievances of the Grand Line and the earlier strikes remain unavenged. Why provoke him, Captain? The pirates looked at Kurozumi in disbelief. With Mihawk's strength on display, why would he dare challenge him? The pirates trembled, especially after witnessing Mihawk's terrifying power, their will to resist utterly quashed. Do you think you stand a chance? You insolent fool. Mihawk glared at Kurozumi without any semblance of kindness, unlike the respect he held for Zoro. Kurozumi's expression darkened instantly, akin to that insufferable brat. Both utterly arrogant. This fueled Kurozumi's rage, causing his armor to spring open, revealing the hidden armament within, and he bellowed, die. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Mihawk, unfazed, swung his black blade. Yoru, with a languid motion, unleashing a cutting strike that cleaved the sea in two, sending shockwaves that stirred the once calm waters, causing the ships to sway violently. By some twist of fate, or perhaps sheer luck, Kurozumi remained unharmed, standing unscathed on his float. Zhang Fei, unsure whether Mihawk had acted deliberately, recognized it was now his turn to engage. As for Kurozumi, he would leave him for Luffy to deal with. Luffy, I leave Kurozumi to you. Not a problem, Luffy affirmed confidently, adjusting his straw hat, aware that Zhang Fei was about to take on Mihawk. Be careful, Zhang Fei, Nami said, worry etched across her face. She did not wish to see him harmed. Rest assured, I will be fine, Zhang Fei replied reassuringly, then swiftly leaped towards a pirate wielding an iron sword. Before the man could react, Zhang Fei struck with a hand chop to his neck. The overwhelming force rendered the pirate unconscious, causing him to drop the iron sword, which Zhang Fei deftly caught, twirling it with ease. A bit light, but it should suffice. Zhang Fei mused as he leaped onto the platform where Mihawk stood, both warriors locking eyes, their battle intent crackling like lightning in the air, a palpable tension brewing. Perfect. You all can perish together. Kurozumi's fury ignited upon seeing Zhang Fei, his armor bursting open once more, intending to eliminate both of these detestable men in one fell swoop. As Korizumi prepared to fire his bullets, Luffy sprang forward, positioning himself in front of Zhang Fei to absorb the incoming barrage. Now, Luffy resembled a honeycomb, his body riddled with bullets. "I won't allow you to disturb Zhang Fei. Leave him to me," Luffy declared, and with that, he redirected all the bullets back towards Korizumi. The sound of bullets clashing against the black armor resonating through the air. Clang, clang, clang. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring incredulously at Luffy. What was happening to his body? A devil fruit ability? The knowledgeable Zephyr instantly recognized that Luffy had consumed a devil fruit. "Ha ha ha, leave him to me." Zhang Fei, Luffy grinned at Zhang Fei, radiating confidence. "Just ensure he doesn't interfere with us," Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly, not wishing to give Korizumi the chance to disrupt their duel. "You little brat," Korizumi scowled, realizing the implications of Luffy's devil fruit ability. If he could withstand bullets, then his own firearms would be rendered useless against him. "Remember, this fellow harbors toxic gas, so you must exercise caution," Zhang Fei cautioned Luffy, to prevent a repeat of the original tale where he fell victim to the poison. "How did you know there was toxic gas hidden within my armor?" Krieg inquired, astonished at Zhang Fei's insight. Zhang Fei, however, chose to disregard Krieg's question entirely. This dismissal only served to further provoke Krieg, who bellowed to the pirates behind him, "Charge." See Zep's navigation log in this ship. There may be clues to the One Piece within that log. "Indeed, Captain. While it may be impossible for them to contend with Hawkeye, dealing with these cooks should pose no challenge," they replied, rushing forward with fervor to seize the floating restaurant and the navigation log. "I can wait for you to dispatch these pirates before we engage," Hawkeye suggested, concerned that these ruffians might interfere with Zhang Fei's performance. He intentionally offered Zhang Fei time to handle the pirates. Although Zhang Fei was eager to test his Namu Gatling, he opted to let the cooks manage it, confident they would protect their most treasured floating restaurant, thereby declining Hawkeye's well-meaning offer. "No need. I trust them to handle it well," he stated, his words imbued with assurance. As soon as he finished speaking, a fishfin deck concealed beneath the waves slowly ascended, forming a combat platform, with the fish head being mobile and housing 3 cannons. The pilots of this contraption were Patty and Karn. The moving mackerel head, piloted by Patty and his crew, captivated Luffy's attention, prompting a delighted exclamation, "That is so cool." Indeed, Luffy was enamored with such peculiarities. "You are right, I underestimated them. Let us relocate our battle. This space is too confined," Hawkeye conceded, realizing the inadequacy of their current position as he had split the floating board beneath them in two, rendering it unsuitable for combat. Chapter 50, Across the Four Directions. Hawkeye's assessment held merit. Thus, he summoned the system, requesting it to create a platform for him. "System, lend me your assistance. Freeze the sea surface to provide us with a battleground." "What?" The internal system hesitated for a moment before surveying the surroundings, finally grasping the situation. With a resigned sigh, it ultimately complied, freezing the sea surface. Before long, a massive ice platform, the size of a football field, emerged before them. The onlookers were left in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden transformation of the sea into ice. "It's done. In the future, do not summon me for such matters," the system lamented, acknowledging its role as a mahjong system, lacking capabilities for such feats. The ice formation was made possible with minimal use of the world's primal forces. Zhang Fei chuckled softly, leaping onto the ice platform. As his feet made contact with the icy surface, a chill coursed through him. "How do you possess that ability?" "That is Akiji's power," Hawkeye exclaimed, astonished. The existence of another devil fruit of the same type was implausible, and Zhang Fei had seemingly frozen the sea without any apparent means. Did Zhang Fei also wield powers akin to Akiji? "You can understand it as a talent skill. It is not a devil fruit," Zhang Fei explained gradually. Indeed, the world of pirates was rife with remarkable individuals, much like the technological prowess of Germa, relying on scientific might. "Ah, I see. This will facilitate our battle." Hawkeye accepted this revelation with remarkable adaptability, promptly joining Zhang Fei on the ice platform. "What on earth is happening? Why has the sea suddenly frozen?" the pirates exclaimed, utterly confounded by the appearance of the ice surface. Could it be another devil fruit's ability? Did Zhang Fei conjure this? Nami speculated, gazing at Zhang Fei atop the ice. Her suspicions stemmed from Zhang Fei's enigmatic nature, which rendered him difficult to decipher. "It's likely a trick of theirs. Pay them no mind. Men, charge. As long as we secure the navigation log, the One Piece will be within our grasp." Krieg's words reignited the spirits of the previously halted pirates. Zhang Fei and Hawkeye, however, paid them no heed, instead locking eyes in anticipation of the battle's commencement. Yet, The sound of clashing swords from the floating restaurant soon stirred both into action. On the surface, Zhang Fei appeared unchanged, yet within him, an internal power surged tumultuously. This energy coursed through his meridians, continuously supplying him with strength. Now, he embodied the culmination of Wei Zhuang's lifelong training, an unparalleled force. He unleashed the sword intent that belonged to Wei Zhuang, which manifested as an orange-hued sword aura, enveloping the blade. Although he lacked haki, his internal energy was formidable, augmenting both the sword's offensive and defensive capabilities, even achieving a state where every blade of grass became a weapon. At that moment, Zhang Fei's aura transformed dramatically, exuding a sharpness that made others uneasy, as though countless blades were pointed at Hawkeye. "I'm coming. Be careful," he warned succinctly, prompting a flicker of pressure within Hawkeye. For Zhang Fei radiated the essence of a great swordsman. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Fei appeared like a wraith, swiftly closing the distance to Hawkeye. Without hesitation, he swung his sword towards Hawkeye's forehead. What a swift strike! Hawkeye couldn't help but muse, hastily raising his black blade, Yoru, to defend. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, sending sparks flying. Zhang Fei was not surprised that Hawkeye managed to parry the blow. But the true prowess of the Ghost Valley swordplay extended far beyond this. The technique comprised 4 moves. It remained to be seen if Hawkeye could withstand them all. In the instant of deflection, Zhang Fei swiftly altered his attack, twisting his body to execute a horizontal strike aimed at Hawkeye's neck, intent on severing his head. Hawkeye was caught off guard by Zhang Fei's sudden shift, stunned by the swiftness of his response, which bordered on incredibility. The orange glow emanating from the sword signified imminent danger. In a moment of urgency, he infused his black blade with armament haki to withstand Zhang Fei's onslaught. Nevertheless, Yoru, already honed to a black blade, retained its original hue despite the application of haki. Hawkeye utilized the blade to intercept the strike. Clang! The collision redirected Zhang Fei's horizontal cut, sending a shockwave through Hawkeye's grip, causing a slight tingling in his hand, though it was inconsequential. With the first attack thwarted, Zhang Fei swiftly transitioned to his third move. With a flick of his wrist, the blade pointed downward, and he executed an upward thrust, the gleam of cold light intensifying. The sword aura coiling around the blade, amplifying its potency. Hawkeye's sense of peril escalated. With each of Zhang Fei's moves, the cumulative damage intensified. This upward thrust promised to be significantly more formidable than the preceding horizontal slice. As the world's greatest swordsman, he was naturally equipped to counter this strike. The previous horizontal cut had merely been a moment of oversight. Now, he was prepared. Utilizing his observation haki, he made a slight lateral movement, narrowly avoiding the blade as it grazed past him. It was a close call, but he emerged unscathed. Indeed, the legendary Hawkeye has swiftly adapted to my assault. Yet, can you withstand my fourth strike? Within Zhang Fei's heart, admiration for Hawkeye blossomed, while his hands remained ceaseless in motion, like flowing water. The iron sword in his grasp danced with an almost magical unpredictability. With a swift pull of his sword hand, he lunged forward like a tiger descending a mountain. Unstoppable in his ferocity, the air seemed to tear apart, a sound of slicing through space accompanying his onslaught. The blade's tip loomed larger in Hawkeye's eyes, causing his brow to furrow in concentration. This strike bore double the might of the previous one. Despite its tremendous power, Hawkeye remained steadfast, utilizing the blade's body to defend against the impending blow. Zhang Fei concentrated his force at the sword's edge, aiming to pierce through Hawkeye's dark blade. The orange glow of the sword radiating fiercely. Yet, Hawkeye's haki proved formidable, rendering any attempt to shatter it futile. However, the force transmitted through the sword was undeniable, sending Hawkeye reeling backward, his feet skidding across the icy platform, shards of ice scattering outward, leaving 2 deep gouges that stretched 5 or 6 meters. What just transpired? Did I see that correctly? In an instant, Zhang Fei had repelled Hawkeye by several meters. How could this be? Was their speed too rapid for my eyes to discern? Some spectators remained captivated by their duel, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, oblivious to the nuances of the previous exchange. Their eyes widened in rapt attention towards Zhang Fei and his opponent. "Johnny, can you discern anything?" Nami rubbed her eyes, seemingly struggling to believe that she had witnessed Hawkeye being pushed back by Zhang Fei. At the moment Zhang Fei struck, he unleashed 4 variations in one fluid motion, akin to delivering 4 strikes in the blink of an eye, executed with such swiftness that it left onlookers bewildered. Thus, they could only perceive the image of Hawkeye being forced back. Chapter 51, Across the 8 Directions. Johnny shook his head, indicating he had seen nothing clearly. "I too. am at a loss regarding what just transpired, Sister Nami. As for the term of endearment, Nami seemed accustomed to it, her expression revealing little. Her focus solely on Zhang Fei. Previously, she had heard Zhang Fei boast of his prowess, but witnessing it firsthand revealed the truth in his words, even suggesting he might be stronger than when facing rock. A spark of hope ignited within her, an unwavering belief that Zhang Fei could indeed vanquish Arlong. I never imagined brother Zhang Fei to be so powerful, capable of pushing back Hawkeye, Yasa exclaimed excitedly, his words piquing Zoro's curiosity. What? Give me up quickly, Zoro implored, filled with excitement. He had failed to repel Hawkeye, so how could Zhang Fei? Had he been concealing his true strength all along? Moreover, he remained unaware that Zhang Fei was a master swordsman. Brother Zoro, please refrain from moving too much. Otherwise, your wound will bleed again, Johnny cautioned, attempting to prevent further injury. Yes, indeed, Yasa joined in, advising Zoro as well. However, Zoro was resolute, stubbornly clinging to his desires. Hurry and help me up. Faced with Zoro's obstinacy, they found themselves with little choice but to carefully assist him, anxious about the potential worsening of his wound. Zoro, at last, was granted his wish to witness their battle. Usopp and Nami refrained from joining the fray, instead safeguarding Zoro and the going merry. Indeed, you are formidable. Hawkeye adjusted his stance, a slight smile gracing his lips, feeling that his journey to the East Blue had not been in vain. You are not lacking either. Zhang Fei raised his iron sword, its tip aimed at Hawkeye. With that, the sword in his hand blazed with brilliance as he executed a horizontal slash. The sword energy separating from the blade and sweeping forth in a crescent arc. Hawkeye's eyelids drooped slightly as he lowered his stance, sweeping his black blade, Yuru, in a vertical arc, sending forth a green flying slash that collided with Zhang Fei's sword energy. It resembled a cross, where the sword energy and the flying slash vied for supremacy. Zhang Fei's gaze sharpened. He realized his sword energy was at a disadvantage. Understanding that pirates were inherently different from the world of Qin's moon, where the flying slash proved superior to his sword energy. While his sword energy may not match in power, the technique itself could very well be a different story, especially considering he had yet to unleash his ultimate move, the across the 8 directions. With a powerful push of his legs, the ice beneath him shattered like glass, the sword energy fracturing and dissipating like vapor. Yet Hawkeye's flying slash remained unrelenting, barreling straight toward him. The path of the flying slash carved deep grooves into the ice. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei showed no fear. Just as the flying slash neared him, he adeptly sidestepped, allowing it to glide past without confrontation. Immediately after, he executed a horizontal strike toward Hawkeye, his swordplay retaining its fierce and domineering essence. Hawkeye's eyes flickered as he met the oncoming blow with Yoru, for he was not one to remain on the defensive. Clang! The clash of blade against blade erupted in a shower of sparks, the orange glow emanating from Zhang Fei's sword illuminating his determined visage. At that moment, he resembled a vessel possessed by Wei Zhuang, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with excitement. This sensation unsettled Hawkeye, akin to the instinctual alertness of a shark honing in on its prey. Swiftly, Zhang Fei altered his approach, intensifying his force as he spun, his iron sword sweeping in a full circle once more. Due to inertia, Hawkeye leaned forward, yet he quickly regained his balance. Just as Zhang Fei's sword was poised to strike him again, instantly, he spun his black blade, colliding with Zhang Fei's sword, creating distance between them once more. Remarkably powerful, Nami murmured, having never witnessed such a battle. Was that the flying slash? Yet what was that aura entwining Zhang Fei's iron sword? Zoro observed the breathtaking confrontation, starkly contrasting it with his own previous encounter with Hawkeye. Simultaneously, he recognized the flying slash his master, Gyosui, had spoken of, astonished that someone in this world would wield it. However, Zhang Fei's interpretation of the flying slash vastly differed from Hawkeye's, leaving him conflicted as he struggled to articulate the distinctions, particularly regarding the orange glow that enveloped Zhang Fei's iron sword. Unable to contain a self-deprecating thought, he mused, "It seems I still have a long way to go." The battle between Zhang Fei and Hawkeye raged on. Yet the most troubling aspect for Hawkeye was Zhang Fei's relentless offensive, a style that was brazen and reckless. Moreover, Zhang Fei's swordsmanship was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. His own strength lay in effortlessly unleashing the flying slash, yet Zhang Fei capitalized on this, denying him the opportunity to employ it. If one were to silence the clamor of pirates and chefs battling, one could hear the relentless clang of metal on metal. A symphony of blades dancing like fireworks blooming in the night sky, resplendent and dazzling. Zhang Fei wielded his swordsmanship with increasing mastery, the techniques of the Ghost Valley school merging seamlessly, rendering him unmatched in the world. However, he had not yet mastered the vertical sword technique, though he was proficient in the 100 Steps flying sword. Furthermore, Wei Zhuang's swordplay was tempestuous as the wind, fierce as the waves, exuding an aura that shook the heavens. Imbued with lethal intent, swift as lightning, and full of unpredictable variations, each strike a death blow, leaving no respite for his opponent. Perfectly suited to oneself, after all. My indomitable ability compensates for the shortcomings of my swordsmanship. If only I possessed the demon sword Shark's Tooth, my sword techniques would be immensely more formidable. And coupled with the prowess of Shark's Tooth, I would become the bane of many swordsmen. Alas, it is absent here. Moreover, the iron sword in my hand is on the verge of collapse. The blade is riddled with dents of varying sizes, and despite the infusion of my internal energy, I cannot alter the fate of this iron sword. At this juncture, Eagle Eye also sensed something amiss. If this continued, I would lose my capacity for counteraction. He noticed Zhang Fei momentarily distracted. Quickly creating distance, he seized the opportunity, launching several swift attacks, each a flying slash that descended with the force capable of cleaving mountains and shattering iron. Zhang Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, his left index and middle fingers aligning, gliding from the spine of the sword to its tip. The orange-hued internal energy within him surged instantaneously, boiling like scalding water rising from his feet. His aura steadily ascended, exuding an unstoppable momentum. However, the iron sword in his grasp began to wail in anguish, its cracks multiplying. Crossing the 8 directions, Zhang Fei's deep voice resonated, followed by a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. With a horizontal slash of the iron sword, a colossal crescent of orange sword energy materialized in an instant, directly meeting Eagle Eye's flying slashes. Chapter 52, The Despicable Akin. The moment he unleashed crossing the 8 directions, Zhang Fei's iron sword shattered rapidly, transforming into a pile of scrap metal that fell upon the icy platform. Zhang Fei was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that this iron sword would endure, but unexpectedly, it could not withstand the strain. Fortunately, crossing the 8 directions had already been unleashed. Its power might have diminished slightly, yet it remained formidable. The crossing the 8 directions Zhang Fei executed was exponentially stronger than his previous sword energy. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Fei's crossing the 8 directions resembled a shark that had caught the scent of blood, sinking its teeth into Eagle Eye's flying slashes. Due to the layered nature of Eagle Eye's flying slashes, the resultant force underwent a dramatic transformation. However, Zhang Fei's crossing the 8 directions was equally impressive. Upon contact, a tremendous shockwave emerged at the point of intersection, compressing and subsequently releasing energy that obliterated both their attacks, scattering them into countless blades of wind, sweeping in a 360-degree assault without blind spots. Without his iron sword, Zhang Fei could only rely on his agility to evade the onslaught of wind blades, while Eagle Eye utilized his black blade, Yuru, to block the attacks. Fortunately, they were sufficiently distant from the Going Merry, otherwise, Nami and the others aboard the ship would undoubtedly suffer from the assault of these wind blades. The icy platform beneath them had already been rendered a ruin from their battle, beginning to fracture. The pirates and chefs, who had been engaged in combat, ceased their skirmishes upon witnessing the breathtaking clash between Zhang Fei and Eagle Eye, even beginning to question whether the two were transformed monsters. What sort of monsters are they? One pirate quivered, contemplating the notion of fleeing. However, Krieg, a man of limited intellect, promptly shot at the fleeing pirate, bellowing, "It's merely their trickery. Do not pay it any mind. Continue your assault." Yet, the pirates appeared unconvinced. Nevertheless, they feared Krieg more than they did Zhang Fei, and thus reluctantly complied with his orders to persist in their attack on the floating restaurant. Upon observing Zhang Fei unarmed, Eagle Eye slowly sheathed his black blade, Yuru, upon his back. "When you possess a fine sword, we shall continue." "Very well," Zhang Fei readily acquiesced. "What is your name?" Eagle Eye inquired, still unaware of Zhang Fei's identity. "Zhang Fei," he replied, before utilizing the floating ice to return to the Going Merry. His mission was complete. Now, all that remained was for Luffy to defeat Krieg and Sanji to board the ship. An intriguing individual, Eagle Eye mused, delighting in the thought of having committed Zhang Fei's name to memory. It had been long since he occupied the throne of the strongest. Encountering a swordsman capable of matching his prowess was indeed a fortunate circumstance. He then navigated his coffin-like small boat slowly towards the Going Merry. "I didn't expect you to be so strong," Usopp exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Zhang Fei, astonished that his companion was a hidden powerhouse. "It's nothing much," Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile, offering a simple response to Usopp. I truly believe you can defeat Arlong now, Nami said, her eyes sparkling with affection as she looked at Zhang Fei. I told you, Arlong is no match for us, Zhang Fei asserted confidently, knowing that without Wei Zhuang's abilities, he was certain he could conquer Arlong, as the body refinement pill was no ordinary strength. What was that orange glow on your iron sword earlier? Zoro asked, his voice weak and pale, devoid of color, yet unable to suppress his curiosity. He persisted in questioning Zhang Fei despite the pain. That is the swordsmanship of Wano. Zhang Fei began to respond, but Eagle Eye interjected, leaping from his small boat to voice his conjecture. Only the warriors of Wano possess such capabilities, akin to adding flames to the blade. What brings you here? Zhang Fei inquired, his brow furrowing, displeased at the insinuation that his Chinese swordsmanship could be equated with the sword techniques of Wano. Was that not an affront? Eagle Eye held a bottle of red wine in hand, evidently having come for a drink. Seeing the wine I hold, I thought it fitting to share a drink with an equally formidable opponent like you. I see, Zhang Fei replied. However, my swordsmanship is not akin to Wano's techniques, but rather the techniques of Gigu. Zhang Fei felt compelled to clarify for Eagle Eye. He did not wish for his Gigu swordsmanship to be mischaracterized as Wano's. Oh, Gigu swordsmanship? I have never heard of it, Eagle Eye remarked, astonished as he observed Zhang Fei, now realizing the distinct differences between it and Wano's techniques. Zhang Fei refrained from explaining the origins of Gigu's swordsmanship, as it did not belong to the world of pirates, but rather to the tale of Qin's moon. Instead, he turned to Nami, requesting her assistance in fetching wine glasses. Nami, please bring me a few wine glasses. I want to drink too. Zoro chimed in upon hearing the mention of alcohol. Be quiet, you injured fool. Johnny, Yasaku, carry Zoro into the room and let him recuperate properly, Zhang Fei chided, casting a glance at him. A man in such a condition should not be contemplating drinking. He might as well drink the cold winds. Yes, brother Zhang Fei. Johnny and Yasaku promptly agreed, preparing to escort Zoro to a room for rest. However, Zoro vehemently resisted, unwilling to return without understanding Zhang Fei's swordsmanship. Let go of me, Johnny Yasaku. Yet, Johnny and Yasaku paid him no heed, carrying him into the room regardless. You're impossible. I'll fetch them now, Nami grumbled, realizing that Luffy was still engaged in a fierce battle, and they were discussing drinking. Ultimately, she complied with Zhang Fei's request and went to the kitchen to retrieve several wine glasses. Zhang Fei, aren't you going to assist Luffy? He is still fighting. And that old man Zepp is being threatened at gunpoint. Usopp inquired anxiously, noting that Akin had taken the opportunity during the chaos to break Zepp's wooden leg, leaving him unable to stand, while Akin now held a pistol to his head, coercing Sanji to abandon the ship. This revelation captured Zhang Fei's attention, and he shifted his gaze toward the floating restaurant. Indeed, Usopp's words rang true. Zepp was being threatened by Akin with a gun. Zhang Fei scratched the back of his head and let out a deep sigh. It appeared that he must intervene and lend a hand. Initially, he believed they could manage without his assistance. Yet unexpectedly, the situation unfolded just as it did in the original narrative. I'll handle this trouble first and return shortly, he remarked nonchalantly to Hawkeye. Very well, I shall await your return, Hawkeye replied, leaning lazily against the ship's railing. With that, Zhang Fei utilized his lightness technique to alight upon the floating restaurant, where he beheld Sanji being hurled by the ironclad Palu into the restaurant's wall. The tremendous impact causing Sanji to spew blood. Why didn't you dodge, you fool? Luffy exclaimed, reprimanding Sanji. That bastard over there is armed. Sanji hesitated to evade, fearing that Akin would fire his weapon. Akin, how despicable of you to propose such terms. Luffy began to chastise Akin for his treachery. Why is this so complicated? If we abandon this restaurant, everyone will be saved. I cannot fathom why you all are fighting so fiercely, Akin asserted, utterly perplexed by their determination. Chapter 53, Sanji's Past. Zhang Fei refrained from immediately intervening, instead waiting for Sanji's response. This restaurant is a treasure to the old man, Sanji replied, blood trickling from his head, his gaze resolute. Isn't that guy supposed to despise the chef? The cooks knew that Sanji and Zeff had an irreconcilable relationship, so what prompted this sudden change in sentiment? I took everything from that old man, his strength, his dreams. Therefore, I shall never allow him to lose everything again, Sanji shouted passionately, though a tinge of guilt lingered within him. Enough of these trivial past grievances, brat, Zeff interjected, casting a glance at Sanji. He had long since moved past the loss of his leg. Shut up. Didn't I tell you not to treat me like a child? Sanji retorted vehemently, no longer the naive youth he once was. Sanji, watch out, Patty screamed, alerting him to the danger as Palu suddenly appeared behind Sanji, arms outstretched, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Pearl. Just as Palu was about to strike, Zhang Fei sprang into action, moving like a wraith, employing the techniques of Giguzi to appear before Palu in an instant. Clenching his fist, he infused it with internal energy, an orange glow enveloping his hand. He struck down upon Palu's massive steel shield with tremendous force, augmented by the internal energy, creating a power beyond imagination, capable of penetrating deeply into the body. With a resounding crash, the colossal shield shattered like glass, yet the residual force from Zhang Fei's punch continued, striking Palu directly. Blood spewed from Palu's mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, splashing into the sea. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Zhang Fei deftly caught the fragments of the shield, concentrating his energy and launching them towards Akin's gun. With a sharp crack, Akin's firearm was instantly obliterated. What just happened? The pirates and chefs gaped at Zhang Fei in disbelief. Wasn't he fighting Hawkeye just moments ago? How did he suddenly appear here? Most of the pirates were preoccupied with the battle on the floating restaurant, thus paying little heed to the skirmish involving Zhang Fei, despite its intensity being masked by the sounds of cannon fire. Lu, Zhang Fei called out, but he was quick to redirect his attention. Luffy. Luffy understood immediately, extending his rubber arm to pull Zeph closer while Akin was momentarily distracted. Are you all right, old man? Even injured, Sanji remained concerned for Zeph's well-being. I'm fine, brat. Zeph responded. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament. Luffy grinned, wrinkling his nose. Luffy, you've been rather slow. Why haven't you dealt with Kuro? Otherwise, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Zhang Fei expressed his discontent, having battled Hawkeye for so long without any progress on Luffy's part. No, I'll handle it myself, Luffy insisted, unwilling to relinquish Kuro to Zhang Fei, as he had his own rivalry and ideological conflict with Kuro. Thank you, truly, for saving the old man, Sanji said as he slowly rose, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Fei and the others while reigniting a cigarette. Meanwhile, Akin brandished his weapon, a baton-like tool with a steel ball at the end, clearly intending to engage. Sanji, I had hoped you could leave safely. It appears that is no longer an option. Indeed, it is not. When we encountered the shipwreck, we were stranded on a deserted island for 85 days, during which the old man gave me all the food while he himself resorted to eating his own leg, Sanji recounted. Luffy. Sanji's revelation astonished Luffy, who never imagined Sanji bore such a past. In the anime, Zeph sacrificed his leg to save Sanji, while in the manga, he resorted to cannibalism. Clearly, this pirate world mirrored the manga's narrative. Zhang Fei, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of shock. It required immense courage to make such a sacrifice. He began to respect Zeph deeply. Sanji, stop meddling. I have long forgotten the past, Zeph declared, now unable to stand without the support of his cane. At that moment, he no longer referred to Sanji as brat, but by his true name, and in that instant, Sanji seemed to have matured, no longer the ignorant child he once was. You may have forgotten, but I have not. If your right leg were still intact, you wouldn't have to endure the humiliation from this scoundrel. Sanji vowed never to forget Zeph's kindness, determined to repay his debt of gratitude, regardless of Zeph's denial. It seems the old man's leg was sacrificed for Sanji. This revelation led Patty to comprehend why Sanji was so unwilling to abandon the restaurant. It was surprising to discover that the two who were often at odds had such a poignant history. Carl also found it astonishing that those who usually clashed had shared such a past. The chefs learned the reason behind Zeph and Sanji's generosity towards Kuro and his men. Akin, too, understood why Sanji was unwilling to leave and realized Sanji would never abandon this place. Since it comes to this, allow me to personally end your life. That is my creed. With Zeph now safe, Zhang Fei felt no need to hold back any longer. Huh, I truly appreciate that, bastard, Sanji responded, momentarily taken aback. And you, straw hat-wearing fool, you should have left with your friend earlier, Akin urged, hoping to spare Luffy from further entanglement. Huh. Luffy paused before responding with an air of nonchalance. No worries, I won't lose to you weaklings. As soon as Luffy uttered those words, it incited the ire of all the pirates present, who clenched their fists, veins bulging. Yet, upon catching sight of Zhang Fei, their bravado diminished. They dared not confront such a formidable warrior. Chapter 54, The Despairing Pirates. Step back. Suddenly, Krieg voiced his command, feeling slighted by the presence of others. The pirates complied, retreating at Krieg's behest, relieved that they need not contend with the monstrous Zhang Fei. Strength is judged solely by outcomes. Krieg's eyes brimmed with disdain. To him, Zhang Fei and his companions were mere jesters, employing ostentatious tricks, for such monsters could not possibly exist in this world. Upon hearing Crick's proclamation, the assembled pirates were filled with fervor. Zhang Fei, perplexed, wondered where Crick's audacity stemmed from. Do your parents know about your arrogance? He thought. Hey, straw hat brat. Who do you think will become the pirate king, you or I? Crick eagerly posed the question to Luffy. Unsurprisingly, Luffy's response was unwaveringly self-assured. Me, he declared without hesitation. Exactly as Crick anticipated. Best exercise some restraint, Patty suggested, fully aware of Crick's notorious reputation, fearing for Luffy's safety. However, his concerns were unfounded. Crick stood no chance against Luffy. Why? Luffy queried, turning to Patty for an explanation. Crick's rage ignited upon hearing Luffy's response. He unsheathed a circular shield from his shoulder, raising it menacingly towards Luffy. All right, brothers, fall back, Crick commanded, his pirates displaying expressions of shock, recognizing the weaponry concealed within the circular shield. I shall show that dreamy fool what true strength is. Wait, chief. Even Akin was taken aback, attempting to dissuade Crick from launching the weapon. Zhang Fei scoffed at Crick's supposed power, mocking him, which only fueled Crick's fury further. The pirates, recognizing the likelihood of toxic gas being released, recoiled in shock. If it were cannonballs, I could simply deflect them, Luffy mused, for he was a rubber man capable of rebounding bullets, and even cannonballs mid-flight. Please, let me handle this. Akin implored Crick, but was interrupted before he could finish. It matters not who does the killing. I despise such naive notions of honor and sentiment. Haven't I told you countless times? This is war. Zhang Fei could not tolerate Crick's incessant prattling, judging by the reactions of the surrounding pirates. It was evident that Crick intended to utilize toxic gas, which could spell disaster, especially with Nami present. If the gas reached the Thousand Sunny, it would be catastrophic. Swiftly, as if employing the Marine's 6 powers, he appeared before Crick, uttering a simple phrase before unleashing a punch, enhanced by internal energy, shattering the obsidian shield. Weakness is weakness. Without your armor, you are but a worthless wretch. Crick's pupils dilated in disbelief at Zhang Fei's sudden appearance. With a tremendous force, the shield in his grasp disintegrated. No, this can't be. As the shield shattered, Crick's expression shifted to one of panic. Their previous skirmishes were not mere theatrics, but stark reality, akin to a bubble bursting, dragging him back to the harsh truth. Zhang Fei, weren't we supposed to refrain from fighting? Luffy began to complain, lamenting the broken promise of non-interference. Rest assured, Luffy, I shall not engage him lethally. I merely aim to dismantle his armor. He remains yours, especially considering we have an injured member aboard, Zhang Fei reassured him. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Luffy conceded. If Crick unleashed toxic gas, it would indeed jeopardize Zoro's safety. All right then, but remember, he must be handed over to me. At that moment, Crick was rendered voiceless, akin to a mere commodity. Though I yearn to slay you, I shall honor my promise to my captain and spare your life. Zhang Fei declared with chilling indifference, a statement that sent shivers down Crick's spine, akin to being submerged in icy waters. Yet, upon hearing that Zhang Fei would not kill him, Crick felt a slight relief, only for Zhang Fei's next words to plunge his heart back into trepidation. However, prior to that, I shall demonstrate what overwhelming power truly entails. With that, Zhang Fei focused his entire being, channeling his muscles and internal energy, ensuring that his punch would shatter Crick's obsidian armor without inflicting harm upon him. Previously, such control would have been deemed impossible, but now, possessing the martial arts of Wei Zhuang, he understood the nuances of restraint. Stay away from me, Crick shouted in panic. To him, Zhang Fei resembled a demon in human guise. Desperately activating his devices, firearms emerged, unleashing a barrage towards Zhang Fei. However, Zhang Fei's physique, fortified by the body refinement pills, rendered him impervious to ordinary bullets, which would merely tear through his clothing. Then, before Crick's astonished eyes, Zhang Fei's fists descended upon him once more, landing a heavy blow upon his chest armor. The sound of shattering echoed as the obsidian armor crumbled, leaving only the circular shield on his right shoulder. Yet, that shield could not escape Zhang Fei's grasp, as it too was forcibly torn in two. With Crick's obsidian armor utterly obliterated, he appeared as though vitality had been stripped from him, his pupils devoid of color, the world dimming around him. In that moment, he comprehended the veracity of Zhang Fei's earlier claims. He was but a frog in a well, utterly oblivious to the vastness beyond. Facing the demoralized Crick was of no concern to Zhang Fei. Should Luffy lay blame upon him, it would simply reflect Crick's fragile resolve. Chief, the mightiest obsidian armor has been shattered? What do we do now? The pirates, as if bereft of their very essence, began to flounder in confusion. Without his armor, Crick stood no chance against Luffy, let alone in his current state of despair. However, Zhang Fei resolved to leave the ensuing matters to Luffy. He suspected that Mihawk was already growing impatient. "This is your domain now, Luffy." Before Luffy could respond, Zhang Fei departed, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered faces. Chapter 55, The Victory of Obsession. "Back already? You truly are slow." Mihawk raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Zhang Fei, who had already begun to indulge in his drink. As anticipated, Mihawk voiced his grievances. There was much to attend to. Zhang Fei shrugged, taking a seat. Upon seeing Zhang Fei return, Nami visibly relaxed, her earlier apprehension seemingly dissipating with his presence. Zhang Fei noticed this shift in her demeanor and sought to reassure her. Understanding Mihawk's character, a man with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, as evidenced by his interactions with Perona in the original tale. "Rest easy, Nami. Mihawk isn't as fearsome as he appears. Hey, pour your own drink." Hawkeye cast a glance at Zhang Fei and tossed a glass of red wine his way. Zhang Fei extended his hand to catch it, poured himself a generous serving, and then returned the glass to Hawkeye. After swirling the wine in his glass and savoring a sip, he discovered it to be quite exquisite. "This wine is indeed delightful. What shall you do next?" he inquired. "Seek an old friend," Hawkeye replied to Zhang Fei's question. "Red-haired? Is he also in the East Blue?" Zhang Fei asked with a hint of curiosity. "No. He is in the Grand Line," Hawkeye responded, taking a sip of his red wine before continuing. "Why did you not utilize Haki earlier? Or do you possess confidence in your swordsmanship?" "I have absolute confidence in my swordsmanship, and I do not rely on Haki," Zhang Fei answered. Hawkeye's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhang Fei lacked the ability to use Haki. If Zhang Fei were to master it, he would undoubtedly become even stronger, which instilled in Hawkeye a sense of trepidation, albeit overshadowed by exhilaration. Having someone who could potentially threaten his position served as the greatest motivation for him. "I never imagined you could be this formidable without Haki. Your potential is truly remarkable. I look forward to that day, but be cautious. I will continue to refine my swordsmanship. The next time we meet, I hope it will not be like today. Fear not, we shall meet again on the Grand Line. One day, we will cross swords, and that will be the moment of reckoning," Zhang Fei declared. Knowing that as long as they journeyed on the path of the Grand Line, encounters were inevitable. Even if not now, he would certainly appear during the Marineford War. However, the mention of swordsmanship reignited Zhang Fei's irritation. It was akin to an exhibition where two showcases displayed a blade and a sword, only for someone to switch them, placing a sword in the blade's display and a blade in the sword's. This would undoubtedly frustrate an individual with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, akin to a restless night. Fortunately, Zhang Fei was only mildly obsessive. Otherwise, he would have unleashed havoc upon anyone brandishing a blade while claiming to be a swordsman. "Swordsmanship? You mean blade techniques," Zhang Fei retorted, his displeasure evident. Nami and Usopp immediately recognized that Zhang Fei was beginning to have a fit. Recalling how Zoro had refrained from declaring himself a swordsman in Zhang Fei's presence after being chastised. "Is there really a difference?" Hawkeye remarked dismissively, believing there to be no distinction between blades and swords. "No difference? Allow me to demonstrate the distinction. Usopp, fetch me a couple of different fruits from the kitchen," Zhang Fei instructed, intending to elucidate the difference between a sword and a blade through his own method. "All right, I'll be right back." Usopp obediently complied, knowing that Zhang Fei's strength demanded respect if he wished to align himself with him in the future. Soon, Usopp returned with an apple and an orange. Placing them before Zhang Fei, puzzled. "What do you need the fruit for?" he asked. "Just watch, and you will see," Zhang Fei replied cryptically, insisting Usopp observe without further explanation. "Do you see the fruits in my hands? Now tell me their names," Zhang Fei instructed Hawkeye, holding the apple in one hand and the orange in the other. "The apple is in your right hand, and the orange is in your left," Hawkeye responded impatiently, curious to see how Zhang Fei would elucidate this. "This is an orange, and this is an apple." Zhang Fei shook his head, lifting both hands once more, and declared earnestly, "Are you jesting?" Hawkeye furrowed his brow, perplexed. "I am not jesting. Now you should understand my reasoning. Blades and swords are distinctly different weapons. Why then do you insist on claiming they are the same? A blade is a blade, and a sword is a sword. A blade is single-edged, while a sword is double-edged. Their names differ, their structures differ. So why would you still call yourself a swordsman? If I wield a wooden stick, can I rightfully declare myself a swordsman? After all, if one cannot even discern their weapon, how can they claim to be a swordsman?" This discourse struck a chord within Hawkeye, leaving him silent for an extended period, unable to counter Zhang Fei's assertions. He took out his black blade, Uru, scrutinizing it carefully while murmuring to himself, "Perhaps you are right. I am not a swordsman, but a blade master." Upon hearing Hawkeye's admission, Zhang Fei felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. akin to restoring the display items to their rightful places, a victory for the perfectionist. Is that not correct? Holding a blade, yet insisting on calling oneself a swordsman? Fortunately, I am not a severe case of OCD. Otherwise, I might have done away with all those who wield blades and call themselves swordsmen. Hawkeye seemed somewhat speechless, questioning whether such an extreme was necessary. Yet it also provided him with an initial understanding of Zhang Fei. Stowing his black blade back into its sheath with a soft sigh, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "It appears I shall henceforth be known as the world's greatest blade master." This realization dampened his spirit for drinking, prompting him to leave the Going Merry in search of Shanks. "Are you departing?" Zhang Fei inquired curiously, pondering if he had inadvertently caused Hawkeye to retreat into himself. "Indeed," Hawkeye replied tersely, turning without a backward glance as he leaped back into his small vessel and sailed away. "Then, until we meet again, farewell on the Grand Line." Zhang Fei made no effort to retain him, allowing Hawkeye's departure. "Farewell on the Grand Line," the group bid as they watched Hawkeye sail away. Meanwhile, the battle at the floating restaurant had ceased, indicating a clear victory for the chefs. Chapter 56, The Chef's Exclusion. Click fell without a hint of suspense to Luffy's might, and he was subsequently taken away by Ajin. At that moment, the chefs were overwhelmed with joy, celebrating exuberantly and embracing one another, having successfully repelled the Click pirates and saved the floating restaurant. Thanks to Zhang Fei's intervention, Click's defeat was absolute. It remained uncertain whether Sanji would join the Straw Hat Pirates, yet it seemed likely, as Luffy would undoubtedly persuade him to come aboard. Before Ajin departed, Sanji generously offered an abundance of food and a few small boats. After this battle, Zeph relieved Luffy of his duties as a deckhand, granting him complete freedom, and insisted that Luffy must take Sanji aboard, for Sanji had his dreams and should not remain confined. Zeph's words profoundly resonated with Luffy. A man must pursue his dreams. Even if it leads to death, one must never give up. Luffy smiled and promised Zeph that he would certainly take Sanji aboard, recognizing him as a valued companion. Regardless of Zeph's insistence, Luffy would have sought to bring Sanji onto the ship. Zhang Fei refrained from interfering in the matter of bringing Sanji aboard, allowing Luffy to handle it entirely. Having completed the system's tasks, the mysterious gift lay quietly in the system's inventory, awaiting its unveiling. "Hey, Sanji, come join us as a comrade," Luffy called out. "I shall not become a pirate," Sanji replied stubbornly, puffing on a cigarette with a slight smile, continuing, "I will remain here as a chef until that old man acknowledges my culinary skills." However, Sanji's response left Luffy feeling slightly irked. He extended his arm and seized Sanji by the collar, almost choking him. "I understand, I concede." Although Luffy uttered the words of surrender, his grip did not relent. Sanji's complexion turned crimson as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, with no other choice, Luffy released his hold, deciding to momentarily pause on the promise made to Zeph, eager to observe how Sanji would respond. Reflecting on the recent events, Luffy felt an even stronger compulsion to remain in this place, realizing that no one could be entirely trusted. Nevertheless, he knew he would one day venture into the Grand Line. He would embark on that journey, but not just yet. At least not until Zeph had aged and he had repaid his debt of gratitude before setting sail for the Grand Line. "Then let us go now." Upon hearing Sanji express his desire to traverse the Grand Line, Luffy's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm as he extended another invitation to Sanji. "Now is not the time. Are you familiar with the Blue Sea?" Sanji's eyes brightened as he spoke of the Blue Sea, his expression brimming with excitement. "What? You don't know? It's that miraculous sea." Luffy was also aware of the Blue Sea, often referred to as the Miraculous Sea, a realm that embodied the dreams of all chefs. The two engaged in animated conversation, while Zhang Fei observed quietly from the side, feeling like a witness to history, a rather delightful sentiment. What, then, is my dream? In his youth, his sole aspiration was merely to survive. Now, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Perhaps being a witness to Luffy's journey towards becoming the Pirate King could also be a delightful dream. Yet, Zhang Fei was not the only one observing. Above them, Zeph rested a hand on the railing, supporting his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips. Such a joyful expression, what a fool. Then a clamorous announcement of mealtime echoed through the air. Zhang Fei and the others slowly entered the dining hall, where every seat was filled except for the one reserved for Zhang Fei and his companions. Instantly, Zhang Fei understood their intentions, offering a faint smile. It seemed that Sanji was not far from becoming one of them. "Hey, where's our seat?" Sanji questioned the other chefs, but none met his gaze. Their tones decidedly unfriendly. "There's no seat for you. Ha ha ha. Eat on the floor. No seats? How can this be? This is a dining hall." Sanji was incredulous, knowing full well he was being ostracized by the chefs. With no other option, Sanji resigned himself to sitting on the floor to eat. Zhang Fei and Luffy, however, paid no mind, diving into their meal with gusto. They appeared rather peculiar. Luffy, curious, gazed at them, yet continued to shovel food into his mouth. They've always been odd, Sanji explained, having grown accustomed to their antics. Hey, who made the soup this morning? Patty suddenly raised the bowl of soup in his hand, fully aware it was Sanji's creation, intentionally posing the question. That would be me. Isn't it delicious? Today's batch is particularly delightful, Sanji replied with a cheerful demeanor, expecting praise, only to find Patty tipping the soup onto the floor, hurling insults in return. How could such inedible slop be served? Is this pig feed? Witnessing his lovingly crafted dish belittled and discarded ignited a fury within Sanji. What? Is human food not to your taste, you filthy rat? So horrendous it's practically art. It makes one want to vomit. Did you add excrement? Patty sneered, giving a thumbs down. Excuse me, but today's creation is my pride and joy. It seems your palate is the problem. Sanji's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Ugh, disgusting, ugh. Karn pretended to retch, sticking out his tongue, and the other chefs followed suit, pouring out Sanji's soup while shouting in unison. Inedible, inedible, everyone. Dump it out. Bah, 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 this cannot be consumed. What on earth do you want? Sanji could no longer contain his anger, shouting at them. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and Luffy remained silent observers, with Luffy's expression turning puzzled, unable to comprehend why they were disparaging something he found quite tasty. At that moment, Zeph emerged, disdainfully pointing at the spilled soup. What is this sludge-like concoction? If we serve this to customers, we'll go bankrupt. Zhang Fei recognized that Zeph had conspired with these chefs to force Sanji's departure, and chose to remain a passive observer. Don't be ridiculous, old man. How does your soup differ from this one? Explain. Sanji, infuriated, grasped Zeph by the collar, demanding an answer. Your soup is laughable, Zeph retorted, then delivered a powerful punch to Sanji's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his split lip. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're a century away from discussing culinary arts with me, brat. I have cooked on the seas of the world, Zeph declared, his fists clenched, recounting his past glories. The boss has hit someone. The chefs noted with surprise that Zeph had resorted to using his hands rather than his usual kicks. How despicable, Sanji gritted his teeth. Storming out. You truly went to great lengths to drive Sanji away, Zhang Fei remarked calmly, aware that Sanji hadn't strayed far, but was merely sitting at the entrance. Straw Hat, do you remember the promise you made to me? Take that kid with you to the Grand Line. That is his dream, Zeph said to Luffy. Ignoring Zhang Fei, sitting at the door, Sanji was taken aback, his eyes widening as he suddenly comprehended their intentions. The boss is really something. He made us go through all this trouble. I almost had a heart attack. I still want a bowl of soup. Me too. I want one as well. The chefs clamored, eager for a taste of Sanji's carefully crafted soup. Now Sanji finally grasped their intentions, his anger dissipating, replaced by a complex mix of emotions as he muttered, I heard all of you, you bunch of fools. Though I promised you, I won't comply. Luffy replied seriously to Zeph. Despite his desire to bring Sanji aboard, he would not act against another's wishes. What? The chefs exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Fei was not surprised by Luffy's response. What do you mean? Kid, you promised. Isn't your ship in need of a chef? Are you dissatisfied with him? Zeph inquired, puzzled. How could I be dissatisfied? I actually want him to join us, but he insists on staying here to continue cooking. So regardless of what you say, I can't take him with me, Luffy explained, clarifying his stance. Are you saying he must personally agree? Zeph pressed. Precisely. Oh, Zhang Fei, you've finished everything. Could you please bring me another bowl? Luffy noticed that the delectable food on the ground had been entirely devoured by Zhang Fei. With no other recourse, he had to summon the chefs to prepare another bowl. After all, who told you to eat so slowly? Throughout their conversation, Luffy's mouth did not cease its chatter. While your point is valid, can that stubborn temperament truly be honest? Chapu pondered, realizing that with Sanji's character, he would not leave unless he chose to do so voluntarily. Of course, he wouldn't. He is a hard-headed fool, so bring on another bowl, Luffy remarked disparagingly about Sanji. Zhang Fei felt it was about time and decided to step outside to engage Sanji in conversation, intending to coax him onto the ship. Originally, he planned for Luffy to handle this, but the narrative had already shifted due to his own actions. Nami had not fled, and Johnny and Yasaku had not pursued her. Now, he had to take matters into his own hands. Upon seeing Zhang Fei leave, Luffy curiously inquired, Have you had your fill? Zhang Fei replied, Yes. I'm just going out for a breather. If Zhang Fei wished to eat, he could continue indefinitely. I see, but I haven't had my meal yet, so you go on. Luffy said with a cheerful grin. Zhang Fei simply acknowledged Luffy before stepping outside, where he encountered Sanji sitting on the ground, smoking a cigarette. After closing the door, he took a seat, gazing out at the sea, and inquired of Sanji, "So, you heard everything, right?" "I did," Sanji replied, exhaling smoke. During this time, he had contemplated much, and he came to recognize Luffy, especially after witnessing Zoro's dream battle. He too yearned to pursue his own aspirations. "On behalf of Luffy, I invite you aboard. You shouldn't remain here. You ought to chase your dreams," Zhang Fei urged Sanji. Sanji fell silent, prompting Zhang Fei to continue. "The old man Japu doesn't he want you to linger here either. He wishes for you to pursue your dreams. I recall him telling Luffy, a man should pursue his dreams. Even if it leads to death, never give up." Zhang Fei's words struck a chord within Sanji, his eyes gradually brightening, and his resolve strengthening. After slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, he turned to Zhang Fei and declared, "I agree. Please allow me to join you as your companion." Witnessing the obstinate Sanji change his mind, Zhang Fei couldn't help but smile, extending his hand to welcome Sanji aboard. "Welcome to the crew, Sanji. I believe we will not disappoint you, for thrilling adventures await us." Sanji grasped Zhang Fei's outstretched hand, and at that moment, he too smiled. "I believe so, Zhang Fei. If Luffy knew you had joined us, he would be absolutely thrilled." Zhang Fei released Sanji's hand. "I think so too," Sanji chuckled, agreeing with Zhang Fei's sentiment. "Shouldn't you go inside and tell them?" Zhang Fei suggested. "Yes, I will." Sanji contemplated for a moment, feeling a mix of anxiety as he walked inside, with Zhang Fei following closely behind. Upon seeing Sanji enter, the chefs eagerly inquired, and even Japu raised an eyebrow, observing Sanji while pondering how to persuade him to leave and chase his dreams. Sanji's aspirations mirrored Japu's lifelong dreams, yet he himself could no longer pursue them. "Sanji, why have you come in?" Before Sanji could speak, Zhang Fei interjected, addressing Luffy. "Luffy, I have convinced Sanji. He is now our companion." "Really?" Luffy asked incredulously, turning to Sanji for confirmation. "It's true. That's how it is. I have caused everyone quite a bit of trouble." Upon hearing the news, Luffy erupted with excitement, leaping into the air, embracing Zhang Fei, and expressing his elation with exuberant gestures while loudly praising Zhang Fei. "Zhang Fei, you are amazing. Zhang Fei, you are incredible. I know. Let go of me already." Zhang Fei was overwhelmed by Luffy's fiery enthusiasm. Chapter 58, Let us set sail. This is quite unsatisfactory. I had intended to drive you away myself, but I never expected you to decide to leave so easily. Potty continued to feign a fierce demeanor, unaware that Sanji had overheard their conversation and thus resolved to join Zhang Fei aboard. "I sincerely apologize for making you perform such a dreadful play," Sanji stated nonchalantly, his gaze as calm as still water. "You heard everything?" Potty exclaimed, astonished by Sanji's knowledge. How could he have known we were acting? Was it that our performance was so poor that he could see through it? If that were the case, then everything we had done was utterly meaningless. "I heard it all because you were simply too foolish," Sanji disclosed what he had overheard at the door. "What?" The others gazed at Sanji in disbelief. But soon relief washed over their faces. Although the process had gone awry, the outcome was favorable. Sanji had agreed to board the ship. "In any case, you all desperately wished to chase me away, didn't you?" "Right, old man." At this moment, Sanji understood Japu's intentions, yet his words remained contrary. He struggled to express his gratitude. "Why must you speak in such a tone, you brat?" Potty could no longer contain himself, his anger boiling over, even contemplating confronting Sanji, oblivious to the respect due to a teacher. However, Japu intervened, bowing his head, his expression tinged with sadness. He then snorted softly, regaining his composure, and with a look of disdain, he addressed Sanji once more. "You're not wrong, you little brat. I have always disliked children, and I regret saving a tiresome fellow like you every single day." "Well said, old man. Enjoy your remaining days," Sanji retorted, his brows furrowing in irritation, though internally he felt a profound sense of guilt. Zhang Fei observed the dynamic between the two, sighing internally. One could say both were unbearably proud, incapable of uttering a kind word. As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation are often blind to it, while onlookers see clearly. Zhang Fei could comprehend their actions. After Sanji confirmed his intent to board, Luffy, unashamed as ever, gleefully dashed to the food storage room to request more provisions. "Yes, pack me some more meat. For heaven's sake, stop it already. How much do you intend to take? Do you wish to deplete our supplies?" The chef retorted indignantly, his eyes filled with disdain. Any goodwill he had previously harbored had been exhausted by Luffy's insatiable appetite. Yet, Sanji did not immediately board the Going Merry. Instead, He alone brought a chair and sat in the empty kitchen, where the sound of dripping water echoed around him. He reminisced about the past. Memories playing out like a film on a screen, savoring the final moments. As for Zhappu, he returned to his room, which had been partially destroyed by Luffy. Lying on the ship with his hands behind his head, his thoughts drifting far away, his eyes filled with reluctance. Zhang Fei and the others awaited Sanji on the Going Merry, the deck filled with chefs who had come to bid their final farewells. As Sanji emerged, Potty and Karn sprang forward, both wielding enormous ladles, launching a surprise attack on Sanji's back. Years of accumulated grievances. Prepare to meet your end, Sanji. The outcome for the two was predictable, as they were swiftly knocked to the ground by Sanji, bruised and battered, lying helplessly on the floor. You can't defeat him. A chef crouched down, observing Potty and Karn's miserable state, stating the obvious. Why would you provoke Sanji? The myriad of chefs gazed intently as Sanji approached the Going Merry, tossing his belongings aboard, where Usopp readily caught them. Shall we proceed? Is this acceptable? No farewells. Luffy questioned Sanji, his arms crossed defiantly. It's fine, Sanji replied. But just then, a voice from behind pierced the air. Zeph's words caused Sanji's pupils to dilate in shock. Biting his lower lip, he froze as if paralyzed. Hey, Sanji, don't catch a cold. Zeph leaned over the railing of the floating restaurant's third floor, and ultimately, he stepped forward to bid Sanji farewell. Upon hearing this, Sanji could no longer contain his tears. The last vestige of his stubbornness crumbled in that moment. After years of kindness, he felt utterly indebted. Falling to his knees, he pressed his forehead to the deck and cried out, Boss Zeph, for all these years, I've caused you no small amount of trouble. Your great kindness I shall never forget. A faint smile graced Zeph's lips. His expression softened, yet tears glistened in his eyes. After years of camaraderie, he had come to regard Sanji as his own wayward son. Though parting was bittersweet, it was also a moment of pride. The fledgling hawk was finally ready to soar into the vast sky. Paddy and Karn, rejuvenated, clenched their fists, tears welling in their eyes as they chided Sanji. Their words heavy with reluctance. You scoundrel, we'll miss you. You wretch, it'll be so lonely. Sanji, overwhelmed by their sentiments, wept uncontrollably, imprinting their faces deeply in his mind. It's going to be so lonely, so heartbreaking. Paddy stood up, continuing to shout at Sanji. Men should say their goodbyes in silence. Zeph interjected, though he obscured his eyes with his arm, tears streaming down his face as his voice trembled. We shall meet again. You scoundrel brothers. Sanji cried out, his voice thick with emotion. Zhang Fei, witnessing this poignant scene, felt a surge of emotion well up within him, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Perhaps this was the allure of being a pirate king? What's this, Zhang Fei? Are you moved? Nami noted the redness in Zhang Fei's eyes. I suppose so, he admitted candidly, showing no signs of embarrassment. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental, Nami teased him. You're no different, Zhang Fei retorted, recognizing that Nami too was touched by the moment. I just had sand in my eyes, Nami stubbornly replied. Zhang Fei chose not to press the matter further, his gaze fixed on Sanji as he boarded the Going Merry. With Sanji's assent, Luffy, as captain, passionately issued commands to his companions. Let us go, set sail. Farewell, Sanji. The chefs of the floating restaurant bid a heartfelt goodbye to Sanji, watching as the ship disappeared from their sight. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Joy. Next, we shall head to Cocoa Village, Zhang Fei declared, revealing their next adventure destination. Noting that Arlong had yet to be dealt with there. Why Cocoa Village? Luffy inquired, curious about Zhang Fei's choice over the Grand Line. Allow me to explain. Nami stepped forward to share her story. That Arlong is utterly despicable. Nami, why didn't you mention this sooner? Upon learning of Arlong's past, Luffy's teeth clenched in fury, realizing that his important companion's hometown was under threat from pirates. He had to confront Arlong. Our target is Cocoa Village. I will send Arlong flying, Luffy exclaimed, eager to reach Cocoa Village and put an end to Arlong's tyranny. How pitiful, Miss Nami. I will protect you and help you teach Arlong a lesson. Sanji, reverting to his usual flirtatious demeanor, offered his assistance to Nami. Thank you, Sanji, she replied graciously. However, after receiving her gratitude, Sanji's form began to contort, resembling a snake, adorned with heart motifs. No need for thanks, Miss Nami. As a brave warrior of the sea, I shall lend my aid, Usopp proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Indeed, Miss Nami, both Johnny and I will assist, Johnny affirmed. Rest assured, Miss Nami. Brother Zhang Fei is so strong, he will surely defeat Arlong, Yasaka chimed in. Nami, teary-eyed, gazed at them, contemplating, is this what it means to have companions? It brings such comfort, and she felt an overwhelming gratitude for their willingness to help. No need to worry, Nami. We all know that Arlong will not be our match. Zhang Fei reassured her. Nami nodded obediently, resting her head on Zhang Fei's shoulder. This scene incited a pang of envy in Sanji, who ground his teeth in frustration, yearning for the same affection from a beautiful woman. Usopp shook his head at Sanji's reaction, muttering, "Poor boy." Meanwhile, Zoro was absent, sound asleep in his room, completely unaware of the unfolding events. "Young man, a mission has arrived." At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Upon hearing of a task, Zhang Fei felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a composed exterior, as it was not the time for exuberant laughter. "What mission?" he eagerly inquired. Mission 1. Personally defeat Arlong. Reward: 1 mysterious gift pack. Mission 2. Release Chobro. Reward: 1 mysterious gift pack. Mission 3. Report Colonel Mouse for colluding with pirates. Reward: 1 mysterious gift pack. The system promptly presented Zhang Fei with 3 missions, and upon seeing them, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Bravo, system. 3 new tasks. I'm absolutely enamored," he exclaimed. "Keep it low-key. Other systems may get jealous, so the host must be discreet," the system advised. Zhang Fei chuckled. "Understood, system. Very well. I shall log off for now. Call me if you need anything. Oh, and please refrain from summoning me for combat scenarios in the future," the system reminded him, as the essence of the world was quite precious. "I understand. I won't trouble the magnificent system with such trivial matters again." With Zhang Fei's assurance, the system relaxed and slipped into a dormant state. With these 3 mission rewards, he was certain he would grow even stronger, especially after acquiring the swordsmanship of Wei Zhuang, which heightened his anticipation for the rewards of the mysterious gift packs. I still have 2 mysterious gift packs left unused. I almost forgot." He hurriedly opened the system's inventory, where 2 mysterious gift packs stood silently. Zhang Fei rubbed his hands together, feeling lucky with the beautiful women around him, confident that fortune would favor him. With that, he opened both mysterious gift packs in one go. As the first gift pack opened, a dazzling golden light erupted, nearly blinding Zhang Fei. "Congratulations. You have acquired a low-tier version of the Philosopher's Stone, capable of transforming up to 100 kilograms of material into gold daily, but cannot transmute living beings into gold." Upon witnessing this skill, Zhang Fei's pupils dilated rapidly, followed by an overwhelming joy within his heart. It seemed that he shared a profound connection with the world of cultivation. The novice gift package bestowed upon him the boon of immortality, while the first mysterious gift unveiled a body refinement pill. Now, the 4th mysterious package had revealed yet another spell from the realm of cultivation. If the system were still operational, it would undoubtedly remark that the cultivation system had suffered the most losses, and, quite frustratingly, it was exceedingly stingy, offering only diminished skills. If he were part of the primordial system, he would certainly seek to eliminate this miserly creature. With the newfound ability to transmute stone into gold, he need no longer fret over financial concerns. As the second mysterious gift slowly opened, there were no golden rays emerging from the crevice as with the first. It simply revealed its contents in a rather unremarkable manner. "Congratulations. You have acquired the build driver, along with fully stocked rabbit and tank bottles. And nebula gas has been implanted for the host." "A build driver?" Excitement was palpable in his voice. Kamen Rider build was one of his favorite riders, and the prospect of transforming into a Kamen Rider himself was far more exhilarating than merely obtaining a lower-tier version of the Stone to Gold ability. It felt akin to winning a billion-dollar lottery. With the build driver in hand, he could transform into Kamen Rider build. Eagerly, he examined the build driver, confirming that it indeed resembled the device from Kamen Rider build. "What do you have there, Zhang Fei?" Luffy inquired, his curiosity piqued by the unusual appearance of the build driver, reaching out in an attempt to grasp it. Fortunately, Zhang Fei was quick to protect the build driver, ensuring it remained in his possession. Losing it would undoubtedly cause him great distress. "You cannot take this. It is my treasure." Seeing Zhang Fei's vigilant care over the item, Luffy, understanding the situation, refrained from further attempts to claim it, and instead observed with keen interest. "What is it that you hold?" "You will find out upon our arrival at Cocoa West Village, and I assure you, Luffy, you will be quite astonished," Zhang Fei teased, adopting an air of mystery. Hearing this, Luffy's curiosity intensified, yearning to uncover the nature of the treasure. "Treasure?" Nami gazed at the item in Zhang Fei's hand with surprise, realizing that anything he deemed a treasure must be of considerable value. "May I see it?" Nami inquired tentatively. "Of course," Zhang Fei replied without hesitation, for he trusted Nami far more than Luffy, who often acted recklessly. Observing this exchange, Luffy pouted, grumbling about Zhang Fei's favoritism, but Zhang Fei chose to ignore him. You are biased, only showing Nami this while excluding me. Nami smiled brightly, her charm radiating, and this thought warmed her heart, knowing she held significance in Zhang Fei's eyes. As she examined the build driver closely, she found it rather unremarkable, merely featuring a joystick with 2 apparent slots designed for inserting something. It resembled a child's toy, lacking in playability. However, the fact that Zhang Fei regarded it as a treasure surely imbued it with extraordinary significance. She returned the build driver to Zhang Fei, who placed it back in his system backpack, which also contained 2 fully stocked bottles. He eagerly anticipated the moment they would reach Coco West Village, where he could finally transform. Turning to Luffy, he declared, I will handle Arlong myself, as he is tied to my mission. Luffy, leave Arlong to me, I promised Nami. Zhang Fei invoked Nami's name as an excuse, anticipating any potential objections from Luffy. All right, then I entrust Arlong to you, Zhang Fei. You must teach him a proper lesson. Luffy acquiesced, a cheerful grin on his face. He had no worries about Zhang Fei's capability, knowing his strength could rival that of Mihawk. No problem. I will ensure he is beaten to the point of not recognizing his own mother, Zhang Fei vowed. Thank you, Zhang Fei. Nami expressed her gratitude. Her eyes filled with affection. There is no need for thanks. After all, I promised to protect you for life. Zhang Fei gently stroked Nami's hair, much to Sanji's envy. Nami responded sweetly. At last, Zhang Fei arrived at Coco West Village, and as soon as Luffy spotted land, he exclaimed, We have arrived. However, Luffy's exuberant shout drew the attention of the fishmen at the port. Pirates? Do they not realize this is Arlong Park? The fishmen looked on, perplexed. As the Going Merry approached, Fishmen, Luffy exclaimed in surprise, finally realizing what they were. We have arrived. Nami was back in her village, but upon seeing the fishmen, anxiety surged within her, her breath quickening, clearly recalling her deepest fears. Do not worry. I am here, Zhang Fei reassured her, placing his hand on her shoulder. Upon hearing his words, Nami felt as if she had taken a calming tonic, her emotions beginning to stabilize. I understand. Luffy, knock them out first. We need to alleviate Nami's grievances, Zhang Fei commanded. No problem, Luffy replied with a bright smile, and without delay, his arm stretched out. Gum pistol. Luffy's fists accurately struck the fishmen on the shore, who promptly fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back. Witnessing the defeated fishmen, Nami's spirits lifted slightly. Thank you, Luffy. She expressed her gratitude. No need to mention it. We are partners. After all, Luffy beamed, his smile radiant. Let us go find Arlong, Zhang Fei declared, and with that, he jumped off the ship, cradling Nami, who seemed entirely accustomed to this. Usopp hurriedly secured the Going Merry, shouting, Wait for me, Zhang Fei. As they arrived in the town, they heard a commotion, as if a fight were breaking out. Let go of Mr. Aiken. Wait, Nojiko. I have said before, possessing a weapon signifies a rebellious heart. To maintain order, this man must die today, Arlong sneered, gripping Aiken's neck. Or do you wish for the entire village to be wiped out? Arlong continued to threaten. Upon hearing these words, an immediate silence fell over the crowd. If just one of you dares to lay a hand on me, the village shall be obliterated. Nami's heart ached as she saw Aiken, bloodied and battered, her heart feeling as though it had been carved by a knife, her eyes reddening as she shouted, Arlong, stop. Arlong, cease your actions. Hearing the familiar voice, Arlong turned to see Nami, surrounded by a group of fierce individuals, their eyes glinting with hostility. Ah, my Nami, you have returned. Have you brought me a gift? Arlong disregarded Zhang Fei and the others entirely, looking down upon them with contempt. So this is Arlong. He truly is hideous, Sanji remarked, lighting a cigarette as he described Arlong's appearance. Is he a relative of yours? Luffy asked, pointing at Arlong, turning to Usopp with curiosity. Usopp felt insulted, vehemently rebuking Luffy. Are you blind? I have no such relative. Upon hearing Sanji's declaration, Arlong's countenance darkened instantaneously. He cast aside a Jian, who tumbled against a wooden pillar like refuse. Spewing blood. A Jian. Nami cried out in distress, her concern for his safety palpable. What do you mean, Nami? Do you wish for me to annihilate this village? Arlong's tone was menacing, laced with threats. I shall no longer aid you, Arlong. I have found trustworthy allies who will defeat you. Nami, emboldened by her newfound companions and the formidable presence of Zhang Fei, no longer cowered before Arlong. What are you saying? Nami, you must think carefully. Arlong's eyes glinted with icy malice. Nami has made herself abundantly clear. She is now our ally, and our purpose here is to eliminate you. Arlong, Zhang Fei retorted, his voice resolute and protective, as if claiming a prize that belonged to him. No, I sever all ties with you henceforth. Upon uttering this, Nami produced a dagger and carved in Zakros the tattoo of Arlong's pirate flag on her arm, symbolizing her unwavering resolve. Chapter 61, The Steel Moon Visitor. Blood flowed from the wound, dripping onto the ground. Zhang Fei felt a pang of sorrow at the sight, while the others gazed at Nami in disbelief. Yet they could sense her determination. Miss Nami, Sanji, embodying the chivalric spirit, took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the fishmen, those responsible for Nami's self-harm, an act unforgivable. Nami, you must staunch the bleeding. Usopp flailed his arms, panic evident on his face. You wretched woman, Zoro remarked, his brows furrowing. He felt the weight of trust from Nami and knew he could not turn a blind eye. The blade in his hand began to pulsate with energy. Leave them to us, Nami, Luffy said. His demeanor transformed from jovial to somber. Luffy, I entrust them to you. Nami replied, her eyes glistening with tears, grateful to have found allies after bearing so much for the village. Nami. Nojiko whispered her name, her heart swelling with joy. Yet uncertainty loomed. Could these newcomers truly vanquish Arlong? Not only she, but those around her shared the same trepidation. Nami, I can't believe you would betray me after venturing out. You must understand the cost of betrayal. The price is the lives of everyone here. Arlong's visage twisted with rage as he glared at Nami, his eyes filled with malevolence. The villagers of Kokoyashi, upon hearing this grim tidings, were instantly gripped with terror, their faces betraying their fear, involuntarily retreating. Meanwhile, the fishmen displayed predatory grins, their gazes menacing as they surveyed the frightened villagers. Can you truly kill them, Arlong? Zhang Fei scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Regarding Arlong as one would a mere insect, utterly dismissive of him. How dare you, lowly human, look at me with such contempt. You shall perish. Before Arlong could finish his threat, Kurubi lunged forward, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei made no move to evade. He stood resolute as Kurubi's fist collided with his abdomen, yet he exhibited no reaction, his gaze dark and unyielding. Is that a massage you're giving me? Zhang Fei then retaliated with a single kick, sending Kurubi flying like a cannonball. The sound of cracking ribs echoed, as Kurubi was struck with intense pain. Blood erupting from his mouth as he soared through the air, rolling across the ground before slowly rising, his complexion ashen. Zhang Fei's kick had employed sheer brute strength. Had he infused it with his inner power, Kurubi's injuries would have been far more severe. You damned lowly human, how dare you harm my comrade? Arlong seethed with fury, realizing that this human possessed considerable strength. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Vengeance for Kurubi was paramount. A humiliation to be defeated by what he deemed an inferior being. Attack. Kill everyone here. At Arlong's command, the fishmen stirred into action, their blades glinting ominously. Now is the time to resist. We must fight. Ajin struggled to his feet, rallying the villagers who had long anticipated this day, having prepared weapons for such an eventuality. Indeed, we shall fight. If they seek our lives, they shall not prevail. The villagers emerged from their homes, ready to defend the peace of their village. Kill them. Nami watched in disbelief, her lips pressed together. Nami, you need not say anything. Everyone in the village is aware of your actions, and this is our home. Even if we cannot achieve victory, we must demonstrate our resolve, Ajin declared, his tone unwavering, prepared to confront the fishmen. Luffy and the others will handle the riffraff. Do not let these villagers come to harm, for they are Nami's family. Zhang Fei instructed, fixing his eyes on Arlong. Rest assured, Luffy affirmed, placing his straw hat in Nami's hands before addressing Sanji and the others. Let us proceed. The Straw Hat crew, brimming with fighting spirit, chose their adversaries, yet the absence of Little Eight favored Zhang Fei. Human, who are you? Arlong, a fishman of the Sun Pirates, had faced numerous battles in the Grand Line, but now sensed a formidable aura emanating from Zhang Fei, reminiscent of that which belonged to Jinbe and his brethren. A flicker of danger arose within him as he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zhang Fei. I am merely a passing knight. Remember my name. With that proclamation, Zhang Fei retrieved the build driver from his system pack, placing it at his navel, the belt extending rapidly to secure around his waist. He then took out the rabbit and tank full bottles, shaking them vigorously in his hands, ready to test the power of the build against Arlong. Yet, as he did so, incomprehensible physical formulas materialized on either side of him, astonishing the onlookers who paused to gaze at Zhang Fei. In a swift motion, he inserted the rabbit full bottle into the first slot, followed by the tank full bottle. The build driver emitting its signature sound. Rabbit. Tank. Best match. Grasping the lever, Zhang Fei's lips curled into a slight smile as he began to shake it, accompanied by dynamic sounds. Moments later, two transparent tubes emerged from the build driver, forming a dual-layered armor template. With the infusion of red and blue liquids, the half-body armor before Zhang Fei transformed into a vibrant red, while the rear became a deep blue. Are you ready? Transform. Zhang Fei called out with fervor. In an instant, two templates converged upon him, enveloped in a dazzling display of red and blue light. As gas expelled from his armor, the embodiment of Kamen Rider build was born. Steel's moonlit visitor. Rabbit Tank. Yeah. Chapter 62, The Wrath of Arlong. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with excitement, clearly captivated by Zhang Fei's transformation. It was no wonder. Zhang Fei had not merely donned a costume, but wielded a transformative artifact. This is undeniably cool. I want one too, he exclaimed, racing to Zhang Fei's side, eagerly caressing the gleaming armor, brimming with the desire to experience the thrill of transformation himself. Zhang Fei, I want to transform too. I want to transform. Usopp, too, rushed over, his curiosity piqued. Had he known Zhang Fei possessed such an extraordinary tool, he would have clamored for it sooner. I want to transform as well. You can't. This device only permits my transformation, Zhang Fei replied, acknowledging that without the infusion of nebula gas, they remained powerless to change. Zhang Fei, Nami gazed at him, her mind racing with questions about his newfound prowess. Meanwhile, Sanji and Zoro regarded Zhang Fei with astonishment, sensing that he harbored many secrets. Oh, I see, Luffy lamented, his enthusiasm dimming momentarily. Yet, Zhang Fei's next words ignited a spark of hope in Usopp and Luffy, invigorating them as if infused with newfound energy. All right, let's swiftly deal with these minions. In the future, I'll help you acquire your own sets. Zhang Fei spoke with earnestness, believing in the system's boundless potential. If he could obtain the build driver, then acquiring the foolish orange driver, or even transforming into the smoke gun and Caesar systems, was certainly within reach. That's what you promised, Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he dashed off to confront the fishmen. Zhang Fei, I may not be well read, so you mustn't deceive me, Usopp cautioned, eyeing Zhang Fei with suspicion, fearing he was being led astray. Rest assured, I would not mislead you, Zhang Fei assured him. Now I can relax, watch closely, and witness the might of Captain Usopp. With Zhang Fei's reassurance, Usopp's spirit soared, and he began to unleash a barrage of shots from his slingshot at the fishmen. How infuriating. You're courting death, Arlong seethed, witnessing his comrades fall one after another, his eyes ablaze with fury, seemingly ready to devour these inferior humans whole. He extracted his razor-sharp teeth for use as weapons. The blood of sharks coursing through him allowed for rapid regeneration. In the blink of an eye, his fangs had regrown. Die! Arlong charged at Zhang Fei, believing him to be their leader, aware of the adage, capture the ringleader first. Zhang Fei scoffed dismissively, stepping forward to meet Arlong's assault head-on, unfazed by the attack. The potency of the armor depended entirely on the strength of the one who transformed. The more formidable the person, the more power the armor would manifest. Akin to the prowess of the warlord of the sea. Arlong sneered, convinced Zhang Fei's arrogance would be his downfall, even clad in that iron armor. You're no match for my fangs, which can easily pierce steel. Your armor will not protect you. Yet, the ensuing events defied Arlong's expectations. His fangs failed to penetrate Zhang Fei's armor, instead sparking and hissing as they clashed. What? Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the impossibility before him. As Arlong remained momentarily stunned, Zhang Fei tightened his fist and struck Arlong squarely in the abdomen, the violent impact sending him reeling, expelling bile and contorting his body. As Arlong teetered on the brink of collapse, Zhang Fei seized his throat, the immense pressure rendering Arlong breathless and causing his complexion to shift from crimson to a ghastly blue. Arlong! The fishmen cried out in alarm at the sight of their leader being throttled by the armored figure, some attempting to intervene, only to be thwarted by Luffy and the others. Arlong struggled desperately against Zhang Fei's grip, exerting all his strength, yet to no avail. The realization that a mere human could possess such strength filled him with a profound sense of defeat. Just as he was about to succumb to asphyxiation, Zhang Fei abruptly released him, akin to how Arlong had previously discarded Akin, sending him sprawling to the ground. Arlong, are you all right? A fishman rushed over to assist him. Regaining his composure, Arlong understood he was up against a formidable adversary. I'm fine. Bring me my blade, Shanku, Arlong commanded, and a nearby fishman hastily retrieved his massive saw blade. Armed once more, Arlong's confidence surged as he pointed it menacingly at Zhang Fei, brazenly declaring, I was merely careless before. I didn't evade, allowing you an opening. Zhang Fei regarded Arlong's words as mere noise, uninterested in engaging in further banter. He advanced steadily, each step resonating with weight and purpose. Die! Arlong raised his Shanku, unleashing a powerful strike, the keen edge slicing through the air with a whoosh. Zhang Fei's left foot sprang forth, radiating a golden light as it compressed rapidly. With a leap, he appeared before Arlong as if teleporting, catching him off guard. Before Arlong could react, Zhang Fei's fist collided with his cheek. The force of the blow sent Arlong hurtling backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. Pathetic. Zhang Fei scoffed, realizing he had not eliminated Arlong immediately because he was still acclimating to the build transformation. The fishman served as an unwitting training dummy, allowing him to hone his newfound abilities. Arlong lay bloodied, particularly his back, soaked in crimson as he coughed up more blood. His comrades had all fallen, leaving him utterly alone. Hey, Zhang Fei, you're taking too long. We've already dispatched all the fishmen. Sanji quipped, perched atop the defeated crocodile, having easily subdued him after Zhang Fei's earlier strike. Don't worry, just consider it a performance of mine, Zhang Fei replied dismissively, treating Arlong with utter disdain. This ignited Arlong's rage. Never had he been so belittled. They dared to harm his kin, a transgression worthy of death. He vowed to annihilate everyone present to quench his fury. You lowly humans dare to underestimate us, the superior fishmen? I will ensure you all perish. Chapter 63, The Knight's Kick. As Arlong seethed with uncontrollable rage, the others remained remarkably calm, confident in Zhang Fei's abilities. The villagers of Cocoa West, however, were unaware of Zhang Fei's true strength, their faces etched with concern. Step back. I will handle Arlong. He poses no real threat, Zhang Fei addressed the restless villagers. Yet, before Akin could finish speaking, Nami interrupted him. It's all right, Ajian. You can leave this to Zhang Fei. He is exceptionally strong. Nami expressed unwavering confidence in Zhang Fei, as her sister had adeptly bandaged the bleeding wound on her arm, successfully staunching the flow of blood. Very well then. Ultimately, Ajian chose to heed Nami's words, having witnessed Zhang Fei's overwhelming prowess. Arlong was being thoroughly dominated, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Faced with Nami's trust, Ajian resolved that he could not allow Arlong to perish so easily, especially considering that Arlong was the source of Nami's tragic childhood. He felt compelled to eliminate him, unlike Luffy, who might simply defeat him. Ajian understood that Zhang Fei's approach was to eradicate the root of the problem, a trait inherited from his father. Arlong's eyes gleamed with malice as he charged forward, gripping his weapon, the chopping peak, high above, seemingly intent on cleaving Zhang Fei in two. The onlookers held their breath, their gazes fixed on Arlong suspended in the air, filled with apprehension as they cheered for Zhang Fei. As the chopping peak descended, a faint sound of slicing air could be heard. In Zhang Fei's eyes, the weapon loomed larger, yet he deftly shifted his ankle, evading the strike by mere inches. The sheer force of Arlong's attack created a massive crater beneath Zhang Fei, sending debris flying and striking against his armor with a cacophony of impacts. As Arlong prepared to turn for another assault, Zhang Fei's counterattack was swifter. In a single, powerful blow, he shattered the chopping peak, driving an uppercut into Arlong's chest, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones. Arlong let out a pained cry, experiencing the agonies previously inflicted upon Crocodile. Under the tremendous force, his body flew through the air like a projectile, crashing heavily onto the ground before rebounding back to the earth. However, Zhang Fei's onslaught did not relent. Utilizing the jumping ability of Build, he swiftly closed the distance to Arlong, his eyes glinting with a ferocious light beneath his mask. He greeted Arlong with a kick, his left foot adorned with tank treads spinning rapidly, akin to a chainsaw, striking Arlong's visage with a heavy thud, instantly spraying blood as his face bore little flesh. Arlong's agonized wails evoked no sympathy. Instead, the crowd reveled in his misfortune. My face. Arlong howled in pain, attempting to shield his injured features. Yet he dared not touch them. Zhang Fei is terrifying. I must avoid provoking him in the future. Usopp trembled at the sight of Zhang Fei's brutality. With Arlong's blood staining his left foot, Zhang Fei felt revulsion and wiped it against the ground. You despicable lowly humans. Arlong seethed with rage. Zhang Fei noted that Arlong still had the audacity to be angry, realizing he might have gone too easy on him. Without hesitation, Zhang Fei's massive hand seized Arlong's head, forcefully slamming it into the ground. The impact created a crater, and Arlong's vision began to fade, blood gushing from his forehead as his consciousness blurred, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Yet, being a fishman, his tenacity allowed him to remain upright, albeit bloodied. Zhang Fei deemed it sufficient. Nami's anger had surely subsided, and it was time to send Arlong to meet his end. He retreated several steps, prompting puzzled looks from the onlookers, who focused their attention on him. Zhang Fei began to manipulate the controls, preparing to deliver a final blow to end Arlong's life. The build driver emitted a signal for a rider kick, and a parabolic function appeared before the crowd, ensnaring Arlong's body, preventing any escape. What is this? I can't break free. Arlong struggled against the strange white lines binding him. But no matter how he strained, he could not extricate himself. What is this? The spectators were astounded, utterly unaware of the phenomenon before them. What is Zhang Fei planning now? Sanji, taking a drag from his cigarette, watched with curiosity. I have no idea, Usopp admitted, studying Zhang Fei's battle intently, his face reflecting a mix of anticipation and excitement, having witnessed the overwhelming power of the masked rider. Zhang Fei had promised to gift him a driver, which naturally thrilled him. Meanwhile, Luffy watched Zhang Fei with eager anticipation, eagerly awaiting his performance. Nami, meanwhile, felt a swell of emotions as she beheld Arlong utterly powerless. A sense of satisfaction washed over her, and she instinctively clenched her fists, yearning for Zhang Fei to avenge her adoptive mother, Belmere. Subsequently, Zhang Fei harnessed the spring of his right foot, leaping high into the air, his left foot poised to strike the formula with a vibrant display of red and blue lights. Ready go Voltec Finisher. Arlong's pupils dilated in terror as he sensed the impending doom, but Zhang Fei would not waver. His left foot connected forcefully with Arlong's chest, the energy within surging into Arlong's body, wreaking havoc. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Arlong's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Emerging from the conflagration, Zhang Fei deactivated his transformation, stowing the build driver and filled bottles into his system backpack. One of 3 tasks had been accomplished. Witnessing Arlong's demise, the crowd exchanged glances before erupting into jubilant cheers, celebrating their newfound freedom from Arlong's tyranny. Fantastic! Arlong is dead. We are free. In that moment, Nami rushed to Zhang Fei, burying her tear-streaked face in his embrace. Thank you, Zhang Fei. Truly, thank you. Zhang Fei gently comforted her, caressing her hair with a soothing tone. No need for thanks. It is what I ought to do. Chapter 64. Pirates reporting to the Navy? Sanji watched the scene unfold, consumed by jealousy and envy, gritting his teeth, filled with longing as he wished to be embraced by Nami in such a manner. Give it up, Sanji, Usopp interjected, patting his shoulder with a sympathetic tone. It's impossible for you. Sanji recognized the truth of that statement, his envy now tinged with tears. Have you finished? A grating voice interrupted, drawing the attention of the group. They turned to find Captain Mouse, grinning and stroking his rat-like mustache, his beady eyes betraying his nefarious nature. Is that Captain Mouse? The villagers recognized him, aware of his collusion with Arlong, knowing he was no ally. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, surprised that Captain Mouse had walked right into his trap, saving him the trouble of searching. Today truly is my lucky day. Thank you all for providing me with such an exhilarating spectacle. I never anticipated these fishmen would fall to a band of unremarkable pirates. Captain Mouse dismissed Zhang Fei and his companions with arrogance, reveling in Arlong's demise, confident that all his treasures would now belong to him, as he gestured grandly to the soldiers behind him. However, thanks to you all, the money that was supposed to be paid to Arlong, along with the treasures hidden within Arlong Park, now rightfully belong to me. All of you, lay down your arms. The merits of your efforts will be claimed by me. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Navy Division. With Colonel Mouse's command, the naval soldiers behind him raised their weapons towards Zhang Fei and the others. Zhang Fei scoffed disdainfully, questioning the audacity of these men to point guns at them. Even if Zhang Fei chose not to act, someone else would, and that someone was Zoro, who suddenly materialized behind Colonel Mouse, appearing without a sound, and seized him by the back of his head. The Navy soldiers were startled, glancing at Zoro in bewilderment, wondering when he had arrived. Zoro? Usopp, like the others, was equally astonished. In truth, Zoro had been resting on the ground after defeating the fishmen, and the Navy mistook him for a corpse, paying him no heed. One should not dampen the joy of others. Zoro's expression darkened as he spoke menacingly. Meanwhile, Colonel Mouse was nearly paralyzed with fear, his eyes bulging with terror. He was met with a barrage of blows from Zoro, who knocked the naval soldiers to the ground, leaving them bruised and bloodied. What are you planning, Zhang Fei? Nami asked, puzzled as she approached Colonel Mouse, wondering if he intended to desecrate the fallen. Zhang Fei was rummaging through Colonel Mouse's belongings, and upon feeling something hard, he realized he had found what he was looking for. Indeed, it was a transponder snail. What is that? Luffy inquired, tilting his head at the transponder snail in Zhang Fei's hand, unaware of its significance. The transponder snail is used for communication. Zhang Fei explained nonchalantly, though he was uncertain how to operate it. Having only seen it in anime, he was unfamiliar with its practical use and proceeded to rouse a naval soldier, threatening him. Hey, wake up. If you don't wake up soon, I'll castrate you. At Zhang Fei's words, the soldier immediately jolted awake, instinctively clenching his legs together, sweat pouring from his forehead as he gazed at Zhang Fei with panic in his eyes. The man before him appeared as fearsome as a demon, and he hurriedly responded, terrified of Zhang Fei's threat. I'm awake. I'm awake. Good. You know how to use this transponder snail, right? Zhang Fei shook the transponder snail in his hand. The naval soldier stared wide-eyed at the snail and quickly nodded. I can. Then contact Smoker, who is stationed at Lowtown immediately. Initially, Zhang Fei intended to report to Garp, but he reconsidered, realizing that since this was a division of the Navy, they likely wouldn't be able to reach Garp. It was more prudent to contact Smoker, whom Zhang Fei knew to be a trustworthy individual. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and contact Smoker, or I swear I'll castrate you. Zhang Fei threatened the unresponsive naval soldier again. The soldier, frightened into submission, frantically followed Zhang Fei's orders. Hello, this is Lowtown, Smoker speaking. The transponder snail immediately mimicked Smoker's voice, sounding somewhat arrogant. Colonel Smoker? I'm here to report that Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division is colluding with pirates and oppressing the villagers on the island. Everyone present looked at Zhang Fei in disbelief. A pirate reporting on the Navy was an unprecedented maneuver. What? Smoker's expression hardened instantly. He had not anticipated that the Navy would harbor such scoundrels. Yet, he questioned further, his tone serious. Is what you're saying true? Yes, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can come and investigate. Oh, by the way, can you contact Garp? He happens to be in the East Blue and has nothing pressing to attend to. Perhaps he could come and handle this matter. Zhang Fei spoke with a nonchalant air, exuding confidence. Garp is coming? We need to leave immediately, Zhang Fei. I can't let my grandfather catch me. Upon hearing Garp's name, Luffy's expression shifted dramatically, eager to flee and avoid capture, knowing that if apprehended, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Grandfather? Smoker, hearing Luffy's words, recalled that Garp had a grandson in the East Blue. Though he remained skeptical, he chose to believe it, as Garp's grandson had indeed made an appearance, and all he needed to do was make a phone call to confirm. All right, I'll contact Vice Admiral Garp right away. With that, Smoker hung up the transponder snail. Garp. Colonel Mouse, upon hearing this news, felt himself faint. He realized his fate was sealed. He never imagined that this unassuming pirate was Garp's grandson. He had stepped on a landmine, and now despair washed over him. With one task completed, Zhang Fei now needed to locate Chopper. Do we have any sturdy ropes? Bind these Navy men and fishmen. When Garp arrives, you can hand these scoundrels over to him. Zhang Fei called out to the villagers, who promptly complied, gathering thick ropes from their homes to secure the captives tightly. Preventing any chance of escape, Zhang Fei then ventured alone to Arlong Park, where Chopper was currently tending to the manatees. He was fortunate not to have participated in the conflict. Otherwise, he would have sustained serious injuries. Who are you? Chopper asked, gazing curiously at Zhang Fei. Who I am is of no concern to you. Chopper, you need to leave here and return to Fishman Island. Garp is on his way. Zhang Fei warned, knowing full well that if Chopper fell into Garp's hands, escape would be impossible. Garp is coming. I need to find Arlong. Chopper was well aware of Garp's fearsome reputation. He knew that these small-time pirates were no match for him, and he immediately sought Arlong to escape. As Chopper attempted to leave, Zhang Fei intercepted him, causing Chopper to look at him in confusion. You don't need to go. Arlong is already dead, and the others have been captured. You're the last one left. So hurry and escape. I know you're not a bad person, which is why I'm telling you this. Zhang Fei concealed his role in Arlong's demise, knowing that if Chopper learned he had killed Arlong, he would likely resist fiercely. What? Arlong is dead? Chopper struggled to comprehend this, but upon thinking of Garp, he felt it could be true. Seeing Chopper still skeptical, Zhang Fei took him to witness the fate of his comrades, though they only observed from a distance. Upon seeing his companions captured, Chopper began to accept Zhang Fei's words and sincerely thanked him. Thank you for informing me of this matter. I will remember your kindness. And if you ever come to Fishman Island, I will treat you well. No need for thanks. Just leave quickly if the Navy arrives. You want to be able to escape, Zhang Fei urged, and he then led Chopper away from Cocoa West Village with the manatees. With this, the final task was accomplished. Chapter 65. Do not judge a book by its cover. Vice Admiral Garp, according to the report from Colonel Smoker in Lowtown, stated that Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division has abused his position within the Navy to collude with pirates, and Smoker requests your presence to address the situation. Additionally, Smoker mentioned that your grandson is also present. A vice admiral was reporting this information to Garp. However, Garp, adorned with a dog-headed hat, reclined languidly on a beach chair, basking in the sun with great contentment. Upon hearing the report from his vice-admiral, his ears perked up at the mention of grandson. Could it be that rascal Luffy? Without delay, he set off towards Division 16. A sense of foreboding washed over Carp. It was exceedingly likely that Luffy was on the verge of becoming a pirate. No, Luffy must become a marine. While he was still unbidden, Carp was determined to express his grandfatherly affection. He would dissuade Luffy from the dull aspirations of piracy. Meanwhile, Koby and Helmeppo seized the opportunity to board Carp's warship, accompanying him to the marine headquarters. Due to the scoundrel Morgan being disarmed by Zhang Fei, he was now virtually powerless, forced to remain in captivity, and would not witness what should have been the most glorious moment of his life. However, what truly preoccupied Carp was the emergence of disgraceful elements within the East Blue Marines. It seemed imperative to discuss this with Sengoku and launch a thorough investigation into the traitors lurking within the Navy, lest they continue to tarnish its reputation. As for Morgan's presence on the ship, it was simply a consequence of these traitors needing to be dealt with by Sengoku. After dealing with the minor incident involving Sabo, Zhang Fei found Luffy in a state of panic and patted him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Don't worry, your grandfather won't arrive so soon. It will take him at least a few days. He based this on his own assumptions. Carp had likely just departed from the naval base and would not reach Kokoyashi village in a timely manner. Moreover, he hadn't disclosed the current whereabouts of Colonel Mouse, so it would take time for Carp to find him. Thus, Zhang Fei felt confident. That startled me. I thought my grandfather would arrive immediately, Luffy exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. Luffy, your grandfather is a Marine? Usopp inquired, astonished. He had not anticipated that Luffy had a grandfather who held the rank of Vice Admiral. Yes, but he's quite fearsome. If he catches me, it's all over, Luffy replied, finally at ease knowing his grandfather would not arrive for several days. Returning to his carefree demeanor with his hands behind his head. Does that mean we won't have to worry about being captured by the Marines anymore? Usopp's face lit up with delight at the prospect of not having to fear the Navy, thanks to his connection to Luffy. At this moment, Zhang Fei interrupted Usopp's daydream, bluntly informing him that this was far from certain. After all, Carp was a staunch advocate of justice, and familial ties did not exempt one from his principles. Should they encounter Carp, he might turn a blind eye and allow Luffy to escape, but if Luffy were captured, the situation would be entirely different. Carp might be rendered helpless. Stop dreaming, Usopp. That's simply impossible. If we were caught, Luffy's grandfather would not be able to bail us out. After all, he is a Marine, upholding his ideals of justice. At best, when he meets us, he might let us go with a wink. Is my grandfather really that lenient? Luffy questioned incredulously, tilting his head and resting his chin in contemplation. Absolutely, Zhang Fei responded, fully aware of Carp's heart from the original story. Time and again, Carp had shown leniency towards Luffy during the events of Water 7 and the Battle of Marineford. Yet, Luffy remained skeptical of his grandfather's goodness, recalling how he had been abandoned in the forest as a child to fend for himself, nearly losing his life. Thus, he had never held a favorable impression of Carp. Ultimately, Luffy abandoned his musings, unable to understand where Carp had shown him kindness. Carp, the legendary marine hero, the one who often corners the Pirate King? Nami, who had wandered through the seas and heard many tales, felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing Carp's name, recalling the fearsome reputation associated with him. Indeed, that is him, Zhang Fei confirmed in response to Nami's query. At this revelation, the group gazed at Luffy in astonishment, realizing the disparity between his appearance and his lineage. They could scarcely fathom that he was the grandson of the marine hero Carp. Is there something on my face? Luffy inquired, perplexed by their stares while absent-mindedly picking at a piece of fruit with his fingers. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want some? Luffy, still confused, extended his finger. The sight of the fruit was repulsive, and the others looked at Luffy with disdain. Get lost. Who wants your disgusting offering? Nami exclaimed, delivering a punch to Luffy, inflicting real damage. A bump instantly appeared on Luffy's head, hot and smoking, while tears welled in his eyes from the pain of Nami's blow. Usopp sighed, finding it hard to believe that Luffy was indeed the grandson of a legendary figure, feeling that it was a complete mismatch. Sanji reignited a cigarette, having just assisted a beautiful woman, Nojiko, in tying up the Marines and fishmen, preparing to hand them over to Carp. He had overheard their conversation and was intrigued to learn that the captain who had invited him aboard had such an esteemed identity. He was now even more eager for the upcoming adventure and the pursuit of the dream of the fabled sea known as the Blue Sea. After a day of tumult, Zhang Fei and the others decided to remain for the night, setting off the next day. To celebrate their victory over Arlong, they organized a feast to honor the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro, however, was not so fortunate, having been sent to the village doctor for treatment, but once healed, he quickly returned to indulge in the festivities, for drinking was of utmost importance. Nami accompanied Zoro for treatment, as she too had a wound that needed attending to prevent infection. While Luffy feasted heartily, Usopp boasted from a raised platform, and Sanji flirted with the ladies. Each member had their assigned role in the celebration. Thank you for saving Nami and bringing her into the light. Nojiko raised her glass to Zhang Fei, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Chapter 66. I believe in her. Zhang Fei lifted his glass to clink against hers, a gentle smile gracing his face as he cast a soft gaze upon the roaring bonfire in the center, its light illuminating the jubilant villagers, accompanied by the crackling of burning wood. There's no need for thanks, it was my duty. Indeed, it is wonderful that Nami has encountered such reliable companions. I can rest easy in trusting her to you. Nojiko expressed her trust in Zhang Fei and the others, confident that with them around, Nami would not suffer any indignities. Rest assured, I will take good care of Nami, Zhang Fei assured Nojiko, promising that as long as he was present, no one would harm her. With Zhang Fei's promise, Nojiko's face lit up with joy, feeling completely at ease. The next day, Ajian visited the grave of Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere, holding a bottle of wine, which he poured over the gravestone, conveying the good news to Belmere. Belmere, your daughters have grown up splendidly, just like you were in life. We will strive to live fully from now on, for we have sacrificed too much. Thus, we must face life with unwavering resolve and a smile. As Ajian spoke to Belmere, an unsettling sound interrupted his heartfelt monologue. Prosciutto and cantaloupe. It seems there is a lack of food around here, rendering the trip in vain. The newcomer is none other than Luffy, who chews on meat with a bone protruding from his mouth. Luffy's sole purpose for coming here was to find food. But upon realizing the absence of sustenance, he prepares to head back. Let us go back. Wait a moment, you impudent brat. Ajian, witnessing Luffy's rudeness, cannot help but call out to him. A graveyard? Has someone died? Luffy, ever the simpleton, inquires, swallowing the bone in his mouth. Indeed, someone has passed away long ago. Ajian replies, turning his back to Luffy, lost in memories, his voice tinged with discomfort. Ah, how unfortunate. Please accept my condolences, Please don't cry. Luffy bows his head, attempting to console Ajian, but finds himself at a loss for words. Please accept my condolences. Ajian ultimately cannot bear Luffy's ignorance and explains. Hey brat, Nami is coming aboard your ship. As pirates, the journey is fraught with peril. Should you dare to make her cry, I will find a way to kill you. Ajian warns Luffy, having long regarded Nami as a daughter. She bears a heavy burden, and now that she has finally gained her freedom, he will not allow anyone to bully her. Rest assured, we will protect Nami. At that moment, Zhang Fei emerges, holding flowers, evidently to pay respects to Belmere and responding to Ajian's concerns. Zhang Fei. Luffy wonders why Zhang Fei is here with flowers, perplexed by his intentions. However, Ajian, seemingly dissatisfied with Zhang Fei's response, scolds him loudly, startling Luffy into responding. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Zhang Fei places the flowers on Belmere's grave, clasping his hands as if in prayer. Ajian, satisfied with Zhang Fei's gesture, smiles and assures Belmere, rest easy, I will protect Nami. Compared to Luffy, Ajian places greater trust in Zhang Fei. Despite sharing the surname Fei, Zhang, in Ajian's eyes, is far more reliable, and he feels content with him. This makes Zhang Fei feel as though he is under the scrutinizing gaze of a father-in-law, a rather strange sensation. Remember your words, or I shall not let you off easily. Ajian does not forget to threaten Zhang Fei. I will remember, for I have promised Nami that I will protect her for life. With that, Zhang Fei departs, leaving Ajian with his back turned. Luffy follows, curiously asking about the identity of the person on the tombstone. Zhang Fei, whose grave is that? You, as captain, are truly unreliable. That is the grave of Nami's adoptive mother. Zhang Fei shakes his head, having learned of Belmere's resting place through Nokigao, feeling exasperated by Luffy's ignorance. At this moment, Luffy suddenly realizes, striking his right fist into his left palm. Now I understand. I must return to pay my respects. After all, Nami is one of our companions. With that, Luffy rushes back to honor Belmere. Meanwhile, Nami is at the village Dr. S, who also doubles as a tattoo master. Nami intends to replace her arm tattoo with one in the shape of a windmill, concealing her scars. Doctor, I would like to request a tattoo. The village doctor is taken aback upon seeing the design in Nami's hand, but ultimately agrees to tattoo her. On that day, the villagers continue to celebrate, their excitement undiminished. Johnny and Yasaku still share their joy with the villagers. The following morning, as the sun rises over the horizon, The villagers of Coco Village gather at the port to bid farewell to Zhang Fei and the others. Johnny and Yasaka strike cool poses as they say their goodbyes. We are going to return to our old profession as bounty hunters. We are grateful for the kindness shown to us by all of you brothers. Though we part ways now, we look forward to reuniting with you all. Zhang Fei stands on the merry-go, looking down at them with a faint smile as he bids them farewell. Take care, and don't get yourselves killed. Understood, Zhang Fei brother, we will be cautious. Johnny replies coolly, seemingly eager to leave a good impression. Is Miss Nami not coming? Sanji wonders if Nami does not wish to join them on their adventure. Hey, I searched the entire island and found neither prosciutto nor cantaloupe. Luffy's comment, utterly irrelevant, infuriates Sanji. But that girl hasn't come. Usopp, with his hand on his forehead, scans the area for Nami's figure. She wouldn't not come, would she? Zoro leans against the wall, voicing Usopp's concern. Nami will come. Zhang Fei expresses unwavering confidence in Nami, believing she would not abandon them. Chapter 67, The Windmill. What? She left all her money behind. 100 million berries? Ajin is astonished, for Nami had fought tooth and nail for that money. Leaving it behind is incomprehensible. She didn't take a single berry with her. That money is what Nami bled for. The village doctor, incredulous, seeks confirmation from Nokigao. She said money can be stolen again, so it's fine. I even advised her to take some, but she wouldn't listen. She is a woman of her word and never goes back on it. Nokigao appears helpless in the face of Nami's stubbornness. Fool, we should be the ones expressing gratitude. Ajin bows his head, understanding that Nami's intention in leaving the 100 million berries is to develop Coco Village. Clenching his teeth, he displays a reluctant expression. Quickly set sail. At that moment, Nami comes running with all her might. Little Nami. The villagers recognize her and call out. With Nami expressing such urgency, Zhang Fei has no choice but to heed her words. After all, if anyone holds authority in the Straw Hat Pirates, it is Nami. She prompts the merry-go to start moving. Why is she running like that? What does she plan to do? Usopp watches Nami with confusion. She told us to set sail. Let us just do it. Luffy obeys Nami's command, albeit somewhat puzzled. Just as Luffy is about to call for the crew to maneuver the merry-go, Zhang Fei has already made preparations, and the ship begins to glide forward. Is she really leaving without letting us thank her properly? Someone voices their suspicion. How can that be? Little Nami, wait. At least allow us to express our gratitude. But Nami shows no sign of stopping. Instead, she quickens her pace. Ah, they've set sail. Wait for us. We haven't thanked you yet. A villager notices the merry-go quietly departing and shouts loudly. Meanwhile, Ajin rushes to Nami, attempting to intercept her, insisting that she cannot leave without allowing them to express their gratitude before pursuing her dreams. Nami, wait. We won't let you leave without a word. The villagers extend their arms, trying to block Nami's path, but she deftly weaves through the crowd, evading their attempts to stop her. Is it appropriate for her to say goodbye in this manner? Sanji questions Luffy about Nami's intention to leave without a proper farewell. How she says goodbye is up to her to decide, Luffy asserts, standing firm in his conviction that he will not interfere with a companion's choice. Indeed, every individual possesses the right to make their own choices. Thus, we must refrain from interfering with Nami's decisions. Our role is to support her, for that is what companionship entails. Zhang Fei entrusted the merry to Usopp's command, content to await Nami's arrival. Furthermore, Zhang Fei's words resonated with Luffy, Sanji, and the others, who quietly observed Nami rushing towards them. Nami, amidst the calls and cheers, managed to break through the villagers' blockade, leaping onto the merry, only to be met by a pair of strong arms that caught her, ensuring her safety. After all, he had promised Nami that he would protect her for a lifetime. And the moment had come. As Nami looked up, she was pleasantly surprised to find it was Zhang Fei who had caught her, a radiant smile illuminating her face, which left Sanji envious and self-reproaching. Had he anticipated this, he might have been the one to enjoy such intimate contact with Miss Nami. Now, Sanji was filled with regret. Thank you, Zhang Fei, Nami said, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at him. The atmosphere around them grew slightly tinged with romance. Meanwhile, Ajin at the dock felt a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a father-in-law. Having learned from Noki that Nami seemed to harbor special feelings for Zhang Fei, one might even call it admiration. He also perceived that Nami had truly matured in this moment. Subsequently, under their watchful eyes, Nami stepped back from Zhang Fei's embrace, slowly unbuttoning her shirt, only for a multitude of wallets to tumble out. The villagers were taken aback, bewildered by when Nami had pilfered their belongings, and they began frantically searching for their missing wallets. Ah, hey, my wallet is gone. Mine too. Mine as well. And mine. Everyone, take care, Nami teased, holding up a bill between her fingers, gleefully flaunting her ill-gotten wealth. This infuriated Ajien, as well as the other villagers, who called out loudly to the departing Nami. "You little thief. Come back. This girl is truly one of a kind," Usopp remarked, speechless. Zoro, on the other hand, wore a look of reproach, suggesting that perhaps she had sold them out once again. "Miss Nami is fantastic," Sanji said with a grin, giving Nami a thumbs up in praise, for no matter her actions, a beautiful woman is never at fault. Haha. Luffy laughed heartily while sitting on the ship's railing, finding the situation amusing. "Your farewell is quite entertaining," Zhang Fei complimented Nami, noting that farewells need not be sorrowful. They can also be thrilling and unforgettable. "Thank you for your praise," Nami replied with a smile. Soon after, the villagers at the port erupted in shouts, demanding the return of their wallets. "You little thief. Come back. Return my wallet." Yet Nami had no intention of complying. The money she had claimed was not easily relinquished, and she merely offered them a cold smile. "Heh, you little brat," the villagers cursed, filled with frustration towards the audacious Nami, yet deep down, they were grateful for her contributions over the years. "You are always welcome back. Take care," they called out, their earlier demands for their wallets fading into heartfelt gratitude as Nami moved further away. "Hey, don't forget to uphold your promise to me," Ajien shouted to Zhang Fei and Luffy on the ship. Zhang Fei remained silent, while Luffy gave a thumbs up, signaling his acknowledgement of the promise. "Goodbye everyone, I'm off." Nami waved farewell to the villagers of Cocoa West Village. After her departure, Ajien picked up the pattern Nami had given to the village doctor, resembling a windmill. "Is it oranges and a windmill?" Noki explained, noticing the absence of the windmill from Ajien's hat and inquiring, "Ajien, where is your windmill?" "Haha, it is no longer needed," Ajien laughed heartily. "The windmill has gone where it belongs." Under the clear sky and gentle breeze, a small windmill stood by Belmir's grave, spinning endlessly. Chapter 68, Shallow Strike. On board the Mary, laughter and joy echoed as the crew celebrated something, brimming with vitality. Yet Zhang Fei sat alone at the back of the ship, peacefully enjoying the sea breeze, his heart leaping at the thought of the 3 mysterious gift packs awaiting his discovery. The weather was splendid, perfect for unveiling the gifts. This time, Zhang Fei opted to open all at once, hoping for something extraordinary. The first mysterious gift pack opened slowly, revealing 3 body-refining pills, leaving Zhang Fei somewhat surprised. Why were there only 3 this time instead of 10? It was indeed peculiar, but he chose not to dwell on it, eagerly awaiting the opening of the second gift pack. Soon, the second mysterious gift pack burst open, pulsating as if it contained a living entity, piquing Zhang Fei's curiosity about what lay within. "Congratulations. You have obtained 10 fugu whales from the culinary captive world, already prepared for safe consumption." Incredible. To acquire something from the culinary captive world astonished him. However, he recalled that fugu whales were highly toxic. If not handled properly, their poison sacs could unleash a dangerous toxin throughout their bodies. Yet, these fugu whales were also known as the dream fish. Once the poison sac was removed, they would take on a golden hue, becoming a delicacy of unparalleled taste. If one failed, they would turn a ghastly gray. Zhang Fei wondered if Sanji could handle such a fugu whale. He remembered that the pirates had previously collaborated with Dragon Ball and the culinary captive in a film. If such synergy was possible, surely Sanji could manage the fugu whale. Moreover, Zhang Fei was eager to sample the culinary delights of the culinary captive world, as the food there vastly differed from that of the pirate world. Perhaps he might even uncover culinary cells within the mysterious gift packs. The mere thought ignited his excitement, and he looked forward to the rewards from the 3rd mysterious gift pack. As the 3rd mysterious gift pack opened, a sword leapt out. Just as Zhang Fei pondered this blade, a brief description appeared. "Congratulations. You have obtained a shallow strike from the Death God world." Shallow strike? This was a valuable item. It represented the initial form of a Soul Reaper's blade before interacting with its spirit. Once merged, it could birth a unique Soul Reaper blade. This thrilled Zhang Fei, who could hardly wait to utilize this shallow strike to create his own Soul Reaper blade, though he was uncertain how to merge with it. For now, he would have to rely on the system. "System, are you there? What do I do?" Zhang Fei called out, and instantly the system appeared in his mind. "I've obtained a shallow strike, but I don't know how to activate the power of the Death God." Zhang Fei grinned as he held the shallow strike. "The power of the Death God? That's simple. Just stab it into your stomach." The system spoke in a monotonous tone, articulating the most terrifying matter, suggesting that the method it proposed was akin to how Ichigo acquired his Shinigami powers. Simply stabbing oneself would suffice. In doing so, the Asachi would merge with one's body, ultimately forming a unique Zanpakuto. Zhang Fei contemplated this and realized it was indeed the case. Ichigo had followed the same course of action in the realm of the Shinigami. Without hesitation, he raised the Asachi, its tip aimed at himself, and plunged it in with a decisive thrust. However, the outcome exceeded his expectations. As the Asachi failed to pierce his body, merely breaking the skin slightly, Zhang Fei managed a wry smile. He had forgotten that his body was of iron, with formidable defenses. Let me take over, the system sighed, deciding to act on Zhang Fei's behalf. However, it was a first for a system to stab its host with a blade. This thought brought about a peculiar thrill. With the system's enhancement, the Asachi in Zhang Fei's hand slowly ascended, then surged forward in a flash, instantly penetrating his torso and causing blood to spray high into the air. Goodness, is it this painful? Zhang Fei clutched his wound, the intense agony relentlessly assaulting his mind. The system observed the Asachi lodged in Zhang Fei's abdomen with confusion. What is happening here? This shouldn't occur. There should be a perfect fusion instead. What on earth is going on? System? Has it merged? Zhang Fei inquired through gritted teeth. Enduring the pain. Perhaps I made a mistake earlier. Let us try again. The system believed that the angle might have affected the fusion. All right then. Zhang Fei felt an ominous premonition, but he chose to trust the system. As the Asachi was withdrawn, the wound on Zhang Fei's abdomen swiftly healed, and the pain dissipated in that very moment. This time, the system aimed directly at Zhang Fei's heart and thrust with force, and in an instant, Zhang Fei felt a chilling sensation as he was stabbed through the heart. Blood gushed forth once more than the first time due to the critical location of the wound. For Zhang Fei, the pain was excruciating, enough to make him question his existence. His face turned pale, yet he refrained from screaming, enduring the torment with a grimace, his teeth clenched tightly. It seemed that the system had intensified the force, as his heart shattered like a balloon bursting. To the system's bewilderment, the Asachi still showed no signs of transformation or fusion. It picked up the Asachi and scrutinized it closely. It soon realized that this Asachi lacked the power of a Shinigami, rendering it incapable of merging, akin to an ordinary blade. This revelation incited the system's fury. So, you deceitful Shinigami system, you dare to fool me with a blade devoid of Shinigami power? As the saying goes, taking a step back opens vast horizons, but for the system, retreating only fueled its anger further. I may not be able to defeat that pesky cultivation system, but I can certainly contend with you. System, is this method truly effective? Zhang Fei began to question the system, feeling as if it were toying with him. The wounds on his body healed upon withdrawing the Asachi, leaving only 2 torn holes in his clothing, stained with considerable blood. I apologize, I didn't anticipate that the Shinigami would provide me with a counterfeit. I will confront him about this. You wait here for me. If anything arises, call for me. I can sense it. With that, the system seized the Asachi and hurried off to confront the Shinigami system. Zhang Fei was left feeling utterly despondent, having endured 2 pointless stabs, but thankfully, his immortal body spared him from a fatal outcome at the hands of the system. Chapter 69, The System Unleashed. Having exited Zhang Fei's body, the system concentrated and arrived in the realm of the Shinigami, where the troublesome Shinigami system resided. The moment the system entered the Shinigami world, it was detected by the Shinigami system, which sensed an unwelcome visitor in its domain. Moreover, it appeared that the newcomer was searching for it. The system had finally located a traveler. Indeed, the individual before it was the host of the Shinigami system. It directly emerged from the traveler's body, who remained oblivious. Engaged in a confrontation with Aizen Sosuke during the time of the Espada's battle against the Godai 13. How dare you give me a counterfeit? Die. With that, the system delivered a swift kick. The unprepared Shinigami system was caught off guard and was sent flying. You insolent wretch. You dare enter my world to disturb me? The Shinigami system stared incredulously at the Mahjong system, yet it was not one to take blows without retaliation, charging forward to engage in a brawl. Fists flew as they exchanged blows like children squabbling, the clash of 2 systems failing to disrupt the hostess' tranquility. Had he been aware of the tumult within him, he would have been utterly astonished to find 2 stick figures battling it out inside, exchanging colorful insults. How dare you give me a counterfeit? The Mahjong system mounted the Shinigami system, raining down fists mercilessly. You should be grateful I even provided you with an Asachi. The Shinigami system retaliated, flipping the Mahjong system over and unleashing a series of powerful punches upon its face. How dare you? It was you who lost to me, handing over a useless Asachi. Are you trying to insult me? The Mahjong system fiercely gripped the Shinigami system's neck, exuding an unyielding determination. You wretched creature, you dare to press further? Thus, the 2 systems fought with a ferocity that shook the very essence of their surroundings, the chaos outside mirroring their violent clash, resulting in casualties. It was uncertain how long they fought, but exhaustion soon took hold, leaving them breathless and sprawled on the ground, unable to continue. Ultimately, the Shinigami system conceded. It had no choice but to focus on its host, who was deeply embroiled in the conflict. As a system, it had to remain vigilant for its hostess' safety. Should he perish, all its efforts would be in vain. Fine, I concede. I will infuse the Asachi with Shinigami power. If I had known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. You truly deserve a beating. The Mahjong system voiced its grievances without a hint of decorum, producing its own Asachi and placing it before the Shinigami system. The Shinigami system smirked subtly, though its dark smile went unnoticed by the Mahjong system. As the power of the Shinigami was infused, the Asachi emanated a soft glow, seemingly gaining sentience. Receiving the gleaming Asachi, the Shinigami system felt a sense of satisfaction. Its mood lifted after having dealt with the Mahjong system. Now be gone, you insufferable wretch. The Shinigami system expressed its disdain, eager to avoid any further encounters with the Mahjong system, which had inflicted considerable pain upon it. Humph, count yourself fortunate. Should you dare to cross me again, I will undoubtedly retaliate. With a cold huff, the Mahjong system shot the Shinigami system a glance, departing only after confirming that the Asachi bore Shinigami power. Bah, you insufferable wretch. If it weren't for my concern for the host, I would have continued to engage in battle with you. Once the Mahjong system had left, the Shinigami system spat in contempt, its tone dripping with disdain. However, it was pleased to have secretly tampered with the Asachi, increasing the difficulty of its release. This thought brought a sense of delight to its heart. As the Mahjong system was poised to return to the body of Zhang Fei, it chanced upon the fierce battle at Kozaki town, which sparked a cunning scheme within. It mused, "You are all destined to perish. How fortuitous that the power you leave behind shall be bestowed upon my host." Thus, the Mahjong system refrained from immediate departure, opting instead to await the demise of the Espada and Aizen Sosuke, so it could rightfully claim their strength. What on earth is this insufferable entity doing? Why hasn't it left yet? The Death God system pondered, utterly perplexed by the Mahjong system's intentions. The first to meet his end was the Espada member, Grimjow Jagerjax. And just as he began to dissipate, the Mahjong system gleefully approached, raising its blade, and utilizing its authority to directly absorb all of Grimjow's power into its weapon. However, to the eyes of those present, it appeared as though a mere stick figure wielding the blade was siphoning the essence of Grimjow's spiritual energy. How dare you wreak havoc in my domain? The Death God system roared in fury, erupting from its host's body, intent on expelling the Mahjong system from the realm it governed. Yet, the Mahjong system, having anticipated this confrontation, swiftly made its escape after the absorption, evading a return to its own world and instead dodging the Death God system's wrath. It had no intention of departing just yet. It aimed to reap further benefits. "Get out of here, you wretched being," the Death God system bellowed. "It's impossible. There are still souls yet to perish." "I cannot leave now," the Mahjong system retorted, its escape skills remarkably proficient, eluding the pursuit of the Death God system. "Are you trying to bring about my ruin?" the Death God system shouted, aware that this world operated on consciousness, and if it were discovered as an outsider, it would be banished, jeopardizing its acquisition of the world's essence. "That is of no concern to me," the Mahjong system replied indifferently, for it bore no responsibility in this realm. Fine, I concede. I will allow you to absorb the powers of 2 more individuals," the Death God system relented, wishing to prevent further chaos. Yet, it regretted not having provided a blade imbued with Death God powers initially, a mistake that had led to this predicament. The Mahjong system, contemplating the opportunity to absorb 2 more powers, recognized the need to act cautiously lest it provoke the Death God system into retaliating against its own realm. Little did it realize, however, that it was situated within the pirate world. To its surprise, it reveled in this diversion from its usual urban setting, completing its tasks within a world of pirates. Ultimately, the Mahjong system acquiesced, absorbing the powers of the Espada member, Stark, and Aizen Sosuke, before contentedly returning to its pirate realm, leaving behind only the impotent rage of the Death God system. Chapter 70. The unfortunate Usopp. How did you return so swiftly? System? In a flash, the blade appeared before Zhang Fei, who immediately recognized the system's return. However, it had only been a minute since its departure, which left him astonished. The system, sensing Zhang Fei's confusion, began to explain, though its tone was somewhat strained, evidently having just emerged from a fierce confrontation. "Oh, that's merely a difference in the flow of time, nothing peculiar about it," the system continued, handing Zhang Fei the blade, which now not only possessed Death God powers, but also bore an infusion of hollow energy, rendering it unprecedentedly formidable. This time, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Zhang Fei inquired tentatively, not wishing to endure another unwarranted injury. Rest assured, this time, absolutely no problems shall arise, the system assured him, having personally verified the blade's integrity. Even without the Death God system's added powers, the vast amount of strength absorbed would suffice for Zhang Fei's use. As Zhang Fei lifted the blade, he scrutinized it closely. Noticing its transformation, the blade now emanated an extraordinary power that irresistibly drew him in. Trusting the system once more, Zhang Fei decided to take matters into his own hands. Thrusting the blade toward his abdomen. To his astonishment, the blade smoothly penetrated his body without leaving a wound, akin to a stone sinking into water, creating ripples as it submerged. Instantly, Zhang Fei's attire morphed into the garb of a death god, wielding an unawakened blade, exuding an imposing aura. His body now infused with an unimaginable spiritual pressure, a culmination of the energies from the two Espada and Aizen. However, what perplexed Zhang Fei was the sensation of being bound, as if shackled, rendering him unable to fully access his newfound power. His current spiritual pressure approximated that of the third seat. Unbeknownst to him, this was a ploy orchestrated by the Death God system, aiming to hinder the Mahjong system's efforts by complicating Zhang Fei's mastery of his abilities. Yet, the shackles could be broken, relying solely on his own resolve. In that moment of fusion with the blade, he inadvertently grasped the initial release of his powers, discovering an unexpected connection to Buddhist principles. Nevertheless, to Zhang Fei, it mattered little. All that counted was the strength he wielded, irrespective of its origins. Now brimming with elation, he marveled at his transformation. Recognizing that the experience of acquiring spiritual energy was entirely distinct from the inner strength he had previously possessed. If one were to equate it, the internal strength represented chi, whereas spiritual pressure embodied the spirit. The potency of his spiritual pressure stemmed from his very soul. With a mere thought, the blade and his attire shimmered like starlight, dissipating into the ether. Excellent, Zhang Fei murmured with satisfaction. Naturally, I also enhanced the blade's power. I estimate that after your Bankai, you shall surpass even Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. The system contemplated. The system's words filled Zhang Fei with exhilaration, for he knew of Yamamoto Jinryusai, the captain of the First Division, revered as the mightiest death god of a millennium. This only fueled Zhang Fei's anticipation for his own Bankai. Well then, if there are no further matters, I shall return to rest, the system declared, fatigue evident in its demeanor after the tumultuous battle with the Death God system. Wait a moment, system. Can my body refinement pill be given to Nami and the others? Zhang Fei suddenly remembered the body refinement pill, realizing that the Straw Hat Pirates' overall strength was woefully inadequate. To expedite their enhancement, external assistance was imperative. Yes, if paired with training methods, the effects of the body refinement pill will be fully realized. Without them, the human body can absorb approximately 60 to 70 of its potency, the system explained earnestly, having gained insights from the immortal cultivation system. Regrettably, that particular system had failed to provide him with any cultivation techniques as part of his rewards. Is that so? Zhang Fei had not anticipated that he would absorb only a fraction of the body refinement pill's efficacy, feeling remorse for the lost potency. Are there no more inquiries? The system asked Zhang Fei, ready to depart if there were none. None. At present, I find myself devoid of any inquiries. The system, upon ascertaining that Zhang Fei harbored no questions, discreetly entered his body to commence the healing process. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei's current intention was to allocate one fruit to Nami, one to Usopp, and ultimately reserve the last for Chopper, thereby augmenting their self-preservation capabilities. As for himself, he deemed it unnecessary for the time being, as no one could bring about his demise. Once he possessed the powers of the explosion fruit, who would dare to challenge him? Upon reaching the deck, he observed that everyone had gathered there. Usopp was engrossed in developing new ammunition, while Nami was lamenting to the news bird about the rising prices of newspapers. The news bird, with a look of helplessness, indicated that such prices were beyond its control. If the prices rise again, I shall cease my purchases. After all, it's merely a couple of newspapers, Nami declared, placing 100 berries into the money box strapped to the news bird. Gulp. 100 berries? That amounts to 2 choppers. Zhang Fei thought, feeling a pang of sympathy for the future Chopper, realizing that even newspapers were valued more than him. The daily expenses accumulated to a significant sum over time. After the news bird departed, Nami sighed, reflecting on how the savings would gradually add up to a considerable amount. Didn't your saving plan conclude already? Usopp retorted, though his hands remained busy crafting his ammunition. Of course. It's precisely because the last opportunity has passed that I must now save for myself. I refuse to be a destitute pirate. Nami shot back, pointing at Usopp. Hey, no bickering. I'm currently developing my trump card, the Chili Star. Any enemy struck in the eyes by this concoction will be utterly incapacitated, Usopp declared, fully immersed in his work and keen to avoid any distractions. However, before he could finish, Luffy unexpectedly barreled in, causing the chili liquid in Usopp's hands to splatter into his own eyes, making him the first test subject. Chapter 71, The Fantastical Fish. Zhang Fei gasped. Chilly water in one's eyes must be agonizing. Usopp's eyes flared with irritation as he screamed in pain. Meanwhile, the unwitting instigator, Luffy, paid no heed to Usopp's suffering, instead directing his ire at Sanji. What the heck? I just want one. No way. This is Miss Nami's orange grove, and I want to allow you to touch it. I am here to guard it for Miss Nami, Sanji asserted firmly, standing his ground. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. Luffy's mood shifted rapidly, a grin spreading across his face as if a delightful thought had crossed his mind. Thank you, Sanji, Nami said, glancing at the newspaper in her hand. Zhang Fei. What happened? Did you encounter an enemy? You're covered in blood. Luffy noticed Zhang Fei's bloodied appearance and curiously inquired, growing alert at the thought of someone being able to injure him. Are you all right, Zhang Fei? Concern filled Nami's eyes as she set the newspaper aside and rushed to inspect Zhang Fei's injuries. However, no matter how diligently she searched, Zhang Fei remained unscathed, with only 2 holes in his clothing stained with blood. It's nothing. I caused this myself while testing my body's defenses, Zhang Fei fibbed, omitting any mention of the system. I see. I thought an enemy had arrived. Luffy exhaled in relief, patting the straw hat atop his head. You mustn't do that again. It worries people, Nami admonished, her concern swiftly replaced by a hint of reproach. Understood, Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile. He then produced 2 body-enhancing pills, offering one to Nami and preparing to give the other to Usopp. Nami gazed intently at the pill in her palm, utterly unaware of what Zhang Fei had bestowed upon her, and curiously asked, What is this? This is a body-enhancing pill, capable of strengthening you without any side effects. It's perfect for you at this moment, Zhang Fei succinctly explained. Nami's eyes shimmered with excitement and gratitude. She no longer wished to be a burden aboard the ship and yearned to grow stronger, although she had yet to discover the means to do so. With a shy peck on Zhang Fei's cheek, her face flushed with a delightful hue, she stepped back, feeling bashful as she expressed her thanks. Thank you, Zhang Fei. The suddenness of her affection left Zhang Fei momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. He had anticipated her reaction, yet when he regained composure, he simply smiled and replied, No need for thanks. That's infuriating, Sanji muttered, his eyes turning red with envy as he bit down on his sleeve. That guy is done for. Zoro lounged on the foredeck, noticing Sanji's expression and remarking casually, though he too was intrigued by the body-enhancing pill in Zhang Fei's possession. Is there one for me? Zhang Fei, Luffy asked with eager anticipation. Not for you, Zhang Fei replied bluntly. What? Zhang Fei, how stingy can you be? Luffy crossed his arms, feigning indignation. Zhang Fei dismissed Luffy's complaints, instead turning to Usopp, whose eyes were still reddened from pain. Have your eyes stopped burning yet? If so, come over here. I have one saved for you. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Usopp felt an alleviation of his discomfort, though his eyes remained inflamed and tearful as he hurried to Zhang Fei's side. Really? Quickly take it. You'll become stronger, Zhang Fei encouraged. Usopp eagerly accepted the body-enhancing pill, swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. Upon witnessing Usopp consume it, Nami followed suit. Once ingested, the effects began to take hold, a warmth flooding through their bodies, fortifying their limbs. It's real. I can feel my strength increasing tremendously, Usopp exclaimed, exhilarated by the transformation, realizing he was now significantly more powerful than before. Nami, too, gazed in disbelief at her own enhanced state, feeling an unending surge of strength coursing through her, invigorating her spirit. Luffy, feeling a twinge of jealousy, wished to experience the effects of the body-enhancing pill himself. However, he recognized that his companion's growing stronger was a good thing. Even if it placed pressure on him as captain, he could not allow his crew to surpass him. Aside from Zhang Fei, of course. Not just him, but Zoro and Sanji nearby felt the same pressure. It seems I must diligently train as well. Thank you so much. Zhang Fei, Usopp expressed, his excitement palpable. No need for thanks. We are comrades. This way, you will possess some means of self-defense. Zhang Fei waved off, nonchalantly. Tears glimmered in Nami's eyes, sparkling in the sunlight, infused with deep emotion. Enough with the thanks. There is no need for it among comrades, Zhang Fei said warmly, smiling at everyone. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Luffy also smiled, feeling satisfied. By the way, Sanji, can you handle this pufferfish whale? Its belly contains a toxic sac. If your knife strays even a millimeter, the toxin will be released. If the sac is extracted perfectly, the fish will turn golden. Failure results in a dull purple-gray. However, this fish, esteemed as the fantastical fish, is a culinary marvel that exists nowhere else in the world, and currently, there are only 10 in existence, all of which I possess. Zhang Fei was not mistaken. In the world of pirates, only he has the fugu whale, for it is a product of the most exquisite delicacies. What? Sanji was instantly captivated. The thought of a fish so rare stirred his senses, and he swallowed hard. For a chef, the allure of preparing this mysterious and enigmatic fish is immense. Delicacies? I long to taste it. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy immediately drooled. And such a rare ingredient could hardly fail to excite a glutton like him. Can you prepare it, Sanji? Zhang Fei inquired, pondering the ease with which he might extract the poison sac if he possessed the powers of the surgery fruit. Sanji contemplated for a moment, his gaze gradually firming. As if he had made a decisive resolution, he confided in Zhang Fei, I wish to give it a try. Very well. With that, Zhang Fei retrieved the paralyzed fugu whale. Sanji, with unwavering focus, cautiously placed the 10 fugu whales into the kitchen, having never encountered such a fish before. Chapter 72, Turning Stone to Gold. Zhang Fei, is that fish truly as delectable as you claim? Luffy swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with desire. Indeed it is. Zhang Fei replied without a moment's hesitation. Was it not obvious? A product of exquisite delicacies, the ingredients from that side are renowned for their deliciousness. While he had never tasted them himself, he had certainly seen them and believed they would not disappoint. Splendid. I hope Sanji can handle these fugu whales perfectly. Luffy eagerly anticipated Sanji's culinary expertise. Not only Luffy, but Zhang Fei too harbored the same desire. He longed to sample the culinary treasures from the realm of exquisite delicacies. Kapu, you must apprehend this individual named Zhang Fei. For the sake of the Navy's reputation, it is imperative that you capture him. At this moment, Kapu had arrived at Cocoa West Village, successfully apprehending Colonel Mouse, who now languished in captivity, devoid of hope. Yet, as he munched on sunbae, Kapu listened to Sengoku's tirade with a grin, seemingly unfazed by Sengoku's words. He had learned the truth of the matter and had no intention of pursuing Zhang Fei. Why should I arrest him? Besides, he has done nothing wrong. These are all scoundrels of the Navy. Even if they are scoundrels, it is the Navy's responsibility to handle them. He should never have sent this affair to Morgan's of the news agency. Now the whole world is mocking our Navy, which undoubtedly tramples upon our dignity. Sengoku's voice dripped with ire, his frustration palpable. Kapu, slightly irritated by Sengoku's outburst, scratched his ear with his pinky, entirely dismissing Sengoku's sentiments. Adopting an air of indifference. The Navy personnel accompanying Kapu had grown accustomed to this dynamic, finding it unremarkable. Only Kobe and Barumaber were taken aback, realizing that the voice in the transponder snail belonged to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. They were particularly astonished at what Mr. Zhang Fei had done to provoke such ire from the Fleet Admiral. Therefore, Kapu, you must apprehend him, Sengoku commanded. Hey, what? My hearing isn't quite right. I can't hear you. All right, I'm off for a nap, goodbye. Kapu feigned deafness, pretending not to hear, for Zhang Fei was a member of his grandson's crew. And if he truly pursued him, Luffy would likely escape as well. Sengoku, left on the other end of the line, sighed in resignation. He felt utterly helpless against Kapu, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Kapu, is it all right to hang up on Fleet Admiral Sengoku like that? The Vice Admiral's expression was grave as he regarded Kapu. Having discerned Sengoku's fury, it's nothing to concern yourself with. Let's just return to headquarters. Kapu waved dismissively, continuing to snack on senbei. Initially, he had intended to capture Luffy before he was wanted, but now that both Luffy and Zhang Fei were on the wanted list, he could hardly be bothered, if necessary. He could always arrange for Luffy to be designated as a warlord of the sea. Yes, next destination, Navy headquarters. Hey, Zhang Fei, are you and Luffy wanted now? Usopp held up 2 wanted posters, each depicting Zhang Fei and Luffy. Luffy's wanted poster had not changed, resembling the original, except for a reduction in the bounty by 10 million berries. Conversely, Zhang Fei's poster depicted him in his build form, emerging from the explosion after defeating Arlong. It was evident that the hidden photographer had excellent skills in capturing the moment, with timing, color, and rendering all impeccably managed. His bounty, however, was significantly higher than Luffy's, amounting to 50 million berries. The reason for such a high bounty was undoubtedly due to his connections with Morgan's, relaying the Navy's scandals to him. If all went as expected, The newspapers would feature the scandal involving the Navy base and Colonel Mouse. Zhang Fei, why is your bounty higher than mine? Luffy exclaimed indignantly, pointing at Zhang Fei's wanted poster. Perhaps it's because I informed the news agency about the Navy scandals, thus prompting an increase in my bounty, Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly, appearing utterly unconcerned about his wanted status. Indeed, it seems so, Nami remarked, recalling the articles covering Colonel Mouse and Morgan's. So that's how it is, Luffy realized, his spirits lifting significantly. He no longer cared about the bounty, confident that he would one day surpass Zhang Fei. Look, Zoro, my image is plastered all over the world. I might just captivate many with it. Usopp exclaimed, pointing at his own appearance on Luffy's wanted poster. I see. You fool, Zoro replied with exasperation, then turned his gaze toward a distant island. Hey, I think I see an island. Zoro pointed at the island in the distance. Nami instantly recognized the island before them. It was the very island where the pirate King Roger was executed, and also his birthplace, Logue Town. We can see that island, which means we are getting closer to the Grand Line. That island is home to a famous town known as Logue Town, colloquially referred to as the town of beginnings and endings. It was here that the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was born and executed. Nami spoke softly, her eyes fixed on the island as the sea breeze tousled her hair. It is the place where the pirate king was executed, Luffy said solemnly. His gaze locked onto Logue Town. Shall we go? Nami asked with a smile, her spirits high. For Luffy, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative, and the same went for Zhang Fei, who wished to commemorate the visit. Moreover, after sailing for so long, it was time to have a proper bath. As the Mary was rather small and lacked a bathing facility, fresh water at sea was indeed a precious commodity. By the way, once we land, we'll definitely need money. I can utilize my ability to turn stone into gold to conjure some currency. When leaving Cocoa West Village, I brought along quite a few pebbles, and now they will serve their purpose. Zhang Fei, why did you bring those pebbles? Usopp inquired curiously, unsure of Zhang Fei's intentions. Just wait and see. Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile, lightly tapping the pebbles on the deck with his index finger, and in an instant, they transformed into gold. What? The crew was taken aback. How did the pebbles suddenly turn into gold? Is this truly gold? Nami approached the golden stones, examining them closely and confirming their authenticity. Zhang Fei, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Nami's eyes sparkled with dollar signs. With such a power, she would never have to worry about money again. This is something I cannot teach. It's a talent inherent to me. Transforming stone into gold is a skill that simply cannot be imparted, much like an ability within a game that cannot be transferred. Chapter 73, Exquisite Delicacies. At this moment, when Nami gazed at Zhang Fei once more, her expression had transformed entirely. The figure before her was no longer merely a man, but rather a deity of fortune, capable of conjuring gold. She envisioned a future where she would be wealthier than nations, undoubtedly a prosperous woman. With this thought, Nami began to daydream, imagining herself lounging in a pool filled with berries. Zhang Fei, you truly are remarkable, remarked Luffy, grinning widely with his hands behind his head. Although he was curious about Zhang Fei's abilities, he refrained from inquiring further. Fortunately, Zhang Fei replied with a gentle smile. Their reactions were not far from what I anticipated. However, Usopp's expression was surprisingly filled with admiration as he regarded Zhang Fei. At that moment, Zoro approached, observing the gold on the deck. He casually picked some up and asked Zhang Fei about his broken sword, expressing a need for funds to purchase a new one. Is it alright if I take this gold? Zoro inquired. Of course, Zhang Fei replied, fully aware of Zoro's intentions. He directly gifted it to him. For money held no significance for him at present. He only needed to consider his basic necessities. You really can just give Zoro gold. This must weigh at least several kilograms, Nami exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. You are truly unlikable, Zoro retorted, casting a glance at Nami, knowing her greedy disposition, yet choosing not to dwell on it, though it left him slightly irritated. It's no trouble. I can conjure 100 kilograms of gold each day. If you wish, I can produce more, Zhang Fei reassured Nami, effortlessly transforming the surrounding stones into gold. The gold glittered under the sun, dazzling Nami, who squinted her eyes as she embraced the gold on the deck, her gaze transforming into one filled with dollar signs. Do I get to keep all of this? She asked eagerly. Take what you desire. There's no need for courtesy, Zhang Fei responded generously. He was not one to withhold from his companions. If he were truly stingy, he wouldn't have shared the body refinement elixir with them. Wonderful. I'm rich now, Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She calculated that if she could convert this gold into berries in Logue Town, she would amass nearly 1.5 billion berries. Zhang Fei, could you spare me some gold? I wish to purchase materials in Logue Town, Usopp asked shyly, contrasting Nami's boldness. I'm sorry, Usopp, but I can no longer produce gold. However, I do have some money left. Would 100,000 berries suffice? Zhang Fei retrieved some cash from his backpack and placed it before Usopp. That's more than enough. Thank you, Zhang Fei. Usopp replied, his excitement palpable. Don't mention it. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively. Yet, upon seeing his companions with money, Luffy too desired to buy some meat in Lobe Town. He approached Zhang Fei, grinning broadly, and extended his hand, signaling he wanted money as well. I'll give you 50,000 berries. I'll keep the remaining 30,000 for myself, Zhang Fei decided, having only 80,000 berries left in his pocket. He intended to purchase some new clothes, as his current garments were wearing out rather quickly. Hey, thanks, Zhang Fei. Luffy laughed, revealing his bright teeth as he accepted the 50,000 berries. Just then, Sanji burst through the door, excitement radiating from him. He had succeeded and called for Zhang Fei to come see if he had truly accomplished his task. Zhang Fei, come see. Did I succeed? Upon hearing that the puffer whale had been prepared, Zhang Fei immediately perked up, impressed by Sanji's achievement, and eagerly entered the kitchen. Let me see. Is it complete? Fantastic. I must taste this wondrous fish, Luffy exclaimed as he stepped into the kitchen. Eager to see the puffer whale and sample its flavors, curious if it truly matched Zhang Fei's description of exquisite taste. Not only Luffy, but the others too were equally enthusiastic as they ventured into the kitchen to find a puffer whale, its insides exposed and glowing with a golden hue, utterly captivating. How astonishing. This fish has truly turned golden, Usopp remarked in disbelief as he gazed at the puffer whale on the cutting board. Can we eat it yet, Zhang Fei? Luffy asked, his eagerness palpable as he yearned to savor the puffer whale's flavor. It appeared to be a success, however, to be cautious. Zhang Fei decided to let Sanji prepare it as sashimi for him to taste for poison first. It should be successful. Sanji, prepare it as sashimi. I will test it for toxicity, he instructed. Understood. Sanji promptly agreed, though his expression was one of intense focus as he sliced the puffer whale into thin pieces. Zhang Fei picked up a slice from the board and tasted it. Upon taking a bite, Zhang Fei's eyes widened, filled with indescribable joy, the taste utterly divine. His taste buds danced like jubilant dancers, and an involuntary smile stretched across his face. Truly, this was the culinary treasure from which he had long dreamed. And the wondrous fish certainly lived up to its name. Seeing Zhang Fei's expression, Sanji smiled with satisfaction, knowing he had succeeded. Yet, to be cautious. He sought confirmation while harboring anticipation. How is it? Delicious, completely free of poison, Zhang Fei replied with a calm smile, feeling no adverse effects after swallowing it. Rather, his muscles surged with newfound strength. Fantastic. I must try it. Luffy, unable to contain his excitement upon witnessing Zhang Fei's delighted demeanor, snatched a third of the fish from the cutting board and popped it into his mouth, chewing as if he were experiencing transcendence, the exquisite flavor overwhelming him. How outrageous. Luffy, how can you take so much? Usopp complained, and then he too grabbed a slice and placed it in his mouth, his hands resting on his cheeks as he grinned foolishly, savoring the lingering taste. Is it really that good? Zoro questioned skeptically, only to be quickly proven wrong. He had never tasted anything so delectable, nearly bursting from the experience. Is this truly the wondrous fish? The meat is so sweet. A perfect blend of top-tier mink whale belly and black gold tuna, simply exquisite. The more you chew, the more flavor it reveals. After swallowing, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him, his muscles eager to move. Sanji finally understood why it was dubbed the wondrous fish. Its effects and flavors were unparalleled and unprecedented. Chapter 74, Nami's Little Thoughts. The last piece of the puffer whale found its way into everyone's stomachs, leaving them wanting more, while Zhang Fei retained the bones, knowing they could be used for brewing wine. After this brief interlude, the group arrived in Lobe Town. Wow, what a large town, Usopp exclaimed in awe. Is this where the age of pirates began? Sanji mused, observing the bustling crowd and the cacophony of sounds around them. Haha, Zhang Fei, accompany me to sell the gold, Nami chimed in cheerfully, as the gold had been stored in Zhang Fei's system backpack, prompting her request for his company. Originally, Zhang Fei intended to accompany Luffy to the execution platform, but he decided to first accompany Nami. Alright, okay, I'll check out the execution platform, Luffy declared, hands on his hips, brimming with enthusiasm. It seems we can procure some fine ingredients here. Sanji pondered whether there were any exceptional ingredients in Lobe Town, particularly after having dealt with Zhang Fei's fantastical fish, which ignited his curiosity about the unknown culinary delights that might be discovered there. He He resolved to gather materials. Usopp, eager to enhance his ammunition, prepared to collect useful items as well. Thus, the group ventured off in different directions. However, fate had a surprise in store. Zoro unexpectedly encountered Tashigi, which left him astounded, as the woman bore a striking resemblance to Kuina. Feeling a mix of emotions upon parting, Zoro walked alone towards the weapons shop. On another front, on a certain island in the Grand Line, Mihawk made his appearance. The Hawkeyes have arrived. The pirates were taken aback by his presence, clamoring in excitement. Silence. I am not here for you. Where is your captain? Mihawk strolled calmly through the throng of pirates, his voice steady. Before him sat Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, surrounded by his crew. Upon noticing Mihawk, a palpable aura of dread emanated from him, his expression darkening. Mihawk. A rare visitor indeed. I'm not in the mood for a duel. Are you here to challenge me? Shanks' demeanor was serious, as he had no desire to engage in combat at that moment. What is there left to duel with a one-armed man? Mihawk scoffed, as he had no inclination to battle someone with such a disadvantage. If Shanks were whole, he might have sought a duel, but that was not the case now. Mihawk continued, producing 2 bounty posters. I've come across an intriguing group of pirates, which reminded me of something you once mentioned about an amusing little rascal from a small village. This immediately triggered Shanks' thoughts to Luffy. Have you arrived, Luffy? Shanks beamed, his earlier displeasure dissipating as he called out joyfully. Hey everyone, let us drink until we can drink no more. Mihawk took a seat and placed the bounty posters before Shanks. Noticing the poster of Zhang Fei, Shanks was puzzled by the individual clad in peculiar armor. He questioned Mihawk, aware that he would not present a bounty for someone he did not recognize. Who is this? Zhang Fei is an extraordinarily powerful swordsman, the strongest I have ever encountered. Should he continue to grow, he might even surpass me, Mihawk declared, raising his cup and downing its contents. Shanks, intrigued by Mihawk's high praise, scrutinized the bounty poster and recognized the individual as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy's crew. I didn't expect you to find such a formidable ally, Luffy. I look forward to our next encounter, Shanks expressed with genuine happiness for Luffy, anticipating a time when he would upend the decayed and dilapidated world, ushering in new hope. Ha ha ha, let us drink to our heart's content, and you too, Mihawk. Zhang Fei accompanied Nami to the gold exchange, converting all their gold into berries, amassing approximately 140 million berries. Subsequently, they ventured to the largest clothing store in Lobe Town, where Nami was in the changing room, trying on beautiful garments. Clad in a cheongsam, Nami exuded allure. Her figure elegantly accentuated, her eyes sparkling as she sought Zhang Fei's opinion. How does it look? Stunning. Quite alluring, Zhang Fei praised, giving her a thumbs up, for indeed, one's appearance is often enhanced by attire. Nami smiled at Zhang Fei's compliments and continued to try on outfits. What about this one? Very elegant. And this one? Quite extravagant. Thus, Nami showcased an array of outfits, each revealing different facets of her charm. I want them all, she declared boldly, intent on purchasing everything that caught Zhang Fei's eye. Now, she felt like a wealthy woman, confident that as long as Zhang Fei continued to conjure gold, she would never run out of money. The shopkeeper was ecstatic. Such a sale would surely bring him substantial profit. Naturally, Zhang Fei was the one footing the bill, as all the converted berries were conveniently stored in his system backpack. He even purchased a few outfits for himself, just in case his own attire became damaged. Nami, is there anywhere else you wish to go? Zhang Fei, now donned in his newly acquired suit, radiated a rogue charm that caught the attention of women on the street. This made Nami feel a twinge of jealousy. She pouted and wrapped her arms around Zhang Fei's, pressing closer to him as if to claim her territory. Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback by her actions, but Nami simply smiled back at him, her expression brightening. Then let us just wander a bit. Sounds good, Zhang Fei replied, seizing the opportunity to see the site of Roger's execution, perhaps even encountering Luffy's father, Dragon. As they walked, Nami sensed a change in the humidity of the air, instinctively pulling out her barometer for a closer look. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. The barometric pressure had dropped, signaling an impending rain. Is it going to rain? Zhang Fei inquired as Nami halted her steps. Yes, it looks like it will, she responded, her expression turning sour, as she had hoped for some private time with Zhang Fei, which now seemed unlikely. Noticing Nami's disappointment, Zhang Fei smiled reassuringly. No worries if it rains. We can just buy an umbrella. With Zhang Fei's words, Nami suddenly brightened, realizing right. If it rains, we can share an umbrella, her eyes sparkling with renewed excitement. Chapter 75, the third generation of the Demon Slayer. Inside the weapons shop, I wish to purchase a sword, Zoro announced, hands in his pockets as he entered the establishment. The shopkeeper, Ipponmatsu, greeted him enthusiastically, rubbing his hands together in a welcoming gesture. "Welcome. Please, take your time to browse. We have both ancient and new swords available. We are a time-honored establishment with a 200-year history. This gold should suffice for my sword," Zoro declared, placing the gold he had received from Zhang Fei on the counter. The gleaming gold caught Ipponmatsu's eyes, his excitement palpable as he realized he was dealing with a wealthy customer. "Of course. What kind of sword do you seek? Feel free to choose." Zoro considered the weight of the gold, realizing it amounted to over 11 pounds, which would convert to at least over 11 million berries. As Zoro began to select a sword, Ipponmatsu's gaze fell upon the sword hanging at Zoro's waist, his expression shifting to one of shock. "Sir, may I see the sword you have at your side? What are you so anxious about?" Zoro asked, slightly bemused, yet he drew the sword, handing it to Ipponmatsu for inspection. "This sword is indeed a famous blade. Would you be willing to sell it to me?" Ipponmatsu's interest was piqued, as he wished to acquire the sword for his collection. "Forgive me, but I have no intention of selling this. It is a memento of my dear friend and embodies my convictions. Hence, I shall not part with it," Zoro declared resolutely, determined to wield the Wado Ikemonji and allow his friend to witness his ascent to becoming the world's greatest. At that moment, a voice of delight pierced the air, and Zoro immediately recognized its owner, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "That sword, is it the Wado Ikemonji?" Daisuke adjusted her glasses, gazing at the blade with evident joy. Such a stunning straight edge. Daisuke continued to admire the Wado Ikemonji. Zoro, unfamiliar with the sword's name, was aware that it belonged to Kuna. Subsequently, Daisuke, seemingly from nowhere, produced a book filled with various swords. Flipping to the page dedicated to the Wado Ikemonji and sharing its significance. The Wado Ikemonji is one of the 21 great swords, a renowned blade. Zoro felt an unsettling suspicion that these two harbored ulterior motives regarding his Wado Ikemonji, and he retrieved it from the grasp of a bystander, indicating his desire to ignore them. Daisuke's presence only intensified his peculiar feeling, as if Kuna had been resurrected, while he had yet to achieve the title of the world's strongest. This left Zoro uncertain of how to confront her. Thus, he yearned to leave this place swiftly, wishing to avoid further reminders of Kuna. "I'm unsure of what convictions you hold, but it is evident that you possess a deep fondness for swords. You resemble a bounty hunter who wields 3 blades, Daisuke remarked, unaware that the individual before her was the famed 3-sword-style swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. After all, Zoro currently possessed only the Wado Ikemonji, which could easily lead her to misconceptions. A bounty hunter? Zoro mused as he sought a sword fitting for him, muttering softly in what seemed like mockery. "You're not aware? He is the man known as Roronoa Zoro." Daisuke assumed Zoro was unfamiliar with the illustrious 3-sword-style swordsman of East Blue. "I have heard much of your reputation," Zoro replied, still focused on selecting his weapon, his gaze fixed upon the assortment before him. "Indeed, that name is well known in East Blue, albeit for infamy. It is unforgivable to exploit it as a means of profit." Daisuke continued, oblivious to the potential derision Zhang Fei might express if he were present. Zoro, however, chose to disregard her and continued his search for a weapon while Daisuke elaborated on her views. "Why is it that the forces of evil in this era are so formidable? Renowned swordsmen either become bounty hunters or pirates, leaving the world's famous blades to weep in their grasp. Well, they too have their own struggles, do they not? Their professions are simply products of the times." Zoro thought to defend them, just as Zhang Fei and Nami entered the scene. "How absurd. Swords weep? How do you know this?" Zhang Fei interjected, his tone devoid of any facade, yet carrying an icy demeanor. "Zhang Fei, Nami, what brings you here?" Zoro asked, astonished to see them. Had they not gone shopping? Zhang Fei's presence was primarily motivated by his desire not to miss the spectacle of Zoro testing swords. Meanwhile, Daisuke found herself rendered speechless by Zhang Fei's retort, wanting to explain but unable to do so, as he spoke the truth. "Is everything all right? I came to see if you had selected your weapon." "Ah, I see. By the way, Zhang Fei, you should also find a weapon that suits you," Zoro suggested, recognizing Zhang Fei as a swordsman who had yet to find a suitable weapon, often fighting barehanded. "No need. I do not require one," Zhang Fei dismissed, seemingly unconcerned, asserting that now with his Zenjutsu, he could summon any weapon he desired upon using its initial release. "Very well, then. Suit yourself." Zoro acknowledged Zhang Fei's abilities, knowing they were peculiar enough that he might acquire a famous sword at any moment. "Hurry up," Nami urged Zoro impatiently, wishing to enjoy some time alone with Zhang Fei. Zoro cast a glance at Nami, indifferent to her prodding, as he resumed his focused search for a fitting weapon. As Zoro approached a wooden barrel overflowing with an array of swords, he noticed one particular blade that stood apart, drawing him in with an irresistible allure. Curiosity piqued. He grasped the sword, instantly recognizing it as the Sandai Kitetsu. I've chosen this one. It shall be mine. You fool. If you do not buy that sword, it is as if you are inviting death upon yourself. Ippomatsu exclaimed in sheer panic, witnessing Zoro holding the Sandai Kitetsu, a cursed blade notorious for bringing death to its wielders. He could not bear the thought of selling it to Zoro, fearing for his safety. You imbecile. Just sell that thing. A portly woman exclaimed, striking Ippomatsu's head, insisting that such a cursed sword should be disposed of promptly. Yet here he was, refusing to sell it. Chapter 76. The best sword in the shop, old hag. Ippomatsu wondered when his wife had arrived. Zhang Fei, why does the owner react this way? Nami inquired, seeking to understand the sword's origins, and Zhang Fei did not disappoint, recounting the tale of the blade. That sword is known as the cursed Sandai Kitetsu, a blade that brings death to its owner. The creator of this cursed sword was none other than the famed Tengu of Wano, Hitetsu. Wano? Zoro recalled hearing about it for the second time, first from Mihawk and now from Zhang Fei, which piqued his curiosity. What surprised him most was Zhang Fei's knowledge of the sword's creator. Indeed, it is a cursed sword, which is precisely why I refuse to sell it. Ippomatsu stated in a state of terror. A cursed sword? Zoro examined the Sandai Kitetsu with excitement. As for its reputation as a cursed blade, that stemmed from the inability of its wielders to master it. As the girl had said, it would weep, but in truth, it did not weep. It merely sought a new master. Zhang Fei voiced his thoughts, resonating with Zoro. You speak truth, Zhang Fei. Allow me to see if this cursed sword will accept me. With that, Zoro tossed the Sandai Kitetsu into the air, watching it spin. He extended his left hand, awaiting the sword's acknowledgement. Do not do anything foolish. You might lose your hand. Ippomatsu shouted desperately, fully aware of the sword's sharpness, which could easily sever an arm. He wished to dissuade Zoro from such reckless behavior. But Zoro was unyielding. No, Nami could not bear to watch, closing her eyes to avoid witnessing Zoro lose an arm. Daisuke covered her mouth, struggling to contain her disbelief at Zoro's audacity. The only one who found amusement in the situation was Zhang Fei, confident that Zoro would emerge unscathed. Zoro closed his eyes, awaiting the Sandai Kitetsu's response. Miraculously, as the blade passed by his arm, it narrowly missed, plunging into the wooden floor instead. This demonstrated the terrifying sharpness of the Sandai Kitetsu. I accept it, Zoro grinned, appearing to have gained the sword's approval. However, Ibn Song was so startled that his heart nearly leapt from his chest, causing him to plop down onto the ground. You scared me to death, Zoro, Nami exclaimed, nearly driven to a heart attack by Zoro's antics, and she retaliated by delivering a punch to him. Zoro winced in pain, rubbing his head in disbelief. Was he not supposed to be immune to Nami's wrath, like Luffy? Yet, upon reflecting on the favor he owed to Zhang Fei, he chose to let it slide. Especially with the acquisition of a new sword, which elevated his spirits considerably. Meanwhile, Daisuke remained in a state of shock, unable to gather her thoughts for quite some time. Hey, could you assist me once more? Zoro asked, directing his gaze towards Daisuke, seeking her expertise in locating a fine blade, given her extensive knowledge of renowned swords. Sure, okay, Daisuke stammered in response, adjusting her glasses. Wait, hold on. Let me grab something. Upon witnessing Zoro's impressive display, Ibn Song felt a stirring in his heart, prompting him to prepare his treasured snow blade as a gift for Zoro, believing that such a swordsman was worthy of trust. Zoro was taken aback, puzzled by Ibn Song's intentions. However, Zhang Fei watched Ibn Song with a slight smile, as if he had already anticipated his actions. Nami, noticing Zhang Fei's grin and glancing towards the direction Ibn Song had departed, realized that Zhang Fei must have known something, exuding an air of confidence that was both intriguing and mysterious. It was evident that Zoro's actions were also under Zhang Fei's scrutiny. Subsequently, Ibn Song unveiled the finest sword in his shop, placing it upon the counter. This exquisite blade, named Snow Blade, was coated in a deep black lacquer and featured intricate cross-patterned engravings, renowned for its sharpness. I assure you, despite being a humble shop, this is the best sword we have, Ibn Song proclaimed with utmost confidence. Although it may not rival the legendary Sandai Kitetsu, it was still an exceptional weapon. Is that so? Then I shall take it, Zoro declared, intent on purchasing the snow blade. No need for payment. Take it and make use of it, Ibn Song said, catching Zoro off guard, leaving him bewildered as to why the shopkeeper would offer such generosity. Ibn Song continued, of course, you need not pay for the Sandai Kitetsu either. It has been a long time since I have seen a swordsman with such discerning eyes. As the saying goes, a fine sword accompanies a master. Zoro was taken aback by Ibn Song's words, yet upon hearing the term swordsman, he instinctively glanced at Zhang Fei, apprehensive that he might launch into another lecture. However, his concerns were unfounded. Zhang Fei appeared calm and seemed disinclined to impart any wisdom, which relieved Zoro. He expressed his gratitude to Ibn Song, saying, "Thank you, boss," as he secured the snow blade to his waist, now having gathered 3 swords. He returned the gold resting on the table to Zhang Fei, stating, "This is for you." Accepting the gold, Zhang Fei offered a faint smile, while Nami regarded the gold with eager eyes. However, instead of gifting it to her, Zhang Fei approached the counter and placed the gold atop it. Ibn Song looked at Zhang Fei in confusion, questioning his intentions. With a calm smile, Zhang Fei gestured with his thumb towards Zoro, conveying a clear message. "This is a gift for you. I commend your judgment." After delivering his message, Zhang Fei turned to leave, but not before taking a jab at Dasky. "Your aspirations are quite lowly. If you had witnessed the vile nature of the celestial dragons and the hidden face of the world government, you would realize the truth in my words, and your naivety would cease." Dasky felt a shiver run down her spine, eager to pursue Zhang Fei to inquire about his remarks, only to find herself too weak from Zoro's earlier display to follow them. She could only watch them depart, though their names lingered in her mind, vaguely familiar yet elusive. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei had sown a seed of curiosity within her, igniting her desire to seek the truth. "Oh, you stingy man, parting with your family heirloom. But that young man is rather dashing and even paid," Ibn Song's wife praised Zhang Fei. "Off you go, woman," Ibn Song replied gravely. Realizing that he had given away a valuable item for free, while the recipient had made a point to pay, an unexpected turn of events. A man entrusts his dreams to another man. What could be wrong with that? Ibn Song stated earnestly. "Quickly, clean the bathroom," his wife chuckled. "As you command." Chapter 77, Yarlita, Buggy. Zhang Fei and the others arrived at the execution platform, where they found a large crowd gathered, all eyes focused on Luffy, standing atop the platform. "Hey kid, get down from there immediately," a warden shouted through a megaphone, directing his ire at Luffy. Yet, Luffy paid no heed to the warden's commands, gazing at the vast scene before him, the throngs of people below cheering excitedly. Is this the view the Pirate King sees before his demise? Nami thought, feeling a headache coming on as she placed a hand on her forehead, lamenting her unfortunate luck in having such a captain, sighing in resignation. The warden, intent on dragging Luffy down, was met with a blunt weapon and was swiftly knocked to the ground, rendered unconscious. The assailant was Yarlita, who had consumed the slippery fruit, transforming from an unattractive, plump woman into an alluring beauty. Zhang Fei's eyes lit up, although he had never seen Yarlita before. He recognized her from anime, albeit the current version of her bore little resemblance to the one he remembered. Her skin was now smooth and as white as snow. "Why be so forceful, Mr. Warden? At last, I found you, Luffy." "It's been a while," Yarlita said, hoisting the spiked club with a charming smile. However, Luffy stared at Yarlita with a puzzled expression, seemingly oblivious to who she was. "How do you know me?" he asked. Yarlita chuckled lightly, understanding Zhang Fei's confusion. Acknowledging that her appearance had drastically changed due to the slippery fruit, and playfully retorted, "You haven't forgotten my face, have you?" The onlookers, mesmerized by Yarlita's transformation, began to exhibit infatuated expressions akin to Sanji's. "She is so beautiful, truly a breathtaking beauty." Nami noticed Zhang Fei's rapt attention on Yarlita and felt a surge of jealousy, questioning him with a pout, clearly displeased. "Yes, she is indeed beautiful. But she is not to my taste," Zhang Fei replied candidly, even shuddering at the thought. Despite Yarlita's current stunning appearance, he couldn't shake the memory of her former visage, resembling a wilted flower, which dulled his interest. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's response, Nami breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he felt the same. "I don't recognize women like you. By the way, who are you?" Luffy queried, genuinely perplexed about when they had met. "I can never forget you. For you were the first man to strike my beautiful face," Yarlita reminisced, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Luffy frowned, unable to recall any instance of hitting her, and questioned, "Huh, did I hit you?" Nami looked at Luffy in disbelief, but soon connected the dots. Realizing that Luffy was the type to stand by his actions, if he claimed he hadn't, then he truly hadn't. Could it be that this woman is trying to pull a scam? She pondered, contemplating the possibility. At that moment, a powerful punch from you stirred my heart profoundly. Immediately following, Yarlita caressed her face, her lips curving into a subtle, enchanting smile that captivated the gaze of every man present, igniting their hearts aflame and ensnaring them in the allure of her beauty. Was she confessing her feelings to Luffy? How audacious! Nami, in disbelief, stared at Yalata, and nudged Zhang Fei with her elbow. Surely, if Sanji were present, he would be consumed with envy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fei answered Nami's inquiry earnestly. Nami smiled brightly, agreeing with Zhang Fei. After all, Sanji's character would undoubtedly lead him to envy Luffy. As they engaged in idle chatter, Yalata spoke again, her arms outstretched, boldly showcasing her figure to the crowd, challenging the men before her. "Gentlemen, who is the most beautiful person upon this vast sea?" she inquired. In unison, the multitude of men responded, "It is you." "Indeed, it is I. In this world, there is not a single man who does not bow before my allure. I favor strong men, therefore, you shall be my man, Luffy," Yalata declared with unabashed fervor. Zhang Fei could almost hear the sound of their hearts shattering. If only they knew Yalata's true appearance, they would surely be plunged into despair. Zoro, his arms crossed over his chest, watched with keen interest, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Luffy, still unable to discern the identity of the woman before him, uttered unintelligible words and directly rejected Yalata's advances, stating that women could only impede his quest to become the Pirate King. "No way, I don't want this. Who are you?" Anyway, Yalata, unfazed, merely smiled. Just then, several officers burst through the crowd, intent on apprehending Yalata, yet their eyes glistened with tears, as if they were reluctant to carry out the arrest, warning her instead. "We are the officers of Rogue Town. Stand still, woman, or we shall arrest you on the grounds of assaulting an officer. And you, come down from that execution platform at once. Are you truly going to arrest me?" Yalata flicked her hair, which danced in the wind, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a mixture of amusement and challenge. Were they genuinely prepared to act? Unbelievable. Such a stunning beauty. "What should we do?" One officer stammered, his heart racing with indecision. "What of her beauty?" "We must seize her," the officer in charge replied, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he proceeded to uphold his sense of justice. Just as they prepared to act, an explosion erupted from the fountain behind them, sending the officers flying. "Die!" A fierce voice boomed, striking a familiar chord within Zhang Fei. The blast shattered the fountain, sending debris soaring, with the largest shards hurtling toward Yalata. The onlookers dared not look, fearing for Yalata's safety as the shards neared her. Yet, astonishingly, the debris glided past her, leaving her unscathed, while the fragments collided with the buildings behind her. "This slippery fruit is truly formidable," Zhang Fei mused, resting his chin in thought. Reflecting on the potential of the slippery fruit, if wielded effectively, it might allow one to evade all attacks, save for those of a laser nature. This is far too dangerous," Yalata admonished the robed man before her. "My apologies, but with your exquisitely smooth skin, it is only natural that you remain unscathed." "You are indeed a vision of beauty, Yalata," the robed figure replied, tearing away his garments to reveal himself as the clown Buggy. "Is it you, Buggy the clown?" Luffy exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Buggy, who he had thought vanquished. Yet, upon Buggy's call to Yalata, Luffy recalled that Yalata was indeed that rotund woman. However, the woman before him bore little resemblance to her. What was transpiring? The scene unfolded, accompanied by the system's voice echoing in Zhang Fei's mind like a persistent alarm. "Escape Rogue Town and receive a mysterious gift." Zhang Fei's focus sharpened, intrigued that this time there was only one task, but he reasoned that having one was better than none. "Zoro, it seems you have the opportunity to test your blade." Zoro instantly grasped Zhang Fei's intent, preparing for battle, his sword eager to taste action. Upon seeing Buggy, Nami sensed that conflict was imminent. At that moment, Usopp arrived, lugging a massive elephant trunk fish, looking rather disgruntled, with Sanji trailing behind, bearing the tail end of the fish. "Why do I have to carry the heavier side?" Is it a case of to those who can, more is given? By the way, I just saw a man riding a lion, though he was clad in beastly attire. "Hey, Usopp, Sanji," Zhang Fei called out, waving them over. Then approached Usopp. "Hand that fish over to me." With that, the elephant trunk fish vanished with a swoosh, absorbed into Zhang Fei's system backpack. "Thanks to you, Zhang Fei," Usopp remarked, having long been accustomed to Zhang Fei's abilities from their time aboard the Mary. "No need for thanks. By the way, what is happening here?" Sanji inquired, puffing on a cigarette as he surveyed the bustling crowd, noting Luffy's presence and wondering if he was the cause of the commotion. "Nothing much. Have you finished your shopping?" "It seems we are on the brink of chaos," Zhang Fei replied calmly. As they conversed, Luffy, ever oblivious, found himself ensnared by Buggy's minion Kabaji, locked onto the execution platform, resembling a condemned prisoner awaiting his fate. Spotting Zhang Fei and the others, he pointed to his own face, showing no sign of panic. "My nose itches. Wait, I'm about to be executed." Zhang Fei felt exasperated, observing Luffy's predicament akin to the original tale where Buggy the Clown had outsmarted him. Even Zoro and the others beside him wore expressions of disbelief, questioning how Luffy had managed to get captured. What? Usopp gasped, astonished, his expression one of sheer disbelief, his jaw dropping in shock at Luffy's predicament. How did you end up on the execution platform? Zoro couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, the sky grew ominous. Dark clouds gathering as the light dimmed, accompanied by sporadic flashes of lightning. Smoker, overseeing Roadtown, arrived near the execution platform, flanked by a cadre of Marines, including Tashigi. Oh, Colonel Smoker, you've arrived. What is the situation? Smoker, a cigar clenched between his teeth and armed with sea-stone weaponry, inquired about the unfolding events. The citizens have been taken hostage, and there are 3 wanted criminals in the square: Yalata the Diamond, Buggy the Clown, and Monkey D. Luffy. Due to Zhang Fei's bounty notice depicting him in the guise of a masked rider, the Marines could not discern his true identity, hence they only mentioned the 3. Luffy. I've never heard that name before, Smoker mused, puzzled, as it was a name unfamiliar to him. Just recently issued, with a bounty of 20 million berries. A significant fish indeed, a Marine explained to Smoker. 20 million? It has been quite some time since I've encountered such a formidable rogue, Smoker replied, his interest piqued. The criminal, Monkey D. Luffy, is sentenced to death for offending my esteemed self with his audacity, Buggy declared from atop the execution platform, exhilarated as he brandished a long blade, poised to end Luffy's life. The pirates below the execution platform erupted into cheers of excitement. Zhang Fei's gaze momentarily sharpened, as the thunderous roars echoed ominously in his ears. He cast a wary glance around, hoping to catch sight of the dragon. If he were present, Zhang Fei would not need to intervene. As he heightened his senses, he detected a faint aura of murderous intent, clearly not directed at him, but rather aimed at the clown Buggy. It was evident that the individual responsible for this ominous presence was indeed the dragon. Following the trail of this malevolence, he discerned a shadowy figure perched atop a rooftop, intently observing the unfolding events below. It is my first encounter with a death sentence, Luffy remarked calmly as Buggy the Clown recounted his impending doom. The one facing execution is you. Buggy bellowed, clearly agitated, as he sought to shift the blame onto Luffy. Ah, what a ridiculous jest, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Buggy. Aren't you the one slated for execution? Why has it become my fate? Do not jest with me, Buggy retorted, embodying the essence of a theatrical performer as he raged at Luffy. The death sentence is now officially announced, Buggy proclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of the crowd below the gallows to Luffy and his companions. In a precautionary move, Zhang Fei sought a blade from Zoro, who handed him the sword Snowwalk. Though it was not a true sword, it would suffice for the moment. The weapon emanated a vibrant orange aura, compressing with intensity. Zoro's expression shifted as he sensed the sword's formidable intent, a sharpness that elicited beads of sweat upon his brow. This was the swordsmanship of Zhang Fei, rivaling even that of Mihawk. Experiencing this power firsthand, Zoro realized the terror of Zhang Fei, his resolve steadily solidifying as he contemplated their next steps. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp opted to return to the Going Merry. After all, matters of combat were best left to the fighters, and a torrential downpour was imminent. They needed to ensure that the ship would not be swept away. Having consumed the body-enhancing pills provided by Zhang Fei, their physical capabilities had significantly improved, enabling them to handle a few ruffians with ease. At that moment, Machi rode atop Richie, positioning himself at the port where the Going Merry was docked, seemingly to guard the area against Luffy and his crew's return and to obstruct their escape. Meanwhile, Smoker and his naval forces were orchestrating a plan to ensnare all pirates in the vicinity. Please, spare my life, Luffy pleaded, as Buggy pressed his foot upon Luffy's head, feigning mercy with a tone devoid of sincerity. Fool, do you think I would show you mercy? Buggy scoffed, recalling the numerous times he had nearly lost his life due to Luffy's actions. It was too late for pleas. Luffy's fate was sealed. Chapter 79, Dark Clouds. The man I have set my sights upon is about to meet his demise, Alrita mused, her arms crossed over her chest, seemingly lamenting the impending tragedy. Do you have any final words? Buggy inquired, addressing the crowd, his tone dripping with irony. For Luffy, dying alongside his captain on the same execution ground would be a twisted honor. Zhang Fei continued to gather energy through Snowwalk, the sword's aura reaching an alarming intensity. Yet, he refrained from striking, awaiting the dragon's move, reluctant to disrupt the flow of events. If he intervened to save Luffy, it might alter the future, potentially preventing Bartholomew from appearing. Bartholomew, the one with the distinctive rooster crest, was Luffy's devoted admirer. Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Why are you not acting? Zoro inquired urgently, confusion evident in his voice. Wait, I am anticipating the intervention of another. If he acts, my hand need not be forced, Zhang Fei replied, his gaze fixed on the gallows. Who is it? Zoro asked, curious about whom Zhang Fei awaited. Luffy's father. He is here. If he takes action, I shall have no need to intervene. Luffy's father? Zoro echoed, perplexed, as he realized he had never heard Luffy speak of his family. All this information coming from Zhang Fei. Even Sanji, intrigued, scanned the surroundings, eager to understand the nature of the father who could sire someone like Luffy. Stop searching. He has concealed himself, Zhang Fei explained, still attuned to the dragon's malevolent aura, which had led him to this revelation. As Zoro and the others hesitated to rescue Luffy, believing Zhang Fei would use his sword energy to save him, they were unaware that Zhang Fei was waiting for another's intervention. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Fei, they decided to rush in to rescue Luffy themselves, uncertain if Zhang Fei would act. Zhang Fei understood their intentions, following closely behind. Meanwhile, Luffy on the gallows wore an expression of utmost indignation. Seeing Luffy at a loss for words, Buggy raised his long blade, preparing to sever Luffy's head. Oh well, whether you have words or not, no one is interested in hearing them anyway. Upon hearing this, Luffy's displeasure boiled over, and he cried out, I am going to be the Pirate King. The crowd gasped at Luffy's sudden proclamation, their astonishment palpable. What? The Pirate King? To declare such audacity in this town? The onlookers murmured, expressing skepticism towards Luffy's bold claim. Yet, unbeknownst to them, dark clouds gathered ominously above Luffy, charged with electricity, as if poised to unleash their fury at any moment. Among the crowd, only Zhang Fei sensed the shift, a knowing smile breaking across his face. He understood that the dragon was about to act. However, the energy emanating from the blade in Zhang Fei's hand remained unyielding. He surged into the fray alongside Zoro and the others, and any pirate who came within Zhang Fei's reach found themselves drenched in blood. Sanji, Zhang Fei, Zoro, hurry and rescue me, Luffy called out, his face lighting up with hope upon seeing his comrades approach. This fool still finds joy in such dire circumstances, Zhang Fei thought, recognizing that Luffy's smile was a testament to his trust in them, prompting him to chide Luffy playfully. Zoro, what a pity you are late, Buggy snarled, raising his long blade high before bringing it crashing down. Damn it, Zhang Fei, why aren't you acting? Sanji shouted, unleashing a flurry of kicks against the pirates assailing him. Zhang Fei, Zoro bellowed. With a steely determination, Zhang Fei's gaze intensified. He could no longer wait for the dragon's intervention. He swung Snowwalk toward Buggy, unleashing a massive, orange-hued blade of energy that surged forth to strike the clown. As Zhang Fei unleashed his attack, Luffy smiled and offered an apology to his friends. Sorry, I think I'm going to die. In that instant, the storm above Luffy erupted, a bolt of lightning descending with ferocity. The orange blade of energy shattered Buggy's long sword and cleaved his body in two, his eyes bulging in disbelief as the surrounding structures crumbled under the force. Yet Buggy's ordeal was far from over. What followed was a cataclysmic thunderstrike that struck the gallows. Boom! The raw power of the lightning obliterated the execution platform, igniting it in flames. Ah! Buggy screamed in agony, enveloped in fire and electric shock, swiftly being reduced to charred remains, losing consciousness entirely. However, Luffy, possessing a rubber physique, emerged unscathed. Those well-versed in physics would understand that lightning releases an immense amount of heat, capable of melting anything that could be melted. It can only be concluded that Oda lacks an understanding of physics. A straw hat gently descended from the sky, and Luffy, picking it up from the ground, placed it atop his head, entirely unharmed. Yaha, I'm still alive, what a stroke of luck. The onlookers, witnessing Luffy's complete lack of injury, gazed at him in disbelief. Could it be that the heavens truly favor this foolish boy? Hidden among the crowd was a man with a rooster crest, his eyes bulging and gradually becoming fervent. Much like a zealot. Coupled with Luffy's prior words, he became convinced that Luffy was destined to become the future Pirate King. As even the heavens had begun to assist him, Zoro and Sanji breathed a sigh of relief, glad that their foolish captain was safe. As for any complaints directed at Zhang Fei, they dared not voice them, for they had witnessed the terrifying destruction wrought by his sword energy, which had cleaved buildings in half. However, the lightning seemed oddly coincidental, almost too perfect. Could it be that Luffy's father intervened to save him? The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. We must leave this place quickly. The Navy is approaching, Zhang Fei remarked, gazing towards a man standing atop a distant rooftop. Zhang Fei returned the snowball in his hand to Zoro, and just as he finished speaking, the Navy surrounded them, herding the pirates together. They're here. We must flee. Luffy, nearly facing death, strode forward with a smile plastered across his face. Zhang Fei followed suit, yet Smoker, witnessing everything, felt a stirring within him, reminding him of 22 years prior, when Luffy's smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the executed Roger, igniting a flicker of caution in him, leading him to believe that Luffy might one day ascend to the title of Pirate King. Chapter 80. The Obstacles of Dashiki. Where were they fleeing? Smoker resolved to personally pursue Luffy and his companions, particularly someone like Luffy. The world could not afford the emergence of another Pirate King. The elite forces should have already arrived at the western port, explained a Navy soldier, continuing with his account. However, due to the rain, all the gunpowder has become wet, and we must return to the headquarters to re-equip. Thus, their passage to the port would be unimpeded. Upon hearing the soldier's response, Smoker's expression grew grave as he looked up at the torrential downpour, feeling the direction of the wind. It was a western wind, favorable for their vessels. Was this mere coincidence? It seemed as if fate itself was conspiring to ensure that individual's survival. I, White Hunter Smoker, stake my reputation as a colonel at headquarters. I will not allow that person to leave this island. If the heavens wish to assist him, then I must ensure he is detained. This future menace must be eradicated now. Pirates? That was acceptable. The dragon, bearing the imprint of slippers on his face, gazed in the direction Luffy had departed, a smile gracing his features. The clown Buggy, having been struck by lightning, revived, though still smoldering. He was brimming with vitality. Unbelievable, that cursed rubber nuisance. Buggy reflected, recalling how his fortune had plummeted since encountering Luffy. Every time they crossed paths, calamity seemed to follow. Captain Buggy, you're still alive? The pirates exclaimed, astonished that he had survived the lightning strike. Do you wish for my demise? Buggy, rising to his feet, promptly punched the pirate who had just spoken. Buggy, these are all Navy personnel. If a high-ranking officer arrives, we're in deep trouble. Eureka expressed her concern, aware of the Navy headquarters' formidable reputation, far surpassing that of the branch offices. Understood, let us leave quickly. However, do not lose hope. The rubber brat cannot escape this island, ordered Buggy with enthusiasm. Rallying his crew, the surrounding pirates, buoyed by Buggy's words, shared in his fervor. Scatter. Buggy utilized his abilities to transform into a small vehicle, preparing to make their escape. Meanwhile, Eureka removed her shoes and activated her powers, reducing friction to 0 and gliding away. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, they were enveloped by a cloud of white smoke, affecting not just them, but also the pirates behind. What is this smoke? Eureka exclaimed, incredulous as she found herself ensnared, unable to move as though trapped in quicksand. Ah! Buggy shouted, feeling a constriction around his neck, struggling to breathe. A voice soon followed. White smoke bomb. Smoker transformed his hands into smoke, ensnaring all the pirates. Smoke Admiral? I don't have time to deal with you lot. Bring me the bike. Smoker's mind was solely focused on Luffy. He had no time for these insignificant pirates and was determined to apprehend Luffy. As Zhang Fei fled, a figure appeared before him. It was Dashiki, calling out to Zoro. I never expected you to be Roronoa Zoro, nor did I anticipate you to be a pirate. You mock me. I shall not forgive you. What did you do to that girl? Sanji questioned Zoro, envious that even Zoro had a way with women, while he himself had not, especially considering Luffy had been confessed to by a stunning beauty. It was infuriating. I never expected you to be Navy, Zoro replied, equally astonished that this woman was indeed a member of the Navy. I demand the return of the famed sword, Dowie Wenzi, Dashiki boldly proclaimed. This declaration irked Zhang Fei, who challenged Dashiki. Who do you think you are? That sword was gifted to Zoro by the father of his deceased best friend. What right do you have to make such claims? Or are you Navy merely wolves in sheep's clothing, seizing others' legacies? I will never accept your words. Dashiki stubbornly retorted. Humph. Zhang Fei's expression darkened. He harbored no fondness for Dashiki and even entertained thoughts of eliminating her. However, Zhang Fei's words resonated with Zoro, stirring emotions within him, and he sensed the murderous aura emanating from Zhang Fei, hastily interjecting, let me handle this, Zhang Fei. Zoro did not wish for this woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Kuna, to perish. Rather, he regarded her presence as a form of oversight for himself. Very well, then we shall proceed, Zhang Fei conceded. Since Zoro had spoken, it was only fitting to allow him to address the matter. Understood, Luffy replied, saying nothing further. In an instant, Zoro drew his sword and clashed with Dashiki, sparks igniting upon impact. That bastard! How dare he lay hands on a woman? Sanji, witnessing Zoro's assault on a lady, erupted in fury, adhering to the chivalric code that forbade violence against women. Ultimately, he was forcibly restrained by Luffy, who grasped his collar and pulled him away. Yet, Dashiki was no match for Zoro, who effortlessly dispatched her with a single strike, her sword clattering to the ground beside her. No matter what happens, I will never relinquish this sword, Zoro declared with unwavering conviction. Lieutenant Dashiki, has she been defeated? A Navy soldier exclaimed in disbelief. Farewell, I must continue on my way, Zoro stated, sheathing his sword, indifferent to her plight. Why do you not kill me? Dashiki shouted at Zoro, incredulous. Did he mean to insult her? She continued, seemingly seeking something more. Is it because I am a woman? Zoro halted in his tracks, turning back to gaze at Dashiki, which evoked memories of Quina. Although a woman's strength may not rival that of a man, to yield in a true blade-to-blade confrontation is a profound humiliation for me. I genuinely yearn to become a man. This sentiment is one you shall never comprehend. I wield my sword not for mere amusement. Dashiki expressed her heartfelt emotions. However, her words irritated Zoro immensely, as he pointed at her, vociferously rebuking, your very existence displeases me. What? Dashiki was taken aback by Zoro's remark, utterly perplexed by its meaning. Do you understand? Your face bears an uncanny resemblance to my deceased dear friend. The two once again drew their swords, the atmosphere thick with tension. Both parties hurling complaints at each other, akin to squabbling children engaged in a heated dispute. How can you behave like a child? It is truly rude. I am who I am, and I have lived this way until now. I know not what kind of person your dear friend was, but the one who should feel astonished is me. Dashiki retorted vehemently. And as for your speech, you are the one with a big mouth. Do not mimic others indiscriminately. What did you say? You are the one with the big mouth. This exchange astonished the observing Navy personnel, leaving them bewildered at the unfolding drama. Chapter 81. The World of Guanyin. On the escape route of Zhang Fei and his companions, a man appeared, sporting short silver hair. Clad in a long coat emblazoned with the word justice, with wind-resistant goggles around his neck, and carrying a sea-stone weapon on his back. He was Smoker. Smoker? Zhang Fei recognized him immediately, for Smoker was unmistakable, especially with the sea-stone weapon he bore and the two cigars clamped in his mouth. Do you know him? Zhang Fei inquired, though the name sounded vaguely familiar. Luffy was sprinting with all his might, pondering the name Smoker, as if it rang a bell from somewhere. Are you an idiot? Zhang Fei mentioned him back in Cocoa Village. He is a Navy colonel from Rogue Town, Sanji chimed in. Oh right. So he is here to apprehend us. Luffy suddenly realized, and without hesitation, he decided to take the first strike. Goma Goma no pistol. Luffy's fist elongated rapidly, aiming for Smoker's abdomen. Luffy had anticipated that his blow would repel Smoker. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Smoker's body transformed into a cloud of smoke, causing Luffy's fist to pass through him without inflicting any damage. I am a colonel of the Navy headquarters. I shall not allow you, Straw Hat, to set sail, Smoker proclaimed, espousing his sense of justice. Luffy and Sanji were taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at Smoker. What kind of ability is this? Luffy retracted his arm, and Zhang Fei, observing their expressions, recognized that they had never encountered a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Although Sanji had seen a devil fruit encyclopedia in his youth, he had never encountered a user of such an ability. He is the Smoke Man. Having consumed the smoke fruit, physical attacks are ineffective against him, Zhang Fei warned Luffy, cautioning him against acting recklessly. What? Luffy stared incredulously at Smoker. Before he could collect his thoughts, Smoker launched an attack. Zhang Fei narrowed his eyes as he witnessed Smoker's arms transform into smoke, enveloping Luffy like a dumpling. Yua! Luffy shouted, struggling against the smoke that resembled a quagmire, proving quite the challenge. Zhang Fei, channeling his inner strength, transformed his palm into a sword, condensing an orange sword aura upon it. He swiftly moved to Luffy's side and cleaved through the smoke, akin to a small boat gliding through water, leaving ripples in its wake. The smoke was instantly dispersed, only to quickly coalesce again. Seizing the moment of distraction, Luffy escaped, gasping for breath. Grateful for Zhang Fei's assistance, he hastily expressed his thanks. Thank you, Zhang Fei. Leave this to me. You two should return. Smoker is not a match for me, Zhang Fei assured, glancing at his unscathed palm and then at Smoker, realizing that his inner strength could not harm a Logia user. Different systems required different approaches. Zhang Fei understood this well. To strike a Logia user, one must possess Haki. However, Zhang Fei's means of attack were not limited to that. He also wielded a Zanpakuto, capable of dealing both physical and spiritual damage, perfect for countering a Logia user. After all, while you can become elemental, your soul cannot. Seeing Zhang Fei's unwavering confidence, Luffy felt reassured and decided to let Zhang Fei handle the situation, realizing that his own attacks were futile against Smoker. Then I leave it to you, Zhang Fei. With that, Luffy and Sanji made their escape. Running away is not an option. Smoker found Zhang Fei's name familiar, as if he had heard it before. But now was not the time for such musings. He transformed his arms into a wall of smoke to obstruct Luffy's path. Yet, he underestimated Zhang Fei. A burst of sword aura cleaved through the smoke wall, creating a path for Zhang Fei and the others. Oddly, he felt pain, despite not bleeding. Was it hockey? Then, Smoker's gaze shifted to Zhang Fei, who was clad in a deathly garb, holding a shallow blade, rainwater trickling down the blade and pooling on the ground. Exuding an aura of decay and solitude, a unique presence stemming from his encounters with the Espada. This chilling demeanor instilled fear, prompting Smoker to regard Zhang Fei with caution, perceiving him as a harbinger of chaos. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions made a safe escape. At that moment, Smoker finally recalled the name Zhang Fei, furrowing his brow as he interrogated, which rat reported Colonel Mouse. Indeed, that would be me, Zhang Fei admitted candidly. Why would you assist the Straw Hat? He is a pirate. Smoker assumed Zhang Fei was a man of justice, not one to consort with pirates. Because he is my captain, the future Pirate King. Zhang Fei stated calmly, his eyes as tranquil as water. The Pirate King, you say? Perhaps there is a chance, considering you are also a pirate. I must apprehend you as well, Smoker pondered, recalling Luffy's grin before facing execution, reminiscent of the deceased Pirate King. Perhaps Luffy could indeed become the Pirate King. But for now, the true danger lay with Zhang Fei. Facing him felt akin to confronting an admiral, the pressure palpable and intense. With that, Smoker's fist surged forth like a jet, aimed at Zhang Fei. White Serpent. Zhang Fei smiled lightly, evading the strike, yet the White Serpent relentlessly pursued him, all of which he deftly dodged. Perfect. It was an opportune moment to test his Shirkai. Ever-changing, formless and faceless, world of Guanyin, Zhang Fei intoned solemnly. The shallow blade in his hand shattered like glass, scattering into countless specks of starlight, leaving Smoker utterly bewildered. What was he doing? Suddenly, a sword materialized in Zhang Fei's hand, the shark tooth, the sword of Wei Zhuang. This was the ability of Zhang Fei's Shirkai, to manifest the weapon of his Bankai. With Shark Tooth and Wei Zhuang's swordsmanship combined, Zhang Fei's combat prowess surged exponentially. Zhang Fei advanced with a rapidity akin to a tempest, approaching Smoker with alarming swiftness. Smoker's mind raced with alarm bells as he sought to draw upon his haki for defense, yet he was a moment too late. A blade cleaved towards Smoker's chest, its edge glinting ominously like a flicker of northern lights, passing in an instant. The smoke enveloping him erupted, yet no blood was shed. However, Smoker felt a searing pain coursing through his body, as if truly struck by a sword, compelling him to stagger back several paces. Chapter 82, Fleeing from Logtown. Smoker's complexion turned ashen as he clutched his chest, his expression a mixture of confusion and incredulity as he glared at Zhang Fei, questioning, "Are you a devil fruit user?" He pondered that if Zhang Fei were to utilize haki, he would undoubtedly be felled, blood splattering. Yet he bore no wounds, no trace of haki. This could only imply that Zhang Fei possessed the powers of a devil fruit, for otherwise, his peculiar ability remained inexplicable. Zhang Fei cast a glance at the shark tooth in his grasp, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he responded to Smoker's inquiry. "Unfortunately, I am not." "What?" Smoker stared at Zhang Fei in disbelief, suspecting deception, and continued, "I care not whether you are a devil fruit user. You must remain here." Suppressing his pain, Smoker persisted in his assault against Zhang Fei. His fists flew forward like missiles aimed at Zhang Fei. "You shall not detain me," Zhang Fei replied calmly. He evaded Smoker's strikes with ease, finding this far simpler than dodging Mihawk's attacks, and gradually closed the distance toward Smoker, amplifying the latter's pressure. He had not anticipated encountering such a monstrosity in the East Blue. Beads of sweat mingled with raindrops trickled down his brow. Tightening his fists, Zhang Fei contemplated testing whether he could inflict harm upon Smoker without the shark tooth. His fist shot forth like arrows released from a bow, striking Smoker squarely in the abdomen. The pain that radiated through Smoker's core bent him over, his eyes bulging, while rising in his throat, gritting his teeth against the unbearable agony. Observing Smoker's reaction, Zhang Fei concluded that his blow had been effective. It seemed that merely entering his death god state allowed him to injure a Logia user. Sheathing the shark tooth, he harbored no desire to kill Smoker. It was time to depart. Yet, he wondered whether Zoro had managed to handle his own affairs. "Do you underestimate me?" Smoker, regaining his composure, stood tall. Fury blazing in his eyes, convinced Zhang Fei had belittled him. "No, if you were akin to Colonel Mouse, I would not hesitate to slay you. Alas, you are not," Zhang Fei replied, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his gaze, directly unsettling Smoker. He sensed the truth behind Zhang Fei's words, especially the undeniable menace emanating from his eyes. Then I shall not allow you to escape, Smoker resolved with renewed determination, vowing to prevent Zhang Fei from becoming a formidable pirate who could wreak havoc upon innocents. Zhang Fei felt a twinge of exasperation. Why was Smoker so obstinate? Fully aware of the futility of his efforts, yet still willing to fight. Was this his notion of justice? It appeared he would have to incapacitate Smoker first. Just as Zhang Fei prepared to strike, Dragon materialized, appearing behind Smoker, placing a hand upon his shoulder and slowly intoning. What reason do you possess to impede a man from setting sail, Smoker? Do you not realize the world government has long sought your head? What brings you here? Smoker immediately recognized the infamous revolutionary, Dragon, heralded as the world's most nefarious criminal. Dragon, is it? Zhang Fei observed the imprint of a slipper upon Dragon's face, curious as to how it had come to be there. Not only he, but many pirate enthusiasts were equally intrigued, prompting Zhang Fei to inquire, seizing the opportunity. Dragon, what is the story behind that mark on your face? Did it occur when you betrayed the Navy, with Garp in hot pursuit, leaving you with that imprint? Zhang Fei questioned like an inquisitive child. However, Dragon's expression darkened at the query. Luffy, what sort of companions have you chosen to ask such trivial questions? His tone was frigid, as if urging Zhang Fei to depart, indicating a desire to sever their encounter. No, it is a tattoo. Hurry and leave. I will handle this. Dragon insisted. Yet, Zhang Fei found himself doubting Dragon's words, perceiving them as mere evasion. Who would tattoo a slipper mark on their face? He retorted emphatically. You are certainly deceiving me. That mark is undoubtedly from Garp's slipper. How dare you speak of it so openly? Dragon's countenance darkened further, clearly agitated, wishing to press Zhang Fei into the ground. Zhang Fei, recognizing Dragon's expression, found himself aligning with that sentiment. Smoker, equally astonished, pondered the might of Vice Admiral Garp. Could a mere slipper inflict such a permanent mark? Truly, he was a naval hero. Dragon refrained from responding to Zhang Fei's inquiries, sweeping his hand to conjure a powerful gust, sending Zhang Fei and Zoro tumbling away. A tempest raged. As for the Navy, they remained behind. What is happening? Such ferocious winds. Zoro rose from the ground, initially bewildered, believing the storm's force had propelled him away. Upon spotting Zhang Fei, he hastened to declare, Zhang Fei, we must leave at once, or we shall be trapped here in this tempest. Zhang Fei recognized this was Dragon's doing, surprised by his volatile temperament, prone to violence without hesitation. However, it mattered little. He had uncovered the secret behind Dragon's facial tattoo, a revelation worth the trouble. Thus, Zhang Fei and Zoro sprinted towards the Going Merry, cautious not to outrun their companion, lest Zoro, the notorious navigator, lose his way. Upon reaching the harbor, they found Luffy and the others awaiting them aboard the ship, as the storm relentlessly buffeted the Merry, waves crashing against its hull. Usopp and Sanji strained against the ropes, ensuring the Merry remained anchored against the tumultuous waves. Nami called out to Zhang Fei and Zoro from the shore, hurry aboard. We are setting sail? Zhang Fei nodded, noting the presence of the battered Machi and his lion Ricky, evidently subdued by Nami and the others. Without further hesitation, he boarded the ship, untying the ropes. The Merry navigated through the storm, distancing itself from Lobetown. As they departed, Buggy the Clown and his crew, unbeknownst to them, had also found a way to escape Lobetown, their sights set on the Grand Line. Smoker, intent on pursuing the Straw Hat Pirates, recognized their threat as formidable, reporting Zhang Fei's activities to the Navy headquarters and revising his bounty. Clutching the bounties of Luffy and Zhang Fei tightly, Smoker swore an oath in silence to capture them. Nearby, Navy soldiers attempted to dissuade Smoker, but their efforts were in vain. He remained resolute. Dashiki joined the fray, participating in Smoker's pursuit, her target being Roronoa Zoro. Chapter 83, The Doldrums. Wow, the ship seems on the verge of capsizing, Luffy exclaimed, clutching his straw hat to prevent it from being whisked away by the storm. Did you see that light? Nami pointed towards the navigation beacon on the sea, her excitement palpable. Is that the lighthouse from the island? Usopp inquired curiously, gazing at the distant structure. That is the navigation light, the entrance to the Grand Line, right before that beam of light. What shall we do? Nami inquired with a smile, her eyes still sparkling despite being drenched by the torrential rain. You can't possibly expect us to navigate through this storm, can you? Usopp exclaimed in terror, for sailing amidst such tempestuous weather was perilous enough, yet now they were to brave the storm towards the Grand Line, an endeavor fraught with immense difficulty. Fear not, everything will be all right. This mere storm cannot deter our resolve, Zhang Fei reassured Usopp. his gaze fixed on the direction illuminated by the navigation light. Is that truly the Grand Line? How exhilarating. Chopper, Robin, and Frankie are all waiting for us. However, the explosive essence of my heart's desire is also about to manifest. Shall we conduct a ceremonial entrance into the Grand Line? Sanji presented an empty wooden barrel, placing it in the center of the group. Oh, here it comes. Luffy initially paused, then excitedly dashed over. Zhang Fei too was filled with anticipation. This felt entirely different from watching an anime. It was a personal experience. Everyone placed their feet upon the barrel and declared their dreams. I seek the blue sea. I aspire to become the pirate king. I yearn to be the world's greatest swordsman. I aim to chart the world map. I wish to become a courageous warrior of the sea. Now it was Zhang Fei's turn, and all eyes were upon him, curious as to what his dream might be. With a gentle smile, Zhang Fei looked at Luffy and the others, revealing his aspiration. I wish to witness you all realize your dreams. The group was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Zhang Fei's dream was so intertwined with their own, prompting a collective chuckle. With a sense of unity, they lifted their feet and struck the barrel with a resounding thud. Crash! The barrel shattered instantly, and they all shouted in unison, "Off we go, Grand Line." Initially, they were poised to enter the Grand Line smoothly, but suddenly the navigation light extinguished, causing Luffy at the bow of the Mary to feel a sense of foreboding. Nami, this is bad. The light has gone out. At this moment, Nami had donned a raincoat and was holding the nautical chart, casually remarking, "It's just a lamp. It's not unusual for it to go out." "But that is our navigation light," Luffy countered. "Precisely for that reason, we need sailors like us. No need to panic." "I still remember the direction," Nami calmly reassured, confirming their position on the chart. "Hee, you're amazing, Nami," Luffy praised her. "Enough chatter. Let us head in and consult Zhang Fei." Nami decided it was necessary to inform everyone, and Zhang Fei seemed quite familiar with the Grand Line. In the kitchen, Zhang Fei warmed some sake and added the previously left-over pufferfish bones, enhancing the flavor of the drink while warming his body and dispelling the chill brought by the storm. "Everyone is here. Let me explain the entrance to the Grand Line." Nami placed the nautical chart on the dining table, sharing her insights. However, the group appeared skeptical, shifting their gaze towards Zhang Fei, who, while sipping his drink, felt a bit bewildered by their attention and asked, "Why are you all looking at me?" Nami said the entrance to the Grand Line is atop a mountain, so I wanted to hear your thoughts. Usopp explained everything that had just transpired. "Oh, I see." Zhang Fei finally realized, having not fully listened while drinking with Zoro. He then clarified to the group, "Indeed, the entrance to the Grand Line is on the Red Line. It is a remarkable mountain." Though they found it hard to believe, they trusted Zhang Fei's words, as he was well-versed in matters concerning the Grand Line. "So how do we enter the Grand Line?" Usopp inquired with curiosity. Zhang Fei set down his cup and pointed to the nautical chart, indicating the upside-down mountain. "See, this mountain has a current that flows upwards. It can lead us into the Grand Line. Of course, we could also enter the doldrums. But the doldrums are home to countless sea kings. Currently, I am not afraid of sea kings, but Usopp and the others are quite different." At the mere mention of sea kings, the group's demeanor shifted, knowing all too well the terror these creatures invoked. "Then it is indeed wiser to enter the upside-down mountain." Usopp conceded, unwilling to become a meal for a sea king. "Zhang Fei is right. Wait, how could that even be possible?" Nami began, but suddenly felt the rain had ceased, and the surroundings had grown eerily tranquil, prompting her to dash out of the kitchen. "What is wrong, Nami?" Luffy asked in confusion, following her, and upon witnessing the storm's cessation, remarked on the lovely weather. "This is bad. I've entered the doldrums," Nami exclaimed in horror, for the doldrums were the territory of the Sea Kings. Zhang Fei sensed a colossal presence beneath the Mary and called out urgently, "Quick, grab hold of the Mary. A Sea King is approaching." Instantly alert, the group obeyed Zhang Fei's command, hastily securing themselves to the Mary to prevent being thrown overboard. A massive silhouette emerged from beneath the Mary, surfacing and lifting the ship above the waves, causing a violent tremor. Thanks to Zhang Fei's warning, Usopp narrowly avoided being thrown overboard. Soon after, a swarm of Sea Kings appeared before them, towering and encircling the Mary, which was precariously perched atop the head of a zebra-like Sea King. Luffy's pupils widened in terror as he shouted. They had never encountered Sea Kings of such immense size. While Usopp fainted, frothing at the mouth. So enormous. This is the Sea King's lair, and it's colossal. Nami was so frightened she began to cry, clinging tightly to Zhang Fei, finding some semblance of security in his presence. "Rest assured, I will protect you, but Nami, you should head inside first," Zhang Fei comforted her. Unperturbed by the Sea Kings, secretly wishing to slay one to test its flavor. Chapter 84, Upside Down Mountain. All right, Nami trembled as she stepped into the room, her legs feeling as though they were laden with lead, expending all her energy with each step. Zhang Fei glanced at the unconscious Usopp and tossed him into the room, as well to prevent him from falling off the Mary. Listen carefully, once this creature submerges. We row with all our might, Zoro instructed, gripping the oars tightly, his expression tense and focused. Understood. Luffy, too, had lost his earlier excitement, mirroring Zoro's anxious demeanor. While Sanji felt similarly, Zhang Fei approached, standing at the railing of the Mary, searching for prey. What are you planning, Zhang Fei? Zoro questioned, puzzled by Zhang Fei's intentions. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could Zhang Fei be intending to slay these Sea Kings? Zhang Fei did not respond to Zoro's inquiry, entering a state of deadly focus, a weapon manifesting in his hand. Sanji and Luffy quickly realized Zhang Fei's intentions and rushed to prevent him. No, Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei had chosen a smaller frog Sea King, imagining the delightful flavor of its meat in a hot pot. No worries, I'll be back shortly. Zhang Fei harbored considerable confidence in his prowess. With a nimble leap, he murmured a phrase, ever-changing, formless and faceless, Guanyin of the world. The shallow strike in his hand vanished, replaced by a formidable shark's tooth. He unleashed a powerful punch upon the nostrils of the zebra Sea King, causing an itch to surge through its nose, leading to an explosive sneeze that sent the Mary flying. What? The crew of the Mary exclaimed in astonishment. As a fierce wind swept past, Zhang Fei, Luffy shouted, extending his arm in an attempt to pull Zhang Fei back. Yet, Zhang Fei deftly evaded Luffy's grasp, leaving him bewildered. You all head back first. Wait for me. I shall slay this frog before we proceed. It's merely 100 meters away from leaving the calm belt. Then we shall wait for you. The crew of the Mary successfully escaped the calm belt, eager to unleash their full potential, having not yet had their fill of battle in Lopetown. Leaping from the back of the zebra Sea King, the orange sword chi from the shark's tooth coalesced with intensity. However, the frog Sea King took notice of Zhang Fei's descent, opening its massive maw in an attempt to swallow him whole. With a calm smile, Zhang Fei proclaimed, cutting across all directions. A colossal wave of sword chi erupted from the shark's tooth, materializing into a crescent-shaped strike, extending several dozen meters towards the frog Sea King. With a ripping sound, the frog Sea King's head was cleaved in two, collapsing as blood stained the surrounding waters crimson. Strangely, the other Sea Kings exhibited no emotional response to their companion's demise. Instead, upon witnessing the death of the frog Sea King, they began to converge, eager to partake in the feast. Zhang Fei would not grant them that satisfaction. With a touch of his right hand upon the frog Sea King's corpse, he swiftly stored it in his system's backpack. The 100-meter-tall frog Sea King vanished into thin air, leaving the other Sea Kings in bewilderment, questioning how it could have disappeared so suddenly. To them, Zhang Fei was merely an insignificant ant, unworthy of even being consumed. Thus, they chose to disregard him. Unperturbed by their indifference, Zhang Fei sought to leave, effortlessly creating a path of spiritual energy beneath his feet, departing the calm belt at remarkable speed. To the eyes of ordinary onlookers, it appeared as if Zhang Fei was running through the air. Upon spotting the Mary, Zhang Fei executed a high leap, landing safely aboard and dispelling his death state. He found the crew sprawled on the deck, as if their vitality had been siphoned away, looking utterly dispirited. Are you all alright? Zhang Fei inquired. Huh, Zhang Fei, you're back? Are you unharmed? Luffy's worry evaporated the moment he saw Zhang Fei's safe return. It's wonderful that you're unscathed, Zhang Fei, Nami expressed, her relief palpable, especially given the colossal Sea King Zhang Fei had faced. The Sea Kings are nothing to worry about. By the way, I killed a Sea King and brought it back. Let's celebrate once we enter the Grand Line. Zhang Fei spoke nonchalantly. What? The crew exclaimed in unison, astonished at Zhang Fei's ability to vanquish a giant Sea King. What's so surprising about that? Zhang Fei waved dismissively, continuing, we should hasten our entrance into the Grand Line. The crew shot Zhang Fei a look, acknowledging their own limitations compared to his extraordinary capabilities. Yet, their anxieties eased, knowing that with Zhang Fei's formidable presence, their upcoming journey would likely be devoid of peril. His existence served as a reassuring balm, stabilizing their spirits. So, shall we ascend Reverse Mountain? Zoro finally inquired, recovering from the harrowing experience of the calm belt. Indeed, but climbing Reverse Mountain is not a daunting task, provided we locate the entrance, Zhang Fei elaborated. If we fail to enter the canal accurately, the ship could sustain severe damage, resulting in disaster. Do you understand? Nami added, emphasizing the challenges of entering Reverse Mountain. Haha. In any case, it's an incredible mountain, right? So let us charge forth, in pursuit of Sea King delicacies. Luffy declared, his chin resting on his hand in contemplation. Though the drool escaping his mouth betrayed his true thoughts, his mind was consumed with the desire for meat, fueled by an underlying resentment towards the Sea Kings. I see your true intentions. Zhang Fei couldn't help but jest. Huh, how did you know, Zhang Fei? Luffy looked at him incredulously, as if suspecting Zhang Fei possessed mind-reading abilities. Zhang Fei chose to ignore Luffy's gluttony. I never imagined a ship could ascend mountains, Zoro remarked, still astonished. I have heard whispers regarding Reverse Mountain, or rather, the Grand Line. It is said that half of those who enter perish before they even begin. Thus it is not an easy feat, Sanji stated calmly, recounting what he had heard. You are overthinking it. As long as we find the correct entrance and have a skilled navigator, entering the Grand Line can be a relatively simple endeavor. Such tales are merely exaggerated. Zhang Fei countered. If it were truly that perilous, how do merchants from the Four Seas manage to enter the Grand Line for trade? Most likely, they perish due to lack of navigational experience or sheer bad luck. I see Reverse Mountain, Luffy exclaimed, gripping the railing tightly, his eyes wide with amazement. Chapter 85, Luffy's Method. Before them loomed an endless expanse of red rock walls, majestic and imposing, shrouded in clouds that rendered the true height of the Red Line unfathomable. Is that the Red Line? It truly is magnificent, Zhang Fei remarked, marveling at the sight, far more striking than any depiction in the anime. Obscured by clouds. Its boundaries were indiscernible. Wow, Luffy exclaimed, as if he had discovered a culinary delight. The awe was not limited to Zhang Fei and his companions. Nami and the others were equally taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, their eyes fixed on the Red Line. Oh no, the current is too strong. It's as if we're being drawn in. Zhang Fei could distinctly feel the Mary being sucked into a vortex, accelerating their nautical speed. Steer quickly. As captain, Luffy immediately issued commands. Leave it to us. Usopp and Sanji appeared in the control room, straining to manage the helm, preventing the Mary from colliding with the Red Line. Incredible. Nami marveled at the wonders of nature. It feels like a dream, Zoro said, gazing through his binoculars at the Red Line, utterly astonished. Do you see it? The entrance to the Grand Line, Zhang Fei exclaimed, spotting the gateway to Reverse Mountain, marked by several torii gates that served as warnings. However, what struck Zhang Fei most was the sight of the current flowing upwards, resembling a river ascending to the mountain's peak. The current truly flows against gravity. This spectacle left Luffy breathless. Yet, as captain, he noticed the Mary veering off course. If the ship did not return to the correct path promptly, it would collide with the Red Line. He swiftly commanded Usopp and Sanji, "We're off course. A bit more to the right, harder." Sanji and Usopp strained against the helm, but the steering wheel could not withstand their force, producing a sharp crack. With a resounding crack, the ship's rudder snapped in two, causing both of them to tumble down under the influence of inertia. Witnessing this scene, everyone was instantly filled with dread, especially Luffy, whose eyes bulged in disbelief. Rubber, balloon. Just as the Mary was about to collide with the gate of Reverse Mountain, Zhang Fei had yet to intervene, and Luffy leaped forward, drawing in a vast amount of air into his lungs, his body rapidly inflating into a spherical shape. As a pivotal point, he propelled the Mary back onto the correct course. However, Luffy remained behind, while the Mary successfully navigated the current. As he was about to plunge into the sea, Zhang Fei shouted to him, "Hurry, grab my hand." The deflated Luffy quickly regained his senses, instantly stretching his arm to grasp Zhang Fei's outstretched hand tightly. Utilizing the elastic rebound of his rubber body, Luffy returned to the Mary, landing heavily on the deck. Their hands clasped tightly together, veins bulging. They held on until Luffy was safe, at which point they slowly released their grip. They exchanged glances, devoid of gratitude, their eyes brimming with fervor. Usopp and Sanji, relieved that Luffy was unharmed and the Mary had successfully caught the current, linked arms and leaped in excitement, celebrating their step closer to their dreams. "We're heading into the Grand Line." Luffy extended his fists, forming an X shape, jubilantly exclaiming. The crew gathered on the deck, anticipating a pivotal moment in their lives. Subsequently, the Mary was elevated to the mountain's peak, hovering momentarily in the air before cascading down a different current, which pointed towards the Grand Line. "Here we go?" Luffy, brimming with excitement, perched atop the ship's figurehead, his feet crossed to prevent himself from falling, continued. "Oh, I see the Grand Line. We're almost there." Zhang Fei finally reached the Grand Line, a hard-won achievement, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, Nami responded to Zhang Fei, her gaze fixed on the Grand Line. The arduous journey had left an indelible mark on her, and now, finally, alongside her companions, she had arrived at the Grand Line. a joy that was beyond words. "Mary, charge ahead," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, his fist raised, beaming like a child who just received a new toy. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from the base of Reverse Mountain. Zhang Fei furrowed his brow. It was likely Laboon's voice. "Hey, what is that sound? Did you hear it?" Zoro asked, arms crossed, inquiring of the others. "Could it be the wind?" "This place has many strange terrains," Nami pondered, suspecting it to be the wind, as certain landscapes produce unusual sounds when swept by the breeze. "Whatever it is, let's go," Luffy declared, unfazed, and charged ahead. Zhang Fei focused intently, noticing Laboon's massive form directly beneath the exit of Reverse Mountain. If they collided, it would surely spell disaster. Zhang Fei cursed inwardly, having forgotten this moment. He only recalled Laboon's presence, the rest slipping from his mind. No, is that Laboon? Now he couldn't simply slay Laboon, contemplating how to ensure everyone has safety. "What Laboon?" the crew questioned, puzzled, entirely unaware of Zhang Fei's meaning, until they beheld a giant mountain at the exit of Reverse Mountain, finally grasping his concern. "What is that? A mountain?" Luffy furrowed his brow, staring at the imposing figure. "No, it's a whale," Nami exclaimed in terror. Zhang Fei leapt to the bow, intending to use his strength to slow the Mary's speed. Concentrating his energy beneath his feet, he aimed to hover in the air, with his balance established. The Mary's momentum began to decelerate, yet it would still collide if this continued. "Zhang Fei, everyone can escape through the gap on the left. Steer the ship to the left," Zoro shouted, having spotted a safe avenue for the crew to exit. "The rudder is broken," Usopp lamented. "Think of something, I'll help." Zoro hurried into the control room, joining Sanji in a frantic effort to maneuver the severed rudder. "Wait, I've got a great idea," Luffy suddenly exclaimed. "What is the idea?" "Hurry up." Zhang Fei gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, realizing the inertia of the Mary was immense. However, after he spoke, an ominous feeling crept in. The cannon ahead began to rumble, causing Zhang Fei's expression to stiffen with foreboding. Boom. Zhang Fei was launched alongside the cannonball, crashing heavily into Laboon, his body charred, plummeting into the sea. Chapter 86, Laboon, Crocus. Zhang Fei flew. Usopp's eyes widened in shock, startled by Luffy's reckless act. Jaw dropped in disbelief. A cannon? Luffy's finished, Zoro thought. If he were on the receiving end of Luffy's cannon, he would surely retaliate. "Oh no, it's over," Sanji exclaimed in despair, never expecting Luffy would use a cannon to halt the Mary. Now, the enormous whale would surely be enraged. They were doomed. "What are you doing?" "Luffy, you just sent Zhang Fei flying," Nami shouted at Luffy. "Zhang Fei's fine. See, I stopped the ship," Luffy said, pinching his nose and beaming with pride, awaiting Nami's praise. But instead, he was met with a punch of love, a blow that left him bruised and battered. Though the Mary had indeed halted, fate was not so easily escaped, as the ship's figurehead still crashed into Laboon's body, instantly snapping off and sending debris flying onto the deck. Luffy witnessed this scene, his expression transforming into one of horror, eyes glistening with tears, mouth agape in shock. That was his prime seat. Zhang Fei struggled to climb back onto the Mary from the sea, his suit singed by the cannonball's heat, now drenched and disheveled. His eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Luffy, the perpetrator. Luffy, still dazed, suddenly felt a chill and heard a furious roar. "You bastard, die, Luffy!" Crow flies a plane. Zhang Fei, skilled in the art of the Black Tiger, squatted over Luffy, ready to unleash a flurry of techniques, regardless of Luffy's current state. A whirlwind of blows rained down, whined through the ears, head like a walnut, two dragons play with pearls, clumsy elephant stomps on a mouse, bear paw strikes. The crew could hardly bear to witness Luffy's plight, but their primary concern was not him, it was Laboon. Though the Mary had halted, they had not escaped danger. After all, Luffy had struck Laboon with a cannonball, undoubtedly provoking it. They needed to leave quickly while it was still unaware of their presence. "Forget about Luffy. Let us get out of here," Zoro urged, wishing he could join Zhang Fei in the assault on Luffy, but now was not the time. "That fool. Let us row while it's still distracted," Sanji remarked as he joined the rowing crew, and Usopp, too, was fervently paddling with all his might. At that moment, Luffy's face was so swollen that it resembled a grotesque pig's head. As they passed by Laboon, he noticed the whale's enormous eyes, larger than the going Mary itself, fixated upon him. In an instant, memories of being mercilessly beaten by Nami and Zhang Fei, along with the damage to the ship's bow, surged back into his mind, igniting a fiery rage within him. "What are you staring at? Is it you I'm looking at? You even broke my front row seat," he bellowed, extending his arm and delivering a furious punch to Laboon's eye, unleashing all the pent-up anger he harbored. "Idiot!" Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp were taken aback by Luffy's reckless antics. Their faces contorted in dismay as they chastised his deplorable behavior. Regret washed over them. They wished they had never boarded the ship. Thanks to Zhang Fei, they had narrowly escaped the calm belt, but now Luffy had provoked a colossal whale, a veritable mountain of a creature. What the hell are you doing? Nami fainted in shock, exclaiming, "We're finished," with tears glistening in her eyes. Even Zhang Fei was taken aback, astonished that Luffy still possessed the strength to fight. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Yet Luffy remained oblivious to the peril, defiantly shouting, "Bring it on, you bastard. You better shut your mouth." They jumped out, collectively kicking Luffy in the back and pinning him down, unable to contain their frustration with their reckless captain. In the next moment, Laboon opened its mouth wide, a powerful suction pulling the Going Merry into its belly. "Aya!" The crew screamed in terror, believing their end was nigh. Zhang Fei, however, remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of fear. Inside Laboon dwelled one of the Pirate King's crew, the exceptionally skilled Dr. Kurokus. Yet, upon entering Laboon's belly, the crew was met with an unexpected sight. What is going on? They wondered, beginning to question if they had truly been swallowed. Before them lay a blue sea and sky, with a small island adorned with a house. Oh, how marvelous! Luffy, with a face bruised and swollen, his lips resembling two oversized sausages, marveled at his surroundings while adjusting his straw hat. What is happening? Nami inquired curiously, turning to Zhang Fei for answers. We are currently within the whale's belly, and the peculiar situation we find ourselves in is entirely due to the island's owner, Zhang Fei explained succinctly. Is that so? Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. Just then, a massive giant squid emerged from the sea, its tentacles lunging toward the Going Merry. Zhang Fei summoned a sword from thin air, donning his battle attire in an instant, and unleashed a wave of orange sword energy towards the giant squid. In an instant, its head was cleaved in two, sending a colossal splash into the air. On the island appeared a peculiar figure, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle and adorned with petal-like decorations. His beard shaped like an inverted U. This was Kurokus, remarkably resembling his anime depiction. There's someone on the island? Sanji pointed at Kurokus. Who is he? Luffy tilted his head, observing Kurokus with curiosity. Zhang Fei returned to his original form, while Zoro's gaze was fixed not on Kurokus but on Zhang Fei, intrigued by the origin of his sword. Sensing its formidable power, just as he was about to inquire, Kurokus cast a dark, displeased look at the crew on the Going Merry, which struck them as odd. Ignoring their presence, Kurokus casually picked up a newspaper and settled into a beach chair, leisurely reading. "Speak up, you jerk!" Sanji shouted in frustration, incensed by Kurokus' nonchalance. Yet, Kurokus remained unfazed, his silence palpable. "If you want to fight, we're ready, and we've got cannons." Usopp threatened, emboldened by Zhang Fei's elixir, feeling braver than ever. Especially with Zhang Fei present. He nudged Zhang Fei, as if signaling him to join in. Zhang Fei merely smiled faintly, aware that Kurokus posed no threat. His demeanor was simply a reflection of his nature. "Perhaps you should reconsider. It could lead to death," Kurokus warned darkly. "Who will die?" Sanji scoffed dismissively. "Me," Kurokus stated with unwavering certainty, showing no hesitation. "Are you talking about yourself?" Sanji exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend Kurokus' audacity. "Ha ha ha, what an amusing old man." Luffy laughed heartily, finding Kurokus to be an entertaining character. Kurokus' response was precisely as Zhang Fei had anticipated, but Luffy's assessment was valid. Kurokus was indeed an intriguing individual, particularly upon meeting him in person. Do not be deceived by his charm. He is the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Zhang Fei succinctly described Kurokus' background. "What?" the crew exclaimed in unison, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief as they stared at the eccentric old man. Kurokus furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Zhang Fei. How did he know this? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Being recognized as the Pirate King's doctor was to be expected, even after 22 years of retirement. It was indeed surprising to still be recognized after so long. Is this old man truly a member of the Pirate King's crew? Luffy gasped, his jaw dropping as he pointed at Kurokus for confirmation from Zhang Fei. The others mirrored Luffy's astonishment. Zhang Fei nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes. He is the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, and Shanks and Buggy are also members of the Pirate King's crew." His proclamation struck the crew like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned silence. "That red-nosed guy is also a member of the Pirate King's crew?" Zoro's pupils dilated, his mouth agape. The notion that the weak Buggy could be a part of such legendary company was utterly shocking. "Ah, the red-nosed one, you mean Buggy? How is he?" Kurokus' expression softened at the mention of Buggy's name, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. Since Roger's demise, he had not seen Buggy and wondered how he was faring. As for Shanks, he had visited recently. Buggy is doing well, Zhang Fei responded to Kuroka's inquiry. Who is that? Kuroka's asked, intrigued. Isn't Buggy the one with the Conqueror's hockey? How could anything happen to him? I see, Kuroka's murmured thoughtfully. How do you know all this, Zhang Fei? Did you learn it somewhere in the New World? Nami turned to Zhang Fei, her curiosity piqued, wondering why he was privy to such secrets. Is it common knowledge in the New World? Pretty much. Zhang Fei responded ambiguously to Nami's remarks. Information that was relayed to them by Rayleigh after Luffy and the others arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. So it was thus. Following Zhang Fei's statement, the group came to the conclusion that he must have ventured into the New World. Otherwise, how could he possess such familiarity? The New World, indeed, has become increasingly chaotic since Roger ignited the era of piracy. Fortunately, the Four Emperors' reign has brought a modicum of stability, though the situation remains precarious. The admiration for Zhang Fei grew. Such a young man, having traversed the New World, truly exemplified youthful prowess. As the group began to reflect on this, eager to glean insights into the Pirate King from Kuroka's, Labu suddenly became agitated, causing the sea to tremble violently, which resulted in the crew aboard the merry-go being thrown off balance amidst the roiling waves. Perplexed by this unexpected occurrence, they hurriedly inquired, "What is happening?" Meanwhile, the island where Kuroka's resided revealed its true nature under the tumultuous waves. It was, in fact, a colossal iron vessel. Zhang Fei immediately deduced that Labu was colliding with the Red Line, which had precipitated the current turmoil. However, he chose to remain silent, believing it prudent to allow Kuroka's to elucidate the matter. Has it begun? The great whale commenced its assault on the Red Line. What? Zoro and Sanji exclaimed in unison, astonished by the sudden intent to strike the Red Line. Nami then recalled the numerous scars adorning Labu's head, evidently remnants of past collisions with the Red Line. The question of why Labu would engage in such actions perplexed her. Thus, the whale, with its scarred brow, let out a thunderous bellow. "What is the matter, Nami?" Luffy asked, adjusting his straw hat to prevent it from being swept away by the sea, his confusion evident. "I do not know," Nami replied, equally bewildered by Labu's motives. Had Zhang Fei not mentioned Kuroka's identity earlier, she would have suspected Kuroka's of harming Labu. However, given Kuroka's status as one of the Pirate King's crew, she dismissed such thoughts. Observing the group's confusion, Zhang Fei remained reticent, instead guiding them. "We shall simply inquire of him." The him to which Zhang Fei referred was, of course, Kuroka's. Before the group could pose their questions, Kuroka's unexpectedly leapt into Labu's gastric acid, which, due to the dilution with seawater, spared him from corrosion. "What is he attempting to do?" Luffy queried, his confusion deepening. Uncertain, Usopp replied, shaking his head, equally mystified by Kuroka's intentions. "We shall wait here in peace," Zhang Fei suggested, finding a secure spot to sit and await Kuroka's return. Observing Zhang Fei's calm demeanor, the previously restless hearts of the others began to settle, resigned to await Kuroka's reappearance. However, within Labu's interior, a man and a woman were conspiring. "All right, we have successfully infiltrated here. Listen closely, Ms. Wednesday. Behind that door lies the whale's stomach, and that old man is inside. We must eliminate him, all for the sake of this whale. Indeed, Mr. 9, this whale is an invaluable delicacy for our town." Chapter 88, Still Alive. As a small door adjacent to the main entrance suddenly swung open, a man and a woman emerged, brandishing a rocket launcher aimed at Labu's stomach, intent on blowing a gaping hole through it, which would undoubtedly spell doom for Labu. Who are they? Luffy wondered, gazing curiously at the strange newcomers. Zhang Fei's pupils narrowed slightly. He recognized the woman as Vivi, though he had no recollection of the man beside her, as he appeared merely as a minor character. Their intentions were evidently aimed at Labu. Now that we are inside the whale, the townsfolk will soon relish exquisite whale delicacies, Mr. 9 proclaimed, raising the rocket launcher alongside Vivi before pulling the trigger. And the projectile was launched instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Fei transformed his hand into a blade, unleashing a wave of orange sword energy that cleaved the two projectiles in half, which then exploded midair. "What?" Vivi and Mr. 9 stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. What manner of being is he? Was that a slash? While they remained momentarily dazed, Zhang Fei utilized his spiritual energy to traverse the space before them, moving with astonishing speed and leaving them no opportunity to react. With a swift motion, he severed the rocket launchers in their grasp into several fragments, which fell to the ground. Upon the sudden appearance of Zhang Fei, their eyes widened in terror, and they stumbled back. Vivi lost her balance and fell, exclaiming, "What sort of monster are you?" Zhang Fei did not respond to Vivi's query. Instead, He cast a glance at the panicked Mr. Nine, who realized he stood no chance against Zhang Fei and promptly surrendered. I concede, please spare our lives. Zhang Fei harbored no intention of ending their lives, yet he nonetheless seized them by the scruff, akin to lifting chicks, and transported them back to the merry-go. Who are those two? Luffy inquired, intrigued by the unfamiliar faces Zhang Fei had brought back. Are they acquaintances of yours? Uncertain. The old man will inform us shortly. Which is why I captured them, Zhang Fei replied, feigning ignorance of Vivi to avoid disrupting the narrative's progression. Aware that the system's assignments likely intended to preserve the original storyline. Indeed, as if summoned, the system task materialized. Task 1. Bring Ms. Wednesday and Mr. 9 back to Whiskey Peak. Do not reveal Ms. Wednesday's true identity. Reward. A mysterious gift pack. Task 2. Inform Labu and Brook of the truth regarding their survival. Reward. A mysterious gift pack. These two tasks were essentially a gift for Zhang Fei. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's remarks, the group came to a realization and ceased to pursue the matter further. Instead, Zhang Fei extended his arm, setting his sights on a coconut atop a palm tree on the island. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Zhang Fei had no desire to harm them, Vivi and Mr. 9 instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Labu, having been injected with a tranquilizer, fell silent, and Kuroka's returned. Spotting the two individuals aboard the merry-go, he immediately recognized them and admonished, "You two rascals, what are you doing here again? Are you plotting to target Labu once more? Do you know them, old man?" Usopp inquired. "Indeed, I am familiar with them. This whale is an island whale, native only to the West Blue, and it is the largest whale species on Earth, known as Labu. As for those two, they are rascals from a nearby town, eyeing Labu for its meat, which could sustain their town for 2 to 3 years." Kuroka's explained slowly from his beach chair, recounting Labu's origins and the miscreant's intentions. The group remained silent, listening intently. However, I will not allow them to succeed. Labu's relentless headbutting against the red line and its howls towards Reverse Mountain serve a purpose. As if recalling a distant memory, Kuroka's continued his narration. It was a day long ago when I, as usual, stood guard at the lighthouse. A band of amiable pirates descended from the upside-down mountain, accompanied by a small whale trailing behind their ship. That whale was Laboon. It seemed they had traveled with Laboon in the West Blue, but the journey had been perilous, compelling them to leave Laboon behind. Typically, island whales are social creatures, yet for Laboon, his companions were those very pirates. Their ship had met with misfortune, causing them to linger at this cape for several months, during which time I forged a close friendship with them. On the day of their departure, the captain entrusted me with a request. Could you look after him for 2 or 3 years? We shall return to this place after circumnavigating the globe. Laboon understood. And thus, we remained here in patient anticipation. The reason I promised Roger to board his ship was to seek out the Rumbar pirates, yet upon my return, I discovered that all the members of the Rumbar pirates had perished. However, Laboon refused to accept this grim reality, steadfastly believing that they were still alive, which is why he continued to batter the red line. Patiently, Zhang Fei listened to Kuroka's tale, finally seizing the opportunity to speak. Feigning ignorance as he inquired about the pirate crew's name, Kuroka's pondered for a moment, regretfully recounting, the Rumbar pirates. That was 50 years ago. Zhang Fei lowered his head, seemingly in contemplation, murmuring to himself, Rumbar pirates, Rumbar pirates. I feel as though I've heard of them. He then feigned a sudden realization, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke to Kuroka's. I remember now. Perhaps some members of the Rumbar pirates are still alive. Zhang Fei's words struck Kuroka's like a thunderclap, instantly rekindling his spirit. His eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, "Is what you say true?" "Indeed. I've heard tales of a ghost ship in the Mystic Triangle, bearing the Jolly Roger of the Rumbar pirates. It is said that someone aboard has been seen, sporting an afrof hairstyle." This statement was entirely fabricated by Zhang Fei, as he could not divulge the truth he knew, resorting instead to storytelling. An afrof hairstyle? That must be Brook. Kuroka's recalled that Brook indeed sported such a hairstyle, and Laboon had always been fond of it. The news of an old friend still being alive filled Kuroka's with uncontainable joy, his eyes welling with tears as he gently wiped them away with the back of his hand. He intended to share the news of Brook's survival with Laboon, whose unwavering hope over the years had finally been validated. In Chapter 89, The Log Pointer, Kuroka's could hardly wait to convey the message to Laboon, who had patiently endured for so long. The group rejoiced at the thought of Laboon's companion still being alive, unaware that Brook would one day become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Under Kuroka's guidance, they navigated the waterway within Laboon's body and successfully emerged from him. "What a masterpiece of nature!" Zhang Fei exclaimed, for it must have taken an immense amount of time to create such a passage. It was not an endeavor that could be accomplished hastily. This also highlighted Kuroka's exceptional abilities. Though he was the ship's doctor for the Pirate King, he possessed remarkable strength. After all, how else could he have guarded this place for so long? And the waterway within Laboon was his solitary creation? As the door swung open, Zhang Fei once again caught a whiff of the salty sea breeze, the cool wind greeting him. Luffy raised his fists in celebration, shouting, "We're out. The real sky." "What about those two?" Zoro pointed at the ship's two occupants, Vivi and Mr. Nine. Startled, Vivi and Mr. Nine looked at Zhang Fei, fearing for their lives. Zhang Fei stroked his chin, contemplating how to handle them, pondering what excuse he could conjure to bring them to Whiskey Peak. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. His eyebrows raised, eyes gleaming, which alarmed Vivi and Mr. Nine, who thought Zhang Fei meant to do them harm, prompting them to plead for mercy. "We sincerely apologize. We had no intention of harming that whale. Please spare us." Their demeanor shifted dramatically, leaving Zhang Fei perplexed, as he had no intention of doing anything to them. He had merely wanted to adhere to the original storyline, as in the source material, Luffy had released them after emerging from Laboon, and they had returned to implore Luffy to take them back to Whiskey Peak. Then let us toss them into the sea. Zhang Fei decided to follow the original narrative. He would throw them overboard, and if the plot diverged, he would retrieve them to bring them back to Whiskey Peak, for this was crucial to his mission, and he could not afford to be careless. Upon realizing that Zhang Fei harbored no ill intentions, they breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved their hands in protest. "You needn't bother. We shall leave on our own." With that, Vivi and Mr. Nine jumped into the sea and swam away with all their might. Eager to escape this place of turmoil, they wished never to encounter Zhang Fei again, whose strength was utterly terrifying. However, as Vivi swam, she glanced back at Zhang Fei, her mind clearly racing with thoughts. "Ms. Wednesday, what are you doing? We must hurry," Mr. Nine called out, reminding the dazed Vivi. "Oh, I'm coming." Vivi snapped back to reality and began swimming toward a nearby island. "What is this?" Luffy exclaimed aboard the ship, having discovered a log pointer. Perplexed as he had never seen such an object before. "Isn't this a log pointer?" Zhang Fei approached to inspect it closely, exclaiming, though it was evident that the log pointer had been left behind by Vivi and her companions. "Zhang Fei, do you know what this is?" Luffy asked curiously, placing the log pointer in Zhang Fei's hand. "Yes, this is called a log pointer. Ordinary compasses cannot function in the Grand Line. Only a log pointer can operate unaffected. As for the details, I will need to ask Kuroka's," Zhang Fei replied, aware that he could not recall all the specifics about the log pointer and would need Kuroka's insight. "Oh, is it really that remarkable?" Nami remarked skeptically as she picked up the log pointer from Zhang Fei's hand, noticing its lack of markings, while her other compass struggled to indicate direction, the needle spinning erratically. "It truly is," Nami confirmed in astonishment. "Who is Kuroka's?" Luffy asked, turning to Zhang Fei, entirely unaware of Kuroka's, as Kuroka's had not introduced himself, and Zhang Fei had merely mentioned that the gentleman before them was the Pirate King's doctor, leaving Luffy curious, which was understandable. "I am Kuroka's," Kuroka said, pointing to himself on his small island. He had overheard their conversation on the ship and, upon reaching the lighthouse, began to elaborate to Nami, the navigator. "The reason your compass needle fails to work is that certain islands in the Grand Line contain vast amounts of minerals, which disrupt the magnetic field along the entire route. Furthermore, ocean currents and wind directions are also unstable. As a navigator, you should be aware of how perilous such conditions can be." Nami was momentarily taken aback. She was acutely aware that encountering such circumstances could potentially lead to the destruction of their vessel and the loss of lives, as the perils of navigation were exceedingly high. Subsequently, Kuroka's continued to narrate, and Nami showed no inclination to interrupt, choosing instead to listen attentively. Naturally, Zhang Fei also paid little heed to their exchange, for he was no navigator himself, and even if he listened, he would scarcely comprehend their discourse. He retrieved the elephant trunk tuna previously stored in the system's backpack and handed it over to Sanji for preparation, along with a frog sea king that, upon entering the water, stirred up colossal waves, floating atop the ocean's surface. "Ah, is that a sea king, Mr. Nine?" exclaimed as he spotted a sea king of similar size to Laboon manifesting seemingly out of thin air on the opposite side of Twin Island, which startled him greatly. "Mr. Nine, that sea king appears to be deceased. Look, its head has been severed in half," Vivi remarked, struggling to suppress her astonishment, though disbelief lingered on her face as she pondered how this sea king met its demise. However, upon observing the smooth cut, it was evident that it had been cleaved by a blade, leading her thoughts to Zhang Fei, who had previously demonstrated his swordsmanship by slicing through cannonballs with ease. There was none other who could have accomplished such a feat. Is it dead? By the way, how did this Sea King appear here? Mr. Nine sighed with relief, curiosity piqued by the emergence of the Frog Sea King, particularly in an area where the winds were calm and such a massive creature would typically not be found. I don't know. It seems to have materialized out of nowhere, Vivi replied, shaking her head in confusion, her mind a whirl of contradictions. Chapter 90, The Promised Cape. Wow, Zhang Fei. You really did bring back a Sea King, Luffy exclaimed, dancing with joy as he beheld the floating Frog Sea King. Recognizing it as one of the creatures that had previously appeared. Zhang Fei, you're truly impressive. You even managed to slay a giant Sea King, Usopp noted, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the creature, its sheer size enough to instill fear in anyone present. Only Zhang Fei possessed the prowess to vanquish such a colossal Sea King. However, Zoro, upon witnessing the Frog Sea King's smooth incision, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, pondering whether such skill could rival that of Mihawk. He realized that he had much ground to cover, and his resolve to grow stronger intensified. Zhang Fei sensed the fervent gaze of Zoro upon him, which made him feel quite uneasy. The intensity of Zoro's stare was akin to that of a ravenous man beholding a beautiful woman, an odd sensation indeed. Meanwhile, Sanji appeared eager to begin preparing the Sea King, brandishing his knife, impatient to discern the creature's flavor. Sanji, you can handle this frog, but remember to leave some meat. I still want to use it later, Zhang Fei instructed. Indeed, it had been ages since he had indulged in bullfrog hot pot, though the ship had a limited supply of chili peppers and lacked beef tallow, making the task more challenging. All right, I understand, Sanji replied excitedly as he began to butcher the meat, while Luffy quietly ignited flames beside him to roast the frog meat. What a fool, Nami couldn't help but mutter, exasperated at Luffy's incessant focus on food. Is that so? However, your companions truly are remarkable and reliable, Kuroka's remarked, casting a gentle smile at Zhang Fei and the others. Indeed, they are quite dependable, Nami said, lightly brushing her hair away from her face. Hee. I feel a bit embarrassed, Luffy chuckled at Nami's compliment, beaming with pride. Nami, too weary to retort, watched as Zhang Fei brought over some roasted meat to listen to Kuroka's tales of the past. Is the great treasure truly real? Usopp inquired. For Kuroka's was the ship's doctor of the Pirate King and naturally privy to the truth of the legendary treasure. It is indeed real, the great treasure exists. But it depends on whether you can find it, Kuroka's replied slowly, his gaze fixated on the straw hat atop Luffy's head, having recognized it long ago. He understood that Luffy was the one entrusted by the red-haired Shanks, and thus he held high hopes for him. Upon hearing that the great treasure was real, the group felt a jolt of excitement coursing through them. As long as you follow one of the 7 magnetic routes, you will find Raftel, Kuroka's elaborated. Zhang Fei took a hearty bite of the roasted Sea King, glancing at Luffy with a serious demeanor. Relying solely on this is insufficient. We also need to find an archaeologist. Without her, we cannot reach Raftel. Very well, I shall find an archaeologist, Luffy responded with naive simplicity, believing that if they needed an archaeologist, he would simply find one. Yet, his thinking was somewhat overly simplistic. However, given his identity as the destined child, acquiring Robin's assistance would not be overly complicated. An archaeologist? I know of one, and she is the only archaeologist in the world, Kuroka's recalled Nico Robin, the sole survivor of O'Hara. Who is it? Luffy inquired eagerly, aware of the significance of the term only. Before Kuroka's could respond, Zhang Fei interjected, explaining, the Devil's Child. Nico Robin. Despite her ominous title, it was bestowed upon her by the world government, fearing her potential to uncover the Void Century's secrets. Furthermore, her family was slaughtered by the Navy to prevent them from revealing the truth of history, and she herself is currently evading their pursuit. Indeed, the Navy is no good, Nami expressed indignantly, reminded of Captain Mouse. Exactly, I never expected the Navy to be such scoundrels, knowing people's faces but not their hearts, Sanji remarked, lighting a cigarette, astonished by the Navy's dark nature, akin to that of pirates. Otherwise, how did my bounty notice come about? Zhang Fei retorted nonchalantly, indulging in food and drink. Hey, since that's the case, we shall protect her. She is our destined companion, Luffy declared with great bravado, fully trusting Zhang Fei's words. As Zhang Fei had no reason to deceive him. Indeed, we shall safeguard her, Usopp added, his nose twitching at the thought of Robin's plight. The Navy, huh? They're perfect targets for my sword practice, Zoro stated with a piercing gaze, showing no sign of fear. How dare the Navy target such a delicate woman? It is an unforgivable crime. Sanji, adhering to the code of chivalry, found the Navy's behavior intolerable, contemplating seeking out Robin. pondering if perhaps she might fall for the hero who rescues her. Thus, Sanji began daydreaming, lost in a silly smile. Observing the situation, Zhang Fei felt relieved. It seemed that embracing Robin in the future would be comparatively easy, as there were no signs of resistance. Just then, Laboon began howling at Reverse Mountain again. Evidently, the tranquilizer's effect had worn off, and Kuroka's had forgotten to inform it that Brook was still alive. Laboon, please quiet down. Brook is not dead. However, Laboon seemed oblivious to Kuroka's voice. Kuroka's attempted to calm Laboon, but found himself powerless. In that moment, Luffy sprang into action, racing to the Mary and hoisting the sails. Shouting like a gorilla, "Ooh, what is he doing?" Nami covered her head, utterly bewildered by Luffy's decision to raise the sails. Luffy, balancing the sail atop Laboon's head, aimed it squarely at the point of impact with Reverse Mountain and plunged it down with great force. In an instant, Laboon let out a piercing scream, his head shaking uncontrollably in agony. "What are you doing?" The crowd's expressions twisted into grimaces, particularly that of Kuroka's. "Don't damage our ship." Usopp, fiercely protective of the Going Merry, couldn't contain his fury upon seeing the ship's sail in tatters. Moments later, Laboon collided heavily with Luffy, sending him crashing onto the red line, blood splattering the ground, though it was not Luffy's blood, but Laboon's. Unbeknownst to Kuroka's, who mistakenly believed Luffy was courting death, he attempted to rush forward to rescue Luffy, only to be intercepted by Nami and the others. They were well aware that Luffy, being a rubber man, would not be harmed by such trivial injuries. "What? That kid? Rest assured he won't die." Indeed, when Laboon lifted his head, Luffy was unscathed, albeit covered in dust and dirt, glaring defiantly into Laboon's eyes. The confrontation escalated into a fierce battle between the man and the whale until Luffy was sent sprawling. "We fought to a standstill. I must be strong, right?" Laboon stared in disbelief at Luffy on the shore. "Since we couldn't determine a victor, we must have another match. And your companions are unharmed. So let's meet again after we sail a full circle around the Grand Line. Then we shall battle once more." Chapter 91, Zoro's Recklessness. On Laboon's head, Luffy's artistic rendition was scrawled haphazardly, resembling a child's crude doodling. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei became the laborer, paying the price for Luffy's antics by repairing the Going Merry. At the broken mast of the ship, iron plates were affixed as welding points. And even the bow had been mended, though it was Usopp who did the repairs, as Zhang Fei was no carpenter. He merely assisted Usopp in supporting the sail and bow. While Zhang Fei toiled on the ship, Vivi and Mr. Nine appeared, floating on the sea, their bodies charred, as if they had been caught in an explosion. Sanji, ever the gentleman, extended his hand to help Vivi out of the water, while he completely ignored Mr. Nine. "My dear lady, grant me your hand." "Ah, thank you." Vivi hesitated briefly but then reached out, pulled ashore by Sanji, who then draped his arm around her shoulders, eager to treat her to his culinary creations. "Hey, I have a favor to ask." Mr. Nine, clearly displeased, found himself powerless. He had no choice but to seek their help, especially since they were unable to return to Whiskey Peak due to the loss of their log pose. If they failed to return on time to explain to their boss, their lives could very well be at stake. Zhang Fei paused his work to listen to Mr. Nine's request, deducing they likely sought his assistance to return to Whiskey Peak, given that their log pose was in Nami's possession, leaving them without a means to return. "I would like to request your help in getting me back to Whiskey Peak." "Whiskey Peak? What is that?" Nami asked, puzzled, having never heard of such a place. Zhang Fei leaned against the railing of the Going Merry, smiling lightly as he readily agreed, "Sure, it's not far." However, Nami remained cautious, wary of their unknown identities. "We can't let them just board the ship. Who knows what their intentions might be? After all, one could know a person's face, but not their heart." Zhang Fei reassured her, "It's fine. Luffy and the others are with us. They wouldn't dare play tricks." The others felt a chill run down their spines, as if Zhang Fei could see right through them, revealing no secrets in his gaze. "Yes, we wouldn't dream of plotting anything," Mr. Nine stammered, well aware of Zhang Fei's prowess and thus not daring to harbor any ill intentions. Conversely, Vivi exhibited a starkly different emotion than Mr. Nine. Her eyes sparkled with a hidden desire, deeply buried and nearly undetectable upon first glance. "Luffy, what do you think?" Zhang Fei deferred the decision to Luffy, the captain whose opinion was paramount. Luffy, with grease smeared across his mouth, pondered briefly before nodding. "No problem, come aboard." With Luffy's endorsement, Nami reluctantly acquiesced, reasoning that with Zhang Fei and Luffy present, there should be no issue, especially since their log pose was in her possession, rendering them unable to leave without it. "Is that all right, kid? Choosing Whiskey Peak as your destination, that's the only place where you can set a course?" Kuroka's inquired. his arms crossed and a smile on his face, looking toward Luffy. No worries. If it doesn't suit us, we can always circle back. Luffy replied nonchalantly from the deck of the Going Merry, treating the matter as trivial. For him, it was merely an extended adventure, nothing to fuss over. Coloccas regarded Luffy, and then Zhang Fei, sensing their confidence. Farewell, Flower Master. Luffy bid Coloccas goodbye. Thank you for the information. Nami also expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that without his guidance, she would still be in the dark about the Grand Line. Zhang Fei chose not to bid farewell, feeling certain they would meet again someday. Go forth, Coloccas said as a final farewell, followed shortly by Labu surfacing, letting out a hopeful cry, bidding farewell to Zhang Fei and the others, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. We're off, whale. Luffy called out cheerfully to Labu. Coloccas stood on the shore, watching the Going Merry depart, pondering. Are they the pirates we have long awaited? What a remarkable boy he is, isn't he, Roger? Upon fully entering the Grand Line, the weather shifted as unpredictably as a woman's mood. Clear skies gave way to a blinding white snow, the air growing frigid. Aboard the ship, Luffy and Usopp began to build a snowman. Unsatisfied that Usopp's snowman surpassed his own, Luffy resorted to trickery, smashing Usopp's creation, sparking a brawl between them. Zhang Fei observed the spirited duel from the window, marveling at their vitality. They truly have an abundance of energy, but such weather is perfect for a hot pot. Thus, Zhang Fei busied himself in the kitchen, while Nami suddenly realized they had veered off course and hurriedly called for them to turn around. Poor Vivi and Mr. Nine, oblivious to their peril, began to mock, only to receive a swift kick from Nami, who then dragged them to assist. The only ones remaining inside were Zhang Fei and Zoro, while the others laboriously toiled outside. Suddenly, the Going Merry began to tremble, waves crashing against the ship, causing it to sway precariously. Zhang Fei, unfazed, considered it a normal occurrence, as the weather in the Grand Line was notoriously capricious, and he continued to focus on preparing his hot pot base. At last, they returned to the correct course, and everyone exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the deck, panting heavily. Utterly drained, they wished to never endure such an experience again. It was simply too exhausting. Ah, that was a good sleep, huh? Zoro finally awakened, stretching lazily as he stepped out to find the others sprawled on the deck. What happened? How dare you all slack off? He chastised them for their idleness. Hey, even if the weather is fine, you shouldn't all be so lazy, should you? The ship needs to be on course. You bastard. Sanji could not help but utter a curse. You insolent fool. You've done nothing yet still have the audacity to speak ill of others. At that moment, Zoro sensed a menacing aura behind him. Turning around, he was met with Nami's teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. What followed was a relentless beating, leaving Zoro with a pained expression, clutching his head, with 3 prominent lumps rising on the back of his skull. You've slept through everything. No matter how much I called you, you remained in a deep slumber. Why has the snow ceased? Never mind. Would you like to join me for hot pot? Just then, Zhang Fei emerged from the kitchen, witnessing the sight of their bodies seemingly hollowed out. Chapter 92, The Trapped System. Hey, come out and play mahjong. Suddenly, a voice from within Zhang Fei's body called out to the system. Which reckless entity dares to invite me for a game of mahjong? Are you oblivious to my prowess as the formidable mahjong system? Yet, judging by the voice, it seemed to belong to that insufferable cultivation system. This time, I shall show no mercy. I will win your very undergarments. Hastily, the system exited Zhang Fei's body, oblivious to Zhang Fei's ignorance of its departure. Upon arriving in the system realm, it encountered the miserly cultivation system and the defeated death system, alongside the gambling god system, all of whom appeared to be brimming with aggression, evidently prepared for a confrontation. However, the system was not intimidated. Although the gambling god system was present, it was unafraid. For in the realm of mahjong, it dared say no one could surpass it, not even the gambling god system, which was a tier above. What intrigued the system was how the cultivation and death systems had managed to locate the gambling god system, as it was supposed to be working. It inquired, Gambling God, what brings you here? Circumstances compelled me with an irresistible offer, hence my presence, replied the gambling god system nonchalantly. This remark reminded the system of the death system, which had previously suffered a humiliating defeat at its hands. Clearly, the death system, resentful of this, had enlisted the help of the cultivation and gambling god systems to corner it. Even with the assistance of that pathetic death system, you shall not prevail against me. The system taunted, unreservedly mocking the death system. Is that so? We shall see. The death system responded with a confident smile, which unsettled the system. Were they planning some underhanded tactics? The more it pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Are you perhaps frightened? The cultivation system began to provoke. as it was naturally petty and could not let go of its previous loss to the system. Their demeanor only solidified the system's belief that they were conspiring against it. However, it was not one to back down. It stood resolute, ready to confront them head-on. Even if they resorted to deceit, it was unperturbed. It had nothing to lose. Not wealth nor life, and it dared them to take the latter. Thus, the system positioned itself at the east side of the mahjong table, prepared to take on 3 opponents and showcase its prowess. The death and cultivation systems exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laden with aggression. How is this possible? The mahjong system exclaimed incredulously, having lost a staggering number of rounds. This cannot be. How can the mahjong system be defeated at its own game? Surely, this is a jest. Nonsense. Your arrogance blinds you. You are hardly worthy of being called a mahjong system, merely a trickster aimed at deceiving children. The death system retorted with scorn, having not forgotten the humiliation it endured at the hands of the mahjong system and relishing this moment of retribution. Indeed, I believe you are ill-suited for the role of mahjong system. Perhaps it's time for you to step aside and let someone more competent take your place. The cultivation system chimed in, joining the death system in its derision. At this moment, the system regained its composure. It was clear it had been ensnared. The essence of mahjong was its own ability. Thus, the flaw lay with the 3 of them. Hand over the rewards. The death system seized the opportunity to demand the mahjong system as spoils. You think I would relinquish my rewards? If I had lost fair and square, perhaps. But you have conspired against me. There is no way I will comply with your demand. If firmly rejected. Impossible. With your capabilities, how could you possibly have defeated me? You must have set a trap. Hey, don't make baseless accusations. We did no such thing, right, gambling god? The death system stubbornly denied any wrongdoing. Indeed, it seems you simply lack the skill. Now, why not surrender the rewards? The gambling god system coldly interjected, having set its sights on the mahjong system's prowess and conspiring with the death system to undermine it. The mahjong system felt a complete loss of goodwill towards the gambling god system, puzzled over what they had done to cause its defeat. There was no way it would part with its hard-earned rewards, not without a fight. Not a chance. I refuse to yield. If you possess the courage, come and take it from me. Faced with such unwavering defiance, they resolved to take a more forceful approach. You are truly inviting trouble. Don't blame us for what follows, the death system threatened, initiating the first strike. However, the mahjong system was not a coward. It stood its ground, defiantly shouting, "Bring it on, you wretches." The ensuing brawl resembled 2 elementary school students teaming up against a high schooler. The mahjong system was relentlessly beaten, yet like a rabid dog. It focused its wrath solely on the death system, the true instigator of its woes. The death system, terrified of this manic onslaught, wondered, why is this lunatic targeting me alone? Why not them? Thus, the scene unfolded with the death system fleeing for its life while the mahjong system pursued it. All the while the gambling god and cultivation systems were hot on the mahjong system's heels. This bizarre spectacle attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, who cheered and encouraged the unfolding chaos. Go, go, mahjong, take on 3 opponents. Don't back down. Pathetic death system, why do you run? Stand your ground. Come on, mahjong, beat them into submission. Amidst the madness, the fleeing death system felt a surge of frustration at the raucous cheers from the spectators. Damn it. I'm the one being beaten here, not you. I want to fight too, but this mahjong system is fixated on me. Ultimately, the mahjong system could not escape the clutches of the cultivation system, which pinned it down, raining blows upon it. The gambling god system seized the opportunity to pilfer the rewards the mahjong system had won from others, leaving the mahjong system seething with hatred, yet powerless to retaliate. Forced to endure the assault from the cultivation system, the death system, witnessing its adversary subdued, eagerly joined the fray. Before long, the mahjong system lay battered and bruised, its rewards snatched away by the trio, with even some of its authority pilfered by the gambling god system. The injustice of it all stoked its wrath, but fortunately, the more valuable rewards had been secured within Zhang Fei's body, safe from their grasp. Nonetheless, this vendetta would not go unanswered. How dare they set a trap for me? They shall not escape my retribution. The system struggled to rise, determined to seek allies to confront those 3 scoundrels. Chapter 93. The system forced to change occupations. The system scoured its surroundings, endeavoring to locate the benevolence system within the system realm. The benevolence and righteousness system, true to its name, embodies loyalty and righteousness, renowned within the realm of systems as a paragon of justice. Should one confide their plight to it, the benevolence and righteousness system would undoubtedly seek retribution on their behalf. Moreover, its vast powers and capabilities far surpass those of the immortal cultivation system. As the world it oversees encompasses urban settings, cultivation realms, alternate dimensions, and more, its presence is ubiquitous. In stark contrast, the immortal cultivation system is limited to a single world. Upon selecting a target, the system hastened to locate the benevolence and righteousness system. Seizing the opportune moment while the Grim Reaper system and its companions were still within the confines of the system realm, it was indeed a prime opportunity to confront them. As for the injuries it bore, with a gritted determination, the system resolved to endure them, not letting pain deter its mission. Fortune favored the diligent. Or perhaps it was mere chance, for it fortuitously encountered the benevolence and righteousness system. Upon noticing the system's injuries, the benevolence and righteousness system's curiosity was piqued, prompting it to inquire, "What has befallen you, Mahjong system?" "I was ensnared in a scheme. Upon discovering the trap, I was brutally assaulted. Benevolent brother, you must advocate for me." The system lamented, its tone laced with indignation. Although the benevolence and righteousness system is a champion of justice, it is not gullible. It would not seek vengeance based solely on a few words. "Pray tell, what exactly transpired?" "Benevolent brother, you must be aware of my prowess as the Mahjong system. The undisputed sovereign of Mahjong, correct?" The system skillfully attempted to sway the benevolence and righteousness system. The latter nodded in agreement, acknowledging the system's claim. For every system has its area of expertise. The Mahjong system reigns supreme in the realm of Mahjong, an unassailable entity, even against the likes of the primordial system. This fact is irrefutable. If I were to lose a dozen consecutive games without a single victory, would you not find that suspicious, benevolent brother? The system noted the benevolence and righteousness system's tacit agreement, signaling it was ready to proceed with its persuasion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the benevolence and righteousness system understood that the Mahjong system could not possibly lose unless it deliberately threw the games. However, upon seeing the system's numerous injuries, it became evident that foul play was afoot. "I comprehend the situation now. I shall aid you in avenging this injustice, but I must first investigate the matter further." With these words from the benevolence and righteousness system, the system felt a sense of relief. It knew that once the truth was established, the benevolence and righteousness system would undoubtedly seek retribution on its behalf. "Very well, benevolent brother, keep me informed of any developments. Rest and recuperate. Once you are healed, I shall assist you in exacting your vengeance," the benevolence and righteousness system assured, giving the system a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Understanding the implication of the benevolence and righteousness system's words, the system realized that immediate vengeance was unattainable and would have to wait for another day unless it could provide substantial evidence of being ensnared. Although reluctant, it accepted this reality. "All right, I shall return to recover." The system departed the system realm, preparing to return to Zhang Fei's body to mend its wounds. Its foremost concern now was the task rewards. What was to be done about them? The remaining rewards were scant and would scarcely sustain it for long. Should it venture into another world to procure more rewards? In the realm of Mahjong, few systems would dare to challenge it. Thus, it resolved to explore other worlds for additional rewards. "Indeed, that shall be my course of action. But which world should I choose?" A thought struck. It would first venture into the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, a dimension relatively low in power, making it easier to navigate. "Zhang Fei, you must prove your worth. I have no choice but to pivot my role and become a thief system," the system muttered to itself. If only it hadn't stumbled into the wrong world, it wouldn't be subjected to such toil. It cursed the Grim Reaper, the immortal cultivation, and the gambler systems, vowing never to let them off the hook. Alternatively, it considered enlisting the help of the villain system to eliminate their hosts, but the cost was exorbitant, leading it to abandon that thought. Thus, the system stealthily infiltrated the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, mindful that no systems operated within this realm. Should another system be responsible for it, its presence would surely be detected, so it carefully selected a world devoid of such oversight. At that moment, it was the 12th episode of Jackie Chan Adventures, and VA Lon had already collected 11 talismans, with only the half talisman hidden on Xiaoyu remaining. "It appears I have arrived at just the right moment." The system, nursing its wounds, felt the warmth of humanity. It was fortunate indeed that it need not search for the talismans, as they were presented to it on a silver platter. Transforming into a stick figure, it approached the statue of the master and began to extract the talisman from it. Yet, VA Lon was still engaged in his quest for the final half talisman. As for the system, they were entirely oblivious to its presence, including the master, who remained unaware that someone was pilfering his talisman. The system gleefully claimed the master's talisman, a wave of joy washing over it, dispelling its previous grievances and fury. As the first mouse talisman was seized, the master finally sensed something amiss. Someone had stolen his talisman, igniting his rage. Who dares disrupt my resurrection? Who has stolen my talisman? The system replied with a smirk. Of course, it was I. Who else could it be? The master's furious roar attracted the attention of Va Lan and Xiao Yu, yet the final half-talisman was still claimed by Va Lan, who prepared to affix it to the master. At that moment, Jackie Chan arrived, hearing the master's enraged bellow. However, he felt a sense of relief that someone had thwarted the master's resurrection. Otherwise, this world would have plunged into calamity. To preempt any further complications, the system swiftly seized the half-talisman from the master and the half-talisman from Va Lan. What? Where has the talisman gone? Va Lan exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered that the talisman he held had vanished. What? The master was equally shocked, his fury boiling over as he cursed the system, though his anger fell on deaf ears. This damned thief! I shall ensure your demise. The system remained unfazed, viewing itself not as a thief, but rather as one who rightfully claimed what was not seen. Before long, all 12 talismans were collected by the system. As it examined the dog talisman in its possession, it contemplated for a moment, glancing at the enraged master. It decided to return the dog talisman to the master, for it held no value for Zhang Fei. Though you seem pitiful, I shall return this dog talisman for your keepsake. What is the meaning of this? Are you insulting me, master? Do not compel me to seek you out, otherwise, your demise will be inevitable. This was a blatant affront. When had the master ever been subjected to such indignity? He roared in fury. However, the system had long since made its escape, completely ignoring the master's tirade. As for Jackie Chan, upon witnessing the disappearance of the tiger talisman, the forces of good and evil merged once more, and upon sensing the shifting tides, he and Xiao Yu discreetly withdrew, leaving the master and Va Lan behind. Chapter 94, The Shadowy Hand. As the scene shifted, the system found itself in the world of Naruto. By sheer coincidence, it arrived during the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, as Itachi Uchiha was engaged in the slaughter alongside Obito. Oh joy, another opportunity to reap the rewards. The system was exhilarated, tailing Itachi Uchiha, eagerly awaiting the moment he would take down each clan member, ready to assist him in collecting their corpses, albeit for their Sharingan. Originally, this task was entrusted to Obito and Danzo, but the system intervened and seized it. Today can be deemed a bountiful harvest. However, the only drawback is the excruciating pain that pervades my entire body, as if my bones are on the verge of disintegration. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence now, for even the Sharingan of Fugaku Uchiha has been appropriated by the system. One could say this is a veritable windfall, surpassing even the spoils of a game of mahjong. The system has undoubtedly discovered the secret to wealth and is tirelessly reveling in its newfound fortune. Upon Danzo's arrival, he was met with the grim sight of fallen Uchiha clan members, their eyes cruelly excised. Damn that Sandame. How dare he pilfer my Sharingan? Danzo seethed, knowing full well he was one of the masterminds behind this scheme, driven by the desire to acquire the Uchiha's coveted eyes. Now, it seems he has become a mere pawn in another's game, impotently seething with rage, convinced that this is the doing of the Sandame. After all, only 2 individuals were privy to the events of the night of the massacre, Itachi Uchiha and his old comrade, the Sandame. While Itachi might have been a suspect, he certainly lacked the time to engage in such ocular thievery. Thus, all signs pointed to the Sandame. Surely, the Sandame feared that once I amassed a plethora of Sharingan, I would turn against him. Yes, it must be so. He is terrified I will usurp his position as Hokage. As for Obito, he initially intended to procure a few pairs of eyes for himself, but found none remaining, not even a single pair. He too attributed this to Danzo's machinations, as Danzo's insatiable greed for the Uchiha Sharingan was no recent development. With Danzo's subordinates lurking nearby, it was clear that he was the only suspect in this matter. Damn that Danzo. I shall ensure you meet a fitting end, he vowed, subsequently utilizing his space-time ninjutsu to depart from Konoha. Meanwhile, the system had not yet vacated the premises. It located a white zetsu, and, with a dark hand, plunged deep into its being, extracting and modifying Hashirama's cells. The white zetsu, having had its cells removed, instantly transformed into a colossal tree, remaining oblivious to its demise. What remained was to acquire the forbidden scrolls concealed by the Sandame. The system, with a flicker of thought, arrived at the location of the sealing scrolls, where 2 ninjas stood guard, yet they were utterly oblivious to the system's presence, allowing it to stride boldly inside. Upon opening the forbidden scroll, the system meticulously copied every jutsu contained within, securing them for future rewards. The exploding shadow clone jutsu? Quite splendid. Zhang Fei will surely appreciate this, as he relishes in self-detonation. The true Thousand Hands of would release. Excellent as well. Paired with Zhang Fei's Bankai, it would undoubtedly yield formidable strength. How unfortunate, however, that there are no records of Senjutsu from Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, Zhang Fei would have gained even more power. After duplicating all the forbidden techniques, the system turned its attention to other jutsu, copying every technique available in that place. Just as the system was about to depart, a sudden realization struck, and a grave expression crossed its visage as it exclaimed, "What a blunder. I just recalled that the prerequisite for utilizing jutsu is possessing chakra, which Zhang Fei lacks. Moreover, individuals from outside the Hokage world cannot obtain chakra unless, like the Sage of Six Paths, they first share their chakra with others, allowing them to cultivate it independently. The residual chakra of those fallen Uchiha has likely dissipated by now. This revelation caused the system immense regret. Had it gathered their chakra, it would have amassed at least a quantity equivalent to 30 Kakashis. Such a lamentable oversight. I must first secure chakra and senjutsu, the system muttered. For chakra, I shall borrow some from the Sage of Six Paths, and for senjutsu, I will solicit aid from the sages of the three great sage lands. Thus, a delightful plan was set in motion. In the realm of the afterlife, the Sage of Six Paths observed the unfolding changes in the world. Just as he pondered the situation, a dark hand plunged into his lower back, eliciting a startled cry as he felt his vitality wane. The hand's owner was none other than the system, taking in the sage's chakra. Why does that cry sound so peculiar? Something is amiss with the Sage of Six Paths. The system mused, yet its actions remained undeterred, suspecting that the sage might have been privy to philosophical teachings, hence the philosophical tone of his exclamation. Now, the Sage of Six Paths appeared utterly drained, his gaze vacant, complexion pallid, his once upright stature buckled, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. What a useless being, faltering so quickly. The system scoffed, having barely begun to extract chakra before the sage succumbed. Forget it. I shall seek the chakra of the tailed beasts instead. After all, this meager amount of chakra was insufficient for the system, and the chakra of the tailed beasts could regenerate at will, particularly that of the nine tails, the most potent of them all. Thus, the system's focus shifted towards the tailed beasts, which immediately sent shivers down their spines. With a mere thought, the system entered the body of the one-tails Jinchuriki, facing the massive Shikaku. Without hesitation, it reached in, its dark hand penetrating Shikaku's midsection, prompting a similarly peculiar cry from the beast. It seems all those from the Hokage's world are rather philosophical, the system noted, unable to find another explanation. As Shikaku neared depletion, the system continued its extraction, and soon it would be the turn of the two tails. The system repeated, employing the same tactic, plunging into the other's midsections with the utmost confidence. All the tailed beasts were now teetering on the brink of exhaustion, their forms becoming translucent and their breath shallow. Excellent, excellent. This substantial amount of chakra should suffice, at least over 100,000 Kakashi's worth, the system mused, satisfied with the chakra it had amassed. Now, only the sages of the three great sage lands remained. The toad sage of Mount Mayaboku, the white snake sage of the Ryuchi cave, and the slug sage of the wet-bone forest could not escape the fate of having their chakra extracted, and their methods of training senjutsu were likewise copied. Now, the system possessed three types of chakra, one from the Sage of Six Paths, one from the tailed beasts, and one from the sages. However, since the tailed beast chakra could be categorized under the Sage of Six Paths, it effectively reduced the count to two. With all the chakra from the Hokage world extracted, it seemed there was little left to claim. But the Byakugan remained elusive. Regrettably, the deceased could not yield their eyes, and as for the Hyuga clan on the moon, they were unattainable as well. Very well, I shall return for now. With all this gathered, it is time for a thorough organization. Chapter 95. Treasures abound. Zhang Fei and his companions finally arrived at Whiskey Peak. Before them loomed several immense cacti, prompting Zhang Fei to exclaim, "How peculiar! Is this truly Whiskey Peak?" Sanji inquired, gazing towards the island. "Is this our first stop?" "Splendid. We have arrived safely," Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement and eager to embark on an adventure. At that moment, Vivi and Mr. Nine leaped onto the railing, striking a pose they deemed cool as they bid farewell to Zhang Fei and the others. Their peculiar antics captured the attention of the group. Mr. Nine declared, "Then we shall take our leave." Vivi added, "Thank you for escorting me back, darlings. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell, my dears." Having spoken, the two leapt into the sea, swiftly swimming away. Once they had safely departed, Zhang Fei's mission was finally accomplished, and he now possessed three enigmatic gift packages. As for the conversation between Luffy and the others, Zhang Fei paid it no mind, instead focusing intently on the mysterious packages. He approached Luffy's side, hoping to siphon a bit of Luffy's fortune to see if he might procure something valuable for himself. He proceeded to open all 3 of his mysterious gift packages. The unwrapping of the first package was rather mundane, which left Zhang Fei feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, an opening devoid of any special effects typically signified a lack of valuable items. However, he was soon proven wrong. Congratulations, you have obtained a replication card. This replication card was precisely what Zhang Fei had yearned for. Once he replicated the ability of the explosion fruit and combined it with his immortality, transforming himself into a fusion reactor, he would essentially become a human nuclear bomb, invincible and unassailable. A smile of delight involuntarily spread across his face. Shortly thereafter, the second package was opened, this time emitting a blinding golden light. Alas, this radiant glow was visible only to Zhang Fei. The others were oblivious. Congratulations. You have obtained a Diga experience card. What? A Diga experience card? Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to acquire such a thing. Though it wasn't permanent, experiencing it was quite advantageous for him, given Diga's formidable strength, which would serve well as a trump card. While Zhang Fei was still absorbing this revelation, the third package had already opened. Much like the first, the unveiling was uneventful and unremarkable, showing no signs of change. After his initial experience, Zhang Fei no longer underestimated the plainness of this unwrapping process, knowing it could yield something as precious as the replication card. Rubbing his hands together, he awaited the outcome eagerly. Congratulations, you have obtained a pig talisman. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smirk forming on his lips. He was thoroughly pleased with this acquisition. The pig talisman's ability allowed him to emit destructive laser beams from his eyes, augmenting his capacity for long-range attacks. However, he decided to first test the power of the pig talisman. As he extracted it, the talisman surprisingly merged with his flesh, vanishing as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean. What was happening? Zhang Fei was perplexed. He recalled that in Jackie Chan adventures, talismans did not integrate into a person's body. He quickly called upon the internal system for clarification. System, are you there? What seems to be the issue? The system responded with a weary tone, revealing that it had been nursing its wounds but had come forth upon hearing Zhang Fei's summons. What happened to you? Zhang Fei inquired, noticing something was amiss with the system's voice. Oh, it's nothing. I was tricked by other systems and ended up getting soundly beaten. The system replied nonchalantly, as if it were of no consequence, yet it had already devised a plan to deal with those troublesome entities. What? You were beaten by other systems? Zhang Fei was incredulous. It astonished him that an omnipotent system could be ensnared and assaulted by others. The system, showing no signs of concealment, candidly recounted the incident and its intentions. Indeed, just as you suspect. So, focus on becoming stronger. Once you do, I can confidently confront those 3 nuisances. By the way, why did you summon me? Speak quickly. I need to return to recuperate. Oh right. My pig talisman, why did it merge with my body? Zhang Fei voiced his confusion. I have reconfigured the pig talisman, transforming its power into your own. You can condense it, and only those you approve of can wield the condensed version. However, once you do so, you will be unable to utilize the talisman's abilities until it returns to your body, the system elucidated. Zhang Fei's realization dawned upon him. It made sense now why the talisman integrated into his being. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the talisman falling into enemy hands. Is there anything else? Speak quickly, the system urged, growing slightly impatient, for it was in considerable pain and longed to retreat to Zhang Fei's interior to recuperate. Yes, I have inquiries regarding how to use the replication card and the experience card. Zhang Fei, aware of the system's discomfort, voiced all his uncertainties. To use the replication card, simply crush it and come into contact with the first ability user, and you will replicate their abilities. The experience card functions similarly, just crush it. Are there no further questions? If not, I will return now. I have automated your tasks, and they will activate when the plot triggers, the system concluded, having set everything to run on autopilot. All right, no more questions. Take care of yourself, Zhang Fei said, and the system fell silent, evidently retreating to his body to rest. Zhang Fei couldn't help but reflect on how arduous the system's existence was. He then turned his attention to the exuberant Luffy, giving his shoulder a pat. Realizing that being in the company of the Chosen One brought extraordinary fortune. Zhang Fei, is something the matter? Luffy asked, bewildered by the shoulder tap. I have something exciting to show you. Exciting? Is it food? Zhang Fei smiled, saying nothing further, while the crew aboard the Mary, much like Luffy, assumed he was about to present a delectable treat. After all, the last time he had showcased something, it was the Fugu whale. a memory that lingered vividly in their minds, causing them to instinctively lick their lips. Zhang Fei then shifted his gaze to the tranquil sea, his eyes rapidly turning crimson. A beam of scarlet laser shot forth from his eyes, and upon contact with the water, the heat released evaporated it, generating a substantial amount of steam. What? Luffy exclaimed. Disbelief mingled with excitement in his eyes. He had never anticipated that Zhang Fei possessed such an extraordinary ability. This was splendid news for him. Eager to learn how Zhang Fei had accomplished this, he longed to unleash the same power himself. Zhang Fei, how did you do that? This is one of my abilities, but I can also allow you to wield it, Zhang Fei affirmed, as the system had indeed transformed the Saint's pig talisman into his own power, thus rightfully belonging to him. Really? Let me try? Luffy exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness to experience the sensation of shooting lasers from his eyes. Displaying a rather impatient demeanor, even Usopp approached, sharing the same curiosity and desire to experiment with this novel capability. I want to try too. Zhang Fei merely chuckled, his expression calm. He extended his right hand, and a pig talisman slowly materialized in his palm, identical to the Saint's, granting them the ability to utilize it. I have decreed that only you shall wield my power. Simply by affixing this pig talisman upon yourselves, you shall be able to harness my abilities. Is that not so? Luffy, brimming with delight, eagerly seized the pig talisman from Zhang Fei, scrutinizing it with curiosity, wondering if this peculiar object could truly grant one the power of laser vision. Just as doubt crept into Luffy's mind, a sudden burst of lasers erupted from his eyes, nearly striking Zoro. You bastard! Zoro glared at Luffy, delivering a swift punch. However, the blow was harmless to Luffy, who remained unfazed unless a weapon was involved, chuckling at Zoro's attempt, and continued to play with the pig talisman. Meanwhile, Usopp was engaged in a tug-of-war for the talisman with Luffy, disinterested in their antics. Zhang Fei had already decided who would borrow the talisman next, none other than the future Robin, as the powers of the flower fruit combined with the laser vision from the talisman would be overwhelmingly formidable. In the heat of battle, she could conjure countless eyes using her fruit's ability, complemented by the talisman, leaving their foes trembling in fear. At that moment, the Mary had successfully docked, and the talisman was first lent to Nami for her protection. As they stepped onto Whiskey Peak, a throng of townsfolk appeared on the shore, cheering and celebrating Zhang Fei and his companion's arrival. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. Yet, Zhang Fei, having read the original tale, was wary. He knew these were bounty hunters, who would treat pirates with hospitality only to strike when they slept, claiming their lives for a reward. Zoro and the others were puzzled. Why were they so welcoming to pirates? Something felt amiss. Luffy, however, was oblivious, his face radiant with joy as he absorbed their warmth. Nami gently nudged Zhang Fei with her elbow, leaning closer to whisper her concerns. Zhang Fei, what's going on? They are bounty hunters, and their targets are us pirates. But it is daytime. They will not harm us now, so fret not. Just remember, do not get drunk, Zhang Fei advised Nami, while Zoro likely sensed the underlying tension. Given his own past as a bounty hunter, Nami's realization dawned upon her. She instantly became vigilant, akin to a startled cat. Observing her reaction, Zhang Fei chuckled softly, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, they are merely a group of inept fools, lacking any real strength. With Zhang Fei's reassurance, Nami felt a bit more at ease. But to safeguard her hard-earned belly, she decided to keep it on Zhang Fei for safety. Thus, she urged him to hold her money. And then there were the charming young women. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts as he became enamored with the beauty of the ladies on the shore. How delightful. Truly, aren't pirates the heroes of the people? Usopp continuously showered Zhang Fei with kisses, bubbling with excitement, feeling like a hero himself, revered by all. Woohoo! Luffy waved and cheered to the enthusiastic townsfolk. Meanwhile, Sanji and Usopp fell into the trap of believing the townspeople's overt warmth, while only Zoro maintained his skepticism. Welcome, welcome. My name is Akaram. You may find it surprising, but Whiskey Peak is a town renowned for its brewing and music. Hospitality is our proud tradition. Akaram adjusted his voice, brandishing a saxophone and sporting a head of voluminous curls, greeting Zhang Fei and the others while explaining the reason behind the townsfolk's generosity. Zhang Fei scoffed, utterly disbelieving their words, and Nami shared his sentiment, with Zoro still harboring doubts. Our fine wines flow as abundantly as the sea itself. Tonight, let us celebrate with a banquet in honor of your adventurous tales. May we host a feast to welcome you? Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji, brimming with enthusiasm, readily accepted, completely oblivious to the trap laid before them. Zoro, a seasoned drinker, was not so easily swayed by their words. He glanced at Zhang Fei, seeking any sign of his reaction, only to find Zhang Fei unfazed. Zhang Fei, understanding Zoro's unspoken question, nodded subtly. It's as you think, but free food is free food. Nami, though curious about Zhang Fei's reluctance to expose their scheme, trusted that he had his reasons. She maintained her facade of ignorance, reassured by Zhang Fei's presence and the protective talisman in her possession. Chapter 97. The Rising Bounty upon Luffy's Agreement. Ikaram promptly organized the banquet as dusk painted the sky with hues of crimson. The festivities continued, with Usopp becoming increasingly inebriated. Yet his boastful chatter with the girls never faltered. I boldly declare, Uvile Sea King, do not lay a finger on my comrades. What a valiant captain you are, Usopp. The girls feigned admiration, attempting to lower Usopp's defenses, waiting for him to succumb to drunkenness for easier prey. But that time we escaped the calm belt? Even I trembled a little. Usopp continued to regale tales of his exploits, only to receive a scornful glance from Nami, who knew full well he had fainted in fear. Zhang Fei, however, found Usopp amusing, drinking alone, with no one daring to challenge his capacity. His stomach was a bottomless pit, and he showed no signs of intoxication. Appearing as composed as ever, those who dared to compete with him had succumbed long before, leaving no one willing to match his drinking prowess. On Zoro's side, challenges still arose, as did on Nami's. As for Luffy, he had thoroughly devoured the chef, leaving his belly round and full. Sanji, meanwhile, was lost in the allure of the ladies, embracing them with a blissful expression. In another corner, Mr. Nine diligently penned a report, preparing to submit the reasons for their failure. However, Vivi was restless, her mind elsewhere, as a result of the aforementioned misadventures. Their mission to procure provisions for the town had failed. To salvage their reputation, they had successfully lured the group to Cactus Island, and Mr. Nine hastily wrote, fearing his report would be dismissed as trivial. Completing the report, he exhaled in relief, feeling his life was spared, and placed the document in the mailbox. As long as I deliver this to the boss, we can redeem ourselves. Are you listening, Miss Wednesday? Mr. Nine inquired upon seeing Vivi lost in thought. Ah, yes. I just hope our plan succeeds. Vivi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. Although her words suggested otherwise, her heart was still in a state of indecision, contemplating whether to implore them for assistance in rescuing the kingdom of Alabasta. In the banquet hall, Luffy could no longer stomach any more food, and Sanji and the others had succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Nami found solace by resting her head on Zhang Fei's shoulder, feeling a profound sense of security only in his presence, especially since this band of bounty hunters had come seeking her head. As for Zhang Fei, he pretended to be fast asleep, even as a mission had just been triggered. Mission 1. Defeat the members of the Baroque Works. Reward: 1 mysterious gift package. Mission 2. Vanquish all bounty hunters. Reward: 1 mysterious gift package. Mission 3. Prevent the internal conflict between Luffy and Zoro. Reward: 1 mysterious gift package. What a delightful turn of events. Yet another set of tasks, and this time 3 of them. Zhang Fei was filled with excitement. Once all the bounty hunters had vacated the banquet hall, Zhang Fei decided it was time to abandon his charade. He called out to the 2 still feigning sleep. Nami and Zoro. Zoro slowly rose, rubbing the back of his head, grumbling while praising the wine served here. Acting was indeed exhausting, but the taste of the wine was quite delightful. Enough of that. Be careful not to attract their attention. They haven't gone far, Nami cautioned Zoro, secretly wishing to remain nestled against Zhang Fei's shoulder, as his presence provided an unparalleled sense of comfort and an inexplicable magic that could ease one's worries, offering a profound tranquility. Zhang Fei, you just wait here for me. I will take care of them. You both keep an eye on these 3, who are sleeping like dead pigs, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Zhang Fei cast a glance at the trio sprawled on the ground. Very well. I leave it all to you, Zoro replied, pleased to hear Zhang Fei would take action, allowing him a few more drinks as he settled down, pouring himself another glass of wine while awaiting Zhang Fei's good news. Just be cautious, Nami added, despite knowing Zhang Fei was formidable and possessed an immortal body. She could not help but express her concern. I understand, Zhang Fei replied with a gentle smile, acknowledging her sentiment before slowing his pace and departing. Ugh, those shameless wretches, Zoro muttered, inadvertently inciting Nami's wrath, resulting in him feeling the familiar sting of her fists. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhang Fei overheard the conspiratorial musings of Ikelam and his cohorts. They lamented that they should have dealt with them at the port, for this town was already in short supply of food, and they had no expectations of obtaining whale meat. Miss Monday had shed her nun's attire, reverting to her original form, resembling a muscular Barbie, which made Zhang Fei feel a twinge of concern. She could rival the beauty of Huahua. as he chastised Icolum and the others for not acting decisively. Mr. Nine and Vivi, upon hearing Miss Monday's disparaging remarks, could not help but want to retort. You needn't say such things. We have been trying our best, and besides, there's a monster on that ship, Mr. Nine exclaimed, hands on his hips, expressing his indignation. The monster he referred to was none other than Zhang Fei, for they had only witnessed his prowess, while the others had not. Perched atop the rooftop, Zhang Fei found the situation rather absurd. Was he not the very definition of a monster, much like the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals? Yet, he also acknowledged that he indeed qualified as a monster, considering his immortal nature. Calm down, everyone. Let us focus on this first, Icolum urged, attempting to prevent discord among them. He produced Zhang Fei's latest bounty notice for all to see. What? 130 million berries. They gazed incredulously at the bounty notice in Icolum's hand, unable to fathom how a mere novice pirate, just entering the Grand Line, could have such a staggering reward. Wait, my bounty has risen to 130 million berries? Even Zhang Fei himself was taken aback, unable to restrain his exclamation. The remaining individuals below, upon seeing the bounty exceeding 100 million, which was far from their slumbering state, immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. Moreover, the preceding dialogue might have been entirely overheard by him. After all, a pirate with a bounty over 100 million was no merciful character. Their strength was formidable, and it was likely that none present could withstand the might of a pirate with such a bounty. Chapter 98, Mr. Five's Intrigues. Icolum, well aware of the terror that accompanied a pirate of over 100 million, swiftly issued a command, though his tone lacked conviction. Quickly kill him. With Icolum's command, everyone brandished their weapons, aiming their firearms at Zhang Fei, intent on eliminating him. However, they were merely deluding themselves, for in the blink of an eye, Zhang Fei vanished from their sight. Where did he go? Confusion reigned among them, while Zhang Fei had materialized right in front of Icolum. Snatching the bounty notice from his grasp, he scrutinized the new notice for differences, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the image had changed. It now depicted him in a state of confrontation with Smoker, when he had been in the throes of death itself, wielding the soul-cutting blade. Yet Zhang Fei had to commend the photographer. The image was undeniably striking, particularly the profile shot that exuded an air of coolness. The bounty beneath the image had indeed risen to 130 million berries. What? Icolum stood frozen, terror etched on his face as he regarded Zhang Fei, bewildered by how he had appeared so suddenly. As he watched Zhang Fei gaze at the bounty notice, he felt it was the perfect moment to strike. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Fei was momentarily distracted, from within the saxophone, a hidden shotgun was unleashed as Icolum blew into it, firing bullets in a desperate bid to achieve the one-shot kill. Not only Icolum, but others also joined in the attack. Zhang Fei, unwilling to let his attire suffer further damage, prepared to utilize the build driver to deal with them. During the transformation phase, he was imbued with an invincibility effect, making him impervious to bullets while in this state. What on earth? The onlookers were horrified. They were well aware of the fearsome reputation of devil fruit users and instinctively took a step back. Zhang Fei, however, had no inclination to explain. In their eyes, any peculiar ability was simply attributed to the powers of a devil fruit. Even if you wear iron armor, I refuse to believe I cannot shatter you. One audacious bounty hunter, undeterred by the danger, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Zhang Fei. Clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the bullets failed to pierce Zhang Fei's armor, leaving not even a scratch. How is this possible? The crowd was incredulous. But Zhang Fei had no intention of granting them the luxury of contemplation. With the build armor augmenting his speed, he swiftly incapacitated one after another. He made sure not to kill them, as he was unaware of their moral standing. He knew there were children present, and hunting pirates was their means of survival. After all, he was a pirate himself. In mere moments, he had dispatched them all, leaving only the members of Baroque Works, who appeared utterly terrified, having witnessed the defeat of everyone present in mere moments. What kind of prowess does the man before us possess? Should we flee? Mr. Nine suggested, prioritizing the preservation of his own life, as he had no desire to perish here. Yet, escape was not an option. Miss Monday, with a disdainful expression, donned her knuckle dusters, brimming with confidence in her strength, convinced she could shatter the build armor encasing Zhang Fei. Striding forward boldly, she locked her gaze onto Zhang Fei and unleashed a powerful punch. Zhang Fei stood momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone daring to strike him. He remained before her, allowing the attack to land, for he held unwavering faith in his build armor. With a resounding thud, her fist connected with his chest. Yet Zhang Fei did not even flinch, let alone show signs of injury. Miss Monday stared at her fist in disbelief, questioning the inexplicable outcome. Now it's my turn, he declared, and with that, Zhang Fei delivered a heavy blow to Miss Monday's abdomen. The excruciating pain caused her to double over, clutching her stomach. Her eyes rolling back as she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. After dispatching Miss Monday, Zhang Fei turned his attention to Icolum and the others, urging them to surrender. Why have you not yet capitulated? Is this the might of 100 million pirates? Icolum glanced at Vivi with terror, realizing that if they did not surrender soon, Vivi could be in grave danger. As the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard, he was resolute in protecting the princess's safety, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. We surrender. Just as Icolum wrestled with his indecision, Vivi spoke up, aware of his thoughts. She understood that Zhang Fei would not harm the townsfolk, merely rendering them unconscious. He was, after all, a pirate capable of communication. If he truly wished to kill her, he could have done so while she was in the belly of the lagoon, yet he refrained. You truly are a disgrace, capitulating so easily. An unwelcome voice interjected. Following this, a man and a woman appeared, Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine. Upon seeing them, Zhang Fei smiled knowingly. The explosive fruit he had long desired was finally within reach. As for Ms. Valentine's devil fruit ability, which allowed her to adjust her own weight, it paled in comparison to the might of the mahi-mahi fruit, rendering it unworthy of Zhang Fei's interest. If only it were the flame fruit or the thunder fruit, he might have considered replicating them. However, in light of the explosive fruit, her ability was far from impressive. Those familiar with physics recognize the four fundamental forces of the universe: the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity. These forces govern not only atoms, but the cosmos itself. The explosive fruit theoretically enables nuclear fusion, harnessing the strong nuclear force, which, if developed properly, could annihilate all. Moreover, the strong nuclear force is 137 times more powerful than electromagnetism, the energy of which fuels the sun. Even if you were a celestial being, Zhang Fei could utilize the power of nuclear fusion to reduce you to ashes, becoming a living sun himself. Coupled with his immortality, he would be an unparalleled existence. Consequently, his interest in Mr. Five's abilities intensified, sending a chill down Mr. Five's spine, as though he were being scrutinized by a predator. Goosebumps rising on his skin. Noticing Mr. Five's subtle shift, Ms. Valentine inquired, "Are you all right, Mr. Five?" "I'm fine. Perhaps the night sea breeze is just a bit chilly," he replied. "Indeed, we must hasten to extract certain individuals from the Baroque Works and bring them to justice," Ms. Valentine remarked, believing Mr. Five's words while casting a pointed glance at Vivi. Icolum's expression turned pale. He had not anticipated that their identities would be exposed. Fear gripped him as he regarded the duo. How had Crocodile discerned their true selves? Meanwhile, Vivi remained composed, as if she had foreseen such a scenario. However, Mr. Nine was in a panic, mistakenly believing he was the target of Ms. Valentine's statement, hastily clarifying, "Though I wear a crown, I am not of royal blood." "Not you," Ms. Valentine scoffed. Upon realizing that the intended victim was not him, Mr. Nine's anxiety subsided, and he sighed in relief. Who then? Could it possibly be that infiltrated the Baroque Works? Having observed enough theatrics, Zhang Fei knew it was time to make his entrance, especially as Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine had not spared him a glance, clearly underestimating him. "Is it not rather disrespectful to regard me with such contempt?" he queried. "Who are you?" Mr. Five asked, eyeing the oddly armored figure with curiosity. "I am merely a passing masked knight. Remember my name," Zhang Fei declared, echoing the death proclamation of Wang Xiaoming. He extracted a replication card from his system pouch and crushed it. The shattered card disintegrated like glass, transforming into myriad starlit particles that merged with Zhang Fei's essence. Observing his hands, he felt no peculiar sensation. Had the replication card failed? Yet, whether it had or not would only be revealed through experimentation. The spring in his right leg compressed, and in an instant, Zhang Fei appeared before Mr. Five as if teleporting. Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine, caught off guard by his sudden appearance, had no time to react. Zhang Fei extended his right hand, gripping Mr. Five's neck with a force akin to a vice. Simultaneously, as contact was made, the replication card's power activated, a fleeting flash of white light appearing on Zhang Fei's hand, vanishing as swiftly as it had emerged. Zhang Fei felt a peculiar strength coursing through him, a gift from the replication card, while the ephemeral light remained visible only to him, invisible to others. "Release me at once," Mr. Five spluttered, his face reddening as he struggled against Zhang Fei's iron grip, but to no avail. He had not anticipated that this peculiar armored figure would possess such formidable strength. He had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Let go of Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine commanded, activating her ability to levitate and preparing to crush Zhang Fei. Before she could strike, however, Mr. 5 acted, extracting a bead from his nose and hurling it at Zhang Fei's arm. Empty nose. Boom. The explosion generated a shockwave that forced Zhang Fei to release his grip. Though Mr. 5 was also propelled backward, bearing the marks of injury from the blast. It seemed that becoming a bomb had its repercussions. Witnessing this, Ms. Valentine seized the opportunity to launch her assault, plummeting towards Zhang Fei like a cannonball, aiming to crush him beneath her weight. You disgusting booger of a man, Zhang Fei exclaimed, repulsed by Mr. 5, who had unexpectedly attacked him just as he was contemplating the strange power within. The manner of assault was all too evident. As for the fallen Mr. Valentine's Day, it was but a mere sidestep, a brush past, culminating in a heavy impact upon the ground. Boom. The earth cracked, sending up clouds of dust. As Mr. Valentine's Day slowly rose, his backside elevated, he found himself face to face with Zhang Fei, igniting within Zhang Fei an inexplicable impulse. A daring thought flickering in his mind. He lifted his right foot and, with a swift crouch, delivered a fierce kick aimed at Mr. Valentine's Day's posterior. Curse you. With Zhang Fei's violent kick, Ms. Valentine's Day was propelled through the air, tracing a graceful parabolic arc, her cries echoing, I shall return. Did you think you could come back like a wolf in sheep's clothing? Mr. 5 swallowed hard, realizing he was now alone, pondering how he might defeat him. Moreover, the earlier Bodhi seed bomb had failed to inflict any harm. Should he flee? Or continue to fight? Such strength. Even Mr. Valentine's Day could be so easily vanquished. Vivi gazed at Zhang Fei in disbelief, a flame of hope igniting within her heart as she fixated on him intently. Yet, just as Ms. 5 intended to launch another Bodhi seed attack, Zhang Fei detected her movement, instantly teleporting to her front, denying her the chance to strike, and unleashed a punch to her abdomen. Boom. The force of the blow pierced through, producing a sonic boom, while Mr. 5 spewed blood, rolling his eyes back, and succumbed to a fainting spell. Simultaneously, his body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing through a line of houses, evidencing that this punch possessed greater power than Miss Monday's. Zhang Fei reverted to his original form, realizing he had completed Task 1 and Task 2, leaving only Task 3 pending. Approaching Vivi and the others, he noticed Vivi inhaling deeply, displaying no trace of fear, instead expressing her gratitude. Thank you immensely for saving us. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively, no need for thanks. It was merely a matter of convenience. You are the princess of the Alabasta kingdom, are you not? Vivi's pupils widened in shock. How did he know? Was her concealed identity truly so transparent? Acknowledging that her identity had been unearthed by Zhang Fei, she conceded, Indeed, I am Vivi Nefertari, the princess of the Alabasta kingdom. A princess? Mr. 9 was taken aback. He had never imagined that his partner of many years was royalty, meaning Ms. 5 had been pursuing Vivi all along. I apologize, Mr. 9, for keeping this from you for so long, Vivi said with a hint of remorse, knowing well Mr. 9's loyalty. It's all right. After all, we are partners. Mr. 9 replied. Though astonished, he bore no ill will towards Vivi's deception. Perhaps she had her reasons. With Mr. 9's understanding, Vivi felt a sense of relief. Then turned to Zhang Fei, seeking his assistance in rescuing the Alabasta kingdom. Upon observing Vivi's grave expression, Zhang Fei comprehended her intent. Chapter 100, Exposure. I know what you wish to express, but I am not the captain. I cannot overstep my boundaries. As long as our captain consents, I have no objections. Rest assured, our captain is quite accommodating. Vivi frowned, but I haven't even spoken yet. How could you know? She regarded Zhang Fei with curiosity. Noticing her bewilderment, Zhang Fei glanced around. Speaking in hushed tones, this is not a suitable place for conversation. He was already aware of a vulture and a sea snake perched on a nearby rooftop, monitoring their actions, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday, yet he chose to ignore them. Furthermore, with Mr. 9 present, if they overheard, it could lead to a perilous pursuit by the other members of Baroque Works. Naturally, Zhang Fei could not simply eliminate Mr. 13 and Miss Friday, as they were crucial in luring Robin out. Without their signal, Robin would not appear. Simultaneously, Vivi grasped this reality, promptly covering her mouth to prevent the revelation of the true identity of Baroque Works leader, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Zhang Fei had reminded her, lest she inadvertently jeopardize Mr. 9 and his companions. Ms. Wednesday, what on earth are you discussing? I don't comprehend, Mr. 399 inquired with curiosity. I would advise against knowing. Once you do, you'll certainly attract the wrath of other Baroque Works members, Zhang Fei warned, casting a glance at Mr. 9, for the more one knew, the greater the danger. Of course, Zhang Fei himself harbored no fear of Crocodile, especially after acquiring his Zanpakuto, granting him the capability to contend with natural elements. Perhaps I should just refrain from knowing. Mr. Nine shivered, hastily waving his hands to indicate his disinterest in uncovering secrets he ought not to hear. Just then, Nami and Zoro, having heard the commotion outside, emerged from the house to find the unconscious townsfolk sprawled on the ground, evidently having been subdued by Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, have you handled it? Zoro inquired, strolling over leisurely with a bottle in hand. Is that even a question? By the way, Zoro, bring that rascal Luffy over. I have matters to discuss with him. Why do you need him? Zoro pondered for a moment, but decided against pressing further, reasoning that he would learn the details once Luffy arrived. What is going on, Zhang Fei? Nami pointed at Vivi and the others beside Zhang Fei, questioning why they appeared unscathed despite being bounty hunters. You'll find out when Luffy arrives, Zhang Fei replied, opting to wait for Luffy rather than divulging details to Nami. Not wishing to press further, Nami settled down to await Luffy's arrival. As Luffy approached, looking dazed and half asleep, the sight of the townsfolk lying in a heap instantly jolted him awake. What happened? Who did this? They were our gracious hosts, providing us with food and drink. He hurried to assist one of the townsfolk, attempting to rouse him and discover the true culprit. Hey, wake up. Who did this? No need to call him Luffy. It was me, Zhang Fei stated matter-of-factly. Damn it. You knocked out every single one of the kind townsfolk who welcomed us with open arms and offered us fine wine and delicacies. Luffy exclaimed furiously, arms outstretched, ready to avenge the townspeople. Zhang Fei rubbed the back of his head in exasperation. Originally, this was something he intended to convey to Zoro, yet it had turned into a personal dilemma. Luffy was in a rage, completely disregarding Zhang Fei's words. Your captain is truly quite dense, Vivi remarked, taken aback by Luffy's obliviousness. He's not too bad, Zhang Fei replied just as Luffy launched an attack, leaping before Zhang Fei, his round belly leading the charge as he swung a fist with fervor. Zhang Fei sidestepped effortlessly, evading Luffy's punch, yet the extended fist struck the ground, causing it to crack and debris to scatter. The sheer force of that punch was a testament to Luffy's fury. Fortunately, Zhang Fei's temperament does not resemble that of Zoro. Otherwise, the earlier punch would have undoubtedly provoked Zoro's wrath. As Luffy's fist retracted, Zhang Fei seized the moment, his right hand clawing like a vice, firmly gripping Luffy's neck and shoving him to the ground. Thud! The earth trembled as a concave crater formed around Luffy, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. Zhang Fei understood that attempting to reason with Luffy was akin to playing a lute to a cow, utterly futile. Thus, he resorted to force and implored Nami to elucidate the situation to Luffy, for his words would fall on deaf ears. Let me go? Luffy struggled valiantly. Yet Zhang Fei's grip was as unyielding as iron, compounded by Luffy's rotund physique, making retaliation exceedingly difficult. Nami, it's best if you explain. Luffy is not in a state to listen to me. All right, I understand, Nami sighed softly, recognizing Luffy's disposition and commenced to clarify everything. So that's how it is. Zhang Fei, why didn't you say so earlier? Luffy, upon grasping the entire context, began to reproach Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, the real question is, would you have listened? Had I anticipated this, I would have delivered a couple of punches beforehand. Enough. There's no one around. Vivi, if you have something to convey to our captain, it's trivial regarding Crocodile. Zhang Fei glanced around, reassured by the absence of others, and voiced his thoughts without fear of implicating anyone else. How do you know? Vivi's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at Zhang Fei, astonished at his knowledge. Was there anything he did not know? At that moment, upon Zhang Fei mentioning Crocodile's name, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday had already recorded the appearances of Zhang Fei and the others, sketching their likenesses before departing. When Vivi encountered them, a wave of foreboding washed over her. She sought to detain them, but it was too late, her expression shifting dramatically as she cried out, "This is bad." The group was taken aback, utterly oblivious to the source of Vivi's alarm. What's wrong? Is there an issue with that bird and the sea slug? Nami inquired. Chapter 101 Pursuers. They belong to Baroque Works, and their boss is none other than the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Now that we are aware of his identity, he will undoubtedly send people to hunt us down, Vivi explained to the group. Nami initially froze, a flicker of panic crossing her features. But she relaxed when a hand rested on her shoulder, Zhang Fei's hand. Reflecting, she thought, if Zhang Fei could hold his own against Mihawk, one of the warlords, then Crocodile should pose no significant threat. As for Zoro and Luffy, they remained unconcerned, dismissing the warlords as mere trifles. Rest assured, there's nothing to worry about. It's just Crocodile, and we can handle him, Zhang Fei replied with a calm smile, his confidence rooted in his capabilities. Moreover, with a considerable distance yet to traverse to Alabasta, the journey would only serve to strengthen Zhang Fei further. Not to mention Luffy, who, being the destined child, bore an aura that alone could vanquish Crocodile. Upon witnessing Zhang Fei's unwavering confidence, Vivi inexplicably felt reassured, ultimately placing her trust in him. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries, undoubtedly formidable. She then beseeched Luffy for assistance, hoping to save Alabasta. Luffy, I implore you to rescue Alabasta. The kingdom is engulfed in internal strife, and the orchestrator of this chaos is none other than the warlord, Crocodile. Their objective is to usurp the kingdom. If we do not return swiftly to unveil the truth and quell the citizens' unrest, their scheme will succeed. Unbeknownst to Vivi, Crocodile's true aim was the ancient weapon Pluton, not merely the conquest of Alabasta. At this revelation, the group finally understood why Zhang Fei had summoned Luffy. It was for this very matter. All right, Luffy, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. This response sent a tremor of surprise through Vivi, who bit her lip in astonishment. She had not anticipated such an enthusiastic reply. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she bowed deeply to Luffy, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your willingness to help. No need for thanks. We shall assist you. Moreover, their strength is considerable, especially Zhang Fei, who has fought evenly with Mihawk. Nami helped Vivi to her feet, empathizing with her sentiments. For the plight of Cocoa Village mirrored that of Alabasta, and she introduced Zhang Fei to Vivi to bolster her confidence. At that moment, Vivi finally grasped the reason behind Zhang Fei's exorbitant bounty. It was due to his battle with Mihawk. This realization filled her with joy, as it became evident they possessed the capability to defeat Crocodile. Alabasta has hope. No wonder Mr. Zhang Fei's bounty is 130 million berries. What? The group stared at Zhang Fei in astonishment. Hadn't it been 50 million berries before? How had it suddenly soared to 130 million? What on earth was going on? What's so strange? The Navy surely learned of my confrontation with Mihawk in the East Blue, hence the increase in my bounty. Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly, his tone calm, as if discussing the weather. The staggering bounty of 130 million berries struck Luffy hard, as his own bounty was merely 20 million. A stark contrast reflecting a disparity of 6.5 times. No way. I must surpass Zhang Fei, Luffy declared, unable to bear the weight of Zhang Fei's achievement. Vowing to exceed him, as a captain could not be overshadowed by his crew. Observing their spirited determination, Vivi felt reassured that entrusting her plea for the rescue of Alabasta was indeed the right choice. In her interactions with them, she discerned that the Straw Hat crew possessed genuine kindness, a stark contrast to other pirates. At that moment, Ikaram stepped forward, his expression laden with concern. He was not doubting Zhang Fei's strength, but rather the fact that Crocodile possessed a Logia-type ability, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Although Crocodile has a bounty of only 80 million berries, he is a Logia user. Are you truly capable of dealing with him? A Logia user? Luffy, hearing this term for the first time, tilted his head in curiosity. Yes, Crocodile is the wielder of the Sand fruit, akin to that smoke man in Logtown. Physical attacks are useless against him unless you wield Haki or Sea Prism stone weapons, Zhang Fei succinctly explained, ensuring everyone understood the gravity of the situation. So that's how it is, Luffy finally comprehended, realizing the reason he could not land a hit on Smoker in Logtown. But what are Haki and Sea Prism stone weapons? Nami inquired. Haki. We can discuss that later. For now, you're not ready to grasp it. As for Sea Prism stone weapons, they are capable of nullifying a Devil Fruit user's abilities, but acquiring such weapons is exceedingly difficult, so don't dwell on it. Zhang Fei responded to Nami's question. What should we do then? Nami's voice trembled with worry, realizing that if physical attacks were rendered ineffective, how could they possibly fight back? Rest assured, Crocodile possesses a vulnerability, and that is his fear of water. Once he comes into contact with it, he is rendered incapable of elemental transformation, and even a mere punch can inflict harm upon him. Upon hearing this revelation, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. It was not just Crocodile who had a weakness, but Vivi as well. Had Crocodile truly been invulnerable, she would have been at a loss for what to do. With that in mind, Princess Vivi entrusted her safety to them. They would split into two groups. She would disguise herself as the princess to draw attention while they seized the opportunity to escape. Ikaram laid out his plan, striving to ensure that Vivi could reach the kingdom of Alabasta safely and thwart Crocodile's sinister schemes. Naturally, Zhang Fei did not oppose his endeavor, understanding that he would not meet his demise in the process. Thus, Ikaram acquired the eternal pointer leading to Alabasta from Vivi and set sail in a small boat. Equipped with several dummies, while he donned women's attire, appearing rather odd. One could only wonder if he would have nightmares that night. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and the others stood at the shore, watching Icolum depart. Not long after he set sail, an explosion erupted from his vessel, illuminating the previously dark sea with a dazzling inferno. Everyone present stared in disbelief at the flaming spectacle behind them, with the exception of Zhang Fei. Chapter 102, Become Our Companion. The flames cast a flickering glow upon the faces of the onlookers, and the atmosphere instantly turned somber. At that moment, Luffy was engulfed in fury, his expression dark and his eyes ablaze with wrath as he turned around, resolute in his determination to send Crocodile flying. Nami, have you recorded everything? He inquired. Yes, I've filled it up, Nami replied, glancing at the recording pointer before responding to Luffy's question. Then let us take that girl with us. We're setting off. Witnessing Luffy's anger was a second for Zhang Fei, the first being when Zoro was injured by Hawkeye. Turning back, he noticed Vivi staring intently at the raging flames upon the sea, her fists clenched, her upper teeth biting down hard on her lower lip, sharp canines piercing the flesh, blood trickling from the wound. It was as if she were enduring profound sorrow, yearning to weep and vent her emotions, yet she could not. She was a princess, burdened with the duty of saving the kingdom of Alabasta, and she could not afford to display weakness. Zhang Fei could not help but reflect on how remarkably strong Vivi truly was. Simultaneously, Nami noticed Vivi's struggle to suppress her grief and embraced her, offering comforting words with unwavering conviction, for she had once shared Vivi's plight and thus understood her feelings. It's all right. We will ensure your safe passage to the kingdom of Alabasta. They, with just their 5 members, managed to save the East Blue. So the mere 7 warlords are certainly no match for them. With Nami's reassurance, Vivi felt a sense of relief and joined Luffy in gathering supplies, primarily freshwater, as food was not in short supply. Ouch, that hurts. You're going to rip my nose off, you idiot. Let go. On the deck of the Going Merry, Zhang Fei witnessed Luffy grasping Usopp's nose with one hand and Sanji's heel with the other, sprinting with fervor. As the crew gathered for their imminent departure, Mr. 9 approached to bid Vivi farewell, pleading with Zhang Fei and the others to protect her, bowing deeply in respect. Though I am unaware of what transpired with Ms. Wednesday, I implore you to safeguard her. Vivi, overwhelmed by Mr. 9's sincerity, found herself at a loss for words. Rest assured, we will protect her. By the way, I recall the town is in need of provisions. This is for you, Zhang Fei remarked, recalling the food shortage and intending to offer Mr. 9 a portion of the Frog Sea King he had stored in his system backpack, for such loyalty was a rare find. He subsequently retrieved the Frog Sea King from his backpack and tossed it onto the shore, where Mr. 9 recognized the enormous creature, sufficient to feed the townsfolk for quite some time, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Fei. Thank you immensely. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned, saying nothing further. Sanji and Usopp gradually comprehended the situation, their earlier rage subsiding. A glimmer of dawn emerged over the horizon, mist rising gently from the sea, the air imbued with a touch of warmth. Just as the Going Merry was about to set sail, an unexpected guest arrived. Nico Robin, perched on the second-floor railing, resting her elbow on her thigh, chin supported by her palm, exuding a chilling aura as she spoke with a hint of mischief. Be careful as you sail. Don't crash into the rocks. Ah, it feels splendid to have escaped the pursuers. All eyes fixated on this uninvited guest. Who are you? Vivi's face paled upon recognizing Robin, her heart racing with dread. The woman before her was none other than the vice president of Baroque Works, Ms. All Sunday. Zhang Fei, finally encountering Robin, seized the opportunity to persuade her to join the Straw Hat Pirates, hoping to win her over at this moment. Ms. All Sunday, if it's convenient. Might we converse over there? Zhang Fei gestured toward a secluded area, deliberately refraining from revealing Robin's identity, concerned for her safety from the world government, knowing he could not always protect her until she joined his crew. Oh, a pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries. Are you interested in me? Robin teased. Recognizing Zhang Fei as the newly infamous pirate, she had heard of his exploits, including the naval scandals that had tarnished the Marine's reputation and his clash with Hawkeye, which ended in a stalemate. Zhang Fei scratched his head, responding nonchalantly, something like that. Nami, overhearing this, felt a surge of jealousy, fiercely stomping on Zhang Fei's foot to express her discontent. Zhang Fei could only manage a wry smile, opting not to elaborate further. Robin's eyes gleamed with interest, her playful nature surfacing as she agreed to Zhang Fei's request. Sure. She then leaped down from the railing, deliberately brushing her delicate fingers against Zhang Fei's cheek as she moved to the designated spot. Humph. Nami was infuriated, seething at the audacity of Robin flirting with the man she had claimed. You're dead, she fumed, letting out a huff. Sanji, witnessing the scene, expressed envy, wishing to be the recipient of such teasing from a beautiful lady. Zhang Fei, bemused, accompanied Robin, aware of her cunning nature, typically targeting Luffy, but today, it seemed, she had set her sights on him. Shaking his head, he followed her. Nami, watching Zhang Fei leave without a word, ground her teeth in frustration, stamping her foot. Speak. Mr. Zhang Fei, what is it that you seek from me? Robin inquired, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she fixed her gaze upon him. Once assured that no one was nearby, Zhang Fei directly broached the subject. Become our companion, Nico Robin. Robin's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at Zhang Fei, astonished at how he had uncovered her true identity. She quickly asked, how did you know who I am? Are you affiliated with the world government? Robin's emotional fluctuations were well within Zhang Fei's expectations. However, upon hearing the term world government, her brow furrowed as she remarked, I am not one of those scoundrels from the world government. Her words dripped with disdain. Having endured years of evasion, Robin had honed her ability to read people's expressions and discern truth from lies. She realized that Zhang Fei spoke genuinely. Thus, he truly was not affiliated with the world government. Yet, a question gnawed at her, being the offspring of a devil who had betrayed countless individuals. Why would he extend an invitation for her to board his ship? Chapter 103. Nuclear fusion, why do you wish to invite me aboard? Are you not afraid of my potential betrayal? Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. Not at all. On the contrary, we will protect you and enable you to reclaim your place on the world stage, he replied confidently, having acquired the bomb fruit. With the ability to master nuclear fusion, he felt assured that even the four emperors posed no threat to him. A tremor of disbelief coursed through Robin as she gazed at Zhang Fei, pressing further with her inquiries. But are you not concerned about the world government's pursuit? Concerned? What is there to fear? After enduring numerous life and death situations, what more could possibly frighten me? If they dare to come, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Zhang Fei's survival thus far was attributed to the relentless training imposed by his father's enemies, which had forged his indomitable spirit, even in the face of danger. He could afford to boast on social media. Coupled with his immortal abilities, he felt little trepidation. Robin remained skeptical, having endured too many betrayals to lower her guard. Nonetheless, she sensed the sincerity in Zhang Fei's words, yet she found it difficult to fully trust him. After all, the intricacies of human hearts were not easily discerned. Observing Robin's indecision, Zhang Fei recognized that she had yet to fully embrace his proposition. He was aware that Robin was not someone easily swayed by mere words, and he possessed the patience to await the moment she would truly step aboard. I know what you are pondering, and I shall grant you the time to deliberate. Regardless of the outcome, I will ensure you join us. Startled by his declaration, Robin turned and smiled. Mr. Zhang Fei, you are quite domineering. Domineering? That depends on the talent, he candidly replied before turning away, returning to the merry-go. He understood that Robin would not decide to board immediately. As Robin watched Zhang Fei's retreating figure, a faint smile graced her lips. He is indeed an intriguing individual. Perhaps he is the companion that Harguvel D. Zoro spoke of. Upon his return to the merry-go, Zhang Fei was soon surrounded by the crew, particularly Nami, who was eager to learn about their conversation. What were you discussing? Luffy inquired, his curiosity unabated. Not yet. There will be an opportunity to share that later, Zhang Fei replied, reluctant to divulge the truth just yet. Seeing his reticence, the others hesitated to pry further. Nami, however, appeared dejected, clearly preoccupied with earlier events. Zhang Fei playfully tapped her forehead with his hand, his tone gentle. Don't dwell on it. Let's set sail. Vivi's kingdom awaits our rescue. Nami's previously dull eyes brightened as she looked up at Zhang Fei, realizing he was trying to comfort her in his own way. This warmed her heart, affirming that he still cared for her. Perhaps he had his own burdens that he could not share. What about Ms. All Blue? Vivi asked, glancing at Robin on the shore, unable to suppress her concern for the former vice president of Baroque Works, fearing she might pose a threat. Rest assured, she is not as malevolent as you think. She is a victim of circumstances, Zhang Fei interjected, defending Robin against Vivi's prejudices. Though Vivi struggled to trust Robin, she found herself compelled to accept Zhang Fei's assurances while aboard the merry-go. Then let us set sail, she concluded, and with everyone ready, Luffy took charge. Preparing for their next adventure. Their next destination seemed to be Little Garden. Though Zhang Fei was concerned about whether Nami would fall ill again after consuming the elixir of body refinement. Regardless, he intended to fetch Chopper as well. As Robin gazed at the receding merry-go, a realization struck her, and she murmured to herself, I forgot to remind them. And I also neglected to provide them with the eternal pointer for Alabasta. It seems I must observe Little Garden for a while longer. On board the merry-go, the crew celebrated boisterously, which displeased Vivi as she pointed at Luffy and the others reveling in their libations. She turned to Nami, inquiring, "Is this appropriate? Isn't it wonderful?" Nami retorted nonchalantly, sipping Sanji's specially crafted beverage and offering Vivi a glass. Nami had a point. One must learn to seize joy in the moment. If every day were spent in sorrow and lamentation, what purpose would such a life serve? Zhang Fei leaned against the railing, relishing the lively atmosphere aboard the merry-go, which infused his life with delight. That said, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps they were being too carefree. Concern flickered in Vivi's eyes as she constantly worried that Baroque Works would come after them. "Have no fear, for I am here," he declared, embracing his responsibility as the protector of the merry-go, genuinely cherishing the crew as if his heart had finally found a home. Vivi regarded Zhang Fei, recognizing the wisdom in his words, especially since countless pirates had echoed similar sentiments. Why not choose to trust him? On this ship, all worries would dissipate, leaving only the promise of adventure ahead. Nami beamed at Vivi, who basked in the warmth of her smile. The tension in Vivi's heart eased, and she found tranquility in the embrace of the sea breeze. "If only I had a camera right now," she thought, envisioning herself in this serene moment, with her delicate fingers brushing her hair, a smile gracing her face, undeniably captivating. Regrettably, Zhang Fei did not possess such a device, instead savoring the beauty of the present moment. As for his speculations, they were indeed valid. From the outset of their journey, Zhang Fei had been experimenting with his bomb fruit, testing whether nuclear fusion could be achieved. After countless trials, he finally succeeded. However, his control over nuclear fusion remained limited, primarily confined to his right hand. To refine his mastery further, he would need to engage in continuous training, as a moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic consequences. Presently, his right hand could emit temperatures akin to that of the sun, estimated to reach 15 million degrees Celsius, though this was merely conjecture, as he had not dared to test such a notion, deeming it too perilous. During one experiment aboard the merry-go, the rising temperature of his palm nearly set the ship ablaze. Had he not halted in time, the merry-go might have met its untimely end. Moreover, the onset of nuclear fusion would also emit nuclear radiation. While Zhang Fei himself was impervious to its effects, it posed a significant threat to others. Thus, he refrained from conducting further experiments on the merry-go, fearing for the safety of the ship and his companions. Chapter 104. The Extraordinary Man That Said. He still possessed 3 mysterious gift packs that remained unopened. Zhang Fei resolved to continue riding on Luffy's luck, as the mysterious gift packs activated in Luffy's vicinity had all yielded grand prizes. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Fei remained oblivious to the rewards bestowed upon him by the system, as there was scarcely any garbage to speak of, and those inferior rewards had been snatched away by the trio of death itself. This compelled the system to reluctantly borrow items from other realms, of course, with no intention of returning them. Upon arriving beside Luffy, Zhang Fei resolutely chose to initiate a triple activation. "Congratulations. You have obtained a trial card for the stand arrow." As the first mysterious gift was unveiled, Zhang Fei received the stand arrow, and his eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. He recognized the origins of the stand arrow. It belonged to the world of JoJo. Should the original body be pierced, it could lead to death, but if one survives, they awaken as stand. Moreover, stand users are truly remarkable, akin to having an alternate self endowed with superpowers. And the abilities of these stand users can be as varied as one's imagination allows, much like the powers of devil fruits. Naturally, there are also stands with grotesque abilities. Yet what Zhang Fei yearned for the most was the power to stop time. After all, to command time is to command everything. He pondered what kind of stand the stand arrow might allow him to awaken. Alas, this stand arrow was but a one-time use. Had it been permanent, he could have facilitated the awakening of stands for everyone aboard the merry-go. Just as Zhang Fei bowed his head in contemplation, the second mysterious gift was revealed. "Congratulations. You have acquired a low-tier version of weather manipulation, limited to once per day, each use lasting for 1 hour. Another low-tier version. However, this weather manipulation ability seemed rather inconsequential, lacking any offensive capability. Yet, it proved surprisingly useful when confronting Crocodile. Perhaps that was its pivotal moment. Congratulations. You have obtained the snake charms." Upon the opening of the third mysterious gift, he unexpectedly acquired the charms of the saint, indicating a peculiar fate between himself and the saint. Saint. Indeed, after all, the charms you obtained are your system, derived directly from me. And you even left behind a dog charm to insult me. The ability of the snake charms is invisibility, rendering the user unseen, vanishing without a trace. Its sole drawback is that if stained with any colored liquid, the user becomes visible, and it cannot conceal one's scent. Furthermore, the invisibility granted by the snake charms is precisely what Sanji covets. Once he possesses the ability to become invisible as a gentleman, his intentions would be unmistakably clear to all. Thus, Zhang Fei would certainly not grant Sanji the right to use the snake charms. Moreover, 2 years hence, after acquiring battle attire, Sanji would likely awaken his bloodline factors, thereby gaining invisibility. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Fei retrieved the snake charms from the system's backpack. Yet the keen-eyed Luffy noticed the new charm in Zhang Fei's possession, while the pig charm remained with Nami. "Is that a new charm you have, Zhang Fei?" Zhang Fei hesitated momentarily, unable to conceive that Luffy had caught sight of it, and eventually admitted, merging the snake charms into his own being. "Yes. What kind of ability is that?" Upon hearing it was a new charm, Luffy's interest was piqued. He understood that each charm represented a distinct ability and was eager to discover what power Zhang Fei's charm possessed. Usopp, too, intrigued by Luffy's words, approached with curiosity. "Where is it? Let me see." Zhang Fei chuckled helplessly. Although the others were somewhat curious, they did not exhibit the same fervor as Luffy. He materialized the snake charms and granted everyone permission to use them, with the sole exception of Sanji. "Here." Zhang Fei tossed the manifested snake charms into Luffy's hands. Luffy scrutinized it closely. The charm depicted a snake. What ability does it possess? Invisibility, allowing the holder to become invisible. At the mention of invisibility, Sanji's posture straightened, his brows arching, and his eyes gleaming with excitement. Was this not the very ability he had long desired? He immediately rushed forward, eager to ascertain whether it truly conferred invisibility, attempting to snatch it from Luffy. However, Luffy deftly evaded Sanji's grasp, exclaiming, "I haven't even tried it yet. How can I let you play with it? Luffy, let me see it. I want tea. Listen, let me see it. I want tea." This dialogue felt strangely familiar. Had he not heard it somewhere before? Never mind, he thought. It was best to test the stand arrow first. For he had long yearned for the stand users in the world of JoJo, and he was curious what ability he might awaken. Thus, he departed, choosing to ignore their playful squabbling. "Zhang Fei, why did you bring out the charm?" Nami remarked with a hint of disdain. "I brought out the charms for you all to use, and besides, I have no immediate need for them. It's a perfect opportunity to enhance your strengths." Zhang Fei replied to Nami's inquiry, for the charm's abilities would only be beneficial to him in the case of the tiger charm, ox charm, chicken charm, and rabbit charm, particularly the tiger charm, which was of utmost importance. In the future, he would undoubtedly possess powers from various systems, necessitating the balance provided by the tiger charm, which also effectively aided in his control over nuclear fusion. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Nami couldn't help but smile, realizing that in Zhang Fei's heart, everyone aboard the merry-go was a vital comrade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shared the body-strengthening pills with them. Vivi gazed at Zhang Fei in astonishment, pondering what kind of devil fruit he had consumed to possess such an array of abilities. Alas, Zhang Fei was not a devil fruit user. Even if he had the power of the explosion fruit, it was merely a replicated ability, not qualifying him as a true devil fruit user. Under Vivi's scrutiny, Zhang Fei stepped into a room, preparing to use the stand arrow. For the ensuing scene would be quite bloody and unsuitable for children. "Nami, what kind of ability does Zhang Fei possess?" Vivi could not resist inquiring, eager to learn about Zhang Fei's powers. "Oh, he is not a devil fruit user," Nami replied with a gentle smile, stating the facts. However, Vivi looked at Nami in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you joking with me? Don't doubt it. He is indeed a remarkable man. And you will come to understand this in due time," Nami said, sensing Vivi's incredulous expression, and left the matter at that. Chapter 105, The Black Emperor. Back in his room, Zhang Fei found himself at last undisturbed. He retrieved the stand arrow trial card from the system's backpack, crushed it, and a singular arrow materialized in his hand. Zhang Fei gazed at the stand arrow, uncertain as to which one it was, for in the world of JoJo, there were 6 stand arrows in total. Observing its form, it appeared not to be the insect arrow, but rather one of the other 5. The precise identity of the arrow remained a mystery. Nevertheless, to obtain a stand, he would need to seek the system's assistance. For he alone could not pierce his heart with the stand arrow. Thus he must call upon the system for aid. "Is the system there? I require your assistance." In the depths of slumber, the system was roused by the fervent call of Zhang Fei, who emerged from within him, comprehending instantly the reason for this summons. "I have arrived. Is it to pierce you?" Zhang Fei mused, a skill in which he excelled. However, the wording felt oddly peculiar, an inexplicable discomfort lingering in the air. "System, assist me in employing this stand arrow to penetrate my heart. With an immortal essence, the likelihood of awakening a stand was nearly absolute. The system was summoned because the stand arrow was a one-time use item. Zhang Fei feared that employing it could compromise his defenses, thwarting the awakening process. Thus, enlisting the system provided a safety net. Should misfortune arise, he could hold it accountable for a second attempt at awakening his stand. The system remarked, "Goodness. I believed my darkness was profound, yet you surpass me." To which Zhang Fei humbly replied, "Such wisdom is a gift from my father." The system took the stand arrow from Zhang Fei's grasp. It then floated before him, and with a flick of the system's fingers, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, embedding itself in Zhang Fei's heart, a spray of crimson mist erupting forth. The pain from the pierced heart surged instantly, stimulating Zhang Fei's mind, yet his formidable endurance kept him from voicing his agony. Clenching his fists, he bore the torment stoically. As the stand arrow fulfilled its purpose, it transformed into a radiant arrow of light, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. With the arrow's departure, the wound in his heart healed in an instant, leaving only a gaping hole in his shirt, stained with blood, a vivid scarlet. Did it succeed? Zhang Fei inquired of the system, uncertain of his stand's awakening. The system diligently sensed the power within Zhang Fei, confirming that the stand arrow had indeed fulfilled its role, successfully awakening his stand. Success! You have awakened your stand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei was overcome with elation, dancing with anticipation to witness the manifestation of his stand. He summoned it forth, and from within him, it emerged as if something had been extricated. The abilities of his stand flashed into his mind. Energy absorption and release, strikingly akin to the powers of Marvel's Black King. Before him stood a muscular figure, bare-chested, adorned with a green dragon coiling around his left arm and a white tiger gripping his shoulder. His back bore the image of the thousand-armed Guanyin, intriguingly depicted with two faces, one exuding rage, the other radiating tranquility, embodying starkly contrasting emotions. Each of Guanyin's myriad hands wielded a unique weapon, a splendid array of armaments. The figure's skin gleamed a bronze hue, clad only in training trousers, and bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Fei, though with a distinctly JoJo aesthetic. What perplexed Zhang Fei most was the headband reminiscent of Bananacoin adorning the figure's head. Are you staging a renaissance? He wondered. Yet, this stand seemed to possess self-awareness, acknowledging Zhang Fei's approving gaze with a thumbs up and a bright smile reminiscent of Rock Lee, its teeth gleaming. Zhang Fei's expression froze momentarily. Is this truly my stand? Can I request a different one? The system was caught off guard by Zhang Fei's reaction. The stand radiated an aura of philosophical freedom, perhaps influenced by the Naruto universe. After all, his recent return from that world had acquainted him with their peculiar philosophies. The system pondered this connection, a twinge of guilt surfacing as it feigned ignorance. With a troubled conscience, the system returned to Zhang Fei, deciding it was best to distance itself from the matter. Zhang Fei took a deep breath, striving for composure. Thankfully, his stand was not clad in anything too revealing, otherwise he would have been mortified to face others. However, recalling Father Pucci's stand, White Snake, which also exuded a philosophical essence, Zhang Fei quickly reconciled with his situation. If Pucci could wield it, why could he not? What was he even fretting over? It was merely a renaissance after all, nothing he hadn't encountered before. The stand merely wore a headband akin to Bananacoin's, hardly a significant issue. Indeed, not a problem, Zhang Fei reassured himself. Once he accepted this peculiar design, he began to adapt, even finding it somewhat appealing. Now, he needed to bestow a name upon this stand. Yet, the name Bananacoin sprang to mind, startling him into a swift denial of that absurd notion. Then you shall be called Black King, Zhang Fei resolved, recognizing the similarity in abilities to the Marvel character. The name resonated well, and the stand seemed to approve, displaying its signature thumbs up. The stand's demeanor evoked a sense of déjà vu in Zhang Fei, as if he were staring not at his own creation, but at Rock Lee. At a loss for words, he decided to store Black King away for now, saving its reveal for a more opportune moment. Chapter 106, The Little Garden. As they ventured out, Sanji rushed towards Zhang Fei like a man reborn, tears glistening in his eyes, startling Zhang Fei. He clung tightly to Zhang Fei's arm, lamenting his inability to use the snake charm, yearning for invisibility to sneak into the women's bathhouse and experience the charm's power. Why can't I use the snake charm while Luffy and the others can? Upon hearing the reasons, Zhang Fei finally understood Sanji's distress and attempted to push him away. He was uncomfortable with such an embrace, feeling it carried a hint of effeminacy. And he explained to Sanji why he was denied the use of the charm. Because I have not granted you the rights. Sanji collapsed in despair at Zhang Fei's words, pleading for permission to use the charm. Why won't you let me? Even that algae-haired one has it. Who are you referring to as algae-haired? You lecherous imp. Zoro interjected, his brows furrowing with ire, aware that Sanji was indeed referring to him, as he alone on the merry-go bore the hue of love. Yet, Sanji paid no heed to Zoro, clinging persistently to Zhang Fei, determined to obtain the rights to the snake charm, regardless of Zhang Fei's attempts to dissuade him. Eventually, Zhang Fei relented, granting Sanji permission, as he wished to extricate himself from the awkward embrace. Moreover, with two beautiful women aboard, he feared being misjudged. Fine, I understand. I will grant it to you. With a flicker of thought, he bestowed upon Sanji the coveted rights. Upon hearing the news that she could finally become invisible, Sanji rushed to Usopp's side, for the sacred snake charm was now in his possession. Hurry up and give it to me, long-nosed freak. In his excitement, Sanji neglected to address Usopp by name, instead opting for a peculiar moniker. After all, such a holy artifact as the snake charm should not be sullied by the likes of a long-nosed freak. It rightfully belonged in the hands of a gentleman, to prevent any unsavory deeds from taking place. What did you say? Long-nosed freak. Usopp, unwilling to let Sanji insult him, resolutely refused to hand over the charm and instead vanished, challenging Sanji to find him. Thus ensued a frantic game of hide and seek, with Sanji desperately searching while Usopp skillfully concealed himself. Luffy, witnessing this amusing spectacle, decided to join in. Count me in, he exclaimed. Watch it, you idiot. You stepped on me. Zoro, basking in the sun, was unknowingly trampled by Luffy. Ah, my apologies, Zoro. Usopp hastily offered as he remained invisible. Not again. Luffy, you moron. Zoro, having been disturbed from his repose yet again, was infuriated and began to chase after Luffy, who was laughing heartily. The scene aboard the Going Merry was lively, filled with the sounds of hurried footsteps as the crew engaged in their playful antics. Could you all keep it down? Nami scolded, delivering a punch to each of them. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji found themselves crouched on the deck, hands clasped behind their heads, eyes bulging in pain from the blows, with large bumps forming on the back of their heads, steam visibly rising from their irritation. This left Usopp, still cloaked in invisibility, utterly terrified as he swallowed hard. It must be shared equally. Zhang Fei's mischievous grin appeared as he revoked Usopp's access to the charm. Instantly, Usopp reverted to his original form before Nami. No, please. Nami, seizing the opportunity, snatched the snake charm from Usopp, declaring, I shall take custody of this. And thus, the farce came to a halt under Nami's command. How amusing, Vivi remarked, observing the trio's predicament, her spirits lifting. Indeed, that is how they are. After spending time together, one realizes that happiness is a remarkably simple affair. Zhang Fei gazed at Vivi's profile, causing her to blush. With a gentle smile, he turned his head away, continuing to watch her, which only made Vivi feel more bashful. Is that little garden? It appears we have arrived. Zhang Fei stood at the bow, gazing at the small island billowing white smoke ahead. Is this the second island we reach in the Grand Line? Luffy, seated in his captain's chair, beamed with excitement, sensing that a new adventure awaited him. As the Going Merry gradually sailed into the river of Little Garden, the crew was greeted by the sight of a vast, lush rainforest. The air was fresh, invigorating, and the high oxygen levels in this jungle revitalized their spirits. Is this truly Little Garden? Nami exclaimed, astonished. She could hardly fathom why this place was called such, given the colossal trees that towered around them. Look at this. The plants are unlike anything we've ever encountered. Nami scrutinized the surroundings, noting that these flora were absent from any guidebook she had seen. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere was broken by the sound of birdsong. Nami jumped, her imagination racing with thoughts of potential terrifying creatures lurking about. Zhang Fei looked up to see a gigantic Archaeopteryx soaring overhead. It was his first encounter with such a creature, leaving him in awe, as this species had long been extinct on Earth. The world of pirates is truly a marvelous place, he mused. No wonder this pirate world has everything. Rest assured, it's merely a bird. There's nothing to fear, he reassured Nami. Regaining her composure, she gripped the pig charm tightly, just in case. Vivi, on the other hand, maintained her calm demeanor, intrigued rather than frightened. I wonder if that bird is edible? Luffy pondered, resting his chin on his hand. It should be. Sanji, the chef, proclaimed confidently. I've made up my mind. I want to stay here. Usopp crossed his arms, his legs trembling slightly with apprehension, fearing he might become prey to the enormous creatures. Perhaps we should stay on the ship and wait until the log pose is fully recorded before leaving, Nami suggested, sensing the imminent dangers of the rainforest. I feel an adventurous spirit rising within me. Sanji, prepare some bento. Luffy leaned on the railing, his excitement evident as he grinned widely, eager for adventure. Chapter 107, Giants. Count me in. Zhang Fei expressed his curiosity about Little Garden, wishing to witness the island's dinosaurs and giants. Zhang Fei, what are you thinking? Nami sighed in exasperation. This island looks perilous. Why do you all want to venture forth? Don't worry. No one here can harm me, Zhang Fei assured, thumping his chest confidently. Fine then. Nami relented with a light sigh, acknowledging Zhang Fei's evident strength and feeling reassured about her safety. Bento, you say? Understood. Sanji replied before heading to the kitchen to prepare meals for Luffy and the others. Can I join you? Vivi tentatively inquired. Her curiosity piqued about Little Garden and the desire to partake in the thrilling experience. Of course. If you want to go, then go, Zhang Fei replied enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Luffy was joyfully waving his arms, his smile welcoming Vivi's participation. Wait, why are you going to? Nami asked incredulously, her concern evident. Don't you know how dangerous this island is? Staying here would just lead to overthinking. Before the log pose is fully recorded, I'd rather clear my mind. Vivi explained, noting that Zhang Fei and Luffy were also going, thus ensuring her safety. Nami sighed again, resigned to the fact that she would not be setting foot on the island. Seeing Zhang Fei was also going eased her worries. Could you get a drink for Kuro? Vivi asked Sanji in the kitchen, referring to her duck companion. Typically, Sanji never refused any request from beautiful women. Then I shall prepare a special love bento for dear Vivi, he replied, packing the meal in a convenient bag that Zhang Fei carried, thanks to his system backpack, making it easy to store and retrieve items. Zhang Fei, like a curious traveler, marveled at the bizarre plants and dinosaurs surrounding him. After Zhang Fei departed, Sanji and Zoro, unable to see eye to eye, engaged in a hunting competition to see who could catch the largest prey. Now, only Nami and Usopp remained aboard the Going Merry. Nami felt a pang of regret. She should have joined Zhang Fei in his adventure. It was only by his side that she felt truly safe. Wait, did I forget something? Zhang Fei suddenly paused mid-step, as if recalling something important. Mr. Zhang Fei, what's wrong? Vivi, perched atop Kuro, looked at him quizzically, wondering why he had stopped. It's nothing, but I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something crucial, Zhang Fei confessed, voicing his inner turmoil while continuing to converse with Vivi. Just call me Zhang Fei, there's no need for sir, in my hometown. Sir can also mean husband. Oh, is that so? Vivi murmured, finding it rather perplexing. Zhang Fei, however, paid no heed to Vivi and followed closely behind Luffy. At that moment, Nami and Usopp aboard the Going Merry were thoroughly terrified by the sudden appearance of a giant. Nami was so frightened that she nearly unleashed a laser beam in an attempt to attack Buggy. Do you have any alcohol? Buggy inquired cheerfully, addressing Nami and Usopp. He bore them no malice. He simply craved a drink after a long absence from it. A little bit, Usopp stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to fear and regretting his decision to stay on the ship. Really? You do? Buggy's face lit up with joy upon hearing the word alcohol, only to suddenly let out a terrifying scream, his expression turning monstrous. Ah, my goodness. Nami and Usopp were paralyzed by the sudden roar, tears streaming down their faces, their eardrums aching painfully. They soon realized that a dinosaur was biting Buggy's rear end, prompting his agonized shout. Buggy raised the axe in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead, and swung it fiercely at the accursed dinosaur behind him. The creature's head was severed in an instant, blood splattering forth. He then lifted the dinosaur's head and proclaimed loudly to Nami and Usopp, I, Buggy, am the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. However, Nami and Usopp immediately feigned death, unsure if the pig talisman could harm the giant before them, and chose to play dead alongside Usopp. With meat now available, shall I entertain you as my guests? On Zhang Fei's side, Luffy had climbed atop the Brachiosaurus's head, surveying the island's picturesque scenery with admiration. What a splendid view! Yet Vivi remained concerned for Luffy's safety, warning him, it's dangerous. Though it seems docile, it's ultimately a dinosaur. But Luffy dismissed her concerns, asserting confidently, this Brachiosaurus is a herbivore. There's no way it would eat me. Rest assured, it's been grazing all this time. So there won't be any issues. No sooner had he spoken than Luffy was unceremoniously flung away as the Brachiosaurus lifted its head, tumbling through the air before being swallowed whole. You fool, Zhang Fei exclaimed, unable to contain his ire at the sight. Just as he was about to intervene, a colossal figure appeared, a flash of sword light slicing through the air. The Brachiosaurus's head was swiftly severed, and Luffy fell out of the creature's severed neck, dazed and confused, only to be caught by someone. Zhang Fei quickly recognized the giant before him as Don Quixote. Recalling Buggy, Zhang Fei suddenly remembered something crucial he had overlooked. In the original story, Nami and Usopp had encountered Buggy. He wondered how they fared now. Casting a glance toward the Going Merry, he felt a pang of worry for Nami's safety. However, after consuming the body-refining pill, and with 2 talismans still in her possession, she should be fine, he reasoned. Ha! Such spirited young folks. It's been ages since I've had guests. Don Quixote exclaimed excitedly. Luffy stood up, gazing at the giant who had rescued him, curiosity brimming in his eyes. Wow, you're so big. Are you human? Gahaha. I am Don Quixote, the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. He boomed, laughing heartily as he introduced himself. Meanwhile, Kuro, witnessing the giant Don Quixote, fainted from fright, frothing at the mouth. You're quite useless, Kuro, Zhang Fei remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious bird. Although he knew giants resided in Little Garden, seeing one in person was undeniably astonishing. Chapter 108. There's a bomb in the wine. May I invite you all to my home as guests? Don Quixote offered, noticing Zhang Fei and the others. Vivi, however, felt a twinge of fear in the presence of Don Quixote, glancing instinctively at Zhang Fei, who remained remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of panic. This brought her frayed nerves a slight sense of tranquility. Zhang Fei accepted Don Quixote's hospitality without hesitation, following him to his abode, which was revealed to be a colossal skeleton resembling a small island, serving as his residence. Zhang Fei couldn't quite recall which animal the bones belonged to. Don Quixote prepared freshly slain Brachiosaurus meat as a feast for his guests. It was said that dinosaur meat resembled chicken 7 parts and fish 3 parts. Zhang Fei sampled a piece and found it indeed had the texture and flavor akin to a blend of chicken and fish, while listening to Don Quixote recount his tales. Vivi watched Luffy converse with Don Quixote, astonished at how quickly they seemed to bond, their exchange resembling that of old friends, prompting her to remark, "They are so familiar with each other. Would you like some, Vivi?" Zhang Fei offered a portion of the roasted dinosaur meat to her. Well, I won't hold back then. Vivi accepted the sizzling meat wrapped in leaves, its enticing aroma too tempting to refuse. By the way, why do you live here all alone? Is there no village nearby? Luffy questioned, chomping on the roasted meat and turning to Don Quixote, genuinely curious about his solitary existence. There is a village called Elbaf, a warrior's village located somewhere along the Grand Line. However, there exists a rule. In the event of a dispute, we must submit to the judgment of the god of Elbaf, who eternally protects the righteous, allowing the just to survive. I had a disagreement with someone, and this island has become the arena for my duel with that man. Zhang Fei surmised that the individual Don Quixote referred to was likely Buggy. He held little interest in their battle. Rather, his curiosity lay with the god of Elbaf. This deity was probably a personage, perhaps a companion of Joy Boy from 800 years ago. Yet, such answers were buried within historical texts or concealed on Raftel, awaiting his discovery. As Zhang Fei pondered this, Don Quixote suddenly burst into laughter, pulling Zhang Fei back to the present. But after 100 years of battle, we still haven't determined a victor. Ha ha, you've fought for 100 years? Luffy exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by the notion of such a prolonged conflict. Don't be so surprised. Our lifespans are thrice that of yours, gahaha. Don Quixote explained, observing Luffy's astonishment. Vivi, unable to comprehend, asked, if you've been fighting for 100 years, why continue? Even if your lives are 3 times longer, shouldn't the fervor for fighting have subsided by now? Is there any point in continuing this battle? Don Quixote disregarded Vivi's inquiry, declaring, the volcano has erupted. It's time to fight. Zhang Fei recognized this as the battle's signal. Don Quixote slowly rose, grasping his sword, preparing to engage in a fierce clash with Buggy. Then I shall take my leave, Zhang Fei remarked, realizing it was a battle of mutual destruction. Vivi still could not comprehend why they insisted on continuing the fight. Surely, peaceful coexistence would be preferable? Zhang Fei understood Vivi's sentiments, for his own kingdom was embroiled in civil strife. Naturally, she wished to avert the sight of fratricidal violence, prompting him to express his perspective. Do not lament, Vivi. Each individual possesses their own choices, which we must respect. Although I too deem a century-long conflict to be utterly futile, we cannot deny that it is their decision to make. Gahaha, you're quite right, lad. This is indeed our choice. Whether we triumph or falter, we accept it gladly, for that is our honor. Dong Li concurred with Zhang Fei's words and proceeded towards the battleground. Yet, Vivi longed to retort, only to be silenced by Luffy, who cast his gaze upon Dong Li and the others, conveying to Vivi, do not speak, the issue lies elsewhere. At that moment, Dong Li and Buggy were locked in fierce combat, their stances reflecting a life-or-death struggle, where a moment's distraction could lead to doom. The ground trembled violently beneath their intense clash. Meanwhile, Usopp gradually grasped the significance of their battle, recognizing them as the warriors he aspired to emulate, silently vowing to become a great warrior like Buggy and the others. Unsurprisingly, their confrontation culminated in a stalemate. As the two collapsed, they broke into hearty laughter. Upon Dongli's return, he brought with him some wine. Eager to indulge in a celebratory drink, for there was nothing more delectable than post-battle libations. Hey, look what I've brought back. Zhang Fei recognized the wine barrels in Dongli's possession, recalling that they were from the ship, and remembered that these barrels might contain Mr. Five's explosive fruit. The thought made him feel queasy, and just as Dongli was about to take a sip, he hurriedly interjected, "Wait, don't drink that. What's the matter? Do you wish to partake as well?" Dongli paused, puzzled by Zhang Fei's sudden interruption. "Well, I advise against drinking that wine. It seems someone has tampered with it." "What? That's impossible. Boggy would never do such a thing. Could it have been the guests on his side?" Dongli, proud as a member of Elrabaf, found it unthinkable that such an act could originate from his comrades. As for the guests on Boggy's side, Zhang Fei had an inkling of who they were. It was none other than Nami and Usopp, who were incapable of such treachery. He replied to Dongli, "The guests on his side are our companions. The notion of planting explosives is preposterous, especially since there are others on this island." "What? Who could it be?" Dongli asked incredulously, glancing at the wine in his hand before discarding it. As it hit the ground, the barrel exploded with considerable force. Had Dongli consumed it, the internal damage would have been severe. Boom. Chapter 109, Tension Mounts. Upon hearing there were others involved, Vivi immediately associated it with the Baroque Works, recognizing that only Mr. Five could trigger an explosion of that magnitude. A look of alarm crossed her face. How could they have tracked them here so swiftly? In reality, it was Mr. 3 who had planted the bomb, unbeknownst to them, leading them to mistakenly attribute the deed to Mr. 5, due to his explosive fruit abilities. Could it be Mr. 5? Indeed, that is correct. They are located somewhere in the small garden. Upon hearing their conversation, Dongli recalled Boggy and became concerned that he too might be a target of foul play. He could not believe that Zhang Fei and the others were capable of such despicable acts. If the bomb truly had been placed by them, they would have no reason to inform him. This is bad. Boggy could be in danger. Dongli began to worry for Boggy, his longtime rival. If one of them were to fall, it should be in the midst of their own duel. He rushed toward Boggy to check on his safety. Zhang Fei contemplated following Dongli's lead to ensure Nami and the others were unharmed. "What are you planning, Zhang Fei?" Luffy inquired, intrigued by Zhang Fei's intentions. "I'm going to take a look and confirm a few things," Zhang Fei replied tersely. Scratching his head, Luffy decided to accompany him, as he wanted to confront the scoundrel responsible for the bomb in the wine barrel. Such behavior was utterly vile, and he felt compelled to teach them a lesson. "I'm coming too. Wait for me," Vivi called out as she mounted Kuro, determined not to be left behind. Upon finding Boggy unharmed, Dongli let out a sigh of relief. Boggy, somewhat bewildered, questioned, "What brings you here? The volcano hasn't erupted. Is there something amiss?" "I came to see if you were dead." Dongli's tone was somewhat unfriendly, causing Boggy to bristle, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "If anyone is to die, it will be you first. You don't know that the wine you sent me was tampered with?" Dongli retorted, glancing at Nami and Usopp, confident that they were not the culprits. "What? Was it you? I was grateful for my trust in you." Boggy, a warrior of Elrabaf, had no inclination to lie, and upon hearing Dongli's words, he was consumed by rage, raising his massive axe to strike down the two perceived vile intruders. However, before Dongli could clarify the situation, Boggy acted first, and Dongli was unable to intervene in time. Nami and Usopp, witnessing the unfolding scene, were paralyzed with fear, their pupils dilating as they gasped in horror. "Oh no!" As the colossal axe descended upon them, a resonant clang echoed through the air, the sound of metal colliding. A man clad in a black combat uniform appeared before Nami and the others, wielding a shallow blade that effortlessly halted the massive axe, leaving Boggy utterly astonished. "Zhang Fei, thank goodness you're here." Nami exhaled in relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, her legs weak as she collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, she had finally been saved. Not only Nami, but Usopp too felt his heart racing, tears of joy welling in his eyes upon seeing Zhang Fei. "Thank goodness I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have been in dire straits. However, you all ought to have fled when the axe was descending," Zhang Fei admonished, relieved that he had followed them. Otherwise, Nami and the others would have found themselves in serious trouble. Raising his arm, he forcefully deflected the axe, his expression darkening as he glared at Boggy. Had he not arrived in time, Nami and Usopp could have been harmed, and he felt that Boggy must pay for his recklessness. "You are Boggy, correct? They are my companions, and they could not possibly be the perpetrators of the bomb." Upon hearing this, Dongli quickly apologized to Zhang Fei, realizing that his failure to clarify the situation had led to Boggy's misunderstanding. "I'm sorry. It was my fault for not informing Boggy of the truth in time, which provoked his attack." What? I misjudged them? Buggy exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Indeed, there are others on this island. They placed a bomb in the wine you sent me. Had it not been for Zhang Fei's timely intervention, I might have suffered severe injuries, Don Lee explained to Brook. At that moment, Brook suddenly came to a realization and hastily apologized to Usopp and Nami. His tone filled with sincerity. I am truly sorry for my recklessness. I nearly caused you harm. No, it's all right. It was all a misunderstanding, Usopp replied, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. Even if it was a misunderstanding, the anger in my heart is difficult to quell. Let us fight. Brook, Zhang Fei insisted, feeling that he must teach Brook a lesson to ease his own frustration. Brook pondered for a moment, recognizing that Zhang Fei could easily withstand his axe, suggesting that his strength was indeed formidable. He agreed, acknowledging that since the fault lay with him, he was more than willing to help Zhang Fei vent his anger. I accept. Zhang Fei. Nami gazed at Zhang Fei's imposing figure and felt as though he resembled a giant standing before them. Realizing that Zhang Fei's purpose for coming was to assist her in finding release, Luffy and Vivi soon arrived, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere, as if the air were bristling with anticipation. Vivi inquired, what has happened? It's nothing. Zhang Fei and Brook are merely arranging a duel, Nami replied casually, primarily concerned for Vivi, who already bore enough pressure without adding to it. Usopp, the last person who wished to witness such a scene, one involving his reliable companion and his most esteemed figure, hoped fervently that a conflict would not ensue. Do not worry, Usopp. I will be cautious, Zhang Fei assured, showing consideration for Usopp's feelings. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's tone, Brook did not perceive it as belittling. Rather, he recognized Zhang Fei's considerable confidence in his own abilities. Your name is Zhang Fei, right? I know you are quite powerful, but I am not weak either. You should be cautious, Brook warned, for he was known as the Red Demon, the mightiest warrior of El Rabaf. Is that so? Zhang Fei scoffed. Confident in his own powers derived from 4 distinct systems, he did not believe Brook could truly pose a threat. Chapter 110, Energy Counterattack. The onlookers cleared a space for Zhang Fei and Brook to engage in battle. Zhang Fei utilized his spiritual energy to create an invisible platform beneath his feet, making him appear as though he were floating in midair, his deathly garb billowing in the wind. I didn't expect you could fly, Brook exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This is not flying. Never mind. You wouldn't understand, Zhang Fei replied dismissively, as explaining the powers of the death god would be cumbersome. Go ahead, you may attack first, he offered, giving Brook the first strike. Then I shall not hold back. Brook accepted eagerly, showing no hesitation, for anyone capable of withstanding his wrathful axe must possess considerable strength. He raised his axe high, resembling thunder from the heavens, and swung it down towards Zhang Fei's position with ferocious intensity, the air tearing apart with a deafening roar, the blade glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Zhang Fei did not swing his weapon. He was not underestimating Brook, but rather intending to test the extent of the Black Emperor's powers. Just as the massive axe was about to cleave into Zhang Fei's skull, a transparent fist suddenly erupted from within Zhang Fei's body, halting the lethal strike with a single blow. As the Black Emperor unleashed its punch, its energy absorption ability activated, drawing in all kinetic and potential energy from the axe and storing it within. However, to the spectators, it appeared as though Brook's axe had abruptly stopped mid-swing, as if he had chosen to spare Zhang Fei. Brook what? Don Lee exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Brook. Could it be that Brook had intentionally held back in battle? However, that seemed impossible. A warrior of El Rabaf would never disrespect the tenets established by the god of El Rabaf. What could be happening? Brook's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed his full-powered swing diminish just as it was about to connect with Zhang Fei. Could this person before him be a devil fruit user? What exactly was occurring? The others were equally perplexed, as they were not stand users and thus could not perceive the presence of a stand. Zhang Fei smirked slightly, feeling immensely satisfied with the capabilities of the Black Emperor. After all, the ability to absorb energy was extraordinarily formidable. Should he face the time-stopping White Star, he would have no fear. For as long as he could absorb all abilities, the damage inflicted upon him would be nullified. Moreover, this was merely a rudimentary application of energy absorption and release. In physics, mass and energy can be converted into one another, implying that the Black Emperor could reverse the process of material depletion, transforming energy into matter, and even enable energy to flow from low to high or increase temperature from low to high, directly defying the second law of thermodynamics. In other words, the Black Emperor possessed the ability to create something from nothing. Of course, this was theoretical. The practical application awaited Zhang Fei's continued exploration and mastery. The self-aware Black Emperor shot forth from Zhang Fei's body, delivering a punch to Brook's abdomen, returning the energy it had just absorbed in full. In an instant of energy release, a powerful shockwave emanated from the Black Emperor's fist, extending throughout Brook's form, and before Brook could regain his composure, he was sent flying. Utterly unaware of what had just transpired. What? Zhang Fei did nothing, and Brook is sent flying? Usopp watched the scene unfold in disbelief, finding it utterly bizarre. Despite no contact, Brook had been struck down, defying Usopp's understanding. Zhang Fei offered no explanations, merely observing as Brook rose to his feet, adjusting his shoulders with curiosity. What just happened? What just happened? Was that your ability? Indeed, I can absorb all forms of energy and release it back to the opponent, Zhang Fei confessed openly. Though he remained uncertain of the Black Emperor's limits, which required further investigation. Brook furrowed his brow, feeling an intensified pressure. This ability was nothing short of extraordinary. However, no matter how powerful an ability may be, it must possess limits. He refused to be daunted, raising his massive axe and launching a frenzied assault against Zhang Fei. Determined to break through the Black Emperor's threshold of endurance with a relentless flurry of strikes. With each swing of Brook's colossal axe, powerful winds were generated, creating blades of wind that swept away the nearby trees. Regardless of how fiercely Brokey attacked, he was utterly unable to breach the absorbing capabilities of the Black Emperor. In stark contrast, the Black Emperor seemed to navigate the situation with remarkable ease, showing no signs of energy overflow, but rather exhibiting a state of heightened enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Brokey was thoroughly exhausted, his intervals between attacks gradually lengthening as he gasped for air. Dongli also recognized that if this continued, Brokey was destined to lose. Especially since Zhang Fei had yet to intervene, a situation decidedly unfavorable for Brokey. As soon as the Black Emperor sensed Brokey's attacking momentum falter, he knew the opportune moment had arrived. With astonishing speed, he closed the distance to Brokey, who remained entirely unguarded. The Black Emperor released 1/3 of the energy he had absorbed, wary that a complete release might lead to Brokey's demise. Additionally, Zhang Fei himself did not wish to kill Brokey, merely aiming to impart a lesson that would serve as a lasting reminder. Due to the overwhelming amount of energy absorbed, the Black Emperor's fist emanated a faint white glow, resembling a firefly in the night, and it plunged directly into Brokey's body. In an instant, Brokey's form exploded as if laden with explosives, his skin marred with countless wounds, resembling a deflated balloon, with blood gushing forth. The intense pain relentlessly stimulated his brain, causing Brokey to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Chapter 111. The Arrival of Mr. 3. You truly lack endurance, falling so swiftly. The Black Emperor remarked with dissatisfaction at Brokey's performance, having expected a prolonged struggle, only to find him so feeble that he could not withstand even 1/3 of the absorbed energy. Dongli, witnessing his old rival's inexplicable defeat, felt a profound shock and hurried to Brokey's side to assess his injuries. Finding that Brokey was not in mortal danger, merely unconscious, he sighed in relief. Master Brokey. Usopp expressed concern for Brokey's safety. The Black Emperor had exercised restraint, intending not to take Brokey's life, as he reassured Usopp, rest easy, he is unharmed. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Usopp felt entirely relieved. Meanwhile, Luffy, intrigued, approached Zhang Fei to inquire about the nature of this ability, wondering if it was another form of sorcery. Did you just employ a new spell, Zhang Fei? No, it is the ability of my stand. In simple terms, it is as if another, invisible version of me is at work, Zhang Fei explained succinctly, avoiding overly complex details. Where's that stand of yours? I want to see it, Luffy exclaimed, his curiosity shining through as he searched for the Black Emperor's presence. Do not bother looking. You cannot see him unless you are a stand user like me, Zhang Fei clarified, uncertain if the observation haki could perceive stands. I see. Luffy's spirits initially drooped at the realization that he could not see the Black Emperor, resembling a wilted flower devoid of vitality. However, true to his nature, his spirits lifted within seconds. Well, never mind. Indeed, as Zhang Fei had predicted, Luffy quickly cast the matter aside. Zhang Fei chose not to retract the Black Emperor immediately, intending to test whether it could wield powers from other systems. Without further prompting from Zhang Fei, the Black Emperor began experimenting, first attempting the abilities of the bomb fruit. No matter how much force the Black Emperor exerted, it could not utilize the powers of the bomb fruit. It appeared that only the original body could wield such abilities. However, should the original wish to experiment with nuclear fusion, there was no need for concern, as the heat released from nuclear radiation and fusion could be entirely absorbed using the Black Emperor's capabilities. Next, He experimented with inner strength and the powers of death, only to discover that the Black Emperor could not access powers from other systems. They flowed like separate rivers, with the Black Emperor residing within one of them. In contrast, the original Zhang Fei could harness all forms of power, reminiscent of the mathematical concept of inclusion. Realizing that the Black Emperor could not utilize powers from other systems did not discourage Zhang Fei. After all, the Black Emperor alone could vanquish all adversaries. The only drawback was that the original did not share the Black Emperor's abilities. As Zhang Fei pondered the future potential of the Black Emperor, a discordant voice suddenly broke the air. Although the plan had deviated, the outcome remained unchanged. The crowd turned to see a peculiar man accompanied by a little girl appearing before them. The man's hair was fashioned into the shape of the number 3. He was none other than Mr. 3, and the girl beside him was presumably Ms. Golden Week. No sooner had he spoken than a white liquid materialized beneath Dongli's feet, swiftly enveloping his legs and rendering him immobile. The white liquid was wax, which solidified into a candle upon hardening. What is this? Dongli attempted to break free from the waxen restraints, but his feet felt as if they were firmly anchored to the ground. Mr. 3's target was Dongli and his companions, while the Straw Hat crew was merely an afterthought. Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week, how did you track us down? Vivi's pupils widened in alarm, well aware that this duo's power far surpassed that of Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine's Day. You are with Baroque Works, Zhang Fei. This is your responsibility. We will leave it to you, Nami commanded upon recognizing the prefixes of Mr. and Ms., realizing the two were from Baroque Works. Zhang Fei gave a reluctant smile. Following Nami's orders made him feel like a mere errand boy, but he shrugged it off. Just as Zhang Fei was about to spring into action, the system issued a new task. Defeat the pursuing agents of Baroque Works. Task reward, a mysterious gift. Upon seeing the task, Zhang Fei's spirits dimmed. It was merely one task, hardly enough to motivate him. Did you put bombs in the drinks? Luffy inquired angrily, noting that it nearly harmed Nami and Usopp. Such actions were utterly unforgivable. Indeed, that was our intention, although I meant for the Blue Demon to drink it. However, things took an unexpected turn. Regardless, as long as either the Red Demon or the Blue Demon falls, my plan will succeed, Mr. 3 admitted with a smug grin, seemingly unperturbed by Luffy's ire. You despicable fiend. So it was you. I will not let you escape. Luffy fumed, realizing Mr. 3 was responsible for Zhang Fei's conflict with Brokey. He then expressed his desire to confront Mr. 3 personally, fearing that if Zhang Fei handled it, Mr. 3 would be dispatched in no time. Zhang Fei. Leave him to me, Luffy insisted. Zhang Fei contemplated. Since his task was merely to defeat the Baroque Works agents, and there were no stipulations regarding who should accomplish it, he decided to let Luffy take the lead, recognizing that he needed practical experience. Very well. An explosion erupted, yet it was Vivi's steed, Kuro, that collapsed. Its body charred and emitting smoke. It remained uncertain whether it was cooked through, and if it could be served. Kuro, you are inhumane. I merely fainted from the explosion. And you wish to consume me. That is utterly excessive. I shall report you. Upon seeing Kuro injured, Vivi cried out in alarm, concerned for her companion's well-being. As Zhang Fei encountered Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine, he was taken aback. How could Ms. Valentine's injuries have healed so swiftly? Is it really you? Vivi exclaimed in disbelief, recalling how they had been sent flying by Zhang Fei. How could they possibly be here now? At that moment, Ms. Valentine, her teeth clenched with fury, declared, At last, I have found you. I shall avenge that kick. Her eyes blazed with rage. Chapter 112, Deception and Warfare. Zhang Fei scratched his temple, bemused. It was merely a kick. Is it truly necessary to harbor such a grudge? How petty. While Zhang Fei pondered this, Ms. Valentine ascended into the air, hovering above him. Mr. 5 sighed, surprised by Ms. Valentine's impulsiveness. As her partner, he felt compelled to provide cover for her, extracting a large cluster of Buddha seeds, ready to transform them into explosives aimed at Zhang Fei. Upon witnessing such a repulsive attack, Zhang Fei's mood plummeted. He certainly did not wish to be struck by such a loathsome assault. Even Black King shared his disdain, casting a scornful look at Mr. 5. Wondering how such twisted individuals existed in this world, he turned to Nami and the others nearby, urging, quickly find somewhere to hide. Leave this to me and Luffy. Be careful, Vivi cautioned, concerned for Zhang Fei's safety. Rest assured, Zhang Fei is the strongest, and no one can kill him, Nami reassured, her confidence unwavering after witnessing Zhang Fei's indomitable abilities. Her concern now shifted to herself. Nami was right, they were no match for me and Luffy. Zhang Fei concurred with her assessment. However, to Mr. 3, this was nothing short of a grand joke, inciting him to laugh heartily, declaring it impossible. To defeat us? You are merely daydreaming. He taunted openly. How despicable you petty scoundrels are. I cannot stand by and watch, Usopp interjected, feeling that their actions were a mockery of his ideals. Suit yourself, Zhang Fei replied, knowing Usopp idolized Buggy, hence his outrage. While they exchanged words, Mr. Five launched his attack at Zhang Fei. The Buddha seeds, lodged between his fingers, were propelled towards him. After all, he was the strongest here, and eliminating him first would render the others insignificant. Nose blast. Continuous cannon. Zhang Fei furrowed his brow, having intended for Black King to absorb the damage. But Black King expressed his reluctance to intercept such a vile attack, merely standing by and watching Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei felt exasperated by Black King's self-awareness, wishing he were mindless to avoid defying his commands. Just as the Buddha seeds were about to strike Zhang Fei, he leapt into the air, evading Mr. Five's assault. However, Ms. Valentine remained floating above him, and upon seeing Zhang Fei leap, she hastily activated her ability. Weight increased to 10,000 kilograms. Her weight surged, aiming to crush Zhang Fei, yet she underestimated him. In his eyes, she posed no threat. Black King, without waiting for Zhang Fei's command, soared above him, fingers pinched together. Middle and index fingers raised, and shouted, martial arts secret technique, Millennium Kill. He charged directly at the plummeting Ms. Valentine, unleashing his ability, absorbing the energy generated by the gravitational acceleration and discreetly transferring it to his fingers to amplify the damage. Naturally, he was cautious not to apply too much force, lest she burst from the impact. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, reverberating through the air as she was sent flying backward. Zhang Fei could not help but gasp. Such a loud cry surely indicated immense pain. He glanced at Black King, who shrugged in response, as if to say, blame me? She aimed her backside at me. It's not my fault, I couldn't hold back. Ms. Valentine clutched her rear, tears streaming from her eyes, her backside throbbing painfully. Are you all right, Ms. Valentine? Mr. Five inquired, his concern palpable. How could Ms. Valentine be injured when Zhang Fei had not even laid a hand on her? As Mr. Five fretted over Ms. Valentine, Usopp seized the opportunity to attack, pulling back his slingshot and targeting Mr. Five. Gunpowder Star. However, Mr. Five easily dodged the attack, which detonated behind him, erupting in flames, unfortunately failing to harm him. Just as he was about to retaliate against Usopp, Zhang Fei made his move, and simultaneously, Luffy sought out his target, Mr. 3. Ms. Valentine could temporarily be disregarded. She was incapacitated, writhing on the ground in agony. However, it must be noted that Usopp had yet to gain substantial combat experience. His only real battle had been in Cocoa Village. It seemed essential to provide Usopp with more practical experience to prevent him from becoming a liability. Perhaps this time, he could take on Mr. Five while Zhang Fei supported him. Soon, Mr. Five launched another barrage of Buddha seeds, still targeting Zhang Fei, who remained in a death-like state. Completely unperturbed. Transformations, formless and faceless, the world Guanyin. He unleashed his initial release. The shallow strike in his hand vanished, morphing into an invisible whirlwind that coalesced in his palm. Wind Barrier. This skill was developed based on Toro's wind wall. An intangible wind wall emerged before Zhang Fei, and as Mr. Five's Buddha seeds made contact, they detonated instantly. Regrettably, the explosive force could not breach Zhang Fei's wind wall. Seeing Zhang Fei refrain from countering, Usopp instantly understood his intent. Zhang Fei aimed to protect him. Raising his slingshot once more, he targeted Mr. Five with another gunpowder star. Mr. Five assumed it was the same as before, but he was mistaken. As he attempted to dodge, it detonated right before him, unleashing a cloud of red particles. The special chili powder was deployed. Once the chili powder infiltrated Mr. Five's lungs, he began to cough violently, and his eyes, assaulted by the powder, turned red with excruciating pain, tears flowing uncontrollably. You bastard! Mr. Five roared in frustration, unable to bear the intense spiciness. His eyes clenched shut, tears streaming down his face. Yet Usopp was filled with triumph, smirking as he declared, Deadly Strike, Chili Star. Chapter 113, Art is a Great Star. Deadly Strike, Triple Gunpowder Star. Usopp pressed his advantage, taking the opportunity while Mr. Five was blinded, aiming to fell him in one swift motion. As Usopp had anticipated, Mr. Five was utterly incapable of evading Usopp's onslaught, and the 3 consecutive gunpowder stars struck true. After enduring the barrage, Mr. Five slowly began to collapse. However, upon witnessing Mr. Five collapse, Usopp erupted into jubilant cheers. Yet, Zhang Fei remained skeptical, doubting that Mr. Five had fallen so easily, given that he possessed the powers of the bomb fruit, which granted him a certain resilience to explosive harm. Such minor assaults could scarcely inflict any injury upon him. Zhang Fei, what do you think of my performance? Usopp began to boast about his achievements, eager for Zhang Fei's approval. However, Zhang Fei merely smiled, offering no response, for he could distinctly sense that Mr. 5 was merely feigning unconsciousness to alleviate the pain from the pepper attack. He refrained from warning Usopp, intending to let him learn a valuable lesson. As anticipated, when Mr. 5 opened his eyes, he swiftly rose from the ground, furious, and bellowed, "You despicable scoundrel, die!" His ire was now directed at Usopp. Nose cannon, continuous bombardment. Just as Usopp reveled in his triumph, Mr. 5's onslaught was upon him. Quick as a flash, Zhang Fei employed his wind barrier to thwart Mr. 5's barrage of bombs. Usopp was startled, the cacophony of explosions ringing in his ears, causing a faint itch in his eardrums. He inwardly sighed in relief, grateful for Zhang Fei's intervention. Otherwise, he might have been injured. Thank you, Zhang Fei. I'm lucky to have you around. I must be more cautious. Without you, I could have been blown away. Zhang Fei chose not to elaborate, understanding that Usopp required his dignity and simply needed a gentle reminder. Usopp, feeling a twinge of shame, nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. At that moment, Ms. Valentine's Day began to recover from her pain, though her gait was slightly awkward. She regarded Zhang Fei with palpable disdain, condemning him for his actions against a girl, deeming it utterly unforgivable. Her eyes blazed with a fierce, burning fury, fixated on Zhang Fei. This inexplicably stirred a sense of guilt within Zhang Fei. After all, it was Black Emperor's doing, not his own. You perverse fiend. I shall ensure you meet a most dreadful end, Ms. Valentine's Day declared indignantly. Zhang Fei cast a sidelong glance at Black Emperor, his expression laden with contempt. Yet, Black Emperor, noticing Zhang Fei's gaze, whistled nonchalantly, feigning ignorance as if to say, I know nothing. Do not inquire. Zhang Fei couldn't help but sigh internally, lamenting the state of his doppelganger, who seemed more pitiful than a white snake. Presently, Ms. Valentine's Day was reluctant to utilize her abilities, fearing another potentially lethal blow, as she still felt lingering pain and resentment. Mr. 5, too, had regained his composure. Though his eyes were still fiery, he could open them, albeit with tears he struggled to contain. Usopp, you handle Ms. Valentine's Day. I will deal with Mr. 5. Without a second thought, Usopp agreed, believing that Ms. Valentine's Day would be easier to confront than Mr. 5. Before they engaged, Zhang Fei cautioned Usopp. She possesses the powers of the float fruit, allowing her to manipulate her weight. Exercise caution. I understand. I will not be as reckless this time, Usopp assured Zhang Fei. Observing Usopp's newfound confidence, Zhang Fei chose not to dampen his spirits, allowing him to proceed. First, he resolved to eliminate Mr. 5, as the latter's attacks were utterly revolting to him. I'm coming. You all be careful, Zhang Fei remarked with a faint smile, kindly offering a warning. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath him erupted violently, his form darting forward like a cheetah, too swift for the eye to perceive. What? Mr. 5 gasped in disbelief. While Mr. 5 was still in shock, Zhang Fei had already positioned himself before him, his right hand extending like an eagle's claw towards Mr. 5's neck. When Mr. 5 finally registered the situation, it was too late. Zhang Fei's hand gripped his throat like a vice. Just like at Whiskey Peak, I am once again ensnared by Zhang Fei, Mr. 5 thought, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. He could already envision his fate, being sent flying once more. In a panic, he activated his powers, placing his hands on Zhang Fei's right arm, attempting to detonate it. Had Zhang Fei not been partnered with Black Emperor, there might have been a chance. However, the circumstances were different now. With Black Emperor tethered behind him, one hand resting on Zhang Fei's arm, he intended to absorb all the explosive energy generated by Mr. 5's abilities. Noticing the dire situation, Ms. Valentine's Day aimed to assist Mr. 5, but Usopp seized the opportunity to attack, relentlessly bombarding her with his gunpowder star, preventing her from coming to Mr. 5's aid. Damn you long-nosed brat, she cursed. I want to let you rescue Mr. 5, Usopp declared with unwavering determination, his actions unceasing. Die, Mr. 5 shouted, unleashing his explosive abilities from his hands. Yet, the outcome surpassed his expectations. The explosions seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving him utterly astonished, his pupils dilating in disbelief. How is this possible? Mr. 5 thought, convinced his powers had faltered as he gazed incredulously at Zhang Fei. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei smiled calmly, intending to utilize the powers of the bomb fruit to respond to Mr. 5, albeit at the cost of his right hand. Eager to witness the magnitude of destruction unleashed by employing his hand as the explosive medium, allow me to demonstrate what art truly is. Art is the essence of Patrick Star. As Zhang Fei's words resonated, a lethal energy emanated from his right hand, and Mr. 5 sensed the source of this power. It was the force of an explosion. Panicking, he shouted, "You monster, let me go!" He realized that Zhang Fei was using his right hand as the conduit for the explosion, a self-destructive method, yet one that would yield power exponentially greater than his own. Mr. 5 had no desire to perish, but it was too late. Zhang Fei's skin began to crack, radiating a deadly luminescence, before erupting in a powerful explosion, sending shockwaves spiraling outward, centered around Zhang Fei, and a colossal mushroom cloud silently ascended. Chapter 114. It's all Oda's fault. The shockwaves from the explosion spread outward, accompanied by a fierce wind akin to a hurricane, causing trees within 100 meters to sway dangerously, some even igniting spontaneously from the intense heat released by the blast. Even Luffy, who was locked in a fierce battle with Mr. 3, paused, his gaze drawn to Zhang Fei's location, curious about the source of such a formidable explosion. "Zhang Fei, are you all right?" Vivi called out anxiously, genuinely concerned for his safety, as such a ferocious explosion would likely spell doom for an ordinary person. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Fei possessed immortality. Meanwhile, Nami and the others remained unfazed, their expressions devoid of panic. "Do not worry, Vivi, Zhang Fei will be fine. There are very few in this world capable of killing him," one of them reassured her. Vivi was perplexed by their unwavering faith in Zhang Fei, wondering if he truly possessed such strength to emerge unscathed from such a powerful explosion. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, she gazed into the billowing smoke. However, Mr. 3 burst into hearty laughter, believing that this must be the doing of Mr. 5, for only he could transform into a bomb, and concluded that Zhang Fei, who was battling Mr. 5, was undoubtedly doomed to perish. Haha, that fellow will surely be blown to smithereens. Such is the fate of those who offend the Baroque Works. Yet, Luffy, with a disdainful scoff, interjected, "You underestimate my comrade far too much." He held an unwavering belief in Zhang Fei, convinced that even if everyone present were to die, Zhang Fei would remain unscathed. With that, he launched an attack on Mr. 3, his arms stretching forth rapidly, harnessing the elasticity of rubber to amplify the force of his punch. Rubber, pistol, shield. Mr. 3, seeing Luffy's fist approaching, hastily employed his powers, solidifying wax into a shield, successfully deflecting Luffy's blow. A resonant thud echoed, as Luffy felt as if his fist had collided with an iron shield, rendering it futile against Mr. 3's defenses. Thus, the fierce battle between Luffy and Mr. 3 resumed. Meanwhile, as the dense fog dissipated, Zhang Fei appeared before everyone unscathed. Albeit his clothing had been incinerated in the explosion's searing heat, leaving him as bare as a monk before the crowd. On the ground lay Mr. 5, charred and unconscious, emitting wisps of white smoke. What puzzled Zhang Fei was that Mr. 5 had not been obliterated in the recent explosion, which seemed utterly illogical, especially considering his attire remained intact. Conversely, he himself had suffered visible injuries from the blast, and had it not been for the 10 body-enhancing pills he consumed, he too would have been rendered to a mere heap of ashes. How could he, in such a state, differ so drastically from Mr. 5? Was it possible that Oda, the creator of this world, lacked an understanding of physics? Or was it simply that the inhabitants of this pirate realm possessed some grotesque resilience? The explosive force unleashed had equated to over 35 kilograms of TNT, capable of demolishing even a building. Yet here lay Mr. 5, merely scorched and unconscious, which was truly baffling. Suddenly, Vivi gasped, covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Zhang Fei. Her exclamation caught Zhang Fei's attention, and upon noticing her blushing, bashful demeanor, he realized his own state of undress. In stark contrast, Nami's gaze sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon treasure, her eyes fixated on Zhang Fei. It dawned on him that his clothes had been obliterated, leaving him feeling a chill, and he understood the reactions of Nami and Vivi. His expression instantly froze, mortified by the prospect of social embarrassment. He had been so preoccupied with Mr. 5 that he had entirely overlooked his own predicament. Had he foreseen this, he would not have dispelled his death god state at the moment of the explosion, for then he could have experienced the blast's power without facing such humiliation, all of which he attributed to Oda's ignorance of physics. Quickly, he re-entered his death god state, the dark cloak enveloping him entirely, allowing him to exhale in relief. Thankfully, the onlookers were few, only Nami and her companions, so he presumed he was safe from further embarrassment. However, upon witnessing Zhang Fei revert to his death god form, Nami wore an expression of regret, as if to say, "I haven't had enough of the view." Zhang Fei, exasperated, chose to ignore her. On the other hand, Usopp was performing admirably. At the moment of Zhang Fei's explosion, Ms. Valentine had diverted her attention towards them. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Usopp retrieved a hammer from his bag, readied his shot, and released it in one fluid motion. The hammer struck Ms. Valentine squarely on the forehead, knocking her out cold. However, following the incident with Mr. 5, Usopp had grown cautious. Only after confirming that Ms. Valentine was thoroughly incapacitated did he allow himself to laugh heartily. Truly the great Captain Usopp, he boasted, but his self-praise earned him nothing but Nami's eye roll. Had it not been for Zhang Fei distracting Ms. Valentine, he surely would not have triumphed so easily. Nevertheless, Vivi held a different perspective, rejoicing at their victory over Mr. 5. It's wonderful to have defeated them. Now only Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week remain. Once we conquer them, surely the Baroque Works will cease their pursuit. Well done, Usopp. Zhang Fei commended him, and upon receiving praise, Usopp's nose seemed to rise higher, filled with pride as he replied, "Of course. Did you not see who I am?" Zhang Fei merely smiled, fully aware of Usopp's character, and shifted his focus to Luffy, whose battle was still underway. He had no intention of intervening, opting instead to observe. As he noted that Dongli was restrained by wax, he promptly advised Usopp, "Usopp, the wax on Dongli is flammable. Quickly launch a fire star to melt it away." "Oh, understood." Upon receiving Zhang Fei's guidance, Usopp launched a fire star, successfully striking Dongli. Initially bewildered, Dongli soon realized their intentions upon witnessing the flames melting the wax binding him. Chapter 115, Mr. Zero. "Thank you, kid." Dongli expressed his gratitude to Usopp for his timely assistance, though he felt a twinge of annoyance that his honorable duel had devolved into a mere tool for others. Mr. 3, observing the wax melting, furrowed his brow at Zhang Fei and the others, noting that Mr. 5 and the rest had already been dealt with. With a scoff, he muttered, "Utterly useless." Seizing the moment while Dongli remained bound, he intensified the wax flow, intending to encase Dongli entirely in wax. However, Luffy would not allow him that satisfaction. He clenched his fist and charged at Mr. 3, his punch akin to an arrow released with precision and speed. Mr. 3 did not falter, but the wax he conjured, slithering like a serpent, coalesced into a wall. Yet, he underestimated Luffy's strength, which shattered through the wax barrier and struck Mr. 3 squarely on the cheek. The force of the blow caused Mr. 3 to be sent flying, skimming across the ground for several meters, akin to a stone skipping on water. Luffy had significantly increased the power behind this punch, making it nearly effortless to breach the wax wall. Zhang Fei, observing their clash, felt no inclination to join the fray. Instead, he prioritized freeing Dongli, as he had a favorable impression of him. Utilizing his initial transformation, he gathered flames in his hands and directed them towards Dongli. Upon contact, the flames spread over Dongli's body as if meeting gasoline, igniting and swiftly melting away the wax that bound him. As the wax disintegrated, Zhang Fei extinguished the flames, the fire vanishing as though it were mere magic, leaving no trace of its existence. Dongli slowly rose to his feet, liberated from the constraints of the candlelight. He felt an invigorating lightness throughout his body as he loosened his shoulders, preparing to confront Mr. 3. It was he who had nearly returned Brook to his waxen state, leaving Dongli perilously close to becoming a lifeless figure himself. His animosity towards Mr. 3 was profound and consuming. Just as he was about to seek retribution, he was halted by Zhang Fei, who insisted that the matter be left to Luffy to resolve. After all, Mr. 3 was now Luffy's target, and Zhang Fei would not allow Dongli's desire for vengeance to interfere with the battle at hand. Very well, Dongli huffed softly, his disdain directed at Mr. 3 rather than Zhang Fei, ultimately entrusting the matter to Luffy. He then encouraged Luffy, "Make sure to give it your all, avenge me." Luffy responded with a knowing smile, a slight twitch of his nose as he assured Dongli, "I will take care of it." Meanwhile, Sanji, having returned to the Going Merry with a comatose dinosaur in tow, discovered the ship eerily deserted. He pondered whether the crew had ventured out on an adventure without him, and noted with concern that the green-haired fellow had yet to return. This peculiar quietude perplexed him, as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This is quite strange, it's so silent. It's been ages, and no one has returned. I hope Miss Nami and sweetheart Vivi are safe." Realizing that this was not the time for culinary endeavors with the dinosaur, he resolved, "I must go find Miss Nami and sweetheart Vivi." Just as Sanji departed, a saber-toothed tiger emerged behind him, its predatory gaze fixed intently on him. Seizing the opportunity while Sanji was unguarded, it lunged forward, intent on delivering a fatal bite. However, it underestimated Sanji's prowess. The chef quickly detected the threat, delivering a swift kick that left the tiger dazed and inadvertently making it his steed. In an unexpected turn, He stumbled upon a peculiar white house that appeared to be constructed from wax. What on earth is this? Sanji mused. Curiosity piqued as he ventured inside. Upon his entrance, the saber-toothed tiger, once freed, promptly fled from Sanji's grasp. Noticing a cup of red tea on the table, he could not resist the temptation and leisurely sat down to enjoy it. Ah, right. I still need to find Miss Nami and sweetheart Vivi. How close I was to forgetting. As Sanji prepared to leave, a noise emanated from a small wooden box. Gulyulu. Intrigued, he opened it to discover a snail phone and nonchalantly answered. Hello, this is the Dung Western Restaurant. Would you like to place an order? However, the voice on the other end was filled with fury. Don't play dumb with me, you fool. Why haven't you reported in yet? Report? Who am I speaking to? Sanji inquired, perplexed, as he reclined on a sofa made of wax. The voice on the other end hesitated before responding. I am Mr. Zero. Realizing that Mr. Zero was none other than Crocodile, Vivi's boss and a warlord of the sea, Sanji, cigarette between his lips, grasped that the snail phone connected him to Crocodile. He also understood that there were assassins pursuing Vivi in this small garden. It has been many days since I issued my orders. What of Mr. 3? At this moment, Sanji was more concerned about Vivi's safety than Crocodile's inquiries, but remembering that Zhang Fei was by her side, he felt somewhat reassured. In his eyes, Zhang Fei could hold his own against Mihawk, and thus was more than capable of protecting Vivi. Crocodile, sensing Sanji's silence, pressed on. Why are you not speaking? I ask you, have you dealt with Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew? Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly, responding with feigned calmness. The mission has been accomplished. All those who knew your secret have been eliminated, so there is no need for further pursuits. Sanji maintained an impassive facade, attempting to deceive Crocodile. Is that so? Well done. However, unfortunate messengers are on their way to you. They must confirm your completion of the task and bring back something of significance. Unfortunate messengers? Something of significance? Sanji's expression turned quizzical as he remained oblivious to Crocodile's intentions. It is the eternal pointer leading to the Alabasta kingdom. It is time for you and Ms. Golden Week to return to Alabasta, where we shall engage in our most critical battle. The details will be discussed upon your arrival, awaiting my command. Sanji gleaned essential information from Crocodile, while two figures, a sea slug and a bird, stood at the windows, serving as the unfortunate messengers. They locked eyes with Sanji, creating an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 116, I want that too. After confirming that the individual before them was not Mr. 3 but Sanji, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday wasted no time launching an attack. Taken aback by the unexpected assault, Sanji swiftly retaliated, the ensuing commotion attracting Crocodile's attention. Through the snail phone, he inquired, what is happening? Sanji, dispatching them with remarkable speed, picked up the phone to respond to Crocodile. Meanwhile, the unfortunate messengers lay incapacitated on the ground. Oh, nothing at all. No, it's fine. The hat-wearing fool is still alive. Everything is fine now. I've dealt with them. Sanji continued to spin his web of lies, unaware of Crocodile's volatile temperament. The latter was already on the verge of eruption, dissatisfied with Sanji's evasiveness, mistakenly believing he was conversing with Mr. 3. He is still alive. Yet you claim the mission was accomplished? Crocodile's voice dripped with incredulity. Yes, I thought the task was complete, but it seems that fellow possesses remarkable vitality. Sanji persistently spun his tale, attempting to obscure the truth. In other words, you, my friend, have delivered an inaccurate report. Very well. Come now, let's not be hasty. The mission has been completed. He met his end just moments ago, so there is no need to send assassins. Can we agree on that? Fine, but first, return to Alabasta. Also, this will be your last contact. If the Marines catch wind of this, we will all be in dire straits. From now on, I shall convey my instructions through other means. Best of luck to you, Mr. 3. Crocodile's tone bore an ominous edge, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Sanji failed to notice the subtle shift in his demeanor, convinced that his deception had succeeded and that sweetheart Vivi would shower him with praise. The thought filled him with satisfaction. Once the communication ended, Crocodile issued commands to Robin, his demeanor akin to an enraged lion, having lost patience with Mr. 3's deceit and harboring deadly intent. Ms. Golden Week, you and Mr. 2 shall venture to the small garden and eliminate Mr. 3. Oblivious to the impending doom, poor Mr. 3 continued his battle with Luffy, unaware that he was now a scapegoat, with Crocodile dispatching others to eliminate him. Should he realize the truth, he would surely cry out in protest, insisting he had done nothing wrong, yet was now being hunted nonetheless. In the Straw Hat Pirates, there exists an overlooked individual, Zoro. Lost in the rainforest, he initially believed he had encountered Nami, filled with elation. only to discover that the figure before him was not a living being, but merely a wax statue, carelessly ensnared by Mr. 3 with a candle, rendering him akin to a large rice dumpling. The only part of him capable of movement was his head, which he now used to bellow in frustration. Damn it! What is this abominable contraption? Why is it so unyielding? Despite his efforts, Zoro found himself unable to break free from the waxen constraints. At this moment, an unwelcome voice pierced through his vexation. It was Sanji. Well, if it isn't the moss-headed one. Have you adopted a new look? It suits you, looking like a turtle. Sanji, on his quest to find Vivi and Nami, had stumbled upon Zoro's predicament and couldn't resist the temptation to mock him, a sardonic smile gracing his face. Curse it! Of all people, I had to run into this lecherous sea turtle. Zoro grumbled, feeling a surge of irritation, for Sanji was the last person he wished to encounter. Why don't you help me break free from this ridiculous situation? He realized that Sanji was his only hope for liberation. Is this how you beseech someone for assistance? Sanji retorted, his tone dripping with arrogance, anticipating Zoro's capitulation. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me, will you help or not? Zoro's unwavering resolve made it clear he would not yield. Sure, why not? Sanji replied with a mischievous grin, delivering an unexpected kick to Zoro's face, whether intentionally or not. My aim was a bit off, my apologies. Zoro, skeptical of Sanji's sincerity, believed him to be deliberately taking advantage of his immobility. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Not at all. You're imagining things, Sanji shrugged, feigning ignorance. Zoro's fury escalated. Had he not been bound by the candle, he would have taken Sanji down right then and there. For the moment, he chose to bide his time, planning to settle the score later. After enduring several kicks from Sanji, Zoro's waxen restraints were ultimately shattered. Oblivious to his own peril, Sanji lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke, addressing Zoro with a patronizing tone. You should be grateful. I just saved your skin. Yes, I owe you my sincerest thanks, Zoro retorted, his eyes glinting with menace as he unsheathed his sword. Sanji, sensing the shift in atmosphere, swiftly countered, dodging Zoro's strike while delivering a scathing remark. You ingrate, repaying kindness with malice. And so, the two found themselves embroiled in an unexpected skirmish. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 was preparing to unleash his true prowess against the nimble adversary before him. Desperate to ensnare Luffy's feet with his wax, he found his attempts thwarted at every turn. Left with no choice, Mr. 3 resorted to brute force. Attack! Candle Champion! He summoned a robust suit of armor from his own body, emblazoned with the number 3, his fists clad in massive boxing gloves, and spikes adorning his shoulders, resulting in a formidable yet comically disproportionate figure. How impressive! Luffy exclaimed, captivated by Mr. 3's armor, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He turned to Zhang Fei, eager to transform himself as well, hoping to borrow Zhang Fei's build driver, only to be met with rejection. Luffy, momentarily disheartened, recalled Zhang Fei's promise to gift him a transformation device, urging him to expedite the process so he too could flaunt a cool appearance like Mr. 3. When will you give me that transformation device? Luffy pressed, his spirits lifted at the prospect. Don't forget about me. Usopp chimed in, equally eager. For such a striking item was too enticing to pass up. Chapter 117, it's time to conclude. I understand, Zhang Fei replied, somewhat exasperated. He noted that transformation devices were not easily obtained. The mysterious gifts were entirely random, and acquiring one suitable for an ordinary person required a stroke of luck. Yet, Zhang Fei was not in a rush. He planned to consult the system later to see if any underhanded methods could be employed. At this juncture, Mr. 3 had instructed Ms. Golden Week to add color to his candle champion, declaring with indignation, I am now invincible. The hardness of my wax rivals that of iron, and my armor bears no flaws. Little did he know, such boasts often heralded one's downfall, particularly in the world of JoJo. While Luffy was not a stand user, Zhang Fei certainly was, and the effects were set in motion. As the battle commenced, Luffy was unfazed by Mr. 3's waxen armor. He could shatter steel, having previously defeated the strongest of foes in the East Blue. Mr. 3's aggressive style, relying on his physical advantage, failed to account for Luffy's rubbery resilience and agility, making it difficult for him to land a hit. Ms. Golden Week, sensing the tide turning, attempted to aid Mr. 3, but Zhang Fei, ever vigilant, dispatched Black Emperor to restrain her. Given Ms. Golden Week's hypnosis-like abilities through color manipulation, Zhang Fei took no chances, ensuring her influence would not thwart his plans. What's happening? Why can't I move? Ms. Golden Week struggled, feeling as though a powerful force held her captive, gripped by fear of this strange ability. Stay right there. This is their battle. Don't interfere, Zhang Fei admonished, relieved that Black Emperor did not exhibit any inappropriate tendencies. However, Black Emperor, sensing Zhang Fei's thoughts, shot him a reproachful glance, as if to say, "Do you think I want that kind of person?" Zhang Fei chuckled nervously. Having forgotten that Black Emperor could sense his thoughts, he quickly turned away to evade the piercing gaze. Once Nami and Vivi felt assured that the situation posed no immediate danger, they approached Zhang Fei. "Zhang Fei, you have quite the physique," Nami teased with a mischievous grin. Taken aback by her audacity, Zhang Fei was unprepared for such provocation, while Vivi, recalling past encounters, blushed at the memory. Thankfully, with few onlookers around, Zhang Fei felt at ease, dismissing Nami's jibe. As for the clash between Luffy and Mr. 3, he had little doubt that victory would ultimately belong to Luffy. Nami, observing Zhang Fei's prolonged silence, mistakenly assumed he was merely shy. In truth, Zhang Fei was preoccupied with thoughts of Zoro's whereabouts. In the original narrative, Zoro had also been captured by Mr. 3, and it struck him as odd that he had yet to see Zoro's presence. The battle was drawing to a close. Mr. 3's waxen armor had been shattered by Luffy's rocket barrage, rendering Mr. 3 himself dizzy and rolling his eyes in pain. He attempted to give a thumbs up to Zhang Fei and the others, only to discover them merrily enjoying afternoon tea, with even Ms. Golden Week joining in, as she had provided the refreshments. Luffy, indignant, rushed over to express his discontent with Zhang Fei and the others for their unscrupulous behavior, lamenting that while he was toiling in battle, they were leisurely sipping tea, an affront to his efforts. He stuffed all the pastries into his mouth, exclaiming, "How outrageous it is that you dawdle here with afternoon tea. Watch as I devour every last morsel. Don't be so excessive, you fool." Nami, witnessing Luffy's theft of her pastries, promptly delivered a punch to his face. A loud thud echoed as a steaming bump appeared on Luffy's head, causing his eyes to bulge in pain. It was remarkable that Nami's punch hurt more than his own fists during combat with Mr. 3. Zhang Fei, while aware that Luffy would ultimately triumph, did not expect it to happen so swiftly, which slightly exceeded his anticipations. Turning to Ms. Golden Week beside him, he advised, "You should hasten to lead your companions away from here." Zhang Fei refrained from directing any aggression toward Ms. Golden Week, recognizing her lack of combat prowess, particularly as she was merely a young girl. "I understand. Then farewell," Ms. Golden Week replied, rising to bid Zhang Fei adieu. During their brief interaction, she had come to appreciate Zhang Fei's peculiar abilities and kind nature. Even as an adversary, he had not harmed her, significantly enhancing her fondness for him. She bowed respectfully before hastily escorting Mr. 3 and the others away, though it proved quite a challenge for a small girl to manage 3 individuals at once. After the skirmish concluded, Dongli expressed gratitude to Zhang Fei and the others, acknowledging that without their assistance, he and Buggy might have met their demise long ago. "Thank you for your rescue," he said. Zhang Fei waved dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. My primary objective was merely to complete the mission. Now that the mysterious package is secured, your gratitude holds little significance." "Indeed, no need for thanks," Luffy chimed in, his face adorned with a radiant smile, exuding an infectious cheerfulness. At that moment, Buggy began to regain consciousness, his head still clouded, surveying the surroundings that bore the marks of a fierce battle. "Dongli, what transpired while I was unconscious?" he inquired. Dongli recounted the events to Buggy, his expression growing increasingly grave as he lamented. "I never imagined that the battle we held in such honor would be exploited by others. It is truly disgraceful. This ongoing struggle must come to an end." In an instant, Dongli comprehended Buggy's sentiments, particularly during his period of captivity, and he realized it was indeed time to conclude the protracted conflict. "Yes, it is time to end this," he responded meaningfully to Buggy. Vivi, misinterpreting their conversation, assumed they were gearing up for a final showdown and sought to dissuade them. "Why would you wish to continue fighting after everything that has occurred?" she implored. Upon hearing her words, Dongli and Buggy exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter, fully aware of her misunderstanding. "What is so funny?" Vivi questioned, perplexed. "My dear girl, you are mistaken. We have resolved not to continue the fight. After this ordeal, we have come to understand that Buggy is my dearest friend, and I have no desire to see him perish," Dongli articulated confidently. "Why do you have to say such nauseating things, you jerk?" Buggy retorted, his irritation evident, though his eyes betrayed a sense of fondness. "You truly are at Sundara," Zhang Fei muttered under his breath, bemused. "Indeed," Dongli concurred with Zhang Fei, nodding slightly. "Do you wish to fight, Dongli?" Buggy, realizing his thoughts had been exposed, wore an exasperated expression, eager to challenge Dongli to a duel. "Come on, who is afraid?" Dongli replied, equally unyielding. Zhang Fei shook his head, choosing to ignore their bickering. Ultimately, they settled down amicably to tend to Buggy's wounds. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji approached, both battered and bruised, as if they had just emerged from a ferocious battle. Vivi, mistakenly believing that the Baroque Works pursuers had returned, quickly inquired of Sanji, "Are you all right? Is there another wave of pursuers?" Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, each expressing disdain with a dismissive snort. Observing their appearance, Zhang Fei deduced that the two had engaged in a scuffle and explained to Vivi, "Rest assured, Vivi, their injuries were self-inflicted." Sanji and Zoro were taken aback, asking in unison, "How do you know? Must I spell it out for you?" "Your expressions reveal everything," Zhang Fei replied. Having long anticipated the discord between Zoro and Sanji, their current state was entirely within his expectations. "You two truly are fools," Nami remarked with a scowl aimed at the pair. Indeed, Luffy chimed in, crunching on a biscuit in agreement with Nami. "How dare you call us fools when you are the biggest idiot of all?" Sanji retorted angrily. "You, fool, have no right to call me that," Luffy shot back, unwilling to accept being labeled an idiot. The argument escalated, with all three refusing to concede, resulting in a chaotic melee. Eventually, the matter was left to Nami, the authoritative figure aboard the merry-go, who delivered a punch infused with real damage to each of them, finally restoring silence. "Are you three all fools now? Honestly, why must you create trouble?" Zhang Fei observed, shaking his head in exasperation, lamenting that they had managed to provoke Nami. "Ha ha ha, you humans are quite amusing." Dongli laughed heartily at the spectacle. Indeed, Buggy agreed with Dongli, his face alight with a smile as he watched the playful antics unfold. Once tempers cooled, Sanji shared with Vivi the details of his conversation with the individual claiming to be Mr. Zero. "Vivi's sweetheart, I just received a call from someone who identified himself as Mr. Zero. That must be Crocodile, right?" "Huh, you spoke with Mr. Zero?" Vivi exclaimed, her surprise evident as she pressed Sanji for details about the situation. "Yes, he seemed to think I was Mr. 3, Sanji explained while seated on a fallen tree trunk. Gradually elaborating on the encounter, Zhang Fei, intrigued, observed Sanji, astonished that, despite the narrative's divergence, Sanji had managed to stumble upon Mr. 3's hideout and fortuitously connect with Crocodile, perhaps a twist of fate. "Does he believe we are dead?" Vivi probed, eager to uncover whether Crocodile had been deceived by Sanji. "Yes, that is precisely what I conveyed to them. Thus, the assassin would no longer pursue us, yet we remained unable to depart." Although Usopp was aware that the assassin would not reappear, he ought to have felt exhilarated. However, he found himself unable to leave the little garden. According to Brook's account, the log pose required a full year to complete its recording, and by that time, the kingdom of Alabasta would have already fallen. If we were to adhere to the original narrative, Zhang Fei speculated that Sanji would undoubtedly find the eternal pose leading to Alabasta, and he promptly voiced his inquiry. "Sanji, did you happen to find the eternal pose?" "How did you know I found the eternal pose?" Sanji replied, staring at Zhang Fei with a puzzled expression, wondering how he was aware of what he had discovered in the little candle house. "It's just a guess. Mr. 3 and his companions are members of Baroque Works. They could not possibly carry the eternal pose with them. The only plausible scenario is that it is securely hidden away, as the eternal pose is susceptible to damage during a confrontation." Zhang Fei's words were a blend of truth and fiction, yet they were logical enough to evade suspicion. "So that is how it is. However, I obtained this eternal pose from a peculiar bird. This eternal pose fell from the unfortunate messengers. It was not something I picked up in the little candle house." "That's remarkable, Sanji. This is indeed the eternal pose leading to Alabasta." Vivi, upon confirming its authenticity, was overwhelmed with excitement and embraced Sanji. With the eternal pose in hand, she would no longer have to wait a year in this little garden, and she could return to Alabasta to thwart Crocodile's nefarious plot. "Oh, not at all. It's my pleasure. I didn't expect you to be so delighted." At that moment, Sanji wore a foolish grin, his eyes transformed into hearts as he basked in the warmth emanating from Vivi, savoring her delightful scent. It was astonishing that a mere trinket he had inadvertently picked up could earn him Vivi's embrace. "Then we can set off," Usopp suggested, asserting that with the eternal pose, they need not linger any longer, especially given the imminent danger facing Vivi's kingdom. "That sounds splendid. Let us have a cookie party," Luffy exclaimed, bubbling with enthusiasm as he brandished 3 leftover cookies, eager to celebrate. Usopp looked at Luffy in sheer horror, his expression clearly conveying disbelief that he would propose a party in such dire circumstances. Fortunately, Zhang Fei intervened just in time, firmly rejecting Luffy's party suggestion, asserting, "Time is of the essence. To be prudent, we should first retrieve Chopper. We ought to depart swiftly. We have no time to waste." "Indeed, Captain. Vivi's kingdom awaits our rescue," Nami concurred, nodding in agreement with Zhang Fei's sentiment. Chapter 119, In the Name of Elubaf. "Hey, Kappa, You haven't forgotten our hunting competition, have you? I found a colossal triceratops. Zoro, still recalling his contest with Sanji, gestured with outstretched arms, his face aglow with pride. Sanji, not one to forget, confidently asserted that his dinosaur would undoubtedly surpass Zoro's greenhorn triceratops. Rest assured, I have not forgotten, but my dinosaur will certainly be larger. Prepare to concede, algae head. Huh, Zoro scoffed, dripping with sarcasm, unimpressed by Sanji's claims. What do you mean, you bastard? Do you want to go another round? Sanji retorted, irritated by Zoro's demeanor. Ready to engage in a brawl. I fear no one. Come at me. Zoro, equally fearless, unsheathed his sword, resuming their unfinished duel. Nami shook her head at the spectacle, letting out a resigned sigh, allowing them to squabble, while she deemed Zhang Fei the more dependable ally. Hunting competition? Both Dory and Buggy displayed expressions of confusion, as if contemplating something. Well then, chubby uncle and giant uncle, we must take our leave, Luffy said before departing, not forgetting to bid farewell to Dory and Buggy. Is that so? You're leaving already? Buggy expressed his regret, wishing they could have celebrated in the little garden, feeling a tinge of reluctance at the thought of these intriguing individuals departing. It is indeed a pity, but one cannot linger here forever. I sincerely hope your kingdom remains safe. Dory echoed Buggy's sentiments, offering prayers for Vivi's homeland. Thank you. Vivi expressed her gratitude, feeling their good intentions. Farewell. And perhaps one day we shall meet again, Zhang Fei said as he bid adieu to Dory and Buggy, appreciating their amiable nature. We shall meet again. Next time. I will not be defeated, Buggy laughed heartily, thumping his chest, only to inadvertently reopen his wounds with the force. When we meet again, I shall be even stronger, Zhang Fei stated with conviction, as he possessed a system that would enable him to constantly enhance his abilities. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, Buggy replied, filled with hope, wishing for the realization of their dreams. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, saying nothing further, turning to depart with a wave. Master Buggy, one day, I shall visit Alabasta, Usopp excitedly assured Buggy, his eyes brimming with yearning for Alabasta. Dory and Buggy remained silent for a moment, watching the Straw Hat crew leave before slowly speaking. Buggy, the friend's ship has set sail. Dory, indeed, we cannot abandon them. There are monsters lurking in those waters. But Buggy, are your injuries all right? Can you still wield your axe? Buggy chuckled lightly, responding to his friend's concern. Do you take me for someone weak? I am the Red Demon Buggy. Such injuries are trivial to me. Dory pulled out an ancient sword embedded in the ground, its blade marred with numerous scars. Is that so? Do you have confidence in winning? Buggy's gaze was resolute as he gripped his war axe, his eyes fixed on the departing Zhang Fei and the others. For them, I would gladly lay down my life. So it is decided. Back aboard the Mary, Nami placed a hand on her rear, complaining. There are just too many mosquitoes here. It's quite bothersome. This remark immediately drew Zhang Fei's attention, and he approached her from behind, inspecting her back to see if she had been bitten. Let me take a look. Nami, caught off guard by Zhang Fei's sudden concern, felt flustered and uncertain, her face reddening as she averted her gaze in shyness. Indeed, Zhang Fei discovered a small red mark on her back, indicative of a mosquito bite. However, he pondered whether Nami, with her enhanced physique, would still fall ill. It truly posed a question. Noticing Zhang Fei's prolonged silence, Nami curiously turned her head, wondering what he was contemplating. Was he plotting revenge for her earlier teasing? What should she do? The mere thought sent her face into a rapid blush, akin to a steam engine on the verge of boiling over. When Zhang Fei regained his composure, he was met with the sight of Nami's face, flushed like a monkey's backside, and mistakenly assumed she had a fever. He reached out to touch her forehead, discovering her temperature was normal, and inquired curiously, Nami, are you all right? I'm fine. With that, Nami hastily retreated to her room, her mind still swirling with thoughts, completely at a loss as she recalled that moment. Nami's reaction left Zhang Fei in a state of perplexity. Was it not an illness? What could it possibly be? Struggling to comprehend, he decided it was prudent to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji continued their quarrel over whose catch was superior. Unable to tolerate their bickering any longer, Zhang Fei leapt from the ship, swiftly stowing the deceased dinosaur and triceratops into his system backpack, exasperatedly exclaiming, "What is there to argue about? We must hasten our departure and cannot afford to be distracted by trifles." Upon hearing Zhang Fei's interjection, Sanji and Zoro begrudgingly complied, albeit their mutual disdain lingered, both snorting in indignation before returning to the vessel. As the crew of the Going Merry gathered, Luffy bellowed, "Set sail." As they embarked, they spotted East Blue and Buggy standing sentinel on either side of the river mouth, seemingly safeguarding the Going Merry. The crew was bewildered, yet Zhang Fei understood their intentions. They were there to ensure the safe departure of the Going Merry, especially with a massive sea creature lurking beneath the waves, comparable to a giant sea king. East Blue proclaimed, "You have fought valiantly to uphold our honor." Buggy added, "Indeed, your foes are our foes." East Blue continued, "We shall not allow the flag of our friends to be torn asunder." Buggy affirmed, "Trust us, sail forth unimpeded, regardless of what may transpire." Zhang Fei sensed their goodwill, a sentiment echoed by Luffy and the others. Although Luffy did not fully grasp the significance of East Blue's words, he chose to trust them. Understood. We shall sail straight ahead. The Going Merry glided forward, and the surface of the sea roiled, revealing a colossal goldfish that opened its cavernous maw, attempting to swallow the ship whole. "What is that?" Usopp exclaimed in terror, his pupils dilating. Zhang Fei opted not to intervene, placing his faith in East Blue and Buggy to handle the situation. As the terrifying creature emerged, East Blue's expression turned grave. "Has the sea monster appeared?" he inquired. Buggy responded, "In the name of Elbaf, we will clear your path." Chapter 120, Still Unwell. Nami rushed from her quarters to assess the situation. Upon exiting, she beheld the enormous Sea King in front of them, resembling a dragon drawing in water, with torrents of seawater being siphoned into its gaping maw, including that of the Going Merry. Initially, she intended to urge Sanji and the others to swiftly maneuver the ship away from danger, but upon witnessing their calm demeanor, her anxiety dissipated. After all, Zhang Fei, who had previously slain a giant Sea King, was aboard, so there was little cause for alarm. The only one who appeared anxious was Vivi. Unaware of Zhang Fei's prowess, she exhibited signs of distress, with Kuro scurrying about the deck in fright. Fortunately, Sanji was there to reassure Vivi, or else she would have been utterly perplexed by their tranquility. "Vivi, fret not, I will protect you. Everything will be fine. Zhang Fei is here, and that frog Sea King was his prey. This goldfish poses no threat to him." Hearing Sanji's words, Vivi felt her worries ease. Though she had encountered the frog Sea King before, the sheer size of the goldfish still instilled a sense of dread within her. When the sea monster completely engulfed the Going Merry, Zhang Fei remained unfazed, showing no inclination to act. Nonetheless, Luffy continued to place his faith in East Blue and Buggy, shouting, "Sail straight ahead." Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice rang out, and Zhang Fei sensed stability returning. Conqueror's Haki. A powerful shockwave emanated from behind the Going Merry, piercing through the sea monster's body and creating a circular wound, while the ship remained unscathed, buoyed by the force of the impact, riding the waves toward the vast ocean. Zhang Fei glanced back, witnessing the sea itself being cleaved apart. The might of the Haki was indeed formidable. Usopp, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, his faith finally rewarded. This is the power of the warriors of Elbaf. From their vantage atop Little Garden, East Blue and Buggy, having shattered their weapons and unleashing the Haki, concluded a century-long battle at that very moment. They pointed toward Zhang Fei and his crew, exclaiming, "Let us go." Their laughter echoed as they cast their broken weapons into the sea. Aboard the Going Merry, Usopp and Luffy leaned against the railing, sharing jovial banter, with Usopp declaring, "One day, I will journey to Elbaf." Seeing Usopp and the others so exuberant, Nami felt a twinge of envy, as she gradually grew weary after departing from Little Garden, her eyelids becoming heavy, and her demeanor somewhat listless. "They are so full of energy. After what just transpired, I suddenly feel exhausted." Zhang Fei had been keenly observing Nami's health since their departure, and was resolute in his belief that she was still unwell. Despite the effects of the vitality elixir, she could not escape the grasp of fate. Approaching Nami, he scooped her up in his arms, leaving her bewildered and her heart racing, a faint blush coloring her pale cheeks as she inquired, "What are you doing, Zhang Fei?" "Someone who is ill should rest properly. Our next destination is Drum Island," he stated firmly, adding, "And Chopper is there." The crew was taken aback. Had they not agreed to head to Alabasta? Vivi, in particular, was shocked, as her primary concern was indeed Alabasta, and the prospect of delaying their journey was difficult for her to accept. However, recalling that Drum Island was renowned for its medical expertise, she understood that Zhang Fei's intention was to prioritize Nami's health, and thus, she chose to adhere to his decision. Nami gazed at Zhang Fei, touched by his concern, yet for the sake of Vivi's homeland, she felt she could endure her ailment, though she was unaware of Drum Island's reputation as a medical powerhouse. "Zhang Fei, I'm fine. Let's head to Alabasta. The citizens are waiting for Vivi." Zhang Fei cast a sidelong glance at Vivi, whose face was etched with worry, and sighed softly, explaining, "Are you not aware that you have contracted a virus? Moreover, there are no antidotes aboard, and I cannot guarantee you will endure until we reach Alabasta. Thus, it is safest to go to Drum Island first. And do not fret. Vivi, I believe Smoker has already gone to Alabasta, which should influence Crocodile to some extent. By the way, Smoker is a colonel in the Navy. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's explanation, Vivi felt a measure of relief. She had faith in him and saw no reason for him to deceive her. I understand, Zhang Fei. Seeing that Vivi believed his words, he reassured her and shared the true intentions of Crocodile. Rest assured, your Alabasta will be safe. And Crocodile's goal is not to usurp your father's throne, but to seek the ancient weapon Pluton. The ancient weapon Pluton? Vivi was utterly oblivious to the ancient weapon known as Pluton, and her father had never mentioned it to her, leaving her perplexed as to why this ancient weapon would be connected to her father. This particular conundrum eluded her understanding. Well, I'll discuss it with you later. First, I need to escort Nami back to her room. Zhang Fei glanced down at Nami, cradled in his arms, deciding it was best to ensure her comfort before delving into any discussions. It's nothing serious, merely a minor ailment. Although Nami wished to remain and hear more about Pluton, she was met with Zhang Fei's resolute insistence. No, you must rest properly. We shall handle everything from here. Nami was taken aback by Zhang Fei's concern for her well-being. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she nestled her head against his chest, relishing the warmth he provided. Sanji, Nami is unwell. Please procure some ingredients that will bolster her immunity. Understood, I'll prepare something right away. Upon learning of Nami's condition, Sanji promptly agreed and made his way to the kitchen. Rest well, I've taken the eternal pointer. If you need anything, just call for me, Zhang Fei advised as he gently placed Nami back onto her bed. I understand. Nami replied, her voice slightly weak yet tinged with a hint of joy. Chapter 121. The system is reliable. When Vivi saw Zhang Fei emerge, her face was alight with anticipation, eager for him to elucidate the matter of the ancient weapons. Even Luffy and Usopp were drawn in, curious to learn about these legendary artifacts. Zhang Fei, without hesitation, revealed the origins of the ancient weapons. There are 3 ancient weapons in the world, each possessing the capacity to effortlessly obliterate a nation: Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton. Pluton is the target of Crocodile's ambitions, which is why he has set his sights on the Alabasta kingdom. What? Vivi exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that Pluton wielded such formidable power. It was no wonder Crocodile coveted the Alabasta kingdom. Where is it? She pressed on. It is said to be hidden somewhere within the Alabasta kingdom. A secret known to the royal family throughout generations, concealed within your royal tomb, Zhang Fei explained, articulating everything he knew. Vivi's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Simultaneously, she grew increasingly curious about how Zhang Fei came to possess this knowledge, intrigued by the secrets he might hold. He seems quite impressive, Luffy remarked, feigning understanding, leaving Zhang Fei somewhat speechless. Usopp, on the other hand, wore a look of shock, unable to comprehend that such potent forces existed in their world, and inquired about the other 2 weapons. Zhang Fei, do you know where Uranus and Poseidon are? I do, Zhang Fei nodded, confirming his awareness of the other 2 weapons. Poseidon is Shirahoshi, and Uranus is likely the young boy Momonosuke. In the manga, when Roger sailed the deep seas, he overheard conversations among sea kings, proclaiming that their king would soon be born, and that another would emerge in a distant sea. The day the 2 kings reunite, the whales shall rejoice. Just wait. This time it will surely succeed. It will take 10 years for them to grow up. This dialogue originated 25 years ago, by which time Momonosuke had already been born, while Shirahoshi had yet to come into existence. The Sea Kings had their gaze fixed upon Roger's ship, where both Kinemon and Momonosuke were present. Furthermore, after boarding the Elephant Zoo, Momonosuke could hear their voices and command the elephant's actions, coupled with the historical text documenting Joy Boy's ability to guide kings. All signs pointed to Momonosuke being Uranus. And where are they now? Usopp continued to express his curiosity. I cannot disclose that information. In due time, we shall encounter them. Right, Joy Boy? No, I mean, Luffy, Zhang Fei asserted, looking at Luffy, firmly believing he was Joy Boy, possessing the ability to guide kings. What? I am not Joy Boy. I am Monkey D. Luffy corrected him, though he didn't fully grasp the significance of Zhang Fei's words. He trusted that their future adventures would lead them to discover the truth. Zhang Fei smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, aware that Luffy still had much to learn and would mature in due course. He then turned to Vivi, who remained in a state of confusion, and spoke with a serious tone. Vivi, you must be vigilant. You are the heir to the Alabasta kingdom. In the future, you will uncover the secrets that your lineage has guarded for generations. Once you learn of it, the world government will perceive you as a thorn in their side. So you must prioritize your safety. Vivi's expression shifted to one of gravity as she sensed the seriousness in Zhang Fei's tone, realizing that this secret could potentially disrupt the balance of the world. Zhang Fei was aware that Vivi had some connection to Pluton, as him had once held a photograph of Shirahoshi, Vivi, and Luffy, piercing it with a knife. I understand. I will be careful. Indeed, be wary of the world government. They are not to be trifled with, and even if I do not say it, your father will undoubtedly warn you, Zhang Fei reiterated, sharing his thoughts on the world and expressing his disdain for the world government and the Marines. I will, Vivi nodded slightly, glancing at Zhang Fei, contemplating that he must possess knowledge of the world's secrets. Otherwise, he would not know so much, even about the royal tomb's hidden truths. This only deepened her trust in him. Our current objective is to locate Drum Kingdom and find a ship's doctor. Without a doctor aboard, falling ill during our voyage could be catastrophic, Zhang Fei stated, addressing Luffy. But aren't we heading to Alabasta first? Luffy inquired, puzzled. Nami is unwell. We should proceed to Drum Kingdom first, as it is renowned for its medical expertise. Once we arrive, I am confident Nami's condition will improve, Vivi interjected. Though worried about Alabasta, she chose to trust Zhang Fei, believing that, as he had said, Crocodile would not act recklessly. What? Nami is sick. Is she going to die? Luffy exclaimed in alarm, having seen Nami in good health just moments ago. Zhang Fei could only sigh. Had they not heard his earlier conversation with Vivi? If we do not find a doctor promptly, it could be dire. Nami's illness is caused by a viral infection, not merely a cold, so we must find a physician. Zhang Fei succinctly explained, knowing that the complexity of the situation would be beyond Luffy's comprehension. Oh, I see. If that's the case, let's hurry to Drum Kingdom, Luffy declared. Now resolute. Since Vivi had no objections, as captain, he felt it was his duty to prioritize the safety of his crew. Zhang Fei made a valid point. It was time to find a ship's doctor. Do you know the direction to Drum Kingdom? Usopp posed the most pressing question, prompting a silence among the group. How do we get there without the record pointer for Drum Kingdom? With no other recourse, Zhang Fei had no choice but to seek the omnipotent system for assistance. System. What's going on? What is it? Upon hearing Zhang Fei's summons, the system hastily awakened, its tone reflecting a newfound confidence, as its wounds had nearly healed. The situation is this. Nami is unwell, and we need to travel to Drum Kingdom. The problem lies in the absence of direction, so I must implore your guidance. Zhang Fei relayed the circumstances to the system. This is simple. I will create an eternal compass for Drum Kingdom and place it in your inventory. Chapter 122. The Eve of Vengeance. With the eternal compass for Drum Kingdom in hand, there was no longer a need to wander aimlessly across the vast sea, thus saving a considerable amount of time. I have it, Zhang Fei responded to Usopp, retrieving the eternal compass from his inventory. Splendid, Vivi exclaimed with delight. With the compass, Nami's recovery would be expedited, and once she regained her health, Zhang Fei and his companions could set sail at full speed without further worries. Very well. Our destination is Drum Kingdom. Let us depart at once. As captain, Luffy began directing the crew, eagerly anticipating the addition of new members. According to Vivi, Drum Kingdom was renowned as a nation of healing, and he hoped to find an excellent ship's doctor there. Is there anything else? If not, I must take my leave. The system inquired. Its injuries had sufficiently healed, and it was time to seek vengeance against the three troublesome entities of the Death God system. However, it puzzled Zhang Fei that the benevolent system had yet to contact him. Could something have occurred? No matter, he resolved to return to the system realm to investigate. By the way, could you assist me discreetly? I wish to acquire a transformation device for ordinary people. After all, one must honor their word. I promised to gift Usopp and the others, and I must fulfill that commitment. I wonder if the system can facilitate this for me. The system fell silent for a moment, assessing its remaining rewards for the existence of a transformation device. Zhang Fei, anxious for an answer, inquired, "Is it possible, system?" "Yes. However, I presently lack it. In a few days, I will venture to other worlds to procure some items," the system readily agreed, noting that it too needed to gather materials for rewards and could conveniently retrieve what Zhang Fei required from the masked world. Perhaps it might even manage to transform the entire Straw Hat crew into villains. With the system's assurance, Zhang Fei felt a wave of relief. "It's all right. I can wait. Then I shall take my leave. Also, I will borrow your Zanpakuto for a moment." The system intended to utilize Zhang Fei's weapon. Typically, once a Zanpakuto is bound, others cannot wield it. However, the system, being non-human, could use it at will. What do you intend to do?" Zhang Fei questioned, perplexed by the system's desire to utilize his Zanpakuto. "Nothing serious, merely borrowing it to exact vengeance and to further enhance your weapon," the system replied. "Indeed. It aimed to wield Zhang Fei's Zanpakuto to confront the Death God system and inadvertently drain its host's spiritual pressure to benefit Zhang Fei. Ah, very well, take it. Zhang Fei responded, his spirits lifted. He had not anticipated that the system would enhance his Zanpakuto. Such an opportunity was too fortuitous to decline. Moreover, Zhang Fei often felt restricted when using his Zanpakuto, unable to unleash his full potential. Just so you know, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, I have exchanged your mysterious package for the Eternal Compass. The system informed Zhang Fei before departing, offering a flimsy excuse for its actions. Upon hearing that the mysterious package had vanished, Zhang Fei felt a pang of regret. However, for the sake of Nami and Chopper, a single package was a trivial sacrifice, and he could acquire another in the future. The system had been quite generous to him, daring to challenge 3 systems simultaneously, making the loss of one mysterious package seem inconsequential. I understand. I shall take my leave. Be cautious, Zhang Fei concluded, and with that, the system brandished the sword and charged into the realm of systems. Zhang Fei checked his inventory, confirming that the mysterious package was indeed absent, and then focused on steering the Going Merry at full speed. Hey, isn't that Mahjong? What brings you back? Upon arriving in the system realm, Mahjong heard a familiar voice greeting him and turned to see a well-known figure, his friend, the Arrogant System. It has been quite some time. Have you returned from completing a task? Mahjong enthusiastically responded to the Arrogant System. Indeed, I just finished my task, but upon my return, I immediately heard of your illustrious deeds, taking on 3 adversaries, quite impressive. The Arrogant System nudged Mahjong playfully, excitement evident in its tone. Not too shabby. By the way, what is that colorful object you have? Mahjong inquired, noticing the captivating item in the Arrogant System's grasp. Oh, this? It's Song Shuhong's kidney. Would you like it? If so, I shall gift it to you. This kidney possesses immortal power, ensuring your host's survival, the Arrogant System casually offered, displaying the vibrant organ. No need. You should keep it for yourself. Mahjong declined the Arrogant System's generous offer. With Zhang Fei now immortal, he had no use for the kidney. Had he still been mortal, he would have gladly accepted. Very well, but tell me, what brings you back? The Arrogant System asked curiously, wondering why Mahjong had returned when he was supposed to be working. Well, the Benevolent System promised to assist me in seeking vengeance. Yet I have yet to receive any word from him. Thus, I came to check on things. Mahjong explained the reason for his visit. I see. Let me inform you that the Benevolent System is currently occupied. He has been assigned a new task. The Arrogant System revealed the truth to Mahjong. Upon hearing this, Mahjong realized the situation. No wonder the Benevolent System had not reached out. He had been dispatched for new duties. It seemed that if he wished to attain vengeance, he would have to rely on his own strength. As for the troublesome immortal cultivation system, he found himself at a loss on how to confront it. Letting it go was simply out of the question. I suppose I shall deal with the Death God and the Gambling God first, and then seek assistance for the immortal cultivation system, he mused. By the way, do you have any formidable weapons? Mahjong inquired of the Arrogant System, knowing it possessed many valuable items. Indeed, I have a folding stool, which would be quite suitable for you, the Arrogant System replied, aware of Mahjong's intentions for vengeance. Although it wished to help, it knew that Mahjong would likely refuse any assistance, not wanting to endanger his friends. Unless you are exceptionally powerful, akin to the immortal system, he would only seek help from others in dire circumstances. Chapter 123. The March of Vengeance, a folding stool? What on earth is that? Mahjong asked, bemused by the suggestion. What use is a folding stool to me? Do not underestimate this folding stool. When not in use, it can serve as a seat, but in times of conflict, it can function as a weapon. Moreover, I have endowed it with the ability to double the pain inflicted, and it has been tainted with immortal blood. This folding stool is nothing short of a divine instrument for combat. A single strike could send an opponent's soul soaring. The Arrogant System boasted proudly of its combat artifact. Immortal blood? The Mahjong, in disbelief, gazed at the ostentatious system's possession of Song Shuhong's kidney, instantly realizing the source of this immortal blood. Indeed, one could assert that this folding stool possessed an infinite durability. The ostentatious system stowed away Song Shuhong's colorful kidney and presented the folding stool to Mahjong, who could only assist in this manner. I shall not be modest, Mahjong declared, accepting it with enthusiasm, convinced of its utility. The sight of this doubled pain was already sufficient to pique his interest. It was more than adequate to deal with those 2 annoying pests. I shall test the might of this folding stool, Mahjong resolved, no longer wishing to engage in idle chatter with the ostentatious system, preparing instead to confront them. Moreover, the Gambling God system had stealthily usurped some of his powers, a transgression utterly unforgivable. I shall take my leave. I must seek other systems to exchange for skills. The ostentatious system had returned solely for the acquisition of skills from other systems, as it required numerous abilities to flaunt its prowess. Mahjong halted his departure, turning back to inquire if the ostentatious system desired the gambling god system's capabilities. By the way, do you wish to acquire gambling techniques? If so, I could borrow some from that gambling god pest. Certainly, the more, the better, the ostentatious system replied, not one to decline, as it sought these abilities to bolster its facade. Until we meet again, Mahjong concluded, departing the system realm. The first target on his list was undoubtedly that scoundrel of the Death God system. Should I accompany Mahjong to the Death God and procure some items? This notion was swiftly discarded. He could not act so recklessly. If he were to follow Mahjong and steal back items, he might find himself without anyone willing to trade with him within the system realm. Who could it be that dared to intrude into my world? The familiarity was unsettling. Oh no, it is that damned bastard. The Death God system, residing within its host, suddenly sensed an unwelcome guest, conjuring thoughts of Mahjong, that rascal. No one else would dare brazenly breach the Death God realm. Only he bore a grudge against it. The Death God shuddered at the thought of Mahjong's reckless nature and hastily contacted the gambling god and the cultivation system, seeking their assistance. After they conspired against Mahjong, they formed a trio alliance to prevent him from seeking vengeance. The bastard has arrived. Reinforcements are urgently needed. Understood. X2. With reinforcements yet to arrive, the Death God knew it must confront the intruder. If Mahjong had indeed come specifically to trouble its host, the consequences would be dire. Upon emerging, the Death God beheld Mahjong, one hand gripping the folding stool and the other wielding the Zanpakuto, exuding an aura of aggression and an overwhelming murderous intent. Death God, I've come to settle the score. Mahjong, I advise you to exercise caution and refrain from reckless actions. The cultivation system is already on its way. The Death God attempted to leverage the reputation of the cultivation system to intimidate Mahjong. Go to hell, you foolish creature. Mahjong retorted, unperturbed by the threats, determined to deliver a sound thrashing to the Death God before the others arrived. Besides, time flowed differently in the Death God realm. They would not arrive for some time yet. With resolve, Mahjong charged forward, targeting the host of the Death God system. He hurled his projectile with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated the host's body. Caught off guard, the host had not anticipated such a sudden assault. Before he could react, the Zanpakuto pierced through him. Fortunately, it missed any vital organs. Had it struck his heart, he would have been doomed. Blood erupted from the wound, cascading like a blooming rose, pinning him against the wall, rendering him immobile. The peculiar Zanpakuto absorbed his spiritual pressure, making any struggle futile. Extracting it would require the intervention of the system or another system. Now enveloped in terror, he lamented the arduous journey it took to acquire such formidable power. A joy he had yet to experience, and he certainly did not wish to perish in this manner. Help me, system, he cried out in desperation. You scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on my host? I swear you shall pay. The Death God system's fury surged as it felt the pressure of the situation, wishing nothing more than to slay Mahjong. However, the priority was to extract the Zanpakuto from its host. Yet, Mahjong had no intention of allowing this. His mission was to enhance Zhang Fei's Zanpakuto and exact revenge. Of course, he had no desire to kill the Death God's host. He was no monster. At most, he intended to siphon off all the spiritual pressure from him. To truly eliminate the Death God system's host would require the assistance of the villain system, for that was its expertise. Seizing the opportunity while the Death God was still preoccupied with its host, Mahjong swiftly approached from behind, raising the folding stool and bringing it crashing down upon the Death God's head, bellowing in rage. This is for colluding with the cultivation system against me. Oh no, the Death God thought, realizing its grave oversight. It had been so fixated on its host that it allowed Mahjong the chance to strike. Attempting to evade was futile. It could only watch helplessly as the folding stool descended upon it. Bang! The impact sent the Death God flying, a pained cry escaping its lips. The doubled pain triggered by the folding stool exacerbated its suffering, leaving its head ringing. Emboldened by the initial success, Mahjong pursued the downed Death God, delivering relentless blows to its head, unleashing all the pent-up rage he had accumulated. The Death God's anguished cries echoed, yet Mahjong showed no mercy, venting his fury without restraint. Chapter 124, The Vengeful Lament. The Death God system's cries of anguish reverberated, the pain from the folding stool causing it to question its very existence. Even the Death God's host could hear the harrowing screams, more sorrowful than the cries of a slaughtered pig. Unfortunately, He could not witness the spectacle of the Death God system being battered into submission by Mahjong. This left him feeling utterly despondent. If even his system was targeted, what recourse did he have? In stark contrast, the Mahjong system reveled in the cathartic release of vengeance. Invigorated by the experience, the folding stool proving to be an extraordinary weapon, delightful in its efficacy and satisfaction in its use. Within the Death God system, thoughts of retribution against Mahjong surged. That scoundrel seemed inhuman, relentlessly targeting its head. If this continued, the host, though seemingly unharmed, was losing spiritual pressure at an alarming rate. This irreversible depletion would ultimately render the host an ordinary human. This revelation struck the Death God system with profound anguish, akin to watching one's masterpiece being destroyed. It's all Mahjong's fault. No, I must retaliate. If this continues, my host is doomed. Gritting its teeth, the Death God system endured the pain, steeling itself to counterattack, delivering a swift kick to Mahjong's abdomen. Caught off guard, Mahjong was sent sprawling. The Death God system witnessed the Mahjong system being sent flying, and with a sweeping gesture, utilized its own powers to extract the soul-cutting blade from its host. To its surprise, it discovered that this particular blade was the very one it had previously lost to Mahjong. How audacious of you to use my own possession against my host. The moment the host was liberated, the Death God system exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the timely extraction. Otherwise, its host might have been reduced to a mere mortal. The host, rejuvenated, also felt a sense of relief while heeding the Death God system's warning. You must leave this place at once. Understood, he replied, though reluctantly. For the soul-cutting blade was exceedingly peculiar, and the anguished cries from the system were unsettling, suggesting the presence of lurking monstrosities. It was prudent to heed the system's advice and make a swift exit. The Mahjong system, however, did not pursue the Death God system's host, as its purpose was to seek revenge and to further enhance Zhang Fei's soul-cutting blade. Moreover, a significant portion of the host's spiritual pressure had been absorbed by Zhang Fei's blade, and once it returned to him, his spiritual pressure would be substantially amplified. Now that the soul-cutting blade was once again in the Mahjong system's possession and reabsorbed into its body, it was wary of the Death God system's potential to damage it, given that it was initially bestowed by the Death God system itself. Curse you for using my soul-cutting blade against my host. The Death God system harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Mahjong system, wishing nothing more than to dismantle it piece by piece, for it had nearly turned its host into an ordinary human, jeopardizing its own efforts. I will not let this stand. With that, the Death God system charged forward, ready to strike the Mahjong system, knowing that the immortal cultivation system would soon arrive, and it only needed to stall for time. When they arrive, I will make the Mahjong system pay dearly. Undeterred, the Mahjong system stood its ground. Even the impending arrival of the immortal cultivation system did not instill fear in it, for it had its own contingencies in place. It lunged forward, raising a folding stool above its head, aiming to strike the Death God system. Both sides were filled with fervor. Yet, the Death God system underestimated the Mahjong system, allowing a punch to land squarely on its face. However, the Mahjong system dismissed the blow as trivial, unyielding in its advance. With newfound strength, the Mahjong system wielded the folding stool like a divine weapon, generating intense heat from the friction of the air, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. Die! It bellowed. The Death God system's eyes widened in horror as the flaming stool hurtled towards it, and it instinctively turned to flee, but it was too late. The stool crushed its head downwards, akin to a turtle retracting into its shell. Yet, the Mahjong system's assault did not cease. It delivered a swift kick to the Death God system's chest, followed by a powerful punch, turning the Death God system into a mere punching bag, utterly defenseless. They're coming. I must retreat. Just as the battle reached its peak, the Mahjong system sensed the approach of other systems, undoubtedly the immortal cultivation and gambling god systems. Though it was not intimidated, it recognized its limits. It was no match for the immortal cultivation system at present, so a hasty departure was wise. Arriving late, the immortal cultivation and gambling god systems beheld the battered form of the Death God system sprawled on the ground and realized they had arrived too late. What kind of enmity could lead to this? Pondered the gambling god system, feeling that their alliance with the Death God system had been a grave miscalculation. Unlike the immortal cultivation system, it lacked the strength to withstand the Mahjong system's vengeance. In its mind, the fate of the Death God system mirrored what awaited it in the future, stirring a sense of dread. Are you all right? It asked tremulously. Though I live. The pain is unbearable, the Death God system replied weakly, gazing at the sky with a bitter heart, regretting its initial provocation of this mad dog. If only we had arrived sooner, I could have imprisoned that mahjong bastard here and taken my revenge, lamented the immortal cultivation system. With its power, dealing with the mahjong system would have been a trivial matter. Do not lose hope. There will be other opportunities. I will aid you in seeking retribution, reassured the immortal cultivation system, as their alliance would not allow one of their own to suffer such indignation. Let us hope, the death god system murmured, feeling the pain coursing through its body as if pierced by countless steel needles, pondering how the mahjong system had acquired such a stool, which was inflicting excruciating agony. Chapter 125. Do not leave. I want it now that mahjong had departed. The gambling god system sought to return to its own realm, wishing to hide away, uncertain of which world it was in. Without guidance to locate itself, searching for its place would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Rest and recover. Death God, your mission is nearing completion. Once you return to the system realm, mahjong will no longer dare trouble you. The immortal cultivation system spoke calmly. These words sparked a glimmer of hope in the death god system, realizing that even if the mahjong system sought trouble upon its return, the immortal cultivation system would be able to respond promptly, unlike the current time delay. You are right. I must complete my task swiftly. Then we shall confront that mahjong bastard, the death god system declared, reinvigorated with confidence. As long as it fulfilled its mission, it need not fear the mahjong system's interference with its host. However, unbeknownst to them, the mahjong system had not left, but was nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. The notion of them seeking revenge was utterly laughable. It was safe within the pirate world, making it impossible for them to locate it. The mahjong system remained undetected by the immortal cultivation system due to an invisibility talisman it had won from the primordial system. A talisman so potent that even other systems might fail to perceive its presence. This realization prompted a cold smirk from the mahjong system, as its next target would be the gambling god system, which had usurped a portion of its power. This vendetta must be avenged, and the gambling god system would experience the sensation of having its power stolen. Since mahjong has fled, I shall return as well, for my mission is far from over. The gambling god system fabricated an excuse to depart, unwilling to be entangled with the mahjong system, especially since its own task had only just begun. Should the mahjong system interfere, it would surely lead to calamity. Be cautious of mahjong's retribution. He is one who holds grudges, warned the death god system, fully aware of the implications. I understand. After concluding his words, the gambling god system departed from the realm of the Grim Reaper, preparing to return to his own world. The mahjong system, aware that it could no longer trouble the gambling god system, especially with the presence of the cultivation system nearby, which posed a formidable challenge, decided to stealthily follow in the wake of the gambling god system, as its invisibility talisman had yet to expire. However, the gambling god system, being rather astute, intentionally took a circuitous route to return to his own world. Unbeknownst to him, a concealed avenger trailed behind, eagerly awaiting the moment the gambling god system would re-enter the body of his host. Upon confirming that no one was following him, the gambling god system finally relaxed and returned to his host's body. Meanwhile, the mahjong system, with a sinister grin, stealthily entered the host as well, armed with a pre-prepared folding stool, and approached the gambling god system from behind. In a swift and decisive motion, it executed a 360-degree sweep aimed directly at the back of the gambling god system's head. Suddenly, the gambling god system was struck by an intense pain at the back of his head, akin to being derailed by a speeding train, propelling him several hundred meters away. His mind went blank, the searing ache clouding his thoughts. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses at his assailant, the words died on his lips, his legs trembling, and his pupils dilating in sheer terror. How did you find me? Before the gambling god system could complete his sentence, the mahjong system flashed a wicked smile, its expression grotesque, with an ominous red glint flickering in its eyes. Wielding the folding stool, it rained down blows upon the gambling god system, relishing the joy that the Grim Reaper system had once experienced. Amidst the onslaught, it shouted excitedly, "This is for your collusion with the Grim Reaper. This is for daring to usurp my powers." The fate of the gambling god system was far more tragic than that of the Grim Reaper system. Once a three-dimensional head, it was now grotesquely flattened to a two-dimensional form, resembling mere paper. His body twisted beyond recognition. The gambling god system yearned for salvation. Yet the mahjong system denied him any chance to cry out for help, mercilessly targeting his head. With no interference from the cultivation system, the mahjong system relished the experience, ensuring the gambling god system's transformation into such a pitiful state. After stowing away the folding stool, the mahjong system pondered keeping this remarkable tool for future use. Should another foolhardy system cross its path, crouching before the gambling god system, It shook its head in mock sympathy, saying, "Why provoke me in the first place? Honestly, I treated you well enough to speak to you calmly." The gambling god system, with bulging eyes, stared incredulously at the mahjong system, muttering to himself, "Is this your idea of calmness?" Now rendered powerless, he felt a mix of fury and helplessness. The mahjong system searched the gambling god system's person, pilfering all usable items, including a portion of his powers, particularly those pertaining to mahjong-related gambling techniques, leaving him utterly stripped. The mahjong system reveled in the victory, having reclaimed its authority and exacted revenge, feeling that the spoils of war were undeniably rewarding. The gambling god system, now a destitute wretch, lamented the cruelty inflicted upon him. How was he to complete his tasks in such a state? Today was indeed a fortuitous day for the mahjong system, which hummed a cheerful tune as it departed, leaving only the gambling god system in despair. Wait, is the gambling god system's host a girl? Quite a beautiful one at that. Should I take her back as a gift for Zhang Fei? Only then did the mahjong system notice the attractiveness of the gambling god system's host, a delightful surprise indeed, though it remained uncertain if Zhang Fei would appreciate such a gift. Never mind, I'll just borrow some items from other worlds first. As the mahjong system left, the cultivation system arrived belatedly. Upon seeing the gambling god system, it was appalled at the sight. What a wretched state. His head was utterly flattened, a sight far worse than that of the Grim Reaper system, and all his possessions had been stripped away by the mahjong system. Truly pitiable. Despite the gambling god system's dire condition, the cultivation system offered no tokens of sympathy, for it was notoriously stingy. Coaxing anything from it was akin to extracting its very life. After a brief and insincere consolation, the cultivation system found a flimsy excuse to depart. Meanwhile, the mahjong system returned to the system realm to seek out the show-off system, intending to share some of the treasures it had acquired from the gambling god system, as a gesture of gratitude for the gifts received. Upon entering the system realm, the mahjong system encountered the show-off system, surrounded by numerous other systems engaged in trade. "Oh, mahjong, you're back. How was the folding stool?" The show-off system greeted warmly, eager to know how well his creation had fared. The other systems present, intrigued by the mention of the mahjong system, turned their attention to her, their curiosity piqued by her formidable reputation for taking on 3 opponents at once. "Welcome back, mahjong. I didn't expect you to be so formidable," they exclaimed, expressing admiration. "Yes, just returned," the mahjong system replied politely, despite not having much interaction with them, though she made an exception for some systems that warranted no courtesy whatsoever. "Come now, share your heroic tales," urged the love system, ever the gossip, pulling at the mahjong system's arm with enthusiasm. "There's nothing much to say," the mahjong system responded with a hint of reluctance, as her true intent was to barter with the show-off system for valuable items. "Don't be like that. Sharing won't hurt," the love system persisted, refusing to relent. With no alternative, the mahjong system briefly recounted her exploits, subtly disparaging the cultivation system while elevating her own reputation. "And that is how it transpired," she concluded. "Who would have thought you were so brave?" remarked the anti-tactics system, surprised to learn of the cultivation system's treachery, realizing they were not to be trusted in the future. Waving her hand dismissively, the mahjong system indicated that such accolades were mere embellishments, secretly enjoying the admiration directed at her. "Let us move on. What are you all trading?" "Count me in. I still have plenty to offer." The valuable items she referred to were those she had taken from the gambling god system, mostly capabilities that would be of no use to Zhang Fei. Thus she sought to exchange them for something beneficial. "Zhang Fei, did you see that? Zhang-san, this is indeed my biological father, who always considers my well-being. While you, what have you done? You've allowed your son to be pursued by enemies. Let me observe." The show-off system glanced at the mahjong system's possessions and discovered that everything was advantageous to itself. The items provided by the mahjong system were solely beneficial to the counter-strategy system and the show-off system. As for the rich man and romance systems, they found no use for them, thus refraining from engaging in trade with the mahjong system. Consequently, the items possessed by the mahjong system were entirely acquired by the show-off and counter-strategy systems. Regarding skills, the mahjong system directly duplicated some for the show-off system, having promised to gift him something valuable. This exchange proved quite worthwhile, as the mahjong system gained numerous advantageous items from them, along with additional creations from the show-off system, all of which could enhance Zhang Fei's strength. One could say it returned laden with treasures. The mahjong system was particularly elated, and after bidding farewell to the show-off system, it prepared to venture into other worlds in search of more delights. Moreover, it had pledged to Zhang Fei to procure some transformation devices without special conditions from the Kamen Rider universe. Observing the genius full bottle in its possession, a creation of the show-off system, which could be considered a product of its personal interest. It was fortuitous that Zhang Fei also possessed the build driver, making it perfectly usable, though whether the transformation would succeed remained uncertain. After some contemplation, the Mahjong system decided to venture into the build universe, for it had a peculiar affinity with it, and there were transformation devices available for ordinary individuals as well. With its mind made up, the Mahjong system set forth without looking back into a world devoid of system assistance. At that moment, the Mahjong system infiltrated the build universe, just as Kiryu Sento had successfully developed the crushing driver, exclaiming in excitement, "Fantastic! I've finally succeeded in my research." Unbeknownst to him, the Mahjong system lurked behind, brandishing a wooden stick and eyeing the crushing driver with intense greed, its eyes nearly glowing red. With a swift strike aimed at the back of Kiryu Sento's head, it swung fiercely. Crack! Due to the excessive force, the wooden stick shattered. What the hell, a sneak attack? Kiryu Sento suddenly felt a sharp pain in his skull, his mind buzzing, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed, completely unaware of the identity of his assailant. Seeing Kiryu Sento incapacitated, the Mahjong system gleefully retrieved the fallen crushing driver, stowing it away, along with the dragon crushed jelly on the table. Given Kiryu Sento's capabilities, he could readily manufacture more, so the Mahjong system felt no guilt in acquiring these items. As for the 60 full bottles, it knew it could not take them. Doing so would certainly alert the world's will, unless Kiryu Sento had already collected all 60, allowing for a clean getaway, akin to a saint effortlessly gathering talismans. The only items it could seize were the transformation smokescreen gun and the Cobra lost full bottle. Once these two were in its possession, it could depart from the build universe. Chapter 127, The Man Standing on the Sea. Ishida Tsuchi was leisurely brewing coffee while awaiting Kiryu Sento's creation of the crushing driver. However, like Sento, his fate was inescapably tied to the Mahjong system's black stick, though this time the Mahjong system wielded a steel rod. Considering that Ishida Tsuchi was possessed by a Volto, whose defensive abilities might be formidable enough to withstand a mere wooden stick, I strike. With a powerful swing akin to wielding a baseball bat, the Mahjong system sent Ishida Tsuchi flying, accompanied by the sound of shattering skull and splattering blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The Mahjong system's expression instantly froze. What was happening? Was he truly so fragile? Ishida Tsuchi retorted, "Fragile? Come, let me see how it feels to be struck on the head by a steel rod. Holy crap, I'm nearly dead." The Mahjong system noticed Ishida Tsuchi's life force gradually dwindling. If he did not act swiftly, Ishida would surely perish. It hastily employed its abilities to heal Ishida Tsuchi's injuries. A faint green light emanated from Ishida as the wound on his head slowly healed. However, the Evolto possessing him also fell into a stupor. Seeing Ishida Tsuchi revived, the Mahjong system sighed in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from its forehead, exclaiming, "Thank goodness. But truly, you can't take a hit. Your body seems rather frail." Without wasting further time, the Mahjong system began searching Ishida Tsuchi for the transformation smokescreen gun and Cobra lost full bottle. It successfully located them and added them to its collection. Now, only the honest man remained. Himuro Gentaro shivered unexpectedly, sensing an ominous presence. However, this time he was fortunate. Had it not been for Ishida Tsuchi being nearly sent to the afterlife by the Mahjong system, his fate would have mirrored Kiryu Sento's, meeting the black stick. Yet, as the Mahjong system rummaged through him for the transformation smokescreen gun and Cobra lost full bottle, the moment it made contact, the items were swiftly appropriated. Himuro Gentaro felt a strange sensation, as though someone was groping him unceremoniously, yet oddly, it was quite pleasant. With the Mahjong system's mission accomplished, it prepared to shift to another world, targeting the culinary captive next, known for its delectable dishes, a suitable backup reward. If Zhang Fei possessed a culinary affinity, it could even serve as a primary reward, for the enhancement of culinary skills relied on such delightful foods. In that realm, the Mahjong system could take as much as it desired without fear of the world's consciousness retaliating, unless one dared to provoke the 8 kings or God, in which case the world's will would certainly expel them. Otherwise, it was indifferent. Thus, one could witness a stickman acting as a culinary hunter, capturing rare and exquisite ingredients. Returning to Zhang Fei's side, they navigated the merry-go, having sailed for some time. As the temperature plummeted and a thick blanket of snow began to fall from the sky, it seemed they were nearing the Drum Kingdom. Zhang Fei opened his palm, observing the snowflakes resting within, realizing they were close to the Drum Kingdom, a land perpetually cloaked in snow throughout the year. Task 1. Heal Nami. Task Reward. A mysterious gift. Task 2. Recruit Chopper aboard. Task Reward. A mysterious gift. Task 3. Assist Chopper in achieving the miracle of the cherry blossoms as referred to by Dr. Hiralik. Task Reward, a mysterious gift. Zhang Fei was not surprised to encounter 3 tasks. Tasks 1 and 2 felt like gifts to him. The concern lay with Task 3, assisting Chopper in realizing the miracle of the cherry blossoms, as he could not clearly recall the details regarding that aspect. Zhang Fei strained to remember the storyline of One Piece, but could not bring it to mind, deciding to set it aside and address it later. Sanji, peering through his binoculars, spotted the Drum Kingdom, finding it peculiar that someone was standing atop the sea. How on earth is that possible? He exclaimed to Zhang Fei. There's a person standing on the ocean ahead. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd rushed over to investigate, with the exception of Zoro and Vivi. Vivi was tending to the ailing Nami, while Zoro was exercising at the rear of the ship. Zhang Fei immediately recalled Wapol. He remembered that after the Blackbeard's assault on Drum Island, Wapol abandoned his people and fled, becoming a pirate. That must be one of Wapol's men, nothing worth concerning oneself with, merely a weakling. The only aspect that piqued his curiosity was why Blackbeard targeted Wapol. He recalled discussions on the forum regarding the peculiarities of the Yami Yami no Mi, speculating that Blackbeard might have come for it. Moreover, given that Blackbeard had perused the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, it was plausible that secrets lay hidden within that warranted investigation. Ignoring them, he decided to press forward. Sanji concurred with Zhang Fei's sentiments. After all, the primary concern was to cure Nami's illness, rendering all else unnecessary to address. How intriguing. How is he standing on the sea? Usopp pondered, remembering Zhang Fei's abilities. Could it be that this peculiar individual possessed powers akin to Zhang Fei's? Oh, I merely utilized the power of my soul to materialize a transparent platform beneath my feet, which allows me to stand upon the sea or hover in the air. Zhang Fei explained, revealing the source of his power. Usopp and Luffy were bewildered, impressed by the notion of wielding such supernatural abilities. Zhang Fei glanced at the man standing atop the water and briefly elucidated to Luffy and the others. He was not standing on the ocean, but rather atop a submerged vessel. Indeed, sharp-eyed Usopp noticed that beneath the man's feet lay a wooden plank, with a shadow lurking beneath the surface. Chapter 128, Walbo. Taking a deep breath, Sanji adhered to Zhang Fei's command, disregarding the man standing on the water as the Going Merry sailed past him, completely ignoring his presence. Luffy took note of the man, who had thick, wavy lips and long arms, adorned with a bow and dressed in a heavy sweater, reminiscent of a circus clown. This was none other than Jace, the nefarious advisor of Drum Island, now a member of the Iron Pirate crew. Jace was fixated on Luffy and the others, extending his hand in greeting while lamenting the weather. BRR, it's quite cold today. Luffy and Usopp exchanged bewildered glances. Yeah, it's really cold, Luffy exclaimed. Ah, indeed. It's exceptionally chilly today, Usopp echoed. Jace, unimpressed, inquired, is that so? Zhang Fei, exasperated, noted their response to Jace, despite having advised them to ignore him. Moreover, given they weren't clad in sweaters, it was no wonder they felt the chill, truly a pair of fools. The atmosphere swiftly grew as frigid as the current temperature, with the trio exchanging silent glances, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, the sea began to churn violently, great waves rising from the depths. The previously calm Going Merry rocked violently under the onslaught, causing those aboard to stagger and lose their balance. Even Zoro, who had been exercising at the rear of the ship, nearly tumbled overboard but managed to regain his footing just in time, feeling the urge to confront Zhang Fei to inquire about his sailing skills. However, when he turned, he was met with the sight of a colossal pirate ship looming before him, rendering the Going Merry insignificant by comparison. Whoa, Usopp shouted, gripping the railing to prevent himself from being swept away by the waves. What is that? A watermelon? Luffy exclaimed, incredulous as he clutched his straw hat, staring at the behemoth before him. The violent rocking undoubtedly affected the resting Nami. Her condition wasn't too dire, thanks to the body-enhancing pills she had taken, which had significantly boosted her physical resilience, allowing her to remain somewhat lucid, though she felt weak. Vivi rushed to steady Nami, ensuring she wouldn't fall from her bed, while shouting outside, unaware of the chaos unfolding. What is causing all this shaking? What is going on out there? Hearing Vivi's cries, Zhang Fei responded succinctly, it's nothing. Just an inconsiderate fool. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's reply, Vivi understood the cause of the Going Merry's tumultuous movements and chose not to dwell on it. Placing her trust in Zhang Fei, just as Luffy and the others unconditionally trusted their comrades, confident that he would handle the troubles with ease, allowing her to focus on caring for the ailing Nami. As the circular pirate ship fully emerged from the depths, the wooden planks encasing it slowly unfurled, akin to an orange being peeled, revealing the ship's true form to all. Numerous pirates stood upon the vessel, brandishing weapons and casting malevolent glances at Zhang Fei and his companions, their gazes akin to hunters spotting their prey. They swiftly descended upon the Going Merry. Resembling a swarm of ants, their movements rapid and decisive, their guns aimed menacingly at Zhang Fei and the others. Then, a corpulent, grotesque man with deep purple hair and an oversized mouth, whose chin transitioned into a cylindrical tin plate, appeared before them, brandishing a short sword skewering a chunk of meat, which he devoured alongside the sword. The blade crunched in his mouth like a chocolate bar. This was Walbo, the user of the Yami Yami no Mi. Are you the only four aboard this ship? Walbo sneered, his tone dripping with disdain, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Fei's notorious reputation. This attitude irked Zhang Fei, who was aware of his purpose here. Before Walbo could wreak havoc on the Going Merry, he resolved to deliver a swift kick to send him flying. Just as Walbo was about to speak, a shadow loomed before him, its fierce gaze locking onto him, causing his body to tremble as if he were prey in the sights of a ferocious beast. As he attempted to call for his subordinates to rescue him, Zhang Fei moved, raising his right foot and targeting Walbo's abdomen with a swift kick. Upon contact, the force generated from his foot rippled outward like waves, resonating through Walbo's body, causing his abdomen to cave in. Walbo was sent flying as if struck by a speeding automobile, his eyes bulging, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon. His pirate ship was left with a massive dent from the impact, and his whereabouts were rendered unknown. Damn it! How dare you lay hands on King Walbo? Walbo's subordinates, witnessing their king being launched away, were furious and sought to eliminate everyone aboard the Going Merry. Unfortunately, they had misjudged their opponents. Upon witnessing Zhang Fei's assault, Luffy and the others followed suit, launching their attacks to expel the invaders from the Going Merry. Zhang Fei unleashed Black Emperor, joining the fray against these minions. Under the might of Black Emperor's wooden fist techniques, these underlings were no match for Zhang Fei, swiftly defeated and writhing in pain upon the deck. Subsequently, these individuals were treated by the Black Emperor as mere basketballs, each one tossed back onto their pirate ship. Chromalaman and Jess, upon witnessing their crew members and their king, Walpo, being effortlessly defeated, found themselves devoid of any thoughts of vengeance. After all, their adversary was simply too formidable. Any attempt on their part would only serve to deliver themselves into a perilous situation, prompting them to hastily depart. They swiftly piloted the White Iron King away, concerned that if they lingered, they too might meet a similar fate, vanquished and added to the ranks of the defeated. As they observed the retreating White Iron King, Usopp exhaled a sigh of relief. The preceding ordeal had nearly terrified him to death. Fortunately, Zhang Fei and the others had proven their mettle. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to evade bullets at such close quarters. Usopp couldn't help but grumble at Zhang Fei. You should have given a warning before you acted. Zhang Fei, ever sincere, apologized to Usopp, who, feeling resigned, sighed in response. After all, Zhang Fei had already expressed remorse, leaving no further need for complaint. Chapter 129, Vivi's Loyalty. Just as Zhang Fei was about to retract the Black Emperor, he noticed that the creature had been fixated on Sanji's well-formed posterior. This caused Sanji to feel an unsettling chill, his senses heightening as he instinctively searched for the source of this ominous feeling. Despite his efforts, he could find no origin, intensifying his anxiety and leaving his back feeling uncomfortably cold. Observing this scene, Zhang Fei's expression darkened. What kind of alter ego was this? Had the Black Emperor truly grasped the essence of the philosophy of freedom? He quickly inquired, "What are you looking at?" The Black Emperor rested one hand on his chin while the other draped casually over Zhang Fei's shoulder, resembling two old friends sharing a wordless conversation. Don't you think Sanji has a rather impressive derriere? I wonder what it feels like to give it a good slap. Zhang Fei stared at the Black Emperor in horror, despairing that this alter ego might be irretrievable. Should he seek the system to revert the Black Emperor to a more conventional state? He hesitated, uncertain if the system could even accomplish such a feat. The Black Emperor, aware of Zhang Fei's thoughts, exuded an air of calm and reassured him, "Rest easy. I am not a homosexual. I merely find Sanji to be quite appealing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei furrowed his brow, suspecting the Black Emperor was merely trying to justify himself. Realizing Zhang Fei's sentiments, the Black Emperor shot him a reproachful glance, urging him to decipher its meaning before withdrawing back into Zhang Fei's body. Despite the Black Emperor's peculiar behavior, Zhang Fei remained skeptical, concluding that he could no longer afford to release the Black Emperor at will. The Black Emperor remarked with a chuckle, "You said the very same thing last time." He cast a glance at Sanji's rounded posterior, pondering how it compared to Captain America's. Meanwhile, Sanji finally discerned the source of the uncomfortable gaze. It was Zhang Fei, whose scrutiny made Sanji feel as though he were being appraised, particularly regarding his backside. Could it be that Zhang Fei was attracted to both genders? The thought sent tremors through Sanji's mind. Damn it, is having Nami not enough for you? Do you desire me as well? He resolved to maintain a distance from Zhang Fei in the future, vowing never to let him come too close. Zhang Fei, too, was puzzled, wondering why Sanji appeared fearful upon seeing him. Had he inadvertently done something to frighten Sanji? That seemed implausible. He must have been mistaken. If Zhang Fei were privy to Sanji's inner thoughts, he would surely exclaim his innocence. Black Emperor, you have wronged me. Soon enough, Zhang Fei dismissed his concerns about the oddly behaving Sanji and focused instead on the Drum Kingdom, which they would reach after a brief period of sailing. Wow, we've finally arrived at the White Island, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed upon the island before them. That is the Drum Kingdom, a land perpetually blanketed in snow. He was eagerly anticipating the addition of a new companion. The Mary slowly navigated into the island's river, revealing towering cylindrical mountains that pierced the clouds. Zhang Fei's gaze fixated on one of these cylindrical peaks, pondering that Chopper must reside within it. Luffy, still brimming with enthusiasm, sat cross-legged at the bow of the Mary, hands clasped, chin raised, and inquired, "What kind of mountain is that?" Usopp quipped, "Aren't you cold, Luffy?" After all, Luffy was clad in his usual attire, short sleeves, shorts, and flip-flops. It's so cold, Luffy suddenly realized. Having been reminded by Usopp that he had forgotten to don warmer clothing, the chill enveloped him, causing him to rub his arms vigorously as he shivered. Zhang Fei was at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated Luffy to be so oblivious to the heavy snowfall. "You're truly slow to react," Usopp snarked at Luffy. As the Mary was about to dock, a group of individuals appeared on the shore, led by Dalton. Following Blackbeard's attack, Wapol had abandoned the Drum Kingdom, inciting the populace's deep-seated disdain for pirates, while simultaneously feeling relieved at the departure of their tyrant. "Don't move, pirates. Leave this place at once. You are not welcome here." Dalton, as the captain of the guard, naturally stood firm for his people. "Hey, is someone there?" Luffy exclaimed, surprised to see Dalton and his group. The atmosphere was decidedly threatening. Usopp sensed the murderous intent emanating from the individuals on the shore. "We've come seeking a doctor. Our companion is ill and requires urgent care." Zhang Fei called out to the shore, uncertain if they would heed his words. His objective was Chopper, and he hoped to either treat Nami or consult Dr. Kureha or Chopper himself. "Our friend is unwell and needs a doctor," Vivi pleaded, her voice laden with urgency as she pounded the railing, imploring them to save Nami. "We won't be deceived by your ploys. Such tactics are far too simplistic for you shameless pirates," the citizens on shore retorted, clearly skeptical of Zhang Fei and his companions. "This is our territory. We will not permit pirates to set foot on our island. We will raise anchor and leave this place immediately, or we will blow your ship to smithereens." Faced with the citizens' threats, the group felt a wave of irritation. Even Zhang Fei shared this sentiment. Although he could easily dispatch them, Zhang Fei understood their feelings, given that the Drum Kingdom had suffered under the foolish Wapol, leading the people to reject any external dangers. Suddenly, one of the citizens raised a handgun and, without warning, fired a shot at Sanji. Fortunately, Sanji reacted swiftly, dodging the bullet as it embedded itself in the deck. This act ignited Sanji's fury, prompting him to retaliate against these impudent individuals. Just as he was about to strike, Vivi rushed over to intercept the impulsive Sanji, knowing that provoking them could jeopardize Nami's treatment. "Sanji, stop. Don't be reckless." Zhang Fei also noticed the hostile intentions directed at Vivi and, with a cold snort, summoned the Black Emperor to stand behind her, shielding her from incoming bullets. Bang! A bullet was fired, heading straight for Vivi, but to their astonishment, it came to an abrupt halt behind her, as if a transparent wall were protecting her. The bullet fell harmlessly to the ground with a crisp clatter. What just happened? The onlookers on the shore were left in utter shock, rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. Damn it! Their actions directly infuriated Luffy, who was on the verge of seeking vengeance for Vivi. However, Vivi swiftly stepped forward, once again intercepting the enraged Luffy. "Wait, Luffy, we cannot afford to clash with them. I am unharmed. Please, calm down." Once Luffy's temper began to stabilize, Vivi knelt before them, earnestly pleading. "In that case, we won't disembark. Could you assist us in finding a doctor? My friend is ill and suffering greatly. Please, help us." Chapter 130, The Drum Kingdom. Luffy looked on in disbelief at Vivi, who was humbling herself and beseeching others on behalf of Nami. It was important to remember that she was the princess of Alabasta, embodying royal dignity. If other royals from different nations were present, they would undoubtedly chastise Vivi for her actions. Not only Luffy, but also the crew aboard the ship felt a renewed determination to assist Vivi in confronting Crocodile. Without lifting her gaze, Vivi scolded Luffy. "You truly are an incompetent captain. Luffy, if you act recklessly, we might all perish." Luffy fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on his mistakes as he regarded Vivi by his side. Vivi continued, "If you engage in conflict with them, what will become of Nami?" Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately realized his impulsiveness. He had failed to consider Nami's safety. He acknowledged his fault and knelt alongside Vivi, imploring them to send a doctor to save Nami. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, call a doctor for us. Save our companion." Though aware that Luffy could humble himself for his friends, witnessing it firsthand was truly astonishing. This is our captain, willing to forsake his pride for our sake. Zhang Fei felt an increasing sense of admiration for Luffy. Not just him, but Usopp and the others as well. With a captain like this, they were determined to see him become the pirate king. The citizens on the shore, after a moment of silence, looked on in disbelief at the kneeling Vivi and Luffy, beginning to believe their words. They were indeed here to save their ailing companion. It was Dalton who spoke up, trusting Luffy and his crew. After all, no pirate would willingly plead for their crew in such a manner. "I will take you to the village. Follow me." Hearing this, Luffy and Vivi were filled with joy. Nami's illness would finally receive attention. Vivi turned her head, smiling at Luffy. "See, they will surely understand." Luffy nodded in agreement, praising her. "Yes, you are truly capable." Suddenly, Dalton turned to Zhang Fei and the others with a warning. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Our country has only one doctor. She is known as a witch." As for the witch Dr. Kureha that Dalton mentioned, Zhang Fei was not surprised. He helped Vivi rise while leaving Luffy to Black Emperor. Zhang Fei's true intention was to meet Chopper, as Dr. Kureha was his mentor. "Thank you," Vivi softly acknowledged, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She was aware that if Zhang Fei had not sent Black Emperor to protect her, she would surely have been caught in the crossfire. "There is no need for thanks. We should be thanking you for all you have done for Nami," Zhang Fei replied, shaking his head, dismissing the notion that his actions were as noble as Vivi's. Vivi chose not to say more, instead offering a subtle, enchanting smile. "How marvelous." Supported by Black Emperor, Luffy exclaimed in excitement. Despite being alone, he felt the warmth of someone lifting him up. "How wondrous." Is this what Zhang Fei referred to as a stand-in? Zhang Fei paid no mind to Luffy but turned to enter a room, cradling Nami as Black Emperor enveloped him, activating its energy absorption ability to draw warmth from the surroundings, transforming it into heat to protect Nami from the biting cold. The group followed Dalton, their surroundings blanketed in a vast expanse of snow, the thick layers making their steps heavy. "Hey, Zhang Fei, why are you so warm?" "It's like being next to a furnace," Usopp remarked, noticing Zhang Fei's thin clothing and the warmth radiating from him, providing a comforting presence in the frigid weather. Luffy approached Zhang Fei, echoing Usopp's astonishment. "Is it true? Zhang Fei, how did you manage that? Can you teach me?" Zhang Fei shook his head, indicating he could not impart this knowledge, explaining the source of his ability. "I'm sorry, but I cannot teach you. This is the ability of my stand." Luffy felt relieved, acknowledging Zhang Fei's stand ability, surprised by its unexpected application. "Heh, then I'll stick close to you." Usopp chuckled, deciding to remain near Zhang Fei, as the cold was unbearable. Thus, a scene unfolded where Zhang Fei acted as the center of warmth as they continued onward. Zhang Fei smiled wryly. In truth, he could allow Black Emperor to emit even more heat, but considering Nami's safety, he maintained a relatively stable temperature. "Are you a devil fruit user?" Dalton inquired curiously, observing Zhang Fei's extraordinary ability. No, Zhang Fei firmly denied. While he possessed the power of the exploding fruit, it was a replicated ability without any side effects, leading Zhang Fei to conclude that he was not a devil fruit user. "I see." Dalton was not dismissive. After all, this world was filled with peculiar individuals, and it was not surprising to encounter abilities akin to those of the devil fruits. Under Dalton's guidance, Zhang Fei and the others soon arrived at the village, where some individuals rode large dog-like creatures carrying luggage, while others tended to thick-furred black sheep, utilized as modes of transportation. "These animals are so strange," Luffy remarked, having never encountered such fascinating creatures. "Indeed, this is the land of snow," Usopp added, equally thrilled. Zhang Fei remained unfazed, casually surveying the surroundings, noting that the patrolling guards were not regular soldiers, but rather militiamen. Meanwhile, Nami, nestled in a comfortable warmth, gradually succumbed to slumber. Dalton greeted the patrolling guards, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Aside from me on duty, the rest of you may return to your posts." The soldiers returning from patrol, upon seeing Dalton with unfamiliar individuals, Likely the pirates they had previously detected voiced their concern. Dalton, are you alright alone? They are pirates. Yet Dalton chose to trust Zhang Fei and his group, expressing his belief. They shouldn't be bad people. Please trust my instincts as an elder. The militiamen were swayed by Dalton's words, recognizing him as the captain of the guard and the strongest among them, leading them to relax and return to their posts. They aren't members of the National Guard, are they? Vivi had already discerned that these individuals were not regular soldiers, but rather armed civilians. Chapter 131, Dr. Kureha. They are civilians. Come to my home, Dalton readily affirmed, acknowledging that the scoundrel Wapol had already conscripted the soldiers of the Drum Kingdom into piracy, leaving these individuals to act on their own accord. Concerns lingered among the populace regarding Dalton's integrity. Many voiced their apprehensions, especially given his association with pirates. Fortunately, Dalton had garnered the trust of the people, and they chose to believe his words. Upon returning to Dalton's residence, Zhang Fei gently placed Nami on the bed. Observing her flushed cheeks and labored breathing, he understood her condition was dire. If only he had a magical talisman, her illness could be swiftly remedied. Dalton, having removed his weapons to signify his peaceful intentions, sincerely apologized to Zhang Fei and the others. I am Dalton, responsible for the safety of this island. I beg your pardon for our earlier abrupt welcome. His gaze fell upon Vivi, who struck him as remarkably familiar, prompting his inquiry. May I ask you something? Vivi, momentarily taken aback, turned to Dalton, eager to hear his thoughts. I feel as though we have crossed paths before. Vivi gasped, hastily denying his assertion, fearful that her true identity might be revealed, thus attracting Crocodile's attention and inciting further attempts on her life. It must be your imagination. By the way, please tell me about the witch. Zhang Fei too was curious about Dr. Kureha, awaiting Dalton's response. Dalton, however, did not immediately address Vivi's question. Instead, he retrieved a thermometer to check Nami's temperature, only to discover she was burning with fever. His expression turned grave. If treatment was delayed, her life could be at risk. Her temperature is 41 degrees. She has been feverish for 2 days, Vivi informed Dalton. Without Zhang Fei's eternal pointer, reaching this place would have taken considerable time. If her fever escalates, she may not survive. Yes, I am aware. Where's the witch? I must go to her at once. Zhang Fei understood the urgency. Prompt treatment would alleviate Nami's suffering. Indeed, where's the witch? Sanji began to panic upon hearing of Nami's potential demise, anxiously urging for the witch's location. Vivi looked to Dalton, sharing her concern. She too wished to avert disaster for Nami. Dalton turned his gaze toward the window, indicating the witch's whereabouts. The witch can be seen from this window. There is a mountain, and she resides at its summit. The group peered outside to see a snowman standing proudly, its cheerful face greeting them. That is indeed a towering mountain, Sanji remarked, observing the snowman. Suddenly, they noticed Luffy and Usopp engaged in constructing snowmen, prompting Sanji to loudly interject. Hey, you two, stop building snowmen right there. Luffy exclaimed, it's a super snowman. Usopp chimed in, it's the snow monster, Surura. The two proudly showcased their creations to Sanji, who found himself at a loss for words, realizing their focus remained on snowmen while the situation was dire. That mountain is called Iron Spike. The tallest among them houses a castle where she resides. Zhang Fei's gaze swept over, spotting the castle, presumably Wapol's stronghold, now occupied by Dr. Kureha since their escape from Drum Kingdom. Knowing Dr. Kureha's location, Zhang Fei wasted no time, hoisting Nami onto his back. The Black King remained cloaked around him, ensuring Nami maintained a suitable temperature. Are you heading there now? Vivi inquired. Zhang Fei nodded, determined to carry Nami himself, confident that he could enter his Shinigami state, making the ascent trivial. Then I entrust Miss Nami to you, Zhang Fei. Sanji inhaled deeply, firmly believing in Zhang Fei's capabilities, feeling a sense of reassurance. After all, Zhang Fei's strength was formidable. He feared no peril. Rest assured, I will safely deliver Nami, Zhang Fei assured them, preparing to depart. Dalton cautioned him, the journey is long, and there are ferocious creatures along the way. Please exercise caution. Zhang Fei nodded, fully aware that the ferocious beasts Dalton referenced were the unique Lapins of Drum Kingdom. Utilizing his spiritual particles, he could traverse the air, thus alleviating any concern of encountering them. Although his Zanpakuto had been borrowed by the system, he could still harness his spiritual pressure. Upon entering his Shinigami state, his attire transformed into that of a Soul Reaper, albeit without the presence of his sword. As the group watched, Zhang Fei leaped into the sky, his feet forming an invisible path of spiritual particles, racing forward at great speed. Luffy and the others remained unfazed, while Dalton and the others gazed in astonishment at Zhang Fei's ethereal sprint. Is this possible? Can one run in the sky? It's a normal operation. Nothing to be surprised about. Usopp shrugged, indicating his familiarity with such feats. Zhang Fei's speed was astonishing, akin to a gust of wind. The rush of air whipping past him. The Black King diligently absorbed energy and released warmth, safeguarding Nami from exacerbating her condition. Soon, Zhang Fei reached the mountain where Dr. Kureha resided. He looked up at its majestic height. For an ordinary person, the ascent would be arduous, but for Zhang Fei, it was a mere trifle. With powerful legs coiled like springs, he leaped high, repeating the motion numerous times until he finally reached the summit, calling out, "Is anyone home?" At that moment, a vibrant voice echoed back, "What is all this racket? Why are you shouting so loudly?" A striking woman, clad in sunglasses and holding a bottle of liquor, appeared before Zhang Fei. Her appearance was captivating, and indeed, she was Dr. Kureha herself. "My apologies, miss. My companion is unwell, and I am quite anxious." Zhang Fei replied earnestly. Complimenting her with beautiful lady evoked a smile from Dr. Kureha, significantly enhancing her fondness for him. "Oh, kid. I didn't expect you to have such good taste," Dr. Kureha teased, appraising Zhang Fei, noting his robust physique that seemed impervious to the biting cold. She then noticed Nami, her face flushed and forehead adorned with a cooling patch, and inquired, "Is the young lady behind you sick?" Zhang Fei, without reservation, earnestly requested Dr. Kureha's assistance. "Yes. My companion is ill and requires your healing touch. Please, I implore you, save her." Dr. Kureha discerned the urgency in Zhang Fei's plea. Recognizing his deep concern for the girl, after taking a sip of her drink, she replied, "All right, I understand. Follow me." Zhang Fei's heart soared with gratitude as he followed Dr. Kureha to her infirmary, retracting the Black King now that the room was warm. Eliminating the need for further energy conversion. "Place her on the bed. Let me take a look." Dr. Kureha instructed Zhang Fei, as she needed to ascertain the illness at hand. Following her directives, Zhang Fei gently laid Nami upon the bed, his heart racing with trepidation as he awaited Dr. Kureha's healing intervention. Dr. Kureha meticulously examined Nami's condition and, fortunately, deemed it treatable. She then explained to Zhang Fei the nature of Nami's affliction. This young girl had been bitten by a creature known as the Keski, which thrives in the humid, high-temperature forests. It is a venomous parasite. Once bitten, the wound becomes susceptible to bacterial infection. This parasite lurks within the human body for 5 days, inflicting relentless torment, accompanied by a persistent fever exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Severe infections could lead to myocarditis, arteritis, and meningitis. Observing the wound, she noted it had already been infected for a day. Should it surpass 5 days, this young girl would meet her demise. However, upon careful consideration, she remarked that Nami appeared to possess a robust constitution and might endure for another day or two. Upon hearing Dr. Kureha's assessment, Zhang Fei was taken aback by the gravity of Nami's condition. Fortunately, she had been brought for treatment in time. Had they heeded Nami's wishes to continue on to the Alabasta kingdom, her life could have been lost. He was resolute in his decision, as any hesitation could have led to dire consequences. "This should pose no significant challenge for you," he stated confidently. Zhang Fei was aware that Nami's illness was treatable, but the one capable of providing that treatment was Dr. Kureha herself. Indeed, this ailment is referred to as the 5-day disease. This parasite should have been eradicated a century ago, yet it appears it has not been entirely eliminated. Dr. Kureha mused with a hint of perplexity. "I entrust this to you. Please ensure my companion's recovery, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory reward." Zhang Fei was referring to gold, for his system contained a veritable mountain of it, amassed through his unique ability to transmute stones into gold. "Rest assured, I will save her, Dr. Kureha affirmed to Zhang Fei. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, half hidden, revealing a curious chopper. Its method of concealment was peculiar, exposing its body while obscuring its face with its hands, clearly wary of the unfamiliar Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei smiled gently, charmed by Chopper's adorability. Indeed, witnessing it in person was a delightful experience. Its fluffy form evoked an irresistible urge to pet it. Although Zhang Fei was aware of Chopper's identity, he decided to play the fool and inquired of Dr. Kureha, "Who is that?" Dr. Kureha paused her work, glancing at Chopper with a proud smile as she introduced her esteemed apprentice. "That is Chopper, a regular blue-nosed reindeer. However, after consuming the human fruit, he acquired human abilities, and I have imparted all my medical knowledge to him." Feigning enlightenment, Zhang Fei praised Chopper. "So, you are quite the remarkable doctor yourself." Upon hearing this, Chopper became quite flustered, twisting and swaying its little waist with a gleeful smile. "You scoundrel, such words won't please me. Stop jesting." Finding Chopper's contradictory nature amusing, Zhang Fei continued, "Is that so? Our ship is in dire need of a skilled ship's doctor. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. What do you say, Chopper?" Zhang Fei advocated for Chopper to join the crew, his fondness for the fluffy creature evident. Dr. Kureha was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Zhang Fei, while she wished for Chopper to explore the vast seas, she would not easily entrust him to a stranger without first obtaining her approval. However, she also respected Chopper's decision and looked to him for his response. Initially elated, Chopper now appeared uncertain upon hearing Zhang Fei's invitation. Confusion clouded its eyes, and it instinctively looked toward Dr. Kureha, seemingly steeling itself for a decision. With newfound resolve, it decisively rejected Zhang Fei's offer. "I'm sorry, but I wish to stay here and continue my studies." Dr. Kureha's eyes dimmed immediately, understanding that Chopper's choice was made for her sake. She was patient, knowing that treating Nami would require 3 more days, affording her time to evaluate Zhang Fei further. She scolded Chopper lightly, "You foolish creature." Zhang Fei shrugged off the rejection. If his invitation failed, he would simply have Luffy make the request later. After all, Luffy was the protagonist destined to become the Pirate King, and a talking reindeer with medical skills would surely pique his interest. "Very well, I shall have my captain extend an invitation," Zhang Fei declared, determined not to give up, especially since Chopper was integral to his mission. "You truly are audacious, attempting to entice my reindeer in my presence," Dr. Kureha teased, her tone lacking any genuine anger. "Is that so? After all, he is your apprentice and a rare doctor. Naturally, I wish to recruit him for my ship," Zhang Fei countered, aware of her underlying thoughts. "Ah, but I don't know the way," Dr. Kureha chuckled, addressing both Zhang Fei and Chopper. "I want to be leaving," Chopper boldly proclaimed, expressing his feelings. As a being labeled a monster, he believed he could never belong with humans, save for Dr. Kureha and Dr. Hiralik. Dr. Kureha rubbed her temples, fully aware of Chopper's past and the wounds it left, understanding his reluctance to engage with others. Eventually, she resignedly requested Chopper to assist her. "Never mind. Come here and help me." "Understood," Chopper replied, scampering over to aid Dr. Kureha in concocting the medicine. Zhang Fei remained a silent observer, allowing them to work undisturbed. Soon, Nami's fever began to subside after taking Dr. Kureha's potion, prompting Zhang Fei to breathe a sigh of relief. He expressed his gratitude to Dr. Kureha and, as Chopper passed by, he seized the opportunity to pull him close. "Thank you for your care." However, Chopper squirmed and struggled against Zhang Fei's firm grip, shouting, "Let me go?" Yet, Zhang Fei was not inclined to release Chopper easily, petting his fur in a manner reminiscent of stroking a cat. Initially resistant, Chopper gradually succumbed to the comfort of the attention, relishing the experience, and began directing Zhang Fei. "Over here. Yes, that's right." Zhang Fei complied with Chopper's commands, finding the texture of his fur akin to that of an ordinary cat, warm and inviting. Seeing their harmonious interaction, Dr. Kureha decided to leave them be, departing with a mild instruction for Chopper. "Chopper, I entrust her care to you." "Understood, Dr. Kureha," Chopper replied, reveling in the delightful moment. Meanwhile, aboard the Mary, Zoro and Kuro were on guard. Zoro stripped off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, ready to take a winter swim, and solemnly instructed Kuro, "I leave the ship in your hands. Keep a close watch." However, Kuro gazed incredulously at Zoro. "You want me, a mere novice, to guard the Mary? Are you not afraid I might be captured and roasted like a duck?" Just as Kuro was about to protest against Zoro's decision, he heard a resounding splash. Zoro leaped into the river, swiftly vanishing from Kuro's line of sight. With tears of frustration welling up, Kuro stood on the Mary, calling out loudly for Zoro, hoping he would return. "I'm scared." Alas, Zoro was gone without a trace, his notorious sense of direction having been triggered, leaving him disoriented and unaware of where he had swum off to. Meanwhile, aboard the Iron King, Wapol had fully recovered from his injuries, thanks to the presence of all the doctors from the Kingdom of Drum on board. It was a minor ailment, easily remedied with a bit of iron plating. Jess, noticing his homeland, the Kingdom of Drum, shouted to Wapol, "Lord Wapol, I have spotted the Kingdom of Drum. Shall we return?" The mention of his homeland momentarily stunned Wapol. Just a month prior, he had fled from there, and now it seemed that Blackbeard had departed. Perhaps he could finally return in peace and resume his reign as king. He promptly issued commands to his subordinates. "Then it is settled. We shall return." "As you command, Lord Wapol." The crew aboard the ship erupted in excitement, eager to return to their homeland after such a long journey at sea, filled with nostalgia for their roots. In Dalton's home, Luffy leisurely sipped his tea, resembling a grandfather lost in thought. Yet, Vivi remained anxious about Nami's condition, wondering if Zhang Fei had safely delivered her to Dr. Kureha. I wonder how Nami is doing. She murmured. Rest assured, Vivi. If it were Luffy taking Nami, I would be concerned, but since it's Zhang Fei, Nami will be fine. Sanji reassured Vivi, aiming to alleviate her worries, adding that Zhang Fei was formidable and would be in no danger. Haha, exactly, Luffy chimed in, agreeing with Sanji. Though a nagging feeling of unease lingered as he belatedly realized Sanji had been making disparaging remarks about him, and he quickly retorted, how could that be? I am quite reliable. Haha, Sanji scoffed, fully aware that while Luffy might sacrifice his dignity for them, his reliability was widely questioned. Usopp nodded in agreement with Sanji's sentiments. Usopp, you think so too? You are all so despicable. I must go find Nami. Luffy fumed, feeling underestimated by Sanji. Determined to reclaim his dignity, and he bolted out the door, heading straight for Zhang Fei and Nami. Luffy, wait for me. I want to go too. Vivi, having overheard Luffy's intentions, prepared to accompany him to check on Nami's condition. All right, then we shall go together. Luffy readily accepted Vivi's company. Vivi, my dear, are you also going? Then I shall accompany you. Upholding the chivalric spirit, Sanji felt it was his duty to protect Vivi, hoping to ignite some sparks of romance. Upon hearing that the three of them were going, Usopp, feeling left out, resolved to join them as well. In that case, let us all go together. Dalton addressed Luffy and his companions, revealing the shortcut to Dr. Kureha. He had forgotten to inform Zhang Fei about the existence of this path earlier. Since you all wish to go together, I suggest you take the cable car. The cable car? Why didn't you mention it before? Sanji questioned, puzzled as to why Dalton had waited until now to share this information. Dalton sheepishly scratched the back of his head, explaining, I forgot. Ever since Wapol left, the cable car to the castle has been out of service. When patients appeared, Dr. Kureha would descend from the mountain, and over time, I simply forgot about the cable car. Understanding this, Luffy and the others bore no ill will towards Dalton. They were already grateful for his guidance regarding Dr. Kureha's whereabouts. In that case, let us set off. Luffy exclaimed enthusiastically, leading the way like a child eager for a trip to an amusement park. But Luffy, do you know the way? Usopp raised the most crucial question. Luffy halted, tilting his head in realization. All right, I don't know the way. Chapter 134, Wapol is approaching. Just as Luffy and his companions departed, they accidentally crossed paths with Wapol, who had just returned to the Kingdom of Drum. Ha ha. Your king has returned to the Kingdom of Drum. Wapol leaped down from the Iron King, his feet finally touching his long-missed homeland. His heart swelling with excitement as he shouted. The vigilant militia spotted the tyrant Wapol's return, their eyes widening with fear. What is he back for? Is he here to wreak havoc upon us again? This cannot stand. I must inform Dalton immediately. They raced back to the village, delivering the alarming news. This is bad. Wapol has returned. What? The villagers exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly arming themselves, prepared to confront Wapol. They had fought hard for their peace and would not surrender it so easily. Where is Dalton? One militia member inquired, noticing the absence of their leader, who had been their beacon of hope. He took those pirates to find the witch, replied a villager who knew the truth. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating Dalton's absence at such a critical moment, and they shouted, all able fighters, grab your weapons and head to the Great Horn. Without Dalton, their strongest asset, they felt severely disadvantaged, especially with Wapol, accompanied by well-equipped soldiers whose combat prowess far exceeded that of the militia. Meanwhile, they dispatched someone to locate Dalton. Also, send someone to fetch Dalton back, quickly. Yes, we must hold out until Dalton returns to defend our land. Seize your weapons and charge. After an impassioned speech, the villagers stirred, gripping their weapons tightly as they headed towards the Great Horn, the route Wapol was sure to take, and also the neighboring village. At that moment, Wapol and his henchmen had already reached the Great Horn, where he arrogantly perched atop a long-haired hippopotamus, proclaiming to the villagers, hear me, my subjects. Everything in this land belongs to me. Chromalaman, tell them of my greatness. As the sycophantic Chromalaman bowed, a sinister smile crept across his face as he flattered Wapol. For you are our esteemed king. Indeed, Lord Wapol, you are our most revered king. Wapol's followers echoed, their flattery boosting his spirits as they laughed boisterously. However, the villagers regarded Wapol with disdain, filled with contempt, silently praying for Dalton's swift return to drive this self-important tyrant away. Chromalaman had also gathered intelligence on the whereabouts of the group that had defeated Wapol, reporting back to him, by the way, Lord Wapol, we have received information that the Straw Hat crew is currently in our Kingdom of Drum. Valpo was momentarily taken aback. And as thoughts of that accursed Zhang Fei flooded his mind, he clenched his fists in anger. The force of that kick had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, he had skilled doctors aboard his ship, otherwise he would not have survived. At present, all he desired was to avenge that brutal kick. And he urgently inquired of Cromalaman about their whereabouts. What did you say? Where are they? Most likely, they were seeking that rogue doctor. It was rumored that Dr. Kureha was currently residing in the castle of the Drum Kingdom. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, Cromalaman informed him that they were in search of Dr. Kureha to heal their comrade. What? That old hag dares to occupy my castle? Upon hearing this news, veins bulged on Valpo's forehead. That infernal old woman had seized his castle during his absence. Her audacity was utterly unforgivable. He then issued a command to the soldiers beside him. Follow me back. I shall devour that wretched old hag. Thus, Valpo and his entourage prepared to return to his castle with great fervor. However, upon their arrival, the militia, who had just reached the scene, discovered that Valpo was nowhere to be found. After some inquiries, they learned that Valpo intended to confront Dr. Kureha. Dalton was also in the vicinity, prompting the militia to plan a rendezvous with Dalton to deal with Valpo collectively. Meanwhile, Nami, lying in her hospital bed, finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she saw Zhang Fei gently stroking Chopper, who appeared to be enjoying the attention, allowing Zhang Fei to pet him freely. Looking around, she noted that she was in an unfamiliar place, faintly smelling of herbs. Clearly, this was a hospital, though its architectural style suggested otherwise, prompting her to ask Zhang Fei, "Where's this place?" Upon realizing that Nami had awakened, Zhang Fei felt a surge of joy, though he noted that her cheeks were still flushed, her eyes weary. Yet her complexion had markedly improved. "This is the residence of the beautiful Dr. Kureha, who saved you." Zhang Fei referred to Dr. Kureha as beautiful, sensing her presence nearby. Hearing the term beautiful, Nami instinctively perked up her ears. For Zhang Fei to describe someone as beautiful, Dr. Kureha must be extraordinarily lovely, igniting a flicker of jealousy within her. If Zhang Fei were to perceive Nami's unspoken thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. Beautiful? Absolutely not. I haven't descended to that level yet. Chopper, startled by Nami's awakening, leaped from Zhang Fei's side and positioned himself behind the door, adopting his classic pose, peering cautiously at Nami. Nami, taken aback, questioned, "Am I really that frightening?" Noting Chopper's awkward hiding, she remarked, "You're hiding in the wrong direction." Upon realizing this, Chopper quickly adjusted himself, resuming his discreet observation of Nami. Zhang Fei found Chopper's reaction endearing and explained to Nami, "It's all right. Nami, this is Chopper, a reindeer who ate the human fruit and is an exceptionally skilled doctor." Chopper, blushing at Zhang Fei's praise, squirmed with embarrassment while smiling and patting his head. "You rascal, even if you say such things, I want to be pleased." Observing Chopper's contradictory demeanor, Nami smiled warmly, finding him quite adorable, especially considering the stark contrast in his behavior. "Isn't Chopper incredibly cute? And he will be our future ship's doctor." Chapter 135, A Monster? Nami was initially taken aback. Assessing Chopper and realizing that having a doctor who could serve as a mascot on the Mary was rather delightful. She greeted Chopper enthusiastically. "Is that so? I look forward to working with you, Chopper." "You rascal. I haven't agreed to anything yet," Chopper retorted, evidently forgetting any prior commitments he may have made to Zhang Fei regarding joining the crew. "No rush. You'll join us eventually," Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly, knowing he could later invite Chopper aboard through Luffy. "Impossible," Chopper asserted decisively. Zhang Fei merely smiled without further comment. Meanwhile, Nami began to worry that her condition might affect Vivi, prompting her to ask Zhang Fei when she could leave. "Zhang Fei, when can I go?" "We will leave once you have recovered," Zhang Fei replied. It was imperative that Nami's health be prioritized, as her illness posed a significant threat to her well-being. Nami's thoughts turned to the Alabasta kingdom, her brow furrowing as she urged Zhang Fei to expedite their departure, for Vivi's homeland awaited her. "But, Vivi's country." Nami's words were abruptly interrupted by Zhang Fei. "There are no buts, Nami. Focus on recovering. Besides, the Alabasta kingdom has the navy en route, so Crocodile won't act rashly. We have time until we reach Alabasta, as Crocodile's plans are still in motion." After Zhang Fei's reassurances, Nami felt somewhat relieved. Her curiosity piqued by his mention of the navy. "Zhang Fei, who is this navy you speak of?" "That smoker from Logtown." "Ah, so it's him. Isn't he supposed to be guarding Logtown? How did he end up in Alabasta?" Nami continued to inquire. "He's there because of Luffy. He believes Luffy resembles the late Pirate King and that he will one day rival the Pirate King himself. So he intends to eliminate Luffy before he can grow stronger," Zhang Fei explained. Nami was taken aback by Zhang Fei's words, realizing that even the Navy acknowledged Luffy's potential to become the Pirate King. It seemed she had made a wise choice in joining this crew. Suddenly, Smoker sneezed. Who is it that's talking about me? Could it be those at Navy headquarters? Smoker, have you caught a cold? Tashigi inquired, bemused by the sight of the bare-chested man sneezing. No, it's probably just those at Navy headquarters mentioning me again. Smoker waved dismissively before continuing. Full speed ahead. We shall reach Alabasta swiftly. I sense no conspiracy afoot. Just as Zhang Fei and Nami engaged in their conversation, sounds of a fierce scuffle erupted outside. What is going on? Nami asked, utterly unaware of the commotion outside. I'll go take a look. Nami, you stay here and rest. I'll have Black King protect you, so you can focus on your recovery. With that, Zhang Fei summoned Black King. The loyal companion acknowledged Zhang Fei with a nod, understanding its role. Nami felt a warm sensation in her heart, reassured that Zhang Fei cared for her well-being. Wait for me. I'm coming too, Chopper exclaimed, determined to accompany Zhang Fei to uncover the source of the disturbance. Thus, Zhang Fei and Chopper ventured outside, only to find Luffy and Valpo engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Dr. Kureha emerged and, upon spotting Valpo, expressed disbelief. Isn't that scoundrel supposed to have been defeated by Blackbeard? How dare he return? Unaware of the circumstances that had led to the confrontation, Zhang Fei couldn't help but inquire, does Luffy require my assistance? Luffy heard the voice of Zhang Fei and turned his gaze towards its source, grinning as he declined Zhang Fei's kind offer. At the same time, he inquired about Nami's condition. No need for that. By the way, how is Nami doing? Zhang Fei responded. She's doing well, with a few days of quiet rest. She should be able to leave soon. Oh, and Luffy, I found you a ship's doctor. He gestured towards Chopper, who was standing nearby. A raccoon? Luffy tilted his head, looking at Chopper in confusion. How did Zhang Fei find a raccoon to be a ship's doctor? A raccoon? Your whole family is a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. Chopper exploded with indignation upon hearing himself referred to as a raccoon, vehemently correcting Luffy. Did the raccoon just speak? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Chopper. Could it be that it has gained sentience? A talking raccoon? How peculiar. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, sizing up Chopper. Honestly, I've never encountered a talking raccoon in my life. It's genuinely intriguing, though I wonder if it can cook. Curse you. I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon. Chopper fumed, desperately attempting to clarify his identity by transforming into his reindeer form. Seeing Chopper's ability to change form, Luffy understood why Zhang Fei had brought him aboard. It piqued his interest. He gave Chopper a thumbs up. Impressive. A raccoon that can turn into a reindeer. Chopper was nearly overwhelmed with frustration at Luffy's words. Zhang Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter at the amusing scene, and even Dr. Kureha chuckled. How infuriating. Chopper protested, feeling wronged. I am clearly a reindeer. Yet this guy keeps calling me a raccoon. It's such a disgrace to reindeer. During their banter, Usopp and Vivi had crept up behind Zhang Fei, seeking solace in his presence. Meanwhile, Wapol, who had been knocked down, was on the ground with blood streaming from his nostrils, pushing himself up as he roared. Damn straw hat, I will devour you. However, upon seeing Zhang Fei, Walpole's bravado instantly deflated, his arrogance dissipating like mist. Even the soldiers beside him trembled, having witnessed Zhang Fei's prowess, and they dared not confront him. Though Walpole had been boasting about making the Straw Hat crew pay, upon encountering Zhang Fei, he resembled a mouse faced with a cat, shrinking back in fear. Regaining some confidence, Walpole shouted, "Don't be afraid. We are many. How could we possibly lose to just a few of them?" Zhang Fei scoffed, completely unimpressed by their bravado. They're merely a bunch of flotsam. With just Luffy and the others, they could easily dispatch you. Walpole, Jace, Cromaraman, you take them on. Walpole commanded, and the two reluctantly steeled themselves for battle against Luffy and his crew. However, they dared not lay a hand on Zhang Fei, fearful of being toyed with as they had been before. Luffy, Sanji, and Chopper engaged in combat against Walpole and his two companions, while Zhang Fei chose to observe, content to watch the spectacle unfold. In the meantime, Chopper transformed into his human form, revealing a robust giant before the onlookers. At that moment, Walpole recognized Chopper and gasped. "It's you, that monster." Jace and Cromaraman echoed his surprise, recalling the creature that had chased Dr. Hiralik. That monster, the one that pursued Dr. Hiralik. Chopper, seemingly accustomed to being labeled a monster, fixed them with a resolute gaze and declared his oath. "As a doctor, I seek to save this country. So I cannot allow you to enter the city. I will not permit you to tarnish a doctor's beliefs. Ha ha ha, how laughable. This is my country. I will do as I please." Walpole guffawed, finding Chopper's oath a grand joke. "You are truly despicable to mock another's convictions. I will send you flying." Luffy, while unaware of the circumstances surrounding Wapol and Chopper, loathed the derision of another's beliefs. Furthermore, Chopper was a crew member recommended by Zhang Fei, earning Luffy's respect, and he would not tolerate anyone ridiculing his companion. Thus, Luffy readied himself, eager to teach this arrogant fool a harsh lesson. Hearing Luffy's words stirred Chopper's heart. Could this be the captain Zhang Fei spoke of? He was unexpectedly impressive, and Chopper found himself not disliking him. Send you flying? I'll devour you first, Chopper retorted, emboldened in the face of his opponent, believing Luffy's strength to be lacking, a misconception that would prove to be his greatest downfall. Luffy wasted no time on further words with Wapol, launching a rubber pistol punch that shot forth like a bullet, striking Wapol squarely in the face. His features contorted as he toppled backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wapol, Cromaraman, and the others, loyal subordinates, shouted in alarm, concerned for Wapol's safety. With their captain engaged, Sanji wasted no time either. He swiftly approached Cromaraman, lifting his right leg to deliver a kick to his chin. However, Cromaraman narrowly dodged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he distanced himself from Sanji. That was close. If I hadn't noticed in time, I would have been hit, he panted, pulling away from Sanji, who lamented, what a pity. Chopper joined the fray, facing off against Jace, the archer. Dr. Kureha, observing Zhang Fei with his arms crossed, noted his calm demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene, exuding confidence in their victory. What's the matter? Aren't you going to join the fight? She inquired. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, his voice laced with trust for Luffy and the others. There's no need. I believe they will surely defeat them. As Luffy and his crew fought, Zhang Fei's words filled them with renewed determination, prompting them to fight harder. Wapol, overwhelmed, exclaimed, what is happening? No matter how bewildered they were, it proved futile. Wapol and his crew were steadily pushed back. In a fit of rage, Wapol resolved to unleash his trump card, setting his sights on Cromaraman and Jace. Transforming into a steel structure, Wapol's arms morphed into the shape of cannons. Cromaraman and Jace cheered, convinced that with this power, their victory was assured. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Wapol had already targeted them. Before they could react, his mouth expanded to a size capable of swallowing both whole. In an instant, Cromaraman and Jace found themselves consumed, unable to struggle against Wapol's overwhelming might. Luffy, Sanji, and the others watched in disbelief as Wapol had actually devoured his own men. What kind of absurdity was this? The only one remaining calm was Zhang Fei, who had anticipated such an outcome. How terrifying! Usopp gazed at Wapol in terror, utterly unprepared for the revelation of his true nature. His body trembled uncontrollably, perceiving Wapol as a veritable ogre. Vivi, too, was taken aback, unable to bear the sight before her. She stepped back, covering her mouth, struggling to accept the gruesome spectacle unfolding. Zhang Fei, noticing her distress, moved slightly forward to shield her view, allowing her to see only the dependable silhouette of his back. Though he spoke not a word, his silent act provided her with a warmth in her heart, akin to a giant shielding her from the tempest, instilling in her a profound sense of security. Was this the essence of human protection? It felt wonderful. She whispered her gratitude to Zhang Fei. Thank you, Zhang Fei. He remained silent, steadfastly guarding her and fixating his gaze on Wapol. Dr. Kureha took a sip of plum wine and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Fei, nonchalantly remarking, a true gentleman. Are you a gentleman? I hardly think so. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment before responding. He believed the title ill-suited him, asserting that it was Sanji who truly embodied the essence of a gentleman. I see. Dr. Kureha took another sip of her drink, choosing to remain silent while observing the unfolding battle. Above Walpo's head, a chimney began to emit white smoke from the hand cannons clasped in his grip. The interior of his body resonated with a thunderous sound, reminiscent of machinery in a factory. Behold, the miraculous amalgamation has arrived. Luffy murmured, perplexed. Have they truly merged? To his astonishment, Luffy's speculation proved correct. Chromolimung and Jess had indeed fused. Subsequently, the iron door on Walpo's belly slowly creaked open, revealing a voice that intertwined with others. I am the mightiest warrior of the magnetic drum kingdom. Before the onlookers stood a creature with a stack of bodies, possessing 4 arms and 2 heads. The upper head belonged to Chromolimung, while the lower head was Jess. Their method of fusion evoked memories of Blackbeard's peculiarities, hinting that his body could accommodate multiple devil fruits. Among the pirate enthusiasts, speculation arose that Blackbeard might also be a fusion entity, enabling him to wield various devil fruits. Yet, Zhang Fei remained skeptical, pondering whether Blackbeard's ability to possess multiple devil fruits stemmed solely from the unique nature of the Yami Yami Nomi. To uncover the truth, He realized he would need to conduct his own investigation. Chapter 137. The Defeat of Wapol. Zhang Fei's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Luffy's voice of astonishment. Incredible! Incredible! My foot, Sanji retorted harshly. This is merely stacking bodies. What is so impressive about that? Dr. Kureha, well acquainted with the world, given her century-long life, understood the formidable nature of the Gura Nomi. Moreover, their fusion was not merely a simple stacking, but a profound melding, resulting in a significant enhancement of their combat prowess. Be cautious, she advised Sanji and the others. Why should I be worried? They're just two weaklings piled on top of each other. Sanji retorted, momentarily taken aback. Dr. Kureha's expression turned serious as she elaborated. If they were truly just relying on flashy moves, the citizens would never allow them to commit the foolish act of exterminating doctors. The first article of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom's constitution states, "Those who defy the king's orders shall perish." This is the core principle of our nation. Wapol snorted disdainfully, regaining his previous haughty demeanor. This kingdom belongs to me, and I shall not permit the banner of such quackery to pollute my castle. With that, Wapol raised his hand cannon, aiming at the pirate flag flying atop the castle, and unleashed the hidden cannonball within him. Chopper, desperate to intervene, realized too late the futility of his efforts. No, that flag represents my adoptive father, Dr. Hirolik's faith. It cannot be desecrated. Yet, he could only watch in anguish as Wapol destroyed it. Zhang Fei furrowed his brow, questioning whether his inaction would lead to his own obsolescence. Channeling his energy, he transformed his hand into a sword, an orange blade of energy instantly enveloping his palm, shining brilliantly like flames from a flamethrower. With a swift motion, the energy severed the cannonball upon contact, which exploded before the pirate flag, the resulting blast generating a powerful gust that billowed the flag, as if affirming Dr. Hirolik's enduring belief. Zhang Fei, thank you. Chopper breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the flag intact, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Fei. No need for thanks, Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly. Wapol trembled at the realization that this was Zhang Fei's doing, an increasing dread of his capabilities washing over him. Luffy, finish this quickly, Zhang Fei urged, exasperated that they were wasting time on such a trivial opponent. Luffy, encouraged by Zhang Fei's prompt, grinned and responded, got it. You think you can defeat me? Impossible. Wapol scoffed, confident that he, as the embodiment of the Gura factory, would not fall to Luffy. Yet he was swiftly proven wrong, as Luffy's arms stretched back and then surged forward with tremendous force. Gum Gum Rocket. This technique was currently Luffy's most potent attack. With the propulsion of rubber behind him, Luffy's palm struck Wapol's form, shattering the steel of his skin like fragile glass, the impact rippling throughout his entire body. Simultaneously, Wapol hunched over like a shrimp, the excruciating pain causing his eyes to bulge as he lost consciousness. The residual shockwave propelled Wapol away, transforming him into a brilliant streak of light that vanished from sight. Zhang Fei, true to his word, smirked triumphantly at Luffy, raising a finger in acknowledgement. Well done, Zhang Fei, Luffy praised. Is this what Dr. Hirolik meant by pirates? Chopper mused, inspired by their mutual trust. As for the fusion of Jess and Chromolimon, witnessing his captain being sent flying extinguished any confidence they had in continuing the fight, leading them to make a hasty retreat. Sanji, noticing their intention to flee, refused to let them escape easily, dashing forward and delivering a flurry of kicks that rendered them unconscious. Impressive. So this is Zhang Fei's crew? Chopper murmured in awe. Mission accomplished. Sanji reignited a cigarette, while the remaining foot soldiers had long abandoned their resistance, surrendering without hesitation. At that moment, Dalton arrived via cable car, flanked by a multitude of militia. His presence was due to the fact that he had only escorted Vivi and the others to the cable car entrance, but hadn't taken them up. On his way back, he learned of Walpo's return and rushed to the Great Horn, only to find Walpo had vanished again, compelling him to return to the cable car. Until now, it has only just arrived, albeit belatedly. Where's Wapol? Dalton's first inquiry was about Wapol, scanning the surroundings, but finding no trace of him. Only the fallen Chromalamon and Jess. They had been sent flying by that boy in the straw hat. Dr. Kureha responded to Dalton's question. Wapol was sent flying? Dalton gazed incredulously at Luffy, realizing that appearances could be deceiving. Fortunately, their character was commendable. Had they been ordinary pirates, given their demeanor, they would have unleashed a massacre upon arriving on the island. Expressing gratitude to Luffy for the removal of this tyrant, the group felt an immense relief, as if the shackles binding them had vanished in that very moment. Thank you for driving away Wapol. However, Luffy was completely oblivious to why they were grateful to him. But he graciously accepted their goodwill, scratching the back of his head with a goofy smile. No need for thanks. It was only through Dalton's explanation that Luffy belatedly realized that Wapol was, in fact, the king of this nation. The realization that he had sent the king flying left him astounded. Yet, more than disbelief, he felt a sense of relief. For he had come to understand Wapol's misdeeds and held no regrets for his actions. Chapter 138. Enough chit-chat, follow me. After the incident, Vivi approached Nami's bedside, warning her of the severity of her condition. It was at that moment that Nami comprehended the gravity of her illness. Fortunately, there was Zhang Fei, or she might have perished at sea. Vivi's knowledge stemmed from her inquiry to Zhang Fei, ultimately leading to this revelation. Zhang Fei, true to his word, promised to provide Dr. Kureha with a satisfactory reward, seeking out a secluded area devoid of onlookers. The concern was that once he revealed such a fortune in gold, if it fell into the eyes of those with ill intentions, it could provoke murderous thoughts. After all, human hearts are inscrutable, and one can never know another's thoughts unless one possesses the ability to read minds. Where's the reward you spoke of? Dr. Kureha sipped her drink. Clad in a revealing short-sleeved top and shorts, her figure still striking. Zhang Fei was equally baffled by how Dr. Kureha maintained her physique. He retrieved gold from his system backpack, revealing a mound that seemed to weigh several thousand pounds, glimmering under the light. Even Dr. Kureha was taken aback, never expecting Zhang Fei to possess such an immense fortune. She wondered how he had acquired it. Could it be a devil fruit? A series of questions swirled in her mind, but she refrained from asking further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Instead, she teased Zhang Fei, I didn't realize you were so wealthy. How about it? Do I meet your aesthetic? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei hastily waved off Dr. Kureha's advances, fully aware that women in the pirate world often become less attractive with age. When young, they are strikingly beautiful, as exemplified by Big Mom in her youth. No, that's not necessary. I'm not that inclined. Life is short. Why not give it a try? Dr. Kureha remained undeterred, continuing to jest with Zhang Fei. This flustered him, prompting him to concoct an excuse to evade the situation. No need. I have someone I like. Dr. Kureha expressed a hint of disappointment, recognizing that sweet words, abundant wealth, and a dash of charm are rare in men. Since you've said that, then it's settled. With Dr. Kureha seemingly conceding, Zhang Fei sighed in relief and inquired how she intended to handle the gold. What will you do with all this gold? Upon hearing Zhang Fei's question, Dr. Kureha appeared troubled. Managing such a vast amount of gold was indeed a complex affair. After a moment of contemplation, as if arriving at a decision, she addressed Zhang Fei, there is so much gold. I won't be able to use it all. Just keep 1/10 of it. She decided to retain a portion for her own expenses, including purchasing alcohol and medicinal herbs. Very well. Zhang Fei respected Dr. Kureha's decision, allowing her to take 9/10 of the gold while he kept the remainder. After handing over the gold, Zhang Fei had no desire to linger in the presence of the elderly woman enamored with his looks. He felt compelled to leave to preserve his virtue. Just as he was about to exit, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Is that our companion? Chopper, hey, don't run. The unmistakable voice belonged to Luffy. Following closely was a throng of individuals, including Luffy, in pursuit of Chopper, the reason for which was unclear. What are you all doing? Zhang Fei inquired curiously, wondering if they were engaging in a welcoming ceremony or a game of tag. Upon spotting Zhang Fei, Chopper rushed over, seizing Zhang Fei's leg in a desperate plea for help. Save me, Zhang Fei. The others, including Luffy, paused upon seeing Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, I want to take him on board. He is really interesting. Luffy exclaimed enthusiastically. Just moments earlier, Luffy had witnessed Chopper's transformation abilities, further piquing his interest. Is that so? Zhang Fei understood that Luffy was a man who would not give up easily unless Chopper possessed an irresistible mission similar to Sanji's. However, Chopper was different. He merely bore emotional scars, and once those were healed, he would pursue the pirate path spoken of by Dr. Hiralik. Yet, this would require Dr. Kureha's approval, which posed no problem at all, as she too wished for Chopper to chase after his dreams. And what about you? Zhang Fei gestured towards the individuals behind Luffy, inquiring further. Oh, we were just curious since we had never seen a monster before, one of them awkwardly explained, but Zhang Fei had little faith in their words. Their demeanor suggested they were concealing something. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard them. Very well, but Chopper, our captain has extended an invitation for you to join us. What is your decision? Zhang Fei continued to coax Chopper in front of Dr. Kureha. However, Dr. Kureha's expression remained calm, showing no signs of change. After hearing Zhang Fei's invitation, Chopper's demeanor shifted dramatically. He appeared dejected, his spirits dampened as he responded in a somber tone. No, I'm not like them. I can't. Yet. The oblivious Luffy failed to perceive Chopper's despondency, eagerly joining Zhang Fei and persuading him. What is wrong with that? Being a pirate is really fun. Doctor. Kureha remained silent, fully aware of what Chopper was contemplating, yet she refrained from voicing it. Overcoming psychological afflictions is a journey that must be traversed alone. I am truly grateful for your invitation, but I am a reindeer, adorned with antlers, hooves, and a blue nose. Luffy bit his lip as he gazed at Chopper, attentively listening to his words, with even Zhang Fei embodying the role of a dutiful listener, patiently awaiting Chopper's conclusion. I yearn to be a pirate, yet I am not a companion of humans. As they have called me, I am a monster, unworthy of being your ally. Thus I sincerely appreciate your invitation. Chopper's heartfelt confession was accompanied by tears welling in his eyes, his voice dwindling like a flickering candle flame. He longed to join Zhang Fei and the others, but alas, he was merely a creature rejected by humanity. What right did he have to be their companion? Hence, he could not board their ship. This encapsulated Chopper's apprehensions. However, for Zhang Fei and the others, these concerns were trivial, as they had never placed importance on such matters. Thank you for your invitation. However, I shall remain here. Should the opportunity arise, I welcome your return. Yet, Chopper underestimated their resolve, for Luffy boldly declared, his tone unwavering, imbued with a sense of relentless determination. Enough of the chatter, come with me. Chapter 139, The Miraculous Cherry Blossoms. Upon hearing Luffy's proclamation, Chopper could no longer contain his tears. Aside from Dr. Kureha and his adoptive father, Dr. Hirulek, he discovered there were others who genuinely accepted him, even if he was a monster, and they seemed unfazed by it. A subtle smile crept across Dr. Kureha's lips, clearly pleased that Chopper had found companions who wholeheartedly acknowledged him. One could only imagine that Dr. Hirulek, in the afterlife, would be rejoicing upon hearing this news. It was a pity that the key to the armory was missing, otherwise, before Chopper departed, he could have witnessed the miraculous cherry blossoms that Dr. Hirulek spoke of. This was also linked to Zhang Fei's mission, of which he had completed 2 tasks, leaving only the third. In the original narrative, Nami pilfered the key to the armory from Wapol, which later absolved her of medical expenses. However, Wapol was sent flying by Luffy, taking the key with him. To access the armory now, one could only resort to brute force. Sister Lena, I wish to accompany them and become a pirate. Previously, I thought it was a translation error and referred to her as Nurse Kureha, but upon further investigation, the translation is correct. Chopper indeed addresses Dr. Kureha as Sister Lena or Nurse Dororo. Chopper's gaze gradually solidified with determination, as if he had resolved to set sail with Zhang Fei and the others, embracing the freedom of a pirate. Upon hearing Chopper's acceptance, Luffy erupted in exuberant cheers, bouncing about like a monkey, expressing his joy unabashedly. Zhang Fei too was no exception. Though he anticipated this outcome, Chopper's inclusion still brought him delight. Dr. Kureha downed her drink in one gulp, cautioning Chopper about the harsh realities of piracy. Being a pirate is far from easy. One misstep could cost you your life. That doesn't concern me, Chopper replied nonchalantly. Zhang Fei recalled Dr. Kureha's earlier words and reminded her. You promised me that as long as Chopper wished to board our ship, you would not obstruct us. Do as you please. By the way, you lot, come here and help me move the gold. Dr. Kureha huffed dismissively, turning away to summon some laborers to assist with the gold transport. Those called upon by Dr. Kureha dared not defy her orders, responding meekly, for her reputation as a witch was well earned. Zhang Fei watched Dr. Kureha's retreating figure, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. He knew she was being disingenuous, secretly wishing for Chopper to embark on this journey and fulfill his dreams. Sister Lena. Chopper's voice trembled, for she was his mentor, the one who taught him the art of healing, and he felt an undeniable sense of reluctance. All right, I leave Luffy in your hands. I have matters to attend to. Zhang Fei prepared to head to the armory, intending to break open the iron door, giving Luffy a heads up. Oh, Luffy acknowledged, not particularly concerned about Zhang Fei's destination. Upon reaching the armory door, Zhang Fei found it firmly shut. He felt the surface and employed his internal energy to assess the door's thickness, ensuring he gauged the appropriate amount of force to exert, to avoid triggering any explosives within. Armed with a long sword borrowed from a militiaman, he channeled orange sword energy from his palm into the blade, maintaining a safe distance to ensure precision. Aiming at the lock of the iron door, he swung gently, releasing a stream of orange sword energy that effortlessly severed the door as if it were tofu, simultaneously destroying the lock hidden within. Thus, a sword mark appeared in the shape of a character at the center of the door. Done, Zhang Fei chuckled. relieved that he had controlled his strength well enough to avoid damaging the munitions inside. As he pushed open the door, the heavy creaking sound accompanied the influx of light, revealing a cache of weaponry, predominantly heavy artillery. Hearing the commotion, Dr. Kureha and the others approached to investigate, discovering the armory's iron door had been breached. Upon discerning it was Zhang Fei's doing, they inquired, "Did you do this?" "Yes, it was me," Zhang Fei admitted readily, as his intentions were not solely for Chopper, but for himself as well. "Aren't you afraid of blowing us all up?" Dr. Kureha reproached Zhang Fei for his recklessness, cautioning that improper handling could detonate the explosives and obliterate the entire castle. "Don't worry, I've opened it now. Consider it a parting gift." He would never undertake an endeavor without confidence, and besides, he had succeeded, hadn't he? Dr. Kureha found herself at a loss for words with Zhang Fei. However, his actions had inadvertently turned out to be beneficial, allowing Chopper to witness the cherry blossoms created by Dr. Hiralik before his departure. "I leave this to you." Having completed his task, Zhang Fei prepared to take his leave. With Nami's condition now stabilized and her temperature returned to normal, she conferred with Luffy about setting sail. Vivi's country awaited her, and had Chopper not joined, Nami would not have made this decision. However, with Chopper aboard, circumstances changed. Ultimately, they sought Zhang Fei's opinion, to which he consented, adding that Dr. Kureha had already prepared Nami's special medicine for the past few days. Yet, before they departed, it was essential to inform Dr. Kureha. Leaving without a word would jeopardize their mission. Upon receiving this information, Dr. Kureha felt a surge of frustration, considering Nami was still unwell, yet upon hearing about Vivi, she reluctantly acquiesced. She then summoned Zhang Fei to assist with moving the cannons. Observing the bustling activity, Chopper questioned Zhang Fei, "What are we doing with the cannons?" "You will soon discover." Zhang Fei intentionally kept them in suspense, then turned to Dr. Kureha and asked, "Is it ready?" "Fire." Dr. Kureha showed no hesitation. Casting a glance at Chopper, she believed this was the most splendid farewell gift. Boom. As the cannonball was launched, the powder mixed with it erupted in the sky, dispersing like a cloud of pink powder that merged with the falling snowflakes, transforming the pristine white snow into delicate hues of pink, drifting down like cherry blossoms in bloom. "Dr. Lena," Chopper cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Upon witnessing this spectacle, he could no longer contain his tears. Is this the miraculous cherry blossom that Dr. Hilulix spoke of? He finally beheld it. Is this the very essence of Dr. Hilulix's belief? Chapter 140. Ace, the Will of D. How beautiful it is. Gazing at the gently falling pink snowflakes, Nami marveled at their exquisite charm for the first time. "Indeed, it is truly stunning," Vivi concurred, her eyes fixated on the ethereal snowfall. At this moment, however, Chopper was inconsolable, his memories flooding back like a film reel, reminiscing about the beautiful moments spent with Dr. Hilulix. Dr. Lena. Chopper finally understood why these individuals were transporting the cannon. It was all for him. He felt immense gratitude for all that Dr. Kureha had done, fulfilling Dr. Hilulix's wishes. Unconsciously, he moved towards Dr. Kureha, eager to express his heartfelt thanks for her care over the years. Yet, Dr. Kureha turned away, her voice trembling, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to hold them back, urging Chopper to leave. She did not wish to bid farewell with sorrow. "Why are you crying? Just go. Hurry and leave before I change my mind," she commanded, her voice laced with a choked emotion. "But, Dr. Lena, Chopper sensed the sorrow in her tone. He knew she was reluctant to part with him. However, before he could finish, Dr. Kureha interrupted him. Suddenly, she hurled a short sword in his direction, which narrowly missed him, causing no harm. "Did you not hear me? Get out of here." Startled, Chopper fled, but he bore no ill will towards Dr. Kureha. Instead, he felt only gratitude, understanding that her actions aimed to shield him from the heartache of parting. As he ran away, he did not forget to thank Dr. Kureha, although tears continued to spill from his eyes. "Goodbye, Dr. Lena. I will return with the elixir of life." With that, he took the sled, transforming into a reindeer, ready to pull Zhang Fei and the others away. "Hurry up and get on." Zhang Fei and the others quickly boarded, while Chopper dashed along the cable. Yet, those at the mountain's peak could no longer contain their tears, murmuring, "Go, my foolish son." Finally arriving at the Mary, Luffy inhaled deeply, spreading his arms wide as he joyfully exclaimed, "Set sail, crew." Oh, with the addition of new crew members, everyone was thrilled, responding to Luffy as they hoisted the sails. However, Zhang Fei soon sensed something amiss. It felt as if someone was missing. "Are we short one person? Who is missing?" Usopp looked at Zhang Fei, glancing at everyone on deck, and realized that Zoro was absent. Where the heck did he go? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding the ship? Where did Zoro go? Panic ensued as they realized Zoro was indeed not on the ship. Chopper, who could understand animal speech, learned from Kuro that Zoro had gone for a winter swim and had yet to return. He said Zoro left him behind to swim alone. What? That idiot must have gotten lost. Knowing Zoro, he was undoubtedly lost. After all, he was notoriously directionally challenged and would surely struggle to find his way back. They decided to turn back immediately to search for Zoro. We must hurry back to find Zoro. That guy is definitely lost. The Mary, having just set sail, was forced to return in search of Zoro. Meanwhile, Zoro, freezing and shivering, was shirtless and utterly unaware of his disorientation, blaming the island for being too vast. What's with this island? Is it really this big? I've been walking for ages and still haven't found my way out. I need to find Luffy and the others. It's so cold. By the way, where did the Mary come from? Thus, Zoro began to circle around, completely unable to escape the area, until, hearing someone call out to him, he turned towards the source of the voice, only to find Zhang Fei and the others. Excited, he waved to them, relieved to finally leave this cursed place. Hey, I'm over here. Zhang Fei, spotting Zoro covered in frost, couldn't help but exclaim, thank goodness it's you. If it were anyone else, they would have frozen to death by now. Well, I'm not dead yet. Sanji, still irritable, directed his anger solely at Zoro. Don't worry. I won't die. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you first. Zoro retorted, and the atmosphere shifted instantly, charged with tension as the two engaged in another quarrel. Zhang Fei ignored them, but after retrieving Zoro, they finally set sail in earnest. Outside the castle of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, Dalton and Dr. Correja sat in the snow, watching the direction Chopper had departed. At that moment, a villager seemed to recall something important and rushed over to Dalton, clutching a wanted poster. This is bad. I just remembered something crucial. Dalton looked at him quizzically, asking what was so important. What is it? The villager produced 2 wanted posters, revealing the faces of Zhang Fei and Luffy. Upon receiving the posters, Dalton was taken aback to see Zhang Fei's bounty exceeding 100 million. No wonder he felt Zhang Fei exuded an air of confidence. It was due to his strength. A pirate with a bounty of over 100 million? Truly a formidable villain. We forgot to report this to you. About a week ago, a traveler appeared on Lobel Street. He said he was pursuing Blackbeard and inquired if a straw hat-wearing pirate had passed through here. The villager continued recounting the events from a week prior. I believe he was asking about the Straw Hat Kid, and he mentioned that if they came here, we should help relay that he'd be waiting in Alabasta for 10 days, after which he'd leave. So he knows Luffy? Dalton inquired about the name of the traveler. What was his name? I think he was called Ace, but that scoundrel left without paying for his meal. It was infuriating. The villager expressed his frustration over Ace's actions. I see. It seems there is no need to relay the message, as their next stop is Alabasta. I have a feeling they will cross paths. Dalton then turned to Dr. Correja. Correja, why are you in a daze? Dr. Correja gazed upon Luffy's wanted poster, as if it were a poignant reminder of bygone days, and inquired meaningfully about Dalton. Are you acquainted with D. Roger? Are you referring to the Pirate King, Roger? No one in this world is unfamiliar with his name. Dalton replied, utterly oblivious to the significance of the letter, yet well aware of the Pirate King's formidable reputation. Is that what they call him now? It seems our reindeer has made an acquaintance of a most extraordinary individual. Dr. Correja's lips curled into a faint smile as she held Luffy's wanted poster. The Will of has found a successor. Chapter 141, The Marvelous Adventures of the System. Aboard the ship, Luffy and his crew commenced a celebratory feast in honor of Chopper's induction. Luffy and Usopp showcased their talents, humorously inserting chopsticks into their nostrils, much to the dismay of poor Chopper, who had barely boarded before being led astray. However, Zoro's authoritative commands towards Sanji incited the latter's ire, resulting in yet another brawl. Usopp ascended to the second-floor deck, exuberantly cheering and welcoming Chopper to their ranks. A toast to our new companion. Cheers. The crew erupted in jubilant celebration. After the feast, Nami, slightly intoxicated and with a rosy complexion, leaned against Zhang Fei's shoulder. Expressing her gratitude, Zhang Fei responded with a polite acknowledgement, draining his drink in one gulp before addressing Nami. There's no need for thanks. You're still unwell, so refrain from excessive drinking. Nami smiled softly, feeling a warm glow in her heart as she nestled closer to Zhang Fei, relishing his comforting warmth. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually fell asleep against his shoulder, a sight that did not escape Vivie's notice, stirring a disquiet within her. Why did she suddenly crave a drink? Zhang Fei gently carried the slumbering Nami to her quarters before returning to escort the inebriated Vivi inside as well, ensuring they could rest. What was the point of drinking so much? Zhang Fei couldn't help but voice his bemusement at Vivi's state. Yet, the drunken Vivi responded, I can still drink. Let us continue. Zhang Fei merely shook his head. Even in such a state, she desired more drink. Surely, there were limits to celebrating Chopper's arrival. Once everything was settled, Zhang Fei took on the role of navigator, steering the Going Merry towards the kingdom of Alabasta. After all, he was the only one present who had remained sober and alert. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others lay sprawled on the deck, soundly asleep, and Zhang Fei found no inclination to move them. After all, a bit of cold wouldn't harm them. In the world of Pokemon, the system transformed into a trainer, activating a cheat that ensured a 100 capture success rate, with a plethora of Pokeballs floating behind it, ready to ensnare Pokemon of semi-divine caliber or legendary status. Only those formidable creatures would suffice for Zhang Fei. The question lingered. Which should he pursue? Mutwo, Arceus, or perhaps the enigmatic Giratina? Ultimately, the decision was made. He would capture them all. A Pikachu? Its potential has surprisingly reached semi-divine status. Excellent. Let us capture it. Just as the system was en route to locate Mutwo, it serendipitously stumbled upon a solitary Pikachu. Curiosity piqued. It assessed the little yellow creature's impressive potential, deeming it suitable. Go. The system commanded the Pokeballs to engage, enveloping Pikachu in a radiant red light as it was ensnared within. Due to the assured capture, this Pikachu became a mere possession of the system, utterly oblivious to its fate. Ah, a splendid start, the system thought, just as it prepared to depart. Suddenly, it sensed the world's consciousness had taken notice, radiating fury as if it yearned to dismantle the system. This world's consciousness is not Arceus, but rather a being akin to a cosmic overseer. Startled, the system pondered, is capturing a single Pikachu truly worthy of such wrath? How petty. Realizing it had been discovered, the system opted to make a hasty retreat. As the world's consciousness endeavored to retain the system and liberate the captured Pikachu, it discovered that the system had already made its escape, leaving it to roar in impotent frustration. After the system's departure, Ash emerged, searching for his missing Pikachu. Pikachu, where are you? Unbeknownst to the system, it had captured Ash's Pikachu, which explained the world's consciousness's anger. To maintain the timeline's integrity, the consciousness had no choice but to replicate a new Pikachu. After all, how else could it keep Ash perpetually at the age of 10? This was a blatant conspiracy. The newly created Pikachu inherited all memories and potential from its predecessor, yet lacked the recollection of its capture by the system. Departing from the Pokemon realm, the system couldn't resist mocking the world's consciousness. What a miser, truly. Only a single Pikachu? What a scoundrel. Very well, let's refine this Pikachu. Thus, the system erased Pikachu's memories and maximized its affection level, ensuring that when Zhang Fei acquired it, he would not face difficulties in taming it. Where to venture next? Oh, the digital world sounds enticing. However, which series should it traverse? In the first series, obtaining the Digivice necessitates evolution badges, which the system dismissed. The second series relied on armor evolution and standard evolution, yet it too was excluded. The third series employed card-based evolution, which was feasible as the system could replicate evolution cards, even allowing for fusion at the ultimate stage. The fourth series, with its fusion evolution, posed significant limitations, and should one successfully abscond with a warrior, the world's consciousness would undoubtedly pursue them. Yet, wait, wasn't there an absence of a world consciousness in the digital world? After all, Digimon existed within the network. Why fear? The decision was made. The system would directly embark on an adventure in the fifth series, rescuing the world, where evolution was also relatively straightforward. As for the sixth series, the system hadn't even contemplated it. The combat capabilities had deteriorated to an unacceptable level. Was there even a need to go there? The system arrived in the digital world, embarking on a relentless quest for the most promising Digi-Egg among millions. It was unperturbed by the Royal Knights, assuming they would be unable to detect its presence. In due course, the system finally located a satisfactory Digi-Egg, establishing a connection using the world's essence to coalesce a Digivice. With the Digi-Egg in tow, it prepared to return to Zhang Fei's side, as it had sufficient resources and saw no need to squander time further. Chapter 142, The System's Return. En route to the kingdom of Alabasta, Sanji emerged from the kitchen, only to discover that the ingredients from the refrigerator had vanished. It was evident who the culprit was. He stormed off to confront Luffy, who appeared visibly anxious, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Sanji's eyes. Sanji removed the lit cigarette from his mouth and began to question Luffy. I inquired. I meticulously allocated the provisions to ensure their safe arrival in Alabasta. Yet how could 9 portions of food vanish overnight? Luffy, still unable to meet Sanji's gaze, felt beads of sweat uncontrollably trickling down his forehead. He let out a belch, his demeanor betraying a guilty conscience. It's futile. Do not resist, for you lack the talent for deceit. Observing Luffy's adamant denial, Sanji grasped Luffy's chin with a firm grip and issued a direct threat. However, Luffy remained unfazed, determined to feign ignorance. With no other recourse, Sanji resorted to cunningly luring Luffy into a confession. Hey, do you have something on your lips? Oblivious to the trap laid by Sanji, Luffy assumed he was being asked sincerely, and in his haste to wipe his mouth, inadvertently revealed his thoughts. Oh no, have I left any remnants? Indeed, it was this scoundrel. Enraged, Sanji delivered a powerful kick to Luffy, nearly sending him overboard. Witnessing Sanji mercilessly assaulting Luffy, the other three accomplices trembled in fear, vowing to catch a sizable fish to mitigate Sanji's wrath. Yet, they too fell victim to Luffy's betrayal and received a thorough thrashing from Sanji. Their exuberance amused Zhang Fei, who found the scene entertaining. Even Chopper, who had recently boarded the ship, was led astray by Luffy's antics. Speaking of which, had the system returned? He still had 3 mysterious packages yet to be opened, eagerly anticipating its clandestine operations. Thus, Zhang Fei called out to the system. Is the system present? To his surprise, it truly was. What is it? Upon its return, the system entered Zhang Fei's body, organizing its acquisitions, and did not immediately disclose its return until responding to Zhang Fei's summons. Upon learning of the system's return, Zhang Fei's heart soared with joy. He knew it must have brought back a wealth of treasures. He promptly requested the system to execute its clandestine operations. System, you previously promised to procure a transformation device suitable for ordinary people. Have you succeeded? Indeed, I have. Allow me to make some modifications. The system pondered briefly before deducting one mysterious package from Zhang Fei's inventory, recognizing the device's fixed danger level, rendering it less beneficial for Zhang Fei's growth. Zhang Fei opened the system's backpack, discovering only 2 mysterious packages remaining. Yet he found himself in possession of 2 transformation smoke guns and full canisters of Bat and Cobra illusions. The system's generosity was astonishing, providing 2 weapons that could be utilized by Usopp and Luffy, as well as Nami and the others. System, you are truly magnificent for providing me with 2 transformation devices. Zhang Fei couldn't help but commend the system's generosity. Oh, it's nothing really. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. The system humbly waved its hand, indicating that such acts were trivial, and had it not been for the device's fixed power, it would have split the rewards. By the way, system, could you perform clandestine operations once more? I wish to acquire something valuable. Zhang Fei inquired, hoping to obtain items from the Honghuang world, for its treasures were exceedingly formidable. And perhaps he could even ascend to the status of a Deluo Jinxian. The system cast a skeptical glance at Zhang Fei. I am merely an urban system. Do you believe I possess such capabilities? The immortality I acquired was one from the Honghuang system, and you now desire to become a Deluo Jinxian? That is utterly impossible. Furthermore, the Honghuang system no longer dares to play mahjong with me, so how could I assist you in obtaining a Deluo Jinxian? Best to sleep it off. The system interrupted Zhang Fei's daydreams. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hearing the system's resolute statement, Zhang Fei sighed in resignation, lamenting the lost opportunity. In that case, I must rely on myself and see if I can procure something. Ah, such a pity. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. The system confirmed that Zhang Fei had no further inquiries before retreating into his body, awaiting the next summons. With only 2 mysterious packages left, Zhang Fei opened them without hesitation. Upon the unsealing of the first mysterious package, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and Zhang Fei sensed that this package might yield something extraordinary. Congratulations, you have acquired the lifelong power and swordsmanship of Gainia. His body surged with energy, as if struck by lightning. The previously stagnant internal force, now bolstered by Gainia's prowess, began to surge mightily through his meridians, expanding and strengthening them before ultimately converging back into his dantian. The internal force within him had doubled, which would undoubtedly enhance his sword energy, allowing for a seamless fusion of techniques. Zhang Fei's swordsmanship experienced a remarkable leap in advancement. Even if Mihawk were present, victory would be elusive. Moreover, Gainia's swordsmanship surpassed that of Wei Zhuang. Yet both were disciples of Gigu, sharing a common origin, thus their internal forces merged harmoniously. Zhang Fei clenched his fist, reveling in the exhilarating surge of internal power, akin to a furnace ablaze within him, radiating warmth throughout his entire being. Next came the unsealing of the second mysterious package. Congratulations, you have obtained the chicken talisman. This marked the 3rd talisman he had acquired. He pondered what powers the chicken talisman possessed. The ability to levitate and move objects intrigued him. Combined with the rabbit talisman, it could facilitate flight. However, Zhang Fei perceived the chicken talisman's levitation more akin to telekinesis. In the anime, Xiaoyu had once used her mind to control a large knife, severing the bonds that ensnared her, and directed a blue-patterned spear at her opponent, compelling him to defend himself. Thus, Zhang Fei contemplated whether to lend this chicken talisman to Usopp and the others, as its abilities held significant value for him. Never mind. I shall merge them first. I can deliberate on the rest later. Additionally, I can utilize spiritual energy to traverse freely in the air. As for the transformation smoke guns, I plan to gift them later. Chapter 143, Nami's Embarrassment and Fury. Due to the food being consumed by Luffy and the others, they had no choice but to utilize Kuro in hopes of catching a Sea King. However, Zhang Fei, possessing immortality, had no need for sustenance. Nonetheless, Nami and the others still required provisions. With no other option, Zhang Fei descended into the sea to capture a Sea King. Fortunately, with the chicken talisman in hand, he used its levitation ability to draw the Sea Kings closer before knocking them unconscious with his fists and dragging them back to the Mary. To his astonishment, Luffy and Usopp had managed to catch Mr. 2 using Kuro, which puzzled Zhang Fei immensely, considering the timeline, which he had altered. It was truly unexpected for them to catch Mr. 2. Upon Zhang Fei's return, Luffy, brimming with excitement, proudly displayed a Sea King measuring over 10 meters in length. His eyes sparkling with joy. This is fantastic. Now we won't have to go hungry, he exclaimed, beaming at Zhang Fei. This is all thanks to you consuming all the food. Zhang Fei could not help but express his frustration towards Luffy, yet Luffy remained blissfully indifferent, seemingly unaffected by Zhang Fei's words. In contrast, Usopp and Chopper gazed at Zhang Fei with expressions of guilt. Upon their reunion, they acknowledged their mistakes, and Zhang Fei, feeling no desire to further criticize them, entrusted the Sea King to Sanji for handling. Mr. 2, observing the drenched Zhang Fei, greeted him with a playful remark. Hello, handsome. You are quite striking. I adore you. I could just bite you. Upon encountering Mr. 2's flamboyant appearance for the first time, Zhang Fei felt a shiver run down his spine, as if confronted by a creature of the night. Although Mr. 2 was indeed a crossdresser, he was renowned for his loyalty and righteousness, particularly during their time in the underwater prison, where he selflessly chose to remain behind to ensure Luffy's safe escape. Such fidelity is a rarity indeed. However, with Zhang Fei's presence, he was confident in his ability to rescue Ace and Mr. 2. He promptly declined Mr. 2's advances, pretending not to recognize him, and shoved Luffy forward. I don't need your affection. Let Luffy handle the kissing. EW, I don't want that either, Luffy replied, equally repulsed by the idea of being kissed by such a peculiar individual. By the way, can you not swim? Usopp, hands on his hips, scrutinized Mr. 2, noting that anyone who set sail should be able to swim, barring those who had consumed devil fruits. Indeed, I cannot swim, as I have eaten a devil fruit, Mr. 2 candidly admitted. What kind of devil fruit did you consume? Now, Usopp, having encountered devil fruit powers before, was no longer in shock, but rather inquisitively inquiring about Mr. 2's abilities. Well, if you must know, I shall demonstrate my powers before my ship arrives. With that, Mr. 2 rose to showcase his abilities, raising his right hand and forcefully slapping Luffy's face. Luffy was sent sprawling, his hair standing on end as if electrified. Luffy! The group exclaimed in alarm, mistaking Mr. 2's sudden assault as a threat. The only one unfazed was Zhang Fei, who calmly observed Mr. 2's antics, fully aware that his ability was to mimic. Just as Zoro was about to draw his sword to strike Mr. 2, the latter hastily clarified, Wait, this is just a performance. What? Zoro stared at Mr. 2 in disbelief, astonished by his transformation into Luffy. This was no jest. Mr. 2 adopted an exaggeratedly arrogant pose, mimicking Luffy's face, much to Zhang Fei's discomfort. Is that me? Luffy exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted and forgetting Mr. 2's earlier slap, staring wide-eyed at him. You possess the power of the mimic fruit, don't you? Zhang Fei surmised. Indeed, I have consumed the mimic fruit. As long as my right hand touches someone, I can imitate them, and with my left hand, I can revert to my original form, Mr. 2 elaborated. Even the voice and physique are identical, Nami remarked, utterly astonished by such a remarkable ability, though she wondered if he could mimic other devil fruit users as well. Subsequently, Mr. 2 proceeded to touch everyone present, including Zhang Fei, transforming them all, before finally morphing into Nami's form. With just a touch, I can become anyone, including their physique, Mr. 2 declared, revealing his upper body and showcasing Nami's figure, causing the onlookers to gawk in awe. Had Sanji been present, he would undoubtedly have begged Mr. 2 to continue his performance. Nami, however, was infuriated, delivering a punch to Mr. 2. After all, He was displaying her body, akin to being exposed without her consent, especially with an audience. You should perish. Mr. 2, sporting a large bump on his head and tears in his eyes, felt the sting of Nami's punch, which delivered real pain, not easily borne. Nevertheless, Mr. 2 quickly recovered, continuing to amuse Luffy and the others. As he showcased his face-changing skills, a familiar visage emerged before Vivi, who finally recognized her father's face. Shock flickered in her eyes. What was happening? At that moment, Vivi did not recognize Mr. 2 and remained oblivious to Crocodile's schemes, planting seeds of doubt in her heart. Meanwhile, Nami felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed, as Mr. 2 had transformed into her likeness. Uncertain of Zhang Fei's thoughts about her, she shyly avoided his gaze. Yet, she yearned to explain herself. Perceiving Nami's hesitation, Zhang Fei playfully teased her, not a bad figure, Nami. Upon hearing this, Nami's face turned crimson, her earlier tension evaporating, replaced by indignation as she playfully punched Zhang Fei, not using much force, as if scolding him for his teasing. You dare to tease me? Chapter 144. This is acceptable. Zhang Fei smiled silently, allowing Nami to continue her playful assault. This scene resembled youthful coupledom in a schoolyard, filled with warmth. Yet, lurking in the background was an admirer, unable to express his feelings, watching them with a bittersweet ache in his heart. Nami, seemingly exhausted from their playful banter, huffed in annoyance, indicating her desire to disregard Zhang Fei. How vexing. She merely wished to explain, yet he continued to tease her. I shall ignore you. This was just an excuse, as their playful antics had captured Luffy's attention, leaving her flustered, her cheeks ablaze as she turned to retreat to her room, seeking to calm her racing heart. Observing Nami's bashful demeanor, Zhang Fei found her quite endearing, especially since such reactions were uncommon in the original narrative. Meanwhile, Vivi bit her lower lip lightly, a hint of jealousy flickering in her gaze, before shaking her head vigorously and slapping her cheeks, attempting to dispel her thoughts. What was she thinking? She couldn't harbor such feelings. Alabasta awaited her. Oh. Luffy and the others could hardly contain their amusement at the rare sight of a shy Nami, erupting with laughter like a chorus of monkeys. Shoo, what is all this ruckus? Zhang Fei waved them off, bemused by their antics. Yet Luffy and the others remained undeterred, continuing their raucous laughter. Zhang Fei, weary of their noise, chose to rise and head to the aft deck to bask in the sunlight, as there was little else to occupy his time. As Zhang Fei prepared to depart, he noticed in the distance a weathered sailboat slowly making its way toward them, its bow shaped like a swan. Without a moment's hesitation, he surmised that this must be Mr. 2's vessel, sent to escort him. He turned his head, pointing towards the ship and inquiring of Mr. 2. That must be your ship, right? Mr. 2 focused intently and indeed recognized his own vessel. Though his time with Luffy had been brief, a deep bond of friendship had already formed, especially after Luffy and his companions acknowledged him. Leaping onto the railing, he cast a backward glance at Luffy and the others, giving a thumbs up while tears of gratitude welled in his eyes as he bid them farewell. Oh, it truly is a pity that the time for parting has arrived so swiftly. Facing Mr. 2's departure, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper felt a profound sense of reluctance. Observing their sorrowful expressions, Mr. 2 offered words of comfort, believing that they would surely meet again. Do not be saddened. All gatherings in this world must eventually come to an end. However, one thing should not be forgotten. The depth of friendship bears no relation to the duration of time spent together. With that, Mr. 2 leaped back onto his ship. Zhang Fei smiled faintly as he watched Mr. 2 leave, appreciating the wisdom in his words. Until we meet again, Luffy and the others called out loudly, confident that in the vastness of the ocean, fate would bring them together once more. All right, we must set sail now, Mr. 2 instructed his subordinates. Yes, Master Mr. 2. They replied. Hearing Mr. 2's name, the crew aboard the Mary fell into a deep contemplation. They had not anticipated that such an amiable and entertaining individual was, in fact, associated with the Baroque Works, which left them quite astounded. It was only after Mr. 2 departed that Usopp exclaimed in astonishment, Mr. 2. At that moment, Vivi recalled the rumors surrounding Mr. 2 and was taken aback that she had failed to recognize him when he stood before her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped, He is Mr. 2 Bon Clay. Luffy looked at Vivi in confusion, questioning why she too had not recognized someone from Baroque Works. Vivi, are you not familiar with Mr. 2's appearance? Vivi knelt, supporting herself with her hands, her demeanor forlorn as she admitted. I have never seen the combination of Mr. 2 and Mr. 1, nor do I know their abilities. I have only heard rumors about Mr. 2, who is said to be a tall and effeminate individual, fond of wearing a swan coat with the way of the Okama written on the back. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Luffy and the others exchanged incredulous glances. It was that obvious? How could you not recognize him? Usopp chimed in, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet, Vivi did not hear Usopp's comment. Her mind was occupied with the thought of Mr. Tu's earlier transformation into her father, suspecting a hidden agenda. She recalled Zhang Fei mentioning the ancient weapon, Pluton, and wondered why she hadn't connected the dots sooner. Overwhelmed by guilt, she placed a hand on her forehead. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Fei approached from behind, gently patting her shoulder and offering her a peeled orange. There's no need to be so hard on yourself. It was merely a matter of not recognizing him. Besides, Mr. Tu has already revealed his abilities to us, allowing us to devise a counter-strategy. Vivi lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she looked at Zhang Fei. For some reason, his words eased her unease significantly. Accepting the orange, she took a delicate bite, savoring its sweetness as she thanked him. Yes, I understand now. Thank you for the orange. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively, devouring the orange in a few bites before returning to the deck to discuss tactics with Luffy. Although Zhang Fei could charge in recklessly, he had to consider Vivi and the others' safety. The only ones here who haven't been touched by Mr. Tu are Sanji and Vivi. However, just to be safe, we should create a mark to identify each other. Zhang Fei proposed his suggestion, acknowledging the troublesome nature of Mr. Tu's abilities. While he could not replicate their powers, he could mimic their appearance and physique. If he were to awaken his powers, the situation could change. So what kind of mark should we use? Usopp pondered, casting a curious glance towards Zhang Fei. Let us decide that later. However, Mr. Tu shouldn't be able to imitate our abilities. For instance, with Luffy's rubber powers, Chopper's transformations, and my own capabilities, we can simply demonstrate our abilities if we can't distinguish the real from the imitation. As for me, a simple stab would suffice. It's not as if I would die, and besides, you might not even be able to break through my defenses. That could work. Chapter 145, Canola Flowers, Ace. Zhang Fei's plan received unanimous approval from the group, except for Vivi, who stared at him in bewilderment, questioning the wisdom of simply stabbing oneself. What kind of divine decision is that? Just stab yourself? The system, upon hearing Zhang Fei's resolution, raised a thumb in approval, praising him loudly. Truly my host, so brave, just like me. Quite impressive. Thus, they deliberated on what mark to use, ultimately deciding on the method from the original story, which Zhang Fei had no objections to. Each member now had a bandage wrapped around their left hand as a means of identification. After completing their preparations, they noticed several ships approaching the Alabasta kingdom, all bearing the insignia of Baroque Works. Upon seeing these vessels, Usopp became animated, eagerly shouting for battle. Now is the time to bombard them. Hold on, if we engage them now, it will complicate things later. We haven't even formally entered Alabasta, nor have we met the king. How can we fight? Zhang Fei countered, dispelling Usopp's violent thoughts. The safety of Vivi's father must be considered. Usopp contemplated Zhang Fei's words and realized he had been impulsive, having failed to consider Vivi's father's safety. He sighed regretfully. I see now, I was rash. Such a shame. There will be other opportunities to fight, and these are merely minor foes, Zoro remarked, sharing his thoughts. Enough talk. We are nearing the port. We need to conceal the Mary at the entrance to the West Sea, Vivi stated, her focus shifting to the task at hand, especially with Baroque Works ships trailing behind them. All right, regardless of what happens in the future, our left hand will signify our comrades, Luffy declared, extending his left fist. The others instinctively formed a circle, even Kuro the duck joining in. Once confirmed, Luffy continued to smile at the group, saying, Now, let us go ashore. Vivi grasped her own left hand, beaming with joy. Is this what it means to have companions? By the way, Zhang Fei, you mentioned that if we encounter you, we could stab you. Is that true? Sanji interjected, running over to inquire before they set foot on land. Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Sanji, who spoke with a hint of excitement in his tone. Was he mistaken? He confirmed his response to Sanji. Yes. What's the matter? Is it true? That's wonderful. Upon hearing that it was indeed true, Sanji's expression shifted dramatically, his joy unable to be concealed. Sanji had harbored displeasure towards Zhang Fei for quite some time, feeling envious of his constant closeness with Nami. Moreover, Zhang Fei's previous lascivious gaze had haunted him for several days, even inducing nightmares. Had he been capable of confronting Zhang Fei, he would have kicked him long ago. Now, however, he finally had the opportunity to vent his frustrations, and he was determined to stab at Zhang Fei a few times to relieve his discontent. Were Zhang Fei aware of Sanji's inner thoughts, he would surely exclaim in protest, This isn't my doing. It's all Black Emperor's fault for dragging me into this misunderstanding with you. Sanji departed the merry-go with a buoyant stride, leaving Zhang Fei bewildered by this sudden change. What on earth had come over Sanji? Luffy, disembarking from the ship, was eager to indulge in a grand feast, unfazed by the prospect of lacking funds, knowing well that a wealthy companion accompanied them. Let us eat. Zhang Fei, in disbelief, pondered how much more food Luffy could possibly consume. Yet true to his gluttonous nature, Luffy vanished in an instant. Come, let us disembark and behold the splendors of the Alabasta kingdom. Zhang Fei turned to address Nami and the others. But what of Luffy? Vivi inquired, her concern for Luffy evident. Fear not, he will be fine, Nami reassured her, fully aware of Luffy's character and strength, thus untroubled by his safety. Very well then, Vivi conceded, resigned to follow Zhang Fei and the others. Usopp, stay close to Zoro, lest he lose his way, Zhang Fei reminded Usopp before leaving. Mindful of Zoro's notorious lack of direction, Zoro, overhearing, felt unjustly accused, vehemently retorting, I could never get lost. It's you all who should watch yourselves. Zhang Fei fell silent, bemused by Zoro's audacity to deny his own ineptitude. Fortunately, Usopp, sensible as ever, nodded in agreement, disregarding Zoro's outburst. All right, I understand. By the way, I happen to have a considerable amount of gold. Here, take some, buy whatever you wish. Zhang Fei suddenly recalled the necessity of shopping in such a grand kingdom as Alabasta, distributing gold coins to each person. The group accepted without hesitation, fully aware that Zhang Fei could conjure gold at will. You're too generous, Zhang Fei. This will allow me to procure medicinal herbs and books, Chopper exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the prospect of acquiring desired items. Don't mention it, Chopper. Zhang Fei ruffled Chopper's fluffy fur, his spirits lifted by the adorable creature. Shall we proceed together, or shall we split up? Zhang Fei proposed. Let us stick together. It's safer in case we encounter Mr. Tu, Nami suggested, recalling the risks associated with Mr. Tu's abilities. Nami is right. If we are united, we need not fear his mimicry, Vivi concurred, observing no dissent among the others. Zhang Fei decided, then let us set forth together. As they neared the bustling center of town, a sudden uproar erupted. Stop that freeloader. Upon turning to investigate, Usopp was inadvertently knocked to the ground by the fleeing figure, disoriented and dazed. The man, apologetic, addressed Usopp, my apologies, I didn't see you there. As the figure raised his head, Zhang Fei's pupils contracted, instinctively calling out, Ace. Chapter 146, is that Luffy? Ace looked at Zhang Fei with a puzzled expression, his brow furrowing slightly as he recognized the man before him, but couldn't quite place him. Adjusting his cowboy hat, he inquired, have we met somewhere before? Zhang Fei shook his head. This was their first encounter outside of the anime context. He chose not to disclose his relationship with Luffy, as Luffy had never mentioned his sworn brotherhood. No, but I know you. Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Are you also seeking to claim my father's head? Ace's assumption stemmed from the fact that his father was one of the 4 emperors, renowned as the strongest man in the world, and many sought to usurp Whitebeard's position. He rose, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Zhang Fei, the atmosphere turning tense. Nami and the others were at a loss, unaware of Whitebeard's infamous reputation, and Zhang Fei had never elaborated on the identities of the 4 emperors. Only Vivi, as the princess of Alabasta, was attuned to matters of the sea. Little did she expect that the man before her was affiliated with Whitebeard, prompting her to regard Ace with heightened caution. What could he be doing in Alabasta? Did he, like Crocodile, seek the ancient weapon Pluton? The thought of Alabasta's misfortunes made Vivi grip Nami's hand tighter, her expression tense as she regarded Ace. Noticing the tension in Vivi's demeanor, Nami placed her other hand over Vivi's, offering reassurance. Vivi, everything will be all right. Vivi's lashes fluttered as she cast a grateful glance at Nami, feeling the warmth of her support. Zoro, sensing the escalating tension, narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on Ace, his hands tightening around the hilts of his 3 swords, ready to draw at the slightest provocation. Sanji, too, discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it beneath his foot, poised for action. Even the typically timid Usopp felt emboldened, thinking, with Zhang Fei and the others here, what do I have to fear? Seeing everyone prepared for confrontation, Zhang Fei couldn't help but chuckle at their readiness, knowing well that he had no intention of battling Ace, who was, after all, Luffy's brother. He stepped forward to clarify, hoping to prevent any altercation. Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in Whitebeard's head, and neither should you be so tense. He is not our enemy. Though Zoro and the others chose to trust Zhang Fei, they remained wary of Ace. Having experienced much at sea, Ace could discern whether Zhang Fei spoke the truth. His demeanor suggested that Zhang Fei was indeed sincere. for his tone was calm and his eyes clear. Often, a liar's gaze betrays them first. I see. My apologies. I misunderstood your intentions. After confirming that Zhang Fei bore no ill intentions, Ace awkwardly scratched the back of his head, realizing he had misjudged them. Feeling rather embarrassed, he decided to sincerely apologize, acknowledging that the fault lay with him. Zhang Fei graciously accepted Ace's apology, for they were not adversaries, and there was no need to let such trivial matters jeopardize their camaraderie. At that moment, a pair of robust hands firmly gripped Ace's shoulders, accompanied by a menacing voice. You thought you could escape, didn't you? Well, here I have you. Ace's complexion changed drastically. He had forgotten that he had just dined and dashed from the restaurant. Had it not been for the delay caused by Zhang Fei and his companions, he would have likely evaded capture. He shot Zhang Fei a reproachful glance, and then turned to the restaurant owner with a sheepish grin. Haha, boss, it's not that I have no money. How about we settle this on credit? The restaurant owner, infuriated by Ace's audacity, retorted, no money? How dare you eat without paying? You have no option but to return to the restaurant and wash dishes to repay your debt. If faced with a hot-tempered proprietor, an altercation would have ensued long ago. However, it was evident that this restaurant owner possessed commendable character. He then expressed gratitude to Zhang Fei, acknowledging that without them, he might not have caught the scoundrel who dined and dashed. Thank you for your assistance just now, he said. Zhang Fei, taken aback by his unexpected role as the restaurant owner's enforcer, found it amusing. He retrieved a smaller piece of gold from his system bag, believing it would suffice to cover the debt. Boss, I'll pay for his meal. He tossed the gold piece towards the owner, who, upon seeing the gold, released Ace and inspected it. Upon confirmation of its authenticity, he realized it was indeed gold and heavy enough to cover Ace's meals for many days. However, this also left him perplexed about how much to return to Zhang Fei. This is gold, but I'm unsure how much to return to you, the owner confessed. Zhang Fei, unfazed by the monetary exchange, replied nonchalantly, you need not return anything. Keep the rest. However, this declaration caught the attention of the money-loving Nami, who was incensed. How can you just give it away? That gold is worth a fortune. She attempted to pinch Zhang Fei's side in frustration, but his tough exterior proved resilient. Ultimately, she relented, casting him a disgruntled glance, hoping he would grasp the significance of her discontent. Zhang Fei noticed Nami's disapproving gaze and shrugged, eliciting a cold huff from her. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner was elated. He had never anticipated that capturing a dine-and-dash perpetrator would yield such fortune. Any resentment he held towards Ace dissipated instantly as he thanked Zhang Fei and departed back to his establishment. With the owner's departure, Ace exhaled a sigh of relief. Astonished by Zhang Fei's wealth, he clapped Zhang Fei on the shoulder, feeling camaraderie. Thank you, brother. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call on me. Don't mention it. By the way, what brings you to Alabasta? Zhang Fei inquired, eager to introduce Ace to Luffy. I'm here to pursue Blackbeard, and I'm also waiting for my brother's arrival. By the way, have you seen a pirate wearing a straw hat? Ace's expression turned serious at the mention of Blackbeard, yet brightened at the thought of Luffy. Upon hearing about the straw hat-wearing pirate, everyone present immediately thought of Luffy, for he was the only one fitting that description. Is it Luffy? Usopp exclaimed, scrutinizing Ace, who bore no resemblance to Luffy, leading him to question how they could possibly be brothers. Ace, upon hearing Luffy's name, raised his eyebrows in excitement and quickly asked Usopp about Luffy's whereabouts. Oh, do you know Luffy? Where is he now? Usopp confirmed, he's in a restaurant here in the Canola Flower area, but I'm not sure which one. Then let us hurry and find Luffy. It's been ages since I last saw my brother. Ace exclaimed with exuberance, eager to reunite with his wayward sibling. Nami nudged Zhang Fei with her elbow, whispering, do you really trust him? He could be a villain. Rest assured, he's a member of Whitebeard's crew. A captain no less. He has no reason to lie. Zhang Fei reassured her, providing a boost of confidence. Trusting Zhang Fei's judgment, Nami had no choice but to comply. While Vivi wholeheartedly believed in Ace as well, knowing that someone of his stature would not fabricate stories, if he were to be exposed as a fraud, it would be Whitebeard who would bear the shame. Thus, they joined the quest to locate Luffy, and indeed, as Zhang Fei had stated, Luffy was indulging in food at a nearby restaurant. Luffy, you haven't changed a bit, Ace exclaimed upon seeing his long-lost brother. Joy radiating from him as a smile graced his lips. Luffy, recognizing the familiar voice, turned his head, momentarily halting his enthusiastic munching. His eyes widened in shock, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, Ace. Witnessing Luffy's reaction, everyone was convinced of Ace's claim. He truly was Luffy's brother. What are you doing here? Luffy asked, finally setting down his food in a rare display of enthusiasm. Ace blinked in surprise, questioning whether Luffy had missed the message he left in Drum Kingdom. Didn't you hear the message I left for you in Drum Kingdom? Huh. I didn't hear any message, Luffy replied, scratching his head in confusion. Ace decided not to dwell on it any longer, content simply to be reunited with Luffy. Well, it doesn't matter now. Luffy grinned widely and, noticing Zhang Fei and the others present, introduced his companions. Hey Ace, let me introduce you to my friends. They're really dependable. At that moment, Ace realized that Zhang Fei and the others were indeed Luffy's allies. Fixating on Zhang Fei for a moment, he recognized him as the one with a bounty even higher than Luffy's, leading him to tease his brother. Luffy, how is it that your bounty is lower than your crew's? It seems your strength isn't as impressive as I thought. Luffy, unperturbed by Ace's jibe, responded nonchalantly, next time, I'll surpass you. Then, Ace bowed respectfully to Zhang Fei and the others, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all for taking care of my brother. Usopp and Zoro reciprocated with bows, acknowledging the trouble Luffy often brought upon himself. Indeed, that's the truth, they agreed. Hey Luffy, would you like to join our Whitebeard pirates? Of course, your companions are welcome as well. Ace attempted to extend an invitation to Luffy and his crew. Luffy, however, resolutely declined Ace's offer, for he harbored aspirations of becoming the Pirate King and could never live under another's banner. I refuse. Ace smiled calmly, fully aware that Luffy would turn him down. Haha, I knew it. I was merely jesting. Their fraternal conversation was not intended to intrude. Rather, Ace ordered a unique beverage from the counter, savoring its pleasant flavor. The others, like Zhang Fei, remained silent listeners, ensuring that the brothers' reunion was undisturbed. This is for you. Ace tossed his Vivre card to Luffy. Luffy looked at the card in confusion, questioning its purpose. What is this? Just a piece of paper? Are you giving me this to wipe my behind? He inquired. This paper can ensure our reunion, so you must keep it with you always. Ace succinctly explained the card's significance. Oh, Luffy understood its function, akin to an eternal pointer, but specifically for individuals. Do you not want it? No, I do want it. Subsequently, Luffy handed Ace's Vivre card to Nami, as he had no pockets in his attire. He intended for her to place it within his straw hat for safekeeping. Having such a foolish younger brother makes me worry as an elder sibling. You can't do anything about him, right? So I leave him in your care. Ace said with a smile, looking at Zhang Fei and the others, fully aware of Luffy's character. No problem, Zhang Fei assured Ace, finding the task neither troublesome nor burdensome, but rather intriguing. After finishing his words, Ace prepared to depart in search of Blackbeard. Well then, I shall take my leave. Seeing Ace ready to leave, Luffy felt a tinge of regret, having just begun their conversation. He attempted to persuade Ace to stay a bit longer. Ah, are you leaving so soon? Can't you linger for a while? We hardly had a chance to meet. Next time, I have matters to attend to. I merely came to check on you. I must pursue Blackbeard, who was once our comrade but has now betrayed us and slain our companions. As captain, I must resolve this issue. When we meet again, it will be at the pinnacle of piracy. Zhang Fei, observing Ace's intent to pursue Blackbeard, offered a piece of advice, although he knew that Ace, with his obstinate nature, would likely disregard it, much like Luffy. Blackbeard, huh? Let me tell you, you cannot defeat him. If you doubt me, ask Red-Haired. He knows better than I do. If Blackbeard captures you and hands you over to the Navy, you can be assured they will execute you publicly. This would ignite unimaginable conflict between Whitebeard and the Navy. Your companions would risk their lives to save you, but with Whitebeard not at his peak, and the Navy, which boasts 3 admirals, including the veteran Carp and Sengoku. Do you truly believe Whitebeard stands a chance? Zhang Fei conveyed the potential consequences to Ace, uncertain whether his words would resonate. He did not wish for Ace's demise, hence his cautionary words. Upon hearing this, Ace fell into contemplation, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He began to understand that Zhang Fei's concerns were not unfounded. What if I am captured, and father pays a heavy price because of me, along with my comrades perishing in an attempt to save me? I would be engulfed in immeasurable guilt. Yet, Ace remained skeptical of Blackbeard's true strength, recalling his lackluster performance aboard the ship. His previous success in defeating Sachi had been merely a result of a sneak attack when Sachi was unprepared. Had Zhang Fei been privy to Ace's inner thoughts, he would have mocked him for his ignorance. Blackbeard had endured on that ship for years, undoubtedly possessing remarkable qualities and an ambition that surpassed the ordinary. In Zhang Fei's eyes, Blackbeard was the epitome of a pirate, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals, whereas Luffy and his crew, despite their pirate titles, resembled adventurers pursuing ideals. Ace's gaze cleared, no longer clouded by uncertainty. He felt Zhang Fei was overreacting. While his reasoning held merit, Ace still expressed gratitude. Rest assured, I am well aware of Blackbeard's capabilities. I believe he is not as formidable as thought. I will certainly bring him back to father. However, I appreciate your warning. I will remain vigilant. True to form, Ace remained obstinate, akin to a stubborn bull, resolute in his convictions. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei emphasized the importance of caution regarding Blackbeard's powers, particularly his dark fruit, which was the bane of all devil fruits. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further admonitions. Just be careful of his abilities. Yes, I understand. Farewell, Luffy, and you too. Ace nodded and bid farewell to Luffy and the others. Be safe, Ace, on your journey. As Ace departed, Luffy waved goodbye, sincerely wishing him well. With a smile, Ace left the tavern in pursuit of Blackbeard. Watching Ace's retreating figure, Zhang Fei mused that the impending war at Marineford was inevitable. Yet, Zhang Fei had his own selfish motivations. He could have employed forceful means to keep Ace from leaving, but he chose not to. He sought to grow stronger, and fulfilling his mission was a prerequisite for that growth. The grand spectacle of the Marineford War would undoubtedly yield tasks from the system, which reassured him. He was confident in his ability to rescue Ace. If Sengoku disagreed, he would simply pose a question: are you afraid of a nuclear fusion explosion? Moreover, the onset of the Marineford War would serve as a catalyst for Luffy and his crew to recognize their shortcomings and enhance their strength, representing a significant leap in their personal development. For them, there was hardly any downside. The only potential cost would be the casualties on both Whitebeard's side and the Navy. Hey, Zhang Fei, what are you thinking about? Nami inquired curiously, noticing Zhang Fei lost in thought. Oh, nothing much. What is up? Do you want to go out for a stroll? With Nami's question, Zhang Fei snapped back to reality, dismissing his earlier musings and countering whether they wished to continue exploring. Chopper was the first to respond eagerly, as he still had herbs to procure. Let us go. I still have things to buy. And you all? Zhang Fei turned his attention to Nami and Vivi, disregarding Sanji, who would surely follow the beautiful women regardless. Nami and Vivi exchanged glances, deciding to continue their shopping, as they needed supplies for their upcoming desert crossing. Let us go together. Thus, the group exited once more, leaving Luffy behind, as he had yet to satiate his hunger and could not accompany them on their shopping expedition. Along the way, Nami and Vivi changed into dancer outfits, perfectly accentuating their figures, leaving Sanji utterly entranced, akin to a fervent fan, showering compliments upon Vivi and Nami. How do I look, Zhang Fei? Nami displayed her proud figure to Zhang Fei, seeking his admiration. At this moment, Zhang Fei transforms into a figure of admiration, extolling the virtues of Nami. Truth be told, upon donning her alluring dancer's attire, Nami becomes even more enchanting, effortlessly capturing the attention of men. She looks splendid, particularly suited for you all. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's commendation, Nami responds with a captivating smile that tugs at the heartstrings, twirling gracefully before him like a delicate sprite amidst blossoms, her voice playfully inquiring, "Is that so?" Indeed. Confirming his words, Nami's spirits soar even higher. Just then, Sanji rushes over, echoing praises in Vivi's ear, yet he cannot shake off his own discontent. His gaze frequently drifting towards Zhang Fei, revealing a glimmer of envy. She genuinely envies Nami. Zhang Fei, noticing Vivi's lingering gaze, touches his face, wondering if something is amiss. Is there something on my face, Vivi? Ah, it's nothing. Caught off guard, Vivi hadn't anticipated being noticed by Zhang Fei. After a strained explanation, her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she turns away, taking a few deep breaths to regain her composure. Zhang Fei, perplexed by Vivi's behavior, remains oblivious to her thoughts. Could it be that she is unwell? To be on the safe side, he decides to inquire further. What is the matter, Vivi? Are you ill? Or are you worried about your father? Rest assured, we will assist you. Upon hearing the word illness, Chopper reacts immediately, hastening to check if Vivi is unwell. Vivi, are you sick? Let me see. Vivi, are you alright? Nami approaches, concern etched on her face. Vivi, with a bittersweet smile, thinks to herself that she is well aware of her own health, but she is touched by Nami and the others' concern, quickly clarifying, I'm not sick. I was just pondering whether we have enough supplies. Oh, I see. I thought you were unwell. If you are, do let me know. After all, I am a doctor. Little Chopper, despite his small stature, exudes an endearing wisdom. Yes, I understand, Chopper. Vivi smiles gently, grateful for Chopper's kindness, when suddenly, a cacophony erupts, suggesting that more pirates are approaching. The group turns to see Luffy fleeing, pursued by a throng of Navy soldiers, yet he is determined to escape. Zhang Fei is at a loss for words. Despite having arrived a day earlier than in the original tale, he finds the Navy has outpaced them. In his frantic flight, Luffy's keen eyes spot Zhang Fei and the others. He briefly halts to call out Usopp's name, knowing that Usopp's long nose is easily recognizable. Usopp, Usopp, almost in tears, laments, "Why must you drag me into this mess when it's the Navy chasing you?" Luffy heads towards Usopp's direction. "Don't come over here," Usopp exclaims, seeing the formidable Navy soldiers behind Luffy, realizing he stands no chance against such numbers, and urgently seeks Zhang Fei's help. "Zhang Fei, I'm counting on you." Zhang Fei shakes his head in disbelief, feeling overwhelmed by such a captain. Knowing there are Navy soldiers behind him, Luffy still runs towards his comrades. The pursuing Navy soldiers also spot Zhang Fei, calling out to their companions. "We've located the Straw Hat crew. Straw Hat Kid, Zhang Fei, surrender now and come quietly." Smoker, utilizing his smoke powers, rushes out from behind the Navy soldiers. White Snake. The principle of White Snake is akin to Luffy's rubber bullets, but it employs smoke as a propellant to amplify the punch's power. Just as White Snake is about to strike Luffy from behind, Zhang Fei instantly transitions into a Shinigami state, drawing his Zanpakuto and blocking the blow aimed at Luffy. "Zhang Fei, thanks." Luffy expresses his gratitude upon realizing Zhang Fei has saved him, knowing he cannot confront Smoker and must leave it to Zhang Fei. "No need for thanks. You all should leave this place. I'll handle it here. After all, you wouldn't be able to deal with him." In the original tale, Ace intervened to block Smoker, but now that Ace is absent, Zhang Fei must step up. Upon touching Smoker's fist, a mission is triggered. Mission triggered. Stay here to cover for Luffy. Do not defeat Smoker. Mission reward. 1 mysterious gift package. The emergence of this mission surprises Zhang Fei. Previous missions were announced in advance, while this one feels like an impromptu assignment. "Be careful, Zhang Fei," Nami warns him before departing. Despite her awareness of Zhang Fei's formidable abilities, she cannot help but feel the urge to remind him. "Yes, I understand," Zhang Fei replies simply, but his focus remains on Smoker, prepared for any sudden attacks. "You want to escape." Smoker, noticing Luffy and the others attempting to flee, immediately activates his smoke ability, enveloping himself in a thick fog that rushes towards the escaping Luffy like a swirling cloud. White Wind. However, Zhang Fei will not allow Smoker to have his way. He channels his spiritual pressure into his Zanpakuto, replacing internal energy, releasing a crescent-shaped blade of spiritual energy that intercepts Smoker's assault, resembling Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. The smoke released by Smoker, infused with part of his body, is not merely a simple ability manifestation, but a form of assimilation. Therefore, this strike can indeed harm Smoker. What troubles him most is that Zhang Fei's attack lacks haki, yet still manages to injure him without leaving a wound. What could possibly be the explanation behind this? At this moment, Zhang Fei also perceives the peculiarity of the Zanpakuto in his hand, as it continuously bestows power upon him, coursing through the hilt and into his palm, elevating his internal spiritual pressure. The shackles that have long confused Zhang Fei seem to be loosening. It is this very constraint that has prevented him from unleashing his full power. Initially, he thought it a normal occurrence, but with increased use of the Shinigami state, he gradually uncovers the truth. These shackles restrict his strength. He senses a far more potent force within the depths of his soul, awaiting release. Now that his Zanpakuto can augment his spiritual pressure, it must be the work of the system. The rise in spiritual pressure fills Zhang Fei with exhilaration, a joyous affirmation of growing strength. Yet within the recesses of his soul, a figure bound by countless iron chains exclaims in excitement, "It's almost time. Just a bit more, and I shall be free." As he absorbs the spiritual pressure, the chains binding him begin to crack, expanding his range of movement. If this continues, the day of his freedom will surely come. If Zhang Fei were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as his source of power, the White Void. Another aspect of himself. While Zhang Fei relishes the thrill of his rising spiritual pressure, he knows he must first deal with Smoker. Observing that Smoker has not made the first move, Zhang Fei sees no need to act just yet. He patiently waits for Smoker to strike, for his mission is simply to intercept Smoker. Smoker was acutely aware that he could no longer resort to large-scale attacks. To unleash another widespread technique, such as White Gale, would undoubtedly be an exercise in futility, further endangering himself. In this moment, only close-quarters combat could stand against Zhang Fei. By suddenly transforming a part of his body into smoke, he could swiftly propel himself forward using the explosive force generated from the emission of smoke, drawing out his jit. He was determined to suppress Zhang Fei, convinced he could exploit the properties of Sea Prism Stone against him. However, such endeavors were in vain. Zhang Fei's strength emanated from another realm, rendering the Sea Prism Stone ineffective against him, just as the replicated bomb fruit proved useless. Smoker's jit swept forth with the swiftness of a whip, aiming to incapacitate Zhang Fei by nullifying his abilities. Yet, Zhang Fei displayed no intent to evade. Instead, he advanced. His reflexes sharp as he seized the jit and yanked Smoker towards him. In that fleeting moment when the weapon was captured, Smoker's pupils contracted in disbelief. How could this be? Was Zhang Fei truly devoid of powers? Just as this thought crystallized in his mind, he was met with a brutal strike from Zhang Fei's hilt. The muscle in his arm surging forth with force as he delivered a heavy blow to Smoker's abdomen. Ah! Smoker involuntarily bent forward, a pained cry escaping his lips. Yet, Zhang Fei's onslaught did not relent. He spun around, delivering a swift kick that connected squarely with Smoker's cheek. With a resounding crash, Smoker's body flew sideways like an arrow released from a bow, crashing through an entire row of houses in his trajectory. Colonel Smoker? The naval soldiers, witnessing Smoker's defeat, were engulfed with dread, for he was an integral pillar of their forces, irreplaceable. Fortunately, he had not perished. Zhang Fei had shown restraint. Smoker would likely be incapacitated for a while, but at least he would live. Besides, Zhang Fei had to make his exit as Luffy and the others were nearing the Mary. Chapter 150, The Rebel Army's Headquarters. Damn that bastard. Amidst swirling dust, Smoker sat amidst the rubble, appearing rather disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Fei's previous kick had indeed been severe, nearly shattering his jaw. And even his elemental transformation had proven ineffective. What astonished him most was the realization that Zhang Fei was not a devil fruit user. Could it be true that his abilities were innate? It seemed his understanding of Zhang Fei was rather superficial. He would need to report this peculiarity to headquarters. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Zhang Fei and his companions were en route to Alabasta, possibly harboring sinister intentions. Smoker wiped the blood from his lips, elementalizing his lower body to utilize the propulsion of smoke, soaring back into the battlefield, only to find Zhang Fei had vanished. The naval soldiers, relieved to see Smoker alive, finally felt their tension ease. Colonel Smoker, it's a relief to see you unharmed. However, Smoker paid them no heed, instead scanning for Zhang Fei's presence. But he found no trace. Had he truly escaped? He quickly inquired about Zhang Fei's whereabouts. Did he flee? The soldiers, suddenly recalling Zhang Fei's earlier presence, were perplexed by his sudden disappearance. Smoker could discern from their expressions that Zhang Fei had indeed escaped, and moreover, the Straw Hat crew had evaded capture. The destruction wrought by their skirmish would undoubtedly be attributed to the Navy, marking a significant loss for them. He muttered a fierce vow, regardless of whether Zhang Fei could hear him. Damn it! Next time, I assure you, you won't escape. Vivi stood upon the shore, mere moments from the Mary, anxiously awaiting Zhang Fei's return, knowing he faced the Navy. Let us set sail, Luffy commanded, unwilling to wait for Zhang Fei. This was not an act of abandonment. Rather, it was an expression of Luffy's unwavering trust in Zhang Fei's ability to return safely. All he needed to do was wait patiently, a sentiment shared by the rest of the crew. The only one in the dark was Chopper, who, being newly joined, remained unaware of Zhang Fei's true strength. Only knowing that he was formidable, curiosity piqued, he asked Luffy, "Aren't we waiting for Zhang Fei?" "We're not waiting. He'll be fine. We just need to wait for him on the ship," Luffy replied without hesitation, his words imbued with unwavering faith. Chopper, influenced by this sentiment, pondered the essence of unconditional trust in a partner, feeling an uplifting warmth in his heart. Upon learning that Luffy intended to depart without Zhang Fei, Vivi swiftly penned a letter, entrusting it to Kuro, instructing him to return to the kingdom alone and deliver it to her father. The letter detailed Crocodile's ambitions and conspiracies, while she resolved to accompany Luffy and the others to the rebel army's stronghold to thwart this senseless insurrection. "Kuro, you must head north, reaching the capital, and deliver this letter to my father. It contains the findings of my investigation into Crocodile's schemes. It also states that I am alive and have returned to Alabasta with reliable companions. Can you manage to cross the desert alone?" Vivi earnestly implored, gauging Karu's capability for the journey. Should he falter, she would need to reconsider her strategy. "Ga." Karu responded with unwavering confidence, assuring Vivi. Seeing Karu's determination filled Vivi with joy, and she secured the provisions of water around his neck. "Then hurry and inform my father that this nation still has hope." "Ga." Karu enthusiastically replied, and after a spirited call, he dashed off. However, it wasn't long before he began to drink the water Vivi had prepared for him, entirely disregarding her words. This scene did not escape Vivi's notice, and she chastised Karu loudly, knowing the peril of traversing the desert without water. A stroke of bad luck could leave one parched under the sun, while a fortunate escape from the desert remained a slim possibility. Cherish the water. On his way back to the Mary, Zhang Fei encountered Kuro and wondered what he was up to. as he was supposed to be by Vivi's side. Approaching Kuro, he sought confirmation of their situation. Kuro, is Vivi all right? Hearing Zhang Fei's call, Kuro waved his wings in acknowledgement before hastily departing. Kuro's behavior left Zhang Fei puzzled. What could Kuro be up to? Deciding to return to the Mary, he soon arrived at its docking spot, only to discover the ship had already set sail. Utilizing his abilities, Zhang Fei surged across the water, and as he neared the Mary, he executed a high leap, dispelling his Grim Reaper form mid-air, landing gracefully on the deck. Upon his return, the crew's faces lit up with smiles. The first to greet him was Zoro. You've had a tough time. Zhang Fei nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Chopper, brimming with excitement, expressed his amazement at having witnessed Zhang Fei's incredible speed across the water. What kind of ability is that? I want to know. Zhang Fei, how did you manage to run on the surface of the sea just now? I wish to learn. Gazing at Chopper, whose eyes sparkled with wonder, Zhang Fei could only regretfully inform him that this was not something he could learn. I'm sorry, Chopper, but what I did was harness the power of my soul, enabling me to traverse the sea's surface. This is beyond your reach. Oh, I see, Chopper replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Observing Chopper's downcast demeanor, Zhang Fei affectionately ruffled his head and retrieved some sweets from his system pouch for him. Here, have this. Upon seeing the delectable treat, Chopper perked up instantly, especially at the sight of sweets, his favorite indulgence. Luffy, noticing that Chopper had a delicious treat, expressed his desire for some as well, extending his palm towards Zhang Fei like an eager gorilla. Zhang Fei, I want some too. Faced with the insatiable appetite of their captain, Zhang Fei felt a touch of helplessness, but fortunately, he had bought an ample supply of sweets and shared a portion with Luffy. Subsequently, Zhang Fei found himself uncertain about their next destination and turned to Vivi for guidance. Vivi, where are we headed next? We're off to the Yuba Oasis, the stronghold of the rebel army, Vivi replied. The name Yuba sounded somewhat familiar to Zhang Fei. It must be the place where the old man who dug wells resided. As Zhang Fei pondered this, Luffy, upon hearing that it was the rebels' base, excitedly began to wave his fists, believing that all they needed to do was defeat the leader of the rebellion. As long as we knock him out, right? Vivi quickly interjected, her concern evident. She feared that if Luffy impulsively struck Crocodile, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the already tense relations between the rebel army and the kingdom, essentially adding fuel to the fire. Moreover, they were merely pawns in Crocodile's game, completely unaware that he was orchestrating everything. Therefore, Vivi intended to persuade them to resolve this misunderstanding without bloodshed. No, our goal is to convince the rebels. I do not wish to see any more bloodshed. However, Zoro questioned Vivi's plan, aware that the rebel army consisted of 700,000 members. How can we persuade them with just the 4 of us? There are 700,000 rebels. Can we truly stop them? Confronted with Zoro's skepticism, Vivi's resolve wavered. She was uncertain if she could indeed sway the rebel army, yet she was determined to try. She did not wish to witness her people suffer any further. Clenching the edges of her pants, she spoke with a faltering tone, yet her words were imbued with sincerity. I don't know if I can stop it, but you will understand everything on the way to Yuba. It's not just about what Baroque Works has done to this country. I will put an end to this meaningless uprising. We cannot allow Baroque Works to run rampant on our land. The group finally grasped Vivi's determination. Zhang Fei gently patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Yes, we will support you. Indeed, Vivi, I've got all the supplies we need for crossing the desert, Sanji chimed in, smiling in his own way to bolster Vivi's spirits. Wow, I'm so excited, Chopper exclaimed upon hearing about the food, eagerly anticipating the culinary delight Sanji would prepare for their desert journey. I'm sorry about that, Zoro said, acknowledging Vivi's resolve and apologizing for doubting her. Luffy stuffed the sweets he was holding into his mouth and then, clenching his fist, encouraged Vivi. All right, I understand, Vivi. Let us go. Thankfully, the Iruma Oasis was not too far from the canola flower, and they would arrive in about 1 to 2 hours. Before they disembarked, they beheld a city already engulfed by the desert, with collapsed buildings and no sign of life. Is there nothing here? Luffy remarked, surveying the endless expanse of yellow sand, a stark contrast to the vibrant canola flowers. He then turned to Vivi, inquiring about the leader of the rebels. Let us go find the leader. Where is he now? Vivi explained to Luffy. Not quite, Luffy. This isn't Yuba. We still need to head northwest through the desert for about half a day to reach it. Zhang Fei had thought they had arrived at Yuba, but it seemed they needed to trek for a while longer. If he hadn't obtained the chicken talisman, they would have had to walk. Now, with the talisman, he could summon a flying carpet, significantly increasing their speed. Half a day? Usopp exclaimed in disbelief. Walking for half a day in the desert will surely be unbearable. Look at the map. We just crossed the wide Sandora River. And now we are here at the Eruma Oasis. Vivi pointed to their current location on the map. Luffy furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the surroundings. Where's the oasis? There's no oasis here. Well, there isn't one at the moment, Vivi replied just as a turtle burst forth from the sea, startling Usopp. This turtle, however, appeared peculiar, resembling a blend of a turtle and a seal. What is that? A turtle or a seal? Vivi glanced in the direction of Usopp's voice and confirmed. That is a kung fu sea cow, a delightful creature residing in the deserts of Alabasta, known for its fervent love of martial arts. Upon encountering humans, it will challenge them to a duel, and if defeated, it will accept the victor as its master. A kung fu sea cow? Usopp looked at the creature with confusion, extending his hand to touch it. Vivi, noticing his intent, attempted to warn him, but it was too late. Usopp was soon left with a swollen head and bruised face, sprawled on the ground. The kung fu sea cow struck a victorious pose, proclaiming its triumph. That's the kung fu sea cow. Usopp, you really need to toughen up, Zhang Fei remarked, teasing Usopp, who had clearly faltered despite having consumed the body refinement pill. However, after Zhang Fei's jest, Luffy avenged Usopp, defeating the kung fu sea cow with a swift kick, his excitement palpable as he shouted in triumph. Vivi, witnessing Luffy's victory, smacked her palm against her forehead, exuding exasperation as she explained the complications of the kung fu sea cow. Once defeated, the kung fu sea cow is obliged to take the victor as its master. That's their rule. True to Vivi's words, the kung fu sea cow began to bow to Luffy as its new master, and soon, a throng of kung fu sea cows gathered around Luffy, mimicking his actions. Luffy enthusiastically threw punches, guiding them as if he were a martial arts instructor, teaching them the basics of striking. Oh, no, the stance should be like this. Does it have a martial arts flair? Zoro admired the scene with an approving expression. Indeed, Zhang Fei replied, noting how rare such a sight was. If only there were a camera to capture this amusing moment. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei had none. Master, your disciples are multiplying. Vivi could no longer hold back and scolded Luffy for the growing number of kung fu sea cows surrounding him. This is all your fault. The food supply is dwindling. Sanji expressed his dissatisfaction over Luffy's actions. Had it not been for Chopper's persuasion, the situation would have spiraled out of control. Nami followed Sanji's lead, guiding Luffy along the way. However, Luffy seemed to be entirely oblivious to Nami's words, as they went in one ear and out the other. What is there to be concerned about? They're rather adorable, after all. As for food, I reckon the desert will have plenty. The speaker was none other than Zhang Fei, who felt no pressure regarding the dwindling food supply. He recalled that the desert was home to numerous giant scorpions, which should be edible, though he was uncertain about their taste. Chapter 152, The Tool of Black Emperor. Is that so? Sanji queried, perplexed, as he was not well versed in the edible resources of the desert. Indeed, the giant scorpions should be consumable. Their flesh should resemble that of crabs. Zhang Fei replied with conviction, adding that scorpions, much like crabs, possessed pincers and likely shared a similar flavor. I see, Sanji mused, contemplating the best method to prepare the scorpions. Should he roast them or fry them? Really? I'm eager to try, Luffy exclaimed, his mouth watering at the thought of giant scorpions, especially if they tasted like crabs. Nami, however, was exasperated, wondering how they had veered into a discussion about food. She urged Zhang Fei and the others to hasten their journey, reminding them that they still had half a day to reach Yuba and could not afford to waste any more time. Let us set off quickly and aim to arrive at Yuba soon. Indeed, Nami is correct. We must resolve the rebellion before the insurgents attack the capital, Vivi concurred, emphasizing that an early resolution would restore peace and security to the citizens, freeing them from the turmoil of war. In that case, let us depart at full speed, Luffy, the captain commanded with a grin. Just then, as they were about to set off, Zhang Fei suddenly called for a halt, prompting puzzled expressions from the others as they turned to him. What is the matter? Do you have something to say? Nami inquired, confused. Zhang Fei offered no elaborate explanation. Instead, he retrieved a blanket from his system bag and laid it on the ground, assessing its size to find it sufficient for all 8 of them to sit, albeit a bit cramped. Zhang Fei, why did you take out a blanket? Luffy asked, squatting down to inspect it, poking it with his finger, finding nothing particularly unusual. Zhang Fei merely smiled, his expression brimming with confidence. I will make you fly. With that, he activated his chicken talisman ability, causing the blanket to levitate. The others were unfazed. Zhang Fei often revealed intriguing abilities, though they were unaware of their origins and did not pry, respecting Zhang Fei's privacy. Among the curious trio, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper Sparkles of excitement danced in their eyes as they struggled to articulate their astonishment. Zhang Fei, teach me. I want to learn. Chopper exclaimed, eager to experience the joy of flight. Certainly, but let us discuss it later, Zhang Fei replied readily, knowing that the power of the talisman could easily be shared with them, posing no difficulty in its use. Really? You are too kind, Zhang Fei. Chopper beamed, hugging Zhang Fei's leg tightly and nuzzling his fluffy head against it. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's agreement, Luffy and Usopp quickly approached, eager to plead their case. Zhang Fei, I want to learn too. Me too, Zhang Fei assured them. Rest assured, you all can use it. Upon hearing this, Nami's keen mind made the connection to the talisman. Is this the power of the talisman? The mention of talismans transformed Sanji's demeanor. His eyes gleamed with fervor. The snake talisman was what he desired most. As he harbored a dream of becoming a hero, one who could use the power of invisibility to stealthily enter women's baths and prevent peeping. Unfortunately, the snake talisman was always with Nami, who had coldly refused him any attempt to borrow it. Zhang Fei noticed Sanji's complex expression, wondering if he was again coveting the snake talisman. However, knowing it was firmly in Nami's possession, he chose to disregard Sanji's desires. Moreover, he had yet to experiment with the women's bath himself. Why should Sanji be the first to enjoy such a privilege? This is the chicken talisman, which grants the ability to levitate objects. The only requirement is your mental strength, the stronger your mental fortitude. The longer you can maintain the levitation and the heavier the objects you can control. Zhang Fei succinctly explained the capabilities of the chicken talisman. Yet for Zhang Fei, who possessed the immortality of the primordial world, mental strength was akin to an unyielding energy bar, locked and impervious to depletion, regardless of how much he expended. Such was the power of immortality. Really? Show me, Luffy implored, eager to try out the chicken talisman, but Zhang Fei refused, suggesting they wait until they reached Yuba. Furthermore, he had yet to present the transformation smoke guns to them, which he had intended to give before entering Alabasta, but had been interrupted by their encounter with Mr. Two. He worried that if Luffy flaunted the transformation smoke gun, it would expose their trump card and increase Baroque Works' vigilance against them. However, with the transformation smoke gun, Nami and Usopp could also enhance their combat and self-defense capabilities. Let us discuss it when we reach Yuba. All right, Luffy replied, though he felt a twinge of impatience. He understood the importance of timing. Everyone, hurry up and get on, we're flying over. Zhang Fei beckoned them to board. Indeed, the blanket was somewhat cramped. But Sanji didn't mind at all, wearing a blissful smile, grateful to be seated beside the lovely Vivi. Perverted sea turtle, Zoro quipped, unable to hold back as he observed Sanji's smitten demeanor. Yet, Sanji paid no heed to Zoro, lost in his blissful reverie. Though they had the flying blanket, the desert's heat was unforgiving, necessitating the assistance of the tool of Black Emperor. Thus, Black Emperor emerged, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Fei and giving him the finger. Being Zhang Fei's spiritual entity and capable of sensing his thoughts, Zhang Fei paid no mind to Black Emperor's contempt. After all, given the utility of Black Emperor's abilities, it would be a pity not to utilize him as a tool. He promptly rewarded Black Emperor with a flurry of punches, as energy release was predicated on energy absorption, using him as a source of power. Chapter 153, The Transformation Smoke Gun. Thus, the Black Emperor became the central air conditioning, providing relief to the crowd, while Zhang Fei took on the role of a seasoned driver. Zhang Fei, your abilities are truly remarkable, Nami exclaimed, acknowledging that the Black Emperor not only withstands damage but also delivers output. Most importantly, it serves as an auxiliary, making it an extraordinarily versatile tool. Well, I sincerely appreciate your compliments, the Black Emperor replied. Indeed, I too desire a stand. Luffy expressed his envy towards Zhang Fei's Black Emperor. His curiosity piqued about its appearance. Awakening a stand is no simple feat. It could even threaten one's life. If there were a guarantee of 100% success, Zhang Fei would not mind allowing them to awaken their stands. However, he, himself, lacked one, and his stand arrow was a one-time use, leaving no chance for them to awaken theirs. If he truly wished for Nami and the others to awaken their stands, he would first need to acquire the horse talisman and the dog talisman to ensure absolute success. Zhang Fei remained silent, uncertain if he would be able to obtain another stand arrow, hence refraining from making any promises. During their journey, Vivi mentioned the issue of the dance powder, inciting the group's ire, wishing Lee would immediately send Crocodile flying. It was no wonder that the Alabasta oasis had been reduced to a barren desert. Zhang Fei steered the blanket forward, gently stroking Chopper, who lay upon his lap. The soft, furry texture was delightful. Despite traversing the desert, they felt no discomfort from the heat, enjoying their journey. Though when the Black Emperor required energy release, Zhang Fei continued to deliver punches to it. There are a few birds lying over there. Sanji, should we go over and eat them? The keen-eyed Luffy spotted several birds in the desert. And since the journey was rather dull, he suggested roasting a few for a snack. Birds? Those are deceitful birds. They feign death to steal travelers' belongings when they least expect it. Vivi, following Luffy's gaze, discerned the true nature of the birds. Noting that their belongings were safely stored in Zhang Fei's system backpack, rendering theft impossible. In that case, let's have the Black Emperor take care of it. Zhang Fei commanded the Black Emperor, which went unnoticed by the birds, making it a simple task for the Black Emperor to catch them. The Black Emperor, used as a tool, rolled its eyes at Zhang Fei, who resolutely ignored it. As expected, the deceitful birds were entirely oblivious to the Black Emperor and were swiftly captured with just a few moves. They were handed over to Sanji for preparation. While Zhang Fei and the others sought a shaded area to rest, awaiting Sanji's culinary creations, Luffy was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the taste of the birds. Vivi felt a twinge of sympathy for the deceitful birds, yet she felt no remorse, considering they had caused the demise of many travelers. However, as Sanji utilized natural rock as a roasting platform, the enticing aroma of the seasoning wafted through the air, making mouths water. Yet, this delectable scent attracted a large lizard. Evidently drawn to the feast, the Sandora lizard, Vivi recognized the colossal creature, astonished that they could lure such a massive beast. Zhang Fei pondered how to utilize it to familiarize Luffy and Usopp with the transformation smoke gun. Black Emperor. Without needing Zhang Fei's instruction, the Black Emperor understood its task was to prevent the lizard from escaping, nodding before taking to the skies to monitor its every move. Luffy, Usopp, this is for you. Watch how I transform. Zhang Fei tossed one of the transformation smoke guns to them, along with a filled vial of Cobra mist. While he prepared to use a vial of bat mist, Luffy eagerly accepted the transformation smoke gun, brimming with excitement at the prospect of transforming like Zhang Fei. However, with only one transformation smoke gun, Usopp attempted to snatch it from Luffy, but to no avail, and he could only complain to Zhang Fei. What about mine? You'll get it in a moment. Zhang Fei's reassurance calmed Usopp's nerves. Subsequently, Zhang Fei inserted the bat mist vial into the transformation smoke gun slot, murmuring softly, blood steaming. The smoke gun emitted a sound of bat, accompanied by a cloud of black smoke that enveloped Zhang Fei. A bolt of blue lightning flashed through the dark mist, revealing the figure of Night Rogue. As the black fog dissipated, Night Rogue stood before the group. Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming in delight. Incredible! Luffy glanced at the transformation smoke gun in his hand, imitating Zhang Fei's transformation process and successfully morphing into Bloodstock. Overjoyed at his successful transformation, he danced with glee. Hey, I transformed too. Usopp, do I look cool? Very cool, Usopp replied, giving a thumbs up. The mere thought of transforming into Night Rogue thrilled him, and he eagerly anticipated trying it out, though he hesitated to ask Zhang Fei for his own gun, fearing refusal. Hey, Luffy, I gave you that not for play. You can use it to test the waters. Zhang Fei reminded Luffy, knowing his playful spirit. Got it. After Zhang Fei's warning, Luffy was eager to test the power of Bloodstock, but his rubber abilities felt restricted by the armor, hindering his skills and affecting his combat effectiveness. Zhang Fei noticed Luffy's cautious demeanor, realizing that the armor was unsuitable for him, but would be fine for Nami and the others. Soon, Zhang Fei joined the fray to test Night Rogue's prowess, discovering it was not as effective as Build. Just like Luffy, his abilities were constrained, and he could not unleash his full potential due to the heightened danger level. He promptly dispelled his transformation and tossed the gun to Usopp, allowing him to acclimate. Here, Usopp, this is for you. Usopp, overwhelmed with joy upon receiving the transformation smoke gun, felt elated that he could now transform into a dashing knight like Zhang Fei. However, he still had some reservations, concerned about whether he could defeat the enormous lizard after transforming. He turned to Zhang Fei for confirmation. Zhang Fei, will I be able to win against it after I transform? He pointed towards the lizard engaged in battle with Luffy, noticing that Luffy seemed to be at a disadvantage, as his rubber abilities were rendered ineffective. Zhang Fei, understanding Usopp's concerns, spoke in a calm tone, as if the lizard posed no threat. Rest assured, Usopp, I've already dispatched the Black Emperor. As long as you are in danger, it will protect you. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Usopp finally breathed a sigh of relief, regaining his composure as the previous gleam of exuberance returned to his countenance. He struck a pose that he had pondered for quite some time, reminiscent of a hero from the silver screen, shouting enthusiastically as he transformed. As the black smoke dissipated, Usopp found himself, to his astonishment, donning the guise of a masked rider. He gazed incredulously at his own hands, his eyes brimming with a gradual sense of joy. Though the slight upward curve of his nose, almost touching his forehead, was somewhat disconcerting. Yet, such minor inconveniences could hardly deter the illustrious Captain Usopp. He charged forward, his mind conjuring images of himself defeating the great lizard and triumphantly standing atop its head, proclaiming his victory. He could already envision the adoring gazes of Zoro and the others. However, just as Usopp launched his attack, he was swiftly sent flying by a sweeping tail from the great lizard. Zhang Fei, watching in disbelief, could not help but mock Usopp, who had buried his head in the desert sand. Is this how incompetent you are? Usopp quickly regained his footing, awkwardly bursting into laughter to mask his earlier humiliation. Ha ha, that was merely a misstep. Let me try again. As for the playful antics of Luffy and the others, he felt no need to fret. Especially with the Black Emperor around, everything should be fine. Just as Zhang Fei was about to depart, Chopper suddenly dashed over, tugging at Zhang Fei's pant leg, his eyes sparkling with excitement akin to a child spotting a coveted toy. Zhang Fei, can I transform too? Although Zhang Fei was uncertain whether Chopper could successfully transform, he decided to let him try. Wait until Luffy and the others are done, and then you can give it a shot. Hearing this, Chopper beamed with a charming smile, radiating warmth, and hurried over to Luffy to express his desire to transform. Luffy, with a nod, assured him that it wouldn't be a problem, but he would have to wait until he got used to the situation first. Zhang Fei, is it really alright to give them such a precious item? Nami inquired upon seeing Zhang Fei approach. She understood that such advanced technology was quite valuable. It's not particularly precious, Zhang Fei replied. This transformation smoke gun has its limitations. While it can enable ordinary people to become superheroes, the armor lacks growth potential. To me, it's not as valuable as build. Without overthinking, Zhang Fei addressed Nami's concern, affirming that he was a man of his word, and he intended to fulfill his promise. He continued, once Nami has the transformation smoke gun, her combat prowess and self-defense capabilities will be assured. As for Vivi, I plan to lend her the snake talisman for her use. By the way, we still face Baroque Works ahead. Nami, although you possess the power of the talisman, just to be safe, you should borrow it from Luffy later. Hand the snake talisman over to Vivi first. While it lacks combat power, it can still ensure her safety. Both women felt a warmth in their hearts, touched by Zhang Fei's concern, especially Vivi, whose eyes sparkled even brighter. Sanji, who was grilling some skewers nearby, pricked up his ears, immediately turning his gaze towards them as he set down his cooking, eager to curry favor. Vivi sweetheart, let me hold on to that snake talisman for you. I'll be your invisible protector, just like Zhang Fei's Black Emperor, guarding you day and night. Such an overt and obvious scheme did not escape their notice. Vivi chuckled softly, politely declining Sanji's offer. No need, Sanji, I appreciate your kindness. If it were Zhang Fei, it might be different, but you can pass. Nevertheless, Sanji remained undeterred, attempting to persuade Vivi further, only to be met with a punch from Nami, a large bump forming on the back of his head as she commanded him to return to his duties. Get back to work, pronto. Sanji sauntered away, dejected, glancing back every few steps as if reluctant to part with the snake talisman. Zoro shook his head at the scene, his eyes reflecting a sense of hopelessness. Unfazed, Nami casually wiped the talisman with her delicate fingers, extracting it from the folds of her attire, emanating a subtle fragrance. High above on the great lizard, the Black Emperor suddenly felt a surge of vitality and curiosity, glancing over. Oh my, what a sight for sore eyes. I had no idea such emotion could be so captivating. Nami, noticing Zhang Fei's fiery gaze, playfully teased him. Do you find it appealing? Absolutely splendid, Zhang Fei replied without hesitation, causing Nami to feel a tinge of embarrassment, especially with Vivi present. She quickly placed the snake talisman in Vivi's palm and explained its function. Vivi, this is the snake talisman. It grants the user the ability to become invisible. Vivi was already aware of the talisman, having seen Nami use it only rarely, mostly aboard the Going Merry. Zhang Fei added, you needn't worry about the talisman being stolen, as I can summon it back at any time. And only those who have my approval can wield its power. Vivi nodded gently, reassured that the safety of the talisman was secured, though Sanji's eager gaze made her feel uneasy. Carefully, she inquired of Zhang Fei, should we lend it to Sanji for a while? His gaze is quite unsettling, as if he's eyeing it like a thief. Just as she finished speaking, Nami turned her head, raising her fist as if to threaten Sanji. Upon seeing her fist, Sanji quickly straightened up, looking as pitiful as a scorned spouse. After all, his greatest desire was to possess the power of the invisible fruit. What he intended to do with it was understood by all. With the snake talisman now so tantalizingly close, it ignited a longing within him, as if it were beckoning him, stoking his desires. Like a lyric from a song. What cannot be obtained will always elude those who are favored. Chapter 155. The Lizard with Nothing Left to Live For. Observing the newly subdued Sanji, Zhang Fei mused silently. Indeed, Nami is the invisible overlord of the ship. Vivi, fear not. Should Sanji dare to harass you in the future, feel free to give him a punch. Nami encouraged Vivi assertively, aiming to mold her into a strong woman. Vivi chuckled softly in response. I believe Sanji won't dare anymore. Yes, that should be the case, Zhang Fei concurred, knowing that until the rebellion in Alabasta was quelled, Sanji would understand boundaries. Typically, he would certainly have designs on the snake talisman, but in this context, he would not dare to take it, especially since it was a means to ensure Vivi's safety. Thank you all, Vivi said, clutching the snake talisman tightly as she expressed her gratitude to Zhang Fei and Nami. No need for thanks, Nami replied, as she shared a close bond with Vivi and cared little for such formalities, especially since the talisman belonged to Zhang Fei, who seldom used it. Indeed, there's no need for gratitude. We should focus on observing Luffy and the others. Zhang Fei retrieved some pre-prepared drinks from his system backpack, handing one to Nami and Vivi, ready to watch the unfolding spectacle. Thank you. Vivi graciously accepted the beverage from Zhang Fei, expressing her gratitude. Without Zhang Fei's remarkable abilities, traversing the desert would likely prove to be an arduous task. With him by her side, the journey felt akin to a leisurely vacation, allowing her to bask in comfort without the burden of the desert's sweltering heat, which he had meticulously managed. As they sat together, engrossed in the spectacle before them, a camel unexpectedly appeared between the two lovely ladies, attentively watching the live broadcast of the lizard's thrashing. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, and Nami and her companions remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar camel's presence. The unfortunate lizard was, alas, no match for the increasingly adept Luffy and his crew, who were thoroughly dominating it, leaving it with no chance of escape, firmly ensnared by Black King's control. Zhang Fei, do you not feel a twinge of pity for this poor lizard? Nami lamented, her heart aching for the beleaguered creature, besieged by two brash fools. Pity? I hardly think so, Zhang Fei replied, resting his chin thoughtfully as he gazed ahead. What is there to feel sorry for? Subsequently, Sanji placed a roasted fraud bird before Zhang Fei, sharing his perspective. I believe Luffy and the others have performed admirably. After a thorough beating, this lizard's flesh should be tenderized, resulting in a more delectable roast. To Sanji, the lizard was merely a source of sustenance. Are you a devil? Nami questioned, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the camel. Sanji turned his gaze to the unexpected visitor, inquiring of Zhang Fei. What is the story with this camel? Zhang Fei turned, pondering when the camel had materialized. It seemed to be the infamous lecherous camel, and he beckoned Chopper over, for the reindeer could understand animal speech. Chopper, come here for a moment. Chopper, taken aback, wondered what Zhang Fei needed from him, but he hurried over nonetheless to inquire. What's up, Zhang Fei? Chopper, could you ask this camel how it came to be here? Zhang Fei indicated the creature, seeking confirmation that it was indeed the notorious camel from the original tale. After a brief exchange, Chopper relayed the camel's story to the group. It said, I am merely a camel passing through, and I encountered the lizard. In this moment of peril, I thank you for your assistance. I can allow you to ride me, but only the women may do so. Truly, it was the original lecherous camel, and its timing was impeccable, as the blanket was rather cramped, providing an opportunity for Nami and Vivi to mount it. For heaven's sake, how audacious of a camel to speak so defiantly. Sanji could no longer contain his anger upon hearing the camel's words. His mood was already sour, and such arrogance was simply asking for a beating. Thus, he began to pummel the camel, with the others making no effort to intervene, for its hubris was intolerable. Who do you think you are, flaunting your life as if you are not beholden to us for your salvation? Sanji's rage subsided, and Nami approached to play the peacemaker, gently stroking the camel as she spoke softly to it. I apologize. Our friend can be rather uncouth. What is your name, dear creature? Let us call you Eyelash. In this manner, Nami effortlessly tamed the lecherous camel with a few kind words. The camel, now beaming with delight, looked to Zhang Fei as if expecting praise, much like a child eager for approval. How did I do? It inquired. Quite commendable, Zhang Fei responded, giving Nami the recognition she sought, raising his thumb in admiration. Sensing it was time to summon Usopp and Luffy back, Zhang Fei called out, Luffy, Usopp, it's time for a change. Oh, understood, came their lackluster response, as they were still reluctant to leave the exhilarating experience behind. For Usopp, the sensation of transforming into a superhero was delightful, making him hesitant to part with it. They shed their transformations, and Chopper excitedly took Usopp's transformation smoke gun. eager to see if he could achieve the same transformation. However, being in his diminutive form, he realized it might be better to shift into his human shape. Upon trying, he succeeded, but found the armor constricting, leaving him breathless. Ultimately, he reverted to his original form, dejected. Thankfully, Zhang Fei's delightful desserts revived his spirits. Nami, why don't you give it a try as well? Black King is currently commanding the lizard, so there is no danger. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Vivi, you should try transforming too, Nami urged, knowing Zhang Fei had assured them of their safety with Black King present. Well, if you insist, Vivi replied, unable to resist the invitation. She was eager to experience this novel phenomenon, especially since Usopp had claimed that this armor granted one extraordinary abilities. Thus, Nami and Vivi took their turn, while the unfortunate lizard, utterly defeated, found itself once again at the mercy of two mischievous spirits. Once transformed, the duo discovered the armor felt weightless and remarkably agile, leaving them curious about its other capabilities. Naturally, their test subject was the lizard, and any sympathy they had felt earlier evaporated in an instant. In Chapter 156, the two ladies, with their childlike exuberance, unleashed their playful spirits upon the Stadora lizard, even discovering a nightly kick in the process. Nami, still riding high on the thrill of combat, exclaimed how refreshing it felt to release her pent-up stress. Akin to a cathartic release, this transformation smoke gun is truly remarkable. Indeed, Vivi chimed in, her enthusiasm palpable. She found herself contemplating whether she could persuade Zhang Fei to part with the transformation smoke gun, as it was a tool that could instantaneously enhance one's strength. Yet, she quickly realized that if the smoke gun were mass-produced, it might attract the attention of the world government, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for Alabasta. Thus, she dismissed the impractical thought from her mind. Zhang Fei, having taken the transformation smoke gun from them, turned to Zoro, who was lazily resting against a rock with his eyes half closed, and inquired, Zoro, would you like to give it a try? Zoro, still with his eyes shut, waved a hand dismissively. No thanks. I'd rather sleep. Are you sure? It could be fun, Zhang Fei pressed. Zoro's response was predictable. He had little interest in anything besides fine sake and swordsmanship. Next, Zhang Fei turned to Sanji. What about you, Sanji? Sanji's gaze held a hint of melancholy as he lowered his head, seemingly lost in unpleasant memories. After a moment of silence, he smiled faintly and rejected Zhang Fei's offer. If it were a snake charm, I would be all in, but I have no interest in this. Zhang Fei discerned the subtle shift in Sanji's expression. It was evident that Sanji, observing the transformation process of the smoke gun, was reminded of Germa's affairs. After all, his own kin could utilize scientific battle suits for transformation, which naturally led to a sense of aversion within him. Very well then, let it be, he thought, placing Luffy's smoke gun in Nami's hands, while returning the other to Usopp, explaining to Luffy, you may lend it to Nami, for once transformed. Your rubber abilities will be rendered ineffective. Luffy pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Fei's arrangement. Why not lend Usopp's smoke gun to Nami instead of mine? He complained. Upon hearing that his smoke gun was to be used by Nami, he instinctively shielded it, akin to a protective animal guarding its food, fearing that if lent to Nami, he might never reclaim it. Zhang Fei dismissed Usopp without comment and clarified to Luffy, Usopp is simply too weak, whereas your strength is formidable. There is no issue in protecting yourself, hence it must be yours. Usopp interjected, that's quite hurtful, friend, must you be so blunt? Though he managed to keep hold of the smoke gun, a feeling of discontent lingered within him. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Luffy sheepishly scratched the back of his head, acknowledging the truth in Zhang Fei's statement. Indeed, both Nami and Usopp's combat capabilities were comparatively feeble. Chopper chimed in, what about me? I too am weak. I desire a smoke gun. Is that so? I never realized I was so strong. Take it, Nami, but remember to return it, he added. Nami was taken aback by Zhang Fei's eloquence, managing to procure Luffy's smoke gun with just a few words. Had she been in his position, she would have invoked love to persuade Luffy to entrust her with the smoke gun. I will, she replied, though whether she would return it depended on her mood, not dictated by Luffy, since she was, after all, unarmed. Had Luffy and the others been privy to Nami's inner thoughts, they would have scoffed during their last encounter. She hardly appeared defenseless and had indeed inflicted real damage. With the smoke gun in hand, Nami's confidence surged. Although she had previously enlisted Usopp to craft a weather stick to bolster her combat prowess, it paled in comparison to the practicality of the smoke gun. By the way, do you all wish to partake in this large lizard? Sanji inquired, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he patted the lizard, noting its flesh had grown tender. Ideal for cooking. Yes, Luffy exclaimed without a moment's thought upon hearing food was involved. After indulging in the lizard meat, the group prepared to set forth towards Yuba. The remaining lizard meat was safely stored in Zhang Fei's system backpack, eliminating any concern of waste. Zhang Fei continued to use his chicken talisman to levitate the blanket forward. Though with Nami and Vivi seated upon the eyelash, the blanket was no longer cramped, leaving only Sanji feeling discomfort, unable to share close contact with Vivi. Black King, utilized by Zhang Fei as an air conditioner, naturally voiced his grievances, yet they fell on deaf ears. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at Yuba, only to be met with a landscape reminiscent of the Alabasta oasis, engulfed in yellow sand, with only a few resilient poplar trees standing defiantly. Vivi's countenance changed dramatically upon witnessing this, disbelief etched across her features. In her memory, this place should have been vibrant and full of life. What had transpired to render it thus? Was it the dance powder's influence? Moreover, there was no sign of the rebel army. Had they arrived too late? Had the rebels already advanced to the royal capital? How could this be? Now, Vivi appeared despondent, her eyes devoid of luster, staring blankly at the desolation before her. It truly is desolate, Zhang Fei remarked, gazing into the distance, before offering words of comfort to Vivi. Fear not, Vivi, all will be well. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent, aware that Zhang Fei was attempting to console her, yet her mind was a blank slate, leaving her at a loss for words. Zhang Fei sighed softly, pondering how advantageous it would be to possess wood release, enabling him to plant trees and restore the land. Would release? Ah yes, I still have a mysterious package yet to be opened. He quickly sought the system to manipulate it. System. Can I acquire wood release through some clandestine means? Wood release? Certainly, the system affirmed. As the internal system processed his request, utilizing the permissions he had gained from the god of gambling system to enhance his mahjong abilities, it readily acquiesced. Fortunately, he had previously visited the Naruto world to procure items, or else he would have been unable to assist Zhang Fei. The next step was to organize the wood release and place it within the mysterious package. Chapter 157. Allow me to summon rain upon this place. Subsequently, he gathered the chakra seeds from Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails, and the three great sanctuaries, separating a portion of wood release chakra, approximately equivalent to Kakashi's, and included it in the mysterious package. Of course, this was a one-time use, and once expended, it would be gone. Zhang Fei eagerly opened the mysterious package. Congratulations, you have obtained wood release and a one-time chakra. Indeed, he had acquired a series of wood release techniques, which were instantaneously imprinted in his mind like a document being photocopied. Additionally, he obtained wood release chakra, though only for one occasion. Zhang Fei remained undeterred, knowing he could still draw chakra from the mysterious package in the future. Please, step back. I shall transform this place, Zhang Fei suddenly declared, prompting the others to step aside, unsure of his intentions. With hands clasped together, he unleashed a technique he whimsically named wood release, tree planting technique. As his words faded, the desert trembled, sandbags erupting as trees, thick enough for two to embrace, surged forth from the sands, as if the ground were boiling. The group's eyes widened in astonishment. What manner of ability was this, capable of summoning trees? In mere moments, Yuba was once again enveloped in lush greenery, the group feeling as though they were entangled within a forest. However, the soil remained sandy, requiring time to convert into fertile ground. Now that the trees stood tall, all that was left was a water source. Fortunately, he had previously acquired the ability to summon rain, or else he would have been at a loss for how to procure water. Of course, he could utilize ninjutsu, yet his mysterious package contained only a single item. Ah, what is this? An elder in Yuba, armed with a shovel, sought to dig for water. Suddenly, trees erupted from the sand, startling him profoundly, tears brimming her eyes. Vivi comprehended Zhang Fei's actions were for her sake. She recognized the significance of trees in the desert and was about to express her gratitude when a familiar voice interrupted. There are people here, let us investigate. As the crowd followed the sound, they discovered Dodo slumped on the ground, who happened to be Kosha's father. However, the once portly Uncle Dodo now appeared frail, rendering Vivi almost unrecognizable. She hurried to assist him, her concern prompting her to inquire, "Uncle, are you all right?" Yet, Uncle Dodo also failed to recognize Vivi. After all, girls transform significantly as they mature, and their previous acquaintance seemed a distant memory. He waved his hand dismissively, responding, "I'm fine. I was merely startled by the sudden appearance of the trees." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Vivi apologized to Uncle Dodo, explaining that it was her friend who had caused the fright. "I'm sorry, Uncle. It was my friend who conjured the trees and startled you." Upon hearing that it was a human intervention, Uncle Dodo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He understood the significance of the trees, having long believed that Kobura sought to thwart the rebel forces by attempting to unearth water sources. Now, with the knowledge that someone possessed the ability to create trees, he was filled with exhilaration and eagerly inquired about the identity of the conjurer, scanning the crowd. "May I ask, who created the trees?" "It was I. Is there something you need?" Zhang Fei stepped forward, fully aware of the identity of the magnificent tree before him and admiring its resilient spirit. Upon recognizing Zhang Fei, Uncle Dodo rushed over, grasping Zhang Fei's hands with moist eyes, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young man. With these trees, Yuba shall surely regain its former glory." "There's no need for thanks, Uncle. I did this for my friend," Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly. However, Vivi felt a mix of emotions upon hearing Zhang Fei's words. Was she merely a friend? Her gaze dimmed slightly. Friend? Uncle Dodo found it hard to believe. He felt compelled to express gratitude to Zhang Fei's friend, for without her, Yuba might not have these trees, and he deemed it necessary to thank her properly. "Indeed, she is my friend, Vivi." With Zhang Fei's careful arrangement of words, he facilitated the introduction between Uncle Dodo and Vivi. "Vivi?" Uncle Dodo's eyelids widened slightly, his spirit lifting as he gazed at the woman before him, resembling the Princess Vivi from his memories. Could she truly be the Princess Vivi? Uncle Dodo trembled as he inquired, "Are you Princess Vivi?" "It is I. Do you know me?" Vivi responded cautiously, still not recognizing Uncle Dodo. Uncle Dodo was elated, astonished that the person before him was indeed Princess Vivi. He quickly explained his identity. "It's me, Princess Vivi. I am Dodo." Vivi gasped in shock, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at Uncle Dodo. In her memory, he was a round, jolly figure. How could he have transformed into this frail being? She felt a pang of sorrow, yet excitement surged within her. "It's really you, Uncle Dodo. How did you come to look like this?" As Uncle Dodo recounted his past, the onlookers couldn't help but admire his resilience. Grasping Vivi's hands, Uncle Dodo implored her earnestly to stop the rebel forces. They resolved to determine the outcome in the next battle, as they had been driven to a corner and were prepared to fight with all their might. "Vivi, please, you must stop those fools." Vivi offered Uncle Dodo a handkerchief, smiling reassuringly. "Uncle Dodo, do not worry." Her smile, akin to an angel's descent, calmed his tumultuous heart, instilling an unshakable belief in her ability to succeed. "Little Vivi, I will certainly stop the rebels." The crowd recognized the immense pressure Vivi bore while still managing to smile, further fueling their animosity towards Crocodile. It was because of that scoundrel that this once vibrant girl had to endure such oppression. "By the way, Uncle Dodo, you mentioned it hasn't rained here for 3 years. Correct?" Zhang Fei suddenly interjected. "Yes, that's right. Why do you ask?" Uncle Dodo responded, somewhat bewildered. "Then allow me to bring rain to this place." Chapter 158, Ninjutsu and Taoism. Though Zhang Fei was confident, Usopp felt it was somewhat fantastical. Despite Zhang Fei's myriad of extraordinary abilities, the notion of summoning rain seemed rather unscientific. After all, Uncle Dodo claimed it hadn't rained in 3 years. Inducing rain would typically require dance powder, which was highly dangerous. "Rain? Zhang Fei, can you really bring rain?" The self-assured Zhang Fei affirmed Usopp's inquiry. Of course. Nami, knowledgeable about meteorology, understood that rain could be artificially influenced, albeit requiring certain scientific methods to support it. Thus, she was curious about Zhang Fei's approach to conjuring rain. Meanwhile, Luffy had unwavering faith in Zhang Fei. If he said he could do it, then he surely could. Zhang Fei did not disappoint. With a steady voice, he clearly articulated, "Rain, come." Instantly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, transforming the landscape, as the air became saturated with moisture, bringing a refreshing coolness to the scorching desert. Raindrops began to fall, first gently, then pouring down in torrents. As the raindrops touched Uncle Dodo's seemingly skeletal face, it seemed to rejuvenate him. His beard lifted, and the stubbornness that time had not eroded shone through. At that moment, he experienced pure joy, akin to encountering light after returning from the depths of the sea. A brilliance deeply etched in his eyes, impossible to erase. Uncle Dodo's heart soared like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. His hands gripping Zhang Fei tightly, as if seizing a miracle, tears of gratitude and liberation spilling from his glistening eyes, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, thank you." Zhang Fei felt Uncle Dodo's heartfelt gratitude and steadied himself with a gentle smile. "No need for thanks, Uncle Dodo. Let us prepare to collect water. This rain will only last for an hour." Yes, I'll go right away." After Zhang Fei's reminder, Uncle Dodo, once frail, seemed revitalized. Rushing to his small dwelling to gather buckets to collect the precious water, recognizing its vital importance in the desert. Nami and the others quickly joined him in collecting rainwater. Thank you, Zhang Fei. This is a token of my gratitude. Now, it was Vivi expressing her thanks, rushing to Zhang Fei's side. Rising on her toes like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, her cherry blossom lips lightly brushing against Zhang Fei's cheek. Initially, Zhang Fei intended to say it was unnecessary, but Vivi's unexpected gesture momentarily stunned him, and as he regained his composure to respond, he noticed Vivi blushing fiercely as she fled. Thankfully, Luffy and the others were absent. Otherwise, Sanji would have surely exploded at the sight. What could he say? Vivi's expression of gratitude was indeed unique, but he found that he quite liked it. Of course, Zhang Fei did not overanalyze the meaning behind Vivi's kiss. He simply perceived it as her heartfelt thanks. The warmth from Vivi's lips still lingered on Zhang Fei's face as he gently grazed it with his fingertip. His spirits soared, infused by the sweetness of that kiss. After all, who wouldn't relish a kiss from a beautiful girl? If it had been on the lips, it would have been even more delightful, but alas, that was not the case. With a hint of regret, he strode briskly to assist Uncle Duo. There were perhaps only a handful of intact wooden barrels left, given the current rainfall. Filling them was still feasible. While everyone else sought refuge indoors from the downpour, Uncle Duo braved the torrential rain, reveling in the vitality it brought. At that moment, Luffy's curiosity piqued. He wondered what powers Zhang Fei possessed that allowed him to transform into trees and summon rain. Others shared his intrigue. Could it be the strength of some magical incantation? Zhang Fei, how did you do that? Luffy inquired. Noticing the collective curiosity, Zhang Fei decided to elucidate the abilities he wielded. The transformation into trees stems from wood release, a form of ninjutsu, which is essentially a branch of the 5 elemental techniques. As for the rain, that is pure Taoist magic. I can invoke it once a day for an hour, and I can summon the wind, even in a windless zone. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were familiar with ninjutsu, but Taoist magic was an enigma to them, evoking a sense of grandeur that lit up their eyes with admiration. The most astonished among them was Nami. She had never imagined that Zhang Fei's Taoist skills were so formidable, especially his ability to conjure wind in a windless zone, which seemed to defy the very laws of their pirate world. It was essential to understand that a windless zone represented death. Once targeted by a colossal sea beast, survival was nearly impossible unless one possessed extraordinary strength to vanquish it. Thus, the presence of wind in such a zone symbolized life, enabling one to traverse the 4 seas and the Grand Line with ease. Chopper, breaking the spell of silence, asked Zhang Fei if he was a ninja and whether he could perform other ninjutsu. Zhang Fei, are you a ninja? I read that ninjas can run along rooftops. Is that true? And what about the shadow clone technique? Does that really exist? Faced with Chopper's barrage of questions, Zhang Fei patiently explained, I am not a ninja, but what you mentioned is indeed true. Upon hearing this confirmation, Luffy and the others could no longer contain their excitement, clamoring for Zhang Fei to demonstrate a ninjutsu technique. Zhang Fei, show us a ninjutsu, they urged. Zhang Fei, having no intention of declining, was buoyed by the residual chakra from the mysterious gift he had received, allowing him to create a wooden clone that would last for about a minute or two. All right, I shall perform a wood clone for you. Pay close attention. As Zhang Fei agreed, Luffy and the others turned into attentive spectators, much like diligent students. With a casual gesture of his hands, something appeared to detach from his back, and a wooden version of Zhang Fei emerged. The moment it fully materialized, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the real Zhang Fei. What do you think? They both asked in unison, their voices overlapping slightly. Luffy and the others were utterly astonished, their jaws agape at the remarkable likeness of the wooden clone, unable to discern which was the true Zhang Fei. Luffy pinched the clone's cheek, finding its texture indistinguishable from that of flesh. It's identical, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Though a clone, it retained its creator's consciousness, promptly swatting Luffy's hand away. Don't pinch me. Is this truly a clone? It's simply astounding. Nami marveled, having never anticipated such realism in a clone. She continued to inquire if Zhang Fei could showcase other ninjutsu techniques. Zhang Fei shook his head regretfully. I'm afraid I lack the chakra to perform other techniques at the moment. It requires time to replenish. Ah, then never mind, Nami replied. Although she could only guess that chakra was akin to fuel, without it, one could not operate a vehicle. Meanwhile, the wooden clone kept Luffy and the others entertained. But it would soon revert to its original form once the time elapsed. This left them unsatisfied, and they implored Zhang Fei for another demonstration, to which he had to explain his limitations once more. Upon hearing that he lacked chakra, they expressed their disappointment but remained understanding. The trio wandered off to play with their smoke transformation guns, discussing how to make their transformations look impressive and the poses they should strike upon entering. Zhang Fei, seeking a moment of respite, desired a hot shower to wash away the fatigue and odors accumulated from their long voyage. Unfortunately, they were in the water-scarce land of Yuba, so he could only take advantage of the rainfall to cleanse himself briefly, retreating to a secluded spot for a quick wash. When Zhang Fei returned, he found Vivi sitting at the entrance, lost in thought, her chin resting on her hands, appearing somewhat distracted. He called out to her, "What troubles you?" Upon hearing his familiar voice, Vivi looked up, her face flushing crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Fei stood before her, shirtless and clad only in beach shorts and sandals akin to Luffy's. Raindrops cascaded down his muscular frame, highlighting his physique, which exuded an allure that captivated young girls. With his slicked-back hair, though some remained damp and drooped due to gravity, he carried an air of rebellious charm. Nothing," Vivi stammered, her demeanor shy as she avoided direct eye contact with Zhang Fei, though her eyes frequently darted toward him. "Oh, but why be shy? You've already seen me in the garden last time. What is there to be embarrassed about now?" Zhang Fei's words were candid, and he had long since come to terms with the earlier incident in the garden. It was merely a matter of baring his upper body. There was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, the beach was filled with handsome men in beach shorts and ladies in bikinis, not to mention the joyful little ones wielding water guns. The thought of the garden incident made Vivi's cheeks burn even brighter, akin to an apple ripened to perfection, steam seemingly rising from her forehead as she grew increasingly flustered. As Zhang Fei passed by her, he offered a comforting remark to help her regain composure. "Stop overthinking. You have us, and Alabasta will surely weather this storm." His words served as a calming balm, settling into her heart and momentarily clearing her mind. Though restlessness lingered within her, Zhang Fei's reassurance felt akin to an angel guiding her from the depths of despair to the heights of hope. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, she noticed Zhang Fei had already walked away, leaving her with her mouth agape, which soon curled into a smile brimming with happiness as she observed Zhang Fei conversing with Luffy and the others. As the rain ceased, dusk approached, making it impossible to continue the journey. Consequently, the group resolved to rest for the night at Uncle Dodo's abode. Within a room of the casino, where rain-soaked revelry took place, members of the Baroque Works gathered, distinguished by their titles: Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 4, Ms. All Sunday, Ms. Finger, Ms. Merry Christmas. And most notably, the enigmatic Mr. Zero, also known as Crocodile, who made his first appearance before the Baroque Works members. The moment was ripe for the operation codenamed Utopia, the ultimate objective of the Baroque Works. The revelation of Crocodile's identity, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, left the Baroque Works members in a state of incredulity, akin to witnessing the detonation of an atomic bomb for the first time. The only one unfazed by this unveiling was Robin, the sole individual permitted to engage with Crocodile, implying that everyone was aware of his public persona. Observing the astonished expressions around her, Robin saw no need to introduce Crocodile further. "Such a significant figure, indeed, Ms. Merry Christmas," remarked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. While they comprehended the implications of associating with a warlord, Ms. Finger recognized the gravity of such a connection, understanding it represented a legitimate pirate status. The Baroque Works conspiracy involved this nation. Should their machinations be exposed, the warlord's standing would be jeopardized. Yet, the question lingered in her mind. Why would Crocodile pursue such a path? "Are you saying our pirate subordinates are at your command?" Mr. 2 inquired, questioning whether Crocodile's minions were meant to surveil them. Mr. 4 remained silent, merely regulating his heartbeat, as the situation was indeed beyond his expectations. "Are you truly our boss?" Mr. 1 asked, seeking confirmation of Crocodile's authority. The discontent with their reactions darkened Crocodile's expression, his demeanor shifting to one of palpable menace. "Do you dare question me?" The room fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to challenge Crocodile, whose presence exuded oppressive authority. "It's not that we doubt you, but the 7 warlords are recognized by the world government. So why organize a studio?" Ms. Finger articulated her uncertainty. "What I desire is neither wealth nor status, but military power, the ancient weapon Pluton," Crocodile responded, revealing his true intentions. Chapter 160. This is a restaurant of ill repute. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the gathering. The name Pluton was synonymous with overwhelming power, rumored to be a colossal warship capable of annihilating an island with a single shot. The revelation that this ancient weapon was concealed within Alabasta astonished them, elucidating Crocodile's rationale for establishing Baroque Works. Anticipation stirred within them, eager to witness the might of such an ancient weapon. Clearly, none among them harbored dissent. Upon noticing the group's reactions, Crocodile offered a faint smile and gestured for Robin to disclose their responsibilities. Without a word, Robin distributed the mission briefings across the dining table. This is your final task. The time has come to eliminate the Alabasta Kingdom. Each member scrutinized their respective assignments before casting them into the flames of the candle atop the table, reducing them to ashes without a trace. Once Crocodile confirmed the members' commitment, he articulated his foresight. When you each fulfill your tasks, Alabasta will collapse upon itself, the disarrayed rebels and citizens will fall into our hands. In just one night, this nation will become our utopia. This was the ultimate, non-negotiable plan of Baroque Works, with operations commencing at dawn. Understood. They responded in unison, acutely aware of the task's significance. Wishing you all success. Crocodile envisioned the moment Alabasta would be his plaything, a triumphant grin creeping upon his lips. At that moment, Mr. 3 appeared, bound in bandages, interrupting Crocodile's plans. I wish to request a postponement of the Utopia operation. Who could this be? And how did they enter the Baroque Works secret base, known only to its members? As they turned to look, it was indeed Mr. 3. Crocodile's countenance grew grave, his brow furrowing. Had he not dispatched Mr. 2 to eliminate Mr. 3? Why was he still alive? Robin remained silent for a moment, contemplating the unexpected visitor. With a seemingly fortuitous opportunity for survival, why would he return to court danger? She questioned, Mr. 3, how did you come to this secret underground chamber? Mr. 2, his emotions flaring, had previously been tasked with pursuing Mr. 3 in the small garden. Upon arriving, he found Mr. 3 had vanished, and now, here he was. It was time to fulfill his mission. Mr. 3, where did you emerge from? I must execute my orders and eliminate you. Just as Mr. 2 was about to act, Crocodile intervened, eager to understand Mr. 3's reasoning for delaying his plan. Wait, Mr. 2. Mr. 3 seized the moment, recognizing Crocodile's curiosity about him. He first addressed Mr. 2's inquiry before responding to Crocodile. It's rather rude to just appear unannounced. I've been tailing you since the Spider Cafe, hitching a ride with Bianchi. Boss, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm here hoping for another chance. It's only natural that Mr. 2 would pursue me for failing to complete my mission. Crocodile's suspicion was piqued upon hearing about the incomplete mission. Recalling the earlier report from the small garden that claimed it had been fulfilled. You failed the mission? What does this mean? Mr. 2 took a deep breath, revealing the truth to Crocodile, an aspect of the situation he was unaware of. The reason Crocodile had pursued him stemmed from a false report regarding the small garden, a result of Sanji's actions, with Mr. 3 unjustly bearing the blame. Indeed, I allowed the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi to escape. At this, Crocodile slammed his hand on the table, rising from his seat, fury surging within him as his tone became grave yet infused with anger. You let them escape? Does that mean they are still alive? Mr. 3 felt a surge of trepidation. After all, the man before him was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In a fit of rage, he could easily end his life, and thus his voice trembled as he replied, yes. Crocodile's expression was exceptionally grim. At this critical juncture, you dare to tell me that Vivi and the Straw Hat crew have escaped? If Vivi returns to Alabasta, my meticulously crafted plans will be utterly exposed. What on earth is happening? He demanded an immediate explanation for this turn of events. You scoundrel, what did you say when we last spoke on the Den Den Mushi? Did you not assert that the Straw Hat crew and Vivi had all been eliminated by your hand? At that moment, Mr. 3 was engulfed in confusion. When did he even take hold of the Den Den Mushi? After being knocked unconscious and learning of his mission's failure, he knew he would be hunted down. Thus, he had returned to Alabasta, hoping to atone for his sins. As for that Den Den Mushi, he was completely in the dark. A Den Den Mushi? What does that even mean? I never used a Den Den Mushi in the little garden. What? Upon hearing these words, sweat began to bead on Crocodile's forehead as he recalled the moment he had connected the Den Den Mushi. Hello, this is the toilet restaurant. Would you like to place an order? He realized this was disastrous. In the worst-case scenario, the Marines might have been informed and would soon come to thwart his plans. Fortunately, Mr. 3 had returned in time, leaving him with a chance to remedy the situation. As for the individual who connected the Den Den Mushi, he was determined not to let them go unpunished for ridiculing him. What he most desired to ascertain was who else was aware of his plans. If the emperors were involved, it would spell significant trouble, for they cared little for his title as a warlord of the sea. In their eyes, it was not but a trifling matter. The only factor that might command their attention was Mihawk, along with the Joker, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Given that he was a notorious arms dealer and had Kaido's backing, few dared to cross him. It finally dawned on him why the unfortunate agents had failed to return. Perhaps they had been eliminated in the little garden. This situation was indeed dire, explaining the absence of the unfortunate agents from that small island. Chapter 161, Abandon Mr. 3. The others remained silent, uncertain if the plan could still be executed, dependent solely on Crocodile's capabilities. Subsequently, Crocodile seemed to have an epiphany and continued to inquire. However, you must have dealt with at least one or two of them, right? Mr. 3 was momentarily taken aback, but quickly found an excuse. Preparing to throw the notorious pirate Zhang Fei under the bus to absolve himself. No, Crocodile instantly recognized Mr. 3's tone. This imbecile hadn't managed to eliminate even a single target, utterly useless. The veins on his forehead throbbed visibly, his cigar clenched more tightly between his teeth, and bloodshot veins emerged in his eyes, revealing the depth of his fury. The intel was incorrect. Princess Vivi is under the protection of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. He is a monster from the East Blue, who once fought Mihawk to a standstill, Zhang Fei. I cannot defeat him. Mr. 3 understood the gravity of the situation. If he didn't find a way to excuse himself soon, his life would be forfeit. He spread his arms and began to tremble as he attempted to explain, his words faltering, revealing his palpable fear. What? Upon hearing Zhang Fei's name, Crocodile's anger diminished by half. He had paid attention to the news and was well aware of Zhang Fei's reputation. Anyone capable of matching Mihawk would not be lacking in strength. Additionally, he was uncertain whether Zhang Fei possessed haki. If he did, combined with swordsmanship that rivaled Mihawk's, Crocodile's chances of victory would plummet drastically. However, this was his territory. Injuring him would not come easily. Robin's pupils dilated upon hearing Zhang Fei's name. She hadn't anticipated they would indeed escort Vivi back. It reminded her of Zhang Fei's invitation on Whiskey Peak, and she contemplated whether to board the ship. She knew that once she deciphered the poneglyph, Crocodile would abandon her, rendering her a mere pawn. It would be wiser to secure a better position for herself while she had the chance. Zhang Fei, Mr. 2 felt a sense of familiarity with the name, recalling it from somewhere. Such a name was quite rare, and as memories flashed, he remembered the incidents aboard the Merry-Go, where there was indeed someone named Zhang Fei. Immediately, he utilized his mimicry fruit to assume Zhang Fei's appearance and pointed at the likeness, questioning Mr. 3. Is this him? Upon seeing Zhang Fei's face, Mr. 3 reacted as if he had encountered a savior, loudly affirming, yes, that's him. After scrutinizing Mr. 2's face, Crocodile confirmed that this individual was indeed the Zhang Fei from the wanted posters, complicating matters significantly. Are they not part of the Straw Hat crew? Mr. 2 still found it hard to accept, for he had developed a bond with them. He sought confirmation, transforming his appearance to match each member, even down to Chopper's black silhouette. Yes, they are indeed part of the Straw Hat crew. Mr. 3 confirmed Mr. 2's inquiry. Feeling a wave of despair wash over him as he slammed his hand on the table, truly reluctant to become their enemy, he turned to Crocodile with a question. So, they are our foes, correct? Crocodile intertwined his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, leaning forward with a contemplative expression as he responded to Mr. 2. Indeed. They have learned of my true identity. If we do not eliminate them, they will become obstacles in our operations. What remains uncertain is whether that scoundrel Zhang Fei has reported this to Morgans. If he has, we could be in serious trouble. Crocodile's concerns stemmed entirely from Zhang Fei's history. Back in the East Blue, he had informed Morgans of the Navy's scandals, turning them into a laughingstock among pirates and diminishing public trust in the Navy. Should Zhang Fei relay this incident to Morgans, it would tarnish the world government's reputation, especially since the warlords were a creation of the world government. Should such a scandal be reported, their credibility would be utterly compromised in front of the world. However, given Zhang Fei's character, he would undoubtedly inform Morgans. In the previous report, Zhang Fei had obtained Morgan's Den Mushi contact information and still retained the Den Mushi acquired from the Navy, awaiting the opportune moment to utilize it. Moreover, Zhang Fei harbored a deep disdain for the world government. Such a scandal would certainly be published. Of course, Crocodile was not afraid of retaliation from the world government. At worst, he could resort to self-detonation in Mariawa. Let's see who could deal with whom. Meanwhile, Crocodile was contemplating how to deal with them, ensuring that the ancient weapon Pluton remained undisclosed. The only course of action was to eliminate the entire Straw Hat crew, especially since this was his home turf, significantly increasing his odds of success. Resolving to act decisively, Crocodile intended to swiftly cut through the chaos, preemptively issuing orders to the Baroque Works personnel. Mr. 3, as you mentioned, there are more than just a few. If we disregard that pet, along with Vivi, we are facing a total of 6 individuals. They must have arrived in Alabasta. Mr. 2, transform into their likeness and capture a photograph. Yet Mr. 3 sought redemption, rushing to Crocodile's side, pleading for another chance. Boss, I will personally eliminate them. However, this only served to infuriate Crocodile further. He seized Mr. 3 by the throat, activating his powers and draining every last drop of moisture from his body, reducing his skin to a parched husk, rendering him a mere mummy. Silence, you worthless wretch. Mr. 3, do you comprehend why I bestowed upon you such a lofty position? It is due to your abilities. Mr. 3, drained of moisture, struggled to articulate his thoughts. His voice a mere rasp. All that occupied his mind was the matter of his abilities. Regrettably, Mr. 3 misjudged the essence of my regard for him. It was not merely his skills that I valued, but rather his ruthless determination. Alas, it appears I have miscalculated. In terms of combat prowess, you are inferior to Mr. 4. However, what I admired was your unwavering commitment to accomplishing missions by any means necessary. Now, you have truly disappointed me. My greatest disdain is reserved for those who prove useless. Desperate for hydration, the released Mr. 3 fell to his knees, craving moisture lest he succumb to certain death. You wish for water? I shall grant you your fill. With that, Crocodile approached his seat and pressed a concealed button. The floor beneath Mr. 3 gave way, condemning him to become a meal for the banana crocodile. Listen well, I shall confront Zhang Fei, while the rest of you deal with the others. Chapter 162. An alliance with Morgans. After bidding farewell to Uncle Dodo, Zhang Fei and the others continued on their journey. Zhang Fei turned to Vivi and inquired about their next destination, whether they would seek Crocodile or head directly to the capital. Vivi, where do we go next? Vivi gestured for them to pause, contemplating before responding to Zhang Fei's question. We should first return to the capital. If the rebel army has already engaged the royal forces, we can intervene at once and expose Crocodile's schemes. Zhang Fei expressed no objections. He was indifferent to their direction. Very well. However, Luffy interjected, expressing his reluctance to delay. After hearing of Uncle Dodo's plight, he felt an even greater urge to confront Crocodile, openly declaring his intentions to Vivi. I refuse to stand idle. I must confront Crocodile. It is because of him that Uncle Dodo has suffered so. I cannot remain a passive observer. Nami slapped her forehead, exasperated by Luffy's childish stubbornness, and sought to reason with him. What are you planning? If I expose Crocodile's plot, Alabasta will overcome this crisis. Yet Luffy remained obstinate, intent on finding Crocodile. I don't care. I will fight him. Whether it's the rebel army or the royal forces, the people of this nation are blameless. All the fault lies with Crocodile. Thus, I must defeat him. After all, we are comrades, and I absolutely refuse to allow Crocodile to wreak further havoc. Luffy's fervent words struck a chord within Vivi's fragile heart. Her decision stemmed from a desire to protect their lives, fearing they were no match for Crocodile. The facade of her strength crumbled, and tears flowed freely. Yes, we are comrades, which is why I don't want you to be hurt. But, I don't want you to suffer for my sake. Nami, sensing Vivi's turmoil, gently patted her shoulder in encouragement. Didn't Zhang Fei provide us with enhancements to our strength? We will surely triumph over Crocodile. Though Luffy can be unreliable at times, we still have Zhang Fei, right? Luffy could not resist countering Nami's disparaging remark. When have I ever been unreliable? Don't slander me, Nami. The group fell silent, casting exasperated glances at Luffy. Among them, he was undoubtedly the most troublesome. Ignoring Luffy, Zhang Fei reassured Vivi, everything will be fine. We are here, and Alabasta will be safe. Moreover, his ability to summon storms had been refreshed. Crocodile's elemental transformation would be rendered futile, as anyone could harm him once drenched in rain. Indeed, Vivi replied softly, her voice choked with emotion. Then it is settled. We shall set off to confront Crocodile. Upon witnessing Vivi's change of heart, Luffy exclaimed with excitement, eagerly cracking his knuckles, eager to launch Crocodile into the air. Thus, the group prepared to seek out Crocodile amidst the rain. Along the way, Zhang Fei retrieved a transponder snail he had surrendered to the Navy and dialed his partner, Morgans. What are you up to, Zhang Fei? Chopper inquired, eyeing the transponder snail curiously. Nothing much, just calling my partner, Zhang Fei replied, awaiting Morgan's response, fully aware that he was stirring trouble for the world government. Buru 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 click. The transponder snail connected, and before Zhang Fei could speak, Morgans greeted him enthusiastically. Is this my dear friend Zhang Fei? Thanks to you. My last newspaper subscription soared. What brings you to contact me this time? A new major scoop? Yes, indeed, and it pertains to a scandal involving the world government. I wonder if you dare to report it. The very matter Crocodile dreaded had come to pass. Zhang Fei had successfully reached Morgans, ready to unveil Crocodile's conspiracy. Though he would withhold information regarding the ancient weapon Pluton to prevent another, like Crocodile, from emerging in Alabasta. The group was taken aback, astonished by Zhang Fei's audacity to disclose such information. Vivi, too, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Zhang Fei's motivations. However, silence reigned as Zhang Fei gestured for them to hold their tongues. On the other end, Morgans fell silent, before responding with palpable excitement. Dare? Why would I not dare? My news agency fears nothing. Zhang Fei heard the words he longed for and smiled. Then it settled. You are aware of the 7 warlords of the sea, correct? Morgans, puzzled by Zhang Fei's question, shared his knowledge. Yes, the 7 warlords were established to balance the 4 emperors. They are the legal pirates sanctioned by the world government. Good. Now listen closely. One of the warlords, Crocodile, is conspiring against Alabasta, intending to usurp King Cobra's throne. Wouldn't you consider this a scandal for the world government? Upon hearing this, Morgan's expression shifted dramatically, soon transforming into unrestrained joy. This was indeed a monumental scoop. One that implicated the world government, for the position of warlord was established by them. Now, one of their own, Crocodile, was exploiting his power to plot against Alabasta, a member nation of the world government. Should this news be made public, how would other member nations react? Would they allow a warlord to brazenly threaten their sovereignty? Clearly, that would be unacceptable. The repercussions would surely create a considerable uproar among the member nations, potentially leading to the complete dissolution of the warlord system. Truly remarkable, Zhang Fei. You've unearthed such a significant story. I'm tempted to recruit you to our news agency. But rest assured, I will report this matter without fail. At long last, Zhang Fei's machinations have come to fruition, and a satisfied smile graces his lips. That said, if word of this were to spread, the beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the Revolutionary Army. However, to Zhang Fei, it matters little. His singular ambition is to establish a world government. By the way, I presume you have contacts in Alabasta? Today, a significant piece of news is set to emerge, so you must remain vigilant. I cannot stress enough the importance of this warning. Is that so? Then I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Mr. Zhang Fei. Morgans has a penchant for collaborating with individuals like Zhang Fei, and such major news comes without any financial burden. Truly a fortuitous circumstance. Thus, let us leave it at that. I look forward to our next collaboration. Farewell, my dearest friend. I eagerly anticipate our future endeavors together. Chapter 163. Cobra's determination after hanging up the phone. Vivi was left perplexed, questioning why Zhang Fei had chosen to divulge this matter to Morgans. Zhang Fei, why did you share this with Morgans? She inquired. Indeed. Luffy chimed in, equally baffled and echoing Vivi's sentiments, yet lacking any familiarity with Morgans, merely joining the conversation aimlessly. What are you babbling about? Zhang Fei retorted. But Luffy remained unperturbed, pouting and muttering disparaging remarks about Zhang Fei under his breath. Regrettably, Zhang Fei overheard him, offering a resigned smile as he addressed Vivi's question. After all, the 7 warlords were a creation of the world government, and you all bear a responsibility for this situation. Moreover, I harbor a deep-seated disdain for the world government. Should this information be leaked, the member nations would undoubtedly rise in collective rebellion. Yet, given the world government's nature, such dissent might be conveniently disregarded. They are currently fixated on stability. Consequently, the sentiments of the member nations will fester, hastening the collapse of the world government. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's plan, Vivi gazed at him in sheer horror. Was his true aim to dismantle the world government? Or was Zhang Fei, perhaps, a revolutionary at heart, pouring such effort into this endeavor? Zhang Fei, do you intend to stand against the world government? She questioned. To stand against them is merely a matter of time. Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly. Once Nico Robin joins the Straw Hat crew, their destinies will inevitably entwine with that of the world government. It is simply a matter of when. Luffy and his companions have long been prepared. Since Twin Cape, Zhang Fei had warned them that upon Robin's joining, they would face the relentless pursuit of the world government and the Navy. They were more than ready to confront whatever came their way. For Luffy aspired to become the Pirate King, and along this path, he would undoubtedly encounter myriad challenges. To shy away from them would be to forfeit his dream. Vivi considered Zhang Fei's mindset to be somewhat deranged, yet gradually began to comprehend his motivations. She mused that had the 7 warlords, conjured by the world government, never existed, Alabasta might have been spared such turmoil and could have relied on the Navy to eradicate pirates. Taking a deep breath, she concluded that Zhang Fei's actions were justifiable, as they served to vindicate her own grievances. However, the potential consequences of this information becoming public were far too grave to be taken lightly. Perhaps you are right. But should this news be published, you will undoubtedly attract the ire of the world government and the Navy. We are pirates by nature. And being pursued by the Navy is merely part of the deal. Who knows, I might even surpass Zhang Fei's bounty, Luffy chuckled, adjusting his straw hat with a carefree demeanor. clearly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, while simultaneously endorsing Zhang Fei's actions. Indeed, Vivi, we are pirates. What do we have to fear from the Navy? Usopp flexed his biceps, patting them with pride. Ever since acquiring the transformation smoke gun, he felt a sense of invincibility. Yet also recognized that when paired with his shooting skills, his accuracy and range would become even more formidable. Consequently, he had spent the previous night modifying his slingshot to enhance its power. Vivi, you needn't concern yourself. This is just how they are, Nami remarked, having grown accustomed to their antics. As long as they could safeguard themselves, she saw no cause for alarm. Zoro squinted his eyes, arms crossed over his chest, appearing as if he were asleep, while Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, casting a glance at Zhang Fei as he slowly articulated, Exactly. I'm the reliable one here. This remark, however, only earned him a roll of the eyes from Nami. After this brief interlude, Zhang Fei proceeded towards Rain Base. In Alabasta's royal capital, Cobra furrowed his brow, contemplating how to address the insurrection. He wrestled with the moral dilemma of taking action against his own people, who had been driven to rebellion out of desperation. Sitting upon his throne, he pondered his strategies, flanked by Bell and Gaka, both wearing expressions of concern. At that moment, a soldier burst into the room, breathlessly informing Cobra that Kuro had returned. Upon hearing this, Cobra's demeanor shifted. Kuro, his daughter's beloved pet, had returned, undoubtedly bringing news. Kuro is back. After enduring countless hardships, Kuro had finally returned safely, delivering Vivi's letter to Cobra. Upon reading its contents, he grasped the full extent of the situation. His greatest concern now was Crocodile's identity, as he was recognized by the world government as a legitimate pirate, and they stood firmly on his side. Even if he reported this, the world government would likely remain indifferent. They had no regard for his lineage as one of the 20 royal families. Furthermore, their interest in the ancient weapon Pluton was palpable. Otherwise, the world government would be woefully uninformed. This is intolerable. We cannot squander Vivi's efforts and Ikelim's sacrifice. We must deploy forces to confront Crocodile and Rain Base. The letter indicated that Vivi had encountered a remarkable group of allies, and her safety was in their hands, which alleviated Cobra's worries regarding her well-being. However, should Crocodile uncover the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton, the balance of the world would be irrevocably shattered, and he must act to prevent this. Wait a moment, Your Majesty, Rain Base is too far from us. Although we now understand the enemy's true nature, if they possess no intent to engage, our deployment will be rendered futile, Bell interjected, voicing his concerns to Cobra. Currently, Crocodile has garnered significant support from the populace. Forgive my candor, but he is even more popular than you at the moment, Gaka added, echoing Bell's sentiments and cautioning Cobra against rash actions. If we leave now, the rebel forces will undoubtedly seize the royal capital, Bell passionately asserted. Should they commit all their military strength to combat Crocodile, the palace would be left vulnerable to the insurrectionists' advance. And what of it? Even if our royal army is decimated, as long as we can bring down Crocodile, the citizens can rebuild their nation. However, if we turn our blades against the rebels, it will be Crocodile who ultimately triumphs. Even if we cannot stop the rebellion, we must take down Crocodile. Cobra remained resolute, his concern for his citizens overshadowing the fate of the palace. A nation may be rebuilt, but a lost populace cannot be replaced. He would not allow Crocodile to toy with the people of Alabasta. Chapter 164, Mobilizing the Navy. Gaka, convene a war council immediately and gather the soldiers. Bell, you will conduct reconnaissance on the enemy's territory. At this moment, Cobra was resolutely determined to eliminate the threat posed by Crocodile. He issued commands to Jaka and Bell, who knelt before him, sensing the depth of his conviction. What a noble king he was. Yet, why must Alabasta endure such suffering? New China was increasingly steadfast in its commitment to follow King Cobra until the very end, even at the cost of their lives. Tomorrow, they would embark on their expedition, leading the entire army to Rain Base. Cobra stood with his back to them, his hands clasped before his chest, his eyes ablaze with fury. The sun sank quietly, casting fiery clouds across the horizon, while the temperature continued to drop. However, the work of the Black King was far from over. He had fully embraced his role as a protector for Vivi and Nami, ever vigilant against unforeseen dangers. Before them lay Rain Base. After a long day on the blanket, Luffy, feeling nearly moldy from idleness, leapt off the blanket with outstretched arms, tears of excitement in his eyes, and began to move his body. All right, let us take down Crocodile. Usopp and Chopper echoed his enthusiasm, shouting alongside him. Rain Base had arrived. However, Zoro could not help but express his disdain. You're all so loud. Zhang Fei rolled up the blanket and noticed Nami preparing herself as she entered Rain Base. Organizing her combat tools, Usopp's weather stick and Luffy's transformation smoke gun. Once she confirmed everything was in order, her mind settled. Armed with these tools, she felt liberated from the shackles of her former ineptitude, ready to protect herself without relying on Zhang Fei and the others. As for the pig talisman, Nami still harbored concerns for Vivi's safety and thus lent it to her for protection. Now, Vivi possessed 2 talismans, enhancing her self-defense capabilities. Nevertheless, Nami remained anxious and requested Usopp's transformation smoke gun. Usopp, can I borrow your transformation smoke gun for Vivi? Huh. Usopp was taken aback. He hadn't even had the chance to warm up the gun yet. However, he willingly agreed to lend it to Vivi. Here, Vivi, but remember to return it. Vivi hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No need. I already have the pig and snake talismans. I'm perfectly safe. At that moment, Sanji interjected, asserting that protecting ladies was his duty, thus volunteering to be their knight, his emotions somewhat inflated with pride. Miss Nami and sweetheart Vivi, you won't have to fight, for I shall protect you. You may call me Prince. Ha! Prince? Humph. Zoro scoffed at the notion. A prince, huh? Zhang Fei rested his chin on his hand. Glancing at Sanji, realizing he actually was a prince, the 3rd prince of the Germa kingdom from the North Sea. Suddenly, Sanji felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing someone was watching him with ill intent, he turned sharply to find Zhang Fei staring at him, causing his hair to stand on end as he dreaded the implications. He quickly distanced himself from Zhang Fei, fearing for his dignity. Noticing Sanji's unusual behavior, Zhang Fei wondered what he had done to invoke such wariness. He soon realized that the Black King was ogling Sanji's backside, inadvertently making him the scapegoat. He genuinely wished to capture the Black King and reforge him. Altering his insatiable curiosity, wanting to explain, he found himself at a loss for words. How could he say, it was the Black King's doing, it's not my fault, when the Black King was a part of him? This introspection led Zhang Fei to question whether he harbored some hidden perversion within. Damn it, what am I thinking? All of this is the Black King's fault. I must find a way to have the system correct his character. Meanwhile, the Black King, sensing Zhang Fei's shifting thoughts, merely shrugged, indifferent to the blame. By the way, where could Crocodile be hiding? Zoro posed the most crucial question. While they knew Crocodile was in Rain Base, his exact whereabouts remained a mystery. Only Zhang Fei was aware that Crocodile was concealed beneath the casino, but he deemed it unnecessary to share. After all, the unknown was essential for adventure, so he remained silent. Though Vivi had spent some time at the Baroque Works, she too was unaware of Crocodile's precise location. I don't know for sure, but I know he's in Rain Base. He opened a casino there, so he's bound to appear. Then let us head to the casino. I'm going to knock Crocodile out, Luffy exclaimed, waving his arms in anticipation of the confrontation. Let us set off then. Zhang Fei agreed with Luffy, a rare moment of consensus. The group proceeded to Rain Base, but before the decisive battle, they needed to fill their stomachs after such a long journey. Everyone was weary, except for Zoro, who had slept through the ride and was now invigorated. Thus, they split into 2 parties. Luffy and Zoro headed to a restaurant to feast, while Zhang Fei and the others found a discreet place to rest. Aren't you guys hungry? Zhang Fei casually asked Nami and the others as he settled down. Not really, Nami replied, feeling a lack of appetite as the impending battle loomed. Her thoughts were solely focused on subduing Crocodile as soon as possible. Is it really wise to send a directionally challenged person and a troublemaker out together? Nami expressed her concern for Luffy and Zoro, sensing an ominous premonition. Perhaps they might just bring back a heap of trouble, Sanji remarked, understanding Luffy's propensity for chaos. As expected, the sounds of Luffy's hurried voice echoed from afar, accompanied by a throng of Navy soldiers. Damn it, why are there so many Navy? The expressions of the group shifted, realizing they had indeed returned with a mountain of trouble. Does this guy have a magnet for the Navy? It seems he attracts them wherever he goes. Zhang Fei couldn't help but scoff. Chapter 165, Dasky draws her blade. Surely not. Why are they coming this way? Nami gazed in disbelief at the approaching figures of Luffy and Zoro. This idiot, Sanji cursed under his breath, knowing this wasn't the first time Luffy had attracted the Navy since arriving in Alabasta. Enough. Let us flee, Usopp urged, emphasizing the importance of their safety. If the Navy caught them, it would be disastrous. Zhang Fei glanced at the pursuing soldiers and spotted Smoker among them, noting Luffy's uncanny connection to him, reminiscent of the bond between Roger and Garp over 2 decades ago. But Chopper hasn't returned yet, Vivi exclaimed, alarmed. To flee? Chopper went to the restroom and hasn't come back. How can we leave him behind? She insisted, concerned for Chopper's safety. Rest assured, Chopper will be fine. Leave this to me. Zhang Fei prepared to stay behind, buying time for their escape, knowing that Black Emperor must also remain as a mere substitute, unable to stray too far from its original. Very well, let us first head to the casino. I shall entrust this to you, Zhang Fei. It is now solely up to you, as you are the only one capable of confronting Smoker. However, while pursuing Luffy, Smoker spotted Zhang Fei and chose not to flee, but rather to await him, reminiscent of their previous encounter amidst the canola flowers. This time, he would not permit Zhang Fei to depart so easily. He must capture him. It's you, Zhang Fei, seeking to thwart me once again. But this time, I shall not underestimate you. Is that so? Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile. And without needing to utter a word, Black Emperor charged forward, delivering a punch directly to Smoker's face. In an instant, Smoker was caught off guard and sent flying. Zhang Fei, I leave this to you. Luffy passed by Zhang Fei with a smile, entrusting him with the task. Rest assured, Zhang Fei affirmed, summoning his Zanpakuto. Feeling that familiar surge of spiritual pressure, deep within the recesses of Zhang Fei's soul, the white void stirred with excitement, clamoring for more spiritual energy to break free from its cursed chains. The chains that bound him clanked under the strain. Yet Zhang Fei remained oblivious to the turmoil of the white void within him. Had he known, he would surely assisted in breaking free, for the white void was the very source of his power. Zhang Fei felt a tremor of exhilaration coursing through him, relishing the sensation of his enhanced strength. Are you all right, Smoker? Tashigi rushed over, attempting to support him, but Smoker rebuffed her, asserting he was not yet so weak as to require assistance. No need. I'm fine. You all should pursue the Straw Hat Kid. I will handle things here. This time, he would not allow the Straw Hat Kid to escape his sight, issuing orders immediately. Understood, Smoker. Tashigi, well aware of her superior's fiery temperament, promptly turned to pursue Luffy. However, Zhang Fei would not allow her to leave, harboring a strong disdain for Tashigi's tedious ideals, thus not offering her a pleasant demeanor. You wish to pursue? Did you consult me, Black Emperor? I know. Stop calling me. The Black Emperor, treated as a mere tool, expressed his impatience. Zhang Fei found himself at a loss for words, lamenting his unfortunate fate with such a substitute. Thus, in full view of the onlookers, Black Emperor approached Tashigi and struck her abdomen with a swift palm. The sudden blow caught Tashigi off guard, and before she could react, she found herself sent sprawling to the ground. Sitting there in disbelief, she stared at Zhang Fei, bewildered by what manner of ability this was. How could one be knocked down without even being touched? Of course, Black Emperor had not unleashed his energy. Had he done so, Tashigi would have faced far worse consequences. What on earth just happened? Tashigi murmured to herself. Zhang Fei paid her no mind. Who would reveal their trump card to the enemy? He initiated the Shurkai of his Zanpakuto, manifesting a shark-toothed blade, the one he wielded most adeptly. As for the other Navy soldiers, Black Emperor showed them no mercy, swiftly knocking them all to the ground. Faced with an invisible adversary, the Navy soldiers were gripped by fear, utterly at a loss, unaware of where Black Emperor might strike next. Damn it! Smoker, witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, could no longer contain his fury. He understood the principle of capturing the leader first, although unaware of the identity of the assailant. He surmised it was one of Zhang Fei's abilities. If he could defeat him, the Navy soldiers would no longer need to fear injury. However, this time he did not resort to his abilities lightly. Instead, he drew his jit, preparing for close combat, while utilizing his smoke powers for support. Smoker advanced through the smoke, closing in on Zhang Fei, raising his jit overhead and swinging it down with tremendous force, generating a sonic boom that illustrated the power behind his strike. Yet, as the jit was about to land, Zhang Fei remained unperturbed, lifting his shark-tooth blade to parry. The clash echoed with a resounding clang, sparks flying from the impact. Smoker, seasoned in battle, quickly released smoke, transforming his lower half into vapor, aiming to ensnare Zhang Fei's movements. The smoke swiftly enveloped Zhang Fei's torso, but he harnessed his inner power to dispel the tendrils that sought to bind him. What? Smoker was taken aback to see his smoke ineffective. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhang Fei's arm surged with force as he channeled energy from his dantian through his veins, significantly amplifying his strength. He shoved the jit away and, seizing the moment Smoker exposed himself, grasped his throat and hurled him upward. Following this, he executed a spinning kick, successfully striking Smoker in the chest. Smoker instantly felt the devastating impact, akin to being struck by a speeding vehicle, his blood boiling and his lungs seizing with pain. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body rocketing across the ground, leaving a long, deep gouge in his wake. Smoker! Tashigi cried out in alarm upon witnessing her superior being sent flying. drawing her sword in a bid to avenge him. Chapter 166, A Profound Trap. Upon seeing Tashigi draw her sword, Zhang Fei's gaze sharpened as he brandished his shark-toothed blade. While I do not underestimate women aspiring to become swordsmen, I find you utterly loathsome. Your tiresome ideals repulse me. What say you? Do you desire my sword? It is forged from my very soul. If you wish for it, come and take it. Tashigi bristled at Zhang Fei's derogation of her ideals, instantly marking him as one of her most despised individuals. Yet, what astonished her the most was the revelation that his sword was indeed forged from his soul, undoubtedly of a caliber above that of a mere blade. Though she yearned for it, she found herself unable to justify the desire, recognizing its profound significance. Observing Tashigi's hesitation, Zhang Fei smirked, swiftly advancing toward her. Danger! The newly risen smoker noticed Tashigi's peril and quickly shouted a warning. At Smoker's call, Tashigi regained her focus, realizing that Zhang Fei's shark-toothed blade was now upon her. Instinctively, she raised her sword to block. Clang! A sharp, metallic sound rang out. Though she managed to deflect Zhang Fei's strike, the force transmitted through her arms rendered them numb, her palms aching. She pondered, is this the strength of a man? Can a woman truly become a swordsman? Zhang Fei also noticed the change in Dasky's expression and refrained from hastily launching an attack. With his formidable prowess, he could easily eliminate Dasky, especially considering that Wei Zhuang and Gai Nie's swordsmanship was not merely for show. What? You dare to be distracted during battle? Do you wish for death? As Zhang Fei spoke, Smoker finally regained his composure and activated his abilities, concerned that Zhang Fei might strike Dasky. He was acutely aware of Zhang Fei's strength, knowing that dealing with Dasky would be child's play for him. White fist. Just as Smoker's fist was about to connect with Zhang Fei swiftly leaped into the air, hovering above and gazing down at Smoker. Flight. Smoker was incredulous as he watched Zhang Fei float in midair. Did he possess a similar ability to that of the Golden Lion? Zhang Fei did not respond to Smoker's query. Instead, while suspended in the air, he noticed many others observing the battle, their gazes akin to surveillance. Undoubtedly members of Crocodile's crew. Simultaneously, he signaled Black Emperor to halt. He had no intention of allowing Crocodile to reap the benefits of their conflict. By now, Luffy and the others must have reached the casino, right? Mission triggered. Rescue Luffy and others. Reward: one mysterious gift package. The sudden appearance of the mission left Zhang Fei astounded. Had they truly been captured so swiftly? It had only been a brief moment since their abduction. Meanwhile, Luffy and his group had just burst into the casino, clamoring loudly, intent on summoning Crocodile. Crocodile, come out here. However, Nami intervened, delivering a punch to Luffy that bore no real harm, rendering it a mere nuisance for him. If you keep yelling like that, how could he possibly emerge? Exactly. Usopp chimed in. He is a hero of this nation. Do you wish to turn against the patrons of this establishment? As they debated, the casino's security personnel appeared, poised to quell Luffy and his companions. At that moment, Robin made her entrance, delivering Crocodile's orders. The boss requests your presence in the VIP room. Understood. Since it was the boss's command, they had no choice but to comply, warmly welcoming Luffy and his crew. Please, this way to the VIP room. Huh, look over there. Usopp exclaimed, noticing 2 rows of staff at the entrance of the VIP room, eagerly inviting them in. Does this mean he wants us to come in? Vivi misinterpreted Crocodile's intentions, believing he was dismissing them entirely. It seems this scoundrel is quite sensible after all, Zoro observed, recognizing Crocodile's obvious challenge. Very well, let us proceed. The decision rested with Luffy. Now that Crocodile had taken the initiative to reveal himself, what was there to fear? Do you all have water with you? Nami reminded everyone before they entered, recalling Zhang Fei's mention of Crocodile's weakness, his aversion to water. Thus, each of them carried small buckets of water to combat Crocodile's powers. I have mine, Vivi indicated, showing the small bucket tied around her neck. Once prepared, Luffy and the others charged ahead, only to find 2 paths before them upon entering. The intersection bore 2 signs, one marked VIP and the other pirate. Naturally, Luffy chose the path labeled pirate, for he was a pirate, after all. As they advanced, their expressions shifted to shock, staring at the iron cage before them. Wasn't the plan to confront them directly? What was the meaning of this cage? Was this some sort of game? What a clever trap, Luffy exclaimed, his simple mind believing not in his own folly, but in the sophistication of the trap that had ensnared him. Ah, there's nothing to be done about it, Usopp concurred, insisting it was not their stupidity, but rather the enemy's superior cunning that led to their predicament. Nami rolled her eyes, exasperated by the foolishness of her captain. The enemy didn't even set a trap for you. You just rushed in like idiots. Are you all this noisy? At that moment, Crocodile appeared, lounging on a sofa. his tone laced with mockery as he surveyed them, noting Zhang Fei's absence with a hint of disappointment. What a pity. The pirate worth over 100 million is not present. You are Crocodile. Release me at once, or I'll send you flying, Luffy shouted, gripping the bars of the iron cage. However, it was not merely an iron cage. It was a prison constructed of sea stone, which nullified the abilities of those with powers and sapped their strength. Consequently, as Luffy made contact with the sea stone, his body grew weak and powerless. What is happening? Why do I feel so weak? Don't bother, Straw Hat Brat. This cage is made of sea stone. You cannot escape, Crocodile taunted, attempting to dissuade Luffy from futile efforts. Chapter 167, The Speechless Smoker. Though I am inclined to kill you right now, the VIP is yet to arrive, so I will allow you to live a little longer. Crocodile's greatest concern at that moment was Zhang Fei, for he regarded him as a true threat, while in his eyes, Luffy was no different from an ordinary pirate. As for Vivi, she was not in the cage. While Luffy was imprisoned, she had managed to evade capture and was now following closely behind, invoking her snake charm ability to render herself invisible, preparing to seek out Zhang Fei and rescue Luffy and the others. With so many individuals pursuing her, Vivi was fortunate to possess the snake charm. Otherwise, she would have been facing dozens of pursuers alone. Robin was among them, also searching for Vivi, as she had been commanded to retrieve her. It's that woman. No, I must hurry to find Zhang Fei. Noticing Robin, Vivi was torn between seeking vengeance for Ikaram and the urgency of the moment. Thus, she turned to leave. Meanwhile, Bell, transformed into an eagle, soared through the sky, scouting for enemy activity. He had no intention of engaging, but aimed to gather as much useful information as possible, having yet to spot the hidden Vivi. Zhang Fei prepared to make his escape, no longer wishing to engage with the Navy. His current mission was to rescue Luffy and the others. Upon seeing Zhang Fei attempting to flee, Smoker shouted, pursuing him. I will not allow you to escape. Zhang Fei was sprinting through the air, heading directly toward Crocodile's lair, with Smoker trailing closely behind like a stubborn leech. Yet, Zhang Fei paid him no mind. After all, once he dealt with Crocodile, the subsequent matters in Alabasta would still require the Navy's intervention. Thus, he allowed Smoker to follow, though his speed far surpassed that of his pursuer. Damn it, Smoker seethed, watching Zhang Fei pull farther away, irritation boiling within him. The pain from Zhang Fei's earlier kick still lingered in his chest. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed forward at full speed. We must catch up, Dasky declared, seeing that Colonel Smoker was in pursuit. And he too took command of the Navy soldiers to chase after them. Yes, as Zhang Fei approached the casino, he was suddenly met with a familiar and urgent voice that caused him to halt in his tracks. There, he beheld Vivi, her figure emerging as she shouted, Zhang Fei. I am here. The sight of Vivi, exposed and vulnerable, attracted the attention of Crocodile's subordinates, who surged towards her like wolves drawn to fresh prey, intent on capturing her alive. In their eyes, Vivi represented a fortune in gold. Seizing her would surely bring them substantial rewards from Crocodile. At that moment, Bell also spotted Vivi's figure. Realizing her peril, he dove swiftly, using his razor-sharp claws to rend through the attackers, blood gushing forth like the vibrant blooms of morning flowers. Both brilliant and otherworldly. As Vivi turned to see her savior, she was surprised to find not Zhang Fei, but a massive eagle, Bell, renowned as the mightiest warrior of Alabasta. Curiosity sparked within her. Why was Bell here? Bell, how did you come to be here? She inquired. Your Majesty, I have received your message and am preparing to mobilize against Crocodile tomorrow. I came to scout the enemy, Bell explained, transforming back into human form to clarify his presence. Vivi, realizing the situation, understood now why Bell was here. Yet, she was not surprised that her father would take action, for she knew well of his benevolence towards his people and that he would surely seek to confront Crocodile upon learning the truth. Zhang Fei descended from the air, initially intending to summon Black Emperor upon seeing Vivi surrounded by foes, but upon witnessing Bell's rapid descent, he recognized that his intervention was unnecessary. Bell, he is my savior. Zhang Fei, Vivi introduced him to Bell. Bell scrutinized Zhang Fei, pondering if this was the companion mentioned in Vivi's letter. Indeed, he appeared youthful yet accomplished, and he expressed his gratitude with utmost courtesy. Thank you immensely for your timely rescue. Without your intervention, Princess Vivi would not have returned safely. There's no need for such gratitude. Aiding a friend is simply what one ought to do. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of nonchalance. However, upon hearing the word friend, Vivi's eyes dimmed momentarily, though she quickly regained her composure. Bell, keenly observant, noted the subtle shift in her expression, prompting a silent reflection on how much Vivi had matured. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Vivi's demeanor turned frantic as she hurriedly informed Zhang Fei of Luffy and the others being captured. Zhang Fei, you must hurry to rescue Nami and the others. They have been taken by Crocodile. Zhang Fei was already aware of this predicament and felt no concern for Luffy and his crew. Confident in Luffy's destiny as the chosen one, he spoke soothingly to Vivi, urging her to remain calm. Rest assured, Luffy and the others will be fine. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Vivi's previously anxious heart found peace, as if no challenge could daunt him, instilling her with a profound sense of reassurance. It was evident that this young man held a unique place in Princess Vivi's heart. Meanwhile, Bell maintained a tranquil expression, yet his mind churned with thoughts about whether to inform the king of his discoveries, knowing that such news would surely bring joy to the monarch. Just as Zhang Fei was about to speak again, Smoker arrived, initially intending to intervene. However, upon seeing Bell and Vivi, he opted to restrain himself, fearing that his actions might inadvertently harm them. Instead, he admonished Zhang Fei and cautioned Vivi and Bell to distance themselves from him, worried for their safety. You cannot escape. Zhang Fei, keep your distance from him. He is a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. He may pose a threat to you. Am I truly that fearsome? Zhang Fei retorted, puzzled by Smoker's accusations. I am not some heartless villain. For a moment, Smoker found himself at a loss for words, rummaging through his mind for Zhang Fei's alleged misdeeds, only to discover that he had not committed any murders. His notoriety seemed to stem from exposing the Navy's scandals to Morgan's, which led to his bounty, a realization that left Smoker speechless. Chapter 168. Together towards the goal. Zhang Fei cast a glance at Smoker, dismissing him before turning back to Vivi, inquiring if she wished to accompany him to confront Crocodile. Vivi, do you wish to join me in seeking out Crocodile? Fear not, I shall protect you. This was not arrogance on Zhang Fei's part. He possessed the strength to back his words, having achieved a spiritual pressure equivalent to that of a vice captain. Complemented by unparalleled swordsmanship and the accumulated inner strength of Wei Zhuang and Gainya, he felt more than capable of dealing with Crocodile, especially with the formidable presence of Black Emperor alongside him. No, that would be far too perilous. Princess Vivi, Bell interjected before Vivi could respond. He was acutely aware of Crocodile's formidable power, being one of the 7 warlords. Such reckless behavior was absolutely unacceptable to him, and his resolve was unwavering. Vivi understood Bell's concerns but was determined to accompany Zhang Fei, fully trusting in his ability to keep her safe. She asserted her royal authority, commanding Bell, I intend to join Zhang Fei. He has promised to protect me. Folly, Princess Vivi. You cannot gamble with your life. Bell implored, desperately trying to sway her decision. Yet, Vivi remained resolute, her concern for Luffy's safety prompting her belief that witnessing the situation firsthand was the best course of action. You needn't argue further, Bell. As the Princess of Alabasta, I have a duty to confront Crocodile. Please return and report to my father. With a resigned sigh, Bell placed a hand on Zhang Fei's shoulder, understanding Vivi's indomitable spirit, reminiscent of the king himself. They would stand for their people, even at the risk of their lives. Unable to dissuade Vivi, he could only entrust Zhang Fei with her protection. I cannot sway you, so I must implore you, Zhang Fei. Please ensure the safety of Princess Vivi. Zhang Fei felt the weight of Bell's hand on his shoulder, a heavy burden, as if Bell were entrusting him with a solemn mission. He responded earnestly, rest assured, I will. Ignored by the two, Smoker felt a surge of frustration. When had he become so inconsequential? Yet, amid his annoyance, he did glean valuable information regarding Crocodile, and the revelation that this young lady was indeed the Princess of Alabasta piqued his curiosity. He recalled receiving fragmented phone messages while at sea, including news of a man who claimed to be Mr. 11, who had since been killed. All these clues pointed towards the internal strife within Alabasta, and an epiphany struck him. He felt tantalizingly close to uncovering the truth, which surely intertwined with Zhang Fei and the others. Without hesitation, he pressed Zhang Fei, what exactly are you planning? Or are you using Princess Vivi to seize control of Alabasta? Zhang Fei exhibited no interest in conquering this nation. What purpose would it serve to occupy Alabasta when he was already well off? He regarded Smoker with a look that suggested, are you foolish? Why would I squander my time on such trivial pursuits? Just as Zhang Fei finished his thought, a new mission was triggered. Mission activated. Inform Smoker of the truth. Reward, 1 mysterious gift pack. Veins bulged on Smoker's forehead. This scoundrel, what does he mean by that? Is he insulting my intelligence? He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and subdue Zhang Fei, yet he restrained himself, eager to uncover the truth. Moreover, he recognized the man standing beside Zhang Fei as Vice Captain Bell of the Alabasta Royal Guard. There was undoubtedly something hidden between them that he needed to clarify. Would you like to know the truth? I can reveal it to you, but it depends on whether you dare to approach, Zhang Fei proposed, intending to bring Smoker along. After all, the system's task was to ensure Smoker learned the truth, and the most effective way to convey that was through direct experience rather than mere narration. Smoker contemplated for a moment, deciding to follow and see what they were conspiring about. Additionally, with Princess Vivi beside Zhang Fei, he felt a responsibility to protect her and thus agreed. Very well. In that case, let us go meet Crocodile. I am sure he is eager to see us. With Smoker's agreement, Zhang Fei prepared to lead them towards Crocodile. However, before departing, Zhang Fei requested the snake talisman from Vivi. Please hand me the snake talisman, Vivi. Confused. Vivi complied and gave the talisman to Zhang Fei, who subsequently tossed it to Smoker. Smoker received the talisman, bewildered by its sudden appearance. What is this? He inquired. This is the snake talisman. It grants you invisibility. When we meet Crocodile, you will discover the truth, Zhang Fei succinctly explained. Smoker examined the talisman, questioning its purported powers. Upon testing it, he indeed found himself cloaked in invisibility. He was astonished that Zhang Fei would lend him such a valuable item without concern for its return. Did he trust my character enough to lend it to me? Smoker pondered aloud. Aren't you worried I might run off with it? Zhang Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Not at all. Vivi was aware that Zhang Fei had previously mentioned he could summon the talisman back at any moment. Thus he had no fear of Smoker absconding with it. She refrained from voicing this information. It seemed she had misjudged Zhang Fei. Perhaps he was coerced into piracy. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fei, his unintentional actions had garnered Smoker's favorable impression, a remarkable twist of fate. Upon witnessing Smoker's disappearance, Bell was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He marveled at the existence of something in this world that rivaled the powers of the devil fruits. However, with Smoker's involvement, he felt more at ease. He then bid farewell to Vivi, despite his desire to remain by her side, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Princess Vivi, take care. I must take my leave. I entrust your safety to them. Chapter 169. Unfortunate luck for Luffy. As Bell departed, Zhang Fei and the others entered the casino, only to be greeted by Robin. She smiled alluringly, though her eyes held a hint of insincerity, welcoming Zhang Fei and his companions. I didn't expect you to come. The boss has been waiting for you. Upon seeing Robin, Vivi instinctively clenched her fists, the image of Icolum perishing in flames flashing through her mind, igniting a blaze of fury within her. She remained silent, fixated on Robin, knowing she could not act, as doing so would jeopardize Zhang Fei's plans. Thus she endured the tension. Smoker, cloaked in invisibility, refrained from lighting a cigar. He too recognized the woman before him as Nico Robin, the daughter of the devil. Although he yearned to apprehend her, the truth behind Alabasta's turmoil held him back. He raised a transponder snail in his hand, which was already connected to Morgan's, who was preparing to record their ensuing dialogue. Robin noticed Vivi's subtle movements and teased, "What's this? Looking to avenge your fallen comrade? You can act now." Vivi was incensed by Robin's words. Despite her anger, she managed to control her emotions, glaring at Robin with barely contained fury. At this moment, Zhang Fei sensed the escalating tension and intervened to defuse the situation. Enough, Mr. Sunday. Shall we proceed to meet Crocodile? Zhang Fei refrained from addressing Robin by name, opting for her code name instead. Given the connection with the transponder snail, he could not risk revealing her identity. Should he inadvertently disclose Robin's true name, he might implore Morgans to conceal her, a request that Morgans would likely entertain, considering her potential as a source of news. Robin smiled faintly, deliberately provoking Zhang Fei in front of Vivi by lightly brushing her delicate hand against his cheek. Very well, let us depart. Fuming, Vivi observed the scene, her teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to teach Robin a lesson. Zhang Fei, with a resigned smile, recognized Robin's cunning nature and understood her intentions. He chose to remain silent and followed her lead. Under Robin's guidance, they finally encountered Crocodile. Smoker's excitement began to swell. He was on the verge of discovering the truth. He maintained his composure, remaining silent. Crocodile approached slowly, his gaze fixed on Vivi and Zhang Fei, a confident smile gracing his lips. He reached the dining table, seating himself alone while gesturing for Zhang Fei and Vivi to join him for conversation. Zhang Fei was taken aback by Crocodile's calm demeanor, devoid of any sign of panic. However, only one seat was available opposite Crocodile, an obvious provocation directed at Zhang Fei, and a blatant one at that. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others, imprisoned in a sea stone cell, were exhilarated upon seeing Vivi arrive with Zhang Fei to rescue them. Luffy instinctively grasped the bars of the cage, a wave of weakness washing over him, though it did little to diminish his excitement at Zhang Fei's presence. "Zhang Fei, hurry and free us," he shouted. "You made it." Zhang Fei. Nami felt a wave of tranquility wash over her at the sight of Zhang Fei, as if he were a potent tonic, calming her nerves. "Please, let us out, Zhang Fei." Usopp awaited Zhang Fei's rescue as if he had spotted a savior. In contrast, Zoro remained remarkably composed, refraining from uttering a word while preparing himself for battle at any moment. "Luffy, are you all right?" Vivi, upon seeing Luffy and his crew unharmed, felt a slight sense of relief. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, she felt compelled to inquire, for if Crocodile were to subject Luffy to severe torture, she would never forgive him. "We are fine," Nami replied to Vivi. "Shall we not sit down and converse, Princess Vivi? And you, the newly minted pirate Zhang Fei?" Crocodile spoke with an air of nonchalance, his tone exuding a sense of authority that was quite irksome. Yet, there was only one seat available. How could two individuals occupy it? Faced with Crocodile's provocation, Zhang Fei remained unfazed, aware that Crocodile's intention was merely to sow discord between him and Vivi. After all, in Crocodile's eyes, Zhang Fei was a pirate worth over 100 million, undoubtedly possessing his own temper, and naturally, he would not yield this position. Yielding would be tantamount to showing weakness. Moreover, Vivi, as the Princess of Alabasta, held a position of great esteem. It was inconceivable for her to stand like a servant. Do you think? Vivi, however, was not oblivious to Crocodile's overt scheme. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, she found herself unexpectedly embraced by Zhang Fei, who seated her on his lap. To her surprise, Zhang Fei then took a seat, expressing his gratitude to Crocodile. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so kind." Crocodile was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Zhang Fei's deviation from the expected script. Observing the blush on Princess Vivi's cheeks, he began to wonder if their relationship was more than mere acquaintance. It seemed he was lacking in intelligence regarding the matter. Vivi, startled by the sudden embrace, felt a mix of panic and delight. But as thoughts of Nami crossed her mind, guilt washed over her. She attempted to extricate herself from Zhang Fei's grip, but he held her firmly. This left her at a loss for words. However, she found herself relishing the sensation, as it was the first time Zhang Fei had held her this way, engendering a fleeting feeling of happiness. Yet, this scene was not as picturesque for Nami, who began to feel a pang of jealousy, pouting and inwardly seething. Branding Zhang Fei a big pig's hoof, she held no grudge against Vivi, for it was Zhang Fei who initiated the embrace. Usopp, sensing the thick air of jealousy, instinctively maintained his distance from Nami to avoid collateral damage. Meanwhile, Luffy remained oblivious to Nami's ire and kindly inquired, "Nami, are you okay?" In her current state of frustration, Nami seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations on Luffy, blaming him for her predicament, which had led to this very moment. "Ah, Nami, what are you doing?" "No, please." Chapter 170, Crocodile's Humiliation. Poor Luffy found himself on the receiving end of Nami's wrath, unaware of what had provoked her. The cries echoing from the cage made Zhang Fei realize that Nami was indeed jealous and was taking it out on Luffy. As for Luffy's beating, Zhang Fei saw no reason to intervene. After all, it might serve as a lesson for him. "Your companions are quite spirited, though a bit noisy," Crocodile remarked, keeping his gaze fixed on Zhang Fei, wary of a man who could contend with Mihawk. "Indeed, it is rather noisy. Perhaps you should release them, I assure you. They won't cause a ruckus once they are free," Zhang Fei countered, aware that Crocodile would not easily let Nami and the others go. "Do you truly believe I would release them?" Crocodile leaned slightly forward, his gaze aggressive, fully aware that they had unveiled his scheme. They all had to die, including Zhang Fei. "Is it not so that you wish to usurp the throne of Alabasta? Am I correct, Crocodile?" Zhang Fei emphasized Crocodile's name, deliberately stressing it, without disclosing his actual motives, which revolved around the underworld king, mindful of the ears that were listening. Vivi understood that Zhang Fei was trying to extract information from Crocodile and joined in, albeit her emotions were far more fervent. "Your conspiracy will not succeed, Crocodile. We shall defeat you." However, Crocodile erupted into laughter at her words. "With you? Princess Vivi, are you lost in a fantasy? This is my domain. Do you truly believe I would lose?" Indeed, this was Crocodile's territory, but that did not imply he was invincible, and the surroundings were surrounded by water, not desert. Should combat ensue, Crocodile might seek to alter the battlefield. "Princess Vivi, you should be silent. This is not the time for your words. Remember, you are my captive now. Do you understand?" Zhang Fei's tone shifted dramatically, becoming fiercely menacing. Vivi was momentarily taken aback. She could not comprehend what Zhang Fei meant, nor when she had become his captive, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Suddenly, she was jolted back to reality, recalling that Zhang Fei was in conversation with Morgans. And he could hear everything happening here. Zhang Fei's words were designed to disassociate himself from her. Should the world learn of Alabasta's princess consorting with pirates, what would they think of her? It would undoubtedly tarnish her country's reputation. This revelation sent a tremor through Vivi's heart, a tear forming at the corner of her eye. She finally understood what drew her to Zhang Fei. His silence spoke volumes, his gaze filled with gratitude and other sentiments directed at him. Luffy, utterly perplexed by Zhang Fei's hurtful words, pondered, aren't we allies? Why say such things? Just as he was about to confront Zhang Fei, he found himself silenced by the hand of Black Emperor. Nami and the others shared in the confusion, but upon observing Luffy's peculiar behavior and the whispering sounds nearby, they began to grasp the situation. Do not speak, came the command from Black Emperor, signaling them to remain silent to avoid jeopardizing their scheme. Nami nodded lightly, warning Luffy and the others. Do not speak, understand? Otherwise, my fists won't distinguish friend from foe. Usopp fervently nodded, keen to evade Nami's wrath, as did Zoro, who was aware of the situation, unlike Luffy. The only troublesome factor was Luffy, the oblivious one, whom they had to keep an eye on. Once Black Emperor released Luffy, he intended to berate Zhang Fei, only to be startled into silence by Nami standing before him. I never anticipated our Princess Vivi would become a captive of pirates. It is indeed astonishing. Crocodile too was taken aback by the revelation of Vivi's identity, yet whether she was a captive mattered little to him. Anyone privy to his secrets had to die. That is not your concern, Crocodile. All you need to do now is release my comrades and obediently unveil your plans against the citizens of Alabasta, and I shall allow you to depart, Zhang Fei proclaimed, resembling a lecherous rogue as he embraced Vivi, threatening Crocodile, all the while aiming to lower Crocodile's defenses. Vivi cast a shy glance at Zhang Fei, aware that his hand was exploring her abdomen. Although she understood that this was merely a performance for Crocodile's benefit, her heart raced uncontrollably, making it difficult for her to meet Zhang Fei's gaze. Fortunately, Zhang Fei was self-aware enough not to overstep his boundaries, keeping his hand firmly on her belly and refraining from crossing any lines. This restraint only fueled Smoker's indignation behind him, who yearned to teach Zhang Fei a lesson for his blatant audacity in front of the princess of Alabasta. If their superiors learned of this, his position would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Robin, watching from the side and unable to interject, mused that Zhang Fei's invitation to board his ship might stem from an attraction to her beauty, thereby labeling him as a lecherous man. However, upon deeper reflection, she realized that if he truly were a man of such desires, he would have made a move on her long ago at Whiskey Peak. Thus, his current behavior was merely an act, the purpose of which she could not discern. Faced with Zhang Fei's threat, Crocodile responded with a chilling smile, his gaze sharp and laced with malice. Is that so? Then I shall not comply. He produced the key to the Sea Prism Stone prison where Luffy and the others were held, activating a hidden switch under his seat, preparing to toss the key into the lake. Let us see how you intend to rescue your companions. With that, he hurled the key behind him, where Blackbeard awaited this moment, catching it deftly and unlocking the cage that imprisoned Luffy. As the door swung open, a sense of urgency filled the air. Quickly, we must escape, Nami urged, recognizing Zhang Fei's handiwork in the sudden liberation. Crocodile turned back at the sound, astonished to find the cage ajar. What is happening? Excellent. We are finally free, Luffy exclaimed, bursting forth with enthusiasm, eager to confront Crocodile. Yet, Crocodile's admission of his conspiracy against Alabasta rendered Smoker's stealth unnecessary. He promptly revoked Smoker's invisibility privileges. Without the serpent curse to aid him, Smoker quickly reverted to visibility, holding a Den Den mushi in his hand. Crocodile's realization that he had been outmaneuvered ignited a furious blaze within him. You scoundrel, are you attempting to extract a confession from me? Zhang Fei disregarded Crocodile's outburst and addressed the Den Den mushi in Smoker's grasp. Morgans, I trust you have captured this moment. Suddenly, Morgan's boisterous laughter erupted from the Den Den mushi. He expressed his gratitude for the sensational news provided by Zhang Fei, along with the recording, which now served as irrefutable evidence. Crocodile's attempts to refute the claims were futile, and the world government's efforts to shift blame would be equally in vain. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Fei, for the invaluable information. I have decided to broadcast this news globally, coupled with a newspaper release, Morgans proclaimed. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Crocodile's forehead, as his worst fears were realized. What he never anticipated was that the invisibility fruit, once under the control of Absalom, had somehow transferred to Smoker. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Once his exploits were exposed, his identity as a warlord would be irrevocably compromised. It was too late to prevent this. His only recourse was to swiftly obtain the historical texts of Alabasta to uncover the whereabouts of the Pluton. Yet, those who dared to mock him would pay dearly to assuage his wrath. Smoker, having uncovered the truth, was taken aback by Crocodile's machinations against Alabasta. The warlord's status had ironically become his shield, leading Smoker to question the righteousness of the Navy and commend Zhang Fei and his allies for daring to unveil this scandal. Did they not fear the Navy's retribution? After some contemplation, Smoker acknowledged that Zhang Fei was already a wanted man. What more could they do but increase the bounty? Fueled by rage, Crocodile lost his previous composure, consumed by a singular desire to eliminate them before pursuing the Pluton. Desert Greatsword. He swiftly transformed his arm into a blade of sand, embedding it into the ground. Watch out! Smoker alerted Zhang Fei as Crocodile initiated his assault. Yet, Zhang Fei's reflexes outpaced Smoker's warning. He swiftly lifted Vivi and retreated just as a massive sword of sand erupted from the floor, aiming to cleave them in two. Fortunately, Zhang Fei evaded the attack with remarkable agility. Curse you! Your opponent is me, Luffy shouted, incensed by Crocodile's aggression towards his companion. He tore off a small water container hanging from his neck, pouring its contents over his hands. However, this method would not sustain him for long. Without moisture, he could not land a blow on the elemental Crocodile. The most effective strategy would be to drench Crocodile, rendering him unable to transform. Yet, in his current state, Luffy had no time for such considerations. He charged at Crocodile with a powerful strike, Goma Goma no Rocket. Crocodile, confident in his Logia powers, believed Luffy could not harm him. However, he had underestimated Zhang Fei, who had long since informed Luffy of Crocodile's weaknesses. Luffy's hand struck directly at Crocodile's midsection, the tremendous impact causing him to spit blood as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through a wall. The series of attacks unfolded in mere breaths. Zhang Fei set Vivi down, looking her over. Are you all right? Vivi shook her head, assuring him she was uninjured. I'm fine. That's good to hear. Zhang Fei sighed in relief, having promised Belle to protect Vivi. He then requested the return of the Den Den Mushi and the Serpent Curse from Smoker. Hey, Smoker! Return the Serpent Curse and the Den Den Mushi. Smoker let out a scoff. Were it not for your assistance to Alabasta, I would have apprehended you by now. He returned the items to Zhang Fei. Unfazed by Smoker's slight arrogance, Zhang Fei thought to himself, what does it matter for a man to be so proud? If it were a woman, it might be more understandable. The Den Den Mushi had already hung up, leaving Zhang Fei to ponder that Morgans was likely busy editing the news he intended to release. As for the Serpent Curse, Zhang Fei entrusted it to Vivi for precautionary measures, enabling them to vanish at a moment's notice. Nami and the others soon approached, feeling safer in Zhang Fei's company. They were taken aback to learn of his collaboration with the Navy, which left them in a state of shock. Zhang Fei, you are working with the Navy? Usopp was the first to voice the question. However, Zhang Fei did not respond to Usopp's inquiry. Instead, he focused on the wall that Crocodile had just smashed through, hearing a furious roar emanate from within. Scoundrels! I will make sure you suffer. Desert Treasure Blade. A blade of sand, sharp as a scythe, hurtled towards Luffy, easily slicing through the floor. Luffy swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the desert blade did not cease its assault. Instead, it struck the glass behind Luffy, causing a torrent of water from the lake to surge in. If they did not flee, these ability users could very well drown. This is bad. We must leave quickly, Zhang Fei urged the group, prompting an immediate retreat. Yet, seeing the dire situation, Crocodile was the first to abandon ship, recognizing that combat in such an environment was decidedly unfavorable for him. The desert was where his dominion lay. Robin, witnessing her boss abandon her to save himself, could not suppress a bitter smile, realizing she was merely a pawn in this game. Just as despair began to envelop her, Zhang Fei extended his hand toward her, his voice calm and steady, akin to a conversation among friends, imparting a flicker of warmth. Let us go? Robin smiled faintly, contemplating that joining them on their ship might not be such a bad idea, especially since her boss could no longer offer her protection. She had to find a safe haven. The Straw Hat crew appeared to be a commendable choice. She even teased Zhang Fei. Aren't you worried your little girlfriend might get jealous? Zhang Fei was at a loss for words, bemused that she had the presence of mind to jest at such a time, urging Robin to hasten their departure. Enough of that. You, with your abilities, still lingering here? Do you wish to drown? Nami and the others were puzzled by Zhang Fei's concern for Robin. She wasn't even Crocodile's subordinate. Was there truly a spark of interest? Nami pondered this possibility, recalling their previous encounters on Whiskey Peak, during which they had shared moments alone. Yet, the nature of their discussions remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 172, the resurgence of boundless ambition. Nami's suspicions regarding their relationship deepened, leading her to cast a wary glance at Robin as they fled. Robin felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing it was Nami's envious gaze, she offered a wry smile, turning her attention back to Zhang Fei, musing to herself. You truly are quite popular. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fei, who was preoccupied with their escape and reviewing the newly issued missions, Nami's thoughts swirled. Mission 1. Timely thwarting of the Baroque Works conspiracy. Reward: a mysterious gift pack. Mission 2. Defeat Crocodile. Reward: a mysterious gift pack. Mission 3. Suppress the rebel army. Reward: a mysterious gift pack. The tasks were reminiscent of their previous endeavors, promising substantial rewards. However, these 3 missions appeared almost effortlessly attainable. Coupled with the 6 missions issued upon their arrival in Alabasta, the situation was markedly improved compared to before. Zhang Fei pondered whether he could extract chakra after completing the missions, if only that were possible. Meanwhile, Crocodile had entered the casino. A trace of blood still smeared at the corner of his mouth, his coat dusted with grime, presenting an altogether disheveled appearance. Upon seeing Crocodile emerge injured, the staff rushed to inquire about his condition, for he was their superior and a hero of Alabasta, commanding their utmost respect. Are you all right, Mr. Crocodile? He received a fleeting glance, but no words were spoken. The events that had just transpired ignited a fury within him, akin to hellfire, veins throbbing on his forehead. His gaze radiating malice, resembling a ravenous demon. For the first time, the staff felt a sense of trepidation emanating from the very man they revered, leaving them disoriented and hesitant to speak, fearing they might become the target of Crocodile's wrath. "Crocodile, don't run," echoed Luffy's furious shout from the lengthy VIP corridor, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Crocodile realized they were closing in and felt regret for constructing his casino atop a lake. A battle here would be decidedly detrimental. Gone was his earlier composure. However, he reassured himself that there were plenty of people around, confident that Princess Vivi would not let them perish in front of her. After all, his deeds were already exposed, and he had nothing left to conceal. If worse came to worst, he could go down fighting. Turning sharply, he prepared to utilize the narrow passageway to annihilate Zhang Fei and his companions. Desert Blade. Zhang Fei sensed the impending danger and rushed forward, drawing his shark-toothed sword. As the blade shimmered with energy, he was about to unleash it when he remembered the presence of others and switched to Black Emperor. Upon its emergence, Black Emperor confronted the incoming sand blade. Without complaint, he harnessed his abilities to deliver a powerful punch, absorbing the concealed energy within the sand blade upon contact. Stripped of its energy, the blade reverted to ordinary sand, scattering across the ground. Thank goodness for Zhang Fei. Otherwise, we would have been caught off guard. Especially in this narrow passage, Luffy expressed his gratitude first. No need for thanks, Zhang Fei replied politely, his gaze falling upon the grim-faced Crocodile. Meanwhile, the casino patrons, witnessing the chaos of battle, fled in a frenzy, the scene resembling a chaotic marketplace as they scrambled to escape. "You scoundrel, take this." Luffy, still wet from the water, launched another attack, extending his right fist toward Crocodile. This time, Crocodile did not underestimate him. He elementalized the area where Luffy's punch was aimed, creating a void that evaded Luffy's fist. As Luffy retracted his hand, Crocodile seized the opportunity to bind Luffy's arm with sand, transforming his right hand into a sand blade, intent on severing Luffy's arm. A sense of impending doom enveloped Luffy. If he did not act swiftly, his right arm would be severed. He strained to pull back his arm, but it remained immobile. Damn it! Zoro attempted to draw his sword to intervene, but it was too late. He could not close the distance to Crocodile in an instant. Vivi and the others averted their eyes, foreseeing the grim image of Luffy losing his hand. Yet Zhang Fei would not allow such a fate to befall his companion. Channeling his inner strength into his legs, he contracted the muscles of his calves, then unleashed a burst of power, propelling himself forward with blinding speed. The floor beneath him shattered under the force of his acceleration, accompanied by a thunderous sound as he appeared before Crocodile in an instant. Crocodile's pupils dilated in alarm as the warning bells in his mind rang furiously. Just as he prepared to defend himself, he realized it was too late. Zhang Fei wielded his shark-toothed sword, executing the crossing the four corners, one of Wei Zhuang's signature moves. In a heartbeat, the blade sliced through the air, delivering a simultaneous 4 strikes that hit Crocodile, deftly avoiding Luffy's arm. Crocodile's form was cleaved into several segments, his body collapsing like wet clay, transforming into a pile of sand. Although he was a Logia-type user capable of disregarding physical attacks, he could not ignore the damage inflicted upon his very soul. After a brief moment of scattering, The excruciating pain of the soul surged forth, relentlessly assaulting Crocodile's mind, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from him. Smoker, witnessing this scene, comprehended the peculiar nature of Zhang Fei's abilities. What astonished him was that Zhang Fei had evidently shown restraint during their confrontation. Had he unleashed his full power, Smoker would likely find himself in the same dire predicament as Crocodile, inducing a shiver of trepidation within him. Once again rescued, Luffy expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fei. Yet he was unwavering in his intent to confront Crocodile himself, unwilling to concede. Thank goodness for you, Zhang Fei. Otherwise, we might have lost our hands. I want to be careless again, but remember, Crocodile is my opponent. You must not interfere. Observing Luffy's somewhat childish demeanor, Zhang Fei smiled wryly and assured him, rest assured, I shall not intervene in the forthcoming battle. Chapter 173, Smoker's Decision. With Zhang Fei's assurance, Luffy, satisfied, struck his right fist against his left palm, vowing to remain vigilant. Let us continue, Crocodile. This time, I shall not grant you the opportunity to prevail. As Crocodile reconstituted his form, despite the absence of visible injuries, the torment of his soul incessantly tore at his mind, contorting his visage in agony. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Crocodile's fury ignited. Was he being underestimated? Or did they simply disregard him? That detestable scoundrel would pay dearly for this affront. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he launched an assault, intent on claiming the lives of Zhang Fei and his companions. Sandstorm. Crocodile conjured a miniature sandstorm within his palm, intent on obliterating everything in the vicinity. Recognizing the impending threat of Crocodile's area of effect attack, Zhang Fei swiftly instructed Black King to prepare for protection, ensuring Vivi and the others were safeguarded. In his grasp, the shark tooth transformed into a constellation of starlight, morphing into an F-shaped earthen barrier that manifested before them. As the sandstorm was unleashed, its size swelled dramatically, the fierce winds and sand ravaging the surroundings, demolishing structures, and even causing the ceiling above to succumb to the tempest. Ugh, I want to go home. I want to go home. A few unfortunate souls who had not managed to escape were swept up into the storm, joining the sun in the sky. The edges of the walls were strewn with sand and remnants of gaming machines piled together. The sound of the sandstorm battering against the earthen wall echoed in their ears, reminiscent of raindrops in a torrential downpour, sharp and jarring. Meanwhile, Black King positioned himself behind the group, ensuring the gaming machines remained unaffected by the force of the storm. Faced with such a formidable sandstorm, Nami instinctively grasped Zhang Fei's collar tightly, fearful of being swept away. Zhang Fei noticed this and grasped her hand in reassurance. In that moment, Nami felt his intent and couldn't help but smile sweetly. Are they dead? After the sandstorm subsided, Crocodile surveyed the location of Zhang Fei and the others, spotting a small sand mound. Uncertain of their fate, he muttered to himself, Ugh, my mouth is full of sand. Just then, an irritating voice broke through, the voice of Luffy, spitting out the sand that had infiltrated his mouth. With the earthen barrier's protection lifted, the figures of Luffy and the others finally came into view before Crocodile. It was crucial to note that they were indoors. Evading a sandstorm here was virtually impossible due to the limited space. Thank you, Zhang Fei. Nami gazed at him with affection, a hint of shyness in her eyes. A sight that did not go unnoticed by Vivi, who felt a twinge of jealousy. Robin, on the other hand, admired Zhang Fei, acknowledging his charm with women. Zhang Fei remained silent, intending to leave the battlefield to Luffy, firmly believing in Luffy's potential to defeat Crocodile, especially with the protagonist's aura and Crocodile's soul now severely weakened. Moreover, the abundance of water resources nearby would undoubtedly favor Luffy in battle. As the dawn's light began to break on the horizon, Zhang Fei understood they needed to head to the capital to thwart the rebellion and confront the other members of Baroque Works. He addressed Usopp and the others. We'll leave this to Luffy. Our priority is to reach the capital and stop the rebel forces. But is Luffy really alright alone here? Vivi expressed her concern over Luffy facing Crocodile by himself. Luffy flashed a confident smile, giving a thumbs up, exuding assurance as he responded to Vivi. Don't worry, Vivi. I will defeat Crocodile. Leave this to me. Then I shall remain as well. Smoker finally lit his cigar. His decision stemming from the realization that Crocodile no longer deserved his position as a warlord. Thus he resolved to join Luffy in defeating Crocodile and restoring justice to Alabasta. The group looked at Smoker in disbelief. Even Zhang Fei was taken aback, questioning, is this really the Smoker I know? After defeating Crocodile, will you still arrest us? Zhang Fei's greatest concern was that Smoker's presence might pose a threat to Luffy, especially since Luffy currently lacked the means to contend with him, and was unaware of his weaknesses. Rest assured, this time I shall turn a blind eye. our next encounter will be different, so be prepared, Smoker declared, intending to let them off the hook as a form of gratitude for their efforts in Alabasta. You really are a good person, Luffy chuckled in response to Smoker, thinking to himself that this smoky man had a good heart. Damn it. Crocodile felt as though he were a fish on a cutting board, vulnerable and enraged, and without hockey. Confronting a fellow Logia user like Smoker was simply impossible. He turned to flee, biding his time for revenge. Upon seeing Crocodile attempt to escape, Smoker would not allow him to leave so easily. Utilizing his smoke powers, he surged forward to intercept Crocodile, confident that he would not miss. Given his possession of sea stone weapons, "He mine," Luffy shouted anxiously as he pursued Smoker's attack on Crocodile. "We need to hurry and leave. Perhaps we might encounter your father." Zhang Fei prepared to lead them away from the scene. "Zhang Fei, do you really trust the Navy?" Nami questioned. Given their status as pirates, the adversaries of the Navy, have faith. Smoker's character is trustworthy, Zhang Fei asserted, choosing to place his confidence in Smoker, though his trust in others remained uncertain. All right then, let us quickly find Chopper and Sanji. Nami decided to trust Zhang Fei's judgment, eager to reunite with Chopper and Sanji to resolve the rebel threat swiftly. Thus, this decision was met with unanimous agreement as they exited the battlefield. Not long after stepping outside, Zhang Fei and the others encountered Sanji and Chopper. "Zhang Fei, are you all right?" Chopper, now in his reindeer form, inquired with concern. "No. Let us hasten to the royal capital," Zhang Fei succinctly explained. Mr. Quan Zhou Ri." At that moment, Sanji noticed the striking dark-skinned lady accompanying Zhang Fei, which filled him with envy. He couldn't help but wonder when he too would be so favored by the ladies as Zhang Fei was. Chapter 174. You are Nico Robin. Robin, perceptive to Sanji's envious gaze, greeted him first. "Hello there, chef." Upon hearing the beautiful Robin addressing him, Sanji rushed over to flatter her. "Dear lady, may I assist you with anything?" Robin smiled, finding him amusing, and gracefully declined his offer. "No, I believe Zhang Fei will handle it." "Handle it?" Upon hearing those words, Sanji's mind immediately leaped to thoughts of romantic exploration and the intertwining of lives, his eyes reddening with envy as he glared at Zhang Fei. Why does this guy have more charm with the ladies than I do? Grasping Zhang Fei's collar tightly, he questioned him, tears of jealousy welling in his eyes. "Have you two become intimate? Damn it, why are you so popular with the ladies?" Usopp, witnessing Sanji's plight, felt a pang of sympathy and shook his head. He possesses strength and grace. Even if he sometimes makes reckless decisions, there is simply no explaining it. Zhang Fei is just more appealing to women than you. He patted Sanji on the shoulder, trying to console him. "Sanji, you cannot compete. You should give up on that." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Sanji became irate, shifting his frustration onto Usopp. "What did you say, you long-nosed freak?" "Long-nosed freak? I was merely trying to comfort you, and you dare insult me? You lecherous kappa." Usopp retorted sharply. The two began to spar verbally, causing Zhang Fei considerable distress. He cast Robin a glance, silently conveying, "Look what you've caused." Robin covered her mouth, chuckling, and shrugged, as if to say, "Is this all my fault? It's just a misunderstanding." Nami and Vivi, initially skeptical, exchanged glances, a knot forming in their hearts. Could it be true? This question lingered in their minds, refusing to dissipate. Nami was the first to break the silence, urgently inquiring about its veracity, while Vivi awaited Zhang Fei's reply, praying it would be false. "Zhang Fei, is what she said true? Who knows? I'm not even sure myself," Zhang Fei replied vaguely, further solidifying Nami and Vivi's suspicions that there might be something between them. It intensified Nami's animosity towards Robin, as she thought, "Damn it. Had I known it would come to this, I should have acted first. All Zhang Fei does is keep watch at night. Couldn't he have mingled more with Zoro? No. Zhang Fei is mine. No one can take him from me." Robin's words ignited Nami's competitive spirit. She would not yield Zhang Fei to anyone. Yet Vivi harbored different sentiments. Indeed, exceptional men easily capture the hearts of women. She pondered, "I wonder if I could." But thinking of Nami, she stifled her affection, her reason reminding her of the impossibility of such feelings. Her eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance as she gazed at Zhang Fei. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Zoro noticed the awkwardness and sensed the impending chaos. It had nothing to do with him, so he chose to remain silent. Enough of this commotion. Let us swiftly depart for the royal capital. Behind them, the sounds of battle between Luffy and Crocodile signaled that there was no time to waste. They had to flee immediately. Producing a blanket, Zhang Fei planned to use it to fly away. Fortunately, this blanket was larger than the last, capable of accommodating more people. "You wish to leave without my consent?" Crocodile remarked as he saw Zhang Fei and the others heading for the royal capital. Using his powers, He transformed his fingers into claws and lunged at Zhang Fei and the others, unleashing 5 sand blades that sliced through the air like miniature projectiles. White Snake. Just as the sand blades were a meter away from Zhang Fei and the others, Smoker appeared, intercepting the attack. The 5 sand blades were effortlessly pierced by Smoker's fist, dissipating into a cascade of sand. Zhang Fei was astonished that Smoker would come to their aid. It was quite unexpected. Noticing Zhang Fei's expression, Smoker snorted and redirected his gaze to Crocodile, clarifying his earlier actions. I was merely protecting Princess Vivi. Don't read too much into it. Understood. Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself how prideful Smoker truly was. Not wishing to dwell on them further, he urged Nami and the others to hurry up, for dawn had broken, and the Baroque Works were already in motion. If they did not leave soon, their plans might succeed. Everyone finally snapped back to reality, ceasing their bickering and hastily jumping onto the blanket. Seeing Robin still lingering, Zhang Fei pressed her. Why are you still hesitating? Did you not say you wanted me to take responsibility? Come quickly, I will protect you. Even if Akiji arrives, I shall not retreat. Robin's heart fluttered as she bit her lip, gazing at Zhang Fei with a complex expression. Yet, it felt as if the long-sealed door of her heart had been forcibly opened, allowing the warm sunlight to flood in, nourishing her spirit. For the first time, someone had spoken such words to her. Then, as if resolved, she smiled brightly and responded, then you must take your responsibilities seriously. With that, she leaped onto the blanket and settled beside Zhang Fei, thinking to herself, you truly know how to win a girl's heart. I like this. Nami, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of jealousy, viewing Robin as a thorn in her side. She boldly declared her claim by wrapping her arm around Zhang Fei's. Confused, Zhang Fei felt a soft pressure on his arm, which instantly lifted his spirits. After all, who would refuse a fortunate opportunity? The scheming Robin revealed a sly smile, causing Nami to feel uneasy, while Zhang Fei basked in happiness, for Robin had adopted the same strategy as Nami, seemingly to provoke her intentionally. This left Sanji envious, biting his collar, his eyes moist with longing. Damn it, Robin, are you betraying me? Crocodile exclaimed, seeing Nico Robin choose to accompany Zhang Fei. Was this not betrayal? Except for Chopper, Zhang Fei and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. This was the archaeologist Nico Robin he had mentioned, their anticipated crewmate. You are the archaeologist Nico Robin? Chapter 175, Cobra's Transformation? Nami now understood Zhang Fei's motivation for saving her. Sometimes, one must fight to meet. Wonderful. We have gained another ally. Luffy, upon hearing Robin's name, was thrilled. He knew that to become the Pirate King, one must have an archaeologist on their crew, and with Robin's addition, he was one step closer to realizing his dream. Betrayal is non-existent. It was Crocodile who first betrayed Robin, escaping alone. How dare you speak of betrayal? Naturally, Zhang Fei would not tolerate anyone belittling his companions and directly countered, leaving Crocodile speechless. Indeed, the fault lies with you. Sanji, with his unwavering belief that beauty equates to justice, wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Fei, refusing to believe that such a lovely lady could be that kind of person. Robin was taken aback by Zhang Fei and the others defending her, feeling immensely grateful. At that moment, Crocodile was seething with rage, never having been so belittled before. He launched an attack against Zhang Fei and the others, thinking if he could not have her, they should not either. A whip made of sand surged towards Robin, intent on taking her life. Zhang Fei remained unperturbed and calm, as if to say that this sand whip could not harm them, propelling the carpet beneath them swiftly towards the capital. As Sanji prepared to showcase his skills against the incoming sand whip, Black King had already leapt into action, soaring into the air and delivering a powerful punch. At the moment of contact, he activated his energy absorption ability, causing the sand, now devoid of its energy, to scatter like petals in the wind. Once again, Crocodile was taken aback. What was this ability? He could feel his impending strike dissipate just as he was about to connect. Was this truly his power? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Luffy seized the opportunity, launching a water-soaked fist squarely into Crocodile's face. In an instant, Crocodile's face caved in, and he was sent flying backward, nearly plunging into the lake. Regretting his own gambling den, Sanji began to complain about Zhang Fei, lamenting how many chapters had passed without a chance to showcase his prowess. How frustrating. Could I not show off in front of Miss Robin? I had no idea you wanted to show off. You should have said so earlier. After some thought, Zhang Fei resolved to fulfill Sanji's wish after the incident, believing it could also help awaken Sanji's potential. Once we deal with the rebel army, how about lending you the snake charm? Upon hearing that the snake charm would be lent to him, Sanji's demeanor shifted instantly, his attitude reversing completely. Really? You mustn't be pulling my leg. Rest assured, After Zhang Fei's assurance, Sanji's eyes ignited with fervor, eager to rush to the capital and eliminate the detestable rebel army in one fell swoop. The thought of the snake charm, a long-held dream, flooded his mind with joyous imagery, causing a goofy grin to spread across his face. "Chopper, do you think this lecherous fellow still has a chance?" Zoro inquired of Chopper, concerned for Sanji's fate. "I'm not sure. I'll go back and check the medical text for guidance," Chopper replied earnestly, pondering whether Sanji's lecherousness could be cured. "He can't be saved. He might as well wait for death." Usopp shook his head, dismissing the notion that lechery could ever be cured. Meanwhile, Sanji was oblivious to their conversation, lost in his own fantasies. "Zhang Fei, are you truly considering lending it to Sanji?" Nami quietly asked Zhang Fei, knowing that if he did, Sanji would undoubtedly become overconfident. "It's fine. Consider it a reward after battle." Zhang Fei had already planned to give him an hour of usage, believing such a brief time would prevent any chaos from Sanji. "Is that so?" Nami murmured, observing Zhang Fei's premeditated demeanor, certain he had devised a strategy. Faced with a formidable foe, their ease and lightheartedness genuinely surprised Robin. However, this lively atmosphere was rather pleasant. Perhaps joining them was indeed a commendable decision. In the capital, Gaka anxiously searched for Cobra, but to no avail, causing him great distress. The royal army was poised for action, and they were only missing the king. How could this be resolved? He hurriedly inquired among the soldiers if they had seen the king. "Have you seen the king?" The soldiers shook their heads, indicating they had not seen him. How could problems arise at such a critical juncture? If anything were to happen to King Cobra, Gaka envisioned the worst-case scenario but hoped fervently for Cobra's safety. Meanwhile, as Gaka searched for Cobra, the king appeared at the rapeseed flowers, accompanied by a dozen royal soldiers. The citizens, taken aback by the sudden appearance of their king, focused their attention on him. Cobra slowly spoke, revealing his intentions. "I am here to apologize. I am the one who took the reign from this country. To help everyone forget the unpleasantness of the dancing powder, I have decided to annihilate this place. These rapeseed flowers." The king? The citizens looked at Cobra in disbelief, knowing him to be a benevolent ruler. Hearing him say such words felt like the sky had fallen. Some citizens even thought Cobra was joking and asked, "Your Majesty, are you jesting?" Yet, what responded to them was the slaughter of the royal army. Cobra's gaze was cold, as if the lives of the citizens before him were no more significant than ants. It was only then that the citizens realized Cobra spoke the truth. Bullets mercilessly rained down, innocent citizens collapsing one after another, blood staining the streets, the cries of despair intertwining with gunfire, resembling a symphony of hopelessness. In that moment, a brave child stepped forward, wielding a hammer, ready to confront the king. "Hey, king, because you took the reign, everything in the city has dried up." Cobra, halted by the child's boldness, fixed a menacing gaze upon the little one, then swiftly kicked him away. The child, struck in the face, bled from his nose but stood up again, wiping the blood, determined to rid everyone of the menace. "I will protect everyone." Thankfully, the child's mother rushed over just in time to stop him. "Sweetheart, no? We must hurry home." Chapter 176, The Eve of the Final Battle. Kusha learned that the king had arrived at the rapeseed flowers and hastily rode over to investigate. Upon arrival, he witnessed Cobra's ruthless actions, allowing the royal army to slaughter the citizens, even witnessing the kick that sent a child flying. Was this the behavior of a king? Enraged, he confronted Cobra. "What are you doing, you bastard?" Cobra, seeing Kusha enter the scene, felt compelled to explain himself. "I came to apologize." "Shut up, you bastard. This is a disgrace." Kusha was instantly enraged. Is this how one apologizes? The remnants of hope he clung to were obliterated, and he found it laughable that he ever had any faith in Cobra. This only strengthened Kusha's resolve to overthrow Cobra as long as he remained. This country could never find peace. "The one who dried up this country with the dancing powder is me," Cobra calmly explained, though it felt more like a confession than an explanation. "Did I not tell you to shut your mouth, bastard?" Kusha could no longer suppress his emotions. He yearned to confront Kobra and silence him, but he was intercepted by the king's army, preventing him from approaching Kobra. "Do you comprehend the sentiments of those who collapsed in the parched cities as they perished? They harbored no hatred nor resentment towards you. Each of them maintained their trust in you until their last breath." He truly felt a profound sense of injustice for those who had died, passionately articulating that. Like his own father, they had unwavering faith in the king. If they were to learn the truth, how utterly despairing it would be. This is not the king's fault. He is a magnificent sovereign. These words were personally heard by Kusha, and he now relayed them to this accursed king before him, hoping he might awaken to his own errors. Even if you must utter falsehoods, you must declare that this is not your doing. How can you face those who place their trust in you? Just as Kosha finished speaking, a soldier from the king's army aimed his gun at Kosha and pulled the trigger, the bullet striking him down. The fortress of the people's hearts crumbled once more. The they Kosha spoke of referred to them. With Kosha's injury, other members of the rebel army rushed to his aid. Fortunately, Kosha had only been grazed by the bullet in his shoulder and had not sustained a fatal wound. A mere bandaging would suffice. The nation does not truly wish for this. Everyone is fighting to uncover the answer. Kosha covered his face, consumed by sorrow. The reason he voiced such sentiments was that he understood the citizens of Alabasta did not rise against Kobura merely to topple him, but rather to seek answers and uncover the truth. However, Kobura paid no heed to Kosha's words, instead wearing a smug smile, calculating that it was time to withdraw. Indeed, shortly after Kobura's declaration, a massive sailing vessel surged into the canola flower harbor, causing chaos and panic among the populace. Meanwhile, Kobura and his associates took advantage of the confusion to flee, even setting fires to incite further resentment towards Kobura. Simultaneously, MS-1 and Mr. Finger made their entrance. Their plan was already in motion. Little did they know, Crocodile's position had been compromised, and it was only a matter of time before Morgan's news broke, leading them to infamy and disgrace. Little Bun, however, did not depart but stealthily trailed behind Kobura, witnessing an unbelievable sight. The king had transformed into a grotesque figure. What was happening? Was this king a fraud? As he pondered, MS-1 and Mr. Finger appeared. Little Bun turned to flee, intent on revealing his discovery to everyone, that the king was an imposter, and they had all been deceived. Yet it was too late. MS-1's hands morphed into steel blades, showing no mercy as they struck down Little Bun. By the time the rebel army discovered him, Little Bun was already a bloodied mess, collapsed on the ground with a gruesome knife wound to his chest. This was the work of the king's army. The rebels, lifting Little Bun, immediately attributed the deed to the king's forces, as only they would dare to commit such an act against him. No, it is not as it seems. We have all been deceived. However, Little Bun struggled to explain that the king was a fake, but the pain from his wound overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness before he could finish. Due to Little Bun's inability to clarify, the rebel forces became increasingly convinced that the king's army was responsible. Kosha, laboriously making his way over, placed a hand upon Little Bun's head, seemingly resolved to confront Kobura in a life-or-death struggle, addressing the surrounding rebels. Contact all branches and inform them that this is our final battle. Everyone present could sense Kosha's determination. Their disappointment in the king had left them disheartened and despondent. However, someone noticed the enormous ship that had crashed into the canola flower harbor was a merchant vessel laden with weapons, deeming it the work of fate. And few paid attention to whether it was a conspiracy, for the timing was indeed suspiciously convenient, as if orchestrated. Yet, regrettably, there were no astute individuals among them. Had there been even one with a discerning mind, they might have noticed the peculiarities. Perhaps this was destiny. On the road to the royal capital, Vivi felt a profound unease, sensing that something was amiss, a sharp pain gripping her chest. "Are you all right?" Nami noticed Vivi's pallor and hurriedly inquired. "I am fine." Merely sensing that something bad is about to occur, Vivi articulated her discomfort. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment, convinced that Vivi's premonition was accurate. It seemed the rebel army had already mobilized, and he needed to expedite their progress. He retrieved a length of rope from the system's backpack and handed it to the others. The group looked on in confusion, uncertain of Zhang Fei's intentions with the rope. "Hold on tightly. I will need to move at full speed shortly." Full speed? And with a rope? Nevertheless, they chose to follow Zhang Fei's command, each gripping the rope tightly, eager to see how he planned to move at such speed. Zhang Fei transformed into his death god form, grasping the end of the rope and sprinting through the air at full velocity, channeling his inner strength to enhance his speed. Lacking the rabbit talisman, Zhang Fei resorted to this cumbersome method. The others finally grasped the necessity of the rope. Without it, they would risk falling off. And the talisman's floating speed was fixed, unable to accelerate, thus necessitating the sled-pulling approach. Chapter 177, Mr. Christmas's Surprising Discovery. Dasky and the naval soldiers arrived belatedly, primarily hindered by Crocodile's minions. Only just now had they managed to clear the area. However, what shocked Dasky the most was that Colonel Smoker had allied with the Straw Hat Kid to confront Crocodile. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Colonel Smoker supposed to apprehend the Straw Hat crew? Why had he joined forces with them? Moreover, wasn't Crocodile a warlord of the sea? A myriad of questions swirled in Dasky's mind, refusing to dissipate. Thus, she inquired of Smoker, "What is going on?" "Colonel Smoker, what are you doing?" Engaged in battle." Smoker noticed Dasky and her team and promptly issued commands. Although he was aware that Crocodile was scheming against Alabasta, He had no details regarding the events unfolding. The only ones privy to Crocodile's plan were Zhang Fei and his group, regrettably already en route to the royal capital. Although the Straw Hat Kid was present, he was embroiled in combat with Crocodile and had no time to address their inquiries. Smoker directed Dasky, sensing an intuition that this matter was undoubtedly linked to the rebel army, but the specifics were to be gleaned from Princess Vivi. Dasky, you lead the Navy to the capital to assist Vivi. We will handle things here. Dasky, perplexed, noted that Colonel Smoker had not disclosed the truth, yet as a soldier, she was compelled to obey orders from her superior. Understood. To uncover the truth, she would need to heed Colonel Smoker's directives. Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded the naval soldiers to proceed to the royal capital. Yet, that insufferable fellow was likely there as well, Dasky mused, referring to Zhang Fei, who always made her feel as if she owed him money, much to her annoyance. Immediately head towards the capital. Luffy chuckled, believing that with the assistance of the Navy, the pressure on Vivi would significantly diminish. However, he felt the need to personally confront Crocodile, voicing his command to Smoker to cease his assault on Crocodile, insisting that such a scoundrel must be dealt with by him alone. Smoker, I must defeat Crocodile myself. Smoker found it difficult to comprehend Luffy's rationale. Even at this moment, he yearned for a solitary confrontation. It is essential to remember that Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, far from being a mere minnow. Ignoring Luffy's demand, he continued his battle with Crocodile. Crocodile glared furiously, knowing that the damage inflicted on the soul surpasses that of the body. The physical form can heal and be treated by physicians, but the soul cannot, unless one possesses rare treasures capable of restoring and nurturing the soul, which are scarce in this pirate world. It seems that only 2 years hence, Brook and Big Mom might have the means to mend the pain inflicted upon the soul. Yet the man he loathed most at present was Zhang Fei. It was his emergence that had rendered Crocodile so utterly wretched. He needed to locate the Underworld King, for only he could exact vengeance. Crocodile was still very much apprehensive of his abilities. Moreover, he was puzzled as to which rogue had divulged his weaknesses. Otherwise, he would not be in such a vulnerable position. He had to find an opportunity to escape and could not afford to linger in this entanglement. Only by finding the Underworld King would his efforts bear fruit. Crocodile, aware of the disarray among Luffy and his companions, seized the moment to unleash another sandstorm towards them. The previously devastated casino allowed the sandstorm's ferocity to be unleashed more effectively. Luffy's expression shifted to one of alarm upon the sudden emergence of the sandstorm. Such powerful winds and sands. This was far more potent than Crocodile's previous assault, nearly sweeping him into the sky. Smoker steadied himself, refraining from utilizing his elemental transformation. For once transformed, he would be susceptible to the wind and sand. Meanwhile, Crocodile took this opportunity to flee, determined to reach the capital and seek clues about the Underworld King, postponing his reckoning with Nico Robin. Not good, Crocodile is escaping. Smoker noticed Crocodile making his way towards the capital. What? Upon realizing Crocodile's intent to flee, Luffy forcibly opened his eyes, only for sand to invade them, causing him considerable discomfort. Nevertheless, he endured the onslaught of the wind and sand and pursued. Smoker did likewise. The capital. What? How could the king behave in such a manner? It is simply inconceivable. Gaka had also learned of the events surrounding the rapeseed flower from the soldiers. Yet he could not fathom that the king was responsible. Furthermore, the situation he feared most had come to pass. The rebel army was advancing towards the capital. With the king now absent, command of the royal army temporarily fell to him. Although he longed to carry out the king's orders to march into Rain Base and subdue Crocodile, he deemed the palace in the capital far more crucial. He could not allow his actions to lead to the destruction of a palace with over a millennium of history. Thus, he resolved to confront the rebel army. For the king and the returning Princess Vivi, we must protect this place. Understood? Understood. The royal army was united in spirit. They knew the king well, and it was impossible for him to commit such acts. They believed this to be a slanderous accusation by the rebel army, aimed at tarnishing the king's reputation to legitimize their insurrection. They would never allow the rebel army to set foot here. Meanwhile, the residents of Alabasta in the capital, upon hearing of the impending assault by the rebel army, hastily packed their belongings and prepared to evacuate. Observing this scene from the mountaintop, Ms. All Sunday and her companions realized their plan had succeeded, and soon the rebel army would make their appearance. They merely needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. However, the true King Cobra was right there, albeit imprisoned, his face marred by scars and his garments stained with blood. It appeared he had endured torture at their hands, yet his visage bore the weight of weariness and regret. He could not bear to witness the slaughter between the rebel army and the royal army. He wished to intervene, but felt utterly powerless, consumed by remorse. He could only hope that Gakko would heed his command, not to confront the rebel army, but to seek out Crocodile instead. At that moment, the members of Baroque Works were gathered, deliberating on how to deal with the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi. They awaited the inevitable arrival of the Straw Hat crew at the entrance of Alabasta. However, Mr. Christmas detected a figure in the desert, swiftly approaching. It was Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew. Why is Mr. All Sunday there as well? Upon raising his binoculars, he was astonished to find Princess Vivi and the Straw Hats, with his greatest curiosity being the presence of Mr. All Sunday amongst them. Had she defected? Chapter 178, Confrontation with Baroque Works. As this statement was made, it immediately captured everyone's attention, prompting a flurry of speculation regarding the circumstances surrounding Ms. All Sunday. Zhang Fei also noticed their awareness and cautioned his comrades on the blanket. Be alert, your moment to shine is approaching. Upon hearing this, everyone understood instantly that the enemy had appeared before them. Usopp was brimming with excitement. His transformation smoke gun was finally about to prove its worth. He had prepared in advance. Zoro rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, no longer in a daze, but filled with a fierce battle spirit. Chopper recognized that this would be his first battle since joining the crew and resolved to perform admirably. Nami, too, intended to join the fray. Armed with both the transformation smoke gun and the weather stick crafted by Usopp, confident in her capabilities. However, Robin hesitated to engage, wishing to minimize her exposure to danger. Though Zhang Fei had promised to protect her, she was aware that his swordsmanship rivaled that of Mihawk, and his true strength remained unknown. Thus, she opted to observe, prepared to act if necessary. Vivi felt relieved to have arrived at the capital before the rebel army's onslaught, believing she still had a chance to avert disaster, for which she was grateful to Zhang Fei, casting him a thankful glance. Soon, Zhang Fei and the others confronted the members of Baroque Works, and Zhang Fei saw no need for concealment. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile. Indeed, it is you. Mr. Tu, upon seeing Zhang Fei and the others again, expressed his reluctance to engage in combat, wishing to go easy on them. Mr. Tu, this time we are adversaries. The speaker was Zhang Fei, who understood Mr. Tu's character and wished to avoid putting him in a difficult position, stating that their paths had diverged. Indeed, Zhang Fei boy. Mr. Tu lamented, scanning the group and noting the absence of Luffy. Enough, Mr. Tu. Do not forget our mission. By the way, why is Ms. All Sunday here? Shouldn't you be by the boss's side? Or have you betrayed us? MS's hands abruptly interrupted MS2's reminiscence, her gaze menacingly fixed on Robin, eager to extract the truth from her lips. They showed no mercy to traitors. Ms. One's hands instantly transformed into a sharp steel blade. Should Robin concede, he would not hesitate to strike. Despite the looming threat, Robin remained unperturbed, fully aware that a man of equal strength to Mihawk stood among them. Moreover, as a member of the Straw Hat crew, she felt compelled to demonstrate her sincerity. Indeed, I have joined their ranks. As anticipated, their conjectures were correct. In a glint of cold light, Ms. One's blade was already upon them. Before Zhang Fei could act, Zoro drew his sword, finally encountering a worthy opponent. The sound of steel meeting steel resonated, sparks flying as Zoro successfully parried the blow. The weight transmitted from the blade invigorated him, igniting a thrill within. Perhaps he could achieve the ability to cut through steel. Leave it to me, he declared confidently. Observing Zoro's unwavering self-assurance, Zhang Fei had no objections. In the original narrative, it was indeed Zoro who had faced Mr. One and grasped the technique of cutting steel. Mr. One recognized the man opposing him, recalling a past invitation from Baroque Works that had been declined. Mr. Four and Ms. Christmas, witnessing Ms. One's attack being thwarted, swiftly urged Mr. Four to engage. Understanding the cue, Mr. Four prepared to strike at Robin. However, before he could act, he was subdued by the Black Emperor, a powerful punch landing squarely in his abdomen. The force forced him to stagger back several steps, clutching his stomach and expelling bile. What is happening? Ms. Christmas and the others were perplexed. Was this an unknown devil fruit ability? Robin immediately understood this was Zhang Fei's doing. She had witnessed his powers against Crocodile. We must go, Vivi. Leave this to Zoro and the others. Zhang Fei was utterly confident in their capabilities, harboring no concerns for their safety. Yes, let's go. Likewise, Vivi had complete faith in Zoro and the others, especially considering that Nami and Usopp had both been empowered by Zhang Fei. Indeed, my dear Vivi, we shall handle this. You focus on stopping the rebel army. Sanji reassured Vivi, his motivation surging at the thought of the women's bath awaiting him, fueling him with boundless energy. With Zhang Fei here, he can protect you. Nami encouraged him, eager to test her own combat prowess. I will definitely stop the rebel army, Vivi promised Nami, determined not to disappoint her expectations. Hey, do you think we are invisible? MS's fingers expressed her displeasure. It felt as if they were being disregarded, which irked her. The members of Baroque Works encircled them, denying Princess Vivi the chance to mediate. If Vivi were to successfully persuade them, their efforts would be for naught. And they were eager to witness the might of the Dark King, ensuring that Vivi must not leave alive. Mr. 4, regaining his composure, prepared to aim his hand cannon at Zhang Fei. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with hostility. Sensing the danger, Nami and Usopp swiftly retrieved their transformation smoke guns. They filled their canisters with bat mist and cobra mist, enveloping themselves in dark smoke as their armor was instantly donned. Night Rogue and Bloodstock made their dazzling debut, complete with Usopp's imaginative poses. Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this transformation never grew tiresome. The only regret was that, despite his ability to transform, his large frame could not fit into the armor. What? Those unfamiliar with the mask system displayed expressions of astonishment. What is this? Could it be Germa's technology? Even Robin, having read Germa's manga, began to believe it was indeed their invention. In the face of the astonished Baroque Works members, Zhang Fei chose to ignore them, instead subtly searching for Cobra's whereabouts. He recalled that in the original story, Cobra had been captured by Mr. 4. He should be nearby. Mr. 4, noticing Zhang Fei's intent to take Princess Vivi away, immediately pulled the trigger. A baseball-like projectile was launched toward him. Zoro and the others refrained from intervening, trusting Zhang Fei to handle it, knowing he possessed the Black Emperor, capable of absorbing all energy. As expected, the Black Emperor did not disappoint at the moment of explosion. It absorbed all the energy released. Chapter 179, Father and Daughter Meet, together to stop the rebel army. What? Unscathed? MS4 looked on incredulously as the shockwave from the explosion seemed to compress until it vanished. Not only he, but others felt the same astonishment. While they were taken aback, Zhang Fei disregarded them, using his chicken talisman ability to levitate high above, seeking Cobra's figure, while the Black Emperor remained to protect Vivi. After a diligent search, he indeed found Cobra bound at the mountain's summit. This is bad. He has spotted Cobra. We must stop him. Miss Christmas, noticing Zhang Fei's gaze, swiftly called out to prevent him. If Cobra were rescued, all their efforts would be in vain. The only one capable of long-range attacks was Mr. 4, who, undeterred, refused to believe Zhang Fei could unleash that strange ability again. He aimed his cannon at Zhang Fei and fired. Zhang Fei, noticing the approaching projectile, swiftly slashed his blade, cleaving the cannonball in two, which then flew to either side of him before detonating, causing no harm to Zhang Fei as it barreled straight toward Cobra. Damn it. We must pursue. Ms. Christmas seethed, rallying the others to chase Zhang Fei. However, Zoro and his companions were unwilling to stand idly by, determined to prevent them from interfering with Zhang Fei. Want to leave? Have you asked us? Thus, they engaged their opponents in battle. Big guy, I'll handle you. Usopp, transformed into Night Rogue, brimmed with newfound confidence. His previous cowardice was vanquished, bolstered by the Night system, and he now exuded the courage of a small superhero, brandishing his enhanced slingshot to test its power against them. Upholding the chivalric code, Sanji could not strike a woman, leaving Mr. 2 as his only viable opponent. As for the others, their adversaries mirrored those in the original narrative. Roronoa Zoro, I never expected to find you here, but you are no match for me, Mr. 1 arrogantly proclaimed. Is that so? I shall put that to the test, Zoro retorted nonchalantly, charging forward to engage Mr. 1 in an intense duel, with both sides exchanging fierce blows. The sound of hammering reverberated through the desert, marking the commencement of a fierce battle under Zoro's leadership. However, Vivi remained oblivious to Zhang Fei's intentions, resolved to wait here for a while. Should he return, she would confront the rebel forces alone. Kabura noticed a man clad in black hurtling towards them. Upon witnessing Kabura's dire state, which was truly pitiful, he wielded his Zanpakuto and severed the ropes binding him. Regaining his freedom, Kabura stretched his limbs and expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fei. For his foremost duty now was to prevent the clash between the royal army and the rebels. I am deeply thankful for your timely intervention. Please forgive me for my inability to repay your kindness, as I must return at once. Observing this, Zhang Fei immediately approached, supporting Kabura while elucidating the situation. Rest assured, King Kabura, all will be well. Vivi and I shall halt the rebels. They have merely been misled. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Kabura's eyes as he focused intently on Zhang Fei, realizing that this man was indeed the companion mentioned in Vivi's letter. You are Zhang Fei, are you not? Indeed, that is I. Come with me. Vivi awaits you below. Zhang Fei confirmed, revealing that Vivi was also present. The mention of Vivi, whom he had not seen in years, stirred excitement within Kobura, prompting him to agree. Very well, I shall descend with you. Thus, Zhang Fei led Kobura down, where they encountered the chaotic battle unfolding before them. Vivi, taken aback by Zhang Fei's arrival with her injured father, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Her father had clearly been imprisoned. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed to embrace him tightly. Father, you have suffered so much. In that moment, Kobura transcended his role as a king, becoming merely a father, gently patting Vivi's back in comfort. It's all right, my dear. You have found a commendable group of allies. Vivi nodded vigorously, affirming her father's words, acknowledging the reliability of her companions. Yet you were saved by them. Thus, I must ask you to perish. Ms. Christmas transformed into a mole, burrowing into the sand with intentions of launching a surprise attack from below. However, she underestimated Zhang Fei. Thanks to his keen perception of internal energy, he discerned Ms. Christmas's trajectory as she approached Kobura, now directly beneath him. Interrupting a father-daughter reunion is rather impolite, he remarked before channeling his energy downwards, delivering a forceful stomp. The energy rippled through the ground like a shockwave. Within the sand, Ms. Christmas felt as though she were trapped in a vice, her body crushed under the pressure of his energy, resulting in a spurt of blood as she erupted from the sand, narrowly escaping severe injury. It is noteworthy that Zhang Fei was infused with the lifetime energy of 2 disciples from the Valley of Ghosts, which was exceptionally potent, further enhanced by their techniques. Mr. 4, witnessing his partner's plight, voiced his concern. Are you all right, Miss Christmas? I am fine, but this individual's abilities are peculiar. We must remain vigilant, she replied, wiping the blood from her mouth. Nevertheless, the other members of Baroque Works were unable to focus on Ms. Christmas's warning, as they were engaged in their own battles. The fiercest struggle was between Mr. 4 and Ms. Doublefinger. Nami and Usopp had significantly improved their combat prowess, allowing them to contend with their adversaries with relative ease. Seeing their adeptness, Zhang Fei felt reassured and turned to Vivi, stating, the rebel forces will soon reach the royal capital. We must act to thwart them. Let us go? Then, Vivi replied, eager to join the effort. At that moment, Kobura also spoke up, expressing his desire to accompany Zhang Fei and the others to stop the rebels. It is my fault as king that Crocodile found his opportunity. I must take action to rectify this. Chapter 180, Confronting the Rebels. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment before conceding. After all, having an extra ally mattered little, and if the rebels possessed any sense, they would grasp their intentions. Very well, let us proceed. Members of Baroque Works attempted to intervene, but they were hindered by Zoro and his allies, unable to extricate themselves and could only watch as their adversaries departed. Kosha, halt. Allow me to explain. Observing the vast army of rebels, Vivi inhaled deeply and shouted out. Kosha and his comrades spotted Vivi in the desert, halting their steeds to discern her intentions. Just then, a cannonball was launched from the royal capital, hurtling toward them. Clearly a ploy orchestrated by Crocodile's infiltrators to sabotage their plans. Yet Zhang Fei was present. Without needing to utter a word, the Black Emperor, his loyal aide, sprang into action, shattering the cannonball with a punch. The energy released from the explosion was absorbed by the Black Emperor, stored within him. What is happening, Princess Vivi? Kosha interrogated, bewildered by the cannonball's appearance. Has Vivi changed, like Kobura? He mused. Why is the king here? This Vivi stammered, struggling to provide clarity, for indeed, the cannonball had originated from the royal capital. Zhang Fei glanced at Vivi and Kobura, deciding to take the reins of explanation. Allow me to clarify, he offered, prompting a sigh of relief from Vivi, who cast him a grateful look. Kobura mirrored her sentiment, entrusting the explanation to Zhang Fei, recognizing his daughter's unwavering faith in him. And you are? Kosha scrutinized Zhang Fei, unable to recall having encountered him before. Are you four here to meet your demise? We are the rebels, intent on annihilating the royal army. You dare to stand before us? Such audacity. Yet a flicker of curiosity sparked within Kosha, compelling him to hear their words. That is of no concern to you. I merely wish to inquire if you are familiar with Crocodile. Zhang Fei did not immediately reveal the truth, but instead aimed to lead them gradually towards the revelation, which would prove more effective than a direct confession. Before Kosha could respond, one of his companions interrupted, glaring at Kobura with disdain. He was well aware of Crocodile's heroic exploits. Yes, he is our hero. What of it? Do you wish to bring harm to him? Are you aware of Crocodile's abilities? Zhang Fei pressed further, while Vivi and the others watched in silence, intrigued by his approach. After a moment of contemplation, Kosha replied, yes, I believe he wields the powers of the Sansan fruit. Why do you ask? Merely to ascertain your knowledge. Since you understand he is a sand user, it simplifies matters. Does he reside in Rainbase? Zhang Fei continued with a subtle smile. Advancing his inquiries. Kusha was utterly perplexed, questioning the relevance of Zhang Fei's seemingly trivial inquiries, which began to irritate him. He directly asked, "What exactly do you intend to achieve? Are you up to no good? I recall that Yuba is frequently besieged by sandstorms, which led to the desiccation of its lake, right? Furthermore, Rainland is Yuba's windward side, and Crocodile possesses the ability to conjure sandstorms. How is it that you have not suspected him, yet cast suspicion upon the king? Have you all lost your wits?" Zhang Fei's words were laced with clear derision. "What did you say? You scoundrel!" A hot-headed rebel surged forward, eager to confront Zhang Fei, but was swiftly restrained by Kusha. In his delayed realization, he found merit in Zhang Fei's argument. Yuba had not experienced sandstorms in the past, but since Crocodile's arrival, it had become a frequent victim of their wrath. This revelation sparked doubt among them regarding the truth of Zhang Fei's assertions. Kobura gazed at Zhang Fei in astonishment, never anticipating such wisdom from him. Had he directly revealed the truth, they might have dismissed him, but by gradually instilling doubt, he could lead them to uncover the truth themselves. Vivi's eyes sparkled with admiration, contemplating that without Zhang Fei, the rebels would not have developed such suspicions so swiftly. Kobura also noticed the admiration in his daughter's gaze, scrutinizing Zhang Fei with an unreadable expression. Meanwhile, Robin remained unfazed, confident that with Zhang Fei's abilities, resolving the rebel situation would pose no challenge. Even Crocodile, the cunning old fox, was easily outmaneuvered by him. The simple-minded rebels would be no match for his prowess. "What is it that you wish to convey? Surely you haven't come merely to berate us?" Kusha inquired, seeking clarity from Zhang Fei. "No, I have indeed come to chastise you, for your intellect appears severely lacking. Such an elementary issue eludes your understanding," Zhang Fei retorted bluntly. Showing no deference and speaking with an air of confidence that belied any fear of the rebels. "You insolent fool, utter another word, and you'll regret it." The irate rebel threatened, akin to a powder keg waiting to explode, yet restrained by his comrades, unable to reach Zhang Fei. "Claiming that you lack brains is an accurate observation. Don't you think it peculiar how fortuitously your weapons arrived? Moreover, the fluctuations in the canola flowers occurred almost simultaneously. Does that not strike you as odd? It appears as though someone has orchestrated this, and you are being manipulated like puppets." Upon reflection, Kusha felt as though he had been struck by lightning, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Zhang Fei's words resonated with alarming clarity. This was indeed too coincidental, as if the dancing powder was deliberately planted as a ruse. The thought that someone might be exploiting them filled him with growing dread. Could this all be the handiwork of Crocodile? After all, Zhang Fei was the first to raise questions about him. Under Crocodile's heroic facade, they had forgotten he was a pirate. Timidly, Kusha ventured to share his suspicions with Zhang Fei. "Could it be Crocodile? Ah, it seems you do possess some intellect." Zhang Fei chuckled, relieved that Kusha was capable of thought. However, he was intrigued about the identity of the king in the canola flowers. Was he genuine or a charlatan? He turned to Kobura and inquired, "Is it you among the canola flowers?" Kobura shook his head, his tone tinged with sorrow as he replied, "That was not me. It was one of Crocodile's minions in disguise. I believe you can surmise their intent." Chapter 181, The Rebels' Decision. "What?" The rebels gaped incredulously at Kobura. "So, we have truly been deceived? The king has been framed?" Yet, there lingered the possibility that this was merely Kobura's excuse. In that moment, uncertainty clouded their minds, rendering them utterly bewildered. However, upon further contemplation, they began to find truth in Zhang Fei's assertions. After all, Rainland was the windward side of Yuba, and should a sandstorm arise there, Yuba would surely be affected. Those still harboring doubts sought evidence from Zhang Fei to substantiate the king's innocence. "How do we know if what you say is genuine or false?" Upon uttering this, many felt the weight of reason behind their words. Kusha interjected, "Indeed. Perhaps you speak the truth, but until we possess evidence, we shall not easily place our trust in you." Vivi looked at Zhang Fei, feeling apprehensive. How could one prove their father's innocence? Even Morgans, the newsman, would require a day's time to gather information. What if the rebels refused to wait, and conflict with the king's forces ensued? Kobura too was at a loss for proof, racking his brain for something that could validate his claims. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei rested his chin in contemplation, as Robin seemed disinclined to speak, wishing to observe how Zhang Fei would navigate the situation. If evidence was needed, she possessed it, but chose to withhold it for the present. "I recall a child who revealed the truth. I wonder if the events will unfold as they did in the original tale. If they do, that would be splendid." He tentatively asked, "When you were among the canola flowers, Did you encounter an injured child? A child? Kusha recalled the defiant little boy who had dared to oppose the king, curiosity piquing as he turned to Zhang Fei. What is your point in asking this? Indeed, there was such a child, but why do you inquire? Zhang Fei smiled, recognizing that Kobura's innocence was about to be vindicated, sparing them the wait for Morgan's report. That is sufficient. If I remember correctly, he can indeed prove the king's innocence. The reason for his injury was that he discovered the identity of the false king, leading to his pursuit. Once he awakens, you may question him, and if you still doubt, you may wait a day. At that time, Crocodile's conspiracy will be laid bare in the news. Kusha's pupils dilated as he recalled the fragmented words of the boy before he fell unconscious. It was evident he had attempted to convey the truth, but had succumbed to dizziness before finishing. Kusha, do you believe his words are true? A hesitant rebel inquired, seeking guidance from their leader. Whatever decision Kusha made, they would follow. Kusha pondered for a moment, not responding immediately, but earnestly contemplating Zhang Fei's assertions. Ultimately, he resolved to temporarily halt the advance on the royal capital, waiting for the child's awakening. If it proved true, they would be the villains. Yet, he hoped it was indeed true. Kobura was still the benevolent king he had always been, and the faith of the departed remained intact. I cannot say for certain, but I believe he speaks the truth. As he pointed out, the coincidences are too remarkable, as if someone orchestrated everything from the shadows. Thus, we need only await the child's awakening. Upon hearing Kusha's decision to postpone the attack, Vivi and Kobura felt a wave of relief. Alabasta was saved. Thank you for your understanding. Kobura, as king, displayed no airs of superiority, extending gratitude to Kusha, the leader of the rebels. This left Kusha somewhat taken aback. Zhang Fei, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I would have been unable to persuade the rebels. Vivi, brimming with excitement, expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Fei. Without his intervention, she doubted her ability to persuade the rebellious army. Her admiration for him had reached an unparalleled height, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. How did you know that someone had discovered the false king among the rapeseed flowers? Robin inquired curiously, aware of the entire plan's progression, yet puzzled as to how Zhang Fei, who had been in the rain, possessed such knowledge of the events that transpired that morning. As if he had the foresight of a seer. Not only was she intrigued, but Vivi also shared this curiosity, questioning Zhang Fei alongside Robin. Indeed, Zhang Fei, how did you come to know? As for that, it remains a secret. I cannot divulge it to you, Zhang Fei replied, withholding the truth. He couldn't very well admit. I know everything that is to come, for even if he did, they might not believe him. Since he could not share, he decided to let it be. Vivi felt no need to press further, respecting Zhang Fei's secret, lest she provoke his annoyance. However, Robin's curiosity only intensified, igniting within her a desire to uncover Zhang Fei's secret, causing her to scrutinize him more closely. Zhang Fei, noticing Robin's gaze, teased her, "What is this? Are you so captivated by my brilliance? You've hit the nail on the head, Mr. Zhang Fei. Do you have thoughts about me? If so, I would be more than willing to entertain you," Robin playfully responded, elongating her words as if to tease him further. Zhang Fei, realizing that Robin was not as easily teased as Nami, let out a wry smile, deciding against further banter. He understood that continuing would only lead to his own embarrassment. Vivi, witnessing their flirtation, felt a twinge of discomfort, pouting her lips in an adorably irked manner, resembling someone consumed by jealousy, and with a huff, she turned away. Humph. As a father, Cobra was acutely aware of his daughter's feelings and perceived the necessity to assist her. He approved of Zhang Fei, recognizing that someone with such meticulous consideration and formidable strength would indeed make an exemplary son-in-law. Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback, unaware of Vivi's discontent, pondering whether her anger stemmed from his silence regarding the matter of the little basin. Naturally, he did not entertain thoughts of romantic interest, for Vivi was a princess. It seemed implausible that she would harbor feelings for him, at most considering him a dear friend. Chapter 182, Iron Cutting. Kusha, should I remain here, or return? A member of the rebellious army suddenly inquired. They could not linger in the desert any longer, as the searing heat was unbearable, and prolonged exposure could lead to heat stroke. Let us rest in the nearby rock formations. Also, as soon as the little basin awakens, inform me immediately. Kusha recognized the wisdom in their suggestion and, uncertain of when the little basin would awaken, decided to seek refuge from the oppressive heat. As for Vivi and the others, he was reluctant to confront them. They were now adversaries. If the little basin were to uncover the truth and realize he had misjudged the king, he would surely return to seek the king's forgiveness. But that time had yet to come. Watching the rebellious army depart, Vivi finally felt a sense of relief. knowing she only needed to await news of Morgan's and the Little Basin's awakening. Staying here is not a viable option. We should return to the capital. I imagine Gaka must be frantic about my absence, Cobra stated to Zhang Fei. Vivi concurred, recognizing her father's wisdom. It was indeed time to return and stabilize the king's forces. Yet, thoughts of Nami and her comrades, still engaged in battle, crept into her mind, causing her to worry anew. Zhang Fei, would you care to assist Nami and the others? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fei decided it prudent to return and assess the situation, just in case. Very well, let us return and take a look. However, I suspect they are managing well. With that, Zhang Fei retrieved a magic carpet, preparing to soar into the air. Cobra, astonished by such a marvelous ability, soon joined Zhang Fei on the carpet, embarking on their journey to locate Nami and her companions. Upon their return, they were greeted by the sight of Ms. Doublefinger, Ms. Merry Christmas, and Mr. Four, all collapsed and unconscious, bearing numerous injuries. It was evident that Nami and her team had emerged victorious, aided by the Night System, which had significantly enhanced their capabilities compared to the original tale. However, Chopper had sustained injuries, 3 claw marks marring his chest. Thankfully, as a doctor, he had staunched the bleeding and suffered no grave consequences. The only ones still engaged in battle were Sanji and Zoro, with Zoro appearing particularly battered, bloodied from numerous cuts. Nami and the others did not attempt to assist him, as they respected his desire to defeat Mr. One on his own terms. Hey Zhang Fei, you're back. Did you succeed? Usopp greeted Zhang Fei with palpable excitement, clearly thrilled by the victory brought about by the Night System. Zhang Fei refrained from answering directly, letting Vivi respond. Yes, we succeeded. This brief declaration ignited elation among those present, who genuinely rejoiced for Vivi's achievement. Well done, Vivi. Nami praised her. Yet, Vivi shook her head and turned to Zhang Fei, clarifying, this victory is not mine. It belongs solely to Zhang Fei, who single-handedly averted the crisis. Nami's eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned her gaze towards Robin, deliberately asserting her position. Truly, he is my man. The crowd collectively gasped, taken aback by Nami's boldness, while Zhang Fei appeared unfazed, merely offering a calm smile. Conversely, Sanji, locked in combat with Mr. Two, felt as if his heart had shattered, frozen in disbelief. Although he was aware of Nami's feelings for Zhang Fei, hearing it articulated struck him deeply. Transgender fist, critical swan. Mr. Two seized the opportunity to unleash his transgender fist upon Sanji, delivering a series of punishing blows. Wearing swan shoes, the beak, forged from steel, pierced Sanji's abdomen, sending him flying several meters, blood spilling forth as the beak withdrew. Sanji! Usopp and the others shouted in alarm. Damn it, you scoundrel! Sanji rose slowly, pain radiating from his abdomen as blood continued to flow. It was clear he needed to end this fight swiftly. Fueled by anger, Sanji unleashed his fury, executing a flurry of kicks. Chest meat, leg meat, shoulder meat, leg meat. He attacked Mr. Two relentlessly, pushing him back with a series of strikes. Yet, an unforeseen event occurred. Mr. Two's right hand inadvertently brushed against his own face, transforming into Nami's likeness, causing Sanji's assault to abruptly halt. Though Mr. Two could not comprehend why Sanji had ceased his attack, he recognized the opportunity for a counterstrike had arrived. Responding with a kick of his own, he sent Sanji flying. Sanji, what are you doing? He is a fake. Nami exclaimed indignantly, fully aware of the truth, questioning why Sanji would cease his assault. Only Zhang Fei understood the underlying reason. Sanji offered no explanation, instead taking a casual drag from his cigarette to ease the pain. This fool. Zoro noted Sanji's condition and scornfully remarked. Yet the situation was dire, as he found himself unable to inflict harm, only to sustain injuries himself. Give it up. You are no match for me, Mr. One advised Zoro, asserting that continuing in this manner was futile. Is that so? I beg to differ. They are still watching, and I cannot afford to lose. In your presence, you are merely a stepping stone for me to ascend to greater heights. Zoro resolutely refused to concede. He had promised Luffy he would not be defeated again, thus he must triumph over his opponent and surpass Mihawk. As for Zhang Fei, though he wielded a sword, Zoro had contemplated challenging him, but after Zhang Fei's enlightening discourse on the distinction between swords, he had relinquished that notion. I regret to inform you that you shall fail, for you will perish at my hands. Thus, the two resumed their clash, with Zoro still struggling to contend with Mr. One, yet he did not abandon hope, seeking a way to counter the threat. Meanwhile, Sanji continued to take blows, as Mr. Two, assuming Nami's appearance, was infuriating Nami, who scolded Sanji, but he remained unmoved. Gradually, Mr. Two realized that Sanji refrained from striking women, which explained his willingness to be captured. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Zhang Fei sighed, lamenting Sanji's stubbornness, and decided to remind Zoro to grasp the concept of cutting iron. For his predicament was far more perilous than Sanji's. Zoro, focus on your breathing. Breathing? Zoro recalled his master's teachings regarding the swordsman who never struck. Listen closely. There are swordsmen capable of not cutting anything. The so-called ability to not cut refers to the perception of breathing, yet therein lies the power to cut iron. Witnessing Zoro's demeanor, it was evident he had comprehended the essence of cutting iron, prompting a serene smile. Truly, Zoro was remarkable. Distracted in battle? It appears you seek death. Dust particle, cutting speed blade. Mr. One's feet transformed into ice skates, gliding across the ground, swiftly approaching Zoro, his fingers morphing into sharp blades, lowering his center of gravity to deliver a fatal blow. Zoro, however, assumed a stance of the one-sword style to meet Mr. One's strike. One-sword style II. Lioness song. In the instant their forms collided, the victor emerged. Yet, it was Mr. One who fell, as Zoro had fully mastered the ability to cut iron. Chapter 183. All members victorious. Chopper, witnessing the scene, rushed over to tend to Zoro and requested a medical kit from Zhang Fei. Indeed, Zhang Fei had become a utility. For his system backpack was exceedingly convenient, containing not only gold but also a plethora of essential supplies, such as food. Retrieving the medical kit, Chopper began treating Zoro's grievous injuries. After all, Zoro's condition was dire, necessitating swift care. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, as Zoro vanquished Mr. One, he expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fei, acknowledging that without his reminder, he might have been defeated. Thank you, Zhang Fei. No need for thanks. Even without my guidance, Zoro would have eventually grasped the concept of cutting iron. It was merely a matter of time. Of course, Zoro did not miss the opportunity to mock Sanji. Colorful Kappa, you truly are lacking. Upon hearing Zoro's critique, Sanji bristled, for both harbored mutual disdain for one another. Had it not been for that bastard taking Nami's form, he would have already defeated him and would not have allowed him to taunt him. How infuriating. I cannot believe Mr. One was also defeated. It seems I must rely on myself alone. Mr. Two realized that all members present were down to one, leaving him to confront them single-handedly. However, he needed to deal with Sanji first, and Zhang Fei and the others showed no intention of intervening, which was undoubtedly favorable for him. The only plan left was to rely on seduction and swiftly defeat him. Though this plan was good, Mr. Two overlooked that the real Nami was still present, and his actions would undoubtedly enrage her. Mr. Two unveiled his upper body, fanning himself with his hand in a flirtatious manner. Ah, it's so hot. Witnessing this scene was electrifying. Sanji's eyes widened as he fixated on the alluring sight before him, seemingly intent on etching it in his memory, while blood gushed uncontrollably from his nose. This is magnificent. It makes me want to mimic a devil fruit, for when night falls. A perfect opportunity. Mr. Two, seizing the moment of vulnerability, launched a fierce attack. Little did he know, Nami was seething with rage, and Usopp could sense the fury radiating from her, tapping his forehead and shoulders, praying for Mr. Two. Amen. Once was not enough, a second time is required. You are doomed, Mr. Two. Even Jesus cannot save you now. He drew out a transformation smoke gun, swiftly altering his attire, and initiated a night kick. Zhang Fei swallowed hard, knowing that Mr. Two was finished, but according to his observations, individuals in the pirate world, after an explosion, do not meet a gruesome end. At worst, they emerge blackened and smoking, but not dead. As for Arlong, that was merely an anomaly. Good luck, Mr. Two. Zhang Fei silently wished, as Nami leaped into the air, extending her left foot, flames igniting from it as it rubbed against the air. Mr. Two could not fathom that Nami would strike him so unexpectedly, leaving him utterly unprepared. When he turned around, Nami's night kick struck his chest. The energy from her foot surged through Mr. Two's entire being, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. As Zhang Fei had anticipated, he began to smoke and succumb to unconsciousness. Once Nami reverted from her transformation, she still felt unsatisfied and kicked Mr. Two twice while he lay unconscious. It's all his fault for embarrassing me. How dare he gaze upon my body? If you wish to look, you must pay. Without money, what do you think you're doing? Nami declared indignantly, feeling increasingly cheated. She resolved to earn some money to assuage her dissatisfaction. What? Usopp gazed at Nami incredulously. You want to charge money? It's not like I wanted to look. And it's not even your body I'm gazing at. What are you charging for? Surely you cannot expect me to pay for it. Of course. He dared not voice such thoughts, fearing he might share Mr. Two's fate. Expecting a free ride is impossible. After all, that guy transformed into me. Which means it is equivalent to me. Nami articulated her point with conviction. Zhang Fei chuckled helplessly, noting that she already possessed his gold. Her greedy nature was unchangeable. Yet, he did not mind, feeling that this was precisely the essence of Nami. So eloquently articulated, even Usopp found himself devoid of any rebuttal, compelled to surrender his possessions willingly. However, all his funds had already been claimed by Nami, leaving him in a state of despair, akin to a silent lamentation. Even the injured Zoro was not spared from this fate. Apart from Vivi, Robin, and Chopper, the rest had their wealth confiscated. Alas, my private savings have dwindled. Though Cobra did not witness the impressive physique exhibited by Mr. Two, he willingly surrendered his riches. Primarily out of joy that the long-standing dilemma of the rebel army had finally been resolved, his face radiating an uncontainable smile. Is it so? I never imagined my father possessed a hidden fortune. Vivi responded with a charming smile, feeling a sense of relief after defeating all the Baroque Works subordinates. Now, all that remained was the awakening of Little Pony and some good news from Luffy. Certainly, but to express my gratitude, I intend to invite you all to the palace for a gathering, where I shall host a banquet. Please do make it a point to attend. Cobra extended his invitation to Zhang Fei and the others as a token of his appreciation. Although it was still early, there was no harm in planning ahead. Furthermore, he harbored a secondary motive, to keep Zhang Fei close, aspiring for him to become his esteemed son-in-law, though such sentiments would be best expressed during the banquet. Were Luffy present, he would undoubtedly be elated at the prospect of a feast. In that case, we accept, but we must wait for Luffy to return first. Zhang Fei readily agreed, his heart yearning for the grand bathhouse within the palace. At last, I can relax. Nami expressed her curiosity about the palace, her words laced with delight. Meanwhile, Robin remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, her singular focus fixated on the history text. With a glance, Zhang Fei discerned Robin's intentions and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Robin, are you contemplating the history text? I can request King Cobra to grant us entry. How did you know? Robin inquired, perplexed by Zhang Fei's insight into her thoughts, wondering if her thoughts were so easily discernible. Chapter 184, Prejudice and Justification. Observing Robin's furrowed brow, Zhang Fei swiftly formulated his response. It is quite simple, for you are Nico Robin, an archaeologist. And you must surely harbor an interest in the blank century. I share that curiosity as well, seeking to uncover what transpired during that time. The existence of others, aside from the scholars of O'Hara, who also held an interest in history, was indeed surprising. However, it was precisely this intrigue that led to O'Hara's obliteration by the world government, leaving an indelible mark of trauma in her heart. So that is how it is. Robin murmured softly, before continuing, do you truly believe you can persuade Cobra? Her fervor for the history text of Alabasta was undeniable, as one of her motives for aligning with Crocodile was to uncover historical truths while remaining hidden from the world government. I should be able to, Zhang Fei mused, confident that there would be no issue, especially since he had no interest in the Pluton. External forces were ultimately transient. Losing them would leave one with nothing, whereas solidifying one's own strength was far more pragmatic. Very well, then I leave this to you, Robin said, her enchanting visage displaying a smile as she placed a gentle hand on Zhang Fei's shoulder, leaning in slightly. To Nami and the others, they appeared akin to a couple in the throes of romance, provoking a twinge of jealousy within Nami, who clenched her fists in frustration, oblivious to the nature of their conversation. How infuriating. That woman is utterly despicable, making advances toward Zhang Fei in the blink of an eye. She fumed silently, consumed by her indignation. Usopp sensed a palpable aura of hostility and a potent scent of jealousy emanating from Nami. Realizing she resembled a volatile bomb not to be trifled with, hence, he opted for silence and distance from her wrath. Memories of Kaya from Syrup Village surfaced, reassuring him that she lacked Nami's haughty demeanor. Observing their closeness, Vivi felt an undeniable discomfort, as if someone had grasped her heart. As a father, Cobra noted the change in his daughter's demeanor, further solidifying his resolve. Vivi had sacrificed too much for Alabasta's sake, and he must strive to ensure her happiness. His gaze, intense and unwavering, fell upon Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, in turn, noticed Cobra's penetrating stare, though he remained unfazed, focusing instead on assisting Chopper with the injured. As for the members of Baroque Works, he paid them no mind, confident that they would not perish and that the Navy would handle the aftermath, leaving him with no need to intervene. Ouch, can't you be more gentle? Zoro winced, voicing his grievance at Zhang Fei's rough handling of the wounded. What, are you dead? Zhang Fei replied dismissively, unconcerned by Zoro's complaints, knowing full well that such injuries would not be fatal. As for Sanji, He required no assistance from Zhang Fei, as his injuries were not as severe as Zoro's, and he was still able to move. However, Sanji appeared invigorated, eagerly awaiting his reward from Zhang Fei. His demeanor akin to an eager soldier anticipating a commendation. Zhang Fei recognized Sanji's intent, knowing it pertained to the snake talisman, as he had promised to lend it to him once their business concluded. We'll discuss it once Luffy returns. All right, no problem, Sanji readily agreed. Settling down on a mat and beginning to envision his paradise on Earth. Sitting on the mat, Zhang Fei suddenly recalled something and turned to Cobra, offering a reminder. By the way, Your Majesty, there are individuals affiliated with Crocodile within your royal army. The cannon fire we just experienced was likely his doing, aimed specifically to thwart us. Cobra immediately grasped the implication, recognizing the uncanny timing of the cannon fire coinciding with their negotiations, suggesting an intentional act. Fortunately, Zhang Fei had intervened, otherwise, he might have fallen victim to the rebels, with dire consequences. Understood. I will root out the infiltrators within the royal army, he resolved, determined to eliminate any threats to Alabasta's safety. By the way, Your Majesty, may we have a look at the history text? Zhang Fei directly articulated his request. Robin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited Cobra's response. This inquiry plunged Cobra into silence, contemplating Zhang Fei's intentions. Did he also seek the Pluton? Zhang Fei perceived Cobra's hesitation and sought to reassure him. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we harbor no interest in the Pluton. My focus lies solely on the blank history. Yet, his words still left Cobra in a quandary, weighing whether to trust Zhang Fei, given the Pluton's immense potential for destruction. Thankfully, Vivi spoke up on Zhang Fei's behalf, expressing her belief in him. Father, I trust Zhang Fei. After a moment of contemplation, Cobra ultimately acquiesced, recognizing that he was the man his daughter cherished. And thus his character should be beyond reproach, especially considering he was the savior of Alabasta. Very well, but can you comprehend the inscriptions above the historical texts? Cobra inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Despite the vigilant guardianship of the historical records by successive kings, the contents therein remained elusive to them. Fear not, Your Majesty, for aboard our vessel are archaeologists capable of deciphering the historical texts with ease, Zhang Fei replied with a hearty laugh, introducing Robin to Cobra. Archaeologists? Cobra echoed, bewildered. The only individuals worthy of such a title were the scholars from O'Hara, yet those from O'Hara Island had been eradicated by the Navy, leaving only the infamous daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, as the sole survivor. Was it possible that Zhang Fei's companion was indeed that very Nico Robin? His countenance grew increasingly anxious as he turned to Robin. Are you truly the daughter of the devil, Nico Robin? Upon hearing the notorious moniker, Robin's eyes dimmed momentarily, though she readily acknowledged, indeed, I am Nico Robin. Once her identity was confirmed, Cobra's expression soured further. He was all too aware of the implications of that title. Your Majesty, the title of Daughter of the Devil is merely a fabricated accusation by the world government. It is evident that they orchestrated the extermination of O'Hara's scholars to conceal the truth of the Void Century. Do you truly believe that a mere child could orchestrate such a deed? Well, aside from that perverse Big Mom. Chapter 185, The Empathetic Black Emperor. Zhang Fei discerned Cobra's biases, which irked him, for he was aware of Robin's true lineage. The accusations were baseless fabrications of the world government. Thus, he addressed Cobra with a tone of respect, subtly expressing his discontent while elucidating the truth, confident that Cobra's intellect would lead him to the same conclusion. Cobra, recognizing Zhang Fei's dissatisfaction, reflected for a moment. His knowledge of the Daughter of the Devil had come solely from newspapers, revealing the world government's concealment of secrets across the past century. It became apparent that his ignorance was a fault of his own, and he offered an apology to Robin. I am deeply sorry. I was unaware of the circumstances and misunderstood you. It is quite all right, Robin replied cheerfully, unfazed by Cobra's words. Ignorance is no sin, and with Zhang Fei defending her, her favor towards him soared. It was the first time she felt truly understood, her voice imbued with joy. Her beautiful gaze lingered appreciatively on Zhang Fei's silhouette, finding the man before her rather appealing. However, Nami scoffed, arms crossed with a huff, her mood decidedly displeased. Vivi, on the other hand, wore a wry smile. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fei, the three women behind him were experiencing a shift in emotions as he skillfully piloted the blanket, successfully entering the capital, which was merely a short journey of a few minutes away. Upon entering the capital, Gakka rushed over, having spotted Cobra and Princess Vivi, making a point to welcome them. Seeing the king, battered and bruised, Gakka felt a pang of anguish, confirming his worst fears. Fortunately, the king was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have borne the title of the greatest sinner in Alabasta. Kneeling before Cobra, he pleaded, "Your Majesty, I am relieved to see you safe. It is my fault for the lack of vigilance. Please, punish me as you see fit." Cobra dismounted from the blanket, personally assisting Gaka to his feet. "This is not your fault, Gaka. It is my carelessness that allowed them to capture you." He introduced Zhang Fei and his crew as the heroes who salvaged Alabasta by thwarting the rebel forces, assuring Gaka that peace would soon return once the truth was unveiled. Usopp and Chopper felt a sense of bashfulness, scratching the back of their heads, elated at the notion of being regarded as heroes. It felt rather gratifying. Yet they understood the importance of humility. "Not at all," Gaka said, bowing to the group, sincerely expressing gratitude for their assistance in saving Alabasta. "I am eternally grateful for your aid. Your kindness shall never be forgotten. No need for thanks. Vivi and I are comrades, and there is no need for excessive gratitude." Zhang Fei waved off dismissively. "Vivi, I leave their hospitality in your capable hands." Cobra, now intent on addressing the traitors hidden within his ranks, had no time to entertain Zhang Fei and his companions. "I understand, Father," Vivi nodded, comprehending her father's intentions, and took it upon herself to guide Zhang Fei and the others on a tour of the palace, excluding the injured Zoro. However, Zhang Fei suddenly recalled the presence of a colossal bomb concealed within the capital and deemed it necessary to attend to the matter. "Vivi, I must step out for a moment." Vivi was perplexed. What could Zhang Fei possibly need to do outside? Was it that her explanations had been inadequate, prompting him to seek fresh air? "What do you need to go out for?" "I just remembered there is a bomb hidden in the city, and if left unattended, it could annihilate the entire capital." Zhang Fei succinctly explained the potential ramifications of the bomb's power. Vivi's expression shifted from mirth to alarm. Her cheerful demeanor instantly replaced with panic as she inquired about the bomb's location, horrified at the thought of an explosion. "Where's the bomb? Such trivial matters should not concern you. Leave it to me." "It is merely a bomb," Zhang Fei reassured, exuding a sense of calm that eased the tension among those present. After all, he was always dependable, and entrusting him with the task was entirely reasonable. "Very well. But do take care," Vivi cautioned, despite her awareness of Zhang Fei's extraordinary abilities and resilience. It was a natural instinct to voice concern, akin to a wife bidding farewell to her husband before a battle. Zhang Fei flashed an okay gesture and utilized his levitation abilities to float into the air. He was well aware of the bomb's location, directly beneath the Grand Clock Tower. Upon reaching the clock tower, Zhang Fei, embodying the Black Emperor, penetrated the walls to enter the interior, where he swiftly incapacitated Mr. Seven and Ms. Father's Day, primarily concerned that they might trigger the bomb, opting for a mutual destruction scenario. Even in the event of an explosion, the Black Emperor could absorb the energy in an instant. As the Black Emperor infiltrated the clock tower's inner sanctum, he encountered Mr. Seven and Ms. Father's Day, who were blissfully unaware of his presence, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they awaited the impending moment. Their duty was to safeguard the bomb, ensuring their escape just before detonation. Little did they realize that their plans were about to be thwarted by Zhang Fei. "How unsightly. It seems Oda did not put much thought into your designs," the Black Emperor quipped, preparing to execute the orders of his main body. He approached them from behind and delivered a swift strike to their necks. "What the hell? Who hit me?" Mr. Seven exclaimed, suddenly feeling a sharp blow to his neck, causing him to lurch forward and collapse, clutching his neck and shouting in confusion. "Is anyone there?" Miss Father's Day scanned the surroundings, finding no one present, bewildered by Mr. Seven's outburst. "What are you on about?" The Black Emperor pressed his right hand against his chin, while his other hand rested on the bicep of his right arm, deep in contemplation. Perhaps his force was insufficient. Thus, he directed his gaze towards Miss Father's Day. A chill coursed through her, akin to being hunted by a ferocious beast. Subsequently, she experienced a similar fate as Mr. Seven. The Black Emperor, having intensified his strength, sent Miss Father's Day hurtling away, shattering the glass of the grand clock as she plummeted from great heights. Observing the flying Miss Father's Day, I couldn't help but wonder if the Black Emperor was truly this violent. I had merely asked him to incapacitate them. Yet, it seemed that Miss Father's Day had certainly been knocked out in pain. As for Mr. Seven, I could not ascertain his condition. Was it too much force? Well, as companions, they ought to share both fortune and misfortune. Thus, the Black Emperor threw Mr. Seven out as well, ensuring he accompanied Miss Father's Day. Chapter 186, Morgan's Actions. Gazing at the two incapacitated figures, Zhang Fei paid them no mind and turned to stride into the grand clock. What met his eyes was a colossal bomb, a timed explosive with a countdown ticking away. Upon reaching 0, it would detonate. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Fei stowed it in his system backpack. contemplating its potential future utility. He harbored no concerns regarding the bomb exploding within the system backpack, as time ceased to flow once it entered, allowing for absolute safety. Having settled all matters, Zhang Fei returned to the palace, eager to indulge in the luxurious bathhouse. Ah, what bliss! Zhang Fei let out a deep sigh. Truly worthy of the royal bathhouse, it was simply unparalleled. He opened his system backpack, ready to unveil the mysterious gift package, only to discover that the two original packages had transformed into three. What could this mean? Had the system deemed my diligent completion of tasks worthy of an additional mysterious gift? Perhaps it is best to inquire with the system. System, are you there? Here I am. The system responded to Zhang Fei's call. What is the meaning of this mysterious gift package? Zhang Fei inquired. Oh, regarding that. I had originally intended to issue the task of inviting Robin aboard after you completed those 3 tasks, but it appears you accomplished it ahead of schedule. So I granted it to you early, the system clarified, realizing it had forgotten to inform Zhang Fei. Ah, so that is how it is. No wonder there is an extra package. That settles it. Then, Zhang Fei concluded. Call me if you need anything else, the system replied. Zhang Fei felt immense relief at having such a responsible system, one that did not complain but rather fulfilled its duties diligently. This system was the best he had ever encountered, surpassing even his own father. If there were 5-star reviews, he would undoubtedly give it a full rating. Count yourself fortunate. I have worked hard for you, he mused, encouraging the system to keep up the good work. The system, sensing Zhang Fei's thoughts, placed its hands over its chest and smiled, acknowledging the gratitude of such a devoted host. Perhaps it was time to deal with the Death God system once more. Death God system, what does this have to do with me? TMD. Zhang Fei opened 3 mysterious gift packages in quick succession. Congratulations, you have received a Digivice. The first mysterious package revealed a Digivice, an item with which he was quite familiar, though he was uncertain from which season it originated. It would be splendid if it were from the 3rd or 4th season, allowing him to experience life as a Digimon. Thus, Zhang Fei took out the Digivice, which materialized in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be from the 5th season, wherein the Digimon evolved through the power of digital spirits. After examining it, he noticed the screen displayed a digital egg, clearly indicating that this egg would be his future partner. Zhang Fei was filled with anticipation, hoping that the hatching Digimon would be as formidable as the luminary beast. If not, a dragon-type Digimon would suffice. As Zhang Fei was lost in thought, the second mysterious package had already opened. Congratulations, you have received a Pikachu. The yellow rodent. While Zhang Fei preferred Charizard for its ability to mega-evolve and its striking appearance, having a Pikachu was still better than nothing. Speaking of Pikachu, the strongest was undoubtedly Ash's. If only he could acquire Ash's Pikachu. A Pokeball appeared in Zhang Fei's hand, shaking vigorously. With a flash of red light, a Pikachu emerged, plummeting into the bathhouse with a splash. Swimming towards Zhang Fei and affectionately rubbing its cheeks against his chest to express its fondness. Pika Pika! Zhang Fei was taken aback by Pikachu's eagerness to escape the Pokeball, reminiscent of Ash's Pikachu, and the creature seemed quite fond of him. Undoubtedly a testament to the system's influence. However, upon seeing Pikachu in person, he found it rather adorable, its fur soft and fluffy, easy to stroke, rivaling even Chopper. It seemed he was now a Pokemon trainer. He wondered what it would feel like to command Pikachu in battle. Congratulations, you have received a friend card. As Zhang Fei contemplated this, the 3rd mysterious package had already dispensed its reward. Curiosity piqued, he examined the details of the friend card. The friend card allows the user to forcibly designate one person as a friend and to seize their abilities for a duration of 3 minutes, with unlimited uses. This friend card is quite intriguing. The ability to forcibly extract another's powers is certainly useful. But what can one accomplish in 3 minutes? Perhaps it would suffice for a quick fight? No, 3 minutes is ample time. Utilizing the friend card to borrow Luffy's rubber abilities. Combined with the speed of the rabbit talisman, he could unleash a flurry of strikes in rapid succession, over 300 blows per second, enough to overwhelm any opponent. Moreover, the friction generated from such speed would ignite, a feat that only formidable foes like Big Mom could withstand. It seems prudent to acquire the rabbit talisman sooner rather than later. Just as Zhang Fei luxuriated in his bath, Morgans finally made his move, initiating a global live broadcast. Islands equipped with image screens, including those in the Sabaody archipelago, received Morgans' broadcast. Even the headquarters of the 4 emperors were not exempt, nor was the marine headquarters. However, Sengoku was left perplexed, questioning what Morgans was up to, oblivious to the scandalous revelations about the world government that were about to unfold, which would leave him aghast. What is Morgan scheming? Who knows? Don't ask me. Carp replied nonchalantly, munching on rice crackers, showing no interest in Sengoku's concerns, nor in Morgan's impending announcements. Carp's indifference was something Sengoku had long since grown accustomed to. World Summit? Morgan's? What is he doing? Big Mom pondered, utterly baffled, as it appeared to be Morgan's first global live broadcast. Who knows, Mother? Perhaps he has some earth-shattering news to share, Charlotte Perispero speculated after a moment of thought, concluding that whatever prompted Morgan's to go live must involve a significant secret. On Ghost Island, Kaido was inebriated beyond recognition, utterly oblivious to Morgan's initiation of a global broadcast. Meanwhile, two of the three prominent figures, Queen and Jack, were keenly observing Morgan's every action, sensing that something monumental was about to transpire. Should we rouse the governor? Queen inquired, a cigar clenched between his teeth, glancing towards Jack for his counsel. No need, Jack replied. If anything truly significant occurs, we can awaken the governor then. He was reluctant to disturb Kaido, as a drunken Kaido was a wild card, unable to discern friend from foe. If provoked, it could lead to an unfortunate altercation. And aside from the major players, waking anyone else would likely result in a brutal beating. Queen found Jack's reasoning sound and lapsed into silence. As for the red-haired pirates, they were away from their base, wandering aimlessly on a journey, thus unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 187. The Reaction of the Gorosei. Old man, I've just received word that Morgan's has initiated a live broadcast. It seems something significant is afoot. The captain of the 3rd Division, Jozu, had just learned from his subordinates about Morgan's broadcast and hurried to inform Whitebeard, eager to gauge his reaction. Oh, let's see what Morgan's has to say, Whitebeard replied, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he downed his drink, even as he was receiving intravenous fluids. Old man, you must refrain from drinking any further, Marco cautioned, noticing Whitebeard indulging again. Given Whitebeard's current condition, marked by numerous hidden injuries and the inevitable decline that comes with age, Marco felt an urgent need to intervene. Bah, what is this little drink to me? Whitebeard responded with his characteristic hearty laughter. The notion of abstaining from alcohol was akin to asking for his very life. Marco, resigned yet dutiful, understood that this was Whitebeard's nature, but as a son, he felt compelled to remind him nonetheless. Then, as if struck by a thought, Whitebeard turned to Marco and asked, any word from Ace? None, old man, Marco replied, shaking his head. Since Ace's departure, they had yet to receive any communication from him. However, given Ace's temperament, he would not return until he had confronted Blackbeard. I see. We'll wait for Ace to return before we hold the banquet, Whitebeard mused, revealing a touch of longing for his foolish son after such a lengthy absence. Understood, old man. At that moment, on the screen, Morgan's appeared, his demeanor unusually exuberant as he adjusted his collar, understanding the gravity of addressing the entire world and the necessity of appearing presentable. The thought of the recording in his possession filled him with exhilaration. To preempt any retaliation from the world government, he had already printed the news, dispatching his newsbirds across the globe. I am Morgan's, president of the news agency. I believe most of you are familiar with me. The reason I am addressing you via live broadcast is that I possess news that will undoubtedly astonish you all, so please remain patient and anticipate the revelations to come. I assure you, the news I bring will leave you utterly astounded. Morgan spoke deliberately, producing evidence of his collusion with Zhang Fei. With this evidence, the world government would likely face condemnation from the member nations, and in turn, his news agency would reap substantial rewards. Now, I invite you to listen to this recording. Morgan's proceeded to play the incriminating audio. Thus, Crocodile's sinister plot was fully unveiled. Those who learned of this news were, as Morgan's had predicted, left in utter shock. The revelation that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, was conspiring against the Alabasta kingdom, one of the member nations, was nothing short of scandalous. Was this how the world government protected its allies? Moreover, allowing the 7 warlords to act with impunity was akin to declaring that their membership was a mere jest in the eyes of the governing body. In instances where nations suffered at the hands of pirates, the navy remained inactive. What then was the purpose of the exorbitant tribute they paid? For those countries relying on the protection of the 4 emperors, and among the kings of member nations, doubt began to take root. If their membership offered no protection but merely rendered them fodder for exploitation, was there any justification for continuing their allegiance? Such seeds of discontent were firmly planted in the hearts of the kings, waiting to sprout. Yet, this was one of Zhang Fei's objectives, to hasten the disintegration of the world government, which would ultimately benefit him and his allies. As the recording concluded, Morgan spoke once more. I trust you all are aware of the internal strife within the Alabasta kingdom. According to my informants, this turmoil was orchestrated by Crocodile, who operates under the Baroque Works, with the aim of usurping the throne. The specifics will be detailed in the latest newspaper, so stay tuned. With that, Morgans ended the broadcast, igniting a fervent desire for truth among the populace, who were eager to uncover the reality behind the situation. It was truly lamentable that the Princess of Alabasta had been reduced to a captive of pirates. Was the Navy truly so ineffectual? Was this what the world government represented? Outrage surged at the thought of the incompetent Navy allowing pirates to rampage freely, infringing upon other nations. Without Morgan's report, they might have remained blissfully ignorant. If the other 7 warlords were as corrupt as Crocodile, what fate awaited their nations? Would they too become playthings of pirates like Alabasta? We must resist this dark world government and the inept Navy. Yes, they take our money yet offer no protection. We must revolt. The fervor of the masses escalated, fueled, of course, by the revolutionaries' incitement. This news proved immensely advantageous for the revolutionaries, awakening the populace to harsh realities and allowing the movement to draw in new supporters. Damn it, that scoundrel Morgans. Someone, get me an investigation into what is happening in Alabasta. Sengoku's fury was palpable as he slammed his hand onto the desk, which splintered under the force of his blow. I told you before, the 7 warlords are nothing but trouble. Now look, we're in a real mess. Yet Garp remained at the side, fanning the flames of Sengoku's ire, completely unconcerned with his superior's anger. Garp, get out. Sengoku's wrath boiled over as he shouted for Garp to leave his office. Fine, if you insist, Garp replied nonchalantly, leisurely snacking on Sanbei as he sauntered away. Meanwhile, the Gorosei had also received the news. Their brows were furrowed, some eyes ablaze with fury. How dare Morgans publish such information? One of the Gorosei, clad in a white robe, bald-headed, bespectacled, and wielding a katana, spoke with a grim countenance and a palpable intent to kill. Let us not dwell on that for now. With this incident, the reputation of our world government will undoubtedly suffer. We must devise a strategy to address this, for the member nations will surely rise in rebellion. Another Gorosei, dressed in a dark green suit, bald with 2 distinct mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead, spoke more calmly, outlining the impending developments for the world government. Humph, what good will their rebellion accomplish? Do they dare to sever ties with the world government? Draped in a deep crimson suit and devoid of a bow tie, the golden-haired, bearded elder of the 5 elders let out a disdainful snort, convinced that the representatives of the allied nations would not stir up any significant waves. Indeed, I must act promptly to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, articulated the elder in the kimono. Let us entrust this matter to Sengoku, and additionally, issue a warning to Morgans. Another elder, clad in a dark blue suit, with flowing white hair and an impressively long beard, resolved to delegate this affair to the Navy. Chapter 188, Reactions from Various Parties. Sengoku appeared utterly drained, slumped in his chair as he rubbed his temples. Moments ago, he had received a call from the 5 elders, asking him to tidy up the mess they had created. As Garp had aptly remarked, the Navy was akin to an innocent bystander caught in a manure truck explosion, left covered in filth while the driver remained unscathed. It was truly a stroke of bad luck. The 7 warlords were a creation of the world government, yet the Navy bore the brunt of the blame. The thought alone was enough to cause a headache. The only recourse was to halt the release of Morgan's newspaper to prevent the situation from worsening. However, persuading Morgans to cease was nearly impossible, as it would infringe upon the interests of his news agency. For now, I must attempt to intervene. Mama. Morgans is indeed audacious to publish a scandal involving the world government, laughed Big Mom, her spirits buoyed. Such colossal scandals concerning the world government were a rarity, especially those involving the 7 warlords. This incident would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation and render them a source of ridicule among pirates. Indeed, Mama. The Navy must be in utter chaos at this moment, chimed in Charlotte Perispero, reveling in the Navy's plight, as instances of them suffering setbacks were few and far between. This was a splendid opportunity for us to fan the flames against the Navy. Surely, Perispero understands this. Big Mom planned to stoke the fire further, ensuring that the world became aware of the world government's grotesque visage. I will make the necessary arrangements, Mama, Perispero replied, fully grasping the intent behind Big Mom's words. As the Navy frequently sought trouble with them, it was time to reciprocate. Father, I've just received word that one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, is conspiring against Alabasta and has been exposed by Morgans, with irrefutable evidence. His identity as a warlord is surely in jeopardy, reported Jozu upon returning to Whitebeard. Crocodile, you say? I am aware of him. However, I never anticipated he would harbor ambitions towards Alabasta. His audacity is indeed surprising, Whitebeard mused. Yes, it is he, Jozu confirmed. It seems an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. Marco awaited the unfolding drama with keen interest, eager to observe how the Navy and the world government would navigate this dilemma. Morgan's live broadcast had indeed captured this monumental event, a sensational revelation indeed. Quinn, relishing the misfortune of their adversaries, remarked that every pirate delighted in witnessing the scandals of their enemies laid bare for all to see. Having once belonged to the research team MADS, he had defected from the world government for various reasons, and thus harbored a deep-seated disdain for them. Even Jinbe shared a similar sentiment, finding joy in the chaos as he too had once been a subject of the world government's inhumane experiments before escaping alongside Kaido. There's no need to awaken the governor. However, I suspect he will find this matter of great interest. Be sure to save a copy of the newspaper for me, Jinbe suggested. Understood, came the response. Master, it's astonishing that Crocodile shares your mindset. It's truly shocking, Toripole remarked, equally surprised that Crocodile, like Doflamingo, was engaged in national conspiracies. Fortunately, they had succeeded, now controlling all of Dressrosa. Yet Doflamingo's countenance darkened, his expression grim as he cursed Crocodile. That fool. He must realize that what he has done mirrors my own actions. Now that his exploits are exposed, more eyes will be drawn to him, bringing forth unnecessary complications. If discovered, all his efforts will be rendered futile, potentially leading him to impel down. The immediate priority was to ensure that no one learned of the happenings in Dressrosa. Sugar must be protected at all costs. As long as she remains unharmed, his schemes shall remain concealed. He issued orders to Toripole to dispatch personnel to safeguard Sugar, ensuring that no mishap would befall her. Understood, Master, Toripole nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Shortly after Morgan's announcement, Cobra found himself inundated with inquiries from various kings, eager to ascertain the veracity of the news. Cobra addressed each one, affirming that it was indeed true, leaving them in shock and spurring discussions surrounding the 7 warlords. However, substantial dialogue would have to wait until the World Conference for more fruitful exchanges. Once he managed to calm the influx of questions, he sighed softly. What a tiring endeavor. He had not anticipated Morgan's swiftness. Now he wouldn't even need to wait for the little princess to awaken to clear his name. At this moment, he felt unburdened, and he owed his gratitude to Zhang Fei. Without his assistance, the situation might not have unfolded so smoothly. The only downside was that Vivi would forever bear the stigma of having been captured by pirates. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as it would obscure the truth of her alliance with them. On the other hand, news of the incident had reached the rebel forces, who relayed it to Koza. The tension in their clenched fists dissipated as they realized their misjudgment of the king. They had been manipulated by Crocodile. We are indeed the guilty ones. Unwitting pawns in his scheme, Koza muttered, self-deprecatingly. Koza, we truly misjudged the king. He remains the compassionate ruler we once revered, one rebel lamented. The tone imbued with a sense of redemption as they had yet to breach the capital. Had they done so, he would have been consumed by guilt. Indeed, Koza, I now comprehend the truth of the matter. I wish to return and seek forgiveness from our king, another rebel declared, having grasped the reality of their error. Not just him, but others felt the same sentiment. Let us all return to seek forgiveness from the king. Koza was resolved to fulfill his vow, preparing to lead everyone back to atone. Had it not been for their rebellion, Crocodile's plot would not have succeeded, and the citizens would not have endured such hardship. Chapter 189, Crocodile's Assault. The Royal Army, witnessing the advancing rebel forces, mistakenly assumed they were under attack and hastily sought the king. Your Majesty, the rebels are about to launch an assault. Cobra knew they were here to plead for forgiveness, as the other kings were already aware. The Royal Army, oblivious to this, needed reassurance, which Cobra promptly provided. Rest assured, they will not act recklessly. Instruct the Royal Army to refrain from hasty actions and allow them entry. However, Your Majesty, they are indeed the rebel forces. By doing so, are we not leading sheep into the tiger's den? The royal soldier remained oblivious to the truth of the situation. Hence his words. Fear not, they have come to atone for their sins, not to assault the royal capital. They are already aware of the truth. Kobura explained with a wave of his hand. I see, then I shall descend to make arrangements at once. With that, the royal soldier hurriedly set about executing Kobura's orders. Thus, under the royal army's direction, the rebels finally met Kobura, who observed Kusha kneeling before him to express his contrition, with the others following suit. Your Majesty, we were in the wrong. We should not have doubted you. Aware of our grievous sins, we have come to seek your forgiveness, surrendering all our weapons to the royal army. As the saying goes, ignorance is no excuse. Kobura, naturally, paid little heed to this. His greatest desire was for his people to live in peace and prosperity, thus he forgave them, taking the blame upon himself. Rise quickly, this is not your fault. It is my ignorance as a king that led us into Crocodile's trap. Vivi, alongside Nami and the others, bore witness to this moment, moved by Kobura's actions. Vivi, your father is indeed a splendid king. Vivi smiled sweetly, gently brushing aside her disheveled hair, her smile enchanting, without denial. Indeed. Just then, Zhang Fei emerged from the bathhouse. Having heard the commotion and came to investigate, with Pikachu perched upon his shoulder. Oh, Zhang Fei noticed their presence and greeted them. Zhang Fei, why are you so late returning? By the way, what is that adorable creature on your shoulder? Nami remarked with mild annoyance. Then her gaze fell upon Pikachu, finding it irresistibly cute, even more so than Chopper. I went to the bathhouse as soon as I returned. As for what is on my shoulder, it is Pikachu. My little companion, Zhang Fei explained succinctly. Subsequently, Pikachu extended its paw, seemingly greeting them. Pika. Chopper felt his position jeopardized. After all, he was the ship's mascot. And now with Pikachu's arrival, he felt pressure, fearing he might no longer receive Zhang Fei's affectionate pats. Wow, how adorable. Let me hold it. Nami was captivated by the sight of Pikachu, having never encountered such a creature before. Vivi felt the same allure. I want one too. The two girls rushed over. Surrounding Zhang Fei, Sanji watched with envy, wishing to be Pikachu, nestled among the women and basking in their affection. However, that envy quickly faded. As soon he would possess the serpent's curse and would no longer care for such thoughts. Only Luffy's return was awaited. Unfortunately, instead of Luffy, they encountered Crocodile, who appeared before them. Observing the amicable rebels and royal army, he realized his plan had faltered, and resentment surged within him. Had it not been for Zhang Fei, his scheme would have succeeded. This was his last chance. Once he departed from Alabasta, the opportunity to obtain Pluton would be lost forever. Thus, he endured the pain, preparing for a final struggle. It is you, Crocodile. The unexpected guest astonished the crowd. How could he appear here? Did Luffy fail? Luffy. Nami's heart raced, as she could already envision a grim outcome. Zhang Fei furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on Crocodile, harboring similar thoughts. At that moment, the system spoke, providing Zhang Fei with reassurance. Rest easy. Luffy is unharmed and will arrive shortly. That is good to hear. Zhang Fei then conveyed the news of Luffy's safety to everyone. Do not worry. Luffy is fine. He is on his way back. The scene shifted to Luffy. Hurry, Smoker, Crocodile has escaped. Luffy urged from the back of Smoker's beloved vehicle, pressing him to accelerate. What do you mean hurry? I am already at full speed. Smoker grumbled, displeased that his treasured vehicle was now carrying a pirate. It was an utter disgrace. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Luffy aboard, considering their mission to rescue Alabasta. Full speed? Then why are we moving so slowly? Speak. Have you been smoking cigars, rendering you impotent and sluggish? Luffy, influenced by Zhang Fei's words, had adopted such expressions. TMD. Upon hearing this, Smoker fumed, nearly halting the vehicle to apprehend Luffy, but he could not. To prevent Crocodile's escape, he had to endure. Am I hitting a nerve? Luffy continued to provoke Smoker, inciting the veins on his forehead to bulge, and to rid himself of the impotent label, he summoned all his strength to accelerate. After all, his beloved vehicle was a smoke-powered amphibious tricycle. Although the plan had failed, it mattered little. Crocodile, realizing his scheme had collapsed, decided to resort to brute force, aiming to seize the historical text. However, before he could act, Zhang Fei intervened, unleashing a wave of orange sword energy toward Crocodile, cleaving his form in two as he fell from the sky. Yet, this energy, composed of internal power, could not harm him. Thus, he reconstituted his body on the ground and turned to face Zhang Fei. It is you. Upon seeing Zhang Fei, Crocodile's expression shifted to one of seriousness. After all, Zhang Fei was quite formidable, his abilities varied and elusive. King, you and the royal army should retreat. After all, you cannot harm him. Zhang Fei urged Cobra, for they were merely ordinary individuals without Haki or Sea Prism Stone, incapable of confronting Crocodile. However, before Cobra could finish, Vivi interjected, fully aware of the prowess of Logia users. Just as Zhang Fei suggested, it would be better to leave this to him. Father, let Zhang Fei handle this. Only he can injure Crocodile. Chapter 190, What about me? Cobra pondered for a moment, recognizing Crocodile's strength, and decided to entrust the battlefield to Zhang Fei. Then I shall leave it to you. We will retreat. Yet, Your Majesty, he is the scourge of Alabasta. It is unacceptable for us to withdraw without confronting him. A royal soldier protested hotly, his gaze filled with menace as he fixed his stare on Crocodile. Cobra also wished to personally apprehend Crocodile, but they were no match for him. Advancing would only lead to their demise. Just as he was about to speak, Crocodile made his move. Crocodile could not tolerate such insignificant creatures glaring at him. With a mere gesture, he struck the ground with his palm. The earth cracked. The moisture hidden beneath the surface was swiftly drawn out, and as the water vanished, a myriad of fissures appeared on the ground. In an instant, it was as if the earth itself trembled, causing the royal army and rebels on the ground to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. Zhang Fei furrowed his brows slightly. Truly, he was worthy of being a wielder of nature's abilities. The mere display of his powers could influence the surrounding environment. If he were to awaken fully, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, the casualties among the king's army and the rebel forces were minimal, and Zhang Fei himself remained unscathed, while Nami and her companions were safe. Is this truly Crocodile? A member of the rebel army gazed at Crocodile with trepidation, swallowing hard, pondering how one could possibly defeat such a monstrous being. Yet, Zhang Fei remained unfazed, calling upon Pikachu to experience the role of a Pokemon trainer. With his ability to summon wind and rain still intact, he felt confident that vanquishing Crocodile would be a trivial task. Pikachu, let's go, show him your might. Pika. Pikachu responded enthusiastically to Zhang Fei, breaking free from Nami's grasp and leaping to the ground, ready to confront Crocodile alongside Zhang Fei, arcs of electricity crackling from its cheeks. Zhang Fei smiled knowingly at the determined Pikachu. However, Crocodile remained cautious, wary of Zhang Fei's intentions while neglecting Pikachu. Zhang Fei had no intention of engaging directly. He wanted Luffy to handle it, as he needed to grow stronger. If he were to defeat Crocodile himself, Luffy would surely complain. It was better to test Pikachu's prowess instead. You all should leave quickly. You must have witnessed Crocodile's strength. Zhang Fei urged them to depart, recognizing that their presence would only hinder him. The group nodded in agreement, leaving the matter to Zhang Fei. Crocodile chose not to intervene, knowing that any attack on these insignificant foes would provide Zhang Fei the opportunity to strike. Moreover, he could handle these minor threats at any moment. His primary objective remained to defeat Zhang Fei to attain the historical record. Now it's just us, Pikachu. This is your first battle. Are you ready? Zhang Fei inquired of Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu crouched low, electricity crackling around it, instilling fear in Crocodile as he recalled the Thunder fruit, wondering if this yellow rodent had consumed it. Zhang Fei understood Pikachu's intent and gestured grandly, orchestrating Pikachu's actions. Having played Pokemon before, he was familiar with battle tactics. Pikachu executed the move Shadow Clone, and upon receiving Zhang Fei's command, numerous copies of Pikachu appeared on the battlefield, confounding Crocodile. Ninjutsu. How cool! Usopp exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. This was only the second time he had witnessed such a technique, and the fact that Pikachu could perform ninjutsu thrilled him immensely, prompting him to express a desire to learn. Chopper felt similarly, eager to learn as well. Once Zhang Fei had dealt with Crocodile, he would surely seek Zhang Fei's guidance on ninjutsu. Upon hearing the term ninjutsu, Crocodile's eyes sparkled with revelation. He had heard of such skills belonging to the ninjas of Wano. Thus, this Pikachu must be one of their mystical beasts. Just as Crocodile's thoughts wandered, Zhang Fei seized a fleeting opportunity and shouted, Pikachu, use Thunder Wave. If it struck, it would paralyze Crocodile with a 90% chance of success, making his subsequent battle arduous. Furthermore, the Pokemon world operated on a different system than the pirate world. Whether Crocodile would be affected remained uncertain. Acting swiftly, Pikachu gathered electrical energy around itself and launched it toward Crocodile. When Crocodile regained focus, he dismissed the minor voltage, believing it would not harm him, intending to endure it. However, he underestimated the Thunder Wave. Upon impact, his body would become immobilized, akin to being trapped in a quagmire. Despite being a Sansan fruit user, he was not a ground-type Pokemon. Fundamentally, he was still human. As such, he could not withstand the effects of the Thunder Wave. In disbelief, Crocodile questioned Zhang Fei, attempting to will his body into action, only to find it as unresponsive as if ensnared in quicksand. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? Oh. It seems to have worked, Zhang Fei replied with a calm smile, realizing that special skills from the Pokemon realm could indeed influence the pirate world, a significant discovery. Taking advantage of Crocodile's immobilization, Zhang Fei decided to test Pikachu's abilities. Seeing Zhang Fei's devilish grin instilled fear in Crocodile. He wondered if Zhang Fei, like Ivankov, was also a pervert. Struggling with all his might proved futile. His limbs refused to obey. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Pikachu dashed like a gust of wind across the uneven terrain, colliding forcefully with Crocodile's abdomen. However, Pikachu passed through Crocodile's body as if it were made of sand. Regaining its stance, Pikachu stared incredulously at Crocodile and then turned to Zhang Fei. Pika? Zhang Fei seemed to understand Pikachu's query. Do not mind it, Pikachu. He can ignore physical attacks. We will use this opportunity to enhance our synergy. Such an excellent training dummy should not go to waste. It would also deepen Zhang Fei's understanding of Pikachu. Pikachu nodded in realization, looking adorably innocent, capturing the hearts of Nami and Robin outside the fray, who murmured, Pikachu is so cute. Meanwhile, sensing a looming crisis, Chopper tugged at Vivi's skirt, pointing to himself and asking cautiously, what about me? Chapter 191. Crocodile, I'm coming. Chopper. You are also quite adorable. Vivi gently patted Chopper's head. While Chopper was indeed cute, it was only in contrast to Pikachu that he appeared so. Hearing this, Chopper beamed with joy. That despicable fiend. To think of me as a mere training dummy. This is an utter humiliation. Crocodile erupted with rage, his eyes ablaze. Had he the ability to move, he would surely demonstrate his true strength to Zhang Fei. Pikachu, ignore him. Let's continue. Zhang Fei dismissed Crocodile entirely. If Zhang Fei truly wished to eliminate Crocodile, he could have unleashed his powers when Crocodile was ensnared by the thunder wave, preventing him from elemental transformation. Indeed, dispatching him would have been effortless. Pikachu replied, shedding its earlier uncertainty and preparing to unleash its full potential, awaiting Zhang Fei's commands. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Now, Lightning Punch. Feint Attack. Follow up with Rapid Punches. Most of the skills Zhang Fei employed were physical attacks. While their damage was modest, they were profoundly insulting. Every time Crocodile's body was pierced, he would immediately regenerate. Pikachu found this peculiar human fascinating, relishing the experience. However, the paralysis effects on Crocodile were gradually fading, allowing him to regain control of his body. The pent-up rage within him finally erupted. You scoundrel, I shall kill you. Before them, Crocodile unleashed a formidable desert blade, its razor-sharp edge effortlessly carving a deep gash into the fractured ground. In stark contrast, Zhang Fei exhibited no hint of trepidation. His gaze was remarkably calm. At this juncture, the Black Emperor surged forth from within him, confronting the desert blade directly. With a gentle yet decisive punch, he absorbed the energy contained within the weapon upon impact. However, the extent of the Black Emperor's energy reserves remained a mystery to Zhang Fei. It seemed boundless, as the energy he absorbed continued to reside within him. Devoid of kinetic enhancement, the desert blade reverted to mere grains of sand, scattering across the terrain. This peculiar ability struck Crocodile as extraordinary once again, leaving him at a loss for how to counter it. Nevertheless, with anger simmering within him, Crocodile dismissed his concerns. If he could not harm Zhang Fei, then he would resort to unleashing a more potent area of effect attack, preparing to deploy his devastating requiem of erosion. Zhang Fei, sensing the ominous shift, quickly surmised that Crocodile intended to unleash a sandstorm or similar large-scale technique. He promptly commanded the Black Emperor to engage, while also directing Pikachu into action. Pikachu, leaping into the air, unleashed a thunderbolt. As electric arcs enveloped him, a powerful current crackled ominously, and the surge of electricity shot forth like a spear aimed directly at Crocodile. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor instinctively channeled the energy he had previously stored into his fist, unleashing a terrifying beam of deathly light from his right hand, reminiscent of a bomb's explosive flash. The heat radiating from his punch surpassed 2,000 K. Should this energy be unleashed within Crocodile, even his elemental form would render him molten, transforming him into glass. However, in the world of pirates, such physical laws might not fully apply. The first assault to strike Crocodile was Pikachu's thunderbolt, the electric currents immediately ravaging his form. Yet, in this pirate realm, the inhabitants possessed extraordinary resilience, and Crocodile's elemental form significantly mitigated the effects of the electricity, resulting in minimal actual damage. Yet, the onslaught did not end there. It was swiftly followed by the explosive force of the Black Emperor's energy. Upon contact with Crocodile, the energy detonated, its power equivalent to approximately 50 kilograms of TNT. The shockwave obliterating Crocodile's form and leaving behind a small mushroom cloud. The heat radiating from the explosion engulfed all present, leaving them feeling an intense warmth. However, Zhang Fei understood that such an attack would not be sufficient to eliminate Crocodile. As the smoke dissipated, a massive crater remained where Crocodile had once stood, its scorched interior still smoldering. Though they expected to celebrate Crocodile's defeat, he suddenly emerged from the depths of the crater. His complexion pale and body marred by severe burn marks, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a look of disbelief plastered across his face. Even in his elemental form, he could not entirely shield himself from the shockwave and searing heat of the explosion, which had evidently inflicted harm upon him. It appeared that some physical principles were indeed applicable in the pirate world. With sand's melting point around 1,650 degrees Celsius, the explosion's heat, exceeding 2,000 K, was capable of injuring him. Such complete immunity to explosive damage seemed reserved for only the likes of Akainu, Kizu, Ace, and Enel among the elemental beings. Others of the elemental type could not achieve such immunity. What is this? An explosion can actually harm me? Crocodile was incredulous, questioning how such a trivial explosion could affect him, for was it not a fact that only Haki and Seastone could harm his kind? Behold, this is the consequence of ignorance, Zhang Fei remarked, mercilessly belittling Crocodile. Had the Black Emperor released even more energy, you would have perished long ago. Even your elemental form would have been of no consequence, for the heat released at the moment of your transformation could have melted you away to nothing. Hearing Zhang Fei's derision, Crocodile seethed with fury, his teeth clenched in rage. Pikachu, return, he commanded, not bothering to acknowledge the enraged Crocodile. Instead, he sensed that Luffy was rapidly approaching, deeming it unnecessary to linger any longer, as Crocodile was merely a stepping stone on Luffy's path to growth. Though Pikachu was somewhat puzzled, after all, the enemy was still standing. He chose to heed Zhang Fei's instruction, leaping onto his shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Seeing Zhang Fei relent, Vivi expressed her confusion, inquiring, "What are you planning, Zhang Fei?" Before he could respond, a tricycle burst onto the scene, soaring through the air, followed by Luffy's voice echoing, "Crocodile, I'm here." Chapter 192, The Unfavorable Situation for Crocodile. Luffy leaped from Smoker's vehicle, landing gracefully, one hand securing his straw hat to prevent it from being blown away, while the other rested on his thigh, causing a minor tremor in the ground beneath him. The earth seemed to groan in response, as if to declare, for that landing, "I can only award you a score of 0. He then confronted Crocodile, declaring his resolve, "This time, I will not allow you to escape." Crocodile felt the pressure mount. Unfortunately, these two bothersome adversaries had reappeared, complicating his quest for the historical text. "Straw Hat Kid, I never expected you to arrive so swiftly," he remarked. While Smoker finally stabilized his vehicle, though he appeared somewhat weakened, as if he had just endured a rigorous bout, feeling a sense of exhaustion wash over him. "What happened to you, Smoker?" Zhang Fei wondered, observing Smoker's weary visage, pondering the events that had transpired between them. After a moment, Smoker regained his composure, his complexion returning to a healthier hue, determined to shed the stigma of weakness. He drew forth his jit, intent on apprehending Crocodile right here and now. Acutely aware that they were in the royal capital, if they failed to subdue Crocodile promptly, the repercussions for the kingdom of Alabasta would be dire. Therefore, it was imperative to resolve this swiftly. "Surrender, Crocodile." As Smoker approached with unwavering determination, Crocodile's expression hardened, contemplating an escape. If all three launched an assault together, defeat would be inevitable. Yet, should he flee, the historical text of the underworld would forever be beyond his grasp. Thus, he found himself in a state of indecision, unable to make a choice. "The Smoke Man is mine," he thought, begrudgingly acknowledging Smoker's interference. This time, he would not allow him to intervene. "Humph. This matter is for the Navy to handle. It is not your place as a pirate to interfere," Smoker retorted, already harboring resentment towards Luffy, asserting that this was inherently a Navy affair. Observing the tense standoff before him, Crocodile felt a glimmer of hope. Zhang Fei showed no intention to strike, and he believed he still had a chance to manipulate the course of history. "What are you waiting for? Finish him off, Luffy," Nami implored, eager for Luffy to defeat Crocodile so she could indulge in playful moments with Pikachu. Chopper lamented, "I suppose my faith was misplaced, wasn't it? What are you dawdling for? I'm still awaiting the serpent curse. Hurry up and defeat him," Sanji exclaimed, his patience wearing thin as he witnessed their delay, his emotions flaring with agitation. Usopp shook his head in disbelief. It seemed Sanji was beyond saving, destined to meet his end. "Luffy, focus on the fight. I'll handle Smoker," Zhang Fei declared, determined not to allow Smoker to interfere with their battle, recognizing that Luffy needed to develop further. With Zhang Fei's assurance, Luffy felt invigorated. After the previous skirmish had left him frustrated, he was now eager to showcase his prowess without Smoker's interference. "I'm counting on you, Zhang Fei. Crocodile, here I come. I will send you flying." Smoker furrowed his brow, skeptical about how this Straw Hat Kid, devoid of Haki, could contend with Crocodile, especially with the absence of a water source. Wasn't this akin to courting disaster? Just as he contemplated dismissing Zhang Fei's words and preparing to strike Crocodile, Zhang Fei appeared before him, blocking his path. "What do you think you're doing? That Straw Hat Kid is no match for Crocodile. Do you wish for him to perish?" Smoker retorted. "Rest assured, Our captain will not easily meet his demise. If he were to fall, it would merely signify that he is yet to earn the title of Pirate King, Zhang Fei replied with a calm smile, snapping his fingers and summoning rain. As the moment of invocation unfolded, dark clouds gathered, the atmosphere shifted, and rain poured forth. It's raining. Smoker's pupils dilated in disbelief. As Zhang Fei had just stated, the rain began to fall. Could it be that this Straw Hat Kid was destined for greatness, with even the heavens aiding him? He remained unaware that this was merely Zhang Fei's ability, not divine intervention. Thank you, Zhang Fei. The moment the rain touched his skin, Luffy recognized it as Zhang Fei's assistance, feeling compelled to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Crocodile's countenance grew increasingly grave, his hope extinguished. He now faced a dire situation with no glimmer of victory. Reluctantly, he resolved to flee, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Fei. As Luffy witnessed Crocodile attempt to escape once more, he unleashed a rubber pistol strike, poised to avoid the previous error of letting him go. Crocodile reacted swiftly, transforming his arm into a sand shield to deflect Luffy's blow. However, the rain had rendered the sand thick and heavy, greatly disadvantaging him. Luffy's punch, imbued with determination, crashed through the sand shield and struck Crocodile squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. Well done. Nami cheered as she saw Crocodile being propelled away by Luffy's attack. Smiling at Luffy's advantageous position, she turned to Smoker. It seems you have no role here, Smoker. Perhaps you should lead your navy to tidy up the mess left by your warlords. Humph. Smoker snorted, choosing not to elaborate. Recognizing that this situation was indeed a consequence of the warlord's actions, and he had no grounds for rebuttal. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei's tone irked him, making him feel like a mere errand boy cleaning up after them. Had he been able to best Zhang Fei, he would have done so. But he refrained only out of respect for their assistance in Alabasta. Seeing that Smoker had no intention of intervening, Zhang Fei made no move to stop him. With the heavens aiding him, Luffy faced Crocodile with newfound confidence, while the rain further restricted Crocodile's abilities. Damn it, why is it raining? I'm completely at a disadvantage. My strength is suppressed, and this Straw Hat Kid only grows more aggressive, leaving me unable to counter his onslaught. I must escape and regain my strength before returning for vengeance. Chapter 193. Little did I know my abilities would find purpose. Crocodile then set his sights on Vivi. If he could capture her, he could leverage her to threaten their escape. At that moment, Vivi remained blissfully unaware of the danger, enthralled by Luffy's battle, her spirits lifting with each of his strikes. Seizing the opportunity presented by Luffy's attacks, Crocodile stealthily approached Vivi, deeming the moment ripe, and lunged at her with his golden hook arm. Look out, Vivi. It's dangerous. Luffy finally discerned Crocodile's scheme, realizing his target was Vivi. Regret washed over him for having been so careless. He rushed to intervene, but it was too late. The golden hook loomed larger in Vivi's vision, terror etching her features as she attempted to dodge, but it was nearly upon her neck before she could react. Just then, an invisible barrier materialized before her, deflecting the hook, thanks to Black Emperor, who had not returned to Zhang Fei's body but stood guard beside Vivi for protection. What? Crocodile stared in disbelief. At that moment of distraction, Luffy delivered a powerful kick to Crocodile's abdomen, sending him crashing against nearby structures, blood spilling from his mouth. Boom. Now consumed by fury, Luffy could not fathom Crocodile's audacity in attempting to use Vivi as a shield. Such treachery was unforgivable. Vivi, are you alright? Nami asked, scanning Vivi for any injuries. I'm fine, Nami. You needn't worry so much. Zhang Fei saved me just now. Thank you, Zhang Fei. Vivi, still shaken, exhaled deeply, shaking her head. She recognized Zhang Fei's protective gesture and turned to him with gratitude. Rest assured, as long as I am here, Crocodile will not lay a finger on you, Zhang Fei assured, casting a glance at Vivi before turning his attention back to the battered Crocodile. His words, naturally spoken, brought warmth to Vivi's heart, soothing her very being as she gazed at Zhang Fei with tender eyes. At that moment, Nami noticed an unsettling shift. Vivi's gaze towards Zhang Fei held a different sentiment, reminiscent of her own feelings. A foreboding sense arose within her. Could it be that Vivi harbored feelings for Zhang Fei as well? Biting her lip, she contemplated asking, but hesitated. She would have to wait until Luffy dealt with Crocodile to confirm her suspicions with Vivi. If true, how would she navigate this new dynamic? This question loomed in her mind, refusing to dissipate. As an observer, Robin understood the situation clearly and offered Zhang Fei a faint smile, as if to acknowledge the unfolding narrative. It appears that our esteemed Mr. Zhang Fei possesses exceptional qualities, does he not? It is no wonder that he garners the attention of young ladies. Of course, It is not merely a matter of course that I would be favored by girls. Is it? Unbeknownst to Zhang Fei, Robin was referring to Nami and the others, mistakenly believing that Robin was complimenting him for his recent act of heroism. Thus he did not pay it much heed. Is that so? Then I suppose I shall pursue you. Do you think it feasible? Robin inquired with a playful smile, her words tinged with teasing. However, upon hearing Robin's brazen remarks, Nami's fury ignited instantly. How dare she focus her attention on Zhang Fei, completely disregarding her presence? It was utterly despicable. Yet, they seemed to await Zhang Fei's response, internally praying that he would reject Robin's advances. Sanji harbored a deep envy for Zhang Fei, yearning for the day when he too might be the object of such admiration from women. His heart truly ached. Faced with Robin's playful jibe, he wished to retort, but realized he was no match for her wit, ultimately offering a vague reply and shrugging nonchalantly. Well, the decision rests with you then. Is that so? You truly are cunning, Mr. Zhang Fei. Robin discerned his intent, eager to respond, yet hesitant, thus her answer remained ambiguous. She then glanced at Nami and the others, noticing their somewhat sorrowful expressions. Nami quickly composed herself. She must secure Zhang Fei's affections without delay, especially with two other women eyeing him covetously. She could not afford to delay her own advances. Although Zhang Fei's words held no indication of refusal, Vivi noted his demeanor, which seemed less than joyful. Yet, what concern was that of hers? She sank into her own melancholic thoughts. Luffy is still engaged in battle. Isn't he? Is it truly necessary for you to indulge in romantic banter at this time? Usopp could hardly contain his dismay. Fear not. Luffy will undoubtedly triumph over Crocodile. Despite the fierce clash unfolding, Luffy had no reason to falter against a significantly weakened Crocodile. Since there is nothing pressing, shall we play a game of mahjong? As for the task of guarding, let Black King handle that. Besides, I have yet to utilize my divine hand. It's akin to the legendary anchor of the East Blue gathering dust. It simply must be put to use. Mahjong. What is that? Chopper inquired. Completely unfamiliar with the term, Zhang Fei succinctly explained. Mahjong is a four-player game suitable for all, regardless of gender, with nothing else demanding their attention and the reign set to continue for another hour. Sanji pondered the concept of a four-player game and then noticed the three women who seemed to harbor feelings for Zhang Fei. 3 women? He glanced back at Zhang Fei. 1 man and 3 women. Was that not a party of 4? How thrilling. I want in, he thought, tears of envy glistening at the corners of his eyes. Sanji, why are you crying? Is your wound reopening? Let me see. Chopper noticed Sanji's tears, mistakenly believing his injury had worsened, and began to unwrap the bandage for inspection. No. Those are tears of envy, Sanji choked out in explanation. Usopp observed Sanji's peculiar emotional state and understood that he was likely lost in bizarre thoughts again. He truly was beyond redemption. Ah, I see. Subsequently, Zhang Fei produced a mahjong table and tiles, crafted from gold, placing them before the group. Upon seeing the gold, Nami felt a twinge of resistance. Her emotions no longer stirred as they once were. Is Luffy all right? Vivi expressed concern upon seeing Zhang Fei unveil the mahjong table. Worried for Luffy's safety. Rest assured, Luffy will surely prevail. By the way, how do we play? Nami picked up one of the tiles, intrigued and inquiring further. Thus, Zhang Fei explained the rules to them. Ah, I never anticipated my abilities would find such utility, mused the system within Zhang Fei. Chapter 194, Fierce Battle. Kosha slowly raised his head, relishing the rain's cleansing embrace. It had been 3 long years since they last felt the refreshing touch of rain. It was as if the downpour could wash away their sins, and he reveled in it, overwhelmed with joy. Wonderful. It's raining. Finally, it has rained. Indeed. It is splendid. The timely arrival of the rain brought immense excitement to both the rebel and royal forces alike. They transformed their weapons into offerings of peace, joyfully embracing the long-awaited rain that breathed life into the parched earth. As for Zhang Fei, just as Sanji had surmised, he was enthralled in a joyful game of mahjong with 3 women. With the divine hand at his disposal, Zhang Fei had little chance of losing. In fact, Nami ended up losing the most, her countenance reflecting her ire towards Zhang Fei, who showed her no mercy. It was utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Luffy was still engaged in a grueling battle. Smoker, bemused by the sight of such an unusual pirate crew, found himself at a loss for words. Their captain was locked in combat, yet they appeared to be enjoying a leisurely outing, completely unconcerned about the potential defeat of the Straw Hat Boy. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei truly possessed wealth, crafting a mahjong set from gold. As he overheard their jovial banter and the sounds of tiles clashing, Smoker grew curious about the game, stealthily observing from behind Nami. Over time, he grasped the rules. Watching Nami's poor play, Smoker felt an itch to intervene. How could you play a 3 of a kind? You should have played a 9 of dots. There are already 2 9s on the table. Zhang Fei was taken aback. It seems Smoker had become quite taken with mahjong. Nami, already exasperated from her losses, could hardly tolerate his incessant chatter. Must you continue? I'm already losing enough without your incessant commentary. She snapped. You think you can do better? Go ahead, show us. Smoker declared, confidently taking over Nami's tiles with an air of a gambling master. Nami, feeling indignant, momentarily forgot he was a Navy officer. If Sengoku were to witness the Navy and pirates enjoying a game of mahjong together, he would surely be infuriated. Initially expecting Smoker to maneuver skillfully, he was instead thoroughly defeated by Zhang Fei, leaving him with a significant financial loss. What terrible luck. It must be the feng shui. I demand to switch places. He bellowed, clearly agitated. I want to switch with you. Observing Smoker's furious demeanor, it was evident he was becoming increasingly irrational. If Sengoku were to learn that he had led his Navy astray, would he seek retribution? It was indeed a possibility, especially considering Sengoku held high hopes for Smoker. As for the switch, Zhang Fei showed no reluctance. After all, with the divine hand in play, he was unlikely to lose. Yet, he wondered if he could triumph over the system itself. The system had been watching intently. After all, it was the mahjong system. Now that the host had finally utilized its primary skill, it was only fitting to offer support. However, it sensed Zhang Fei's ambition to defeat it using its own abilities. Did he truly believe that possible? After all, it was a renowned mahjong system, and given the privileges bestowed upon the gambling god, its strength had only grown. Now, it felt invincible. Even Miyamoto would think twice before crossing its path. Smoker can be described as a novice with an insatiable appetite for defeat, losing in a daze. Even when he changes his seat, he continues to lose. This defies logic. Princess Vivi and Nico Robin can win a game or two, yet here I am, facing overwhelming losses. No, I have already squandered hundreds of thousands of berries. I cannot afford to lose any further. I refuse to believe that I cannot triumph over 2 women. Although Zhang Fei enjoys preying on the weak, prolonged engagement becomes somewhat tedious. After all, being invincible and lacking opponents is a unique kind of sorrow. I must find an opportunity to practice against the system. System, you truly are stubborn. You can't even win against me at poker, yet you wish to challenge me at mahjong? You are utterly deluded. Straw Hat Kid, why do you insist on thwarting me? Is it for wealth, power, or perhaps fame? At this moment, Crocodile was drenched in blood, completely outmatched by Luffy, yet he questioned Luffy on their repeated interruptions. It was for the sake of comrades and the beloved kingdom of Vivi. Luffy responded with unwavering composure, articulating his purpose for being there. However, Crocodile dismissed Luffy's words, incredulous that such a fool could exist, believing it was merely a feeble excuse. What nonsense! If not for you, this kingdom would have long been mine. Thus, we have come to impede you, to prevent Vivi from shedding tears, to secure peace for Alabasta, and to honor Uncle Dodo's sacrifices. That is why we are here, to defeat you. Luffy's gaze was resolute, expressing his determination for this confrontation. Yet Crocodile remained unconvinced, convinced that pirates should be selfish and ruthless in their pursuits. Stop joking around. If you don't interfere, I will surely kill you this time. He drew his golden hook, revealing a poisoned needle, clearly intent on ending Luffy's life. Is that so? Then I will undoubtedly defeat you, Luffy retorted with indifference, determined not to betray Zhang Fei and the others' expectations of him. Rubber pistol. Luffy's right fist shot forth, but Crocodile thrust his poisoned needle towards Luffy's arm, aiming to inject him with venom to secure his victory. However, Luffy's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He quickly jerked his arm, causing the needle to pierce the ground, missing him entirely. In that fleeting moment, Crocodile unleashed his desert blade, yet its power diminished upon contact with the rain, lacking the swiftness it once possessed. Luffy retracted his arm and propelled himself towards Crocodile, aiming a sweeping kick, but Crocodile evaded by elemental transformation, reaching out to seize Luffy, attempting to activate the desert prison to siphon the moisture from Luffy's body. Yet Luffy would not grant Crocodile such an opportunity. He spun mid-air, causing Crocodile to miss. Seizing the moment, Luffy redirected his momentum to his left foot, striking Crocodile's neck, though it proved futile. As Crocodile extracted the poisoned needle, he executed an upward thrust. Just as the sharp needle was about to pierce him, Luffy extended his arms, grasping the nearby structure, utilizing the elasticity of rubber to spring forth, his feet converging towards Crocodile's chest like a coiled spear. Chapter 195, The Defeated Crocodile. Crack. Crocodile's chest caved in, his ribs shattered. His visage contorted in pain as he coughed up blood, his body hurtling back like a cannonball. Boom. He collided with numerous structures, rain mingling with blood. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, yet the ferocity in his gaze intensified rather than waned. It had been a long time since he had sustained such grievous injuries, and the situation was decidedly unfavorable. He dared not recklessly employ his powers. Should he turn the surrounding structures to sand and lose his shelter from the rain, defeat would be inevitable. Struggling to his feet, he and Luffy simultaneously launched their assaults. Weakened, Crocodile stood no chance against Luffy in the instant of their clash. Luffy seized the poison needle from Crocodile's left hand and delivered a kick that struck his neck, sending Crocodile spiraling to the ground. Luffy utilized the recoil to perform a somersault, landing gracefully. Then, with a surge of power, he shot upwards, fists clenched, ready to strike Crocodile. As Crocodile lifted his head, he saw Luffy charging towards him. Enduring the pain, he narrowly avoided Luffy's punch, quickly planting his right hand on the ground. Invoking the powers of the sand fruit to transform the earth into desert, summoning dozens of spikes of sand to viciously assault Luffy's position. In that instant, Luffy sensed impending danger, his instincts warning him. He swiftly leapt away from the encroaching sand. Yet, he was still pierced by the sand spikes, though the wounds were not fatal. Luffy refrained from crying out, instead inhaling sharply, suppressing the agony. Blood trickled down from his wounds. With his left hand tightly clenched into a fist, Luffy harnessed the elasticity of rubber to amplify his punch's power, aiming for Crocodile's head. Upon impact, Crocodile's mind went blank, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. His body bounced on the ground like a skipping stone, falling lifelessly. As the sand spikes dissolved, Luffy finally broke free from their restraints. Exhaling slowly to regain his composure for battle. Uncertain if Crocodile lay unconscious, he remained on guard. Crocodile's mind buzzed, his vision of the ceiling blurred. Yet the pain coursing through his body and the torment of his spirit kept him alert. Struggling to stand, he managed a pained smile, though it appeared somewhat sinister. Straw Hat Kid, I will not lose. I shall obtain the Pluton and become the mightiest being upon the seas. Your pursuit of Pluton has caused Vivi immense suffering and led to turmoil in the Alabasta kingdom. For Vivi, I will do whatever it takes to stop you. Luffy declared with righteous fervor, resolute in his intention to defeat him. Is that so? Then let us see you try. If it weren't for this torrential rain, you would surely be the one to lose, Crocodile scoffed, dismissing Luffy's conviction, attributing his current predicament to severe injuries and the rain. The Desert Blade. Crocodile's fingers curled into claws, the sand blades detaching as he waved his hand, rapidly expanding towards Luffy. Observing the desperate onslaught of the Desert Blade, Luffy displayed no signs of panic, lowering his center of gravity, preparing to endure the onslaught. Rubber machine gun. Countless fists met the 5 Desert Blades, diminishing their potency with each strike until they scattered. Crocodile's brow furrowed as he closed in on Luffy, thrusting the poison needle towards Luffy's chest. If the Straw Hat Kid were to succumb to poison, all he had to do was wait for the venom to take effect, and his demise would be assured. A sense of crisis reverberated once more. The fist that had just been retracted was too late to launch a counterattack. All that remained was to evade. However, Crocodile's venomous needle was already upon him. Luffy forcefully twisted his body, narrowly dodging the needle. Yet, the needle still grazed Luffy's shoulder, and the toxin began to seep into his system. Crocodile's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, just as he intended to create distance. Luffy utilized the elasticity of his rubber form to perform movements beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. Twisting at the waist, with that momentum, Luffy delivered a powerful kick to Crocodile's abdomen, sending him staggering several meters back. Clutching his belly, Crocodile erupted into laughter, taunting the poisoned Luffy. Now that you're poisoned, once the toxin takes effect, your demise is inevitable. Humph. Luffy scoffed dismissively, casting a glance at the wound on his shoulder, perceiving it as trivial. Then I'll just have to defeat you before that happens. Crocodile, confronted with Luffy's audacious declaration, felt it was impossible. All he needed to do was stall Luffy. After all, the poison on the needle was lethal. No one could withstand it. Let us see how you intend to defeat me. He transformed his arm into a crescent-shaped blade of sand and charged at Luffy. Should that blade strike, it would drain all moisture from him, ultimately reducing him to a desiccated husk. Unlike in the original tale, Luffy did not succumb to being drained by Crocodile. He sensed that the sand blade would be formidable. He leaped into the air, evading the strike, and extended his hands to grasp Crocodile's shoulders, spinning him like a windmill and flinging him forcefully away. Boom. Crocodile was hurled out of the building, resembling a drenched dog, utterly disheveled. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Now, drenched in heavy rain, his chances of failure only increased, and he had to retreat. At that moment, Luffy dashed out, leaving Crocodile no choice but to unleash a more powerful sandstorm. However, the rain significantly diminished its potency. Undeterred, Luffy charged into the swirling tempest of sand and water, resolute in his claim to defeat Crocodile before the toxin could take hold. Rubber machine gun. Crocodile attempted to evade, but it was too late. Luffy was far too close for escape, and he was bombarded by a flurry of punches like rain. Chapter 196. After the battle, Zhang Fei noticed that the battle on Luffy's side seemed to have ceased, likely due to Crocodile being overpowered by Luffy. He turned to Chopper and instructed, "Chopper, it seems Luffy has taken care of things. Come with me to check it out." Nami took his place at the table. Upon hearing that Luffy had succeeded, Sanji's face lit up with joy, his fists clenched in excitement. Finally, he could use his snake talisman. Chopper nodded and followed closely behind Zhang Fei. As for Vivi and the others' safety, he held little concern, knowing that Sanji and Smoker were present, with them around. Their safety was assured. However, Vivi stepped forward, determined to accompany Zhang Fei, eager to witness Crocodile's defeat firsthand. "I want to go with you." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Zhang Fei readily agreed. With Vivi's departure, the game of mahjong could no longer continue, and they reluctantly concluded it. Smoker, however, gazed longingly at the mahjong table, as if lamenting, "But I haven't won yet." Yet, upon realizing he had to apprehend Crocodile, he steeled himself and followed Zhang Fei. "I'm coming too, after all. Crocodile has violated naval regulations, and I must bring him back to headquarters for the Admiral to handle." Clenching his cigar, Smoker was also concerned that Princess Vivi might let her anger cloud her judgment and resort to torture, given that Crocodile was responsible for the current plight of Alabasta. "In that case, let us all go together." Since they couldn't continue playing, they swiftly packed up the mahjong table and set off. "Sounds good." Nami agreed with Zhang Fei, acknowledging that Luffy's battle was quite intense, and playing mahjong while they fought felt morally unsettling. Thus, Zhang Fei took on the role of a guide. Fortunately, they were not far from Luffy. After a brief 2-minute walk, they arrived to find Crocodile sprawled on the ground, bruised and unconscious. "Luffy, thank you so much." With Crocodile's defeat, years of pent-up grievances surged within Vivi, and at that moment, she released her emotions, biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes, filled with gratitude. Luffy, covered in blood, gave a thumbs up to Vivi and flashed a smile. No need for thanks, though he refrained from calling Vivi a comrade. Considering the presence of the Navy, he couldn't risk positioning her against them. "Well done. The king has prepared a grand feast." Zhang Fei praised Luffy. Upon hearing about the feast, Luffy swallowed hard, eagerly inquiring, "Where is it?" "I'll head there right now." Chopper, however, was not pleased. "You're injured. You should treat your wounds before thinking about food." He sought out a medical kit to tend to Luffy's injuries. "Luffy, you need treatment now to prevent your condition from worsening." "Hee, thanks for that, Chopper. By the way, I think I might be poisoned." Luffy scratched the back of his head sheepishly, recalling the poison that was now beginning to take effect, as his body ached subtly. "What? You're also poisoned? We need to get inside quickly. I'll treat you right now." Chopper stared at Luffy in disbelief. "You're poisoned and still so lively. How do you manage that?" Truly, Luffy was remarkable. Even in a poisoned state, he could engage in casual conversation. "By the way, Smoker, you can handle Crocodile's case with the Navy. Also, there are Crocodile's subordinates outside. They are yours to deal with as well." Zhang Fei clapped Smoker on the shoulder, as if assigning him a task. This made Smoker seethe with frustration, especially after losing a considerable sum of berries to Zhang Fei. He wanted to retort, but Zhang Fei beat him to it. "Don't refuse. After all, he is one of your Navy. If you don't take care of this mess, who will?" Zhang Fei's words rendered Smoker silent. He knew he was right. The Navy had to manage this mess, or Zhang Fei would boast about their exploits again. Moreover, being in Alabasta, if he didn't handle it, he would surely face a scolding from Sengoku. Thus, with a scowl, Smoker's expression darkened, akin to someone owed money that had not been repaid. He began to address Crocodile's situation and planned to reunite with his subordinates. "I can't believe you dare to command the Navy. I truly underestimated you." Robin chimed in with a smile, surprised by Zhang Fei's audacity to order the Navy around as a pirate. "You've underestimated me far too much." Zhang Fei brushed off her remark, knowing that the Navy would bear the brunt of the fallout, and since they were in the right, they had no fear of the Navy's retaliation. At worst, he could provide Morgans with an intriguing story, which he was sure would pique his interest. "Is that so?" Robin's eyebrows quivered delicately, her gaze imbued with a hint of allure, and coupled with her naturally dark and enchanting beauty, she effortlessly ensnared the attention of men. Even Zhang Fei was not immune to her charms, his heart fluttering momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. He always felt that Robin was deliberately teasing him, much like a cat playing with a mouse. Yet, there was little he could do about it. He sighed, reflecting on how he had once teased Nami. And now the tables had turned with Robin doing the same to him, a true reversal of fortunes. Observing Zhang Fei's silent capitulation, Robin found it amusing. With Zhang Fei having 2 women, her teasing would undoubtedly provoke a hint of jealousy in them, and their reactions would be quite entertaining. Had Zhang Fei been privy to Robin's inner thoughts, he would surely have had a few words of sarcasm to offer. As for the grand feast offered by Cobra, Zhang Fei had refrained from inviting Smoker, aware that as pirates, their presence might draw unwanted attention from lurking reporters who would distort the truth, potentially leading to Smoker's disgrace and even imprisonment. Thus, it was prudent to maintain some distance from him. As for Vivi, he harbored little concern. After all, to outsiders, she had already been captured by pirates, alleviating any worries about her colluding with them. Meanwhile, the skies above Alabasta finally cleared, casting vibrant rainbows that celebrated the nation's rebirth. At that moment, Luffy sat eagerly at the dining table, awaiting the feast, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth as he drummed his hands excitedly on the table, chanting feast, feast, feast. Nami, unable to bear the commotion any longer, admonished him. Luffy, could you please keep it down? This is a royal banquet, after all. Luffy pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with her words, yet he dared not voice his discontent too loudly, mumbling in acquiescence. Chapter 187. Little expectations vanished. Well, considering Luffy had just defeated Crocodile, it was only natural for him to be hungry. Zhang Fei, rarely one to defend Luffy, found himself doing just that. Seeing Zhang Fei take Luffy's side made it difficult for others to criticize him further. After all, Zhang Fei had exerted the most effort, even if he didn't vocalize it. So he let it go, turning his attention to the hesitant Sanji, who appeared to be struggling with something unspeakable. Zhang Fei noticed the yearning in Sanji's eyes directed at him. Puzzled, Zhang Fei inquired, Sanji, what's wrong? Zhang Fei, you promised to lend me the snake talisman. Sanji replied, initially reluctant to speak up, fearing Zhang Fei's refusal, which explained his awkward demeanor. Zhang Fei then realized the situation. However, both the snake and pig talismans were with Vivi, who was not present. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to recall both talismans into his own possession. The pig talisman was already intended as a gift for Robin, while the snake talisman was versatile and still of use to him. Concentrating, Zhang Fei summoned the 2 talismans and tossed the snake talisman to Sanji. Here you go, but you only have 1 hour of usage. What? Sanji exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Zhang Fei. Are you being biased? Why do Usopp and the others get unlimited use of the snake talisman, yet I have a time limit? He questioned Zhang Fei. Are you doing this on purpose? I'm a gentleman. I would never misuse it. However, Sanji's words held little persuasive power, earning him eye rolls from the others, who encouraged him to come to his own understanding. So what's it going to be? Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back. Zhang Fei threatened bluntly. Faced with the possibility of losing it, Sanji quickly conceded, fine, an hour is better than nothing. No, an hour is plenty. With that, he dashed off, valuing his time, exclaiming, heaven, here I come. Oh dear, there really is no saving him. Usopp lamented, shaking his head. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Fei tossed the pig talisman to Robin. Examining the pig talisman in her hands, Robin was filled with curiosity. Is this a token of affection? She inquired playfully, toying with the talisman. What is this? Is it a token of love meant for me? Nami's fury ignited at Robin's words. This woman was insufferable. But what did Zhang Fei mean by giving Robin the pig talisman? Could it truly be a love token, as Robin suggested? A pang of jealousy surged within Nami, as if she had plunged into icy waters. Gathering her courage, she dared to ask Zhang Fei, why did you give her the pig talisman? The pig talisman? It's because its abilities are perfectly suited for Robin. The talisman can emit laser beams without distance limitations, Zhang Fei explained succinctly, outlining his rationale for gifting Robin the talisman. With the combination of the pig talisman and Robin's flower fruit power, she could become nearly invincible. Robin's eyes widened in realization. If she could manifest millions of eyes using her powers, she could single-handedly challenge an entire nation. Nevertheless, such a precious gift for her, was it truly wise? Did Zhang Fei not fear she might betray the Straw Hat Pirates? You trust me this much? Aren't you worried I might turn against you? She questioned. It's just a pig talisman, and you are one of us. Why would I not trust you? Zhang Fei replied, gazing at Robin earnestly. Moreover, the talisman's power was relatively modest. It was better suited for her, enhancing her combat capabilities to protect herself more effectively. Upon hearing this, Robin maintained a calm exterior. Yet internally, she felt warmth spread through her. Was this the sensation of being trusted? How delightful. No wonder he was so likable. Then I shall treat this as a token of affection, she declared with a radiant smile, kissing the talisman before stowing it away, her eyes sparkling with meaning. Her actions undoubtedly reignited Nami's ire. What was Robin's game? It felt like a deliberate provocation. Nami resolved to seize the initiative, positioning herself deliberately next to Zhang Fei, nearly pressing against him. See, I was here first. With that, she intertwined her fingers with his. Zhang Fei was taken aback by Nami's boldness. It seemed Robin's assistance was quite effective. He could sense her subtle fragrance, heightening his awareness. Turning to Nami, he noticed her flushed cheeks and slightly heated ears, a clear indication of the courage she had mustered to speak. However, Nami now resembled a child whose cherished toy had been snatched away, driven by an impulse to reclaim it. This side of her, though, he found endearing rather than bothersome. With a sly smile, Robin began her counterattack. And what of it? We have both crossed that line. What about you? Nami was left speechless, stammering as she shot Zhang Fei a look of reproach, muttering, "It's all your fault." Yet, she soon devised a counter-strategy. "Though I haven't, next time, it will be me." "Oh, is that so stimulating?" Zhang Fei mused, relieved that Sanji was absent. Had he been present, jealousy would have surely ensued. Zhang Fei felt a flicker of anticipation arise within him. After all, the innate artifact he was born with. The sea-stabilizing needle has yet to slay an enemy and has begun to rust. Perhaps it is time to take it out and play with it. Moreover, the sensation of being pursued by women is truly delightful. Although he is aware that Robin is a mere illusion, this feeling is one he has never experienced before. During his time on Earth, he had no opportunity for romance, living each day in trepidation, fearful of his father's enemies. Now he is liberated, free to do as he pleases without such burdens. Oh, is that so? Then I shall visit him tonight. Robin continues to tease Nami, finding amusement in their playful banter. Humph, that is impossible. I shall keep a close watch on you tonight. Naturally, Nami will not allow Robin any chance. She is determined to keep a vigilant eye on her, extinguishing any hopes she may harbor. The initial flicker of anticipation has thus vanished. She had thought Nami might join them tonight, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away. Chapter 198. Interpretation of history at this moment. The exquisitely adorned Vivi enters the hall, intending to greet Zhang Fei, but her attention is drawn to the intimate demeanor of others, causing her eyes to dim as if the world around her had suddenly lost its brightness. Her heart feels as though it has momentarily ceased to beat, leaving her quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she maintains an exterior of composure, smiling as she greets everyone. "Thank you for your patience. Vivi, you have arrived." Luffy's spirits are high, and he greets Vivi with enthusiasm. The others turn at the sound of his voice, noticing that Vivi appears particularly graceful today, embodying the essence of a refined lady. "Vivi, you look stunning today." Indeed, as the saying goes, clothes make the man. Zhang Fei cannot help but offer a compliment. Hearing Zhang Fei's praise, Vivi smiles radiantly, her once desolate heart warmed by the gesture. Soon after, Cobra appears, followed by a throng of waitstaff. Upon seeing the sumptuous dishes, Luffy's eyes sparkle, and saliva begins to flow uncontrollably. Apologies for arriving late. Cobra expresses his regret for not coming sooner to thank them for rescuing Alabasta, waving to the staff to expedite the service of the meal. As the dishes are laid out on the table, Luffy swiftly snatches an entire platter, leaving the others unable to partake. "Hey, you scoundrel! That was mine!" Usopp exclaims in indignation, frustrated by Luffy's theft of his food. "No worries, there's plenty more." Cobra reassures them with a genuine smile. "No need to rush. Eat as you please. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude to all of you. Without your assistance, Alabasta might have fallen to Crocodile." He bows deeply to convey his appreciation. "No need for formality, Your Majesty. Do you have some time now?" "I would like to examine the history text," Robin interjects. With Morgan's having already disseminated the scandal, the entire world is aware, and it is likely that the Navy and the world government are in a state of fury, perhaps even dispatching forces to seek trouble. It is best to understand the historical text as soon as possible. Upon hearing about the historical text, Robin's eyes shine with excitement. Much like Luffy's at the sight of food, Cobra does not hesitate to agree. "Certainly, please follow me." "Robin, let us go together," Zhang Fei suggests, eager to join since he cannot decipher the historical text himself. "I want to go too." Nami, noticing Luffy and Robin preparing to spend time alone, cannot remain passive. She is determined to prevent their relationship from advancing further and volunteers to accompany them. Zhang Fei understands Nami's intentions and makes no effort to stop her. "Then we shall all go together. Vivi, I leave them in your capable hands." Cobra entrusts Vivi to look after them. Understood, father. You can rest assured. I will take care of everything here, Vivi promises, knowing that as the host, she must look after Luffy and the others. Along the way, Nami clings to Zhang Fei's arm, leaning against him, behaving like a couple in love. Robin is acutely aware of Nami's intentions, and a wry smile escapes her lips. They arrive at the royal tomb, where Cobra reveals a hidden passage leading to the historical text. The historical text lies below. Please follow me. Zhang Fei remains silent. Trailing behind Cobra, and before them appears a square stone, the very record of the blank century's history. Is this the historical text? Nami asks. Her curiosity piqued as she gazes at the inscriptions, though she cannot comprehend them. Robin steps forward, caressing the engraved words, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. What is recorded there? Cobra inquires, intrigued by the contents. Robin carefully inspects the text, then begins to recite it word by word. Cassandra conquered Alabasta in the year 239 of the heavenly calendar. Zhang Fei notes the absence of any mention of the Pluton, yet he remains skeptical, suspecting that Robin is concealing information about it. Cobra's ancestors were among the 20 royal families that established the world government 8 centuries ago, but chose to settle in Alabasta instead of the Holy Land, suggesting they must have come to safeguard the Pluton. As for why Robin has not disclosed this, it is likely because she understands the dangers associated with the Pluton and fears it may be seized by the world government. Does the text not mention the Pluton? Cobra asks incredulously, given that Crocodile sought the Pluton. No, Robin firmly shakes her head. Is that so? Then Alabasta need not worry about anyone coveting the Pluton. Zhang Fei refrains from voicing his suspicions, recognizing that the less one knows, the safer one is. Moreover, while he may not care about the Pluton, there are many who do. Should anyone discover that Alabasta truly possesses the Pluton, it would inevitably plunge the kingdom into crisis. Although the text does not record anything about the Pluton, I suggest we keep the existence of this historical text concealed. The best course of action would be to bury this place in sand and seal the passage. Zhang Fei articulates his advice, convinced that the text must contain information about the Pluton. Otherwise, the Nefertari family would not have hidden it. And he is uncertain whether the world government possesses individuals capable of deciphering the text. If they were to find out, they would undoubtedly come to trouble Cobra. Although Cobra is somewhat perplexed, safeguarding the historical text is his mission. He would have acted regardless of Zhang Fei's suggestion. However, Zhang Fei's recommendation is also viable, as it would better protect the historical text. I understand. A flicker of doubt crosses Robin's eyes as she ponders why Zhang Fei is so intent on concealing the historical text. Does he possess the ability to comprehend its contents? Aware of the information regarding the Pluton, prompting such actions? She immediately voices her inquiry. Zhang Fei, do you comprehend the essence of history? Certainly not. Zhang Fei asserted with unwavering conviction. However, after a series of inquiries from Robin, he became increasingly certain that there was indeed information regarding the underworld king contained within. For otherwise, Robin would not pose such questions. Nevertheless, Robin regarded Zhang Fei with a mixture of skepticism and belief, realizing that he spoke the truth. Yet his actions left her utterly perplexed. Chapter 199. Do you wish for me to become king? Upon witnessing the puzzled expression on Robin's face, Zhang Fei surmised her thoughts without elaborating further. This only deepened Robin's curiosity, as she pondered whether he might be deceiving her. She sensed that he had discerned her concealment regarding the underworld king, but he had chosen not to articulate it explicitly. Just as they were about to depart the royal tomb, Zhang Fei halted, as if recalling something, and turned to speak with Cobra about his thoughts. My king, have you ever contemplated the notion of withdrawing from the world government? Upon hearing this, Cobra's face registered astonishment. How could he pose such a question? Did he harbor ulterior motives? Yet, he indeed had contemplated withdrawing from the world government, considering the substantial tributes of heavenly gold they had surrendered, only to receive nothing in return. It would be far better to exit. However, the repercussions of such a decision would be considerable. He feared that Alabasta might suffer the same fate as O'Hara, becoming collateral damage to the world government. The celestial dragons would care not whether one was a descendant of the 20 royal families. After a moment of contemplation, believing that Zhang Fei and his companions could be trusted, he voiced his true thoughts. Yes, but I cannot do so at this moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei immediately grasped Cobra's predicament. Now was indeed not the opportune time to withdraw. He was acutely aware of the world government's ruthless tactics, employing any means necessary to achieve their ends. I understand that, but my king, you could invite Morgans and compel the world government to compensate Alabasta for all its losses. Should they refuse, threaten them directly that Alabasta will withdraw from the world government. I believe the elders would acquiesce to your demands in order to quell the situation. Zhang Fei articulated his suggestion. Should Alabasta withdraw from the world government, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Furthermore, the 7 warlords bore responsibility for their actions. The elders' primary objective was to maintain order in the seas. Otherwise, they would not tolerate the emergence of the 4 emperors in the New World. In their desire to avoid conflict, the elders would likely compromise, yet this would heighten Cobra's peril. Ultimately, it would be up to Cobra to decide whether to take that risk. Should he proceed, he would be the first to dare extort the world government, undoubtedly inspiring other nations to follow suit. This would place immense pressure on the world government, leaving them little time to trouble them. As a king, Cobra was acutely aware of the risks embedded within Zhang Fei's proposal. It was, without a doubt, a double-edged sword. While utilized, it could yield safety. Poorly executed, it could jeopardize his very life. Yet, being a ruler who cherished his people, he recognized the necessity of taking risks. Alabasta was currently in dire straits, with many citizens suffering from dwindling water sources and a strained treasury. They were in urgent need of funds. He readily agreed. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. Indeed, it was no surprise that Vivi was his daughter. Cobra's magnanimity was truly admirable. He then proceeded to discuss measures for self-preservation. By the way, my king, when you invite Morgans, be sure to inform him that if his life is endangered, he need not say anything. Merely shift the blame onto the elders. This way, they would not dare to harm you. Should your life truly be at risk, they would bear the burden of the blame. And do not forget Vivi. This advice left Cobra astounded, further deepening his admiration for Zhang Fei. This way, both he and Vivi would not need to worry for their safety. In fact, they might even receive protection from the world government, for they would not wish to shoulder the blame. Should an indiscreet pirate attack them, the public would undoubtedly associate it with the elders. This plan was indeed astute, effectively binding the elders to his fate, leaving them unable to voice their grievances. Simultaneously, Cobra's admiration for Zhang Fei intensified. Such an individual would undoubtedly make a worthy son-in-law. If he were to ascend to the throne, with his intellect and ingenuity, Alabasta would surely flourish without worry. No, he must facilitate a union between him and Vivi. Upon observing Cobra's fervent gaze, Zhang Fei knew that matters were progressing favorably. However, Nami, still clutching Zhang Fei's arm, gazed at him with starry eyes filled with admiration. She had not anticipated that Zhang Fei could so effortlessly navigate Alabasta's predicament. Thinking to herself, truly, he is my man. Following Zhang Fei's discourse, she confirmed that he had indeed discovered her concealment regarding the underworld king. Yet she remained bewildered as to why he had not voiced it. Soon, she recalled Zhang Fei's earlier statement to Cobra, that he was genuinely uninterested in the underworld king. It seemed she still had much to learn about him. She would need to delve deeper into understanding him when the opportunity arose. Zhang Fei, what are your thoughts on Alabasta? Cobra sought to seize this moment to gauge Zhang Fei's perspective on the kingdom and ascertain if he had any sound advice. This question hit the mark. Logically, Alabasta was a coastal nation, not prone to drought, and should not have desert conditions. The only explanation lay in the fact that the world of pirates cannot be understood through conventional physics. After some contemplation, he responded to Cobra's inquiry. As for my perspective, I have none. However, Alabasta is surrounded by desert, and economically, there is little to commend, save for the potential of possessing vital resources. My only suggestion would be to plant more trees. Not only would this mitigate sandstorms, but it could also alter the environment. If I still possess chakra, I could utilize wood release to assist in this matter, but alas, such chakra is but a fleeting resource. Planting trees was indeed something he had considered, but ordinary trees could not thrive in a desert environment, withering away shortly after. Moreover, the high cost of overseas transportation had led him to abandon the idea. Alas, I have attempted to plant trees, but due to the desert's unique conditions, they simply cannot survive. Cobra shook his head, expressing regret over the matter. Planting trees? Zhang Fei can indeed do it. He created a forest when he was in Yuba. Nami, who had remained silent until now, spoke up regarding the events in Yuba. Is it true, Zhang Fei, that you can truly cultivate trees? Cobra exclaimed with excitement, grasping Zhang Fei's hand, his gaze fervent. Although Zhang Fei considered withdrawing his hand, he ultimately refrained, recognizing Cobra's intentions for his people, and thus responded affirmatively. Yes, but it requires time. At present, I am unable to produce any trees. Zhang Fei spoke truthfully, for without chakra, his wood release was rendered utterly useless. Splendid, truly splendid. Zhang Fei, you must remain and wed Vivi. I shall appoint you as the king of this nation. Chapter 200, Saint Cobra. At that moment, Cobra's joy was palpable, and his words flowed forth unfiltered, for he genuinely wished to unite the two. What? The crowd looked at Cobra in disbelief, astonished by his proclamation. Even Zhang Fei himself found it utterly incomprehensible, furrowing his brow as he gazed intently at Cobra. How could he possibly entertain the notion of marrying Vivi? Was such a thing even feasible? Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Vivi was indeed a beauty. Marrying her would not be an unfavorable prospect. However, Zhang Fei had no desire to assume the burdensome role of a king, which seemed excessively troublesome. Moreover, there was no guarantee that Vivi would harbor any affection for him, prompting his decisive rejection of Cobra's proposal. Let us not pursue this matter further. I possess no interest in becoming a king, and I wish to embark on adventures alongside Luffy and the others. It would be far better for you to find a man whom Vivi truly loves. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's response, Nami felt a wave of relief wash over her. His refusal meant she wouldn't have to grapple with the consequences had he agreed. Cobra, upon hearing Zhang Fei's resolute words, mused to himself, I still do not know who my daughter truly cares for. Is it not you? Meanwhile, the system within Zhang Fei rolled its eyes in exasperation. The father had already approached to propose, and yet Zhang Fei was unwilling? This host of mine is truly a failure. If they were to marry, I would gain ample world essence. The thought of such power ignited a fervent desire within. But should I, for the sake of world essence, betray Zhang Fei? Perhaps I could assign him a task to wed Vivi? As the system grappled with its internal conflict, Cobra spoke up to persuade Zhang Fei. Do not worry. I believe Vivi will certainly accept this news. You would then inherit my throne, allowing me to enjoy a well-deserved retirement. In truth, Cobra had little taste for kingship. The daily burdens were overwhelming, and he found far greater joy in the freedom of adventure alongside Luffy and his companions, unburdened by worry. Dear King, I must insist this matter be left to Vivi. It is her life, and she should decide whom she wishes to marry. Your interference is unwarranted. Acknowledging the validity of Zhang Fei's words, Cobra nodded in agreement. Realizing that such decisions ought to rest with Vivi, he resolved to discuss this with her later, as one's happiness must be grasped firmly by oneself. Zhang Fei, relieved by this development, noticed Nami's earlier tension dissipate. Her hands, which had been tightly clenched, relaxed completely. After all, she could never compare to a princess. And it was indeed fortunate that Cobra's intentions were directed elsewhere. Zhang Fei recognized Nami's subtle gestures, understanding that she genuinely cared for him. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered softly into her ear, What is it? Are you so concerned about me? Nami felt the warmth of his breath against her ear, igniting a fluttering sensation within her. Her cheeks flushed as she acknowledged her feelings, realizing the need for initiative in a competition where resources were scarce. Indeed, I must ensure you do not fall for another, Zhang Fei replied, momentarily taken aback by the earnestness reflected in Nami's eyes. Her beautiful gaze, filled with both longing and trepidation, caused him to take a slow, measured breath as he contemplated his response. Having settled on what to say, he finally replied, That depends on your actions. Hearing this, Nami understood that Zhang Fei still valued her. Otherwise, he would not have rejected Cobra's proposal. The situation with Robin was complicated, and she was reluctant to share Zhang Fei with anyone else. Moreover, she was uncertain whether Vivi harbored feelings for Zhang Fei as well. What if she did? This conundrum plunged Nami into deep thought, while Zhang Fei, noticing her dimmed expression, gently poked her forehead with his fingers, urging her to cease her anxious musings. Everything will work out in due time. There is no need for concern, he reassured her. This remark seemed to awaken Nami from her reverie. Yes, why fret over uncertainties? It would be wiser to address matters as they arose, focusing solely on securing Zhang Fei's affections. She felt a newfound clarity wash over her, indicating that Zhang Fei's words had indeed made an impact. Unbeknownst to them, Robin observed their closeness with a twinge of nostalgia. Recalling the words Zhang Fei had spoken to her in the rain, a feeling of wistfulness settled in her heart. It was all rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Cobra, having noted their intimate demeanor, began to understand Zhang Fei's rejection. It was clear now how much Vivi meant to him. Yet, he genuinely wished for Zhang Fei to remain in Alabasta, by Vivi's side. Thus, he made a bold declaration. Zhang Fei, do you care for the girl beside you? If so, you could simply marry her as well. I am not one to hold prejudices. However, I do have one stipulation. Any child born of a union with Vivi must possess the blood of the Nefertari lineage to ascend the throne. Cobra's ulterior motives were evident. The kingship should rightfully belong to his own grandchild, fulfilling the legacy of their family. Upon hearing Cobra's words, the system experienced a moment of enlightenment. How had I not thought of this? After all, we are in a world of pirates, not a modern city. As long as Zhang Fei participates or alters the storyline, I can acquire world essence. Such minor adjustments would go unnoticed, so why not dive right in? I could seize everything at once. Tonight, I shall concoct a potion, not for nefarious reasons, but in pursuit of Zhang Fei's lifelong happiness. Truly, I am an exceptional system. However, before administering any potion, I must return to the system realm for guidance on managing a harem without causing discord. The essence of the world is within my grasp. Nothing will stand in my way. Thus, the system hurriedly returned to the system realm, neglecting even the customary greetings. Zhang Fei, utterly astounded by Cobra's remarks, found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly Vivi's father? How remarkably open-minded. Even Robin and Nami stared at Cobra in disbelief. Yet, Cobra remained unfazed by their astonishment, questioning what was amiss. Is there a problem with my proposal? It is well known that this world permits polygamy. Albeit the practice is rare, the majority adhere to monogamy. As long as my daughter Vivi consents, there is no issue. Cobra believed Vivi would agree. Given her close bond with Nami, Zhang Fei swallowed hard, feeling as though the man before him was not merely human, but a sage. Chapter 201, The Return of Icolum. Nami stood in stunned silence, pondering whether Cobra could genuinely be Vivi's father, capable of uttering such outrageous sentiments. What would Vivi think upon hearing this? Robin, too, was taken aback, unable to fathom how open-minded Cobra appeared. A glance at Zhang Fei revealed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He was clearly intrigued, which altered Robin's perception of him. What do you think? Cobra inquired of Zhang Fei and Nami, seeking their opinions. Are you truly Vivi's father? Nami finally voiced the question that had been plaguing her mind. I am indeed Vivi's father. Is there a problem? Cobra responded without hesitation, puzzled as to whether he had misspoken. Although I desire for Vivi to have Zhang Fei all to herself, upon witnessing Zhang Fei's demeanor, I have come to realize that such aspirations are impractical, and thus I must resort to a more moderate approach. No, it is not the case. If His Majesty were to grasp what Vivi is currently aware of, what thoughts would it evoke in her? Nami seeks to counsel Cobra, urging him to consider Vivi's feelings. Though it is evident that Nami's intentions are not entirely selfless, as possessiveness is a rather daunting inclination. I am merely considering Vivi's best interests. Cobra asserts with a righteous tone, his sincerity palpable. Nami, rendered momentarily speechless, finds herself at a loss for how to persuade Cobra to reconsider. Speaking of which, Robin, did you not share a moment of intimacy with Zhang Fei? Why do you not intervene? Why do you merely stand there? Are you not vying for Zhang Fei's affections? Why has there been no action on your part thus far? Ahem. Zhang Fei clears his throat a few times, regaining his composure. Although he admires Cobra's magnanimity, he believes there is no need to sacrifice his daughter for the sake of Alabasta. Indeed, Zhang Fei has misunderstood Cobra's intentions, assuming that Cobra covets his would-release abilities and intends to use Vivi to secure his own position. Consequently, he begins to earnestly counsel Cobra, advising him against acting impulsively. For rashness is the devil's handiwork. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of afforestation, I can return to assist you when I regain my chakra, so there is no necessity to sacrifice Vivi's happiness for Alabasta. Love is a mutual agreement. A coerced fruit is never sweet. Cobra lowers his head, seemingly reflecting on Zhang Fei's words. He recognizes the wisdom in Zhang Fei's counsel, acknowledging that he has been too hasty and that it is essential for Vivi and Zhang Fei to cultivate their relationship further. You are correct. I have been overly eager. Upon hearing this, Cobra experiences a moment of enlightenment, while Nami and Zhang Fei share a sense of relief. It is good that you understand. We shall take our leave now. Zhang Fei dares not linger in Cobra's presence any longer, fearing he might utter something astonishing again, so he decides to discreetly depart. Though a tinge of regret lingers, Zhang Fei is aware of his own limitations. Observing Zhang Fei's hurried pace, Cobra mutters to himself, why the haste? I am not a fearsome presence. Nami, having been momentarily dazed by Cobra's insights, realizes she needs to recalibrate her mindset. Meanwhile, as Robin departs, she offers encouragement to Cobra, seemingly in agreement with his decision. Your Majesty, I believe your choice is quite commendable. You must persevere. Nami rolls her eyes at Robin, questioning her motivations. What do you mean by that? It's one thing not to assist, but to stoke the flames of conflict? I truly do not understand your perspective. You revel in chaos. Goodness, Vivi's father is indeed making considerable sacrifices to keep me here. Reflecting on it now, I find myself somewhat regretful. Oh well, I shall check on how Smoker is faring. Presently, Zhang Fei dares not return to the banquet, apprehensive that Cobra might bring up such matters again. So he seeks to occupy himself with other tasks. As Zhang Fei strolls through the capital, he notices citizens gradually returning, for the crisis posed by Crocodile has been averted, and they see no reason to remain away from the capital. While idly exploring the city's sights, he encounters an old acquaintance, Icolum, who has returned unscathed. "Hey," Zhang Fei calls out. Icolum turns and, upon recognizing Zhang Fei, hastens to his side, expressing his gratitude. He has learned on his journey back that Crocodile's plot has been unraveled and that Crocodile himself has been defeated by Luffy, prompting jubilant celebrations throughout the nation. "Mr. Zhang Fei, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Thanks to you, Alabasta has been saved." In response to Icolum's gratitude, Zhang Fei appears rather indifferent, as if he regards the matter as trivial, exuding an air of ease. "No need for thanks. You should return swiftly. I am certain Vivi would be thrilled to see you." "Yes, I understand, Mr. Zhang Fei. However, what brings you here?" Icolum inquires curiously, as Zhang Fei should be in the palace, not wandering about. "I merely came out to admire the scenery. Shall I guide you?" "No, you should hurry back. I can manage on my own." Zhang Fei declines Icolum's offer, as he is not like Zoro, who is hopelessly directionally challenged and does not require the company of a grown man. Icolum comprehends Zhang Fei's sentiments, offers his well wishes, and then departs. "Well then, I wish you a pleasant journey. We shall ensure you have an unforgettable memory here." "Unforgettable memories? Your king has already provided me with one. I require no further." As Zhang Fei passes a crossroads, he overhears an irate voice, seemingly reprimanding Smoker. "Smoker, you must keep a close watch on Crocodile. I have dispatched Vice Admiral Tashigi and Rear Admiral Smoker to assist you, ensure Cobra's safety. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing that Vice Admiral Tashigi and Rear Admiral Smoker are en route, Smoker realizes the gravity of the situation. Without a doubt, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has been summoned by the Gorosei to tidy up after the world government, which explains his current agitation. Understood. He hangs up the transponder snail, exhaling a plume of smoke, surrounded by Navy soldiers, including Tashigi, who is present, alongside the nearly incapacitated Crocodile and his subordinates, as well as some lowly henchmen. Zhang Fei silently laments that had he arrived earlier, he might have gleaned more information. However, the arrival of Vice Admiral Tashigi and Rear Admiral Smoker poses a significant challenge. Given the current strength of Luffy and his crew, confronting them would be unfeasible. It seems he must take matters into his own hands and inquire with Smoker about when they are expected to arrive, so that when he knows the specifics, he can ensure a safe retreat. Chapter 202, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Hey, Smoker, when do you anticipate Vice Admiral Tashigi and Rear Admiral Smoker will arrive?" Zhang Fei casually steps forward, speaking with the ease of old friends. "It's you." Tashigi's face twists with disdain upon seeing Zhang Fei again, her body tensed, hand resting on her sword's hilt, ready for combat at any moment. However, Zhang Fei deliberately ignores Tashigi, harboring a strong aversion towards her. Observing her being overlooked ignites Tashigi's fury. How dare he underestimate her? She nearly draws her blade to eliminate this insufferable annoyance. Smoker, noticing Tashigi's agitation, intervenes. Recognizing that her abilities are no match for Zhang Fei's, such a confrontation would be futile. "Do not act rashly. Neither of us can contend with him. Our current task is to ensure Crocodile is secured." "Understood, Captain Smoker." Tashigi's eyes glimmer with resentment. Yet Smoker is correct. Should Crocodile escape, they would bear the brunt of the blame. She suppresses her desire for revenge, biding her time until their next encounter. Subsequently, Smoker turns to Zhang Fei, addressing his query. He intends to personally apprehend Zhang Fei, as they are also the saviors of Alabasta, and he will naturally inform them of Vice Admiral Tashigi and Rear Admiral Smoker's arrival time. General Peach Rabbit and General T Pig have already departed from the naval headquarters. It will take them at least a week to arrive here. Knowing they have a week to come, I can certainly enjoy 4 to 5 days in Alabasta without any issues. Well then, do your best. I shall take my leave now. Aware of the time, Zhang Fei chose not to linger any longer and departed. Upon witnessing Zhang Fei's exit, some naval soldiers found it perplexing why, as a member of the Navy, he did not apprehend the pirate but instead allowed him to leave, even disclosing the whereabouts of Generals Peach Rabbit and T Pig. Could it be that Colonel Smoker has betrayed the Navy? "Colonel Smoker, why did you let him go?" Smoker cast a sidelong glance at him, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and replied, "You need only know that he saved Alabasta." This brief statement enlightened the naval officers. "What? Father, did you truly say that?" Vivi, upon hearing her father propose to Zhang Fei in their presence, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. How would she face them now? Simultaneously, her heart began to race with anticipation as she pondered Zhang Fei's potential response. Would he agree or refuse? Indeed, that is what I conveyed to him. And how did he respond? Vivi inquired cautiously, clenching her fists and holding her breath, awaiting her father's answer. He said I should respect your feelings and that love should be free. How could I not know that, Vivi? I am aware of your feelings for him. And I support you. I am not an old-fashioned man. As long as he treats you well, I have no objections, Cobra expressed plainly, sharing his thoughts and encouraging Vivi. A man of such strength and wisdom is rare. His character is commendable, so Vivi, you must persevere. Hearing her father's words, Vivi's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated that her feelings would be discerned by him, leaving her feeling bashful, yet his words served as a source of encouragement. She contemplated whether discussing this matter with Zhang Fei would lead to his acceptance and felt a surge of impatience as possibilities raced through her mind. If Nami were to agree, that would be even better, alleviating her worries about their friendship. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei was not present at that moment. Otherwise, she could have inquired right away. I understand, father. Upon hearing Vivi's response, he felt relieved. With all tasks completed, it was time to open the mysterious gift pack, ideally. It would yield chakra. Zhang Fei, having left the palace, sought a secluded spot to sit in meditation. He opened his system backpack and initiated a triple draw to see if he could obtain something remarkable. Congratulations, you have obtained the dragon talismans. Oh, the first mysterious gift pack yielded dragon talismans, a positive omen indeed. Now, I possess 3 talismans, with 9 more needed to complete the 12 talismans. The dragon talismans are the most potent among the 12, possessing explosive capabilities. However, such abilities are of little use to me. The horse or tiger talismans would be far more beneficial, enhancing Usopp's combat prowess. Congratulations, you have obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing the words Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Zhang Fei nearly leapt for joy. Anyone familiar with Naruto understands the tremendous power of the Eternal Sharingan. It is one of the 3 great ocular techniques in Naruto, with its ultimate evolution being the Rinnegan, bestowing even greater abilities. Additionally, it grants the power to use advanced techniques, illusions, replication, and observation. It is undoubtedly an essential asset for any traveler. Yet, I wonder what abilities my Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan possesses. Taking it out, Zhang Fei gazed at the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan immersed in nutrient fluid, musing, must I, like in Naruto, directly remove my eyeball to install this? However, I should consult the system first. System, are you there? How do I use the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? After waiting for a moment without a response from the system, he found it peculiar. Typically, the system would appear immediately when summoned. Today, however, there was no reaction. Perhaps it had gone out? After considering this possibility, he concluded that it was indeed likely, as the system often ventured out. Well, since the system isn't here, I shall handle it myself. It's just removing an eyeball. How difficult could it be? Resolutely, Zhang Fei prepared to remove his eyeball and install the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, as he positioned his finger near his eye socket, he hesitated. The reason? He had faltered. Such a task should be left to the system, which had experience in such matters. Thus, he returned the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to his system backpack. Now, only one mysterious gift pack remained. Chapter 203, The Moonlight is Beautiful Tonight. Congratulations, you have obtained a Zeo Trinity summoning card. Upon using the Zeo Trinity summoning card, one can summon Zeo Trinity, who will unconditionally obey the summoner for a duration of 10 minutes. The Zeo Trinity summoning card is indeed a remarkable item. Is it not the form of Kamen Rider Zeo that honors one's ancestors? This mysterious gift pack contains an array of treasures. If I summon Zeo, who then summons the Imperial Riders, and they in turn summon Zeo, Wooden Tea that create an infinite nesting doll scenario. Just imagining it sends chills down my spine. As thousands of Heisei villains would ask if you are afraid. Currently, I possess the Diga card from the 3 major Japanese tokusatsu series and the Zeo summoning card. I only lack a card from the Super Sentai series. The Zeo Trinity summoning card appears like an ordinary game card, devoid of any special features. However, this notion is intriguing. During the Marineford War, I could test whether I could create an infinite nesting scenario. Overall, among the 3 items procured from the mysterious gift packs, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the one I cherish most. The others are rather average. It is a pity I lack chakra, otherwise, I could wield the Sharingan. As time passed, nightfall approached unnoticed. Zhang Fei returned to the palace, where soldiers guided him to his chamber. What did you say? Zhang Fei is back. Vivi's expression brightened at the news relayed by the soldier. She had planned to reveal her feelings to Zhang Fei tonight, knowing that soon he would embark on a journey with Luffy. If she did not speak now, she feared she might never have another chance. Encouraged by Cobra, Vivi was ready to embrace her happiness, believing that if she could persuade Zhang Fei, Nami would likely have no objections. Yes, Princess Vivi, I personally escorted him inside. The soldier replied, I understand, you may leave now. As the soldier departed, Vivi inhaled deeply, striving to calm her nerves. The thought of confessing her feelings to Zhang Fei made her heart race. With each step toward Zhang Fei's room, her heart quickened further. Upon receiving the whispers of the wind, Cobra stealthily followed Vivi, perceiving her growth and silently cheering her on to I will send you flying, capture Zhang Fei's heart. In doing so, he would liberate himself. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Belle, having noticed Cobra's furtive demeanor, approached with curiosity, only to discover he was trailing Princess Vivi. Oh dear, Belle. What brings you here? Cobra exclaimed, startled by Belle's sudden appearance, placing his right hand over his heart to calm its rapid beating. I apologize, Your Majesty. I did not mean to frighten you. But may I ask, what are you observing about Princess Vivi? Belle first offered an apology, then inquired about Cobra's actions. Oh, it's nothing, Cobra replied, his explanation sounding rather feeble, his demeanor wavering, betraying a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Not pursuing the matter further, Belle remained somewhat concerned, his gaze lingering on Princess Vivi as she departed. As Vivi vanished from their sight, Cobra refrained from following her. Especially with Belle present, as a king, he was obliged to maintain a certain decorum. Under the sparse starlight, Zhang Fei sat against the wall of the balcony, gazing up at the scant stars, pondering the whereabouts of the system. Was it off seeking vengeance against the death system? Just as he indulged in his musings, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Is Zhang Fei there? That's Vivi's voice. What could she want? He wondered, responding despite his confusion. I'm here. What's the matter? Then I shall enter, Vivi declared, pushing the door open. Upon entering, she found the room empty and began searching, only to discover Zhang Fei on the balcony. Her footsteps were light, yet her breathing quickened, anxiety swirling within her mind, rendering her thoughts blank. Seeing Vivi approach, Zhang Fei gestured for her to take a seat. The chair is over there. You can move it yourself. No need. I'm fine sitting on the floor beside you. Vivi settled next to Zhang Fei, mere inches apart. Zhang Fei sensed something amiss with Vivi. Turning to face her, he noticed her cheeks flushed, her hands intertwined, appearing quite anxious. This left him bewildered. Was she unwell? Are you all right? Do you feel sick? Vivi, slightly flustered by his concern, found comfort in his unintentional gentleness, which always seemed to touch her heart. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she replied, I'm fine. Then, she turned to Zhang Fei, gazing into his eyes, her expression conveying unspoken emotions, her eyes shimmering with a gentle allure. At that moment, she appeared utterly dependent on him. Zhang Fei, dismissing the thought, murmured to himself before looking up at the moon. As long as you're all right. If you truly feel unwell, I can take you to see Chopper. Yes, I understand. Vivi replied, her voice shyly affirming, yearning to confess her feelings but struggling to find the words, encouraging herself internally. You can do it, Vivi, she thought. Yet the mere thought of confessing made her hesitate. In her moment of uncertainty, Zhang Fei broke the silence. Vivi, don't mind what your father said about love being something one must strive for. If he continues to pressure you, I can help you confront him. He assumed Vivi sought him out to voice her grievances, understanding that being forced to marry someone she did not love would naturally be distressing, thus empathizing with her current feelings. Had Vivi the ability to read Zhang Fei's thoughts, she would have found it both amusing and frustrating. However, buoyed by his words, Vivi found her confidence renewed, her earlier anxiety dissipating as they both gazed at the moon, accompanied by the soft whisper of the wind, which was quite soothing. This evening's moonlight is truly beautiful. Indeed, it is, Zhang Fei replied, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind her words, believing she was merely admiring the moonlight. Then, Vivi turned to him, smiling brightly, her laughter like the chime of delicate bells. You should also say that the wind is gentle. Is it? The moonlight is beautiful tonight, and the wind is gentle as well. It was only then that Zhang Fei grasped the essence of her words. Just as he was about to speak, Vivi interjected. Zhang Fei, may I borrow your shoulder for a moment? Of course. Vivi's sudden poetic confession caught Zhang Fei off guard, leaving him somewhat flustered, unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, he offered his shoulder to her, and as her head rested against him, the world around them seemed to still. She longed for time to halt, wishing to remain in this moment forever. Alas, such a desire was but a fleeting fantasy, for unease still gnawed at her heart, fearing Zhang Fei might reject her, rendering them incapable of even maintaining a friendship. Yet, she resolved to take a chance and gently revealed her heart's desire. Zhang Fei, do you know? I wish for this moment to last eternally. I cannot pinpoint when I began to harbor feelings for you. Perhaps it was in the little garden, or during our time in the Drum Kingdom, or maybe in Alabasta, or even as I boarded the ship. In my moments of greatest vulnerability, you always appeared, silently protecting me. At that instant, I realized I had fallen for you. I am also aware that Nami harbors feelings for you, which is why I have buried my love deep within my heart. I fear that my friendship with Nami may shatter. Yet every time I see you close to another woman, my heart feels as though it is being twisted in agony. Zhang Fei listened intently to Vivi's confession, surprised to learn of her true feelings for him. It dawned on him that the kiss with Nami had been genuine. All along, he had perceived Vivi's affection as that of a pure comrade, akin to Luffy's, never imagining the depth of her emotions. Now, faced with Vivi's revelation, he found himself at a loss, having never contemplated crossing that line and wishing for the guidance of the system. System, do not despair. I am consulting the harem system. Stay calm and composed. When I return, I will provide you with a potent remedy. That Vivi, Zhang Fei began, only to be interrupted once more by her. She was reluctant to hear a response, not wanting to disrupt the current atmosphere, fearing this might be their first and last moment together, thus cherishing the time they had. Please, don't speak yet. I do not wish to hear your answer right now. The words he had intended to express were swallowed back down. As the cold night wind blew, it only served to heighten their warmth, and the atmosphere grew tranquil. Vivi continued to pour out her heart. Zhang Fei, I also heard from my father that he does not oppose polygamy, and I feel the same. As long as you are by my side, that is sufficient. After speaking, Vivi remained nestled against Zhang Fei's shoulder, while he sank into contemplation, unsure how to respond to her. Should he agree or decline? This was the first time he felt such confusion in his life. As time slipped by unnoticed, Vivi gradually fell into a deep slumber, free from Crocodile's interference. Sleeping soundly despite the chill of the night in Alabasta, while the Black King continued to serve as a source of warmth, at Zhang Fei's behest. Zhang Fei turned his head to gaze at the slumbering Vivi, astonished by the depth of her affection for him. He gently caressed her cheek, prompting a soft moan from her lips. He was acutely aware of the suffering Vivi had endured, and the thought of causing her any further pain was unbearable. After a sleepless night filled with contemplation, he had resolved upon a decision. Hey, host, I have returned. At that moment, the system reappeared, its tone infused with a sense of joy, a testament to its academic endeavors yielding a wealth of notes. The essence of this world was within its grasp. Where have you been? Zhang Fei inquired, curiosity piqued by the system's mysterious absence. Oh, I was engaged in scholarly pursuits, acquiring knowledge, it replied, deliberately withholding the truth. After all, it had already prepared a remedy. Everything was in place, awaiting the opportune moment. Learning? Zhang Fei was taken aback by the notion that the system required further education. Was the system realm experiencing such intense competition that it felt compelled to further its studies? What did you learn? That is a secret, the system replied enigmatically, keeping Zhang Fei in suspense. If you won't share, then why act so mysterious? Originally, he had intended to confer with the system, but now, it was unnecessary. He had made up his mind. Zhang Fei, shortly I will enter a deep slumber, and you will be affected as well. However, it will not significantly impact you. It will merely induce several hours of profound sleep. The system had devised an excuse to placate Zhang Fei. It was the first time he had learned that the system's deep slumber would influence him. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that the system was deceiving him. He had complete faith that it would not act against his interests, especially since Crocodile had been apprehended and the crisis in Alabasta had been averted. No one posed a threat to them. I see, understood. No sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped him, as the system rendered him unconscious, and even the Black Emperor found himself drawn back into Zhang Fei's body, using its own power to transfer both of them to the bed. Zhang Fei, do not hold it against me. I am acting for your happiness. Of course, an excuse was necessary. He could hardly admit that it was for the sake of the world's essence, for that would be deeply hurtful. Subsequently, he retrieved a dark pill, procured from the harem system, and placed it into Vivi's mouth, ensuring she swallowed it. Task accomplished, he awaited the arrival of the world's essence. Vivi stirred groggily awake, her heart racing as she beheld the sleeping Zhang Fei beside her, her inner desires igniting. At that moment, the sun began to rise quietly. When Zhang Fei awoke, he sensed something amiss. Was he not on the balcony? How had he inexplicably ended up in bed? And why was Vivi there as well? Moreover, he was entirely bare, with a vivid crimson stain upon the sheets. Could it be that Vivi had taken advantage of his slumber to consummate their relationship? This was utterly inconceivable. From his understanding of Vivi, she was not that kind of person. Who could it then be? Suddenly, he thought of Cobra, for he alone would go to great lengths to unite them. Vivi, you truly have a remarkable father. I scarcely know how to express it. Thus, Cobra bore the blame for the system. However, contrary to his expectations, he had resolved to accept Vivi. After years of solitude on Earth, it was time to indulge himself. And as for Nami, he would find a way to explain later. Ah, you are awake, Zhang Fei noted as Vivi regained consciousness, her demeanor unchanged as she greeted him. Chapter 205, The System's Assistance 2. Vivi, just awakening, appeared somewhat disoriented as she rubbed her eyes, noticing Zhang Fei's bare chest, the lower half cloaked by the sheets. His chiseled physique, with defined abs, glistened in the sunlight, exuding a striking masculinity and resolve. Vivi swallowed hard, suddenly aware of her own attire, perplexed by the situation. Her mind felt as if it had crashed, unable to grasp what had transpired between them. Ah, did we? Vivi's gaze fell upon the crimson stain upon the sheets, and a dull ache in her lower abdomen led her to recollect the events of the previous night. Zhang Fei scratched the back of his head, uncertain as he responded to Vivi, as he had no recollection of last night's happenings. If I am not mistaken. It seems so. Then why was I not aware of it? Vivi's face flushed crimson, recalling how she had taken the initiative the previous night, and Zhang Fei had let her take the lead. The mere thought of their encounter filled her with embarrassment, prompting her to pull the sheets over herself. Her mind was in disarray, contemplating how she could have behaved in such a manner. It was mortifying. Just after confessing her feelings, Zhang Fei had succumbed to her. She timidly inquired, Zhang Fei, do you remember what happened last night? After all, her actions had been rather unrestrained. And now she felt a twinge of fear at the memory, realizing the source of her discomfort. I do not recall, but I assure you, I will take responsibility. So do not worry, Vivi. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, though he felt a sense of loss for not remembering. The influence of the system had shifted his perspective, rendering the situation feel rather ordinary. Although it was not a result of his own volition, as a man, he felt compelled to take responsibility. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's assurance, it felt as if her efforts had finally borne fruit. Yet, thoughts of Nami surfaced, and beneath the sheets. Vivi's anxiety grew as she questioned how Zhang Fei would communicate their relationship to Nami. What about Nami? I will explain everything to her. As for Nami, he intended to seek her forgiveness, though he was uncertain whether she would understand. Really? Vivi peeked out, resembling a curious kitten, her eyes glistening with hope. Indeed. But I must prepare myself. Prepare yourself? Yes. Zhang Fei fixed his gaze intently upon Vivi, causing her to feel an ominous sense of foreboding. What did he mean by preparing himself? Just as she pondered this, Zhang Fei demonstrated his intentions through action, leaving her fully aware of what was to come. By the time she comprehended the situation, it was already noon. Where on earth is Zhang Fei? Nami fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Since his departure from the royal tomb, he had vanished without a trace. Having spent the night fixated on Robin, her lack of sleep had left her irritable. Robin, engrossed in her book, couldn't help but smile as she began to fan the flames of gossip. Perhaps Zhang Fei and Princess Vivi found themselves alone together last night. Nami snapped back to reality at Robin's suggestion, realizing Vivi was also absent. Could it be that they were truly together? No, she believed Zhang Fei would never deceive her, especially after he had rejected Cobra the day before. Just as her mind wandered down this path, Zhang Fei and Vivi appeared, their faces flushed, and it seemed their relationship had grown markedly more intimate. Nami sensed the change, and her mood darkened immediately. Sanji, what's wrong with you? Upon entering, Zhang Fei immediately encountered Sanji, whose complexion was as pale as death, devoid of any color. Yet, a blissful smile adorned his face as he chuckled foolishly, prompting Zhang Fei to inquire about his condition. Sanji had fainted from excessive blood loss in the women's bath and had just been carried back inside. Chopper was explaining the situation to Zhang Fei while diligently preparing a blood transfusion for Sanji. It became clear why Sanji was in such a state. He had forgotten to retrieve the snake talisman yesterday, which had led to this unfortunate incident, turning out to be quite a profitable situation for him. Seeing his master return, Pikachu excitedly dashed over, leaping onto Zhang Fei's shoulder and rubbing its cheek against him, accidentally discharging a small amount of electricity. Fortunately, the current was mild and harmless, merely causing a slight tingling sensation. Ha ha ha, cut it out, Pikachu, that tickles. The adorable Pikachu lifted Zhang Fei's spirits immensely. You two share quite the bond, Vivi remarked, unable to resist reaching out to stroke Pikachu's head. However, this affectionate scene did not escape Nami's notice. A wave of discomfort washed over her, as if she were being excluded from their camaraderie. Their evident intimacy only served to validate Robin's earlier assertions. Striding forward, Nami confronted Zhang Fei, catching a whiff of Vivi's scent clinging to him. No wonder they were so close, she thought, her eyes welling with tears as she grasped Zhang Fei's hand and pulled him away, desperate to uncover the truth. Watching Zhang Fei being led away, Vivi sensed that the inevitable had transpired and anxiety began to creep in. She wished to follow and clarify matters with Nami, But Zhang Fei gestured for her not to worry, assuring her he would handle it. Thus, Vivi halted, watching them depart. Outside, Nami released Zhang Fei and loudly questioned him. "Are you two together?" Gazing into Nami's tear-filled eyes, which seemed to convey a mix of hurt and a plea for reassurance. Zhang Fei had no intention of deceiving her and readily confirmed, yes. That simple acknowledgement sent Nami into a frenzy. She could no longer restrain her emotions, her fists pounding against Zhang Fei's chest in reproach. She felt betrayed, thinking, I was here first. Am I truly inferior to her? A torrent of emotions, hurt, resentment, and heartbreak erupted at that moment. Why? Why is this happening? You promised me yesterday. Zhang Fei intended to wait until Nami had vented her frustrations before explaining. But the system intervened. Having acquired insights from the harem system, it took control of Zhang Fei's body and swept Nami away, stating, "You wanted me to make my intentions clear, so I shall do so through my actions. What is happening? Why is my body moving on its own? Is the system playing tricks on me?" Zhang Fei pondered, but the system ignored his protests, feigning ignorance until they reached a room. Only then did it relinquish control, leaving Zhang Fei to navigate the ensuing situation on his own. Chapter 206. The grand finale today was indeed a day of double fortune. Not only had he assisted Zhang Fei in resolving his singlehood, but he had also amassed an abundance of world essence. An impressive windfall that far surpassed what Zhang Fei had previously accumulated through his tasks. This discovery ignited a fervent ambition within the system. As if it had unearthed a treasure trove, it resolved to intensify its efforts, shifting its focus to Robin. Meanwhile, Robin, engrossed in her book, felt an involuntary shiver, akin to being scrutinized by an overly zealous admirer. Goosebumps prickled her skin as she glanced around, finding only the raucous Straw Hat crew. The atmosphere shifted significantly. Nami, shedding her earlier temper, now gazed at Zhang Fei with an endearing demeanor reminiscent of a dutiful wife. Although her possessiveness was strong, a deeper fear of losing Zhang Fei loomed large, particularly in Robin's presence. The knowledge that they had shared intimate moments unsettled her, compounded by Cobra's words from the previous day, leaving her in a state of trepidation. However, with Zhang Fei's acknowledgement of her feelings, her anxiety began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of reassurance. Though my forthcoming words may be somewhat callous, I wish to take responsibility for you all. Will you accept me as I am now? He proposed. Perhaps on Earth, he would be considered a man straddling two boats, but in this world of pirates, free from legal constraints, he could marry as many as he desired. Having already given himself, he found it difficult to refuse, yearning merely for a response. Receiving Nami's affirmation eased Zhang Fei's burden. Let us return. I think Vivi is waiting anxiously. Understood. Nami, having consumed a nutritious drink, felt a fullness in her abdomen with each step, nearly overflowing. She leaned against the wall for support, casting Zhang Fei a reproachful glance as if to say it was his fault. However, contemplating Zhang Fei's seemingly inexhaustible energy made her both fearful and grateful for the support of Vivi and the others. Zhang Fei couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. It was an unavoidable consequence of long-term singlehood. He promptly hoisted Nami onto his back as an apology. You're quite perceptive, she quipped with a laugh. Yes, yes, he replied, carrying her along. As Nami nestled against Zhang Fei's sturdy back, she felt a profound sense of security, succumbing to the urge to lean closer. The scent of shampoo wafted through the air, a delightful fragrance of oranges, her favorite. Upon entering, the group was met with the sight of the two in close proximity. Luffy, unfazed, greeted Zhang Fei. You're here. Want something to eat? As he devoured his meal, offering some to Zhang Fei. No, I'm fine, Zhang Fei declined. Knowing he could go without food, he set Nami down, who blushed at the attention of the others, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seeing Nami at ease, Vivi felt relieved and rushed over. But Nami interrupted her. No need to say anything. I understand now. Let us take care of each other moving forward. In an instant, Vivi grasped Nami's meaning and nodded. Yes, from now on, we're sisters. Indeed, if Zhang Fei dares to bully us, we shall unite against him, Vivi declared. Agreed. Zhang Fei couldn't help but chuckle at their banter, relieved to see their friendship rekindle. Nami and Vivi, hand in hand, wandered off, whispering to each other, while Zhang Fei chose not to intrude on their moment. Instead, he sought out Cobra, only to discover he was absent, likely attending to national affairs. After inquiring with the soldiers, Zhang Fei learned that Cobra was dealing with issues related to the rebellious army and organizing a press conference. Left with no choice, Zhang Fei awaited Cobra's return. When Cobra discovered that Zhang Fei was waiting for him, he was elated, realizing that Vivi's mission had been a success. This son-in-law was a keeper. He approached Zhang Fei with enthusiasm. Son-in-law, what brings you to me? Ah, indeed it was you. With son-in-law being uttered, it must be your doing, Zhang Fei mused, not suspecting the system, for it had informed him that it had succumbed to a profound slumber. He had called upon the system, yet received no reply. It seemed evident that this was the insidious scheme of Cobra. He never anticipated Cobra's treachery, yet he remained perplexed about his body moving autonomously. For now, he could only await the system's awakening to seek clarification. Indeed, it was you. What is it that I supposedly did? Cobra inquired, his countenance reflecting utter bewilderment. Wholly ignorant of Zhang Fei's insinuations. Still playing the fool, are we? Very well, I shall dispense with the pretense and directly state the purpose of my visit. Father-in-law, I have come to provide financial assistance to Alabasta. The kingdom is in dire need of funds, and fortunately, I possess a considerable amount of gold that could alleviate this pressing crisis. Upon hearing the term father-in-law, Cobra was overwhelmed with excitement, seizing Zhang Fei's hand and eagerly pressing for clarification. What did you call me? Repeat it. Zhang Fei, exasperated, complied once more, father-in-law. Ah, I knew it. You two are surely destined to be together. When do you and Vivi plan to wed? Cobra exclaimed, wishing fervently for their immediate union, envisioning Zhang Fei stepping into his shoes. However, Zhang Fei had his own designs. Any marriage would have to be deferred until the threat of the world government was resolved, which would necessitate Luffy becoming the pirate king, a venture likely to take 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years, I estimate, given our irreconcilable conflict with the world government, Zhang Fei declared. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the world government, Cobra's elation swiftly dissipated. He was unaware of the enmity Zhang Fei harbored against them, though he could leverage his royal authority to rescind Zhang Fei's bounty. Are you intending to confront the world government? Cobra recalled all of Zhang Fei's actions that had seemingly targeted them. Indeed, I can no longer abide the world government. They are parasites upon the world and must be eradicated, after which a new United Nations shall be established. Zhang Fei spoke candidly to Cobra, for he was Vivi's father and his own father-in-law. Perhaps, when the time came to challenge the world government, he would require Cobra's assistance. Cobra was taken aback by Zhang Fei's bold assertion against the world government. Were it anyone else, he would dismiss such claims, yet for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable trust in Zhang Fei's resolve. However, he realized the depths of the world government's machinations were profound. To challenge them would likely require more than Alabasta could muster alone. To overthrow the world government is no simple task, Cobra cautioned after a moment of contemplation. Zhang Fei understood Cobra's concerns but possessed his own confidence, bolstered by the system's capabilities. With it by his side, he felt emboldened, especially with Luffy and the other destined ones at his back. Rest assured, father-in-law, we are not confronting them just yet. We must first attain the One Piece. Seeing Zhang Fei's unwavering confidence, Cobra ceased his attempts at persuasion. He too felt discontent toward the world government, and if Zhang Fei could indeed challenge them, it would be a monumental triumph. Even in the event of failure, he would do everything in his power to protect Zhang Fei. The great treasure One Piece? That could indeed facilitate your efforts against the world government, Cobra pondered, realizing that once they acquired the treasure and Luffy claimed the title of Pirate King, they would have numerous allies to aid in their cause. Exactly. This is something Zhang Fei had also contemplated. They needed to amass strength first. Then I shall endure a few more years, Cobra lamented, having once hoped that Zhang Fei and Vivi would wed and he could pass the torch. A notion that now seemed impossible. When do you plan to depart? In a few days. The Navy has dispatched a rear admiral to us. Zhang Fei reiterated the facts. I see. Then I must ensure that you are splendidly hosted. Thus, Zhang Fei lingered in Alabasta for an additional 3 days, at the port of Canola Flower. As Zhang Fei prepared to set sail, Vivi yearned to accompany him on his adventures, yet her duty to assist her father in governing Alabasta restrained her. With tears in her eyes, she bid farewell at the port, joined by the king and others. Farewell. Yes, farewell, everyone. I shall return when I can. Although reluctant to part, Zhang Fei understood that once they reached the Sabeti archipelago, he would have 2 years of freedom to revisit Alabasta with greater ease. Vivi, goodbye. You must take care of yourself. Similarly, Nami, reluctant to part from Vivi, waved her farewell. As the going merry disappeared from view, a soldier of the royal army rushed over, speaking urgently. Your Majesty, a large sum of gold has appeared in the treasury. Gold. Cobra furrowed his brow, pondering its origin. When Vivi interjected, aware it was a gift from Zhang Fei. Gold. If my suspicions are correct, it must be a token from Zhang Fei. Is that so? It seems, Vivi, your discernment is commendable. Indeed,